When the zombie horde surrounded the city, Jiang Chun thought he was done for. At the critical moment, the war territory system awakened. 1 merit point per second. Exchangeable for anything. Right from the start, they even gifted him a Jiaolong Special Ops Squad. A heavy combined brigade? Easy. Arranged. A group army? Small matter. Arranged. While others were risking their lives, or selling themselves, for a bottle of water, food in his warehouse was piled up like mountains, while others were being chased around by zombies. Behind him stood a million-strong steel torrent, until one day, Jiang Chun stood atop a skyscraper, looking down at the endless sea of corpses below. Behind him, tank formations roared. Self-propelled artillery raised their barrels high, and armed helicopters blotted out the sky. He lifted a hand and gave a light wave. Open fire. The next instant, a million guns fired in unison. The earth shook, and the heavens changed color. What was the apocalypse? When zombies faced him, that was the apocalypse. The story begins. BZZ, 10 o'clock in the morning, September 15th, 2035. This may be the station's final broadcast. Fengtian City has completely fallen. To the surviving compatriots, do not go outside. Do not trust anyone around you. And above all, do not give up hope in this world. The fire of humanity will never be extinguished. Take care. BZZ, Fengtian City. Inside a rented room in a high-rise apartment, listening to the messy static coming from the radio, Jiang Chun collapsed to the floor in despair. It was over. Completely over. He tilted his head back and stared at the ceiling. His eyes stung, yet not a single tear would fall. Half a month ago, a crimson rain had descended without any warning. Blood-red raindrops crashed down like a storm, smashing into the ground and into the crowds. Anyone touched by it would turn within minutes into a monster that only knew how to bite, a zombie. At the time, Jiang Chun had been standing by the window. He saw with his own eyes a man downstairs on the street, crazily biting into a woman's neck. Blood splattered across a car window, and screams, cries for help, and savage roars blended into one. He had even thought some film crew was shooting a zombie movie, and had muttered to himself that the special effects looked damn realistic. Only when that bitten woman got back up, with half the flesh on her face gone, and still chased after living people, did he realize it wasn't he filming. It was all real. Jiang Chun's gaze fell on the table, where two things sat. A small piece of cured meat. Half a bottle of mineral water. Would that little bit be enough to last 3 days? He let out a bitter laugh, stood up, and walked to the window. A living hell. Thick smoke rolled through the streets, and the firelight had burned half the sky red. Zombies packed the ruins in dense masses, wandering between the wreckage. Some were still gnawing on the remains on the ground. In the distance, an office building had collapsed by half, its steel and concrete exposed. Jiang Chun stared at that sea of fire, and the last trace of hope in his heart shattered completely into dust. Jiang Chun suddenly. A face poked out from the neighboring window, pale as paper, lips so dry and cracked that the skin had peeled up. Chun Qingqing, his neighbor. A woman around 26 or 27. Jiang Chun, I know you still have some things at home. Her voice was weak and hoarse, her face full of pleading. Can you share a little with me? Please. I'm really about to starve to death. Jiang Chun glanced at her and said nothing. Actually, after the first week, this woman had already come to him asking for food. Out of the last shred of humanity he still had. He had given her some biscuits and a bottle of water. But now, he was barely surviving himself. How could he spare anything for her? No. He coldly tossed out the single word and turned to shut the window. Jiang Chun. Chun Qingqing's voice suddenly rose, sharp as nails scraping across glass. I'm begging you. Just one sip. A sip of water is enough. Are you even human? Jiang Chun ignored her. His hand was already on the window frame. Chun Qingqing stared at his back. The look in her eyes shifted from despair to resentment, and from resentment to madness. She knew she was not going to live. And if she couldn't live, then no one else should either. She suddenly lunged at the window and screamed toward the street below with all her strength. Come on, get up here. There are people here, living people. Come up and eat. Her shout exploded across the silent street. Jiang Chun's pupils shrank violently. He yanked the window open. Chun Qingqing, fuck your mother. I never treated you badly. I even gave you food some time ago. And now you turn around and try to kill me. Chun Qingqing turned back. A strange smile hung on her face, and her eyes were full of malice. Jiang Chun, what are you pretending to be, some saint? Aren't you so good at pretending? You gave me a little biscuit, a little water, and I thought you were some kind of good person. But what happened? Now you want to even give me a mouthful of water? You're just a selfish beast. You gone insane. Jiang Chun cursed through gritted teeth, keeping his voice low. I have gone insane. I'm starving to death. You wouldn't even lend me a hand. So what kind of neighbor are you? What kind of man are you? Aren't you capable? Don't you want to be some great kind person? Come on, come save me. Before her words had even finished, a tidal wave of roars rose from downstairs. Zombies poured out from every corner of the street in dense masses and sprinted toward the building. They knocked over burning cars, trampled over the remains on the ground, and surged into the stairwell like a black tide. Footsteps, snarls, and crashing sounds spread upward from below at terrifying speed. Chun Qingqing was still laughing. laughing so hard tears were coming out. Come on, all of you come on, let us all die together. At least I'll have company on the road to the underworld. Ha ha bang. The door to her room was smashed open. Zombie roars instantly filled the entire space. Jiang Chun hid behind the curtain, clamping a hand over his mouth. Through the window, he saw several dark figures already pouncing on her in the neighboring room. Chen Qingqing's laughter turned into screams. The screams became broken sobs, and in the end, only the sounds of chewing and the crisp cracking of bones remained. His whole body trembled. His teeth chattered from how hard he was clenching them, yet he didn't even dare breathe loudly. Just then, a muffled sound suddenly came from his room. For some reason, the things on the table had suddenly fallen. That half bottle of water rolled to the floor with a clear clack. The chewing stopped. Jiang Chun's pupils contracted sharply. In the neighboring room, a blood-smeared zombie slowly raised its head. Its scarlet eyeballs turned toward his side. The next second, as if it had discovered something, it let out a roar and abruptly turned toward the door. Very soon, violent banging came from Jiang Chun's doorway. Bang, bang, bang. The door shook violently. Fear filled Jiang Chun's eyes, and his heartbeat sped up. He took one step back, then another, until his back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. His mind was blank. Fuck, this time, I'm dead for sure. That idiot Chen Qingqing. Calling her an animal would be too kind. She was about to die herself, and still had to drag me down with her. At that moment, scene after scene had already appeared in his mind. Torn apart, eaten alive, turned into part of those monsters. He closed his eyes, bitterness rising in his throat. I want to accept this. Am I really going to die, just like this? He was only 25. He hadn't even kissed a woman on the mouth before. He didn't even know what a woman really felt like. Chen Qingqing, if I get another chance, I'll kill you first. The moment the words fell, an icy mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Detected intense survival instinct. Activating war territory system. Activation successful. Respected Supreme Commander, welcome to the apocalypse. Jiang Chun's mind went blank. He instinctively blinked. Then he froze. Wait, what was that? A system? It was only coming now, seriously? And what did it just call him? Supreme Leader? Before he could even make sense of it, the cold mechanical voice rang out again in his mind. Ding! Detecting that Supreme Leader is in a crisis state. Issuing one newbie gift pack. Open it, open it, open it. Hurry up and open it. Jiang Chun almost shouted it out subconsciously. Ding! Opened successfully. Received. Special Jiaolong Squad Summoning Card. 12-man Unit 1. Received. Gene Enhancement Potion 1. Received. Antivirus Potion 1. Received. Supreme Leader Exclusive 4-Season Outfit 1. Jiang Chun. He stared at the semi-transparent panel that appeared in the void before him. His brain shutting down for 3 seconds. Jiaolong Squad? Was it the Jiaolong Squad he was thinking of? And Gene Enhancement Potion? Antivirus Potion? What the hell was a 4-season outfit? Was the system worried he'd catch a cold? Suddenly, another roar came from outside the door, pulling him back from his daze. No time to think. System. Summon the Jiaolong Squad immediately. Summon successful. The next second, 12 pillars of light appeared out of nowhere in the living room, which was over 300 square feet. The light was blinding. Jiang Chun instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. When the light faded, he slowly lowered his hand. Then he froze again. 12 people. A full 12 people were standing neatly in front of him. They wore starry camouflage combat uniforms, fast helmets, and flipped-up quad night vision goggles on their foreheads. Under their goggles were tactical face masks that covered half their faces. Every one of them was armed to the teeth, rifles, light machine guns, sniper rifles, shotguns. And one of them even had a rocket launcher on his back. The air carried an invisible pressure. That was the killing intent only people who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood could have. Jiang Chun opened his mouth, but no words came out. The leader stepped forward, removed his mask, and revealed a sharply chiseled face with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He was at least 6'1", broad-shouldered and thick-backed, standing there like a wall. He raised a hand in salute and said in a steady, powerful voice, "Report to Supreme Leader. Jiaolong Squad Captain Li Jing reports to you." The 11 men behind him saluted at the same time, their movements perfectly synchronized, without the slightest drag. Jiang Chun. He lowered his head and looked at himself. He was wearing the same t-shirt he hadn't changed for several days. His hair was a bird's nest, and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked exactly like someone fleeing for his life. Then he looked up again at this group of armed-to-the-teeth kings of soldiers. Supreme Leader? Me? He suddenly felt a strong sense of absurdity. Wasn't he the script flipped the wrong way? But the growls getting closer outside the door gave him no time to keep doubting life. Forget it. Survive first. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and forced himself to look like a Supreme Leader. Everyone prepared to meet the enemy. Yes, the 12 answered in unison. Instantly entering combat mode, they turned around, all muzzles pointed at the door, their movements smooth as flowing clouds and running water, with not a hint of excess. Li Jing gave a signal. 4 men quickly seized firing positions. 2 protected Jiang Chun on either side, and the remaining 6 spread out in a tactical formation. At that moment, bang! The door was completely smashed open. A zombie staggered in. It was covered in blood. Half its face was gone, exposing jagged white bone. And one eyeball dangled outside its socket, swaying back and forth. It opened its mouth, a hoarse growl coming from its throat. Then it stopped. Its cloudy eyes rolled around, looking left, then right, then left again. 12 fully armed Special Forces soldiers. 12 black gun barrels. All pointed straight at it. Zombie. It tilted its head, as if trying hard to understand the situation. Who were the people? Weren't they supposed to be food? Why were there so many guys holding guns? It looked down at itself. Just me, ragged as hell, not even a stick in my hand. Then it looked up at the 12 people opposite, the 12 guns, and the guy carrying a rocket launcher. Are you fucking kidding me? The zombie froze in place. Even the growl in its throat jammed up and turned into a bewildered. Li Jing glanced at it expressionlessly, then turned to Jiang Chun and said, Supreme Leader, this thing doesn't seem to have enough brains. Jiang Chun almost laughed out loud. The zombie finally seemed to realize something was wrong. It subconsciously tried to back away, but its kind behind it were packed tight, pushing it forward. It turned and roared at the zombies behind it, as if saying, stop pushing, run. There's an ambush inside, but the zombies behind it couldn't understand. They only knew there were living people ahead, and they squeezed in like crazy. So this zombie was forcibly shoved all the way into the living room, looking utterly resigned to its fate. Li Jing looked at it and said coldly, Supreme Leader? Jiang Chun took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. Fire. ... Gunfire exploded inside the room. Muzzle flashes flickered, and the deafening cracks almost shattered the windows. That zombie didn't even get a chance to react before it was turned into a sieve. Blood mist burst open. Limbs flew, and it didn't even have time to scream before it fell straight down. But the zombies behind it were still pouring in. They had no fear, no intelligence, except for the first one, and only knew that there were living people ahead. Li Jing gave a signal. 4 men immediately moved up, muzzles aimed at the doorway, forming a crossfire net. Tat 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 tat. Bullets poured down like a storm. Those zombies were instantly riddled into honeycombs. The ones behind were tripped by the corpses of their companions. And before they could get back up, follow-up shots blasted their heads open. Tat tat tat. Soon, as one body after another fell, the entire corridor turned into a slaughterhouse. Jiang Chun stood in place, looking at the scene before him, his whole body trembling. Not from fear, from excitement. Half a month. For a full half-month. He had been hiding in this room like a rat, shivering as he listened to the growls outside, not even daring to speak loudly. But now, he had 12 kings of soldiers under him. 12. Fully armed. Li Jing. He shouted. Yes. Can we hold this? Li Jing glanced back, the corner of his mouth lifting. Supreme Leader, that question is looking down on us too much. He raised a hand to his earpiece. A long, report quarter situation. A steady voice came through the earpiece. Captain, there are probably still over 30 zombies in the corridor. More still coming up from downstairs. But the corridor is too narrow. They can only squeeze in 2 or 3 at a time, completely within range. Ammunition? Enough to give them a hard time. Li Jing nodded and looked at Jiang Chun. Supreme Leader, the corridor terrain is on our side. As long as the ammo is sufficient, we can hold until tomorrow morning with no problem. The weight on Jiang Chun's heart finally fell away completely. He walked to the window and looked down at that dense zombie sea below. A smile slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. Starting today, I'm not hiding anymore. The gunfire was still echoing through the hallway. Intermittent burst fire, steady rhythm. Jiang Chun stood at his own doorway and lowered his head to glance at the scene in the corridor. His stomach instantly churned. The floor was covered in zombie remains. Severed limbs, shredded flesh, pools of black-red blood, and brain matter splattered everywhere from blown-apart heads. The thick stench of blood, mixed with gunpowder, hit him head-on, like an invisible hand reaching straight into his throat and clawing at it. Ugh! He braced himself against the doorframe and bent over, dry heaving. There had long been nothing left in his stomach. He could only spit out a few mouthfuls of sour fluid, and his throat burned like it was on fire. Yuan Shou, are you all right? Li Jing strode over and handed him a canteen. Drink some water. Take it slow. Jiang Chun took the canteen and gulped it down. The icy water slid down his throat, finally suppressing that nauseating feeling a little. He handed the canteen back and waved his hand. Li Jing, go help him first. I need a moment. Yes, Yuan Shou. Li Jing turned and walked into the hallway, taking over one team member's position. He raised his hand and fired several precise bursts. 3 zombies that had just appeared at the stairwell dropped on the spot, their brains exploding apart. Jiang Chun leaned against the doorframe and let out a long breath. Finally, he could take a proper look at this system. He called out silently in his mind, System? Present. Jiang Chun's spirits lifted. What functions do you have? Tell me. Ding. This system has 2 core functions. Core function 1, 1 merit point per second. For every second you survive, you automatically gain 1 merit point. The merit points you obtain can be used to exchange for troops, supplies, food, medicine, and more. Jiang Chun froze for a moment. 1 merit point per second? Didn't that mean he could make money just by lying around? Wait, he could exchange for troops? And food too? His breathing quickened. System, open the shop. Ding! A translucent panel appeared out of thin air before his eyes. It was divided into 3 main categories: Army, Personal, Supplies. Jiang Chun rubbed his hands together and opened. Army first. A new panel popped up, divided into 3 sections: Navy, Army, and Air Force. At the moment, only the Army section was lit up. The Navy and Air Force sections were both grayed out, with the words "Not Unlocked" written on them. Below the Army section was a row of exchange options. Infantry Squad, 50,000 merit points. Infantry Platoon, corresponding blueprint, not unlocked, 150,000 merit points. Mechanized Infantry Company, corresponding blueprint, not unlocked, 450,000 merit points. Mechanized Combined Battalion, corresponding blueprint, not unlocked, 1,350,000 merit points. Heavy Combined Brigade, corresponding blueprint, not unlocked, 5 million merit points. Group Army, corresponding blueprint, not unlocked. Jiang Chun sucked in a sharp breath. A heavy combined brigade. That was a real ground beast. One brigade meant several thousand troops, tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, drones, air defense missiles, whatever you wanted, it had it. In the apocalypse. That would basically be a mobile steel fortress. He started counting on his fingers. 1 merit point per second, 60 per minute, 3,600 per hour. And in one full day of 24 hours, that was 86,400. That meant 1 infantry squad per day, 1 infantry platoon in 2 days, 1 infantry company in 6 days, a mechanized combined battalion in just over half a month, 2 months, and he could get a heavy combined brigade. Jiang Chun's eyes went wide. If Li Yunlong had gotten a system like this back then, holy shit, he would dare to attack Tokyo. No, that was still thinking too small. The whole world. What zombies? Screw zombies. He'd just roll over them in a Type 99A tank. Drones in the sky would carpet clean the battlefield. Infantry and armor would advance together on the ground. Whatever zombie tide came would just be delivering itself on a platter. Unfortunately, he looked at the long line of grayed out, not unlocked, entries on the panel and calmed down again. At present, the only thing he could exchange for was the very bottom option. Infantry Squad, 50,000 merit points. In other words, all he could do for now was drool over those insanely awesome options. Fine. He'd look at the others first. He opened the personal panel. It was packed wall to wall with weapons and equipment. AK-47 assault rifle, 50 merit points. M4 carbine, 100 merit points. SAG-308 automatic rifle, 100 merit points. MG-42 general purpose machine gun, 100 merit points. Type 191 precision rifle, 100 merit points. Rocket launcher, includes ammunition, 200 merit points. Bulletproof vest, 50 merit points. Bulletproof helmet, 30 merit points. Tactical dagger, 10 merit points. Scrolling down further brought him to the ammunition section. 5.56mm rifle rounds, 1 basic load, 1 merit point. 5.8mm rifle rounds, 1 basic load, 1 merit point. 7.62mm rifle rounds, 1 basic load, 1 merit point. 12.7mm heavy machine gun rounds, 1 basic load, 2 merit points. 40mm rocket round, 1 shot, 5 merit points. Jiang Chun rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things wrong. 1 basic load of bullets, that was several hundred rounds. And only cost 1 merit point. That was dirt cheap. He did the math. With 86,400 merit points a day, if he spent it all on ammo, he could buy more than 80,000 basic loads. That was enough for the Jiaolong squad to fight for a whole year without feeling the slightest sting. Jiang Chun steadied himself, then opened the supplies panel. And then he completely froze. Pork, 1 ton, 1 merit point. Beef, 1 ton, 1 merit point. Mutton, 1 ton, 1 merit point. Rice, 1 ton, 1 merit point. Flour, 1 ton, 1 merit point. Instant noodles, 1 box, 1 merit point. Mineral water, 24 bottles, 1 merit point. Compressed biscuits, 1 box, 1 merit point. Fresh vegetables, 1 ton, 1 merit point. Fresh fruit, 1 ton, 1 merit point. Jiang Chun. He stared at the line. Pork, 1 ton, 1 merit point. For a full 10 seconds. 1 ton of pork, 2,000 gene. Enough for him alone to eat for years. And it only cost 1 merit point. What was 1 merit point? It was the amount he got in the time it took to breathe for 1 second. In other words, with 1 breath, he could exchange for 1 ton of pork. Another breath, and that was another ton of beef. Another breath, and 1 ton of rice, 1 ton of flour, 1 box of instant noodles, 24 bottles of water. Jiang Chun suddenly felt like all the suffering of the past half month had been for nothing. He remembered the days when he had to carefully ration a single piece of cured meat. He remembered the days when he stared at half a bottle of water and swallowed his saliva. He remembered how Chun Ching next door had turned into a madwoman over a single bite of food. And then he looked at the shop in front of him. A powerful urge suddenly rose in him to slap himself in the face. What the hell was this system doing showing up only now? If it had come half a month earlier, would he have ended up in such a miserable state? Would he? Yuan Shou? Li Jing's voice came from the corridor, pulling him out of his thoughts. Jiang Chun lifted his head and realized the gunfire had already stopped. Li Jing came back with several team members. There was quite a bit of black blood splattered on them, but every single one of them looked spirited and full of energy. The hallway has been cleared, Yuan Shou, Li Jing reported. A total of 130 zombies have been killed. The ones downstairs are still gathering, but for now, they can't get up because the bodies are piling up. Good work. Get some rest first. Jiang Chun nodded, took a deep breath, and continued asking the system in his mind, right, how do I unlock those gray exchange options? Ding. You need to obtain the corresponding blueprint. There are 2 ways to acquire it. Method 1, kill zombies. For every zombie killed, you can gain 1 merit point, and there's a chance for a blueprint to drop. Different blueprints have different drop rates. Taking the heavy combined brigade blueprint as an example, the drop rate is 0.0001. Jiang Chun froze for a moment, then started counting on his fingers. 0.0001. That meant 1 in 100,000? He had to kill 100,000 zombies before there was even a chance for 1 blueprint to drop? An image immediately appeared in his mind. He stood atop a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, with 100,000 zombie bodies under his feet, clutching a crumpled blueprint in his hand as he howled at the sky. Finally, it finally freaking dropped. This difficulty was no joke. But after another thought, he relaxed. If it were really that easy, and he got a heavy combined brigade right at the start, then what would even be the point of this apocalypse? He might as well just go full invincible mode and sweep the map. There'd be no sense of challenge at all. Fine, take it slow. He continued asking, what about the second core function? Core function 2, territory function. Within the territory you occupy, for every survivor present, at the daily settlement at 12 o'clock midnight, you will receive 1 merit point. Current territory, none. Jiang Chun paused. 1 person, 1 merit point per day? His mind immediately started racing. 1 survivor meant 1 point per day. 100 survivors meant 100 points. 1,000 meant 1,000. 10,000 meant 10,000. 100,000 meant 100,000. What if he could find 1 million survivors? That would be 1 million merit points a day. 30 million in a month. Enough to exchange for 6 heavy combined brigades. And if he could get 10 million, Jiang Chun didn't dare keep thinking. This function looked useless in the early stage. After all, he didn't even have a single survivor right now. But in the middle and late stages, once he established a large enough territory and took in enough people, that would practically be a money printing machine. No, even more ruthless than a money printing machine. A printing press still had to be turned on and run. With this thing, he could just sleep in bed, wake up the next day, and suddenly have several million more merit points. A phrase suddenly popped into his head, passive income. Damn, this was the real passive income. Right then, a notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding, system mission released. Mission name, first occupation. Mission objective, occupy the apartment complex you're currently in and clear out all zombies within the complex. Mission time limit, 3 days. Mission reward, 1 mechanized infantry platoon, 1 base safe house. Location can be freely designated. Failure penalty, cut off your little brother. Jiang Chun. He lowered his head and glanced at his lower body. Then he looked up, his expression instantly turning grave. Li Jing, here, call everyone over. We're holding a combat meeting. Li Jing looked at Yuan Shou's suddenly incomparably solemn face, and his heart tightened. That expression, was this going to be a major battle? He snapped to attention and saluted. Yes, sir. 3 minutes later, all 12 members of the Jiaolong squad stood neatly in the living room. Jiang Chun stood before them, his gaze sweeping across every face as he slowly said, brothers, over the next 3 days, we're going to pull off something big. Objective, take the entire complex and kill every zombie in it. He paused, his tone heavy. In this battle, we have no way out. Because the price of failure. I can't afford it. But no rush yet. Li Jing, report the squad. S configuration first. I need to know what cards we're holding. Yes, Yuan Shou. Li Jing stood straight, turned to face his team members, and spoke in a strong, forceful voice. Jiaolong squad, 12 members total, divided into 4 groups according to tactical function. Assault group for men. For figures stepped forward in unison. Leader Zhonglong members Zhao, Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. All are equipped with QB-191 assault rifles as their primary weapons, fitted with red dot holographic sights, tactical flashlights, and vertical grips. Secondary weapons are Type 92G pistols. In addition, Leader Zhonglong is equipped with a Remington M870 shotgun for close-range clearing. Jiang Chun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 4 men. Every one of them had fierce eyes and was covered in gear. Just looking at them gave people a sense of reassurance. Firepower group, 3 men. Another 3 step forward. Leader Zhou Yang. Members Wu Zheng and Zheng Shuang. Equipped with 2 Type 201 squad machine guns, each with 600 rounds. In addition, Li Jing paused and pointed at the big guy slung over the last man's shoulder. Member Zheng Shuang is additionally equipped with 1 QJ-171 heavy machine gun as reserve firepower. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. A heavy machine gun? The one with 12.7mm caliber? Yes, Yuan Shou. The 171 heavy machine gun. Caliber, 12.7mm. Effective range, 1,500 meters. Theoretical rate of fire, 600 rounds per minute. Ammunition load, 400 rounds. Jiang Chun sucked in a cold breath. 12.7 millimeters. If that thing hit a person, it wouldn't just leave a bruise here and there. It'd be blue here, purple there, red somewhere else. And in the end, you wouldn't even be able to tell what piece belonged where. He swallowed. Continue. Sniper group, 3 men. 3 men stepped forward, their movements steady, carrying that unique kind of calm. Leader Lin, MO members Chin Feng and Lei Ting. Main combat equipment, 2 QB191 designated marksman rifles with high magnification scopes. Leader Lin MO is additionally equipped with a QLU-11 sniper grenade launcher. Member Lei Ting is equipped with a QBU-10 anti-material sniper rifle. Jiang Chun's eyelid twitched. A sniper grenade launcher? Wasn't that thing basically nicknamed a sniper cannon? One shot, and it could punch through a wall. And the Type 10 anti-material rifle? Wasn't that used to hit armored vehicles and helicopters? Using it on zombies. Wasn't that a little too brutal? Lastly, the support group, 2 members. The last 2 stepped forward. Leader Shen Shui, the only female team member, Chief Medical Officer. Member Jiang Xiaobai, Assistant Medic and Drone Operator. Both are equipped with QBs-19 one-short assault rifles. Their primary role is battlefield medical support, with intelligence reconnaissance as a secondary role. Equipment includes 2 quadcopter recon drones, 1 hexacopter drop drone, 3 individual information terminals, and multiple battlefield medical kits. Li Jing turned around and snapped to attention and salute. Jialong squad configuration report complete. Awaiting Yuan Shou's orders. Jiang Qin stood where he was and remained silent for 3 seconds. There was only one thought in his mind. This setup. Wasn't this basically on par with a reinforced platoon? Assault group, firepower group, sniper group, support group. They had assault capability, firepower, sniping, and reconnaissance. And the key point was they even had a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, a sniper grenade launcher, and an anti-material sniper rifle. Just killing a zombie, right? Is it really that serious? It absolutely was. The corners of Jiang Chun's mouth couldn't help lifting. Good. He took a deep breath. First, let us figure out our situation, what the structure of this building is like, and how the zombies are distributed. Shen Shui. Here. The female team member stepped forward. Her short hair was neat and sharp, and her eyes were cold and clear. Deploy the drones. Scout the entire building. I want to know the situation on every floor, and the zombie distribution outside the building too. Yes. Shen Shui turned and made a hand signal. Jiang Xiaobai immediately took out 2 quadcopter drones from the tactical backpack. They were only palm-sized. Their rotors unfolded, their bodies completely black, and they made almost no sound. Commander, these are silent reconnaissance drones. In night infrared mode. They 1 TB detected. Shen Shui handed over a tablet. The feed is transmitted in real time. Jiang Chun took the tablet, and 2 screens quickly appeared on it. One was a top-down view of the stairwell. The other was a full view of the outside. Then he fell silent. The stairwell on the 8th floor was packed with zombies. The 7th floor packed. The 6th floor packed. The 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd. First, every floor's stairwell was crammed full of zombies. They stood shoulder to shoulder. Some leaned against the walls. Some lay sprawled on the ground. And some were still swaying their bodies unconsciously. There was almost nowhere to step in the narrow stairwell. Wherever he looked, there were dense clusters of heads. No, not heads. Corpse heads. The drone kept descending and flew out through the 1st floor corridor entrance. The screen shifted, and Jiang Chun's pupils suddenly shrank. The open area outside the building was a vast black mass. Zombies. Nothing but zombies. They were flooding in from every direction. Some wandered aimlessly. Some crouched on the ground, gnawing on remains. And some were crammed together, tearing at each other. With this building as the center, there was almost no empty ground within a radius of 50 meters. Farther out, on the streets, in the shops, beside abandoned cars, everywhere was filled with swaying figures. This building had already been surrounded. The drone rose higher and looked down over the whole scene. The entire residential complex had 12 buildings, and beneath every single one, there were swarms of zombies packed together so tightly they looked endless. Outside the complex walls, the streets were an even greater sea of corpses. The hand Jiang Chun used to hold the tablet trembled slightly. Not from fear, from sheer, scalp-numbing horror. Li Jing leaned over to take a look, his expression unchanged. Commander, according to the drone's thermal imaging scan, there are currently around 300 to 400 zombies inside this building. The number of zombies gathered outside can't be accurately counted. Conservatively estimated, there are more than 3,000 in the entire residential complex. The total number of zombies may exceed 20,000. He paused, then added, and once gunfire starts, the surrounding zombies will keep rushing over without end. At this density, we may be facing a zombie tide. Jiang Chun stayed silent. A zombie tide. He had seen that phrase countless times in apocalypse novels. But only when facing it for real did he understand how heavy those words were. Once the fight started, the gunfire would attract even more zombies. Those zombies would surge into this building one after another, squeezing upward floor by floor. The stairwell was narrow. They might not be able to squeeze through at first, but their corpses would pile up. 1 body, 2 bodies, 10 bodies, 100 bodies. The corpses would pile higher and higher, and the zombies would climb upward by stepping on the bodies of their own kind. Sooner or later, the pile would reach the 8th floor. By then, even with heavy machine guns, they still wouldn't be able to hold it. Because the door would be blocked by corpses, the windows would be sealed by corpses, and they would be buried alive in this building. Breakthrough? Breakthrough where? The ground below was full of zombies. Jumping down would be the same as delivering food straight to their door. Jiangchen closed his eyes, his mind spinning rapidly. The system's 3-day limit wasn't meant for him to brute force his way through. 3 days meant there was room to operate. He had to find a way to lure the zombies away. At the very least, he needed to draw part of the zombies out of the building and clear some space in the stairwells. Wait, lure them away? He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Shen Shui. That 6-rotor drop drone. How much weight can it carry? Shen Shui froze for a second, then immediately reacted. Maximum load, 15 kilograms. Commander, you mean? The corners of Jiang Chun's mouth slowly curved up. Li Jing, what do you think? Are zombies more sensitive to sound? Or to living humans? Li Jing's eyes lit up, and he answered at once. Commander, they're equally sensitive to both. But sound can be faked. Living humans can't. Exactly. Jiang Chun pointed at the outside view on the tablet. If we create a continuous sound source and place it somewhere far away, can we lure the zombies in the building out? Li Jing thought for a few seconds. In theory, yes. But the sound would need to be loud enough. And it has to be continuous. Zombies are easily drawn by new stimuli. If the sound stops, they scatter. Then make it keep playing. Jiang Chun looked at Shen Shui and asked, with a 15-kilogram payload, is that enough to carry a high-power Bluetooth speaker and a few power banks? Shen Shui blanked for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. A speaker? Commander, you mean, right? Jiang Chun smiled like a villain. Have the drone hang the speaker on the rooftop of the building across from us, then play music. Play what? Jiang Chun thought for a moment, his expression serious. The most dazzling ethnic style. Li Jing. Shen Shui. The whole squad. 3 seconds later, Li Jing coughed lightly. Commander, is there anything more stimulating? Like hard rock? Or a high-decibel alarm? Jiang Chun waved a hand. You don't get it. Once the most dazzling ethnic style starts playing, it's impossible to stop. That rhythm, that brainwashing loop that keeps getting stuck in your head. Not even living humans can take it, let alone zombies. He paused, then added, and don't you think the image would be amazing? Tens of thousands of zombies swaying to the rhythm of the most dazzling ethnic style. Just thinking about his art. Li Jing opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed it back down. The commander was right. The commander was always right. Then it settled. Jiang Chun slapped his thigh. Shen Shui, check the drone and prepare the payload. Li Jing, take some men to the rooftop balcony and confirm the situation on the opposite building's roof. Everyone else. He looked out the window at that mountain and sea of corpses. A trace of excitement flashing through his eyes. Get ready to enjoy the most dazzling ethnic style of the apocalypse. Very soon, a few team members rummaged through the room next door and found a pile of stuff. 3 power banks. 2 still had charge, while 1 was flashing a frantic red light. There was also a palm-sized Bluetooth speaker, dusty and gray, with a faded sticker on it, for square dancing use. Jiang Chun took the speaker and pressed the power button. A blue light lit up. The battery indicator still showed 2 bars. That's enough. He weighed it in his hand. With the power banks added, keeping it going for 4 or 5 hours won't be a problem. Shen Shui had already started adjusting the drone. The 6-rotor drone was a size bigger than the recon drones, and there was a simple hanging hook attached to the bottom. She took the speaker and power banks, wrapped them together into a bundle with tactical tape, then tested the weight. Commander, exactly 12 kilograms. No problem. Attach it. While there was a gap to spare, Jiang Chun leaned against the window and silently opened the system panel in his mind. About 1 hour had passed since the system awakened. At the top left corner of the panel, his merit points were ticking upward 1 by 1 every second. 3,645, 3,646, 3,647, 1 point per second. Making money while lying down. Fucking awesome. However, Jiang Chun suddenly remembered something and asked in his mind, System, do those zombies we just killed count for merit? Why was there a single notification? Ding. This system settles rewards uniformly after battle ends, to avoid frequent prompts interfering with the head of state during combat. So that was it. Ding. Detected a total of 143 zombies killed under the head of state's command. Points gained, 143. Ding. Checking kill drops. Drop detected. 1 MG42 general purpose machine gun blueprint. Jiang Chun froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. MG42. That old German beast, known as the buzzsaw. The thing that gave Allied soldiers nightmares during World War II. A rate of fire of 1,200 rounds per minute. A gunshot like cloth being torn apart. The king of suppressive fire? It might be a bit outdated by modern standards, but in terms of feel and intimidation, that thing was absolutely top tier. More importantly, it was a blueprint. With the blueprint, he could exchange for it directly. Jiang Chun immediately opened the shop and found personal machine guns, MG42 general purpose machine gun. The icon, originally gray, was now lit up. Exchange price, 100 merit points. Without another word, Jiang Chun tapped exchange. Ding. Consumed 100 merit points. Obtained 1 MG42 general purpose machine gun. A faint flash passed by, and a dark green MG42 appeared out of thin air at his feet. The long barrel, the boxy receiver, and that signature ring grip and bipod. Jiang Chun bent down and picked it up. Heavy as hell, but the feel of it was incredible. He opened the ammo section again, looking at the rows of dirt-cheap bullets. The corners of his mouth shot up wildly. 5.56mm rifle ammo, 1 base load, 10, cost 10 merit points. 5.8mm rifle ammo, 1 base load, 10, cost 10 merit points. 7.62mm rifle ammo, 1 base load, 10, cost 10 merit points. 12.7mm heavy machine gun ammo, 1 base load, 5, costs 10 merit points. 40mm rockets, 5, costs 25 merit points. A total of 65 merit points. Jiang Chun tapped like crazy, and the living room was instantly piled full of ammo crates. Green metal boxes stacked into a small hill, each marked with different calibers. The Jiaolong squad members were resting. Hearing the noise, they turned around and looked at the suddenly appeared pile of ammo boxes, all of them stunned. Zhang Long rubbed his eyes. This. Where did all this come from? Zhao, who walked over, squatted down to touch one of the crates, then looked up at Jiang Chun with an expression like he'd seen a ghost. Head of state, are you doing magic here? Jiang Chun waved a hand, looking completely calm. Nothing much. Li Jing hurried over. Here, organize ammo resupply immediately. That battle just now used up a lot. Fill everyone back up first, and keep the rest in reserve. Yes. Li Jing turned and made a hand signal. The squad members immediately got to work, opening crates, handing out ammunition, loading magazines. Their movements were smooth and practiced. The MG42 was also picked up. Zhou Yang, the leader of the firepower group, took it, weighed it in his hands, and his eyes lit up. Good stuff, head of state. If you like it, use it. Nah, I'm still more used to my 201. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and looked at the 3 untouched items still sitting in the system storage. 1 gene enhancement serum, 1 antivirus serum, 1 head of state exclusive 4 seasons outfit. Right, there were still these treasures. He opened the outfit first. Head of state exclusive 4 seasons outfit. Combat uniform that automatically adjusts temperature according to the environment. Lightweight, wear-resistant, stab-resistant, bulletproof, level 3 ballistic standard. Appearance can be customized. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. Bulletproof, level 3 ballistic standard, and automatic temperature regulation. Wasn't this 10,000 times better than the t-shirt he'd been wearing for 3 days straight? Without hesitation, he tapped use. A faint flash passed by, and the t-shirt and big shorts on his body instantly disappeared. He looked down and froze. A pure black combat uniform, sharply cut, fitted without being tight. The material felt like some kind of special fabric, light as a feather, yet it gave off a solid sense of toughness. The shoulders, elbows, and knees had reinforced armor. There was a tactical belt around his waist with several empty attachment points on it. Most importantly, it was handsome. Fucking handsome. Jiang Chun looked toward a shattered mirror nearby. Reflected in it was an unfamiliar figure. The black combat uniform outlined a tall, straight build. Even though his face still had half a month of unshaved stubble and dark circles, his whole aura was different now. From a refugee to a special forces soldier? No, that wasn't right. Special forces soldiers weren't this handsome. A movie star? Not that either. Whatever. As long as he looked good, that was enough. Jiang Chun smiled and turned his gaze to the second item, antivirus serum. This thing should be what prevents infection after getting bitten by a zombie. He used it directly. Ding. Use successful. The head of state has obtained a permanent antivirus physique. Zombie virus is ineffective against you. A warm current rose from inside his body, made one round, then disappeared. Jiang Chun clenched his fist. He didn't feel anything special, but he felt much more at ease inside. From now on, even if he got bitten, he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Of course, if he could avoid getting bitten, that was still for the best. It hurt. Last was gene enhancement serum. Gene enhancement serum. After use, all physical attributes will be raised to 3 times the standard of a king of soldiers. Note, based on the physical standard of the top special forces soldiers in the current world, with a 3-fold enhancement. Jiang Chun stared at that line, and even his breathing slowed for a beat. 3 times the standard of a king of soldiers? Was that still human? Jiang Chun took a deep breath and tapped use. Ding. Use successful. Serum fusion in progress. The next second, his whole body went rigid. A surge of heat exploded from his heart, like magma rushing through his blood vessels toward every limb and bone. Every muscle trembled. Every bone itched. Every cell crazily split and regenerated. Did it hurt? No. But the feeling was like his whole body had been thrown into a high-speed furnace. The old shattered apart while the new was reforged. He gritted his teeth hard and didn't make a sound. About 10 seconds later, the heat receded. Everything returned to calm. Jiang Chun opened his eyes. The world had changed. The sound of wind outside the window became clear, so clear he could tell distance and direction. The low growls of the zombies in the corridor. He could even distinguish their rough positions. The light became brighter. In the corners where he couldn't see clearly before, he could now clearly make out drifting dust. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Still the same pair of hands, but they felt different now. The knuckles were distinct, and beneath the skin he could faintly see the lines of muscle. He lightly clenched his fist, and a sense of strength he had never felt before came from his palm. Then he did a simple test. A light jump. Bang. His head slammed into the ceiling. Jiangchen landed while clutching his head, looking completely dumbfounded. Nearby, Mahan had been organizing ammunition. Hearing the noise, he turned around and saw the head of state rubbing the top of his head with a confused look on his face. Head of state, are you all right? I'm fine. Jiangchen waved a hand. Just didn't control my strength well enough. Mahan nodded and continued sorting the ammunition. Jiangchen stood where he was, feeling that surging power inside his body, the corners of his mouth rising wildly. Triple Soldier King. Right now, he alone could beat 10 of his former selves. No, 20. Chief. Li Jing's voice came from the balcony. The drone payload is mounted. It can carry out the mission now. Jiangchen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and strode toward the balcony. On the balcony, the hexacopter drone was already hovering in the air, with that bundle of speakers and power banks hanging beneath it. Shen Shui held the remote controller and was doing the final adjustments. Sound test. She pressed the play button. A burst of static came from the speakers, and then, the boundless horizon is my love. Flowers bloom beneath the endless green hills. What kind of rhythm sways the most? What kind of song brings the greatest joy? Jiangchen's eyelid twitched. At this volume, it was at least 100 decibels. Forget the zombies. Even he wanted to start dancing a little. Have you confirmed the target location? He asked. Li Jing pointed at the building across from them. Building number 12 across the way. The rooftop platform is open and suitable for deployment. The drone has enough battery life for a round trip. After deployment, playback and pause can still be controlled remotely. How far? About 80 meters in a straight line. It'll pass over a dense zombie zone, but the drone will fly at an altitude of 100 meters. The sound will travel downward and won't attract the zombies on the ground. As long as we don't play it too early. Jiangchen nodded, then turned to look at the Jialong squad behind him, fully geared and ready to move. 12 people. 12 pairs of eyes, all fixed on him. Jiangchen was silent for a second before speaking slowly. Brothers, the plan is simple. Shen Shui will place the speakers on the rooftop of the opposite building, then play the music. The zombies outside will be drawn over by the sound. At the very least, it'll split off part of them. Once most of them have moved away, we'll start clearing the stairwell, fighting down from the 8th floor. One floor at a time. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every one of them. After we clear one building, we take one building. Within 3 days, we'll seize this entire residential complex. Then he asked, you confident? A curve lifted at the corner of Li Jing's mouth. Chief, asking that. Zhang Long picked up the sentence. You're looking down on us too much. All the squad members shouted in unison. You're looking down on us too much. Jiangchen smiled and turned to Shen Shui. Release it. The drone rose into the air. Its 6 rotors let out a faint buzzing sound as it carried that bundle of speakers and power banks, steadily climbing to an altitude of 100 meters. With Shen Shui working the controls, the drone traced an arc through the air and flew toward the rooftop of building number 12 across from them. A distance of 80 meters only took a little over 10 seconds. Above target, Shen Shui said, staring at the screen as she began lowering it. The drone slowly descended, the cable extending bit by bit. The speakers and power banks landed steadily at the highest point of the rooftop, far beyond the reach of any normal person. Then the cable automatically detached. Deployment successful. Shen Shui looked up at Jiangchen. Jiangchen took a deep breath and nodded. Play it. Shen Shui pressed the play button. The next second, the boundless horizon is my love. Flowers bloom beneath the endless green hills. The deafening music exploded into the silent sky of the apocalypse. That volume, that rhythm, that brainwashing melody instantly tore apart the deathly silence blanketing the world. The zombie horde below froze as one. Thousands upon thousands of rotting heads turned in perfect unison toward the source of the sound. In their murky eyeballs was reflected the rooftop of the building across from them. Then, the first zombie moved. It staggered forward 1 step, walking toward the sound. The second, the third, the 10th, the 100th, the entire sea of corpses, as if stirred by an invisible hand, began surging slowly but firmly toward building number 12. On the streets, the zombies that had originally been wandering aimlessly now seemed to have heard some kind of summons, and one after another, they changed direction. They crashed into each other, squeezed into a mass, then struggled back to their feet and kept moving forward. From a high vantage point, the scene was so shocking it made one's scalp go numb. The black mass of the undead tide was like receding seawater, converging from all directions toward a single center. And from that center, on endless loop, came, "You're the most beautiful cloud at the edge of my sky. Let me keep you here with all my heart. Keep you here." At the same time, about 200 to 300 meters from the apartment complex, there was a large underground supermarket. Its rolling shutter door was tightly closed, with a faint light leaking through the gap. Inside, cigarette smoke curled through the air. More than a dozen men lounged among the shelves, holding machetes, steel pipes, and a few even had rifles tucked at their waists. Some were sitting, some lying down, some were drinking, some sleeping, and some were doing unspeakable things. At a folding table in the corner, 4 men were playing cards. The burly man in the lead had a buzz cut and a vicious scar across his neck. A cigarette hung from his mouth, the smoke making him squint one eye. His other arm wrapped around a blonde woman, and that hand was roaming shamelessly inside her clothes. There was a smile on the woman's face, but her eyes were completely numb. 3 aces. The burly man slapped his cards onto the table and split his mouth in a grin. Boys, you lost again. The 3 men opposite him gave bitter smiles, threw down their cards, and pulled out several crumpled cigarette notes from their pockets to hand over. Brother who, your luck's way too strong. Can't even play. Seriously. 5 rounds in a row, and not a single win. The burly man called Brother who burst out laughing, stuffed the cigarette notes into his pocket, and casually gave the woman a squeeze at the waist. This is nothing. Before the apocalypse, I never lost the cards either. After the apocalypse, my luck's even better. He tilted his head back and blew out a smoke ring, his eyes carrying a hint of smugness. Come to think of it, this apocalypse is really damn good. A skinny, monkey-like man beside him leaned over with a snicker. Isn't that right, Brother who? Just look at this life. Back then we worked like oxen and horses out there, busted our asses for a month to make that little bit of money, and we couldn't even touch a decent woman. And now, he glanced at the women crouching nearby and swallowed. 1 pack of biscuits, and we can do whatever we want. Those ones who used to act all high and mighty, aren't they obedient now too? Brother who glanced at the blonde woman beside him and reached out to pinch her cheek. Shally, tell me, isn't that right? The woman forced out a smile. Brother who is right. Brother who patted her face in satisfaction, then turned to the skinny man. Counted the supplies? Counted. The skinny man pulled out a notebook. We've still got more than 80 boxes of instant noodles, 30 boxes of sausages, more than 200 cases of mineral water, 50 boxes of compressed biscuits, plus canned food, cured meat, Baijiu. That's enough for us to eat for 2 or 3 years. And with all the snacks on those shelves, we can last even longer. Brother who nodded, a trace of satisfaction flashing through his eyes. When the apocalypse had first arrived, he had led a few brothers to seize this supermarket right away, shut the rolling door, stockpile the supplies, and let the zombies outside do whatever the hell they wanted. Aside from being a little boring, this life was damn great. Brother who? Another man leaned over and lowered his voice. One of those women seems like she's about to die. From hunger. Should we? Brother who frowned and waved his hand. Give her something to eat. Don't let her actually starve to death. 1 less dead means 1 less. Keep them around and they can still entertain us. Got it. Just then, a faint rumbling sound came from outside. Everyone stopped what they were doing. That sound was strange, almost like music. Brother who tilted his head and listened. His brows tightened. What is that noise? Skinny Monkey dashed to the rolling shutter door in a few quick steps and pressed his eye to the crack to look outside. Then he froze. Brother who, come take a look. Brother who shoved the woman aside, walked over, and put his eye against the slit. Out on the street, the zombies that had originally been scattered everywhere were now sprinting like mad in one direction. They trampled over the wreckage on the ground, letting out earth-shaking roars as a black mass surged past the supermarket entrance. Brother who followed the direction they were running. In the distance, from the apartment complex, faint music could be heard. The boundless horizon is my love. Brother who stood there in a daze for several seconds before forcing out a sentence. What the hell is going on? Skinny Monkey looked just as confused. No idea, Brother who. They suddenly went crazy and started running that way. The others behind them also crowded over and squeezed in front of the crack to look. Holy shit, is this a zombie tide? Could someone be using sound to lure them? Lure them for what? Looking to die? Brother who stared at the surging zombie tide in silence for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Who cares? He turned and walked back to the table, then sat down again. Come on, keep playing cards. Whoever's stirring up trouble over there has nothing to do with us. Besides, it's even better if the zombies leave. Nice and quiet. Skinny Monkey scratched his head and hesitated before speaking. Brother who, what if there is something good over there? Something good? Brother who shot him a glance, gave a cold snort, and said disdainfully, that's a residential complex. What good stuff could there be? Even if there was, it would been looted clean already. Besides, with how things look outside right now, who dare go out? He lit a fresh cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Forget about them. In this apocalypse, everyone looks out for themselves. If they want to die, that's their business. As long as we stay alive, that's enough. Come on, deal the cards. The group sat back down and continued playing. Damn it, 3 aces again. Brother who? I want to check the cards. Something off. The hell with that. You dare check my cards? Shine my shoes for me. At the same time, on the balcony of the 8th floor, Jiang Chun stared at the speaker on the rooftop across from him, the one blasting music like crazy, then looked at the zombie horde below that was gradually thinning out. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It worked. It worked way too well. Those zombies were charging toward Building 12 in groups, as if they'd been put under a spell. What had originally been a completely packed area downstairs now had a huge, empty stretch. There were still quite a few zombies left behind, the ones with damaged hearing or missing arms and legs, but the density had already dropped by more than half. Li Jing, Jiang Chun said. Here, how's the stairwell situation? Li Jing pulled up the drone feed through the single soldier information terminal. Most of the zombies in the 8th floor corridor have dispersed. There's still about 20 left, wandering near the stairwell entrance. The density below the 7th floor is still high, but most of them have had their attention drawn by the music. There are no signs of them surging upward. Good. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, then turned to look at the Jiaolong squad behind him, fully geared up and ready to move. Brothers, time to get to work. All 12 men straightened up in unison. Assault team clears the path. Firepower team follows up. Sniper team finds high ground for cover. Support team stands by. Also, I'll be following behind you. Maybe I can even pick up a few leftovers and help out. Li Jing froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, Chief, you're going in personally? Jiang Chun smiled. Why can't I? It's not that you can't, just relax. Jiang Chun patted his chest. I'm not that useless piece of trash I used to be. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up the MG-42. It felt lighter in his hands than before. No, it wasn't that the gun had gotten lighter. It was that he had gotten stronger. With Triple King of Soldier's physique, carrying this thing felt like carrying a toy. Move out. Very soon, they reached the 8th floor stairwell entrance. A strong rotten stench hit them in the face. The 4 members of the assault team filed out one after another, muzzles lowered. Footsteps as light as cats. Zhang Long walked in front, the barrel of the shotgun in his hands slightly raised. The corridor was dim. The emergency lights had long since run out of power. Only a faint bit of light came through the stairwell windows. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. Everywhere was covered in dark red bloodstains and claw marks. Zombie remains lay scattered all over the place, the ones that had been killed earlier. From the corner ahead came a low growl. Zhang Long raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist. All 4 men stopped at once. He slowly stuck out half his head, took a look, then pulled back and signaled with hand signs. 5 meters ahead. Corner. 6. The 4 men in the assault team exchanged a glance. Zhang Long held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. He suddenly spun out and charged forward. The shotgun barrel aimed straight at the corner. Boom! The thunderous blast of the Remington M870 exploded through the corridor, and the buckshot swept out like iron rain. The nearest zombie had a huge hole blasted straight through its chest. Nearly its entire upper body was torn apart, and it flew backward into the wall. Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Mahan followed right behind him, their 191 rifles opening fire at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Precise bursts. Every bullet went straight for the head. The 5 zombies didn't even have time to turn around before their skulls were blown open, and they dropped to the ground in unison. Less than 3 seconds. Start to finish. Clear, Zhang Long reported in a low voice. Advance, Li Jing's voice came through the earpiece. The assault team continued moving forward. Jiang Chun followed behind the firepower team, carrying the MG-42, his palms slightly sweaty. It wasn't nerves. It was excitement. At the far end of the corridor, a few more zombies heard the commotion and staggered over. This time, the firepower team stepped up directly. Zhou Yang set up the 201 squad machine gun and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets poured out like a storm, and those few zombies were instantly riddled with holes. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Severed limbs exploded through the corridor, and the entire wall was stained red. The battle was over before the MG-42 even got a chance to fire. Jiang Chun. He looked down at the thing in his hands, the weapon known as the buzzsaw, and felt a little torn between laughter and tears. This firepower was way too brutal. Keep advancing, Li Jing's voice came through. Dense zombie group at the 7th floor stairwell entrance. At least 30. Assault team and firepower team coordinate and prepare for contact. The order was given, and the group moved down the stairs. As soon as they turned the corner, an even thicker rotten stench slammed into them. The 7th floor corridor was packed wall to wall with zombies. Some wandered aimlessly. Some crouched on the ground, chewing on something. Some were crammed together, shoving each other. Hearing the footsteps, the nearest few slowly turned their heads. Cloudy eyeballs, rotten faces, black gums exposed inside open mouths. The growls exploded all at once. They're coming. Zhang Long roared, and the shotgun opened fire immediately. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots. 3 zombies had their chests blown apart and were sent flying backward into the ones behind them. But even more zombies surged forward. They trampled over the bodies of their own kind and shoved madly ahead. Rotten arms clawing wildly through the air, their growls deafening. Firepower team. Li Jing roared. Zhou Yang and Wu Zheng raised the 201 squad machine guns at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 2 streams of fire intertwined into a net of death in the dim corridor. Bullets poured out like they were free, blasting into the zombies and kicking up bursts of blood. The front row of zombies was instantly riddled with holes. The ones behind them were punched through by the bullets as well, dropping one after another. But there were just too many zombies. One fell, two more surged up. One row fell, two more rushed in. The bodies piled higher and higher in the corridor. And the zombies in the back simply stepped on the corpses of their own kind and lunged forward. Leader. Li Jing turned back to glance at him. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and stepped forward with the MG-42 braced in his hands. He aimed the muzzle at that wall of corpses. Then pulled the trigger. SSSSH. The MG-42's distinctive roar exploded through the corridor. Not da-da-da, but a tearing hiss like cloth being ripped apart. A terrifying fire rate of 1,200 rounds per minute sent bullets pouring out like a waterfall. Muzzle flashes flickered wildly in the dark corridor, and shell casings rained to the ground with a constant clatter. That wall of corpses was forcibly torn open. Zombie bodies were as fragile as paper in front of 7.92 millimeter rounds. One burst punched through 2 or 3. Another burst punched through 4 or 5. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, severed limbs scattering in all directions. The entire corridor had become a meat grinder. Jiang Chun held the gun and felt that terrifying recoil. But in front of his physique, 3 times out of a king of soldiers, this much recoil was nothing at all. The barrel began to glow red. The ammo belt was being consumed at a terrifying speed, and that wall of corpses, under the insane output of 1 man and 1 machine gun, began to collapse. Assault team. Li Jing seized the moment. Go! Zhang Long and the other 3 charged forward through the blood and gore all over the floor. Shotguns and rifles opened fire at the same time, finishing off the zombies that were still standing one by one. 30 seconds later, the gunfire stopped. The corridor on the 7th floor was terrifyingly quiet. Wreckage covered the ground. Flesh and blood painted the walls. And the heavy smell of gunpowder mixed with blood and rot was enough to make people nearly suffocate. Jiang Chun lowered the MG-42. The barrel was still smoking. He looked down at himself. He was covered in blood, but he had never felt so exhilarated in his life. Li Jing walked over, looked at the gun in his hands, then looked at him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Leader, you. Jiang Chun looked up, puzzled. What? Li Jing was silent for a second, then raised a thumbs up. Ferocious. Jiang Chun bared his teeth in a grin. This is only the beginning. Jiang Chun checked the time. It was 11:45. It had only been a little over half an hour since they started clearing the building, but it felt like they had fought a long and brutal war. He wiped the blood off his face and let out a long breath. There were 12 buildings in the entire residential complex, and they had only cleared 1 so far. There was still a long road ahead. Everyone, rest for 10 minutes and resupply your ammunition, he ordered. Before dark, we must clear 5 buildings. Yes. The members of the Jiaolong squad immediately got to work. Some leaned against the wall and sat down, pulling out canteens to drink. Some began checking ammunition and changing barrels. Others moved to the windows to monitor the situation below. Jiang Chun leaned against the wall as well, silently calculating in his heart. At this pace, taking the entire complex within 3 days would not be a problem. He opened the system shop in exchange for 20 base loads of various ammunition, then casually got another MG-42 as a spare. Cheap, anyway. Might as well buy wholesale. Meanwhile, Building 9, 15th floor. Inside a south-facing bedroom, a woman in a purple nightgown drowsily opened her eyes. Her name was Chu Yanran, the former campus belle of Fengtian University. The kind who could make countless boys turn their heads and walk into trees whenever she crossed the campus. But now her hair was a mess, her face was pale, her lips were dry and peeling, and she had lost a lot of weight. Even so, it could not hide the natural beauty she was born with. Even in her current disheveled state, it was still obvious how exquisite that face was, how perfect that figure was. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked confused. Was that a dream, just now? In the dream, someone had been playing the hottest ethnic trend, mixed with dull-dita thuds like gunfire from a movie. The rhythm was so strong it had annoyed her so much she wanted to rush out and curse them out. Now that she was awake, the hottest ethnic trend was still playing. Chu Yanran froze for several seconds before finally realizing it had not been a dream. Someone across the way really was playing music, and it really was the hottest ethnic trend. Frowning, she cursed under her breath. What idiot has nothing better to do? Think he isn't dying fast enough already? But before the words had even faded, her stomach growled loudly. She threw off the blanket, got out of bed, shuffled into the living room in her slippers, and opened the refrigerator that had long since lost power. The fridge was practically empty, with only a few things left inside. A bag of bread so hard it was like a brick, a few Wang sausages, and a couple packs of snacks. She took out the bag of bread, pulled off a piece and bit down on it. It was hard as stone. She could barely bite through it and could only hold it in her mouth, slowly softening it with saliva. After finally chewing a few times, she still could not swallow it. It felt like chewing sawdust, but she kept chewing anyway, and in the end forced it down. If she didn't eat, she would die. No one understood that better than she did. After swallowing it, she picked up the barrel of bottled water from the floor, only 1/3 full now, and carefully poured a little into a cup. She took a sip to wet her throat, then poured the rest back into the barrel. She couldn't waste it. Not a single drop. Just then, she suddenly felt like something was off. It was too quiet. She walked to the window, carefully pulled open a slit in the curtains and looked outside. Then she froze. On the open ground below, the zombies that usually wandered around in dense clusters were now nowhere to be seen. Only a few scattered ones remained, still shambling aimlessly. The main road of the complex, which had once been packed so tightly it was impossible to get through, was now empty, as if the area had been cleared out. Chu Yanran rubbed her eyes, thinking she had seen it wrong. She had not. The zombies really were gone. She looked again in the direction the sound was coming from. On the rooftop of Building 12 across from her, she could vaguely make out a black object, and the hottest ethnic trend was coming from there. The boundless horizon is my love. Chu Yanran's brows knit even tighter. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Zombies would not disappear for no reason. Could the music have been deliberately played by someone to lure the zombies away? Then the da-da-da sound she had heard her dream just now. Gunfire? Was it really gunfire? The moment that thought surfaced in her mind, a greasy voice suddenly came from the next window over. Yo, little sister Yanran, you're awake? Chu Yanran frowned and could not even be bothered to turn her head. A man in his 40s lived next door. She did not know his name, only that before the apocalypse, he seemed to have been some kind of small boss. He had a big belly, thinning hair, and the way he looked at people always made her uncomfortable. After the apocalypse, he had completely let himself go. Little sister Yanran, look at you. You've gotten so skinny from hunger. That greasy voice continued. Big brother here still has food. Cookies, sausages, bottled water. Want some? Chu Yanran said nothing. Come on. Don't ignore me. Big brother means well. The voice lowered a little, turning a bit lewd. How about this? Spend one night with your big brother, and I'll share half my supplies with you. Deal? Chu Yanran still said nothing. She even pulled the curtain a little farther shut. Hey, don't go. That voice grew anxious. It's already the apocalypse. What are you still acting so high and mighty for? You think you're still that campus beauty? Who gives a damn about that now? Spend one night with me, and you can live a few more days. You want to lose out on this deal. Only then did Chu Yanran turn her head and glance at him through the screen window. That greasy face was piled with a smile, and his eyes were filled with naked desire. She said nothing at all and directly shut the window. Fuck, the man next door cursed. Too shameless to appreciate kindness. How long do you think you can hold out? Starve to death for all I care. I've got enough supplies here to last for months. Just wait until you come begging me. Sooner or later, you'll crawl over here and beg. And when that time comes, it won't be a matter of just one night anymore. The cursing continued, but Chu Yanran had already drawn the curtains. She walked back to the bedroom and sat by the bed, her gaze falling on the family photo hanging on the wall. In the picture, she was wearing a graduation gown, smiling like a flower. Her father and mother stood on either side of her, each with an arm around one of her shoulders. Both smiling happily too. That photo had been taken on the day she graduated from college. Her parents had specially rushed over from their hometown to attend her graduation ceremony and took this picture with her at the school gate. That day, her mother had even cried, saying her daughter had finally grown up. Her father hadn't cried, but his eyes had reddened too. He just kept saying, good, good. And now, the apocalypse had come. Communications were cut off. Transportation was cut off. The whole world had fallen into chaos. Dad, Mom, are you still alive? She stared at that photo, and her eyes gradually turned red. If she could find them, if she could save them, if she could keep them safe, she was willing to give up everything. Any price. Anything. Right then, faint music drifted in again. You're the most beautiful cloud on the horizon to me. Chu Yanran lifted her head and looked out the window. That music and the faint gunshots from before. Who exactly was it? The military? Building 11, residential complex. Yuan Shou, rest complete. Li Jing walked over and saluted. Ammunition resupply complete. We can move out at any time. Jiang Chen nodded and walked to the window, looking outside. Their current position was in Building 11. The nearest one beside them was Building 10. Past that were Buildings 9, 8, and 7. The farther from that damned music, the safer. Next target, Building 10. He turned and gave the order. Same tactics. Assault team clears the way, fire support team follows, sniper team takes the high ground and protects the rear of the squad. Attention, don't save ammo for me. Fire as hard as you can. Yes. The Jiaolong squad quickly formed up and prepared to move out. Jiang Chun picked up the MG-42 and was just about to step forward when he suddenly thought of something. Right. He looked at Shen Shui from the drone footage. Did you spot any survivors? Shen Shui pulled up the scouting record from earlier. Reporting to Yuan Shou, no living people were found in Building 12. None in Building 11 either. But on the 15th floor of Building 9, infrared detection showed 5 heat signatures. They should be survivors. Jiang Chen raised a brow. Building 9? Yes, Yuan Shou. Jiang Chen nodded and asked no more. The survivors could wait until after the zombies were cleared out. For now, work came first. He leaned by the window, holding the binoculars borrowed from the sniper team, and stared at Building 10 across from them. A main road in the residential complex lay between the two buildings. In a straight line, the distance was only about 40 to 50 meters. But in those short few dozen meters, at least 20 to 30 zombies were scattered around. Some wandered aimlessly. Some crouched on the ground, gnawing on remains. A few more crowded near the entrance of Building 10's unit door, swaying back and forth. Li Jing, what do you think? Li Jing took the binoculars and looked for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed. The unit door is open. The lobby inside is too dark to see clearly how many are there. But from experience, in an enclosed space like that, there are at least a dozen hiding inside. What about charging straight in? It's not impossible, but the risk is high. Li Jing pointed at the wandering zombies below. Once we open fire, these stragglers will immediately swarm over. The numbers may not be that high, but the gunshots will alert the zombies in the hallway and even the surrounding area. By then, if we're attacked from both front and back, we'll get trapped inside Building 10's lobby. Jiang Chen nodded. He understood what Li Jing meant. Building 11 had already been cleared, so their retreat route was safe. But if they rashly charged into Building 10, and the zombies in the hallway heard the commotion and rushed down, they would be trapped at the stairwell. In that kind of space, forget firepower advantage. They would be surrounded and killed in no time. They had to clear the ones outside first, and it had to be done silently. Sniper team, Jiang Chen called out. Here, Lin Mo and Qin Feng stepped forward from the back. Both had QBU-191 precision rifles slung over their backs, with thick suppressors screwed onto the barrels. See those down there? Jiang Chen pointed outside. 20 to 30 of them, scattered between the two buildings. Can you take all of them out? Lin Mo raised his scope and took a look, then nodded calmly. No problem. The farthest target outside is less than 50 meters. The nearest is only about 20, Qin Feng added. At this range, a suppressed QBU-191 can land headshots without a problem, and the suppressor can bring the sound down to about 70 to 80 decibels. The zombies in the hallway shouldn't hear it. As long as we don't hit the wall. Good. Jiang Chen looked at Li Jing and ordered. Take the assault team and fire support team and wait on the first floor. Once the sniper team finishes clearing the outside, you move into Building 10's lobby immediately and clean up whatever's left inside. Yes. Lin Mo, Qin Feng. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them. Go to the south-facing bedroom on the 5th floor. That has the best view. Move fast and stay steady. Understood. 5 minutes later, 5th floor of Building 11, south-facing bedroom. Lin Mo and Qin Feng were already in position. The window was opened only a crack. 2 black gun barrels extended out through it, each fitted with a thick suppressor. Lin Mo lay on the left, his muzzle aimed at the few zombies near Building 10's unit entrance. Qin Feng was on the right, covering the ones wandering along the main road. The two adjusted their posture and took a deep breath at the same time. Lin Mo in position. Qin Feng in position. Li Jing's voice came through the earpiece. Assault team is standing by on the 1st floor. Jiang Chen lay by the 8th floor window with the binoculars in hand, his heart beating a little faster. Sniper team, fire at will. The instant the words fell, a soft sound, like opening a bottle of carbonated drink. In the binoculars, the leftmost zombie by Building 10's unit in trance suddenly snapped backward at the head. The top of its skull flew off, and it dropped stiffly to the ground. The others beside it had yet to react when another sounded, and the second one dropped on the spot. The third finally sensed something was wrong. It turned its head, its cloudy eyeballs darting around, but it could see nothing. All it saw were the corpses of its companions, with no idea where the danger was coming from. Then, in the instant of its confusion, a bloody hole appeared between its brows, and the back of its skull burst open in a spray of black blood. 3 seconds. 3 kills. Qin Feng's side had started too. A zombie that had been gnawing on remains froze over the corpse and never moved again. A zombie that had staggered to the middle of the road suddenly had its legs give out and collapsed to the ground. A zombie that had just turned around had its head explode like a watermelon. The two of them were almost competing, firing one shot after another, never missing once. With every soft pop, another zombie dropped for good. Those wandering monsters didn't even have time to react before they were cleared out one by one in a daze. Jiang Chen watched with sweaty palms. This was professionalism. Real professionalism. At the entrance of Unit 10, the last zombie finally realized something was wrong. It watched its companions fall for no reason, and a low growl rumbled out of its throat, as if it wanted to call for something. But the instant the growl left its mouth, its head exploded. The corpse went limp against the wall and slowly slid down. The outside is clear. Lin Mo's voice came through the earpiece. Total, 27. Confirmed, Qin Feng added. 27. All killed. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. 27 zombies. In 2 minutes and 17 seconds. An average of 1 every 5 seconds. He took a deep breath and pressed the earpiece. Li Jing, you're up. Received. 1st floor. Li Jing gave a hand signal, and the 4-man assault team rushed out of the unit entrance first. Bent low, they moved with the lightness of cats, quickly weaving through the fallen corpses. A distance of 20 meters was covered in just a few seconds. Zhang Long was the first to charge into Building 10's lobby, his shotgun muzzle sweeping every corner at high speed. On the left, 3 zombies were sprawled over the front desk, gnawing on something. At the sound, they turned their heads. On the right, 4 or 5 zombies were crammed together at the entrance to the fire escape. Straight ahead, in the elevator area, 2 or 3 more were wandering around. Contact! Zhang Long growled, and the shotgun fired at once. Boom! The three zombies on the front desk were blasted backward. At close range, buckshot was practically a massacre tool. The one in front had its entire chest blown apart. Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han followed close behind, their muzzles covering different directions. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Pucci, Pucci. With precise, suppressed burst fire, the zombies by the fire escape were headshot before they could even charge over. The zombies in the elevator area finally reacted and lunged over with snarling roars. But the firepower team had already followed in. Zhou Yang braced the class-use machine gun from room 201 and fired a short burst. It was as if an invisible fist smashed into the three zombies. Their heads exploded at the same time, their bodies stumbled forward 2 steps, then crashed to the ground. From a moment, the assault team charged into the lobby to the fall of the last zombie. Less than 15 seconds had passed. Lobby clear. Li Jing's voice came through. No casualties. Checking the fire escape and elevator doors now. Jiang Chun let out a breath of relief. Beautifully done. He stood up and gave orders at once. Assault team and firepower team, hold the stairwell entrance and prepare to clear the corridors. Sniper team, stay in position and report rear intel at any time. Everyone else, come with me. Building 9, 15th floor. Chu Yinran pressed herself against the window, her heart pounding hard. She had heard that sound again just now. Very light, very muffled. If she had been straining to listen the whole time, she would never have noticed it. But she recognized that sound. A suppressor, the kind that always showed up in movies. A gun with a suppressor sounded exactly like that. And it wasn't just one shot. It was a lot of shots. She counted them, at least 20 or 30. After each muffled shot, she could vaguely see something collapsing downstairs. But it was too far away. She couldn't make out what it was. Then the sound stopped. Less than a minute later, boom. This time was different. A low explosion? No, a gunshot. The kind from a large caliber shotgun or something similar. Then came the rapid da-da-da of short controlled bursts. Even through the buildings and walls, she could tell. They were real guns. Real guns. Chu Yanran's hand trembled slightly. There were people. People out here in this apocalyptic wasteland killing zombies with guns. And not just a couple of armed drifters, either. That rhythm just now, that level of coordination, it felt like a military unit. A crazy thought rose in her mind. What if those people were willing to help her? What if they were willing to take her to find her father and mother? Even if they just gave her a little food, so she'd have the strength to search on her own. But right after that, she gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Why would they? She had nothing. She only had herself. Why would those people help her? Just because she was pretty? Maybe before the apocalypse, that might have worked. But now, what could a pretty face buy? She remembered the way that greasy man next door looked at her. That naked desire in his eyes, like he was looking at a piece of meat. Would those people be the same? Chu Yanran bit her lip and stared at the building outside. Building 11. That was where the sounds had come from. No, that wasn't right. Now it sounded like they had shifted. She listened carefully. Building 10. It was Building 10. Those people were moving toward Building 10. A decision suddenly formed in her mind. She was going to see who those people really were. At the same time, on the other side, Li Jing swept a glance over the fire escape and elevator doors. They made a quick judgment. The elevator is dead. We're taking the stairs. Assault team forward. Firepower team center. Sniper team is already in position in the opposite building. Zhang Long nodded and led the 4 assault team members toward the stairwell. The fire door was half open. Inside was pitch black, and the stench of rot was 10 times stronger than in the lobby. He made a hand signal. Zhao Hu on cover. Wang Chao and Ma Han following. The 4 entered in single file. The emergency lights in the stairwell had long since gone out. Only a faint glow came in from the small windows at each landing. The walls, the floor, the handrails, black-red stains were everywhere. Stepping on them felt sticky. At the landing between the first and second floors, 3 zombies were crowded together. At the sound, they all turned their heads in unison. Zhang Long raised his gun. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. 3 soft shots. The 3 zombies dropped limp before they even had time to roar. The subsonic rounds of the QB's 191, paired with a suppressor, only made a dull sound even in an enclosed space. First landing cleared. The team continued upward. Outside the fire door on the second floor, 2 zombies were wandering around. Through the small window in the door, several more could be vaguely seen roaming the corridor. Zhang Long didn't rush to open the door. He gave a hand signal. Clear the stairwell first, then deal with the corridor. Second landing, 4. Third floor, 2. Third landing, 1. With every muffled shot, another zombie fell for good. Those monsters didn't even have time to let out a roar before getting their heads blown apart in confusion. They had no fear, no alertness. They only instinctively turned toward the source of the noise and met a second bullet. 4th floor, 5. 4th landing, 3. 5th floor, 6. One of them was gnawing on remains and got picked off without even lifting its head. The firepower team followed behind, almost without any chance to open fire. Holding a machine gun, Zhou Yang looked at Jiang Chun with a helpless expression. Supreme Leader, did we come here for sightseeing? Jiang Chun was carrying the MG-42, and he was equally speechless. He had only just spotted zombies poking their heads out, and they were already dropping on the other side. The assault team was way too ruthless. Don't rush, Li Jing said in a low voice. The stairwell was pretty clean. The trouble is in the hallway. All the doors are shut, so there's no telling how many are still inside. Sure enough, when they reached the 6th floor, the moment the fire door was pushed open, a burst of snarling suddenly came from the corridor. 4 or 5 zombies charged out from a room with its door open. They had obviously heard the commotion outside. Zhang Long reacted extremely fast. He raised a shotgun and fired at once. Boom! Without a suppressor, the Remington-S gunshot exploded through the hallway like thunder, making everyone's ears buzz. 3 of the zombies were blasted down, but 2 more kept lunging forward. Zhao Hu and Wang Chao opened fire at the same time, and the 2 zombies dropped on the spot. But the gunshots had already carried out. From both above and below, snarls rang out at the same time. They were exposed. Li Jing made a snap decision. Firepower team, move up. Assault team, speed it up. Clear every floor before moving higher. As soon as he finished speaking, messy footsteps came from above the stairwell. The zombies upstairs had heard the noise and were rushing down. Zhou Yang had finally gotten his chance. He set up the Class 201 machine gun and aimed the muzzle up the stairs. Come on, you bastards. The first zombie had only just shown its head before it was ripped into a sieve by a burst. The ones behind stepped over their companion's corpse and kept charging down, one after another, like dumplings dropping into a pot. Da-da-da-da-da. The machine gun's roar was deafening in the narrow stairwell. Shell casings clattered against the floor, and muzzle flashes flickered wildly in the dim light. Those zombies couldn't get down at all. Each one was blown apart the moment half its body appeared, and the corpses piled up on the stairs into a small hill. Jiang Chun held his MG42 and watched the scene. Suddenly feeling the gun in his hands was a little unnecessary. The firepower was too fierce. This was fucking slaughter. Stop. Li Jing suddenly raised a hand. The stairwell above fell silent. It wasn't because there were no zombies left, but because the pile of corpses had gotten too high. The zombies behind couldn't climb over and could only snarl uselessly from above. Assault team, continue clearing the floor, Li Jing ordered. Firepower team, prepare to shift position. Once the assault team clears above, we push up. The fighting that followed turned into a steady, orderly sweep. At every floor, the assault team opened the fire door first and quickly cleared the wandering zombies in the corridor. Then 2 men held the stairwell entrance while the other 2 entered the corridor and checked behind every door for any stragglers. Occasionally, a zombie would rush out from a room, only to be met by precise single shots from the 191 rifles. Sometimes a door would burst open and 3 or 5 would pour out. Then the firepower team would move up directly and solve it with a short burst. 7th floor, cleared. 8th floor, cleared. 9th floor, 10 zombies, cleared. 10th floor, 7 zombies, cleared. 11th floor, 12 zombies. One room was packed full. The moment the door opened, 7 or 8 zombies flooded out, and Zhang Long almost got pounced on. Luckily, Ma Han reacted fast. He swept them with a burst, then added 2 more shots. 12th floor, rooftop. The last few zombies were sunning themselves on the rooftop. Hearing the gunfire, they turned their heads blankly. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. All of them dropped. Building 10, cleared. Li Jing glanced at the timer. Time used, 37 minutes. Approximately 120 zombies killed. No casualties. Jiang Chun stood on the rooftop, breathing hard, his face full of excitement. 37 minutes. 1 building. At this speed, taking 5 buildings before dark would be easy. He walked to the edge of the rooftop and glanced down. Building 10 was under their feet. Building 9 was diagonally across from them, with buildings 8 and 7 lined up in order. Most of the zombies below had already been drawn away. The few scattered ones left posed no threat at all. Just then, he subconsciously raised his head and looked toward that window on the 15th floor of Building 9. The curtain moved, just for an instant, but he saw it. Someone was watching them. Building 9, 15th floor. Chu Yanran suddenly shrank back behind the curtain, covering her mouth. Her heart beat so fast it felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. They had come. Those people had really come. She had seen it just now. Even with another building in between, and from that distance, she had seen figures moving around on the rooftop. Not just one. A lot of them. They were dressed in black and carrying guns, like Special Forces soldiers on TV. What made her heart race even more was that she had heard the da-da-da of gunfire. Those gunshots had come from Building 10 and had lasted for a full half hour. Then they stopped. Then those people appeared on the rooftop. She couldn't see their faces, and she couldn't tell what they were doing. But she knew. They just cleared all the zombies from an entire building. An entire building. Chu Yanran's hands were trembling. She thought about how she had lived these past 2 weeks, hiding in this room like a rat, counting the food she had left every day, listening to the filthy words of that greasy man next door, watching those wandering monsters outside the window. And those people, they were killing zombies. They were clearing buildings. They were fighting. She bit her lip and stared at the light coming through the gap in the curtain. Should she call for help? If they were willing to help her, she was willing to do anything. But what if they were the same as that man next door? What if they were that kind of people too? Just stronger and more dangerous. She didn't know. She only knew she was running out of choices. Her food and water could last at most 1 week. After 1 week, either she would starve to death, or she glanced toward next door, or she would have to beg that disgusting man. Chu Yinran closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly opened them again. She walked to the window, pushed it open, leaned half her body out, and waved with all her strength, even if it was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. She wanted to try. Rooftop of Building 10. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at that window on the 15th floor of Building 9. A figure leaned half its body out and was waving at him, even though he couldn't see the face clearly. That figure and those movements made it obvious it was a woman, and a living person. Li Jing. Yes. Survivor. Building 9, 15th floor. Make a note of it. We'll deal with it later. Yes. Jiang Chun withdrew his gaze and turned to look at his team. Next building, Building 9. Everyone, rest in place for 20 minutes. Replenish your strength and ammo. The order was given, and the team members immediately spread out and found places to sit. Some pulled out canteens and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Some started checking their remaining ammunition. Some leaned against the wall and closed their eyes to rest. Jiang Chun also found a shaded spot and sat down, silently opening the system panel in his mind. The points were still jumping. 8,756. 8,757. 8,758. He opened the system inventory and took out a batch of ammunition. 5.56 millimeter. 5.8 millimeter. 7.62 millimeter. 5 base loads of each. A faint flash passed by, and several ammo crates appeared out of thin air at his feet. Li Jing. Jiang Chun lifted his chin. Hand them out. Yes. Li Jing called a few people over, opened the ammo crates, and started distributing them. The team members took the bullets and skillfully pressed them into empty magazines. The click-clack sounds rose and fell one after another. Jiang Chun leaned against the wall, his gaze falling on the supplies section in the shop. Pork, 1 ton 1 merit point. Beef, 1 ton 1 merit point. Mutton, 1 ton 1 merit point. He swallowed. Half a month. A full half month. What had he been eating all this time? His mouth had long since gone so bland he could barely stand it. Now, just seeing the word meat made his eyes turn green. When this mission was over, no matter what, he had to get some. Braised pork, stewed ribs, twice cooked pork. Soy brasiv pork nucle. He took a deep breath and forcibly drove those images out of his mind. Survive first. Food later. At the same time. Building 11. 5th floor. Lin Mo lay by the window, the barrel of his gun extending through the gap. In his scope was the open space between Building 10 and Building 11. The battle in Building 10 had been intense, but with walls and another building in between, only so much sound had carried out. Even so, more than a dozen stragglers had been alarmed. Swaying, they emerged from various corners and began gathering toward this side. Lin Mo's finger rested lightly on the trigger. Puffed. A zombie that had just turned the corner snapped backward and dropped. Puffed. Another one crawled out from under a car. Before it could even steady itself, it collapsed. Puffed. Puffed. One shot after another, every bullet hit its mark. The zombies drawn by the gunfire had no idea where the bullets were coming from before they were picked off one by one in confusion. Chin Feng was beside him, responsible for spotting. From time to time, he called out directions. 3 o'clock, behind that van, there's another one. 11 o'clock. The two worked together flawlessly. In less than 5 minutes, all 13 zombies were cleared out. Lin Mo let out a breath, swapped magazines, and kept watching. In the distance, that damn music was still playing. You are the most beautiful cloud on the horizon. Let me keep you in my heart. Keep you. Keep you. That melody had been looping for almost an hour now, so infectious it made people want to sing along. Lin Mo stared expressionlessly into the scope, but in his head, keep you had started looping for no reason. He decided that when the mission was over, he was definitely going to smash that crappy speaker. 20 minutes passed quickly. Yuan Shou. Time is up, Li Jing said as he walked over. Jiang Chun stood and stretched. Triple Soldier King physique really was different. After resting for 20 minutes, he felt completely recharged. Shun Shui, send the drone to scout Building 9. Sweep it once with thermal imaging and see how many survivors there are. Yes. Shun Shui sent the drone up, and the feed came back quickly. Building 9, total of 15 floors. She stared at the screen. Thermal imaging shows 5 heat signatures total, spread across different floors. 2 on the 15th floor, 1 on the 9th floor, and 2 on the 5th floor. Jiang Chun nodded. He had a rough count now. All teams, prepare for combat. He picked up the M42 and immediately gave the order. Target, Building 9. Move out. The group came down from Building 10, crossed the open space between the two buildings, and advanced toward the entrance of Building 9. A few scattered zombies were on the open ground, and the assault team casually took them out on the way. Everything was going smoothly. The entrance to Building 9 was right in front of them. Then at that moment, a shrill voice suddenly exploded from above their heads. Hey, soldiers! Jiang Chun's whole body stiffened. Everyone looked up at once. On the 9th floor of Building 9, a window was shoved open, and a fat woman stuck half her body out. Her hair was a complete mess, her face round like a steamed bun, and she was wearing wrinkled sleepwear. She waved frantically at them. Soldiers, you finally came. I'm here. Hurry up and save me. Jiang Chun's pupils contracted sharply. Before anyone could stop it, The woman's voice had already blown through the silent residential complex like a bomb. There's so many zombies outside. Couldn't you have come earlier? If you were even a little later, this old lady would starve to death in here. The more she spoke, the more worked up she became, and the louder her voice got. I'm a taxpayer. I pay so much tax every year to support you people. So protecting me is your job. Hurry up and come save me. Get me out of here. Move it. You motherf. Zhang Long's face turned green with anger. He instinctively raised his gun, but it was already too late. From the surrounding buildings, faint roars could be heard. A considerable number of the zombies that had been drawn toward Building 12 by the music had not gone very far. Hearing the commotion here, they started shambling back. Even worse, chaotic footsteps were coming from inside Building 9's stairwell too. The zombies in the building had been alarmed. Seeing that these people were not reacting, the woman panicked and started cursing at the top of her lungs. What are you all standing around for? Get up here already. I'm telling you, my son is a civil servant. If you don't save me, I'll have my son deal with you. You soldiers just need a good scolding. Taking our money and not doing your job. What is the point of raising you? Weren't you supposed to serve the people? We're at your service now. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Jiang Chun stared fixedly at the woman, his whole body going cold. Not from fear, from overwhelming killing intent. From all directions, the dense chorus of roars drew closer and closer. The zombies returning from the direction of Building 12, the zombies emerging from neighboring buildings. The zombies that had originally been sleeping in corners. All of them had been stirred by this shrew-esque voice. They surged in from every direction like a tide. Jiang Chun could practically feel countless murky eyes fixed on them. Li Jing, his voice was cold as ice. Here, retreat. Yes. Li Jing immediately gave the order. Everyone, fall back to Building 10. Move. The Jiaolong squad did not hesitate in the slightest. They instantly turned and sprinted toward Building 10. Behind them, the woman's voice was still going. Hey, why are you running? Come back. Save me. You cowards. Deserters. I'm going to report you. I'll make sure you pay for this. What kind of soldiers are you? You're a bunch of trash. Garbage. Jiang Chun's steps paused. He slowly turned his head and looked toward the fifth-floor window of Building 11. Lin Mo was still there. Jiang Chun raised a hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Then he pressed his earpiece, his voice incomparably cold. Lin Mo, shoot that bitch from just now dead for me. Lin Mo's voice came through the earpiece instantly. Yes. Yuan Shou, Building 11, 5th floor. In Lin Mo's scope, that fat woman was still cursing at the window. She waved both hands, her mouth opening and closing. Though he couldn't hear exactly what she was yelling, one look at her expression and posture told him it was nothing good. Lin Mo aligned the crosshair with the center of her brows. His finger rested lightly on the trigger. The woman seemed to have tired herself out from all the yelling. She paused to catch her breath and glanced down below, probably to see where those people had run off to. Perfect. Lin Mo pulled the trigger. A soft sound. In the scope, the woman's head snapped back violently. Her entire skull cap was blown off. Red and white splattered across the wall. Her fat body swayed, then fell straight backward. The cursing stopped abruptly. The whole world went quiet. Only that damned music in the distance was still playing. Keep you. Jiang Chun led the group, charging into Building 10's entrance and sprinting all the way upstairs. Behind them, the chaotic footsteps had already reached the ground floor. The zombies flooded into the lobby, roaring as they crashed around wildly. But they couldn't find the stairwell entrance. When Zhang Long came in last, he casually shut the fire door and jammed a mop against it from the inside. Upstairs, the rooftop, Jiang Chun did not stop. The group charged up the stairs in one rush. 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor, 10th floor, 15th floor, rooftop. Zhang Long kicked the rooftop iron door open, and everyone filed out. When the last team member rushed in, he and Zhao Hu grabbed the iron door together and slammed it shut with all their strength. Click! The lock dropped into place. A pounding sound came from outside. The zombies had caught up. They were frantically hammering on the iron door. Bang, 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 bang. The iron door shook, and the chain rattled loudly, but could still hold for now. Jiang Chun leaned against the low wall, breathing hard. Li Jing walked over and glanced at the iron door. Don't worry, Yuan Shou. These rooftop iron doors all open outward. Zombies can't open doors. As long as it's locked from the inside, they can't get in. Jiang Chun nodded without saying anything. He lowered his head and looked downstairs. A dense mass of zombies had already surrounded Building 10 so tightly that not even water could pass through. They were pouring in from all directions, cramming beneath the building, crowding at the entrance, filling the stairwell. A black sea stretched out below like a dark tide. Jiang Chun stared at that sea of corpses, his gaze icy. Not because he was afraid. Because of that shrew. Taxpayer? Civil servant's son? Report him? Make sure he suffered the consequences? Huh. Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh and turned to look at the window on the 5th floor of Building 11. Lin Mo was still there. He raised a hand and made a gesture toward this side to show the mission was complete. Jiang Chun nodded and withdrew his gaze. Yuan Shou. Li Jing walked over and handed him canteen. Drink some water. Jiang Chun took it and gulped down a large mouthful. Yuan Shou. We're trapped on the rooftop now. Li Jing looked at the sea of zombies below. The zombies have surrounded the whole building. We can't get down anytime soon. I know. Should we use that heavy machine gun? Sweep a wave? Jiang Chun leaned against the wall and shook his head without speaking. He stared at the black mass of zombies below while his mind spun rapidly. The whole plan had fallen apart. He had originally planned to clear through the buildings one by one and take 5 buildings before dark. But now, Building 10 was sealed off tight, and there was no chance of getting into Building 9 either. There had to be at least 2,000 or 3,000 zombies down there, all surging in from every direction. That one scream from that shrew had drawn over half the zombies in the residential complex. Break out now? That would just be suicide. Jiang Chun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. He blamed himself for not killing that shrew the moment it happened. When she first stuck her head out the window and shouted, Lin Mo's gun had already been aimed in that direction. If he had given the order, that woman wouldn't even have had time to shout a second sentence. But he had hesitated. He had thought that was a living person, a survivor. Maybe she was just panicking for a moment. Maybe she could still be reasoned with. And the result? This was the result. He opened his eyes and looked at the packed zombies below, his gaze cold as ice. From now on, if this kind of thing happened again, he would not hesitate. No matter who it was, man or woman, old or young, as long as they dared threaten him and his team, kill, there would be no second chance. No room for mercy. He glanced at the system panel. The points were still ticking upward. 10,876, 10,877, 10,878. For now, all he could do was wait. Wait for the zombies to disperse. They couldn't stay gathered here forever. The music was still playing. Even if people got used to it after hearing it for a long time, as long as that thing didn't stop, it would keep drawing zombies in. Once the commotion here died down, most of the zombies would be drawn away by the music again. Or he could wait until tonight. In a few more hours, he would be able to exchange for the 1st Infantry Squad. 12 fully armed soldiers, with the Jiaolong Squad attacking from both sides. They might actually be able to carve out a bloody path. Just then, the system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that zombies killed under Yuan Shou's command. 323. Reward settlement in progress. Ding. Settlement successful. Points. 323. Ding. Detected drop. 160mm mortar blueprint. Jiang Chun froze for a moment. A mortar? What mortar? He hurriedly opened the system warehouse, and sure enough, there was a blue blueprint lying quietly inside. PP-93 type 60mm mortar blueprint. Holy shit. Jiang Chun's heart nearly skipped a beat. He immediately opened the shop and found personal artillery PP-93 type 60mm mortar. The icon, which had originally been gray, was now lit up. He opened the details. PP-93 type 60mm mortar. Type. Light mortar caliber. 60.75mm total weight. 22.5 kilograms maximum range. 5,564 meters minimum range. 100 meters rate of fire. 20 rounds per minute kill radius. 20 meters features. Lightweight. Flexible. Highly accurate. Fierce firepower. Suitable for combat in complex terrain such as mountains and urban alleyways. Exchange price. 500 merit points per unit shell price. 5 merit points per round. Jiang Chun stared at the maximum range. 5,564 meters. Over 5 kilometers. Then he looked again at the zombies packed together downstairs. Distance. Less than 100 meters. And most importantly, this thing was loud. Louder than guns. Louder than the music. Louder than anything else. A flash of inspiration struck Jiang Chun's mind. And a crazy plan rapidly took shape. Wasn't the music not loud enough? Wasn't it not enough to lure all the zombies away? Then he'd give them something more exciting. Artillery bombardment. Use mortars to blast them. The booming sound of artillery would definitely work better than the most dazzling ethnic style. Zombies were sensitive to sound. With a commotion this big, it could draw every zombie within several kilometers. When that happened, forget buildings 10 and 9. Even the zombies in the entire residential complex would be drawn away. Then they could break out. He licked his dry lips, and a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. Wasn't the noise too small? Wasn't it not enough to attract zombies? Then he'd give him something big. Li Jing. Yes, you know how to use mortars, right? Li Jing froze for a moment, then smiled. There was a hint of helplessness in that smile, as if saying, Yuan Shou, what kind of question is that? Yuan Shou, the Jiaolong Squad, can use any military weapon. Mortars are basic training. Forget 60mm ones. Even 120mm ones are no problem. Jiang Chun nodded and said no more. He directly opened the shop. PP-93 type 60mm mortar X6 consumes 3,000 merit points. 60mm mortar shells X200 consumes 1,000 merit points. A faint gleam flashed. On the rooftop, 6 mortars and 20 crates of shells appeared out of thin air. Dark green barrels, sturdy base plates, precision sights, lined up neatly in a row. Beside them were 20 wooden crates. Once opened, they revealed golden yellow shells inside, their warheads still coated with anti-rust oil. Everyone froze at the same time. The cigarette in Zhang Long's hand dropped to the ground. Zhou Yang rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. Zhao Hu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only managed to let out a single word. Shun Shui rarely looked this shocked. Her eyes widened as she stared at those mortars, then looked at Jiang Chun, then back at the mortars. Li Jing took a deep breath, walked to the nearest mortar, crouched down and touched the barrel, then looked at the base plate. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Jiang Chun. Chief, where did you get these from? Jiang Chun looked at him and said calmly, don't worry about that. I'm giving you a mission. Use these things and blast the zombie horde on the road outside the residential complex. Blast them hard. Li Jing froze for a moment, then immediately understood. He stood up, and the corner of his mouth curled into an arc. That arc carried killing intent. Yes, Chief. He turned and looked at his team members. What are you all standing around for? Set up the guns. The 12 men immediately moved. Some carried shells, some set up the base plates. Some adjusted the angle of the barrels, and some took out rangefinders to calculate the distance. Their movements were skilled, their coordination seamless. One look was enough to tell they were professionals. In less than 3 minutes, all 6 mortars had been set up. Chief, Li Jing walked over. Target area confirmed. The main road outside the residential complex has the highest zombie density, visually estimated at over 2,000. Distance is about 400 meters. Firing angles have been adjusted. We can open fire at any time. Jiang Chan walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked toward the distant street. A black mass of zombies was packed together there. Some wandered aimlessly, some tore at each other, and some lay on the ground, gnawing on remains. From below Building 10 all the way to beyond the residential complex wall, they were packed shoulder to shoulder, stretching as far as the eye could see. That asked them. Begin. Li Jing raised his hand and swung it down hard. Fire. 1 round for ranging. At the first mortar, Zhou Yang lifted a shell with both hands, aimed it at the muzzle, and let go. The shell slid into the barrel. Thump. With a muffled boom, the shell shot into the sky with a sharp screech, tracing a beautiful arc. A few seconds later, a massive explosion came from a distance. Boom. On the main road, 400 meters away, a blossom of black dirt mixed with blood and flesh exploded upward. The zombies at the center of the blast were torn straight into pieces. More than a dozen around them were thrown into the air by the shockwave, severed limbs flying high. Target zone hit. Correction complete. Li Jing gave a thumbs up. We can fire a salvo now. All guns, salvo. Jiang Chen ordered. All 6 mortars were loaded at the same time. Thump, 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 thump. The 6 mortars began firing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On the distant street, 6 bursts of fire bloomed at once. The explosions were deafening, and the shockwaves swept through everything. The zombies dropped in swaths like wheat being harvested. Remains flew up and crashed back down. In an instant, the entire street turned into a sea of fire. The cannon fire echoed over the residential complex, wave after wave, carrying farther and farther. The zombies below that had been surrounding Building 10 began to react. They raised their heads and turned blankly toward the direction the sound was coming from. At the same time, the firepower team was in charge of loading. Aside from the 2-man sniper team, everyone else was helping carry shells. Even Xin Shui and Jiang Xiaobai joined in. The rooftop was in full swing, and the cannon fire was deafening. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions merged into one continuous roar, like firecrackers during New Year, except 10,000 times louder. The zombies crowded together below were completely screwed. One shell landed and blasted open a whole patch, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Before the surrounding zombies could even react, the second round arrived and wiped out another patch. Third round, fourth round, fifth round. On the street, the black sea of corpses looked like it was being kneaded over and over by an invisible giant hand. Every explosion cleared out a small section. Every shockwave sent a huge crowd flying. Those zombies had no idea what was happening. They only heard the massive blasts. And then the same kind around them exploded. Some had their legs blown off and could only lie on the ground and howl. Some were flipped over by the shockwave, climbed back up, and were blown down again by the next shell. Some were hit directly, and chunks of them scattered everywhere. Blood and flesh rained down from above. Severed arms, severed legs, heads, and entrails covered the entire street. Smoke billowed, and flames soared into the sky. Switch targets. Li Jing shouted. At the 3 o'clock direction. Next to that overturned bus, at least 200. The muzzles were adjusted slightly. Thump, thump, thump. Boom, boom, boom. The bus was hit directly. Its fuel tank detonated, and a huge fireball shot into the sky. The surrounding zombies were instantly swallowed by flames, burning with crackling pops. The scorched stench could be smelled even from 400 meters away. Feels good or what? Zhou Yang shouted while loading another shell. Hell yeah. Zhang Long hugged a shell crate, grinning like a child. This is F-King awesome. Jiang Chun stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking at that living hell, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. That shrew S1 scream had attracted so many zombies, and now those zombies were being blasted into the sky. Didn't he know why he suddenly thought of that shrew? If she were still alive, what expression would she have on her face seeing this? She'd probably be so scared she'd piss herself. Too bad. She didn't get the chance. Chief, Li Jing ran over. There are about 150 shells left. Should we conserve them a little? Jiang Chun glanced downstairs. More than half the zombies on the street had already been wiped out. But on the main road, outside the residential complex, even more zombies were being drawn over by the explosions. A constant stream. Endless. Jiang Chun licked his lips, his gaze icy. No need to conserve. Keep blasting. Blast them to death. Understood. Boom. Another shell exploded in the distance. Flames shot into the sky. And that orange-red fire could be seen even from several streets away. Fengtian City, East District, inside the basement of a residential building. A middle-aged man was curled up in a corner, clutching a yellowed family photo tightly in his hand. In the photo, he stood together with his wife and daughter, all smiling so happily. It had been taken in a park 3 years ago. His daughter had just turned 10, with 2 little braids and a gap where one tooth was missing. He had been staring at that photo for half a month straight. His wife was gone. His daughter was gone too. And so he had kept sitting here, staring at that photo. He no longer even knew how many days it had been. He no longer cared what the outside world was like. Whether there were zombies, whether there were survivors, whether anyone would come save him. He didn't care about any of it. Boom, boom, boom. Another string of explosions rang out, shaking dust loose from the basement ceiling. The man didn't move at all. He didn't even raise his head. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions kept coming, one after another, each louder than the last, each closer than the last. At last, the man's eyelids twitched. Slowly, he raised his head and looked at the tightly shut iron basement door. What was that sound? Thunder? No, thunder didn't sound like that. He struggled to his feet, staggered to the door, and pressed his ear against the cold iron. Boom, another blast. It made his ears buzz. That sound. He had served in the army when he was young. Just 2 years of mandatory service, but he remembered that sound. Artillery. That was artillery. Artillery fire. The man's eyes flew open wide. He yanked open the iron door, staggered up the stairs, shoved open the hallway window, and looked outside. In the distance, about 2 or 3 streets away, flames were shooting into the sky. That was where the explosion had happened. Every time the fire flared up, a muffled, thunder-like boom followed. Artillery. It really was artillery. The military's artillery. The man's lips began to tremble, and his eyes instantly turned red. The military, he muttered. It's the military. The military is here. He pressed himself against the window, staring fixedly at that sea of fire as tears streamed down his face and into his mouth. Salty. Half a month. For a full half month. He had hidden in that pitch-black basement like a rat, waiting to slowly starve to death, die of thirst, or turn into one of those monsters. He had never thought he would live to see this day. They're here. They're finally here. He dropped to his knees in front of the window, clutching that family photo, cry like a child. In the underground parking garage of a certain building, 7 or 8 people were huddled together, listening to the explosions outside and exchanging uncertain looks. What was that sound? A young woman asked. Sounds like an explosion. A man said uncertainly. It's artillery. In the corner, an old man with graying hair suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look at him. The old man slowly stood up, walked to the exit, and listened for a while with his head tilted. Then he turned around, looked at them, and said in a hoarse but firm voice, "It's our artillery. Our army has fought its way back." At the same time, within a radius of 3 kilometers, the survivors hiding in corners almost all raised their heads at the same moment. And some people cried. Some laughed. Some hugged each other. Some knelt on the ground. Half a month. For a full half month, they had lived in hell, spending every day in fear, not knowing whether they would still see the sun tomorrow. Now, they had heard the sound of artillery. That was the sound of hope. On the rooftop of Building 10, Jiang Chun stood at the edge, looking at the street in the distance that had been blasted to pieces, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Behind him, the artillery fire was still continuing. Boom, 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 boom. With every shot, another patch of zombies was wiped out. He had no idea that the barrage just now had ignited hope in the hearts of so many people. Jiang Chun glanced at the artillery shells in the ammo crate. More than half had already been used up. Out of 200 shells, fewer than 60 remained now. But there was not a trace of heartache in his eyes. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Every shell that exploded tore apart a dozen or even dozens of zombies. At 1 point per zombie, that barrage just now had killed at least over 1,000 of them. The points alone had already paid the cost back. Not to mention that if he got lucky, he might even get a few useful blueprints. He withdrew his gaze and looked down at the residential complex below. It was already empty now. The zombies that had originally been gathered beneath Building 10 and Building 9 had all vanished. They had all been drawn by the explosions to the main road outside the complex, where they had crowded together and been blown apart in a storm of blood and flesh. As for the ones still left behind, there were only a few scattered stragglers. Not enough to pose any threat. Jiang Chun was overjoyed. Sure enough, it worked. This thing was way more effective than blasting the most dazzling ethnic trend. That crappy speaker had looped for 2 hours and still hadn't attracted as many zombies as these few rounds of artillery. Zombies might not have intelligence, but their sensitivity to sound was fixed. Artillery was dozens of times louder than music, so naturally its pull was far stronger. Grr. His stomach growled. Only then did Jiang Chen remember that he had been busy since morning and hadn't eaten a single bite. He opened the shop and casually tapped into the supplies section. Self-heating rice, single serving 1 merit point per box. Braised beef, can 1 merit point per can. Mineral water, 1.5 liters, 1 merit point per bottle. They're all dirt cheap. Jiang Chen directly exchanged for 20 servings of self-heating rice, 20 cans of braised beef, and 20 bottles of water. A faint flash passed by, and a small pile appeared by his feet. Come over and eat something, he called out. After that, we keep working. The team members gathered around. The moment they saw that pile of supplies, their eyes lit up. Holy shit, self-heating rice? Zhang Long grabbed a box and stared wide-eyed in excitement. This luxurious. The group sat down right on the ground and started eating. Tear open the packaging, add water. Wait a few minutes and the steaming hot rice was ready. Then open a can of braised beef and pour it over the rice. The smell alone was enough to make someone swallow his tongue. Jiang Chen shoveled the food into his mouth. In half a month, this was the most delicious meal he had eaten. After finishing, he drank a few mouthfuls of water, and his whole body seemed to come back to life. How many shells are left? He asked. Li Jing counted them. 53. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then gave the order, leave 2 people here on guard. Fire 1 round every few minutes, and keep drawing the zombies' attention. The rest of you, prepare to attack Building 9. Yes. The team members immediately started getting ready, checking their guns, loading magazines, organizing their gear. Yo Yang, Wu Zheng. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 of them. Fire 1 round every 5 minutes. No need to aim. Just bombard the distance and keep the noise going. Don't let the zombies come back. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded, picked up the MG-42, and looked at the others. Move out. Building 9. At the same time. Building 9, 15th floor. A greasy man was sprawled on his bed, sleeping soundly. Boom! A single explosion made the windows buzz and shake. The man rolled over and cursed under his breath. Which dumbass is setting off fireworks at noon? Are you going to let people sleep or not? Boom! Another explosion. The man shot upright, furious. Fuck your mother. Is this ever going to end? Barefoot. He jumped out of bed and rushed to the window, yanking the curtains open as he was about to start cursing. Then he froze. In the distance, on the main road outside the residential complex, flames were soaring into the sky. Thick smoke billowed. Explosions rang out one after another, and every time the fire flashed, countless chunks of flesh and severed limbs were blasted into the air. Even from this far away, he could smell that scorched stench. The man's mouth hung open, but no sound came out. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again. He and T seen wrong. That was artillery? It really was artillery? He stared blankly at that blaze, his mind completely empty. His earlier sleep-fueled anger had long since vanished beyond the clouds. On the same floor, Chu Yanran stood by the window, gripping the curtain tightly in her hand as she stared at the rooftop of Building 10. She had seen it. That dense round of artillery fire just now had come from that direction. But she clearly remembered that those people only had guns, not artillery. She recognized those guns, rifles, machine guns, and those long sniper rifles. But mortars? Where had they gotten something that big and heavy? There was no way it had just appeared out of thin air, right? Chu Yanran bit her lip, unable to make sense of it, no matter how hard she thought. Just then, movement suddenly came from downstairs. She lowered her head to look, and her heart gave a violent jump. Those people had come. Building 9, first floor lobby. Li Jing led the assault team at the very front. Just as Jiang Chen had predicted, there were not many zombies left in the building anymore. The non-stop explosions for more than half an hour had drawn most of the zombies away. The ones left behind were probably the kind who had bad hearing even before they died. In a lobby, 3 zombies were wandering around. With 3 soft sounds, all of them dropped to the ground. In the stairwell, Li Jing waved his hand. The fire door was pushed open gently. Inside, it was pitch black. A flashlight beam swept across the space. At the landing around the corner, 2 zombies were crawling upward. They fell. The team began pushing upward. 2nd floor, 2. 3rd floor, not a single one. Only dried blood all over the floor. 4th floor, 3. They were crouched inside an open doorway, only shambling out after hearing the noise. 5th floor. The moment the fire door was pushed open, a sudden scream came from inside. A middle-aged woman was huddled in the corner at the end of the hallway, clutching her head with both hands, trembling all over. Zhang Long raised a hand in signal, and the assault team immediately secured the surroundings. A survivor, he reported in a low voice. Li Jing walked over and glanced at her. Don't be afraid. We're here to clear out the zombies. Stay here and don't move. Once we finish clearing the whole building, we'll deal with you all together. The middle-aged woman nodded frantically. She was too scared to even speak. The team continued upward. 6th floor, 2. 7th floor, none. 8th floor, 4. They rushed out of one of the rooms and were cut down by a burst from Zhang Long 9th floor. As soon as the fire door opened, a wave of foul stench hit them in the face. 2 rotting corpses lay in the hallway. At that moment, a nearby door suddenly opened. A sallow, skinny man poked his head out. When he saw the fully armed team members, he froze for a second, then dropped to his knees with a thud. Save me. Please save me. Li Jing glanced at him. Stay where you are. Don't move. 10th floor, 11th floor, 12th floor. Just a few scattered zombies. Easily dealt with. 13th floor, empty. 14th floor, empty. 15th floor. The fire door was pushed open, and the hallway was completely empty. But the doors on both sides were closed. Li Jing made a hand signal. Zhang Long led his men to the door on the left, while Zhao Hu took his men to cover the right side. The people inside opened the door, Li Jing said in a deep voice. From behind the left side door came a rustling sound. Then the door opened, and a woman in a purple nightgown stood in the doorway. Her face was pale. Her lips cracked, but that face, Zhang Long paused for a second. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Even in her current disheveled state, she couldn't hide that natural grace. Chu Yanran looked at the fully armed people in front of her, her heart pounding like a drum. Her gaze passed over them and landed at the end of the hallway. A young man was standing there. He looked like he was only in his early 20s. But everyone's eyes were on him. The door on the right suddenly opened. A greasy fat man stuck half his head out. The moment he saw the people outside, his eyes lit up. Oh wow, you're finally here? I've been waiting for stars and waiting for the moon, and I finally waited for you. As he spoke, he edged toward the doorway. So when are we leaving? To the safe zone? Is there a helicopter? Or an armored vehicle? Let me tell you, I'm super cooperative. I'll do whatever you want to do. Shut up. Li Jing walked in and swept a cold glance over him. Stay in the room and don't move. Once we finish clearing the entire residential complex, we'll make unified arrangements. With that, he turned and was about to leave. Wang Dafu froze for a moment, the smile on his face stiffening. Wait a second. He frowned and hurried after him. What do you mean by that? You're not taking me out? You're just leaving me here to wait? Li Jing ignored him and kept walking out. Hey, you can't do this. Wang Dafu instantly grew anxious, with a trace of blame in his tone. What if zombies come? What if I get bitten? Aren't you soldiers supposed to protect the common people? How can you just leave me here and not care? Zhang Long's footsteps halted. Wang Dafu didn't notice and kept going. I'm telling you, I know people. My cousin works at the city government. If you don't take care of me, I'll have him sue you. You soldiers take the people's money. So you should be protecting us. It's your duty. You bang. Zhang Long turned around and smashed the butt of his gun straight into his face. Wang Dafu let out a miserable scream and crouched down, clutching his face. Blood streamed from between his fingers. Why you dare hit me? I'm telling you. Once we get out, I'll definitely make sure you. Before he could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The fat man's head snapped back violently, and a bloody hole appeared in the center of his forehead. His eyes were wide open, the expression on his face still frozen there, as his whole body fell stiffly backward. Thud! The corpse slammed onto the floor, and blood slowly spread out beneath it. Chu Yanran suddenly covered her mouth, nearly crying out. Zhang Long lowered his gun and spat viciously. Fuck your grandma. I almost got killed today by trash exactly like you. I was worrying I'd have nowhere to vent. And a little piece of shit like you still dared to come crashing into my gun barrel. Fuck your mother. On the other side, Jiang Chun stood at the end of the hallway, looking at the corpse without the slightest ripple on his face. For this kind of person, zero tolerance. He walked over and stopped in front of Chu Yanran. Seen up close, this woman really was beautiful. Even though she had grown gaunt, even though her face was full of exhaustion, the foundation was still there. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He took out 2 self-heating rice meals, 2 cans of braised beef, and 2 bottles of water from his backpack, then handed them to her. Stay here honestly and lock the door, he said calmly. Once we finish clearing the whole residential complex, we'll make unified arrangements for the survivors. Chu Yanran accepted the things instinctively and stared at him blankly. Then he turned and left. Next building, Building 8, his voice came from the end of the hallway. The Jiaolong squad quickly followed after him, their footsteps gradually fading away. Chu Yanran stood rooted in place, holding the food, watching that young figure grow farther and farther away. For a long time, she couldn't come back to her senses. Those people, they all seemed to revolve around him. Just who exactly was this young man? 3:10 in the afternoon. Rooftop of Building 6. Jiang Chun leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. The slanting sunlight fell over him, warm and comforting, making him feel a little drowsy. From the start of the assault on Building 9 until now, when they had taken Building 6, they had fought continuously for nearly 2 hours. Building 8, Building 7, Building 6. 3 buildings. Not many, but not few either. But every floor had to be cleared, every room had to be checked, and every corner had to be searched. This kind of high-intensity combat was a huge drain on both stamina and focus. The team members were scattered all over the rooftop. Some were lying directly on the ground. Some leaned against the wall with their eyes closed to rest. Some silently drank water and ate. No one spoke. There was only the sound of heavy breathing and the occasional clink of firearms. Li Jing walked over with a notebook in hand. Chief, the count is finished. Jiang Chen nodded. Go ahead. After this round of fighting, from Building 9 to Building 6, we killed about 70 zombies and rescued 8 survivors. Adding the 4 from Building 10, we rescued a total of 12 survivors today. Jiang Chen nodded. 70 zombies, 12 survivors. The progress was even smoother than expected. He took the canteen Li Jing handed over, gulped down a big mouthful, and casually swept his gaze into the distance. Then he froze. Li Jing. He pointed far away. What place is that? Li Jing raised the binoculars and looked in the direction Jiang Chun was pointing. The back gate of the residential complex. A steel gate over 3 meters tall stood there, mottled with rust, but it still looked pretty sturdy. The key point was that behind the gate, there was a dark mass. All zombies, packed shoulder to shoulder, crammed together like a train station plaza during spring festival travel season. They were all jammed outside the gate. Some were pushing forward, some were wandering in circles, and some were sprawled on the ground gnawing on something. At that density, there were at least over 2,000 of them by visual estimate. Li Jing lowered the binoculars. They were probably drawn here by the shelling. But the steel gate is blocking them, so they can't get in. They've all piled up there. Jiang Chun took the binoculars and looked for himself. Sure enough, that steel gate had been locked from the inside. A thick iron chain was wrapped around the bolt several times, with a large padlock hanging from it. No one knew which bro had done that on the day the apocalypse arrived, but it was truly a boundless act of merit. If that gate hadn't been there, those zombies would poured in long ago. At that point, forget clearing buildings. They might not even have been able to leave this residential complex alive. In his heart, Jiang Chun silently kowtowed once to that unknown bro, leave them alone for now. He put down the binoculars. With that steel gate there, they can't get in. Let us clean up our own little patch first. We'll deal with them later. Yes. Jiang Chun glanced at the exhausted team members. People were iron, food was steel. No matter how fierce a soldier was, he still needed rest. Not to mention this kind of high-intensity urban close-quarters fighting. It drained the mind even more than the body. There could be zombies behind every door, and one could suddenly lunge out from every corner. If your nerves stayed taut the whole time, sooner or later they would snap. We'll stop here for today. He gave the order. Everyone, rest where you are. We're spending the night in Building 6. The team members let out sighs of relief. Some dropped flat on the ground on the spot. Some started checking their gear. And some gathered together to chat in low voices. Jiang Chun leaned back into a corner and silently opened the system panel. Points: 14,782. 14,783. 14,784. It was still rising. 1 point per second, non-stop. He was still short by more than 35,000 points to exchange for the 1st Infantry Squad. At the rate of 1 point per second, that meant roughly another 10 hours. By midnight tonight, it should be enough. Jiang Chun calculated inwardly. When he woke up tomorrow morning, he would have 12 more fully armed soldiers under his command. Add the Jiaolong Squad, and that would make 24 men total. At that point, clearing the remaining buildings would be much more certain. In the distance, the sound of mortars had already stopped. Zhou Yang and Wu Zheng's side had probably run out of shells. The entire residential complex sank into silence. Only the occasional zombie howl drifted over, faint and indistinct. Just then, the system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected that forces under the Supreme Leader have killed 3,456 zombies. Beginning reward settlement. Gained 3,456 points. Drop detected. Flame Thrower Blueprint 1. AMR-2M Anti-Material Sniper Rifle Blueprint 1. Tactical Grade Condom 1. Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment. A flamethrower? An anti-material sniper rifle? Good stuff. He hurriedly opened the shop, and sure enough, under Personal Special Weapons, 2 new icons had lit up. Flamethrower Type, Single Soldier Flame Thrower Model. Type 02, Fuel Capacity. 10 liters effective range. 40 meters maximum range. 80 meters continuous spray time. About 15 seconds features. The high-temperature flames it sprays can instantly burn zombies to ashes. The thick smoke produced by combustion has a dispersal effect, making it especially suitable for clearing enclosed spaces and zombie hordes. Exchange price: 50 merit points per unit fuel price, 10 merit points per canister. AMR-2M Anti-Material Sniper Rifle. Type: Anti-Material Sniper Rifle Caliber. 12.7 millimeters total weight. 12.5 kilograms effective range. 1,800 meters feed method. 5-round magazine features. Designed specifically to deal with light armor targets and for long-range sniping. Fires 12.7 millimeter large caliber rounds. One shot can punch through a group of zombies. Tremendous power. Comes with a high magnification scope and suppressor, sold separately. Exchange price: 100 merit points per rifle. Jiang Chun stared at the 2 items, his eyes lighting up. A flamethrower. An effective range of 40 meters. With 15 seconds of continuous spray. In the future, if he ran into dense zombie hordes or needed to clear certain enclosed spaces, this thing would be a divine weapon. One blast, and the zombies would turn straight into barbecue. As for the anti-material sniper rifle, that went without saying. One shot, one little friend. He was studying them with great satisfaction when his gaze landed on the 3rd drop. Tactical grade condom. Type: military grade protective product specification. 1 box, 12 pieces features. Ultra thin, lubricated, ultra realistic experience. Made with military grade polymer materials, with triple the strength of ordinary products while maintaining extreme thinness. Suitable for use in apocalypse environments. Ahem ahem. Exchange price, 1 merit point per box Jiang Chun. He stared at that line for a full 5 seconds. Tactical grade? An ultra-thin, lubricated, ultra-realistic experience? System. ISNT or art style a little off here? He looked up at his surroundings. The exhausted team members were resting. In the distance was a mountain and sea of corpses, a bleak and murderous apocalyptic wasteland. Then he looked back down at the box of condoms in the system inventory. A powerful sense of dissonance suddenly hit him. System. He asked silently in his heart. What the hell are you giving me this for? Ding. In an apocalyptic environment, population is the most precious resource. This system encourages the supreme leader to actively restore population growth whenever conditions permit. Jiang Chun. What the hell do you mean, restore population growth? If that was really the logic, then what did he need this thing for? He decided to ignore this bizarre drop and continue researching the 2 real weapons. Though speaking of it, 1 merit point per box really was cheap. What if one day it actually came in handy? Better keep it for now. As time passed, night quietly descended. Overhead was a sky full of stars. Beneath their feet lay the deathly silent, apocalyptic wasteland. From time to time, a few zombie howls drifted in from afar, faint and distant, like the background audio of this world. On the rooftop, 12 people sat in a circle. They were the survivors who had been rescued. There was a middle-aged to elderly man with graying hair, a few sallow and emaciated women, several young people in their early 20s, and a woman in a purple nightdress. At this moment, all of them were staring at the same person. Jiang Chun sat cross-legged on an ammo crate. In front of him was a small folding stool. On the stool sat a self-heating hot pot, steaming away. Red chili oil rolled and bubbled, and the spicy fragrance drifted out with the night wind. In his left hand, he held the hot pot. In his right, a freshly pan-seared steak, cooked medium. The surface was lightly browned, and where it had been cut, open. Pink meat juices still glistened. He took a huge bite. The fat from the steak burst in his mouth, mixed with the aroma of black pepper, then slid down his throat into his stomach. Refreshing. He narrowed his eyes and took another bite of the wide vermicelli from the self-heating hot pot. It was so spicy it made him suck in air, but he couldn't stop at all. This was the life a person was meant to live. In the crowd, Shu Yanran watched the scene and grumbled inwardly. Self-heating hot pot, steak. Being able to eat this stuff in the apocalypse was way too extravagant, wasn't it? She swallowed unconsciously. Her stomach rumbled. The others weren't doing any better. Those eyes were all fixed on the food in Jiang Chun's hands. Their gazes so burning it was like fire might shoot out at any moment. Some kept swallowing their saliva. Some had their Adam S. apples bobbing up and down. Some even unconsciously inched their butts forward. Finally, a middle-aged man couldn't take it anymore. He wore a wrinkled shirt, his hair was a complete mess, and his eye sockets were sunken. One look, and it was obvious he'd been starving for many days. He edged forward and forced out a flattering smile. Sir, can you share a little with me? Just a tiny bit. I haven't had meat in a long time. Just one small bite. Jiang Chun stopped chewing and looked up at him. You want to eat? The middle-aged man nodded desperately. Yes, yes. Jiang Chun wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and asked flatly, but why? The middle-aged man froze. Do I know you? And no, you don't. Do you have any relationship with me? And no. Have you ever helped me with anything? The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but no words came out. Jiang Chun swept a glance over the others. His voice wasn't loud, but every single person heard him clearly. Do you all think that just because I saved you, I'm supposed to feed you too? No one dared answer. Cut the bullshit moral kidnapping. Jiang Chun took a bite of steak and spoke while chewing. First, I'm not your parents. I have no obligation to raise you. Second, I don't owe any of you anything. Whatever taxes you pay before has nothing to do with me. Third, the reason you've lived until now is your own luck, not my protection. He swallowed that mouthful of meat and looked at the group with calm eyes. You want to eat? Fine. He stood up and waved the steak in his hand. My name is Jiang Chun. I'm the highest commander here. Starting today, all of you must obey my command. Whatever I tell you to do, you do it. As long as you can do that, you won't be lacking in food or water. Those who can accept that, step forward. Those who can't, he swept a glance over the crowd, and his tone turned cold. This isn't a shelter. I can't accommodate great Buddhas like you. Go find somewhere else. The moment his words fell, whispers immediately rose from the crowd. Obey everything he says? How is that any different from being slaves? Yeah. What if he sends us to die? Do whatever he says? That is way too much, isn't it? Who knows if he is like those thugs outside? Wanting to use us as cannon fodder? Exactly. How is this any different from the old society? A few people chimed in one after another, getting more worked up as they talked. Right then, 2 figures stepped forward at the same time. Everyone was stunned. One was the woman in the purple nightgown. The other was a man wearing glasses. He was sallow and skinny, looked to be in his early 30s, and the cuffs of his shirt were worn white. He looked like a down-and-out intellectual. Jiang Chun was a little surprised, especially by that woman. He thought a delicate-looking girl like her would be the first to hesitate. He hadn't expected her to step out so quickly. Still, that was all. Zhang Long. Here, get the 2 of them something to eat. Got it. Zhang Long grinned, turned around, and brought out 2 plates from the pile of supplies behind him. On the plates were two freshly pan-seared steaks, still steaming, cooked medium, with black pepper sprinkled over the surface. He walked up to the two of them and handed over the plates. Being able to eat this in the apocalypse. You're getting off easy. Then he picked up 2 bottles of water from his side and stuffed them into their hands. Why aren't you thanking the chief already? Chu Yanran lowered her head and looked at the steak on the plate in her hands. Steam rose from it, and the smell of meat rushed at her face. Her eyes suddenly stung. Half a month. A full half month, she had been eating rock-hard bread and drinking ration water. She'd been so hungry her chest almost stuck to her back, and she'd lost a whole circle of weight. And now, a plate of steaming hot steak was in her hands. She lifted her head and looked at that young man. Thank you, Chief. The man with glasses also said, Thank you, Chief. Jiangshan nodded and said nothing. The two carried their plates to the side and started eating in huge bites. The moment the steak entered her mouth, Chu Yanran nearly burst into tears. It was too fragrant. The meat was tender, the juices were rich, and the black pepper flavor was just right. As she chewed, tears fell from her eyes, mixing with the meat as she ate. The man with glasses wasn't much better off. He wolfed it down as if he wished he could chew up the plate too, mumbling through a full mouth, so good. Too good. In the crowd, the people who had been arguing just moments ago had all fallen silent. They stared at those two, watching them devour meat in huge bites, smelling that tempting aroma and swallowing nonstop. Finally, a middle-aged woman couldn't hold back anymore. She gritted her teeth and stepped forward. I'll join too. Jiangshan glanced at her and nodded. Zhang Long immediately handed over a serving of steak. Then the second, the third, the fourth, one after another. The people who had still been hesitating all stepped forward. What morality, what dignity, what freedom and human rights. In the apocalypse, none of it was worth a damn. Only staying alive was the truth. A moment later, 11 people stood in a line, each holding a plate of steak and stuffing their mouths in huge bites. Only one person hadn't moved. He was a tall, thin, middle-aged man in a gray jacket. He was standing there with his arms crossed, his face full of disdain. Oof. He let out a cold snort. Even if I starve to death, I'm not joining. I don't believe that without you people, I can't survive. He turned around and walked toward the rooftop stairwell. His footsteps were especially clear in the night. Zhang Long glanced at Jiangshan. Jiangshan said nothing. He only gave a slight nod. Zhang Long put down what he was holding and followed after him. Watching this, the others inwardly felt lucky about their decision. No matter what happened to that man in the end, it had nothing to do with them. Right now, stuffing themselves with meat was what really mattered. Stairwell. The middle-aged man went down one floor, and his steps gradually slowed. The night wind poured in through the window, making his whole body feel cold. He stopped, leaned against the wall, and panted heavily. Upstairs, he could vaguely hear the sounds of those people eating and drinking. The aroma of steak drifted down along the stairs, like an invisible hand hooking his soul. He swallowed. His stomach let out another loud rumble. Fuck. He cursed himself and kept walking down. He went down another floor. His steps stopped again. He looked out the window. Down below, it was pitch black. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely make out several zombies shambling around. In the distance, there were even more shadowy figures, packed so densely he had no idea how many there were. His whole body trembled. If he left that man, could he really survive on his own? With all those zombies outside, could he beat them? Even if he hid, where would he get food and water? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't take a single step. Just then, what? Regretting it? A voice suddenly came from behind him. The middle-aged man spun around violently, scared out of his wits. Zhang Long stood at the top of the stairs with a smile on his face, looking down at him from above. Moonlight poured in through the window, outlining his body with a silver glow. With that set of gear and the gun in his hand, he looked like a death god come to claim lives. Why you? What are you trying to do? The middle-aged man said in a trembling voice. You're not seriously going to kill me just because I didn't join you, are you? I'm telling you, that's against the law. Zhang Long smiled. Against the law? He walked down a few steps and stopped in front of the middle-aged man. Killing you to keep you quiet? Not to that extent. But, he scratched his head as if thinking. For the Führer's safety, I'll have to inconvenience you for a few days. Before the middle-aged man could react, a large hand had already swung over. Bang! A knife-hand strike landed squarely on his neck. The middle-aged man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply to the ground. 10 minutes later, in a room inside one of the buildings, Zhang Long tossed the tightly bound middle-aged man into a corner, then checked the ropes again. Only after confirming there was no way he could break free did he nod in satisfaction. He straightened up and looked at the man's mouth. It still was gagged. If he woke up and started shouting, it would be trouble if he attracted zombies. Zhang Long looked around, tried to find something to stuff in his mouth. A towel? No. A strip of cloth? No. He rummaged through the room for a while, and in the end found a tattered sock under the bed. Who knew from what era? It was gray and dusty, and even had a hole in it. Pinching his nose, Zhang Long lifted it up and brought it to the middle-aged man's mouth. Sorry, brother. This is the only thing I could find. Just make do with it. He stuffed the sock into the man's mouth as best he could. MMPH. Even in his unconscious state, The middle-aged man frowned. Zhang Long clapped his hands, stood up, and looked over his handiwork. Tied up tight, sock stuffed in his mouth. Perfect. Don't worry. He spoke to the unconscious man. Once the Führer takes this residential complex, you'll naturally be let out. But whether you can live until then, that is none of my business. He turned and left, casually shutting the door behind him. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. The room fell into darkness. Only the moonlight outside the window shone on the unconscious man and on the torn sock stuffed in his mouth. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock, Jiang Chun groggily opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a gray, overcast sky on the rooftop of Building 6. The morning wind carried a faint smell of gunpowder and rot into his nose. He sat up and rubbed his neck. Sleeping on the ground was still a little hard. But with Triple King of Soldiers' physique, his recovery was fast. A few hours of sleep felt like a full revive. Around him, the Jiaolong squad members were already awake. Li Jing stood at the edge of the rooftop, holding binoculars as he observed the surroundings. Zhang Long was guarding the stairwell with 2 others, muzzles pointed downward, alert for any movement. Shen Shui was adjusting a drone, with real-time footage displayed on the screen. The others sat around in 2s and 3s. Some were checking their gear, some were eating dry rations, and all of them had that professional vigilance in their eyes. Looking at the scene, Jiang Chun muttered to himself, good thing this isn't a dream. He was truly afraid that if he woke up, he'd be back in that rental room again, guarding half a bottle of water and a piece of cured meat, trembling as he listened to the howls outside. Good thing it wasn't a dream. Führer, you're awake. Li Jing walked over carrying a plate. On it was a freshly pan-seared steak and a bottle of water. Eat something. Jiang Chun took it and bit into it in big mouthfuls. The steak was still hot, medium rare, tender and juicy. As he chewed, he asked, how is it looking outside? Li Jing sat down beside him and reported, Führer, it's about the same as yesterday, by the back gate of the residential complex. The zombies are still blocking the area. Their numbers Haven-T decreased, and they Haven-T rushed in either. A lot of the ones on the streets were blown apart by the artillery strike, but new ones have been pouring in from farther away. They're wandering around everywhere now. MHM. Jiang Chun swallowed a mouthful of meat. Very good. He finished the steak in a few bites, chugged half the bottle of water, then stood up and stretched. Tell the brothers to wake themselves up. We're getting to work in a bit. Yes, Führer. Li Jing turned and went to notify the others. Jiang Chun walked to the side and opened the system panel. Points, 78,643. More than 78,000. Even more than he had expected. Added to what he had saved up before, it was now enough to exchange for an infantry squad and still have plenty left over. Li Jing, he called out. Here, come with me. The 2 of them went downstairs and arrived at the first-floor lobby of Building 6. The main door stood open, and outside was a wide, open stretch of ground. A few dozen meters farther ahead was the residential complex wall. Beyond the wall, the faint howls of zombies could be heard. Standing just inside the doorway, facing the open ground outside, Jiang Chun took a deep breath. An infantry squad. A 12-man infantry squad, plus a Mengshi armored vehicle. He opened the shop and found Army, Ground Forces, Infantry Squad. Infantry Squad, 50,000 merit points. System. Exchange for an infantry squad, Jiang Chun said inwardly. Ding. 50,000 merit points consumed. Obtained. Infantry Squad X1. Summoning, the next second. 12 pillars of light appeared out of thin air on the open ground. The light was blinding, and only after a few seconds did it gradually fade. 12 men stood there in perfect formation. Every one of them wore starry sky camouflage combat uniforms, fast helmets, and quad-lens night vision goggles flipped up on their foreheads. Beneath their goggles were tactical masks covering half their faces. Every single one of them was armed to the teeth, radiating the same killing aura as the Jiaolong squad. Beside them, a dark green, third-generation Mengshi armored vehicle sat quietly. Heavy armor, rugged lines. Mounted on the roof was a QJ-88 vehicle machine gun. Its 12.7mm caliber was reassuring just from looking at it. The man at the very front of the 12 stepped forward and removed his mask. He had a dark complexion, a square face, thick brows, and large eyes. He looked to be in his early 30s. He snapped to attention and saluted, his voice ringing out loud and clear. Reporting to the Führer, the infantry squad, all 12 members, reporting for duty. The 11 men behind him saluted at the same time. Their movements perfectly uniform. Jiang Chun looked them over and nodded. Report your loadout. Yes, sir. The square-faced man turned and began roll call. Assault team for men. 4 figures stepped forward. Team leader Lu Chuang. Members Wang Lei, Sun Hao, Zhou Bin. Main combat equipment. Type 191 assault rifle, equipped with red dot holographic sight, tactical flashlight. Vertical foregrip. Sidearm. 92G pistol. Firepower team for men. Another 4 stepped forward. Team leader Zhao Gang. Members Qianfeng, Li Rui, Zheng Yang. Equipped with 2 Type 201 squad machine guns, each with 800 rounds. In addition, member Qianfeng is equipped with a 35mm grenade launcher, and member Zhengyang is equipped with 1 PF-98 120mm rocket launcher with 4 rounds of ammunition. Sniper team, 3 men, The last three stepped forward. Team leader Zhang Lei, team members Wu Di and Wang Jun main combat equipment. CSLR 4 high-precision sniper rifle, equipped with high-magnification scopes. All three are top-class marksmen and can accurately hit targets at a distance of 800 meters. The square-faced man turned around and pointed at the Mengsher beside him. Transport vehicle, one third-generation protected Mengsher assault vehicle. The entire vehicle is armored and can withstand frontal fire from 7.62mm bullets. The roof is equipped with a QJC-88 vehicle-mounted machine gun, 12.7mm caliber, with 500 rounds of ammunition. Maximum capacity, 8 men. If you really cram them in, 12 is no problem either. He snapped to attention to finish his report. Infantry squad configuration report complete. Awaiting the chief's orders. After hearing it all, Jiang Chun had only one thought in his mind. Those 50,000 merit points have been so damn worth it. Assault team, firepower team, sniper team, fully equipped, clearly divided roles. There was even an armored vehicle, a 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine gun, and a 120mm rocket launcher. With this kind of firepower, let alone fighting zombies, it would be enough for a small-scale encounter battle. He nodded. Very good. Then he turned to look at Li Jing. Li Jing, this infantry squad will be under your command for now. Mix the Jiaolong squad with the infantry squad. Today's target is the remaining 6 buildings. Li Jing saluta. Yes, sir. Jiang Chun looked at the square-faced man. Brother, what should I call you? The square-faced man smiled. Lu Chuang, infantry squad leader. We'll be working together a lot from now on. Li Jing, Jiaolong squad captain. Looking forward to working together. The two shook hands. That counted as getting acquainted. Jiang Chun watched the scene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. 12 men in the Jiaolong squad, 12 men in the infantry squad, plus 1 Mengsher armored vehicle. 24 men, 1 vehicle-mounted machine gun, 2 squad machine guns, a grenade launcher, a rocket launcher, and a mortar. With this setup, let alone walking sideways through this residential complex. Even charging out and slaughtering their way through that street wasn't impossible. But no rush. First, clear the remaining 5 buildings and take the whole complex completely. There were still 2 days left on the system mission. He was determined to get the rewards for that mechanized infantry platoon and the safe house. As for that punishment of cutting off his little brother. Hith. A few minutes later, the 2 teams had assembled. Jiang Chun turned around and looked at the 2 fully equipped teams behind him, ready to move. He said in a deep voice, everyone, check your equipment. We move out in 10 minutes. Targets, Building 5, Building 4, Building 3, Building 2, Building 1, and finally Building 12. Before dark today, I want this residential complex to be without a single zombie. All 24 answered in unison, yes. The orders were quickly issued. Lu Chuang, Li Jing. He pointed at the complex map. Your squad is responsible for Buildings 5, 4, and 3. Start from Building 5. Clear them one by one, floor by floor. Any problems? No problem. Lu Chuang grinned. Easy. Good. The Jiaolong squad is responsible for Buildings 2 and 1. Once both sides are done, we'll encircle Building 12. Understood. The 2 teams immediately split up. Lu Chuang led the infantry squad toward Building 5. The 12 men split into 3 groups. The assault team took the front, the firepower team stayed in the middle, and the sniper team brought up the rear. Their coordination was flawless. One look was enough to tell they were highly trained. The Jiaolong squad turned toward Building 2. Li Jing made a hand signal, and Zhang Long led the assault team through the unit entrance first. Building 5. Lu Chuang pushed open the fire door on the first floor and slipped inside sideways. The stairwell was pitch black. Flashlight beams swept across walls covered in dried bloodstains. At the corner, 2 zombies were jammed together. Hearing the movement, they turned their heads in unison. 2 soft sounds, and the 2 zombies dropped on the spot. First floor clear. Lu Chuang lowered his voice. Second floor. The team continued upward. Outside the second floor fire door, the corridor was empty. But one door was cracked open, and a low growl could vaguely be heard from inside. Lu Chuang gave a hand signal. Assault team, stay alert. Firepower team, get ready. Wang Lei stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. The moment it opened a crack, a zombie lunged out. But before it could even take half a step, Sun Hao's gun fired. A bloody hole appeared between its brows, and the zombie fell stiffly across the doorway. Lu Chuang stepped over the corpse and entered the room. There was another one in the bedroom, struggling on the bed. Its lower body was pinned by something, and it couldn't get up. He raised his gun and fired once. Finishing off. Second floor clear. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. Every floor followed the same process. Open the fire door, check the corridor, clear the rooms. Occasionally, a few scattered zombies would pop out, only to be dropped one by the assault team. Sometimes a room door would be shut, and they'd quietly push it open and check inside. The entire Building 5 had only 13 zombies in total. Too easy, Wang Lei muttered while swapping magazines. This is practically a walk in the park. Don't get careless. Lu Chuang said quietly. There's still Building 4. The situation in Building 4 was about the same as Building 5. Scattered zombies, empty corridors, and occasionally 1 or 2 rooms hiding survivors. In total, they rescued 4 people. They were sallow and emaciated. When they saw the squad, it was like seeing family. They almost dropped to their knees. Lu Chuang gave each of them some food and water and told them to stay put for now. They would be arranged together after everything was cleared. Building 3. Just as easy. The only little incident was on the 6th floor where 5 zombies poured out of a room the moment the door opened. But the assault team reacted with incredible speed. One short burst dropped them all in less than 3 seconds. Building 3 clear. Lu Chuang glanced at the time. Total time used, 50 minutes. At the same time, Building 2. Li Jing led the Jiaolong squad forward just as quickly. Zhang Long's assault team opened the way. Zhao Hu and Ma Han covered the rear, and the firepower team stood ready to support at any time. Every floor, every room, checked one after another. At the end of the 2nd floor corridor, a door was half open. Zhang Long kicked it open. Inside, 3 zombies were gnawing on a mutilated corpse. They lunged over at the noise and were cut down by a burst. 4th floor, one room was locked. No one answered after knocking. So Zhang Long kicked it open directly. No one was inside. There was only trash and feces all over the floor, and the stench was overwhelming. Clearly, someone had lived there before, but they had long since run off. 6th floor, the moment the fire door was pushed open, 3 zombies were wandering near the stairwell corner. 3 shots, 3 kills. 8th floor, a weak cry for help came from one room. When they opened the door, a middle-aged woman was curled up in the corner, already too starved to walk. Li Jing left her some water and food and told her wait. The situation in Building 1 was more or less the same. The Jiaolong squad cleared it from the top floor down, advancing 1 floor at a time. In total, they encountered a little over 20 zombies, all scattered and posing no threat at all. An hour and a half later, temporary command post on the rooftop of Building 6. Jiang Chun stood at the rooftop's edge and watched as the 2 teams returned one after another. All 12 men of Lu Chuang's infantry squad and all 12 men of Li Jing's Jiaolong squad were present. Not a single casualty. Reporting to the chief, Li Jing stepped forward. Buildings 2 and 1 have been cleared. 6 survivors rescued in total. Lu Chuang stepped forward as well. Buildings 5, 4, and 3 have been cleared. For survivors rescued in total. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at the time. 10:40 in the morning. Less than 2 hours since departure. And all 5 buildings have been taken. It had gone even more smoothly than expected. What about Building 12? Shen Shui pulled up the drone feed and analyzed. After the music stopped, the zombies in the building didn't disperse. Instead, they gathered in the stairwells. From a 1st to the 15th floor, there are about 130 in total. They're fairly spread out, but the stairwells are more densely packed. Jiang Chun stared at the screen for a while, then got a rough count in his head. 130. 2 squads, 24 people. That averaged out to 5 or 6 per person. Li Jing, Lu Chuang. Here, both teams encircle Building 12. Jiaolong squad clears upward from the stairs. The infantry squad clears downward from the stairs. Meet in the middle. If you run into a dense zombie group, have the firepower team suppress them directly. Don't get bogged down. Yes, Building 12. 1st floor lobby. Jiaolong squad and the infantry squad entered at the same time. The 2 units met briefly at the entrance, exchanged a glance, then split up. Li Jing led Jiaolong squad into the stairwell on the left. Zhang Long's assault team took point, their flashlight beams stabbing through the darkness. At the stairwell landing, 3 zombies were crammed together. Hearing the noise, they turned their heads. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. 3 shots. All down. Keep going. 2nd floor, 5. 3rd floor, 7. Outside the fire door on the 4th floor, more than 10 zombies were packed into the corridor. Hearing the noise from the stairwell, they all turned at once and rushed over with hisses and roars. Firepower team, Zhou Yang and Wu Zheng raised their machine guns at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 Class 201 machine guns roared together, bullets pouring out like a rainstorm. The zombies charging in front were instantly riddled with holes. The ones behind were punched through by the rounds and dropped one after another. 15 seconds later, the corridor fell silent. 12 zombies, all killed. Move. At the same time, in the stairwell on the other side, Lu Chuang was also advancing quickly with the infantry squad. They started clearing downward from the 15th floor. Sniper team member Zhang Lei had his seats LR4 braced and, at every stairwell corner, dropped them 1 shot at a time. Those zombies had no idea where the bullets were coming from before they collapsed one after another. 14th floor, 4. 13th floor, 6. 3 of them rushed out from a room and were cut down by a burst from the assault team. 12th floor, 7 or 8 packed in a corridor. Firepower team member Zhao Gang set up the machine gun and swept them all clean with 1 long burst. A little slow, Lu Chuang checked the time, raised a brow, and picked up the pace. 11th floor, 10th floor, 9th floor. The 2 teams were like 2 combs, one moving down from above, the other up from below, combing through the entire building floor by floor. Whenever they ran into a dense zombie group, the firepower team stepped in directly. Machine guns roared, shell casings clattered, and zombies fell like wheat before a scythe. When one occasionally rushed out from a room, the assault team handled it with a short burst. When one occasionally hid in a corner, the sniper dropped it with a headshot. Gunfire rose and fell through the stairwells, but the rhythm was clear and orderly. 11:40. 8th floor. Li Jing had just finished clearing the 7th floor with Jiaolong's squad and was pushing up toward the 8th. At the stairwell landing, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from above. He raised a hand, signaling everyone to stay alert. A few seconds later, Lu Chuang's face poked out from the stairs above. Captain Li? Squad leader Lu. The two looked at each other, then smiled at the same time. What floor are you on? 8th. You? 8th. Li Jing checked the time. 11:42. From the moment they entered the building until now, it had been exactly 1 hour. The whole building S cleared? Lu Chuang asked. Li Jing pressed his earpiece. All teams, report results. Assault team clear. No casualties. Firepower team clear. No casualties. Sniper team clear. No casualties. The same reports came from Lu Chuang's side as well. Reporting to the Supreme Leader, Li Jing pressed the comms. Building 12 has been cleared. Jiaolong squad and the infantry squad have linked up on the 8th floor. No casualties. Conducting a final sweep for stragglers. Jiang Chun's voice came through the earpiece, with an obvious smile in it. Well done. Hold position and rest. Return in half an hour. Yes. Half an hour later. Rooftop of Building 6, temporary command post. Jiang Chun stood at the edge of the rooftop, holding binoculars as he looked toward the main gate of the residential complex. Li Jing and Lu Chuang stood on either side of him, also holding binoculars, their expressions grave. At the main gate between buildings 12 and 11, that rusty iron gate now stood wide open. Outside the gate were zombies packed so densely they blotted everything out. They were jammed at the entrance, filling the street, crowding beneath the awnings of the shops across the road. A black mass, like a tide of darkness, stretching beyond sight. The nearest had already pushed half their bodies through and were wandering around the entrance. If they could just close that gate, if they could just shut that damn gate, the entire residential complex would be completely secure. But the problem now was, how were they supposed to close it? That sea of corpses at the gate had no fewer than 2,000 or 3,000 zombies. Even with Jiaolong's squad, the infantry squad, armored vehicles, and heavy machine guns in his hands, there was no way he could force his way through that many zombies head on. Charging out was easy. Closing the gate was easy too. The hard part was how to withdraw after closing it. Those zombies would surge over like mad and tear them to pieces. Jiang Chun lowered the binoculars, his brows tightly furrowed. Supreme Leader. Li Jing suddenly spoke. I do have an idea. Say it. Li Jing pointed at the main gate. Do we have enough firepower to suppress the zombies at the entrance? Jiang Chun froze for a moment, then immediately understood what he meant. For Class 201 machine guns. 1 QJZ-171 heavy machine gun, 2 grenade launchers, 1 120mm rocket launcher, and 1 vehicle-mounted 12.7mm machine gun, plus 6 mortars. With that kind of firepower, forget suppression, it was enough to flatten the whole street. You mean, set up the firepower teams by the flower beds below buildings 11 and 12. Li Jing pointed to both sides of the complex entrance. The field of view there is wide open, and it's only 40 to 50 meters from the main gate. Completely within range. Set the 6 mortars up on the rooftop of Building 6 to bombard the outer perimeter of the gate and cut off any zombies coming in behind them. He paused and looked at the 3rd-generation Manga armored vehicle. Then send another armored vehicle forward with the assault team. The armored vehicle opens the way. The zombies 1T be able to stop it. The assault team gets out, closes the gate, then immediately gets back in and withdraws. The firepower teams provide full suppression the entire time, and the mortars block reinforcements. As Jiang Chun listened, his eyes gradually lit up. It could work. It could absolutely work. Lu Chuang, what do you think? He asked, turning to the infantry squad leader. Lu Chuang grinned. Captain Li's idea sounds good to me. It just depends on whether the firepower teams can keep them pinned. They have to, Li Jing said flatly. If they can't, we all die there. Jiang Chun did not hesitate any longer. Then it settled. He turned to the 2 units behind him and said in a deep voice, everyone, listen to my orders. Firepower teams, for Class 201 machine guns, 1 171 heavy machine gun, 2 grenade launchers, and 1 rocket launcher. Set them all up at the flower beds below buildings 11 and 12. Target every zombie at the main gate. Maintain continuous suppressive fire. Not a single one is allowed to get through the iron gate. Assault team, Zhang Long of Jiaolong squad will lead, with Lu Chuang of the infantry squad supporting. Advance in the Manga armored vehicle. Mission, close the iron gate, then withdraw immediately. Do not get bogged down. Mortar team, set up all 6 guns on the rooftop of Building 6. Zhou Yang, you're in charge. Target all zombies trying to get close within 50 meters outside the residential complex gate. Blow them to pieces for me. Everyone else, hold position and stay ready to provide support at any time. Yes, sir. All 24 answered in unison. 10 minutes later, below buildings 11 and 12 by the flower beds. 4 QJB-201 squad machine guns had already been set up, their muzzles aimed at the main gate of the residential complex. Each machine gun was loaded with 800 rounds. The ammo belts hung onto the ground like metallic long snakes. Beside them, the QJZ-171 heavy machine gun was mounted in the center of the flower bed. Its thick barrel gleamed with a cold light under the sun. 12.7mm rounds. One shot was enough to tear a person in half. Against zombies, it would blow them apart on the spot. 2 grenade launchers were set up on both sides. Their 35mm grenades ready to fire at any moment. The 120mm rocket launcher rested on Zheng Yang's shoulder, the safety already off. On the rooftop of Building 6, 6 mortars stood in a straight line, their barrels aimed at the outer area of the residential complex gate. 300 shells were piled nearby, yellow and gleaming like a small hill. Jiang Chun stood beside the mortars, looking at everything below and taking a deep breath. Just now, he had spent another 2,000 merit points to exchange for 300 mortar shells and 20 base loads of ammunition. Worth it. As long as they could close that gate, no matter how much he spent, it was worth it. He pressed his earpiece. Report status. All teams. Firepower team in position. Li Jing's voice came through. Ready to open fire at any time. Assault team in position. Zhang Long's voice came through. We're in the vehicle, awaiting orders. Mortar team in position. Zhou Yang's voice came through. Target locked, awaiting orders. Jiang Chen looked at the dark green Manga Generation 3 below, looked at the pitch-black gun muzzles behind the flower beds, and looked at the mortars lined up beside him. He pressed the earpiece and said only one word. Fire. Boom. The first mortar shell left the tube, slicing through the sky with a sharp scream before slamming into the street 50 meters outside the residential complex gate. Flames exploded outward. More than a dozen zombies were blasted into the air, severed limbs flying everywhere. The next second, the firepower team below opened fire at the same time. The 4QJB-201 squad machine guns roared to life. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets poured out like a rainstorm. The few zombies wandering near the gate were instantly riddled with holes, their bodies bursting apart as blood and flesh sprayed everywhere. But the moment the 171 heavy machine gun opened fire, the whole world changed. Dong, 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 dong. That wasn't gunfire. That was cannon fire. 12.7mm bullets, every single one like a miniature shell. When they hit zombies, they blasted huge holes right through them. When they hit the horde, one shot could penetrate 3 or 4 zombies. Dong. In the front row, 3 zombies exploded at the same time like smashed watermelons. Dong. In the second row, 2 were cut in half at the waist. Their upper bodies flew out while their lower halves still remained standing in place. Dong. 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 The heavy machine gun was roaring, the bullets were howling, and blood and flesh were flying. At the same time, Qianfeng pulled the trigger on the grenade launcher. Tung tung tung. 3 grenades trailed white smoke through the air and exploded in the densest part of the horde. The shockwave and fragments swept through the area, flipping over at least 20 zombies. Beautiful. Someone beside him shouted. Ha! Easy, Qianfeng said as he swapped in a fresh drum magazine. Let's in a few more. The zombies near the gate were like wheat before an invisible sickle, dropping row by row. Holy shit. Zhang Long's eyes widened inside the armored vehicle. This is way too damn fierce. Quit the crap. Lu Chuang roared. Charge. The Manga Generation 3 roared as it rushed out. The 12.7mm machine gun on the roof began to bellow. Dong, 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 dong. A deep, violent roar exploded out. Every bullet was like a small shell, blasting zombies apart the moment it hit them. Those monsters were like paper, torn into pieces by the barrage. The Manga crushed its way over piles of corpses. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones snapping came from beneath the wheels. Those zombies that had been knocked down didn't even get the chance to crawl back up before the heavy body of the vehicle ground them into pulp. Front left. 3 of them. Zhang Long rolled down the window and stuck his QBZ-191 rifle out. Did-da. The 3 zombies dropped at once. Right side. 4 of them. Lu Chuang stuck his muzzle out from the other side and took them all out with the same short burst. The Manga Generation 3 crushed and fired all the way forward, charging straight toward the iron gate. Behind it, the roar of the firepower team never stopped. From machine guns, 1 heavy machine gun, 2 grenade launchers, all firing at once. Bullets poured out like a waterfall, and the zombies at the gate dropped like cut wheat. But there were too many zombies. 1 batch fell, and another surged up from behind. They trampled over the corpses of their own kind and squeezed forward madly. Mortars! Li Jing roared. Outer perimeter. Blow them up. On the rooftop of Building 6. Zhou Yang bellowed. Fire. Tung 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 tung. 6 shells launched at the same time. Boom 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 boom. 6 bursts of fire exploded along the outer edge of the horde. Every shell cleared out a small patch. The shockwave sent more than a dozen zombies flying, and the fragments tore through even more. Switch target. Front left, 50 meters. Zhou Yang shouted. Fire. Tung tung tung. Boom boom boom. Another 6 rounds. Another 6 bursts of fire. The zombies trying to circle around from the flank were blown to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yang laughed wildly. Come on, keep coming. I've still got 300 rounds left. Down below, the firepower team had gone crazy too. That group on my left. Count how many. Zhao Gang roared. At least 20. Qianfeng shouted back while loading grenades. 20, huh? Watch this. Zhao Gang pinned the trigger down, and the QJB-201 machine gun roared. 1 long burst. 20 rounds swept over. That cluster of zombies fell in neat rows like harvested wheat. 18. Qian foam counted. I lose. I'll buy you a drink tonight. Drink my ass. Where the hell would booze come from in the apocalypse? Then I'll owe you. Beside them, the 171 heavy machine gun kept roaring nonstop. Dong, 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 dong. The ammo belt spun rapidly, and shell casings clattered on the ground, already piling into a small hill. Wu Zheng, operating the heavy machine gun, had bloodshot eyes as he muttered under his breath, 103, 104, 105. Were you counting? The person beside him asked. Kill count. No corpse count. 112. You're making it a competition now? No shit. One shot from my gun is worth 10 from yours. Dong, dong, dong. Another 3 shots, and 3 zombies exploded on the spot. The Mengshi Generation 3 finally rushed to the iron gate. Zhang Long shoved the door open and jumped out. Lu Chuang followed, right behind him. The two of them ran to the iron gate, grabbed the rusted panels, and pulled hard toward the middle. Damn it, it's so heavy. Zhang Long's face was turning red from the strain. Put your back into it. Lu Chuang roared. Behind them, the zombies were surging forward like mad. The nearest were only a dozen meters away now. Those rotting faces, those open mouths, those cloudy eyeballs were getting closer and closer. The firepower team's bullets screamed past them, hitting the zombies and bursting bloody flowers from their bodies. Hurry up, Li Jing roared through the earpiece. They're coming up. Zhang Long and Lu Chuang gritted their teeth, veins bulging, using every bit of strength they had. Creak. The iron gate moved. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Boom. Another round of mortar shells exploded on the perimeter, temporarily cutting off the zombies surging up from behind. Now, the two of them pushed at the same time, and the iron gate finally slammed shut. Click. Lu Chuang reacted fast and shoved the bolt into place. The gate was shut successfully. Retreat. The two turned and ran, throwing themselves toward the Mengshi 3rd Generation. The moment Zhang Long jumped into the vehicle, a zombie had already rushed to the side of it, reaching out with its rotten hand to grab him. Rat-tat-tat. Wang Lei stuck his gun out the window and blew that zombie's head apart with a burst. Move. The Mengshi 3rd Generation roared as it backed up, its wheels crushing over the wreckage all over the ground before charging into the residential complex. Behind them, the zombies blocked outside the iron gate slammed against it madly, letting out earth-shaking howls. The gate shook with loud bangs from the impact, but the bolt was solid and didn't budge at all. Cease fire, Li Jing ordered. The gunfire gradually died down. The smoke dispersed. At the entrance to the residential complex, the iron gate was tightly shut. Outside the gate, zombies packed together shoulder to shoulder, crazily beating on the iron gate. Yet no matter what, they couldn't get in. Inside the gate, it was completely quiet. There were only shell casings all over the ground, flesh and blood everywhere. And that blood-soaked Mengshi 3rd Generation slowly coming to a stop beside the flower bed. Zhang Long jumped down from the vehicle, his legs going limp as he dropped straight to the ground. Holy shit, that was insane. Lu Chuang jumped down too, breathing hard, but his face was full of laughter. We shut the damn thing. We shut it. Behind the flower bed, the members of the fire support group got to their feet one after another. Some pulled out canteens and chugged water. Some stared blankly at the tightly shut iron gate. Some plopped down on the ground and gasped for breath. On the rooftop of Building 6, Zhou Yan lowered his binoculars and grinned. 300 shells. 82 left. Worth it. Jiang Chun stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking at the tightly shut iron gate below, looking at the exhausted but excited team members, looking at the quiet streets inside the complex where not a single zombie remained. He lowered his head and stared at a certain spot, then let out a long breath. Then he smiled. At the same time, a few minutes earlier, roughly 200 to 300 meters away from the apartment complex, inside that large underground supermarket, brother who was sleeping soundly with the blonde woman in his arms. Boom. One explosion shook dust loose from the ceiling. Brother who jolted awake and nearly rolled off the bed. What the hell is going on? Boom. Boom, boom. Several more explosions followed, making the entire basement tremble. Brother who? Brother who? Skinny Monkey came scrambling in, rolling and crawling in panic. Outside. Brother who shoved the woman away, rushed out barefoot, and pressed himself to the gap in the rolling shutter door to look outside. In the distance, in the direction of that apartment complex, flames were shooting into the sky. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions came one after another like firecrackers going off. Every time one exploded, something could be seen flying up in the firelight. Those were severed zombie limbs. Even more terrifying was the dense gunfire. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, 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 boom. That was machine gun fire and a whole lot of machine guns firing at the same time. Brother Who's mouth slowly fell wider and wider, wide enough to stuff a fist into. This fucking. Skinny Monkey asked in a trembling voice from beside him. Brother Who, what is going on? Brother Who swallowed, and even his voice went out of tune. Could it be the main force of the military fighting its way over here? Boom. Boom, boom. Another string of explosions shook the canned goods on the shelves until they clattered loudly. Several people instinctively shrank their necks, their faces full of fear. Brother Who, What do we do? A scrawny little lackey with a monkey face edged closer, his voice shaking too. The military is here. Judging from the sound, they're really close to us. Brother Who said nothing. He just stared through the crack in the door, his expression flickering. Yeah, Brother Who, that's the military. Another lackey panicked too. If they fight their way in, then we... He didn't finish, but everyone knew what he meant. After the apocalypse broke out, they had done far too many things. Kidnapping women, killing people, looting guns in the chaos. Any one of those crimes would be enough to get them killed several times over. What are you scared of? Brother Who finally spoke, his voice low. All of you, steady yourselves. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across his men. Even though he was panicking inside too, as the boss, he couldn't show it. Use your brains. Where the hell would this military have come from? The few of them looked at each other. Fengtian City's armed forces got swallowed by zombies on the very first day of the apocalypse. Brother Who let out a cold laugh. I saw it with my own eyes. Several military vehicles were overturned in the streets, and the soldiers were rolling all over the ground getting bitten. It's already been half a month. Where would any military come from? But those cannon blasts. Skinny Monkey swallowed. Those are obviously artillery. So what if they are? Brother Who shot him a glare. Maybe some survivors dug them out of a military warehouse. If it really were regular troops, would they just keep firing artillery without advancing? Listen to that gunfire. It's right around that complex. And it's been going for nearly 20 minutes. Has it moved at all? Skinny Monkey froze for a moment and listened carefully. It really didn't seem like it had. Exactly. Brother Who lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out a cloud of smoke. That bunch outside might not be any kind of regular military at all. Maybe some lucky bastard stumbled into a few cannons and is showing off over there. He paused, his eyes turning vicious. Besides, even if it really is the military, so what? We've got guns and hostages. He jerked his chin toward the back room. Those women are still in there. If the military comes, we'll shove them out first to block bullets. If that doesn't work, we kill those cheap bastards. Toss the guns aside, and who would know what we've done? We just say we're survivors too. Simple as that. The eyes of the others gradually lit up. Brother Who's right. The monkey-faced lackey slapped his thigh. Nobody saw us anyway. Exactly. We're survivors too. Who can prove we killed anyone? Those women don't know us anyway. We could just make up some identities, and it's done. Brother Who really thought this through. Brother Who is Brother Who. Brother Who waved his hand, and the gloom on his face faded quite a bit. All right, stop sucking up. Aching. Here. A burly man with a face full of brute flesh stepped forward. Take 2 brothers and keep watch. Report immediately if anything happens. Yes. Achung turned, picked 2 men, and the 3 of them crowded by the rolling shutter door, continuing to observe the movement outside through the crack. Brother Who sat back down again, pulled the blonde woman into his arms, and took a hard drag on his cigarette. Bunch of cowards. He cursed once, and it was hard to tell whether he was cursing his men or himself. On the rooftop of Building 6, Chu Yanran stood at the edge of the rooftop, holding the railing, completely stunned. From her angle, she could clearly see the battle of the main gate just now. Her hands gripped the railing tightly. She remembered the young man who had given her steak yesterday. That young man who looked only a little over 20, dressed in a black combat uniform. She had thought he was only the leader of this group, with maybe a dozen or so soldiers under him. But judging from today's scene, dozens of men, machine guns, mortars, armurad vehículos, rocket launchers. No fucking way this was something a mere leader could have. My goodness. A middle-aged woman beside her muttered. That firepower is way too fierce. So awesome. A young man, eyes shone. It's even more outrageous than in the movies. Look at that armored vehicle. Another person pointed at the Mengshur. That thing just rolled over them like that earlier, and the zombies got turned straight into meat paste. And that heavy machine gun too. One burst, and it dropped several at once. This really is the military, right? How would ordinary survivors have this kind of stuff? A middle-aged burly man beside Chu Yanran said in a low voice, not the military. Not the military? Several people turned to look at him in confusion. The military has an establishment, ranks, and a clear chain of command. The middle-aged man looked into the distance. Pay attention to the guy in the black combat uniform. He pointed toward the area below Building 11. Jiang Chan was standing behind the flower bed, raising his walkie-talkie from time to time and saying something. From beginning to end, everyone had been following his command. The machine gunner opened fire on his order. The mortar team adjusted their impact point on his order. Even that armored vehicle only moved out because of his command. He paused, then continued. If he really were military, he should at least be an officer. But look at that face of his, too young. At most 24 or 25. A military officer that young could command special forces? Special forces? The middle-aged woman froze. You're saying those people are special forces? With that equipment and that combat quality, what else could they be? The middle-aged burly man pointed toward the main gate. Have you ever seen ordinary soldiers with quad-eye night vision goggles? Or fight like that? Several people fell silent. Yeah, the way that group fought made it obvious at a glance they weren't ordinary people. Their coordination was flawless, their firepower fierce, their advances and retreats disciplined. They were absolutely elites among elites. But why would elites like that obey a young man in his early 20s? Why bother thinking so much about it? A hoarse voice rang out. Everyone turned. It was the bespectacled man who had stepped forward with Chu Yanran yesterday. Does it matter who he is? Does it matter where these people came from? He looked toward that black-clad figure in the distance. As long as we can survive, as long as they can give us something to eat, does anything else matter? Silence hung for a few seconds. Then someone echoed him. Yeah. Who cares who he is? As long as we stay alive. Right? Staying alive is what matters most. Anyway, I just want to follow them now. I'll do whatever they tell me to. Even warm his bed. Ha, kid, you've got quite the imagination. Chu Yanran said nothing. She only stared at that distant figure, a faint glimmer of hope rising in her eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the main gate, the gunfire had just died down, and the smell of gunpowder still lingered in the air. Jiang Chun stood behind the flower bed, staring at the mountain of corpses outside the gate, his brows tightly furrowed. The gate was locked, but there were too many zombies. The corpses of the zombies they had killed had already piled up into a small hill outside the gate. The zombies behind were climbing over the bodies of their own kind, the pile growing higher and higher. The ones at the very top were almost reaching the top of the gate. Li Jing, he said in a deep voice. Here, look at that pile of corpses. Jiang Chun pointed outside the gate. If this keeps up, the zombies will be able to climb over on top of the bodies. Li Jing followed his finger, and his expression changed too. It was true. Those corpses had already piled up to half the height of the gate. The zombies behind were still crazily squeezing forward, stepping on the heads, shoulders, and backs of their own kind, climbing layer by layer. At this rate, in at most 2 hours, the first zombie will climb over from that corpse mountain. Should we blast it a few more times? Li Jing asked. Scatter the corpse pile? Useless. Jiang Chun shook his head. Even if we blow it apart, they'll just pile it up again. We need to find a way to clear the bodies. Or, before he could finish, the system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, head of state. For completing the mission, occupy the apartment complex and eliminate all zombies. Mission rewards being distributed. Obtained. 1 mechanized infantry platoon. Obtained. 1 base safe house can be designated freely. Jiang Chun froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. This had come at exactly the right time. He didn't bother thinking further and immediately chose to claim the reward. Ding! Mechanized infantry platoon has been stored in the warehouse. Summon immediately? Yes, no. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chun chose yes. The next second, on the open ground just inside the main gate, more than 40 pillars of light appeared out of thin air. The light was dazzling and lasted a full 5 or 6 seconds before gradually fading. 47 people stood there in neat formation. Every single one of them wore starry sky camouflage combat uniforms. Each person was covered in gear and holding all kinds of weapons. Beside them were 4 Mengshu Generation 3 armored vehicles. At the very front of the formation stood 3 people. The one in the middle had a square face, thick brows, and bright eyes, with 1 extra stripe on his shoulder compared to the others. He stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted, his voice loud and clear, reporting to the head of state. Mechanized infantry platoon, platoon leader Zhou Jiangwo, leading the entire platoon to report for duty. The 46 people behind him all saluted at the same time, their movements perfectly uniform, their presence astonishing. Jiang Chun swept his gaze over the unit and roughly figured out. 3 infantry squads, 12 men each, that was 36. 1 firepower squad, 8 men. Plus 3 in platoon headquarters, the platoon leader, a communications operator, and a medic. 47 in total. Add in the 12 men of the Jiaolong squad and the 12-man infantry squad under Lu Chuang. He now had 71 men under his command. 71 men. 71 fully armed men. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and looked at Zhou Jiangwo. Report your loadout. Yes, sir. Zhou Jiangwo turned and pointed at the formation behind him. First platoon has 3 infantry squads under its command. Each squad is configured the same as before. For in the assault team, from the firepower team, 2 in the sniper team, 1 vehicle-mounted machine gunner, and 1 driver. Each squad is equipped with 1 Mengshu Generation 3 armored vehicle. He pointed at the 8 people beside them. Firepower squad, 8 men, configured as follows. Heavy machine gun group. For men, equipped with 2 Q171 heavy machine guns, with 1,000 rounds per gun. Grenade launcher group, 2 men, equipped with 2 35mm automatic grenade launchers, with 60 rounds per launcher. Rocket launcher group, 2 men, equipped with 2 PF-98 120mm rocket launchers, with 8 rounds per launcher. Finally, he pointed at the 4 armored vehicles. Platoon headquarters is equipped with 1 Mengshu Generation 3 command vehicle, fitted with enhanced communications equipment and battlefield information terminals. The other 3 are assault variants, each with a 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine gun on the roof. Zhou Jiangwo turned back and saluted. The entire platoon numbers 47 personnel. All types of weapons and ammunition are sufficiently stocked. Awaiting your orders, head of state. After hearing it all, Jiang Chun had only one thought. This is a fucking platoon? With this kind of firepower, it will be enough to fight a small-scale war. 3 infantry squads, 1 firepower squad, for armored vehicles, 2 heavy machine guns, 2 grenade launchers, 2 rocket launchers. And on top of the heavy machine gun, he already had the 4 squad machine guns, the mortar, the rocket launchers, with just these 70-plus men, let alone holding this apartment complex, even charging out and clearing that entire street wouldn't be a problem. Head of state. A familiar voice came from beside him. Jiang Chun turned his head. It was Li Jing. Li Jing's gaze rested on the newly appeared soldiers. There wasn't the slightest surprise on his face. Only a trace of a smile. New arrivals? MHM. Li Jing nodded and walked straight toward Zhou Jiangwo. The two stopped face to face and sized each other up. Li Jing extended his hand first. Li Jing, captain of the Jiaolong squad. Zhou Jiangwo grabbed his hand. Zhou Jiangwo, platoon leader of the mechanized infantry platoon. The two shook hands, then let go at the same time. Those few artillery shots just now were pretty good. Zhou Jiangwo jerked his chin toward the mortar position. Nothing much. Li Jing smiled. Want your firepower squad to give it a try later? That heavy machine gun still hasn't opened up yet. Sure. Want to compete? Fine by me. The two looked at each other and both laughed. Watching this, Jiang Chun felt much more at ease. The people summoned by the system had independent awareness. They had personalities. They could communicate and cooperate. They weren't cold, lifeless tools. Good. He turned his head and looked at the mountain of corpses outside the main gate. Now, it was time to deal with the problem right in front of him. Aren't you good at piling up corpse mountains? Then pile them up. I want to see whether you pile them up faster or I kill faster. Everyone, listen to my order. He raised his hand, his voice spreading through every squad over the individual radio sets. 5 Mengshi vehicles, line up side by side at the main gate. All heavy machine guns, squad machine guns, grenade launchers and rocket launchers. Bring them all out. Today, I'm going to let this pack of beasts know. He paused, his eyes suddenly turning razor sharp. What fire coverage means. Boom. 4 third-generation Mengshi vehicles drove out from behind Building 12. Together with the original one, 5 armored vehicles lined up side by side inside the main gate. Their fronts were aimed at the sea of corpses outside, less than 30 meters away. The top hatches opened at the same time. 5 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine guns revealed their dark muzzles. Behind them, 3 Qjin 71 heavy machine guns were mounted on tripods and pushed into position by the firepower squad soldiers. Ammunition belts hung down, the golden bullets glinting in the sunlight. 10 201 squad machine guns were set up on both sides. The 35mm automatic grenade launchers and PF-98 rocket launchers were loaded and aimed. At the mortar position, Zhou Yang led his men in adjusting the angles. 6 mortars stood ready to fire. Jiang Chun looked at the scene and took a deep breath. More than 70 men, 5 armored vehicles, more than a dozen machine guns, 6 mortars, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, sniper rifles. This was what real fucking firepower looked like. Open fire. The moment his voice fell, the whole world exploded. The 5 vehicle-mounted machine guns roared first. Dong, 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 dong. The 12.7mm heavy rounds poured out like a rainstorm, smashing into the corpse mountain outside the gate. In front of such terrifying power, zombie bodies were like paper. One shot pierced through 3 of them. One burst swept down a whole patch. The piled-up corpses were blasted apart, chunks of flesh flying everywhere, black blood falling around them like rain. Then the 3 heavy machine guns joined the chorus. Da-da-da-da-da. Same 12.7mm rounds. Same destructive power. They aimed at both sides of the corpse mountain, sweeping down the zombies climbing upward in patches. Reload. The firepower squad leader roared. The assistant immediately handed over a fresh ammo belt. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, and the gunfire rang out again. The 10 squad machine guns were no less impressive. Da-da-da-da-da. Their targets were the scattered zombies around the area, driving them back into the horde so the heavy machine guns could focus their fire. The grenade launchers fired. Tung, tung, tung. 135mm grenade after another trailed white smoke as they flew out and exploded in the densest parts of the zombie horde. The shockwaves flipped over one group after another. The fragments tore through another group after another. Those zombies had no idea what was happening before they were ripped to pieces. The rocket launchers fired too. Tong boom. A 120mm rocket shot out and exploded right in the middle of the corpse mountain. Flames shot into the sky. The shockwave sent all the surrounding zombies flying, severed limbs and broken bodies raining down dozens of meters away. At the mortar position, Zhou Yang raised his hand, then slashed it down hard. Tung, tung, tung. 6 shells rose into the air at the same time, exploding in the distance in 6 bursts of fire. The zombies surging this way were blown to pieces. Gunfire, artillery fire, explosions, all of it mixed into one. Gunpowder smoke filled the air. Flames soared skyward. The street outside the main gate had completely turned into a living hell. No, a hell for zombies. On the rooftop of Building 6, Chu Yin held onto the railing, her whole body already numb. From her angle, the sea of corpses outside the main gate was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 armored vehicles firing side by side. Just the density of that firepower was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Machine gun bullets poured out like flowing water. Every second, dozens of zombies fell. Grenades exploded in the horde, and with every blast, severed limbs could be seen flying into the sky. Rockets streaked out with blazing tails, blasting huge craters into the densest areas. Even the mortars in the distance were still bombarding, scattering all the zombies trying to gather from the sides. My God, the middle-aged woman beside her muttered. Are they even human? So fierce. The young guy's eyes had gone blank. This is too fucking fierce. Look at those armored vehicles. Another person pointed downward. Five armored vehicles. And that many machine guns. The man with glasses pushed up his frames, his hands trembling. He wasn't afraid. He was excited. This kind of firepower. This kind of scale. In this apocalypse, what did it mean? It meant safety. It meant hope. It meant they really might survive. That person, he murmured, the young man. Who exactly is he? No one could answer him. Everyone could only stare blankly at the one-sided slaughter below, watching the zombies fall in waves, watching that sea of corpses shrink little by little. Underground supermarket. Behind the rolling shutter door, brother who lay on the ground, peering outside through the crack. His hands were shaking. His legs were shaking. His whole body was shaking. The gunfire was too close. The explosions were too loud. With every blast, he felt the ground trembling, the shelves shaking, dust sifting down from the ceiling. Be brother who? Skinny Monkey huddled beside him, his voice shaking like a leaf. That really is the army, right? Brother who said nothing. He couldn't speak. Through that narrow crack, he saw firelight. Firelight shooting into the sky. And that dense gunfire. How many machine guns were firing at once? 10? 20? And those explosions, that was mortar fire, definitely mortar fire. And those deep, thudding gunshots, those vehicle-mounted machine guns mounted on armored vehicles. Armurad vehículos. Only the army had armored vehicles. Brother who? Another of his lackeys crawled over, his face full of fear. What do we do now? Maybe we should run? Run? Run where? There's zombies everywhere outside. Then what do we do? Just wait to die? Shut up. Brother who finally roared, but his voice was full of fear. Shut the fuck up, all of you. The few men shrank back and didn't dare say another word. Brother who panted heavily and stared at the crack in the door, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, he felt some regret. Regret over why he had killed people back then. Regret over why he had taken those women back then. Regret, but what was the use of regret now? All he could do was pray. Pray those people don't find this place. Pray they leave as soon as they finish fighting. Pray. At the main entrance. Who knew how much time had passed? Maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour. The gunfire gradually became sparse. Then the final shot fell. The world suddenly went quiet. Jiang Chun stood behind the flower bed, staring at the scene outside the gate. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A real mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The street was covered in zombie corpses. Layer upon layer, pile upon pile, stretching from the gate all the way to more than 100 meters away. Some places were piled higher than a person, like little hills. Blood had formed into streams, flowing down the roadside drains with a gurgling sound. The smoke from gunpowder still hadn't fully dispersed, glowing with a strange orange-red color under the sunlight. Aside from the zombies still charging over from not far away, there wasn't a single zombie left standing at the entrance. Not a single zombie was still moving. They were all dead. At least 2,000 or 3,000 of them had all died here. Jiang Chun slowly let out a long breath. It was time. He opened the system panel and found the reward he had just obtained. Base safe house can be designated freely. He selected the entire Sunny Garden residential complex. Designate. Ding. Confirm construction of the base safe house at the current location. Coverage area. The entire Sunny Garden residential complex. Confirm. Ding. Constructing. The next second, a gentle white light descended from the sky. The light wasn't blinding. Instead, it carried a warm feeling like winter sunlight. It fell from the heavens and enveloped the entire residential complex. All 12 buildings were within the light. The front gate and the back gate were within the light. Jiang Chun himself, the Jiaolong squad, the infantry squad, and the infantry platoon were all within the light. Then, the world went quiet. Not far outside the gate, the horde of zombies charging this way suddenly stopped. Their murky eyeballs shifted around, and confused expressions appeared on their faces. Where were the people? Where were the people who had just been here? Where was the gunfire? The explosions? The things that had been drawing them in? How had it all suddenly vanished? One zombie shook its head, looked left and right, and saw nothing. It let out a confused growl, then turned around and staggered off in another direction. The rest of the zombies also turned and dispersed. On the rooftop of Building 6, Chu Yanran was leaning against the railing when she suddenly felt dizzy. She opened her mouth, but before she could say a second word, her vision went black, and she collapsed limply to the ground. Beside her, the bespectacled man, the middle-aged woman, and the young man all dropped one after another and fell into sleep. In the underground supermarket, brother who was lying by the crack in the door, peeking outside, when his vision suddenly blacked out and he fainted on the spot. Skinny Monkey, A-Chung, and the other lackeys all collapsed as well, unconscious. The entire residential complex, along with a certain surrounding area, All survivors had fallen into sleep. Only Jiang Chun and his soldiers were still standing. Jiang Chun raised his head. That white light gradually faded away. Then he saw it. A massive, translucent barrier was slowly descending from the sky. It was like an upside-down bowl, covering the entire residential complex inside it. The instant the barrier touched the ground, a deep rumbling sound rang out. Immediately after, the barrier began to solidify. From translucent, it became tangible. From void, it became metal. It was a silver-gray material from top to bottom, giving off a faint, cold gleam. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, yet reflected no light. It dropped from the sky and connected seamlessly with the ground, forming an enormous hemispherical shield. The entire residential complex was sealed inside. Then Jiang Chun froze again. In front of him was no longer that shabby residential building 11, no longer that flower bed covered in shell casings, no longer that open area filled with gunpowder smoke. Instead, it was a huge and empty hall. He looked around. Above him was a silver-white metal dome, so high he couldn't see the top. Countless glowing panels were embedded in it, emitting a soft white radiance. Beneath his feet was the same metal floor, smooth as a mirror reflecting human figures. The surrounding walls were also silver white, and every so often there was a massive metal door. There were no markings on the doors, only a thin seam. The entire space was absurdly spacious. It was even larger than a football field. Jiang Chun stood in the center like an ant standing inside a palace. This is, ding, base safe house construction complete. The system prompt rang out in his mind. Base name, unnamed. Base level, basic. Coverage area, the entire Sunny Garden residential complex. Base structure, 4 underground levels. First level, barracks and main hall, can accommodate more than 10,000 people. Includes a command center, training grounds, equipment depot, medical station, and other facilities. A basic command system is currently equipped. Second level, residential area, 4-person dorm rooms, can accommodate more than 10,000 people. Includes a cafeteria, bathhouse, laundry room, recreation room, and other living facilities. 24-hour hot water, constant temperature and humidity. Third level, agricultural area, can carry out hydroponic and soil-based agricultural production. Basic planting facilities are currently equipped and can grow vegetables, fruits, and grain crops. Also equipped with a breeding zone for raising poultry and livestock. Fourth level, Supreme Leader exclusive residential area, includes the Supreme Leader's private residence, private training room, private command room, and other facilities. Base functions, infinite water and power supply. The base comes with a nuclear fusion energy core and can provide unlimited electricity, hot water, and purified water. Air purification system, can filter polluted external air and keep the internal air of the base fresh. Defense system, weapon blueprint, not loaded weapon stations are installed on the outer walls of the base and can mount various defensive weapons. No weapons currently installed. Please load as soon as possible. Jiang Chun stood where he was, listening to one introduction after another, his mind completely blank. This is a goddamn safe house. This was clearly an underground fortress straight out of a sci-fi movie, wasn't it? He thought of the shelters described in those apocalypse novels. Reinforced concrete, dark and damp, crammed to the point of suffocation, living like rats. Then he looked at this place. A silver-white metal dome, capacity for over 10,000 people. 4-person dorm rooms, 24-hour hot water, constant temperature and humidity, plus an agricultural area where they could grow vegetables and raise chickens themselves. How is this a shelter? This was a fucking 5-star resort, wasn't it? Right? Naming it. Jiang Chun snapped back to himself. He looked at the vast space, and that scene from just now surfaced in his mind. White light enveloping everything, all things falling silent, and then rebirth through fire. Just like a phoenix nirvana. Let us call it nirvana, he muttered. Ding. Naming successful. Nirvana base. Welcome home, Supreme Leader. Jiang Chun stood in the center of the vast hall. Outside was the apocalyptic wasteland, mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. Here was a paradise apart from the world, a pure land among men. A strange feeling suddenly rose in him. Maybe this apocalypse wasn't that terrifying after all. At that moment, the survivors lying on the ground gradually began to wake up. The first to open his eyes was that bespectacled man. He sat up and looked around blankly, staring at the silver-white metal dome overhead and the sci-fi walls around him. He froze for a full 3 seconds. Then he pushed up his glasses and stood up, with surprisingly little shock on his face. Right after that, Chu Yanran woke up as well. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the vast underground space before her. A trace of confusion flashed through her eyes, but she quickly regained her calm. The others also woke up one after another. The middle-aged woman, the young man, the old man with graying hair, and several sallow, skinny youths. Everyone's first reaction upon seeing this base was to freeze for a moment. But only for a moment. Then they accepted it, as if everything in front of them should have existed in the first place. As if they had long known there was such an underground fortress here. Jiang Chun watched the scene, his brows knitting slightly. He asked inwardly, System, what's going on? Ding. While constructing the safe house, This system also implanted memories into these survivors that this safe house had always existed. In their cognition, this base has long existed and is their shelter from the apocalypse. They will not have any doubts about the origin of the base, nor will they investigate your secret. Jiangchen nodded and said nothing more. Actually, even without that setting, he wouldn't have cared. So what if this group knew his secret? As long as he had the gun in hand, he could call black-white. Whoever dared say one more word could use the zombies outside as an example. Jiangchen swept a glance over the survivors and strode over. His footsteps echoed through the hall. Everyone raised their heads at the same time and looked toward the young man walking over. The noisy chatter instantly died down. Jiangchen stopped in front of them, his gaze slowly passing over every face. There was fear, reverence, expectation, and confusion. At last, his gaze stopped on one person. It was the glasses-wearing man who had been the first to step forward last night. His face was sallow and thin, but behind the lenses was a pair of fairly clear eyes. Though down and out, he was at least better than those beside him who only knew how to tremble. What did you do before the apocalypse? Jiangchen asked. The bespectacled man froze for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly answered, replying to the chief. I was a supervisor at an agricultural trading company, responsible for the operation and management of a planting base. Oh, Jiangchen raised a brow. An agricultural trading company? A supervisor? Why, yes. That's not a bad specialty. Jiangchen nodded. What's your name? Zhou Zemin. Zhou Zemin. Jiangchen repeated it once, then looked over the others. From today on, these survivors are under your management. As soon as he said that, a burst of whispers rose from the crowd. Some looked at Zhou Zemin with envy. Some had a flash of jealousy in their eyes. Others remained expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with them. After all, being able to get a management position in the apocalypse was already tremendous luck. If this position were placed in peacetime, it'd at least be at the department director level, right? Zhou Zemin was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Jiangchen waved a hand. First thing, take them to the second floor to bathe and get their lodging settled. Pinching his nose, he looked disgusted. This smell is way too rancid. It's giving me a headache. And wasn't that true? This group had gone anywhere from 7 or 8 days to half a month without bathing. The sour stink on them could be smelled from 2 meters away. Right after saying that, Jiangchen suddenly remembered something and lowered his head to sniff his own clothes. Then he frowned too. Fuck, he had almost forgotten he himself hadn't bathed for half a month either. Although he had changed into the combat uniform the system gave him yesterday. The smell on him wasn't much better. Zhang Long, come with me. Yes, Chief. Zhang Long hurried after him. Jiangchen then looked at Li Jing. Li Jing, take some people to familiarize themselves with the place. You can move around freely. Understood. Jiangchen turned and walked toward the end of the hall. Behind him, Zhou Zemin hurriedly called out to the survivors, Quick, quick, quick! All you get up and come with me. Don't keep the chief waiting. The group followed in a chaotic scramble. At the end of the hall, 7 elevator doors stood side by side. 6 were ordinary elevators, marked 1F to 3F, leading respectively to the 1st through 3rd floors. The last elevator was obviously larger than the others, and there was an extra sign on the door. Chief Exclusive Jiangchen walked up to the exclusive elevator. A soft electronic female voice rang out. Ding, verification passed. Respected Chief, welcome to the exclusive passage. The elevator doors slid open silently. Jiangchen walked in, with Zhang Long following behind. Damn, this is pretty high-tech. Zhang Long looked around everywhere. This thing's way better than those crappy elevators outside. Tell me about it. Jiangchen smiled. Zhang Long rubbed his hands together, grinning as he sidled over, and said, Chief, we both stink to hell. Want me to scrub your back later? I'm really good at it. Back when I was in the army, get lost. Jiangchen rolled his eyes at him. I'm not interested in men. Zhang Long chuckled and didn't mind. Just as the two were about to enter the elevator, a voice suddenly came from behind. Chief, please wait a moment. Jiangchen turned around. Zhou Zemin came jogging over with a smile plastered across his face. Zhang Long's brows furrowed. Instinctively, he reached out to stop him, the muzzle of his gun lifting slightly. Zhou Zemin shuddered all over and nearly lost his footing. Stop there. Zhang Long said coldly. If you got something to say it from there. Zhou Zemin nodded repeatedly and stood where he was, not daring to move half a step closer. He swallowed, forcing a fawning smile onto his face. See, Chief, I want to talk about the scrubbing thing. Jiangchen raised a brow. Scrubbing? Why, yes. Zhou Zemin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chief, with your noble status, how could Brother Zhang Long do this kind of rough work? I have a candidate here. He turned his head and let his gaze fall on Chu Yanran in the crowd. Miss Chu, please come over for a moment. Chu Yanran was stunned, not knowing what was going on, but she still walked forward. Pointing at her, Zhou Zemin smiled obsequiously. Chief, this is Miss Chu Yanran. Before the apocalypse, she was the campus belle of Fengtian University, a famous beauty in our Fengtian city. Don't let her current messy state fool you. Once she's cleaned up, she's definitely beautiful. Her figure is first-rate too. He lowered his voice and edged a little closer, though he still didn't dare get too close. Having her scrub your back would be her blessing. If you fancy her, you can have her serve you from now on, pouring tea, bringing water, attending to your daily needs. She'll definitely take good care of you and keep you comfortable. Standing to the side, Chu Yanran's expression changed again and again. Looking at Zhou Zemin's ingratiating face, she suddenly felt sick. This man had looked so honest and dutiful just a moment ago, and now he was turning around and offering her up like a gift? But disgust was disgust. She said nothing. She only bit her lip and looked at the young man by the elevator. Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Zemin and sneered inwardly. This guy really knew how to act. He had just been given a management position, and he was already currying favor. Then he glanced at Chu Yanran again. Though she was disheveled now, and her clothes were filthy, from the outline of her features and the proportions of her figure, it was clear she had excellent foundations. After thinking it over, he nodded. All right. Chu Yanran's lowered lashes trembled lightly. A smile bloomed across Zhou Zemin's face. Yes, yes, yes. Chief, enjoy your meal. No. Wait, enjoy your wash. Enjoy your wash. Zhang Long put away his gun and glanced at Zhou Zemin without saying anything. The elevator doors slowly closed. Zhou Zemin stood where he was, the smile on his face not yet fading. Several survivors nearby immediately crowded around him, chattering all at once. Brother Zhou, you're amazing. You actually managed to talk to the chief. You gotta look out for us more in the future. Zhou Zemin waved a hand, looking smug. Easy, easy. We're all on the same side. We'll look out for each other. Inside the elevator, Jiang Chun leaned against the elevator wall and glanced at Chu Yanran, who was standing in the corner. Her head was lowered, and her expression couldn't be seen. The elevator began to descend. The numbers kept jumping. 1, 2, 3, 4F. Chief S exclusive residential area has arrived. 4th floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. The facial recognition system scanned Jiang Chun's face, and the electronic female voice sounded again. Recognition successful. Welcome home, Chief. The moment the voice fell, the massive alloy doors ahead slid open soundlessly to both sides. Behind the doors was an incomparably vast space. Jiang Chun froze. Zhang Long froze. Even Chu Yanran, who had kept her head lower the whole time, couldn't he help raising it. Then she froze too. The first thing that came into view was a huge swimming pool. Pale marble was laid around the edge of the pool, and beside it were several lounge chairs and sun umbrellas. The whole style looked like the private pool of some top-tier villa resort. Beyond the pool was a fully equipped gym. Treadmills, rowing machines, and all kinds of strength training equipment with names no one could tell, lined up neatly in rows. It looked even more professional than the paid gyms outside. On the other side of the gym was a small golf putting practice area. Green artificial turf, several holes with little flags in them, and there were even a few golf clubs placed nearby. And at the end of all those facilities stood a 2-story luxury villa. European style, cream white exterior walls, floor-to-ceiling glass windows, several Roman columns at the entrance. Around the villa were carefully trimmed lawns and ornamental trees. There was even a winding pebble path leading to the front door. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Chun felt like his whole brain had stopped working. He had thought the 4th floor would just be a bigger room, maybe with better decoration at most. What the hell? This was an entire floor. An entire floor. Pool, gym, golf villa. This was even more outrageous than the top luxury mansions from the peaceful era. My God. Zhang Long's mouth hung open, his eyes practically bulging out. Chief, this is where you live? Jiang Chen swallowed, but said nothing. He couldn't say anything. Hello, Chief. A voice suddenly rang out. All three of them turned at the same time. A white figure slid over from the side. It was a robot, white all over with a rounded design, about waist-high on a person. It had a pair of blue eyes, a round head with an antenna on top, a plump little body below, and omnidirectional wheels underneath. I am your intelligent butler, serial number 001, the robot said in a gentle electronic voice. You may call me Xiaoi. I will be responsible for all your daily living services on the 4th floor. Xiaoi? Jiang Chun repeated instinctively. Yes, Chief. Xiaoi's eyes curved into 2 arcs, as if smiling. Do you need anything? Jiang Chun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. First, take me to look around the villa. Certainly. Please follow me. Xiaoi turned and glided toward the villa. Its omnidirectional wheels moved soundlessly across the floor, neither too fast nor too slow, just right for people to keep up. Jiang Chun stepped after it, but after 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Zhang Long. Wait here. Zhang Long nodded and obediently stood by the pool, his eyes still darting everywhere. Jiang Chun looked at Chu Yanran again and ordered, come in with me. Chu Yanran bit her lip and followed with her head lowered. The villa's main door was sensor activated. As soon as Xiaoi approached, the door opened automatically. Inside was a huge living room, a high domed ceiling, crystal chandelier, genuine leather sofas, a marble coffee table, and a giant oil painting hanging on the wall. To the left of the living room was an open kitchen, fully equipped with every kind of cookware. There was also a small bar counter, with all kinds of alcohol arranged behind it. To the right was a spiral staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Chief, the 1st floor mainly consists of the living room, kitchen, dining room, and reception room, Xiaoi introduced. The 2nd floor contains the bedrooms, study, and private command room. Would you like me to show you around? Jiang Chun waved a hand. No need for now. He looked at Chu Yanran and pointed in the direction of the stairs. There's a bathroom upstairs. Go take a shower first. Chu Yanran raised her head and looked at him. There was a trace of something complicated in her gaze. Nervousness, unease, and a bit of emotion that couldn't quite be described. But she said nothing. She only nodded and turned to go upstairs. Her footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Jiang Chun walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the scenery outside. Even though this was the 4th underground level, outside the window was a bright, sunlit scene. Blue sky, a few white clouds drifting by, and in the distance, even the outlines of mountains could be seen. He knew it was fake, some kind of projection technology, simulating the scenery on the surface. But it was too real. So real that for a brief moment, he felt dazed, as if he had truly returned to the surface. Returned to that peaceful world without zombies. He remembered that at this same time yesterday, he had still been slumped in his rental room, staring blankly at that slab of cured meat and half a bottle of water, thinking about how many more days he could survive, thinking about when he would die, thinking that this life was over just like that. And now, dozens of fully armed subordinates, several armored vehicles, machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers. And this underground fortress, too. Jiang Chun looked at that fake but lifelike sky outside the window, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Good thing he had the system. Otherwise, by now he would already turned into a lump of rotten meat in a zombie-esque stomach. No, not even rotten meat. Soft footsteps came from behind him. Jiang Chun turned around. Chu Yanran stood at the stairway entrance, wrapped in a white bathrobe. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders, the ends still dripping water. The grime and exhaustion from before were gone from her face. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, and her features were so delicate they looked painted. The bathrobe was tied tightly, but precisely because it was tight, it outlined her astonishing figure even more clearly. At the collar, a patch of snow-white skin could be seen faintly, full and rounded, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. The hem of the bathrobe revealed a section of her calf, slender and well-proportioned, with delicate ankles. Jiang Chun's gaze swept over her from top to bottom once, then again. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Even without makeup. Even with a completely bare face. That face and that figure were enough to make any man unable to look away. He suddenly remembered the posts he used to scroll past online before the apocalypse, about Fengtian University's campus beauty. Back then, all he could do was look, drool over the screen a little, and then go on with his life. After all, he was just a loser. Between him and that kind of goddess was an entire galaxy. But now, that campus beauty was standing right in front of him, wrapped in a bathrobe, her hair still wet. She kept her head lowered and didn't dare look at him. The corner of Jiang Chun's lips curled slightly. Interesting. Yuan Shou. Chu Yanran's voice was very soft, carrying a slight tremble. I'm done washing. Jiang Chun nodded and said nothing. He only jerked his chin toward the bathroom. Chu Yanran bit her lip and followed behind him. The bathroom was huge, even bigger than the ones in those 5-star hotels outside. In the middle was a sunken bath, large enough for 4 or 5 people to soak in at the same time. The hot water had already been filled, steam curled upward, and a faint fragrance drifted through the air. Jiang Chun stood by the bath with his back to her. Come here. Chu Yanran walked over and stopped behind him. Help me take off my clothes. The moment those words fell, her entire delicate body trembled. But in the end, she still gritted her teeth and reached out those trembling hands, undoing the clasps on his combat uniform one by one, carefully and cautiously. Jiang Chun never turned around. As the combat uniform came off, it revealed firm, defined muscle lines. The changes brought by Triple Soldier King physique were obvious. His shoulders were broader, his back thicker. Every muscle was clearly defined, yet it wasn't that exaggerated bodybuilder type. Looking at that body, Chu Yanran's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Jiang Chun stepped into the bath, sat down in the hot water, leaned against the wall of the pool, and closed his eyes. Come here. Chu Yanran stood by the edge of the bath, hesitated for 1 second, then untied the sash of her bathrobe. The robe slipped down from her shoulders. She did not cover herself again. She simply stood there bare, then stepped into the bath. The hot water rose over her calves, over her thighs, over her waist. She crouched beside Jiang Chun, picked up the towel at the side, and gently wiped his back. Neither of them spoke, only the soft sound of water rippling. After quite a while, Jiang Chun spoke in a lazy voice before the apocalypse. Back at school, there were a lot of guys chasing after you, right? Chu Yanran's hand paused for a moment. She gave a soft hum. All kinds, I guess. Rich second generation, official second generation, top students, campus heartthrobs? What were you thinking back then? Chu Yanran fell silent for a moment, then said softly, I wasn't really thinking much. Back then, I felt like I was still young, so there was no rush. I wanted to graduate first, find a good job, and think about that afterward. Jiang Chun laughed lightly. Then the apocalypse came. Another silence followed. The water rippled gently. Chu Yanran's hands continued wiping his back, her movements gentle and careful. Suddenly, Jiang Chun turned around to face her. The distance between them was less than half a foot. He could clearly see her eyelashes trembling slightly, see her lower lip caught between her teeth, see the two snowy white mounds on her chest rising and falling softly with her breathing. He raised a hand and lifted her chin, making her look at him. "You're not afraid of me?" Chu Yanran's gaze flickered, but she didn't avoid him. "I am," she said softly. "Then why did you still come?" She did not answer. Jiang Chun let go of her and leaned back against the wall of the bath, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Do you know what I was just thinking?" Chu Yanran shook her head. "I was thinking, before the apocalypse, a goddess at your level. If I even looked at you, it would have to be in secret. If I ran into you on the street, I'd have to hurry and step aside, afraid of brushing against you. If I came across your photo online, all I could do was hit like, then scroll past." He paused and smiled. "And now, the campus belle of Fengtian University is naked and scrubbing my back." Chu Yanran lowered her head and said nothing. "Tell me, isn't this world pretty interesting?" Chu Yanran raised her head and looked at him. Her face was very calm, with no clear emotion on it. But in those eyes, there was something she couldn't understand. "Yuan Shou," she said softly. Aren't you afraid of me?" Jiang Chun smiled. "Afraid of what? Afraid you'll kill me?" "No." Chu Yanran bit her lip. Aren't you afraid I have some motive?" Jiang Chun looked at her. His gaze stayed on her face for a few seconds, then slowly moved downward. Her collarbone, her chest, her waist, and lower. Chu Yanran's whole body stiffened. But she did not dodge. "What motive do you have?" Jiang Chun asked. Chu Yanran was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, "I want to survive. That is all. And," she bit her lip, "I want to find my parents. I don't know if they're still alive, but if they are, I want to find them. If they're dead, I still want a place where I can mourn them." Jiang Chun said nothing. "I know this request is too much." Chu Yanran's voice trembled slightly. "In the apocalypse, everyone is living for themselves. I'm not qualified to ask you for anything. But," she raised her head and looked at him, her eyes slightly red. "But if there is something I can do, something that would make you willing to help me." She didn't finish, but the meaning was already obvious enough. Jiang Chun looked at her, then suddenly smiled. "You're very brave." Chu Yanran froze for a moment. "In half a month of the apocalypse, I've seen a lot of people," Jiang Chun said. "There are people like that lunatic next door who lured zombies over trying to kill me just because I didn't give her food. There are people like that fat guy from yesterday, still daydreaming right up until death. There are people like those beside you, who only know how to curl up in a corner and wait to die." He looked into her eyes. "But people like you, who know what they want and are willing to pay the price for it. There aren't many." Chu Yanran bit her lip and said nothing. Jiang Chun reached out and gently brushed her cheek. Her skin was smooth and soft, like silk. "Do you know what the price is?" Chu Yanran's body trembled slightly, but she did not avoid him. "I know. And you're still willing?" She raised her head and looked at him. In those eyes, there was nervousness, unease, fear, but also a trace of resolve. "I am." Jiang Chun stared at her for a few seconds, then let go. "Then let us see how you perform." Chu Yanran lowered her head and slowly stood up. Water slid down her body, gleaming under the lights. That perfect body was fully revealed before his eyes. Every inch of skin tinged with a faint pink. She took one step forward, then another, then another. In the end, she crouched in front of him and pressed her naked body into his arms, burying her face in his chest, not daring to raise her head. Jiang Chun looked down at her, and a trace of emotion suddenly flashed through his heart. Before the apocalypse, a scene like this could only exist in his fantasies. And now, he wrapped an arm around her waist. The touch was slick and soft, enough to make anyone unwilling to let go. A few minutes later, in the bath, the water began to ripple softly. Chu Yanran's eyes suddenly widened, and an involuntary cry escaped her lips, only to be cut off at once. After that, only the sound of water slapping in the bathroom remained, one wave after another, gradually growing faster. Chu Yanran had her eyes closed, her face showing some pain. Her lower lip clenched tightly between her teeth. Both hands clung to his shoulders, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. That sharp, soft cry still broke through her tightly bitten lips in the end, echoing through the bathroom. Then the rhythm of the water's rippling began to speed up. Wave after wave. For a long, long time, it did not stop. 2 hours later, as a high-pitched, lingering cry echoed through the empty bathroom, there was a faint tremble in that voice. White mist swirled, steam hanging thick in the air. By the sink, a figure lay there limply, like a heap of mud. Wet long hair draped over her shoulders, droplets sliding down from the tips and falling onto the floor. Chu Yanran raised her head and looked at the flushed face in the mirror, her gaze so unfocused it could barely gather itself. Her body was still twitching slightly, wave after wave, like she was getting shocked. It was her first time, but even if she hadn't eaten pork, she'd at least seen pigs run, right? 2 hours. What the hell? Wasn't this the kind of plot that only existed in movies? Even more ridiculous, this was the apocalypse. Outside were zombies everywhere. People could die at any moment. Food and clothing were scarce everywhere. And yet this man didn't look drained at all. She turned back and glanced at the figure lying in the bathtub, a complicated emotion rising in her heart. There was fear, awe, and a trace of dependence she couldn't quite put into words. Jiang Chun lay in the bathtub with his eyes closed, his whole body feeling refreshed. Hot water wrapped around him, every pore open. That 2-hour workout just now had vented all the pressure and frustration he'd built up over the past half month. Awesome. Fucking awesome. He remembered that half a month ago, he had still been holed up in that crappy rental room, worrying over half a bottle of water. Back then, his biggest wish had just been to stay alive a few more days, hold on a few more days. And now, armed subordinates, an underground fortress, a luxury villa. And this. He opened his eyes and glanced at the still, trembling figure by the sink. Snow-white back, slender waist, rounded curves, wet long hair. He hadn't even needed to say anything. She had pressed herself against him on her own, and she was even a top-tier campus belle with a pure body. This was the kind of life the apocalypse was supposed to have. But Jiang Chun withdrew his gaze, his eyes gradually clearing. Feeling good was one thing, but he couldn't get lost in beauty. He still had proper business to handle. He sat up in the bathtub, splashing water all over the floor. Hearing the movement, Chu Yanran subconsciously tried to stand straight, but her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed forward again. Jiang Chun walked up behind her and reached out to lift her chin, making her look at that face in the mirror. That little face was red enough to drip blood. From today on, you're my personal maid, he said flatly. Understood? Zhu Dan Dan, a maid? She blinked, thinking she'd misheard. But very quickly, she accepted it. A maid, then so be it. In the apocalypse, if she could stay alive, have someone to rely on, and have a chance to find her parents, then let alone being a maid, any identity was fine. She lowered her head and said softly, I understand, Yuan Shou. Jiang Chen's fingers lightly stroked her chin. Still calling me Yuan Shou? Chu Yanran's face turned even redder. She bit her lip. Those two words rolled on the tip of her tongue several times before she finally forced them out. And master, her voice was as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. But Jiang Chen heard it. He smiled. Very good. He withdrew his hand, turned, and walked out of the bathroom. Without even looking back, he tossed out one sentence. Come. Help Shin get dressed. Supporting herself on the sink, Chu Yanran took several deep breaths before barely managing to steady herself. She grabbed a bathrobe and wrapped it around her body, then hobbled after him. At the entrance to the 4th floor, Zhang Long stood by the swimming pool, already pacing back and forth who knew how many times. 2 hours. A full 2 hours. He had just stood there the whole time, staring at the villa doors and listening to the faint sounds coming from inside. The soundproofing was good, but he could still hear a tiny little bit. A tiny little bit. But just that tiny little bit had kept him standing there for 2 hours. Sigh. He let out a breath and kept pacing. Finally, the villa doors opened. Zhang Long immediately straightened up, looked straight ahead, and put on a serious face. Jiang Chen walked out, already changed into a clean black combat uniform. His hair was still wet, but his whole person looked refreshed and radiant. Behind him, Chu Yanran followed with her head lowered. She had changed back into that bathrobe. For the time being, she had no other clothes. So, she could only make do with it. Her hair was still wet, her face rosy red, and when she walked, she hobbled. Very slowly. Every step was cautious. Zhang Long glanced once, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Dear God, they're finally out. He muttered inwardly. The Yuan Shou really is something. Why go that hard for no reason? Look how badly he wore her out. She can't even walk steady anymore. But not a trace of it showed on his face. He simply stood at attention and saluted. Yuan Shou. Jiang Chen nodded. Been waiting long? No. Zhang Long shook his head repeatedly. Just a little while. Jiang Chen smiled, not exposing him. The three of them walked toward the elevator. Chu Yanran followed behind, walking very slowly. She tried hard to walk more normally, but every step reminded her with that aching soreness of what had just happened. Her face grew even redder. The elevator doors opened, and the three entered. The numbers jumped. 3, 2, 1, 1F. The elevator doors opened, and the noise from the first-floor lobby came rushing at them. Those survivors were gathered in groups of 3s and 5s. Some were looking around everywhere. Some were whispering among themselves. And some were touching those silver-white metal walls with disbelief written all over their faces. The moment the elevator doors opened, Zhou Zimin spotted the figure stepping out at once. He immediately straightened his body and clapped hard. Quiet. Everybody quiet. Yuan Shou is here. The noise cut off abruptly, like chickens getting their throats grabbed. Everyone turned in unison and looked toward the elevator entrance. Jiang Chun walked out, with the hobbling Chu Yanran behind him and the serious-faced Zhang Long beside her. His gaze swept over the group. They had already washed up, and their faces and bodies looked much cleaner now. But their clothes were still the same. Wrinkled t-shirts, filthy jeans, torn shirts. Some were even still wearing pajamas. Standing there one by one, they looked like a group of refugees. Well, they were refugees. Jiang Chen said nothing and walked straight toward Li Jing. Li Jing was huddled together with Zhou Jiangwo, looking at something on tablet. Seeing Jiang Chen come over, both men immediately stood up straight. Yuan Shou, how is it? Jiang Chen asked. Li Jing handed over the tablet. Other than the 4th floor, we're more or less familiar with the other floors already. The 2nd floor is the residential area, with 4-person rooms, independent bathrooms, plus a public cafeteria and bathhouse. The 3rd floor is the agricultural area. There are already some basic planning facilities there, but they haven't started operating yet. He paused, then pulled up another screen. Just now, I also took another look at the situation outside. After the gunfire and cannon fire outside, the main gate stopped. Those zombies started dispersing and wandering all over. The density is much lower than before. For the time being, this place is safe. Jiang Chun nodded, waiting for him to continue. Li Jing swiped a finger across the screen, switching the image to the direction of the main gate. But there's a problem. Jiang Chun took one look. Outside the main gate was a sea of corpses and blood. At least 2,000 or 3,000 zombie corpses were piled there, stacked higher than a person, stretching from the entrance all the way to over 100 meters away. In some places they had piled into small hills. In others, it spread out like a carpet. Blood had flowed into a river and had already dried black. But the stench felt like it could be smelled even through the screen. So many corpses were piled up at the entrance. If they weren't dealt with, they could bring unnecessary viral infection. Li Jing said, even though we're fine inside the base, if we ever need to go out one day, this thing will be a hidden danger. Jiang Chun stared at the screen for a few seconds, then nodded. You're right. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the group of survivors again. More than 20 people, men and women, old and young. At this moment, they were all looking at him eagerly, their eyes full of expectation and ingratiation. The corner of Jiang Chun's mouth curled slightly. Want to eat and drink for free? How could there be such a cheap deal? He took a step forward, and the group unconsciously retreated half a step. Listen carefully. His voice wasn't too loud, but everyone in the hall could hear him clearly. From now on, this base has rules. Everyone pricked up their ears. First rule, we don't keep freeloaders here. Some people in the crowd immediately changed expression. If you want food, want water, want to stay here, Jiang Chun paused. Then you have to work. Second rule, contribution point system. He raised one finger and said unhurriedly, move one zombie corpse, and you get one contribution point. Handle other dirty or heavy work, and contribution points will be awarded based on difficulty. Complete tasks assigned by me or the management, and you get contribution points. Then he raised a second finger. Contribution points can be exchanged for anything. Food, water, clothes, daily necessities. In the future, there will be even more items available for exchange. Third rule, all survivors are under Zhou Zemin's management. He looked toward the bespectacled man in the crowd. Zhou Zemin immediately trotted forward, nodding and bowing. Here, Chief, you'll gradually improve the rules and regulations. You'll assign the daily work and record the contribution points. If you do well, you'll be rewarded. If you do badly, Jiang Chun glanced at him and didn't he finish the sentence. But Zhou Zemin was already nodding repeatedly. Understood, understood. Don't worry, Chief. I'll definitely handle this well. Jiang Chun withdrew his gaze and looked at the survivors. Now the first task. All the zombie corpses at the entrance are to be moved outside the base and piled up at the designated location. Meals will be served only when everything is moved. The crowd instantly exploded. Move corpses. There's so many zombies outside. And you want us to go out there and move them? What if we run into live ones? Yeah, what if we get bitten? A middle-aged woman went pale. I'm not going. I'd rather starve to death than go. Several people nearby echoed her. Jiang Chun looked at them, his face expressionless. Only after they had argued enough did he speak indifferently. Don't worry. You just focus on moving them. Naturally, someone will help you. He turned to Li Jing. Li Jing, arrange people to protect them in secret. Don't let them die. Li Jing stood at attention. Yes. He turned and gestured to Zhou Jiangwo, and the two of them quickly left to make arrangements. Jiang Chun looked at the survivors again, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Any other questions? No one spoke. Zhou Zemin wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly called out, don't just stand there. Follow me. Time to work. Once it's done, there'll all be food. The crowd followed after him in a noisy mess toward the entrance. Someone muttered quietly, this isn't what I imagine. The person beside him rolled his eyes. What were you imagining? You really thought you could eat and drink for free? Well, at least we're getting fed. Chu Yanran stood where she was, watching the group as retreating backs, then looked at Jiang Chun beside her, her gaze complicated. Jiang Chun noticed her look and turned his head to glance at her. What? You want to go too? Chu Yanran hurriedly shook her head. Jiang Chun smiled and said nothing more. Beside him, Zhang Long came over and asked in a low voice, Chief, that Miss Chu, she doesn't need to go. Jiang Chun said flatly, she has other tasks. Zhang Long froze for a moment, then put on an expression that said, I get it, and nodded repeatedly. Chu Yanran's face turned red again. Outside the main gate, the survivors followed Zhou Zemin out of the base and onto the open ground outside. Then everyone stopped. The air froze for 3 seconds. Right after that, Blarg, the first person, bent over, braced his hands on his knees, and vomited wildly onto the ground. Blarg, the second, the third, the 10th, as if it were contagious. More than 20 people bent over one after another, vomiting their guts out. Zhou Zemin stood at the very front, his face deathly pale as he forced down the churning in his stomach. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he finally couldn't hold it back either. Grabbing onto an abandoned car beside him, he joined the vomiting army. Blarg, you couldn't blame them. What lay before them had truly gone beyond what a normal human could endure. Corpses. Nothing but corpses. From beneath their feet all the way out more than 100 meters, they were packed densely together, layered over each other, piled into small hills. Some corpses have been blasted into pieces by heavy machine guns, with only half their bodies left. Some have been blown beyond recognition by artillery shells. Their organs spilled all over the ground. Some have been riddled like sieves by vehicle-mounted machine guns, their entire bodies covered in bloody holes. The black blood had already dried and formed a thick layer on the ground. Stepping on it felt sticky and greasy. Chunks of flesh, severed limbs, heads were scattered everywhere. That smell, the stench of rot mixed with blood, mixed with gunpowder, plus some indescribably disgusting odor. It was like an invisible hand reaching straight into everyone's throat and stirring madly. IFCK after vomiting. A young man looked up once, then immediately lowered his head and kept puking. How the hell is this something humans are supposed to do? Blarg, I can't do this. Blarg, how many are there? 1,000? 2,000? At least 3,000. No less. Blarg. Joe Zemin vomited for a long while before he finally managed to straighten up. He took out a towel, wiped his mouth, and drew in a deep breath, then was almost choked by the smell into vomiting again. Stop vomiting already, he shouted at the top of his lungs. After puking, we still have to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we go back. No one paid him any attention. They were still vomiting. Did you hear me? Joe Zemin panicked. The chief said food only comes after we finish moving them. Do you want to starve to death? At last, someone raised his head, his face pale as paper. Be brother, Joe, how are we supposed to move this? With your hands. Joe Zemin glared at him. What else? Carry them in your mouth. The man lowered his head and started vomiting again. Only after quite a while did the sounds of retching gradually die down. The group stood at the edge of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, every face looking worse than the last. Joe Zemin took a deep breath. This time he had learned to be smart and only inhaled half a breath before waving his hand. Get to it. Work in pairs and carry them over there. See that overturned truck? Pile them over there. The crowd finally started moving. Someone covered his nose, bent down, and grabbed a corpse by the arm. With one pull, the arm came off. The man was so startled that he dropped to the ground on his butt, still clutching the severed arm in his hand. The person next to him took one look and bent over to vomit again. Joe Zemin pressed a hand to his forehead. This was too hard. First floor command center. Jiang Chun stood in front of a massive wall. But it wasn't an ordinary wall at all. It was an entire ultra-high-definition display screen, at least 10 meters wide and 5 meters tall. The screen was split into countless small displays, showing every corner of Nirvana base in real time, along with everything within a 100-meter radius outside the base. This was the core of the command center. At this moment, several of the central screens were showing the group of survivors moving corpses. Some were vomiting, some were cursing, some were holding a leg, completely at a loss. Some were pushing responsibility onto each other. But curse or not, puke or not, shirk or not, they were still doing it. One corpse after another, slow as hell. But they really were carrying them toward that overturned truck. Jiang Chen watched the screens and gave a slight nod. Not bad. They knew what was what. At least none of those brain-dead idiots had rushed up to lecture him about human rights, dignity, or why they should have to do it. In the apocalypse, anyone willing to work in exchange for food was a good survivor. He was just about to turn and leave when that familiar notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. System mission released. Mission name, territorial expansion. Mission name, territorial expansion. Mission content. Occupy all buildings within a 200-meter radius centered on Nirvana base and eliminate all zombie threats within the area. Mission time, 14 days. Mission reward, defense weapon blueprint. Land shield 3000 close-in defense gun system X1. H-64 Apache armed helicopter X1. Failure penalty, cut off your little brother. Jiang Chun. He lowered his head and glanced at his lower body. Then he raised his head and cursed expressionlessly in his heart. Dog system, are you specifically targeting my little brother or what? What did it ever do to you? Ding. The system is set this way. Please understand, Marshal. Understand my ass. He took a deep breath and decided not to stoop to the system's level. He opened the mission reward details. Land shield 3000 close-in defense system. Type, land-based short-range air defense weapon system. Core weapon, 11-barrel 30mm rotary Gatling cannon. Rate of fire, 10,000 rounds per minute. Effective range, 3,000 meters. Radar system, can lock onto and track 40 targets simultaneously. Attack mode, automatic interception manual control. Features, specifically designed to intercept low-altitude targets, with an extremely high interception rate against drones, missiles, rockets, and more. Can also be used for ground fire suppression, with devastating strike effects against dense targets. Can be loaded into the base S defense weapon slot. Exchange price, 50,000 merit points per set. Ammunition price, 100 merit points per 1,000 rounds. Jiang Chen stared at that number, his eyes slowly widening. 10,000 rounds per minute. 10,000. In 1 minute. A scene began auto-playing in his mind. Dense waves of zombies rushing over, this 11-barrel monster starting to spin, and then, rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a, 166 rounds per second. 10,000 rounds in 1 minute. Those zombies would fall like wheat before sickle. Like they'd been sliced apart by an invisible giant blade, like a word suddenly came to him, meat grinder. This was a real meat grinder. Those zombies wouldn't even have time to react before being shredded into pieces. Severed limbs, broken arms, flesh, blood, brain matter, all of it mixed together into a pile of pulp. By the time 10,000 bullets were spent, nothing would be left on the battlefield except minced meat. Holy shit, Jiang Chen muttered. If this thing were mounted on the wall, wouldn't however many zombies came just be free kills? And it could lock onto 40 targets at once. It could intercept automatically. It could also be manually controlled. It could even be loaded into the base S weapon slot, which meant that as long as he got his hands on this, the base S future defenses would be secure. No need to send people out to fight every time zombies besiege the city. Just turn on the cannon and let it rip. As for that Apache-armed helicopter, Jiang Chen glanced at the description beside it and felt another wave of temptation. But right now, getting this land shield first was the more realistic option. 50,000 merit points. 14 days of mission time. All buildings within a 200-meter radius. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, stood up, and looked at the survivors' still moving corpses on the surveillance screen. Expanding territory needed manpower. Clearing buildings needed manpower. Transporting supplies needed manpower. This group could only do hard labor for now, but as long as they stayed alive, they would grow sooner or later. He looked at the middle-aged man on the screen who was vomiting while carrying a corpse, and suddenly smiled. All right then, one step at a time. Jiang Chen was just about to close the mission panel when the system notification rang out again. Ding. Detected that zombies killed under the Marshal S command yesterday totaled 4,503. Beginning reward settlement. Merit points for 1,503. Detected dropped items. MP5 submachine gun blueprint X1. M24 sniper rifle blueprint X1. M249 squad automatic weapon blueprint X1. M1911 pistol blueprint X1. Remington 870 shotgun blueprint X1. Tactical made outfit blueprint X1. Sexy lace set blueprint X1. Black and white stockings blueprint X1. Jiang Chen. He looked at the long list of drops and fell into a brief silence. The firearm blueprints at the front were all normal. MP5 submachine gun, suitable for close-range combat. M24 sniper rifle, high precision. M249 squad automatic weapon, excellent sustained firepower. M1911 pistol, a classic model. Remington 870, a close combat beast. All of these were good stuff. Once unlocked, they could be exchanged later. But what the hell were the last three? Tactical made outfit? Sexy lace set? Black and white stockings? Jiang Chen couldn't help asking in his heart, system, explain these three to me. What the hell is going on here? Ding. Tactical made outfit, made from military-grade polymer materials. Appearance is a classic made outfit, combining aesthetics and practicality. Equipped with bulletproof, stab-resistant, fireproof, and self-cleaning functions. Can automatically adjust size according to the wearer's figure. Excellent comfort. Exchange price, 100 merit points per set. Ding. Sexy lace set, made from skin-friendly material. Elegant and sexy design. Enhances the pleasures of life. Exchange price, 100 merit points per set. Ding. Black and white stockings, made from military-grade materials. Resistant to snagging, with excellent elasticity. Can be paired with the tactical made outfit or other clothing. Exchange price, 50 merit points per pair. Jiang Chen stared at the 3 lines of description, the corner of his mouth twitching. A bulletproof made outfit? Military-grade stockings? Did this system have some kind of weird fetish? He was just about to complain when he suddenly thought of something and instinctively glanced at Chu Yanran, standing beside him. She had her head lowered, her cheeks flushed red. And for some reason, who knew what she was thinking about? Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and quietly started calculating in his heart. 1 tactical made outfit for 100 merit points. Not expensive. 1 pair of stockings for 50 merit points. Also cheap. 1 lace set for 100 merit points. He gave a light cough and closed the system panel. Keep them for now. What if they come in handy later? Dusk was approaching. The setting sun dyed the entire sky orange-red, and its light spilled over that sea of blood and mountain of corpses, plating it with a bizarre golden edge. The last corpse was dragged to the designated spot and stacked in place. The survivors looked like they had been drained of every last bit of strength, collapsing to the ground one after another. Some lay flat, some sprawled on their stomachs, some leaned against trees, and some just spread out in the blood and filth without a care. At this point, nobody had the energy to care whether it was dirty or not. Sweat had soaked through everyone's clothes, mixed with the filthy blood splashed from the corpses. Each person looked like they had just been hauled out of a pool of blood. 56. A young man gasped heavily, his voice hoarse but carrying a trace of excitement. I fucking moved a full 56 of them. A middle-aged man beside him rolled over, stared at the sky, and muttered, I got 61. Damn, you win. Win my ass. My hands are still shaking. Another young man lay on the ground, eyes fixed on the sky. Right now, all I want is to go back, take a shower, and then stuff down 10 steaks. 10. Nobody better fight me for them. 10. You think you can even finish that? Doesn't matter if I can or not. I'm eating them. I've never been this tired in my whole damn life. Forget 10 steaks. Give me 10 bowls of plain white rice, and I'd finish every last one. I want a Coke. What does Coke compare to this? I want beer. I want a soaking hot bath. The kind where your skin wrinkles up. I want to lie down. Lie there for 3 days and 3 nights without getting up. A few people all started talking at once. As they talked, some laughed, some cried, and some laughed until they started crying. A whole day. From noon until now, a whole day. They had moved more than 1,000 corpses. The rotten ones that had decayed beyond recognition. The ones that fell apart at touch. The ones that stank so badly it was hard to breathe. They'd carried them all outside and piled them into more than a dozen small hills. Old Zhang, how many did you move? A little over 60, I guess. Didn't he count too carefully? Damn, that's impressive. You look skinny as a bamboo pole. Skinny is skinny. But there's meat in these bones. Yeah, right? You don't even have 2 ounces of meat on you. Zhou Zimin pushed himself up with his knees and stood, a notebook in hand. His face was covered in sweat and grime, and something had splashed onto his glasses. No matter how much he wiped them, they wouldn't come clean. He walked past each person one by one, lowering his head to ask, then lowering it again to write. Little Li, how many? 56. Old Wang, 132. Holy shit, seriously? 106. Old Wang, you sure you're not joking? Not trying to earn an extra merit point? Yeah, if they check and find out, the Yuan show definitely won't let you off. Heck, kids, back when I was hauling cement bags at the factory, you were still at home drinking milk. Command center. Jiang Chun stood before the surveillance screens, watching the people sprawled on the ground. His face showed little emotion. Li Jing pushed the door open, stood straight, and saluted. Yuan Shou, all the corpses have been moved. They've been stacked into 13 piles at the designated locations around the outer perimeter of the residential complex, with about 20 meters between each pile for easier centralized disposal. Jiang Chen nodded. Good work. The brothers weren't the ones working hard. Li Jing smiled. Those survivors are the ones who are really exhausted. I saw quite a few lying on the ground who couldn't even get back up. Jiang Chen said nothing. His gaze rested on the people in the surveillance feed. They were laughing, cursing, bragging, and complaining. But no one was crying for their parents. No one had thrown down the work and quit. No one had tried to bargain with him. Not bad. Let's go. Jiang Chen stood up. Let us take a look outside. The two of them walked out of the base and arrived outside the main gate. The smell of blood and rot in the air was so thick it felt impossible to dissolve, mixed with the harsh stench of burning trash. In the distance, the setting sun was sinking lower, dyeing the 13 piles of corpses into bizarre silhouettes. Jiang Chen frowned and opened the system shop. He found a flamethrower. Flamethrower, 50 merit points each. Fuel tank, 10 merit points each. He directly exchanged for 5 of them, then exchanged for 20 fuel tanks. A faint flash passed by, and 5 dark green flamethrowers and 20 fuel tanks appeared neatly lined up on the ground. Li Jing's eyes lit up. These are to burn the corpses. Jiang Chun pointed at the pile of equipment. Call a few people over and burn all those piles. Watch the wind direction. Don't smoke ourselves out. Yes, Yuan Shou. Li Jing turned to call people over, while Jiang Chun remained where he was, looking at the 13 piles of corpses. Once these were burned, once the base was settled, once those people had recovered, then it would be time to start expanding. Every building within a 200-meter radius. 14 days. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, turned, and headed back toward the base. After taking 2 steps, he remembered something and looked back at Li Jing. Oh, right. Tell those survivors to come back. Time to eat. Li Jing broke into a grin. Yes, Yuan Shou. First floor hall. The instant the doors opened, a rich fragrance crashed into them like a wave. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, sauce braised pork hock, braised spare ribs, stir-fried vegetables, tomato, and egg soup. Dozens of large serving trays were lined up neatly on a long table, piled full. Beside them were boxes of steaming hot white rice, and several cases of bottled water stacked in the corner against the wall. The survivors who had just finished moving corpses, their bodies reeking of sweat, all stood in the doorway and froze. Holy shit, someone instinctively sniffed. So fragrant. So fucking fragrant that braised pork, right? I can smell braised pork. And pork hock. Sauce braised pork hock. Rice. Hot rice some people had already started swallowing. Some people's stomachs began growling. Some people's eyes had turned red. But not one of them moved. More than 20 people stood there at the door, staring at the table full of food like their eyeballs were about to fall into it. Yet not a single one dared take a step forward. Jiang Chun walked over from the side and glanced at them. Every one of them was filthy and bedraggled, covered in dirty blood. The stench of sweat mixed with corpse stink was enough to knock someone over from 3 meters away. But at this moment, their eyes held only that table of food. What are you all standing there stunned for? Jiang Chen said. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. I'm treating you to this meal today. Silence hung for 1 second. Then, long live Yuan Shou. Holy shit, this is amazing. Thank you, Yuan Shou. Thank you, Yuan Shou. Yuan Shou, you're basically my reborn parent. A whole crowd cheered and surged toward the long table, but halfway there, they all stopped at once and turned back to look at Jiang Chun, their eyes asking for permission. Jiang Chun smiled and waved a hand. Eat. The moment the words fell, the crowd pounced on the table. Some directly grabbed a piece of braised pork with their hands and stuffed it into their mouths, hissing from the heat but unwilling to spit it out. Some filled a bowl to the brim with rice, then covered it with all kinds of dishes until it looked like a small mountain. Some hugged a pork hock and gnawed on it, mouths shining with grease. Some held soup bowls and gulped them down in great swallows, so hot that tears streamed from their eyes. So good. Too good. I haven't eaten anything hot in half a month. This braised pork is insane. Don't snatch that rib. I saw it first. Bullshit, my hand got there first. Chaos. Noise. A complete mess. But every face was smiling. The kind of smile that came from the heart. The smile of people who had survived a disaster. Jiang Chun stood to the side and watched. Only after they had calmed down a little did he speak again. Listen up. The crowd gradually quieted down. Their mouths were still chewing, but their eyes had all turned toward him. This meal today is on me. But starting tomorrow, he paused, his gaze sweeping across every person present. Everything will require contribution points to exchange for. Zhou Zimin has recorded how many corpses each of you moved today, and how many contribution points you have. If you want to eat tomorrow, go find him. No one spoke. Some people lowered their heads to look at the meat in their hands, and their chewing slowed down. Jiang Chun turned his head and looked at the bespectacled man, then spoke slowly. Zhou Zimin. Here, Commander. Zhou Zimin hurried forward a few steps, his face full of fawning eagerness. Pick a few people from among them who know how to cook. Send them to the cafeteria on the second floor. From now on, the daily cooking task will be handed over to them. As for ingredients, don't worry. I'll provide them. But the price of every dish must be clearly marked by you and posted at the cafeteria entrance. Yes. Zhou Zimin turned to the crowd. Who knows how to cook? Raise your hand. A few people hesitantly raised their hands. You and you. Come over and register. Jiang Chun stopped bothering with them and turned to look at Chu Yanran. She was still standing at the edge of the crowd, wrapped in that bathrobe, looking somewhat out of place. Come here. Chu Yanran lowered her head and walked over. Go eat. Chu Yanran froze for a moment, then looked up at him. Didn't you understand? She hurriedly nodded, walked in small steps to the long table, picked up a plate, took a few pieces of braised pork, scooped half a bowl of rice, and stood in the corner eating in small bites. Jiang Chun glanced at her and said nothing more. Outside the main entrance, Li Jing stood there with several team members, holding flamethrowers, facing the 13 piles of corpses. Everything ready? Captain, everything's ready. Light them up. Orange-red flames burst from the nozzles and instantly swallowed the nearest pile of corpses. The flamethrowers let out a low roar. Wherever the blazing fire swept past, the corpses rapidly blackened, carbonized, and broke apart. The sizzling of burning fat and the crackling of bursting bones mixed into a bizarre sound. The stench of scorching flesh spread through the air, even more pungent than the smell of rotting corpses, but also more reassuring. Once they were burned, they were gone. The flamethrowers operated in turns, and the 13 piles of corpses were ignited one after another. The firelight shot into the sky, dyeing the dusk-red heavens an even deeper crimson. 2 hours later, the fire from the burning corpses was still spreading through the air. The team members had already returned to the base early and started eating. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Jiang Chun stood inside the base, looking at the distant blaze. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly felt something falling from the sky. He looked up carefully. The sky was covered with dense black clouds, like a massive black cloth blanketing the entire heavens. The clouds churned and rolled, layer upon layer, pressing down so low it felt suffocating. Then, raindrops began to fall. Red, scarlet red. Jiang Chun's pupils suddenly contracted. This rain, this color, this feeling, it was exactly the same as that rain half a month ago. How is this possible? He muttered. Why is it falling again? Behind him, the survivors also noticed the anomaly. Some set down their food, walked to the doorway, and looked outside. Their faces instantly turned deathly pale. It's that rain. The scarlet rain is back. How can this be? It's over. We're done for. Some people began trembling. Some staggered backward. Some didn't even notice the meat in their hands had fallen to the ground. Jiang Chun stared at the scarlet curtain of rain, his heart pounding violently. What exactly was this rain? Why had it come again? What was it trying to do? At the same time, on a street 2 or 3 kilometers away from Nirvana Base, scarlet raindrops struck the ground, struck abandoned cars, struck the wandering zombies. The zombies showed no reaction. They still wandered aimlessly, still shoved each other, still crouched over wreckage and gnawed at remains. The rain streamed down their rotting faces, into their eye sockets, into their mouths, and changed nothing. Then, something bizarre happened. One of the zombies suddenly stopped. It was a woman. She wore a golden long dress. Though it was already torn to shreds, traces of its former splendor could still be seen. A head of golden long hair spilled over her shoulders, matted with blood and dirt. Originally, she had been just like the other zombies, head lowered, back hunched, wandering without purpose. But now she had stopped. She slowly lifted her head. In those once cloudy white eyeballs, a streak of scarlet light suddenly flashed. The light vanished in an instant. Then, the whites of her eyes began to change. Ash white, light gray, dark gray, black. In the end, They became a pair of pure black eyes. Her expression changed as well. No longer the dullness and emptiness unique to zombies, but thought. She was thinking. She lowered her head and looked at her own hand. Half of it had rotted away, exposing ghastly white bone, but new flesh was growing over the bone. Slowly, but it was undeniably growing. She lifted her head again and looked at the others of her kind, still wandering nearby. A trace of contempt flashed through her eyes. Then she slowly turned her head and looked into the distance. In that direction, a black curved silhouette could vaguely be seen. Very high, very large, covering something. She stared at that silhouette, and the corner of her mouth slowly stretched open. At first it was only a slight upward curve. Then it spread wider and wider. More and more savage. Hell. A low laugh came from her throat, hoarse and grating, yet carrying a bizarre kind of excitement. Roar. She suddenly threw back her head and let out a piercing howl. The sound was sharp and ear-piercing, like metal scraping against glass, like a beast roaring, and also like some kind of command. In an instant, all the surrounding zombies stopped. They turned their heads in perfect unison and looked at her. Then, they began walking toward her. 1, 2, 10, 50, 100. They converged from every direction, stopping in front of her with heads lowered and arms hanging limp. Motionless, like subjects awaiting their king's command. The blonde female zombie, or rather, that thing that was no longer a zombie, slowly swept her gaze across the kneeling members of her kind. The smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. Then she looked again at that distant black silhouette. Her laughter drifted through the rain curtain, eerie and sinister. Jiang Chun stood inside the base, staring at that scarlet curtain of rain for a long time. The rain was still falling, dense and endless, dyeing the whole world in a strange red. He withdrew his gaze and turned around. His expression was somewhat grave. This rain had come too suddenly, too strangely. Exactly the same as the one half a month ago. He didn't know what it meant, but he had a faint sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. But when he saw those soldiers armed to the teeth, the unease in his heart faded a lot. Several dozen men, several armored vehicles, machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers. Who cared what kind of demons or monsters came? If they showed up, just gun them down. He opened the system panel. Points, 51,324. It was still ticking up. 51,325, 51,326, 51,327. He could exchange for another infantry squad now, but no rush. Exchanging tomorrow morning would be the same. Tonight, he would let the brothers get a good rest first. Tomorrow, he would make the deployments. Evening, command center. On the huge curved wall, the projected map had already been activated. Centered on the Nirvana base, every building within a 200-meter radius had been marked out, with red dots packed densely across the display. Li Jing, Lu Chuang, Zhou Jiangwo, and Zhou Zemin stood around the table, staring at the map and discussing in low voices. Jiang Chun pushed the door open and walked in. The moment they saw him, the few men immediately straightened up. Chief. Jiang Chun waved a hand and walked to the map. How is the analysis going? Li Jing picked up a laser pointer and drew a circle on the map. Chief. A 200-meter range ISN, T exactly big, but it's not small either. The main issue is this ring of street-facing buildings around the residential complex. They're basically all commercial storefronts, small supermarkets, restaurants, pharmacies, barbershops, and the like. The laser moved and landed on two larger red marks. Two hard targets. One is this, Sunshine Underground Supermarket. Jiang Chun leaned in for a closer look. That location was right outside the main gate of the residential complex. About 150 meters east along the street, just within the 200-meter range. Sunshine Supermarket has only one ground-level entrance, but the basement level is huge, at least 2,000 square meters. There are lots of shelves inside, the aisles are narrow, and visibility is obstructed. Before the apocalypse, traffic there was heavy. There are probably 1 TB few zombies inside. Lu Chuang added from the side, and with this kind of underground structure, ventilation is poor and the smell can't dissipate. If we go down, we need to have gas masks ready. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at the other red mark. It covered an even larger area. This one is Sunshine Market. Zhou Jiangwo pointed at the map. About 180 meters from the base, also within range. It has 2 floors. The first floor is meat, poultry, and seafood. The second floor is vegetables and fruit. The total area is even larger than the underground supermarket, at least 3,000 square meters. The market, Jiang Chen frowned. Right? Places like that were packed every single day before the apocalypse. The number of zombies is probably even higher than in the supermarket, and the structure is complicated. There are lots of stalls, and the pathways twist and turn. It'd be easy to get surrounded. Li Jing continued. Also, there are quite a few cold storage rooms and warehouses in the market. The doors are shut. There could be zombies inside, or there could be survivors. Hard to say. Jiang Chun stared at the 2 red marks in silence for several seconds. The underground supermarket. The market. Each one was more troublesome than the last. These 2 places have to be taken. He spoke at last. Every building within the 200-meter range must be cleared. This is a mandatory mission. He looked at Li Jing. Any ideas? Li Jing pondered for a moment, then pointed at the map. My thought is to clear out these smaller storefronts on the perimeter first, one by one. Once the outside is cleaned up, we concentrate our forces and crack these two harbones. The others nodded in agreement. In the end, Jiang Chun's voice left no room for doubt. 14 days. Not too long, not too short. Starting tomorrow, we clear the perimeter first. Every time we clear one building, we mark one building on the map. Yes. The men responded in unison. Jiang Chun looked at Zhou Zemin again. As for the survivors, keep them working these next few days. Moving supplies, clearing trash. Those who can't do heavy labor can cook and handle miscellaneous chores. The contribution point system will be enforced strictly. However much work they do, that is how much food they get. Zhou Zemin nodded repeatedly. Understood, Chief. Jiang Chun gave the two red marks on the map one last look, then turned and headed for the door. At the doorway, he paused for a moment and looked back. Tell the brothers to get a good rest tonight. Once the rain stops, there'll be plenty to do. Yes. The door shut. Inside the command center, the men continued standing around the map, discussing tomorrow's tactics in low voices. Night fell. The underground supermarket. Dim yellow emergency lights barely illuminated the underground space. Most of the supplies on the shelves had already been moved out. Empty cardboard boxes were piled in the corners, and cigarette butts and empty liquor bottles were scattered all over the floor. Brother Hu lay on a makeshift bed pieced together from several sleeping bags. One large hand shoved inside the blonde woman's clothes as he slept soundly. Brother Hu. Brother Hu. Skinny Monkey's voice yanked him out of his dream. Brother Hu's eyes snapped open. He shoved the woman in his arms aside and instinctively reached under his pillow for his pistol. What is it? What the fuck is it now? And nothing. Skinny Monkey stood a few steps away, giving an awkward grin. It's just the gunfire and artillery outside. Seems like it's been quiet for a long time. Brother Hu froze for a few seconds, then tilted his head and listened carefully. Sure enough, no explosions, no gunshots, total silence, except for the pattering rain outside. It stopped. He frowned. When did it stop? Must be been 2 or 3 hours ago. Skinny Monkey moved closer. A few of us have been keeping watch. At first there were still a few sounds, but later it completely stopped. Nothing since then. Brother Hu sat up, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. 2 or 3 hours. His mind started turning. He had heard that gunfire and artillery himself. With that level of firepower, there was no way it came from just a few people with a few guns. At the time, he had been so scared his legs almost gave out. He thought the military really was coming for them. But now it had stopped. Brother Hu. Could be those people are dead? A sharp-faced underling leaned in, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Dead? Brother Hu shot him a sidelong glance. Yeah, think about it. They fought for so long and made such a huge commotion. How many zombies would that draw? Maybe they already got swallowed by a zombie tide. Otherwise, why did it suddenly go silent? Makes sense, another underling chimed in. It's been 2 or 3 hours already. If they were still alive, there'd have to be some kind of movement, right? Brother Hu said nothing. He just smoked. Smoke curled through the dim yellow light. He thought back to that terrifying bombardment in the afternoon, to those dense bursts of gunfire. Could something like that really be drowned by zombies? Who cares? He exhaled a stream of smoke, and the expression on his face gradually relaxed. Better if they're dead. Saves me from staying on edge. Exactly. Skinny Monkey nodded at once. Those guys are definitely finished. In this apocalypse, who could possibly outlast our Brother Hu? Brother Hu is blessed by the heavens. That bunch of idiots dared compare themselves to Brother Hu? Brother Hu was pleased by the flattery. The corners of his mouth spread into a grin, and he reached out to pat Skinny Monkey's face. Good. You know how to talk. Tomorrow I'll give you an extra pack of cigarettes. Thank you, Brother Hu. Brother Hu stubbed out his cigarette and was just about to lie back down when he suddenly heard the rain outside. The sound was louder than before. He frowned and looked toward the rolling shutter door. For some reason, the rain made his skin crawl. It was obviously just ordinary rain, but the sound drilling into his ears kept making his whole body feel uneasy. This rain, he muttered. Brother Hu? Skinny Monkey looked at him in confusion. Brother Hu shivered, suddenly feeling a little cold. He grabbed the trembling blonde woman beside him and roughly pulled her into his arms, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this shitty rain is making me feel jumpy. Screw it, sleep. He dragged the woman down with him and lay back down, turning his back to the underlings. Skinny Monkey and the sharp-faced man exchanged a glance, shrugged, and each found a place to lie down as well. The rain outside the shuttered door kept falling. Pitter-patter, splash-splash. Every now and then, a few low rumbles of thunder mixed in. No one noticed that deep within the curtain of rain, on the street not far from the supermarket, densely packed zombies were slowly moving. They were no longer wandering aimlessly. They were heading in the same direction, toward that black curved silhouette. Night fell. Nirvana Base. Chief S. Villa, 4th floor. Soft light filled the bedroom. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling window was a simulated night sky, dotted with stars, the moonlight flowing like water. Even knowing it was fake, looking at it still calmed the mind. Chu Yinran stood by the bed, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her bathrobe, her knuckles slightly pale from the force. Her head was lowered, and she didn't dare look at the man in front of her. But she could feel it. His gaze was on her. That gaze made her heart race, her cheeks burn, even her breathing turn uneven. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard, watching her with interest. After her shower, Chu Yanran was even more alluring than she had been during the day. The bathrobe hung loosely around her. At the collar, a patch of full, snowy white skin was exposed. Her collarbones were delicate, and her skin was so fine it looked like water could be squeezed from it. His gaze slid downward until it was blocked by the bathrobe. Then he smiled. Nervous? Chu Yanran pressed her lips together and gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. Jiang Chun said nothing. Instead, he opened the system shop. Tactical grade, maid outfit. 100 merit points per set. Black and white stockings. 50 merit points per pair. Sexy lace set. 100 merit points per set. He directly tapped exchange. Ding. 250 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. Items have been delivered to the wardrobe. The corner of Jiang Chun's lips curled up. He opened the wardrobe, took out the clothes, and laid them on the bed. Chu Yanran froze for a moment and looked up. It was a black and white maid outfit. A black dress, a white apron, a lace-trimmed headpiece, a pair of black stockings, and a lace underwear set that looked embarrassingly revealing at first glance. Her face instantly turned bright red. This is. Put it on. Jiang Chun's voice was calm, but carried a tone that allowed no refusal. Chu Yanran bit her lip and reached out to pick up the maid outfit. The material was light and soft, smooth as silk to the touch. When she turned to the tag, there was actually a line of small print on it. Military-grade polymer material. Bulletproof, stab-resistant, fireproof, self-cleaning. She blanked for a moment. A bulletproof maid outfit? What kind of bizarre combination was that? But Jiang Chun was watching her, and she had no time to think more about it. Holding the pile of clothes, she quickly walked into the bathroom. The door closed. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard, the smile on his lips deepening slightly. After waiting about 5 minutes, the bathroom door opened softly. Chu Yanran walked out. Jiang Chun's gaze landed on her, and then it could no longer move away. The black and white maid outfit perfectly outlined her figure. The slender waist, the full chest, the rounded hips. The skirt hem stopped just above her knees, revealing a stretch of long legs wrapped in black stockings, straight and shapely, gleaming seductively under the light. The neckline opened just enough, exposing a patch of snowy white skin and that faintly visible cleavage. On her head was a white lace hair accessory. A few strands of hair hung beside her cheeks, adding a few more traces of soft charm. Her head was lowered, her face red enough to drip blood. Her hands didn't know where to go, so they could only clutch the skirt hem tightly. Look up. Chu Yanran slowly raised her head. There was shyness in those eyes, nervousness, and a trace of anticipation that was hard to describe. Jiang Chun stared at her for a full 10 seconds. Then he stood up and walked toward her. Chu Yanran instinctively took half a step back, but immediately stopped herself. Jiang Chun stopped in front of her and lifted her chin with one hand. At close range, that face was even more beautiful. Delicate features, slightly trembling eyelashes, the lower lip caught between her teeth, and cheeks red and burning. Beautiful, he said softly. A flicker of panic flashed through Chu Yanran's eyes, but even more than that, there was shyness. Good girl. Jiang Chun's fingers lightly brushed across her cheek, traced down along her neck, and stopped at her collarbone. Chu Yanran's breathing quickened. From now on, this is your exclusive uniform. His voice was low, carrying a faint smile. Before Chu Yanran could respond, her whole body suddenly left the ground. She let out a startled cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around Jiang Chun's neck. Holding her in his arms, Jiang Chun turned and walked toward the large bed. With a light toss, she landed on the soft mattress and bounced twice. Before she could react, that man was already pressing down over her. And master, her voice was soft as cotton, carrying a trace of trembling, a trace of pleading, but even more consent. Jiang Chun lowered his eyes to the stunning face beneath him, to those eyes filled with spring water, to those slightly parted red lips. He lowered his head and kissed her. MH. Chu Yanran's eyes flew open, then slowly closed again. Her hands first froze in midair, then slowly climbed onto his back and held him tightly. The temperature in the room began to rise. The ties of the maid outfit were gently loosened, the black skirt spreading like flower petals. The black stockings wrapped around her long legs, glowing seductively under the light. And then even the sheen was gradually covered. Chu Yanran kept her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed, her breathing hurried. She could feel his hands roaming across her body, could feel his kisses falling on her neck, collarbone, chest. She bit her lip, trying hard not to make a sound. But the sound still slipped out through her clenched teeth. Very light, very soft, deeply teasing. Jiang Chun lifted his head and looked at her. What's wrong? Chu Yanran opened her eyes and met his smiling gaze. Her face turned even redder. She said nothing. She only buried her face in his chest, not daring to look at him, but her hands held him even tighter. The battle was about to erupt. The soft mattress rose and fell with a rhythm, the headboard lightly bumping the wall with regular muffled thuds. Then it was the sofa, and after that, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her entire body was pressed tightly against the glass, her full chest squeezed out of shape. The hot breath she exhaled condensing into a layer of white mist on the surface. Her voice had already gone hoarse, leaving only broken syllables and hurried gasps. Finally, it was the bathroom. Who knew how much time had passed? At last, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Only the heavy breathing of two people remained. Chu Yinran leaned limply in Jiang Chun's arms, without a trace of strength left in her body. Her cheek rested against his chest, feeling the powerful beat of his heart. Jiang Chun lowered his head and looked at the lovely girl in his arms, a smile curling at his lips. He reached out and brushed aside the wet strands of hair on her face, revealing those flushed cheeks. Tired? Chu Yinran no longer had the strength even to speak. She only nodded lightly. Jiang Chun smiled, carried her out of the bathroom, and gently laid her on the bed. He lay down as well and pulled the blanket over both of them. Chu Yinran curled up in his arms like a kitten, and before long, steady breathing could be heard from her. Jiang Chun looked at the ceiling, with only one thought in his heart. Having a system was fucking great. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock sharp, Jiang Chun opened his eyes. What entered his sight was a wash of soft light. Simulated sunlight streamed in from outside the window, casting mottled patterns across the floor. He turned his head and glanced beside him. Chu Yinran was still sleeping, curled up like a kitten, her breathing even. A few strands of hair lay scattered across the pillow, framing that quiet sleeping face. So beautiful it was hard to look away. Last night really had been a bit too wild. Jiang Chun smiled, gently pulled out the arm she was lying on, and got out of bed. He had just stepped out of the bedroom when the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Daily territory settlement. Current territory, Nirvana base. Territory survivors, 28 people. System summoned soldiers are not included in the settlement range. Today's merit point income, 28 points. Current total merit points, 90,412. Jiang Chun raised a brow. More than 90,000 now. He had spent quite a lot yesterday, exchanging for weapons and ammo, a flamethrower, pre-made meals, and those sets of clothes, but he had still saved up plenty. And today, he got another 28 points. It wasn't much, but even mosquito legs were still meat. He opened the shop and found the infantry squad option. Infantry squad, 50,000 merit points. Confirm exchange. Ding. Consumed 50,000 merit points. Obtained infantry squad 1. Summon location has been automatically set. First floor lobby. Jiang Chun nodded, washed up, got dressed, and pushed open the bedroom door. Chu Yinran was still asleep, so he didn't wake her. First floor lobby. 12 men were already standing there in neat formation. The one leading them was a dark-skinned, sturdy-looking man with a square face and thick brows. He looked dependable at a glance. When they saw Jiang Chun come out of the elevator, all 12 saluted in unison. Leader. Jiang Chun nodded and swept his gaze over their equipment. Same as the previous squads. 191 rifles, squad machine gun, sniper rifle, fully equipped. Where's Li Jing? Leader. Over here. Li Jing walked over from the side, with Lu Chuang, Zhou Jiangwo, and a few others behind him. Clearly, they had all arrived a while ago. Everyone's here? Jiang Chun asked. All here. Li Jing nodded, then looked at the 12 newcomers and smiled. Brother, what's your name? The dark-skinned man stepped forward. Li Tiniu, infantry squad leader. Li Jing froze for a second, then laughed. Tiniu? That's a good name. Solid. Li Tiniu gave an honest grin. My dad picked it. Said it'd be easy to raise me that way. Everyone laughed. Jiang Chun smiled too, then turned serious. Let's go. We'll head out and take a look. At the base entrance, the automatic door slowly opened, and the scene outside came into view. The rain had stopped. The sky was still gloomy and gray, but at least that strange red color was gone. The ground was soaked with puddles everywhere. Those 13 piles of corpses had already burned down to ashes. All that remained were a few charred black remnants, giving off a faint burnt stench. A hard-to-describe smell filled the air. Blood, rot, scorched flesh, mixed together, then washed by the rain into a unique scent no one would ever forget. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. Li Jing, is the plan we talked about yesterday ready? Ready. Li Jing handed over a map. We'll start by clearing the outer area first. This stretch of street-facing storefronts has about 30-something units. We'll clear them one by one. Each squad takes one section. We'll try to take 1/3 of it today. Jiang Chun looked at the map and nodded. All right, let's begin. Li Jing turned and gave orders to the squad leaders. Xiaolong squad takes the east side. Lu Chuang squad takes the west side. Zhou Jiangwo's platoon takes the south side. Li Tiniu squad follows the leader and me in the center for support. All groups maintain communication. Report immediately if anything happens. Yes. The 3 squads quickly moved toward their respective targets. Footsteps sounded on the wet ground, then soon disappeared around the corners of the street. Jiang Chun stood where he was, watching their backs, then looked again at the gray sky in the distance. 14 days. All buildings within a 200-meter radius. Today was only the beginning. Outside the base, the battle officially began. On the east side, Xiaolong squad made first contact. It was a row of small street-front shops, a convenience store, a pharmacy, a fast food shop, and a few storefronts with no obvious purpose. The rolling shutters were half open, and the insides were pitch black. Faintly, moving figures could be seen. Zhang Long gave a hand signal, and the four-man assault team pressed to the wall and moved in. Just as they reached the convenience store entrance, a zombie suddenly rushed out from inside. Its mouth full of yellow teeth bared, it lunged straight at Zhang Long. With a soft sound, a bloody hole exploded between its brows, and it dropped stiffly into a puddle. Flanked from both sides, Zhang Long ordered in a low voice. The four split into two groups and entered the convenience store from both sides at once. Inside was dark enough that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Flashlight beams pierced through the darkness, revealing complete chaos. Shelves were toppled everywhere. Goods scattered across the floor, and several zombies were swaying around in the corners. The moment the beams swept over them, they all turned their heads at once. Fire! For 191 rifles spat fire at the same time. The subsonic rounds, paired with suppressors, made dull, muffled sounds. The four zombies didn't even get the chance to take a step before they were riddled full of holes. Cleared. Keep pushing. On the west side, Lu Chuang's infantry squad also opened fire. The area they were responsible for was a row of food shops. A lamian shop, a dumpling shop, a barbecue place, a malatan shop. Most of these stores had their doors and windows shut, but wandering figures could still be seen through the glass. Don't go in, Lu Chuang ordered. Clear them one by one from outside. The sniper set up his seat cell R4 and aimed through the scope of the glass window of the nearest lamian shop. The glass was covered in grime, but two zombies could vaguely be seen wandering inside. A small hole burst open in the glass, and the bullet passed cleanly through the gap, striking one zombie squarely in the back of the head. Before it even hit the floor, the second shot had already arrived. The other zombie dropped in response. Next one. On the south side, Zhou Jiangwo's platoon progressed even faster. 3 infantry squads plus 1 firepower squad. More than 40 men. Dealing with these scattered zombies was like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. The firepower squad's machine gun didn't even get a chance to speak before the snipers and assault teams had already finished the job. This is way too easy. Firepower squad leader Qian Feng held his machine gun with a helpless look on his face. Did we come out here for sightseeing? Don't rush. Zhou Jiangwo looked at the map. Once we get into the supermarket and the produce market, you'll have plenty to shoot. Base command center. Jiang Chun sat in a wide command chair, facing an entire wall of surveillance screens. The display was split into dozens of small panels, each one showing real-time combat from a different location. On the east side, Jiaolong's squad had just entered a pharmacy. 3 zombies rushed out and were cut down by Zhang Long in a single burst. On the west side, Lu Chuang's squad was clearing a barbecue shop, with the sniper picking targets off one by one from outside the window. On the south side, Zhou Jiangwo's platoon had already finished clearing one row of storefronts and was advancing toward the next. Every screen was crystal clear. Every movement was visible at a glance. Li Tinio led his infantry squad in guarding the base entrance. The 12 men were split into 3 groups, 1 on alert, 2 standing by. Jiang Chun picked up a teacup beside him and took a sip. Hot tea, freshly brewed. Chu Yanran stood beside him in a maid outfit, holding a teapot, ready to refill his cup at any time. A trace of the flushed redness from last night still lingered on her face, but she had already calmed down. Master, do you want something to eat? She asked softly. Jiang Chun shook his head, his eyes never leaving the screens. On the screen, Jiaolong's squad had just entered a small hotel. The first floor lobby was packed with 7 or 8 zombies. Zhang Long directly tossed a flashbang inside. A white flash went off, and gunfire erupted. By the time a shot stopped, all 7 or 8 zombies were already lying on the floor. Beautiful. Jiang Chun nodded. On the east side, there were more than 30 storefronts along the street, and half of them had already been cleared. The west side was about the same. The south side was even faster. 2/3 had already been cleared. At this rate, they would be able to take the entire outer perimeter before noon today. Jiang Chun took another sip of tea, his gaze falling on the 2 red dots on the map. Underground supermarket. Vegetable market. Those 2 tough bones could wait until tomorrow. Yet right at that moment, a sudden sharp screech rang out. Roar. A piercing shriek suddenly tore through the morning silence. It came from far away, yet also seemed to be everywhere at once, echoing over and over between the buildings. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Zhang Long had just come out of a small hotel. Hearing the sound, he frowned hard. What the hell is that? Lu Chuang held his rifle and looked around. A zombie scream? Doesn't he sound like one? Zhou Jiangwo raised a hand, signaling the whole platoon to stop advancing. Even Li Tinio, guarding the base entrance, couldn't he help looking up toward the direction the sound had come from. The sound lasted a full 3 seconds, then stopped abruptly. The surroundings fell into dead silence. There was only the wind and the faint sound of dripping water in the distance. Li Jing stood where he was, his brows twisted into a knot. Something was wrong. That sound was wrong. It wasn't the howl of an ordinary zombie. Those zombies only made low, mindless rasping noises. There was no way they could produce such a sharp cry. And more than that, the sound felt like it was conveying something. He suddenly pressed down on his earpiece. Head of state, did you hear that? In the command center, Jiang Chun had already risen from his chair. He stared at the surveillance feed, his face grave. I heard it. That sound is wrong, Li Jing said quickly. I suggest. Before he could finish, Jiang Chun suddenly cut him off and roared, everyone, Return to the base immediately. Li Jing froze for a moment, then reacted. Yes, but it was already too late. On the surveillance screen, a mass of dark shapes suddenly poured out from the end of the street. Zombies. A dense, endless mass of zombies. They surged out from every corner. From behind abandoned cars, from open doorways, from deep inside alleyways. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. More and more. More and more. Like a black tide, they rushed in from all directions toward the soldiers. Fuck. Jiang Chun slammed a fist against the console. Run. Li Jing's roar came through the earpiece. Everyone. Retreat. Full speed retreat. On the east side, the Jiaolong squad had just rushed out of the small hotel when they saw zombies pouring in from both ends of the street at the same time. Zhang Long's pupil shrank, and he immediately bellowed. Charge for the base. Don't stop. The four of them raised their guns and retreated while firing. Gunfire rang nonstop, and the first few zombies charging in front dropped on the spot. But the ones behind stepped over their companions' corpses and kept chasing. Their speed not slowing in the slightest. On the west side, Lu Chuang's squad had just finished clearing a row of storefronts. Before they could even react, a horde of zombies bursting out of the alley had already cut off their retreat. Firepower team, open a path. Lu Chuang roared. The machine gunner set up the 201 and opened fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets poured out like a rainstorm. The zombies in front were torn into sieves. But more kept surging up from behind, still charging, as if there were no end to them. On the south side, Zhou Jiangwo's platoon was in even worse shape. More than 40 men were spread across an open area, while zombies rushed at them from 3 directions at once. The heavy machine gun of the firepower squad finally opened up. Boom, 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 boom. The 12.7mm rounds blasted the zombies in front into pieces. But there were too many of those monsters. Too many. 2 packed together. 1 batch fell, and 2 more surged up. Fight while retreating. Zhou Jiangwo shouted his order into the radio. Gunfire exploded everywhere. Blasts rose one after another. But the number of zombies was simply too great. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun stared fixedly at the surveillance screens, his palms slick with sweat. Those soldiers were fighting desperately to break out, but zombies were pouring in from every direction. Wave after wave like a rising tide, endless and unceasing. Li Tiniu rushed to the base gate and shouted, "Head of state, I'm going to support them." Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. Go. With a wave of his hand, Li Tiniu led 12 men charging out of the base toward the nearest Jiaolong squad. On the surveillance screen, those 12 figures were quickly swallowed by the corpse tide. The gunfire grew even denser. Jiang Chun stared at the screen. His fists clenched so tightly they crackled. He thought back to that strange screech just now. Fuck, something was wrong with this corpse tide. Outside the base, 5 Mengshi armored vehicles roared out. The 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine guns on their roofs opened fire at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. The heavy gunfire was deafening. Half-meter tongues of flame burst from the muzzles, and the zombies charging in front dropped like wheat before a scythe. Severed limbs and shattered bodies flying through the air. 1 batch fell, and 2 more surged up. 1 row fell, and 3 more rushed in. Those monsters poured in from all directions, dense and packed tight, a black mass like a dark tide filling the entire street. All units, report your positions. Li Jing's roar exploded across the channel. Jiaolong squad, east side 200 meters, closing in on the base. Lu Chuang squad, west side 150 meters, surrounded, requesting support. Zhou Jiangwo platoon, south side, breaking out now. Firepower squad, covering the rear. Li Tiniu squad, linked up with Jiaolong squad, fighting our way back. The 5 Mengshi split into 3 directions and charged toward different squads. 1 Mengshi rushed toward the Jiaolong squad, the roof gun firing in a frenzy. Zombies dropped in swaths, forcibly tearing open a bloody path. Zhang Long led the assault team running over, firing behind them as they ran. Zhao, who was at the very back when his foot suddenly caught on something and his whole body pitched forward. Behind him, 3 zombies had already lunged. Fuck. Zhang Long spun around and emptied a burst, dropping 2 of them. But the third had already reached Zhao Hu's back, its rotten claws barely brushing past him. Shit, I'm done for. Zhao Hu felt a chill down his back and cursed inwardly. At that moment, he had no time to react at all. Yet just as the zombie's sharp claws were about to touch Zhao Hu's back, bang, a heavy gunshot rang out. A 12.7mm bullet came screaming in. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splattered all over the ground. Its headless corpse stumbled forward 2 more steps before collapsing at Zhao Hu's feet. Cold sweat poured from Zhao Hu. He looked back, his face deathly pale. Sniper team. Thanks. Lin Mo's calm voice came through the earpiece. No need. Behind a piece of cover near the base gate, Lin Mo worked the bolt. The spent shell casing fell to the ground with a clear clink. He quickly aimed at the next target, a zombie that had just lunged at Lu Chuang's squad's position. Its head exploded. Another one exploded. Another one exploded. The power of the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle was simply terrifying. When a 12.7mm bullet hit a zombie, it wasn't called hitting. It was called blowing it apart. As long as it hit, whether in the head or the torso, it would turn them into a pile of rotten flesh. Lin Mo dropped one with every shot. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down more than a dozen. But the monsters were still pouring in, still charging, crawling out from every corner as if they could never be killed off. What the hell is this? Zhang Long cursed as he fired. Did these zombies take the wrong meds? Since when did they learn how to ambush people? Cut the crap. Fall back. Li Jing roared. Everyone be careful. Don't let them get close. And absolutely do not engage in close combat. Firepower team. Full fire. Da. More than a dozen squad machine guns roared at the same time, and shell casings clattered against the ground. The zombies dropped in waves, bodies piling into small hills. But those monsters stepped over their companions' corpses and kept charging forward, rotten arms clawing wildly through the air, blackened gums exposed inside their gaping mouths. Closer. The nearest zombies were already less than 20 meters from a squad. Grenades! Lu Chuang shouted. Several grenades were thrown into the horde. Boom, boom, boom. A section was blasted open, clearing a temporary gap, but the gap was filled again almost immediately. Right at that moment, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the zombie horde. It was too fast, so fast no one could react in time. Unlike the other zombies that staggered along slowly, it moved like a cheetah, sprinting madly on all fours. It darted from one piece of cover to another, behind an abandoned car, beside a fallen street lamp, through the gap between piles of corpses. It was actually taking cover. Holy shit, what the hell is that? Zhang Long spotted the shadow at once with his sharp eyes. Li Jing saw it too. That thing was different from the other zombies. Its movements were more agile, its speed much faster, and most absurd of all, it actually knew how to use cover. It hid behind a car. As soon as the machine gun fire swept past, it dashed behind the street lamp. When a machine gun turned its muzzle, it sprang behind another pile of corpses. It was getting closer. Yuan Shou, Li Jing Shouta. Something else wrong. We found a zombie suspected of possessing intelligence. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun stared fixedly at the surveillance screen. He saw it. The Black Shadow's speed, movements, and the way it used cover. Zombies could use cover? This was fucking unheard of. In the past half month, he had seen no fewer than 8,000 zombies, if not 10,000. Those monsters only knew how to charge toward sounds and living humans by instinct. They couldn't think, and they definitely didn't know how to hide. But this one, a thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Chun's mind. The rain from yesterday. That crimson rain exactly like the one from when the apocalypse first broke out. And that eerie screeching sound. Could it be? He had no time to think further and pressed the comms. Take the rocket launcher. Blow it up. Roger. On the southern battlefield, Zhou Yang hoisted a PF-98 rocket launcher onto his shoulder and aimed at the Black Shadow. The thing had just leaped out from behind a car and was running toward another pile of corpses. Zhou Yang's reticle tracked its movement. Locked. He pulled the trigger. Boom, boom. The rocket shot out trailing white smoke and slammed straight into the car. A massive fireball soared into the sky. The vehicle was blown to pieces, and all the surrounding zombies were thrown into the air. What about the Black Shadow? Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes and searched through the wreckage of the explosion. Nothing. He didn't see it. Just then, a black shadow burst out from a second-floor window of a nearby building, landed on the ground, and kept charging forward. In the instant before the explosion, that thing had actually darted into the building next to it. Zhou Yang's eyes widened. This fucking Jiang Chen saw it too. His gaze turned completely cold. No matter what it was, no matter whether it had developed intelligence, no matter why it had become like this, as long as it was still a carbon-based life form, everything was futile in front of modern firearms. Yo Yang. He pressed the comms. Here, how many rockets do you have left? 4. Fire all of them. Flatten that building for me. Yes, Yuan Shou. Also, sniper team, get ready. Jiang Chun's order exploded through the channel. The moment that thing shows itself, blow its head off. Roger. Lin Mo steadied a Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle. The crosshairs locked tightly on the building's windows. Beside him, Qin Feng held up a spotting scope, not daring to relax for even a moment. There! Qin Feng suddenly shouted. The Black Shadow sprang out from a window on the other side of the second floor, landed on a nearby balcony, and was just about to keep jumping down. Tum! Yo Yang's rocket launcher firet. The rocket screamed through the air, trailing white smoke, and struck the second floor of the building dead on. Boom! An entire wall collapsed from the blast, bricks, stone, and concrete fragments flying everywhere. The Black Shadow was hurled away by the explosion and crashed heavily to the ground from midair. It still wasn't dead. Half its body was still moving. Its 2 hands clawed madly at the ground, dragging its mangled lower half as it crawled forward. On that rotten face, there was actually a bizarre trace of unwillingness. Sniper, Zhou Yang shouted at once. The instant his voice fell, bang, a dull gunshot rang out. A 12.7mm bullet came flying from the distance and struck the crawling head with perfect accuracy. Red and white exploded all over the ground. That thing finally stopped moving. Target eliminated. Lin Mo's calm voice sounded over the channel. Jiang Chun stared at the surveillance screen and let out a breath of relief. But the next second his heart tightened again. the battle was still going on. The number of zombies was simply too terrifying. They came in dense masses from all directions, endless and unceasing. When a barrel burned red, they swapped it out and kept firing. When a belt ran dry, they replaced it with another box and kept loading. Damn it, Zhang Long cursed while changing magazines. Just how many of these bastards are there? No one answered him, and no one had time to answer him. On the western battlefield, Lu Chuang's squad was in the most critical situation. Their position was the farthest from the base gate, at a street corner, surrounded by zombies on 3 sides. 12 men stood back to back in a circle, firing with all their might. Firepower team, how much ammo do we have left? Lu Chuang roared. One last ammo belt. The machine gunner Chun Feng shouted back. Conserve it. Don't fire unless you've got the shot lined up. Da 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 da. The gunfire never stopped for even a moment, and rows of zombies fell one after another. But those monsters stepped on their companions' corpses and forced their way forward bit by bit. The distance kept shrinking. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Grenades. Several grenades were thrown out, blasting open a section and forcing the horde back a few meters for the moment. But immediately, the gap was filled again. Lu Chuang stood at the very front, the 191 rifle in his hands, firing in a mad sweep. His eyes were bloodshot from the gun smoke. His ears filled with nothing but gunfire and howls, and only one thought remained in his mind. Retreat. Fall back to the base. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the side. A zombie squeezed out from the horde, slipped around the firepower team's firing angle, and lunged straight at Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang was firing at the front and had no time to turn around. Squad leader, watch out. A figure suddenly charged over. It was a Liang. The young man had just turned 20. His face still carried a trace of youth, and when he smiled, he had 2 dimples. He was the youngest in the squad. He slammed his shoulder hard into that zombie and knocked it to the ground. But that hit made him lose his balance. Another zombie lunged at him from the side and bit down on his shoulder. A Liang. Lu Chuang spun around and fired a shot, blowing that zombie's head apart. Blood and brain matter splattered all over Liang. A Liang staggered back 2 steps and lowered his head to look at his shoulder. Blood poured from the wound, staining half his body red. He raised his head, looked at Lu Chuang, and suddenly smiled. That smile held helplessness, relief, and something impossible to describe. Fucking bad luck. Lu Chuang's eyes turned red in an instant. Medic! Medic! He roared. Squad leader, a Liang cut him off. It's useless. He pointed at his shoulder. The wound had already turned black. Dark veins spread outward from it like a black spiderweb. The zombie virus. It had already taken effect. A Liang took a deep breath and straightened his body. He looked at Lu Chuang, looked at the brothers still firing desperately, looked at the tide of corpses surging in from the distance. Squad leader. His voice was calm, so calm it broke the heart. You guys go. Leave this place to me. A Liang. Lu Chuang roared. What the hell are you saying? I didn't shame our squad. A Liang looked at him, his eyes clear, and continued on his own. I didn't shame the Yuan show. He pulled out 2 grenades from his waist. Lu Chuang's pupils suddenly contracted. Brothers. A Liang turned around and looked at the zombies getting closer and closer. The corner of his mouth curled up. In the next life, I still want to be your brother. He rushed out. A Liang. Lu Chuang's roar was heartbreaking. A Liang did not look back. He charged toward the densest part of the horde, toward those monsters with their bloody maws wide open, toward his final battlefield. You bastards. He pulled the grenade pin and let out a furious roar with every ounce of strength in his body. Go to hell for me. Boom. The flames of the explosion shot into the sky, and a shockwave sent all the surrounding zombies flying. More than a dozen zombies were blown into pieces on the spot, and even more were knocked to the ground by the blast. That spot had been blasted open into a gap bought with a life. A Liang. Lu Chuang screamed himself hoarse and lifted his leg, about to charge forward. A hand grabbed him tightly. It was Chun Feng, squad leader. Go. Chun Feng's eyes were red as well, terrifyingly so, but his voice was still trembling. We can't let a Liang die for nothing. Go, squad leader. Let go of me. Squad leader. Move. 2 other brothers rushed up, grabbed Lu Chuang by the arms, and dragged him backward. Captain, go. Move. Lu Chuang was dragged back, his eyes locked on the site of the explosion. All that remained, there was a charred crater and scattered remains. A Liang was gone. That young man who had just turned 20 was gone. Oh. Lu Chuang threw back his head and roared, raised his gun, and fired wildly at the zombies rushing in. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets poured out in a frenzy. They fought as they retreated. Finally, the Mengshi armored vehicle at the base entrance came into view. The mounted machine gun sprayed fire wildly, tearing open the final escape route for Lu Chuang's squad. Quick, quick! The group scrambled and stumbled into the base gate. The instant the last person rushed inside, the alloy gate slammed down with a thunderous crash. Clang! Outside, the zombies crazily pounded on the metal gate, producing heavy, muffled impacts. But it was useless. They could not break through this door. Lu Chuang leaned against the gate and slowly slid down to sit on the ground. He kept his head lowered, his shoulders heaving violently without saying a word. Beside him, Chun Feng squatted on the ground with his hands clutching his head. The others sat or lay there, gasping for air. Some still had tears on their faces. The entire area by the base gate was deathly silent. Only the pounding of the zombies outside remained, heavy and despairing. In the distance, on the balcony of a tall building, a blonde woman stood there, looking down at all of it. She wore a tattered golden dress, and her long golden hair fluttered in the wind. Though her face was somewhat pale, her features were delicate, even beautiful. If not for those pure black eyes, she would have looked like an ordinary human. She stared at the black, curved structure in the distance, stared at the zombies madly pounding at its gate, and slowly curled her lips into a smile. Her laugh was light and soft, yet carried an indescribable eeriness. Inside the base, Jiang Chun strode quickly out of the command center. He passed through the corridor, through the main hall, and arrived at the entrance. The soldiers were scattered in groups of 2 and 3, sitting or lying there, covered in blood. Some were changing barrels and restocking food. Some leaned against the wall in a daze. Some kept their heads down without saying a word. One exhausted face after another. One face after another that had survived disaster. But they were all alive, except for one. Jiang Chun's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang was leaning by the gate with his head lowered, his expression impossible to see. His hands were covered in blood. No one knew whether it was his own or someone else's. Jiang Chun walked over and stopped in front of him. Lu Chuang raised his head. There were no tears on that face, but his eyes were frighteningly red. Yuan Shou. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping over glass. Liang, I know, Jiang Chun interrupted him. He fell silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and turned to face everyone. Brothers. Everyone raised their heads and looked at him. Jiang Chun's Adam's apple bobbed. This battle today was my fault. His voice was low, but clear. I failed to detect the danger in advance. I failed to have you retreat in time. I nearly led the troops into a dead end. Someone wanted to speak, but he raised a hand to stop him. What pains me even more is that we lost a brother. He could have come back alive. He could have celebrated victory with us. He could have had a longer road ahead of him. His voice stopped. His fists slowly clenched. Yuan Shou, this has nothing to do with you. Li Jing suddenly stepped out and walked in front of Jiang Chun, his expression grave. I'm afraid no one expected these zombies to ambush us today and catch us completely off guard. Yeah, Yuan Shou. Zhang Long also stood up. Today's battle was too bizarre. First an ambush attack, then that speed-type zombie that knew how to use cover. There's no fucking way normal zombies could do something like that. Exactly. Zhou Jiangwo stepped out, frowning as he spoke. Even if we accidentally made some noise during the cleanup and alerted some zombies, there's no way they would suddenly come at us from all directions like today, forming an encirclement. There were too many of them, and their target was too clear. It was obviously premeditated. You mean? Lu Chuang suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Someone was commanding them. Zhou Jiangwo spoke word by word in a deep voice. Behind all of this, someone was directing them. Directing. Those 2 words made Jiang Chun fall silent. The zombies were being commanded? For the past half month, they had never seen anything like this. Those monsters with nothing but instinct only chased living people by smell and sound. How could they possibly be commanded? Unless the scarlet rain from last night flashed through Jiang Chun's mind. And that strange, eerie screech. I think I've confirmed it. He spoke slowly. Everyone looked at him. That rain last night. Jiang Chun explained calmly that scarlet rain, exactly the same as when the apocalypse first broke out, caused changes in the zombies. Or rather, it caused changes in some of the zombies. Some? Li Jing looked confused. Right? Jiang Chun nodded, then continued his analysis. Judging from the battle just now, not all the zombies changed. Most of them are still the same as before, only charging forward on instinct. But a small number of different ones have appeared. He looked at Lin Mo. The one you sniped was fast, knew how to use cover, and was obviously different from the other zombies. Lin Montak nodded. If my guess is right, that rain caused certain zombies to evolve. Jiang Chun's voice sank. They evolved primitive intelligence. They may even have evolved ranks. Ranks. That word made everyone's heart sink. Then the one commanding them from behind. Zhou Jiangwo asked tentatively. There's very likely a higher level one. Jiang Chun's gaze turned cold. A leader that can control them. Silence. A deathly silence. Outside the door, the zombies were still pounding on the alloy wall. Again and again. Chief. Li Jing spoke softly. The casualty count is out. Jiang Chun looked at him and silently waited for the next sentence. Other than a Liang from Lu Chuang's squad, everyone else returned safely. He paused, then added, we couldn't bring back a Liang's body. Jiang Chun closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A Liang did well. His voice was very soft, but every person heard it clearly. His sacrifice saved more lives. He is a hero. Lu Chuang lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. Li Jing walked over and patted him on the shoulder. This is war. His voice was a little hoarse too. P.P.D. At that moment, Jiang Chun suddenly raised his head, his voice icy, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. But we can't let a Liang die for nothing. He suddenly thought of something and called out to the system in his mind. System, pull up the base defense layout. Ding. A virtual projection unfolded before him. It was the holographic structural map of Nirvana Base. From the first underground floor to the surface, every corner was marked clearly. The topmost layer was the surface section of the base, that black arc-shaped dome. Across the dome were densely packed circular openings. Weapon ports. Base defense system. A total of 36 weapon stations installed. Among them, 6 large stations, 12 medium stations, 18 small stations. Current weapon load rate, 0. 36 weapon ports. Jiang Chun's gaze swept over those openings, and a cold curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. Li Jing, here, set up all the heavy machine guns and squad machine guns at the surface weapon ports. Rocket launcher operators, find suitable positions and stand by. Whatever firepower we can use, get all up there. Li Jing froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Chief, you mean? Jiang Chun turned and looked at the alloy gate outside the hall. Outside the gate, the pounding of the zombies was still going on. Heavy. Urgent. One after another. They hadn't left. They were still there. Those bastards like pounding on the door so much, don't they? Jiang Chun's voice was cold as ice. Then let them pound to their heart's content. 3 minutes later, on the surface of the base, atop the arc-shaped dome, all 36 weapon ports opened at the same time. Pitch-black gun barrels extended from within. 3 heavy machine guns, 12 QJY-201 squad machine guns, and several rocket launchers were lined up neatly along the edge of the dome. Li Jing stood at the command position and raised his hand. Target. All zombies outside the base gate. Open fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. All the machine guns roared at once. Bullets poured down like a rainstorm, smashing into the zombies that were still madly pounding on the gate. The very first row was instantly riddled with holes. The 12.7mm heavy rounds were terrifyingly powerful. One shot was enough to blast a zombie into 2 halves. The 7.62mm rounds were no slouch either, mowing down rows of zombies like cutting wheat. Blood splattered. Severed limbs flew everywhere. Those zombies didn't even have time to react before they were blasted to pieces. But there were too many of them. One row fell, and the ones behind surged forward. Another row fell, and more surged forward again. The machine gunner's eyes were red as they fired wildly. Avenge Liang. Someone roared. Kill these bastards. Come on. However many come, I'll kill them all. Da-da-da-da-da. The gunfire was deafening. Shell casings clattered onto the ground, piling up into little hills. The area outside the gate had completely turned into a meat grinder. Zombie corpses piled up layer after layer. Blood flowed like a river, running downward with the terrain. The zombies in the rear charged forward over the bodies of their own kind, only to be blasted apart after a few steps. 1 corpse, 10 corpses, 100 corpses. The mound of bodies grew higher and higher. Rocket launchers. Li Jing Ruadat. Zhou Yang hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder and aimed at the densest part of the horde. Boom, boom. A huge fireball exploded, sending dozens of zombies flying. Again. Boom, boom. Another shot. A gap was blasted open in the horde, but it was filled almost immediately. Keep going. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. One shot after another. Explosions rising and falling without end. Flames shot into the sky, lighting half the heavens red. The machine guns didn't stop. The bullets were still pouring out, still reaping, still slaughtering. Jiang Chun stood in the command center, staring at the surveillance screens. On the screens, the zombies were dropping in swaths. But there wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. 1,000 dead wasn't enough. 10,000 dead still wasn't enough. Ouyang wasn't coming back. That young man who had just turned 20 wasn't coming back. Keep firing. His voice was icy, like hell itself. Don't leave a single one alive for me. Far away, on the balcony of that high-rise building, the blonde woman stood there, watching the towering firelight in the direction of the base, listening to the dense gunfire and explosions. Her brows furrowed slightly. Something seems off. She raised her hand to her mouth. Roar. That sharp screech rang out again, tearing across the night sky. Outside the base, the zombies that were still surging forward suddenly stopped. They froze for a second. Then, they started retreating. At first it was only a few, then dozens, hundreds, thousands. They turned around and ran wildly to the rear, running in every direction, quickly vanishing into the night like an ebbing tide. The machine gunners were stunned for a moment, then started cursing. Fuck. They ran. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Chase my ass. They're out of range. The gunfire gradually thinned out, then finally stopped completely. Outside the base, all that remained was a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and a deathly silence. A little over 10 minutes earlier, underground supermarket. Inside the rolling shutter door, brother who had only been lying down for a short while. Half asleep, he was just about to drift off. Boom. A single explosion shook the entire supermarket. Brother who jolted upright from the bed, his head nearly smashing into the shelf above him. Again. His eyes went wide, his face full of despair. Boom, boom, boom. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The explosions and gunfire came one after another, even fiercer than yesterday, even denser than yesterday. The noise made his ears buzz, and dust kept sifting down from the ceiling. Will this ever end? Brother who grabbed his own hair. dark circles under his eyes, looking like his whole world had collapsed. Can you just make it quick? If you're gonna fight, then fight. If you're not gonna fight, then don't fight. This fucking jumping in and out is too much. My heart can't take it. Skinny Monkey shrank into the corner, his face deathly pale. Brother who? This firepower's even stronger than yesterday. The pointy-faced lackey trembled all over. Did they find us? Are they here to arrest us? Shut up. Brother who cursed. But his own legs were shaking too. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of explosions. Brother whose legs gave out, and he dropped straight to his knees. He threw his head back and howled, Heavenly Lord, what the hell do you want from me? If you want me dead, then just do it already. Stop torturing me like this. I, Brother who, may have done plenty of bad things in this life, but it shouldn't be enough to deserve death, right? No. Maybe I really do deserve to die 10,000 times, but please, just make it quick. Skinny Monkey said weakly, Brother who? Are you begging heaven or cursing heaven? Shut up. Boom. Brother who gave a violent shudder and flopped straight onto the ground. I can't do this. I really can't, he muttered. I can't live like this anymore. How about we surrender? Surrender? The pointy-faced lackey froze. Brother who? With all the things we've done. If we surrender, can we even live? Brother who fell silent. Then he crawled back up, his face full of grief and indignation. Then we'll run. Run far away. Leave this damned place. Run? Run where? Skinny Monkey asked. It's all zombies outside. Brother who went silent again. In the end, he plopped down on the floor, looking dead inside. Then you tell me, what the hell are we supposed to do? No one answered him. Only the non-stop booms outside, and the despair in Brother who's eyes. Noon. Nirvana Base. Command Center. Jiang Chun had just stepped out of the surveillance room and was about to go eat when the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that troops under the leader's command have killed 2,432 zombies and 1 mutant. Beginning reward calculation. Killed ordinary zombies, 2,432 merit points. Killed 1 mutant, 10 merit points. Total, 2,442 merit points. Detected dropped items. Mechanized infantry, platoon blueprint 1. Automatic turret, Thor, 127 blueprint 1. Basic agricultural seed pack 1. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. A mechanized infantry platoon. It finally dropped. 3 infantry squads together cost 150,000 merit points, while 1 mechanized infantry platoon also cost 150,000. But the latter came with an additional 8-man fire support squad, 2 heavy machine guns, 2 grenade launchers, and 2 rocket launchers. That gap was anything but small. He had been worrying about this before. He couldn't keep exchanging for infantry squads forever, could he? Squad, platoon, company, battalion, brigade. He had to build up step by step. Now that he had this blueprint, he could directly exchange for platoon-level units in the future. Their firepower would instantly double. And then there was this. Automatic turret, Thor, 127 blueprint. Type, automatic defense turret. Weapon, 127mm heavy machine gun. Rate of fire, 2,000 rounds per minute. Optimal range, within 800 meters. Lock-on method, intelligent laser targeting, automatic target identification. Control method, fully automatic, no manual operation required. Ammo feed, built-in ammo belt box, 1,000 rounds per box, can auto-replace. Installation requirement, can be mounted on small and medium-sized weapon emplacements. Exchange price, 5,000 merit points per unit. Jiang Chun stared at the description, the corners of his mouth rising wildly. Automatic turret, fully automatic, no manual operation required. Intelligent target lock. If he installed this thing, he wouldn't have to worry about base defense anymore. 36 weapon slots. Put in 10, maybe 20 of these, and no matter how many zombies came, they'd just be delivering themselves to death. Whatever he lacked, the system delivered. System, you really know your stuff. Then he looked at the third item. Basic agricultural seed pack. Contains wheat seeds 10 kg, rice seeds 10 kg, corn seeds 10 kg, potato set tubers 20 kg, assorted vegetable seeds 20 packs, fruit tree saplings 50. Description. Can be used for planting in the third floor agricultural zone, solving the base's long-term food supply problem. Jiang Chen nodded. This was good stuff too. Although they could survive by exchanging for food right now, they couldn't keep relying on the system forever. With these seeds, the third floor agricultural zone could truly start operating. In the future, they would be able to be self-sufficient. He closed the system panel, his mood improving quite a bit. Elian's death made him furious. But anger could not solve problems. The people who survived had to live better. That was the greatest comfort for the dead. Jiang Chun opened the system panel. Points, 104,322. Just over 100,000. Enough to exchange for 2 infantry squads. But he did not act right away. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and started planning. What was the most important thing right now? Going out to sweep the area? No. Expanding territory? Also no. The priority was turning the base into an impregnable fortress first. Today's battle had sounded the alarm for him. The zombies outside were no longer the same mindless trash from before that only knew how to charge straight ahead. They could ambush. They could surround. There had even been an intelligent leader among them. If one day they truly organized a large-scale assault and the base couldn't hold, then everything else would be meaningless. So first, strengthen the defenses and make the base as solid as a fortress. Only after that should he think about expanding combat strength. He looked at the automatic turret's description again. Automatic turret, Thor, 127 mm, 5,000 merit points per unit. 127 mm bullets, 1,000 round unit, 2 merit points per unit. One turret cost 5,000 points. And 1,000 rounds of ammo only cost 2 points. Worth it. Ridiculously worth it. If he lined up a whole row of these. Forget ordinary zombies. Even those mutants would be turned into sieves. Jiang Chun stopped hesitating. System, exchange for 10 Thor turrets. Ding. Consumed 50,000 merit points. Obtained Thor automatic turrets, 10. Exchange for 200 ammo units of 127mm bullets, 2. Ding. Consumed 400 merit points. Obtained 127 mm bullet units, 200. Total consumed 50,400 merit points. Exchange successful. Detected that the leader possesses uninstalled defensive weapons. Install immediately? Jiang Chun raised a brow. Oh, comes with installation service too? This system's got some sense. Ding. This system is committed to providing the leader with convenient all-around service. Install. Please choose an installation location. The base hologram unfolded again, and all 36 weapon slots lit up. Jiang Chun took a look and casually tapped 10 positions. 6 medium base stations for small base stations. They were evenly distributed around the base dome, forming a crisscrossing fire network. Installing. Installation complete. 4 auto turrets have been deployed. Notice, installed turrets can be removed or repositioned at any time without any additional cost. Jiang Chun gave his system a thumbs up in his heart. Thoughtful. Fucking extremely thoughtful. He stood up and said to Zhang Long beside him, "Come on, let us go up and take a look." Base dome. The elevator went straight to the top floor. Stepping out, there was a circular passageway. On both sides of the passage, every so often, there was a silver-white turret base. Jiang Chun walked to the nearest turret. The thing was a bit bigger than he had imagined, about half a man's height with a streamlined overall shape. At the bottom was a fixed base. Above it was a turret that could rotate 360 degrees. 2 127mm barrels extended side by side, gleaming with a cold light. On the side of the turret was a display screen showing its current ammo status, 1,000 rounds. There was also a mechanical arm beside it, hanging there quietly. Jiang Chun was wondering what that mechanical arm was for when he suddenly saw a ring of light appear on the ground beside the turret. Please place the ammunition box in the feeding area. Oh. He tried taking out a box of 127mm bullets from a system warehouse and placing it inside the ring of light. The moment he set it down, the mechanical arm moved. It deftly grabbed the box of bullets, opened a side hatch on the turret, and shoved the ammo box inside. With a click, the hatch closed. The number on the display changed to 1,000 rounds. The mechanical arm returned to its original position and waited quietly. Jiang Chun was stunned. This thing is way too smart. ISNT it? In other words, he only needed a pile of bullets here. And he wouldn't have to worry about anything else? Loading, reloading, aiming, firing, fully automatic? Good lord. Zhang Long's eyes widened at the side. This thing is smarter than a person. Jiang Chun smiled. He took out dozens more boxes of bullets and piled them beside the turret. The mechanical arm grabbed them one by one and neatly stacked them into the reserve ammo compartment at the base of the turret. The number on the display changed to 10,000 rounds, with reserve ammunition shown below. Perfect. He walked to the next turret and did the same thing. 10 turrets, each with 20 boxes of reserve ammunition piled beside it, for a total of 200 basic loads and 200,000 rounds. That was enough for them to fight for quite a while. Jiang Chun clapped his hands and looked at the silver-white turrets, feeling much more at ease. With these things, if another zombie tide came in the future, he could just let them open fire automatically. No need to consume manpower. No need to worry about casualties. However many came, they would kill however many came. He turned and went downstairs, returning to the command center. Now that defense was settled, next came combat strength. How many men did he have under him now? 1 mechanized infantry platoon. Zhou Jiangwo's platoon, 47 men. 2 infantry squads. Lu Chuang's squad and Li Tiniu's squad, 23 men total. 1 Xiaolong special operations squad, 12 men. 82 men altogether. If he redeemed another infantry squad, that would make 94 men. But the problem was, with too many infantry squads, command would become troublesome. 3 infantry squads plus 1 infantry platoon would create a messy command structure and low combat coordination efficiency. The best solution was to have another infantry platoon, 2 platoons and 1 special squad, forming a 2-wing plus spearhead setup. But 1 infantry platoon cost 150,000 merit points. He only had a little over 50,000 left, not enough. He would have to wait until tomorrow. But if he didn't redeem anything, and something happened again tonight, then his troop strength would be a bit tight. While he was hesitating, the system notification suddenly rang out. Ding. Respected Chief, the system has detected room for optimization in your current troop structure. Would you like to activate the troop synthesis function? Jiang Chun froze for a moment. Troop synthesis? Yes. This system can provide you with one free synthesis service. Combine 3 independent infantry squads into one complete mechanized infantry platoon. After synthesis, missing personnel will be automatically replenished, such as platoon headquarters, 3 men, firepower squad, 8 men, and fallen casualties, 1 man. Requirements for synthesis: 3 infantry squads. Existing units may be included. Synthesis result: 1 mechanized infantry platoon, full strength, 47 men. Activate. Jiang Chun's eyes went wide. Holy shit, this system really knows how to deliver. 3 infantry squads synthesized into 1 infantry platoon. And it even replenished the platoon headquarters, firepower squad, and the fallen casualty for free. Was that basically getting a firepower squad for free? An 8-man firepower squad, 2 heavy machine guns, 2 grenade launchers, 2 rocket launchers. No matter how you looked at it, this was a massive profit. At worst, getting the next mechanized infantry platoon would just be delayed by another half a day. Without another word, he directly opened the shop. Infantry squad, 50,000 merit points. He immediately clicked Confirm Redemption. Ding. Consumed 50,000 merit points. Obtained Infantry Squad X1. Added to Lu Chuang's squad and Li Tiniu's squad. That made exactly 3. System. Activate the synthesis function. Ding. Scanning current troops. Detected. Infantry Squad X3, Lu Chuang squad, Li Tiniu squad, newly formed squad. Detected. The above units meet the synthesis requirements. Synthesizing. Generating platoon headquarters personnel. Generating firepower squad. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, Chief. You have obtained Mechanized Infantry Platoon X1, full strength 47 men. Default designation for the new platoon, Platoon 2. Please name it yourself. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. This system really gave him whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted it. Calling it his reborn parents wouldn't even be too much. Although these parents were always thinking about his little brother, overall they were pretty damn decent. He looked at the newly generated Mechanized Infantry Platoon on the panel, and the smile at the corner of his mouth simply would not stay down. Now, he had 2 mechanized infantry platoons in his hands. Zhou Jiangwo's platoon, 47 men. The newly synthesized platoon, 47 men. Plus the 12-man Jiaolong squad. 106 men total. 106 fully armed soldiers, 2 platoons of heavy firepower, 10 auto turrets, and 8 armored vehicles. He looked out the window, his eyes cold. No matter what that thing behind all this really was. If it dared to come, then it would never be leaving again. First floor hall of the base. Jiang Chun had just walked in when he heard a burst of loud shouting. I'm telling you, what is up with these guns? Was the sight not zeroed properly? I just tested it, and it's off to the left by 0.5 mil. If this were on the battlefield, do you know how big a problem that would be? A rough voice echoed through the hall. Jiang Chun looked in the direction of the sound. A medium-built man was standing there with his back to him, holding a 191 rifle and gesturing at Li Tiniu beside him. He was wearing the same combat uniform as the others, but from that stance and that tone alone, it was obvious he wasn't someone easy to deal with. And this magazine too, it's jammed in way too tight. When I was reloading, I almost couldn't pull it out. If this thing jams when we're fighting those little fighting zombies, wouldn't that be fatal? Li Tiniu spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. Platoon leader, this rifle was just issued. Once we break it in a little, it'll be fine. Break it in? Break my ass. A gun is something that ought to feel right the moment you pick it up. If it doesn't feel right, then you adjust it. You new recruits are just way too easy on your equipment. Jiang Chun walked over. As if sensing something, the man turned around. He had a dark face, thick brows, small eyes, a straight nose bridge, and the corners of his mouth naturally curved with a hint of disdain. One look, and you could tell he was the kind of troublemaker nobody wanted to mess with. The moment he saw Jiang Chun, his eyes lit up. He strode forward and snapped to attention with a smack. Reporting Head of State, Li Yunlong, platoon leader of the newly formed 2nd Platoon, reporting for duty. His voice was so loud the nearby soldiers felt their ears ringing. Jiang Chun sized him up from head to toe. Li Yunlong. That name, that personality, that booming voice. Good lord, had the system actually brought in the Real Li Yunlong himself? You're the new platoon leader? Yes, Head of State. Li Yunlong grinat. His face full of flattery. Don't let my looks fool you. When it comes to fighting, I'm damn good at it. Whatever mission you've got, just give the order. If I, Li Yunlong, so much as frown, then I'm no man. Jiang Chun nodded and looked at him with a half smile. I just heard you saying the gun isn't easy to use? Li Yunlong chuckled and scratched his head. Head of State, I'm a straightforward man. So don't take offense. A gun's got to feel right in your hands. I just tested it, and it really is a little off. I already had the brothers sighted in. Then when you think of this gun, good gun. Li Yunlong shot up a thumbs up and said with a serious face. Way better than what we used back then. It's just a new gun, so it needs a little breaking in. After a few battles, I guarantee it'll run smooth. Jiang Chun smiled. His personality was good. A natural soldier. Platoon leader Li. Here, we're having a meeting in a bit. You come too. Li Yunlong's eyes lit up. He snapped another salute. Yes. Command center. Around the huge circular conference table, several people sat in a ring. Li Jing sat on Jiang Chan's left, while Zhou Jiangwo sat on his right. Lu Chuang leaned against the back of his chair. His expression was still gloomy, but there was already light in his eyes. Li Yunlong sat beside Lu Chuang in a carefree sprawl, his little eyes darting around as he looked over the surveillance screens on the walls. Zhou Zimin sat in the corner with a small notebook in hand, ready to take notes at any time. Jiang Chan sat at the head seat, with a map of the area around the base spread out in front of him. Everyone S here. Everyone went through today as battle. If you got any thoughts, say them. Li Jing stood up and spoke first. Head of state, I think the most critical question right now is whether those zombies will appear again. He pointed to the area around the base on the map. Judging from today's battle, they were clearly organized and acting with a plan. Even their retreat was orderly. They weren't like before, just a scattered mess. That means that there's someone commanding them from behind. Li Yunlong suddenly cut in. Everyone looked at him. Li Yunlong crossed one leg over the other and continued carelessly. Isn't that obvious? How could a bunch of brainless zombies suddenly learn encirclement, ambushes, and retreats? There is definitely something commanding them from behind. Find that commander and kill it, and the rest will turn into a disorganized mob. Zhou Jiangwo raised a brow and nodded. Platoon leaderly has a point. But the question is, how do we find that commander? Drones. Li Jing answered almost instinctively. Before tomorrow's operation, we use drones for reconnaissance first. We thoroughly check everything within a 1-kilometer radius around the area. Only after confirming there is no ambush do we move out. That method will work, but Jiang Chen nodded, then paused. The drone's thermal imaging can't detect zombies. We can only rely on visual transmission, and video feeds have blind spots. Some dead angles are easy to miss. Then fly them a few more times. Li Yunlong slapped his thigh. Fly from different angles at different heights. We'll see it eventually. Aren't our drones able to hover? Then let them hover and look slowly, look carefully. Nothing will be missed. Lu Chuang finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Even if there is no ambush, what if they show up again halfway through the fight? Like today, pouring out from all directions and surrounding us. The meeting room fell silent for a second. That was the issue everyone was worried about. Today's lesson had cut too deep. If it happened again, who could guarantee there wouldn't be more casualties? Li Yunlong rubbed his chin, his little eyes turning a few times. Then don't split up. Head of state, we took a loss today because we split into 3 routes to clear the area at the same time. Each route didn't have many troops. Once surrounded, it was hard to support each other. If we head out again tomorrow, then don't spread out so much. Concentrate our forces and push through in one line. If we concentrate our forces, the clearing speed will be much slower. Zhou Jiangwo lowered his head, his brows tightly furrowed. Time is dead. People are alive. Li Yunlong waved a hand and cut him off. What is wrong with being slower? Safety comes first. Besides, don't we have armored vehicles? 6 Mengsure vehicles take the lead. Infantry follows behind, and however many zombies come, we kill however many show up. As long as we don't get surrounded. With our firepower, what the hell is there to be afraid of? Jiang Chun listened without speaking, only looking at the map. Li Yunlong had a point. Concentrating their forces and advancing steadily really was safer. But what about the decapitation plan? He suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. Jiang Chun pointed at several high-rise buildings on the map. That thing commanding them from behind is definitely hiding somewhere. If we can find it and directly carry out a decapitation strike, then once the rest of the zombies lose their leader, they'll be much easier to deal with. Li Jing's eyes immediately lit up. He spoke almost instinctively. Head of state, you mean we don't get entangled with the zombie horde and instead go straight for the leader, right? Today's battle showed that the leader is nearby. If it can command zombies, then that means it has a certain degree of intelligence. And if it has intelligence, then it has weaknesses. Li Yunlong slapped the table and laughed loudly. That is a good idea. Decapitation. That is exactly the kind of thing I love doing. Sneak over there and blow its head off with one shot. Then the rest will all be a bunch of damn rabble. But how we find it? Zhou Jiangwo asked. It's hiding in the dark while we're out in the open. What if it sets a trap and waits for us to walk right into it? Then we think of a way to lure it out. Jiang Chan looked at the surveillance feed on the wall, at those pitch-black weapon ports, at those silver-white automatic turrets. Tomorrow, we hold our position first. Hold our position? Several people asked at once. Jiang Chen nodded and continued. They retreated today, which means they also know our firepower is fierce. That leader definitely won let this go. It'll come again. And when it does, we fight a defensive battle at the base. The automatic turrets can lock onto targets on their own, so we don't need to worry about them. As for our people, they can serve their strength and wait for it to expose an opening. He pointed at those high-rise buildings on the map. The moment it shows itself, the sniper team immediately locks onto its position, and then he looked at Li Yunlong, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Platoon leader Li, don't you like decapitation? Li Yunlong grinned, excitement gleaming in his little eyes. Head of state, just watch. As long as it dares show its head, I, Li Yunlong, guarantee I'll twist its head off and use it as a chamber pot. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock sharp, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and the familiar simulated sunlight came into view. He rolled his neck, and his bones let out a faint series of cracks. Then he sat up, stretched lazily, and felt refreshed all over. Last night, he glanced to the side. Chu Yanran was already gone, but the blanket still held a trace of warmth. Images from last night flashed through his mind. They had gone at it until midnight. She had gone limp like a puddle of mud, clutching his arm, her voice hoarse as she kept begging for mercy. "Master, I can't. I really can't anymore." That voice had been so soft it seemed like water could drip from it. Jiang Chun let out a helpless sigh. Sometimes, being too strong wasn't a good thing either. Just as he was thinking that, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Chu Yanran walked in wearing a maid outfit, black stockings wrapped around her long legs, and she carried a tray in her hands. "Good morning, master." She set the tray on the bedside table, then took a step back, lowered her eyes, and her cheeks flushed red. On the tray was an exquisite breakfast: fried eggs, bacon, toast, a small bowl of fruit salad, and a cup of hot milk. Jiang Chun glanced at her. That flushed face was adorably red. "Did you sleep well last night?" Chu Yanran's face turned even redder, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "I was okay." Jiang Chun smiled and didn't tease her any further. He picked up a piece of toast and took a bite. Command Center, 8:30. Several people were already gathered around the circular conference table. Li Jing stood by the wall with his arms crossed, staring at the surveillance feed. Zhou Jiangwo sat in a chair, twirling a pen in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. Li Yunlong lounged with one leg crossed over the other, an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. His small eyes narrowed, as if thinking about something. Lu Chuang leaned back in his chair. His complexion looked much better than yesterday, but there was still a trace of gloom in his eyes. Jiang Chun pushed the door open and walked in. The others immediately stood up at the same time. "Chief." Jiang Chun waved a hand, walked to the main seat, and sat down. "How's the situation?" Li Jing walked to the wall and pulled up several images. "The drones have been flying since 6 this morning. They've already completed 4 rounds, covering a 1-kilometer radius around the base. Every corner has been filmed at least 3 times. He pointed at the screen. "Take a look." On the screen were the streets and buildings around the base. They were empty. Every now and then, a few zombies could be seen wandering around. 3 or 4 on the eastern street, 2 in the western alley, 1 crouched beside an abandoned car to the south and to the north. Scattered, sparse. Compared to the dense zombie tide from yesterday, it was practically a different world. Jiang Chun stared at the images, his brows knitting together. Zhou Jiangwo put down his pen, narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Something's off here." Li Jing nodded and continued. "Judging from yesterday's scale, there had to be at least several thousand of them. Even if they retreated, there's no way they could pulled back this cleanly. It's only been 1 night, and now not a single one can be seen." Li Yunlong took the cigarette from his mouth and tapped it against his palm. With a chuckle, he said, "What is there to think about? They're definitely hiding." Everyone turned to look at him. Li Yunlong narrowed his small eyes, his face carrying that slyness unique to seasoned old soldiers. "They're definitely hiding in some corner somewhere, waiting for us to go out so they can swarm us again like yesterday. I've seen this trick plenty of times." What platoon leader Li said makes sense. Zhou Jiangwo nodded in agreement, then asked, "But the problem is, where are they hiding?" "The drones made 4 rounds and found nothing." Li Yunlong curled his lip. "The drones aren't immortals. If the zombies hide inside buildings and the rooftops block the view, what the hell are you supposed to see?" Lu Chuang spoke up, his voice still a little hoarse. "Then we hold the base and don't go out. Let us see how long they can keep hiding." "No." Jiang Chun shook his head. "The 14-day deadline means we have to take all buildings within 200 meters of the surrounding area. The longer we drag this out, the worse it is for us." As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent for a moment. At that moment, Li Yunlong stood up and stroked his chin as he thought for a bit. "Then we fish." "Fish? That's right." Li Yunlong walked to the wall and pointed at the surveillance feed. "We send out a small unit and pretend to clear the nearby buildings. Make big moves. Make lots of noise. Best if all those things hiding out there know we've come out." He turned around, and a crafty gleam flashed in his small eyes. "If they can't hold back and come out to surround us, then perfect. You all know the Thunder God turret has an effective range of 1,500 meters. If our men operate within 800 meters, they're fully covered by the turret. As long as those things dare to show themselves, the turret opens fire. If that doesn't kill them, we finish them off with our guns. And if they don't come out?" Someone asked. "Even better if they don't." Li Yunlong crossed his arms and grinned. "If they stay hidden, then we really clear the area. Our men will be right under the turret's nose anyway, so their safety is guaranteed. We clear one place at a time and slowly push forward. That's what you call advancing when you can attack, retreating when you can defend. They can either watch us swallow up the territory bit by bit, or come out and get shelled. No matter what they choose, we win." After hearing him out, the corners of Jiang Chun's lips lifted slightly. This Li Yunlong really did have some skill. "What does everyone think of platoon leader Li's plan?" Zhou Jiangwo nodded. "Feasible. With turret cover, the safety factor is much higher." Li Jing nodded as well. "Worth trying." Lu Chuang stayed silent for 2 seconds, then also nodded. "All right." Jiang Chun stood up. "Then it's settled. He looked at the surveillance screen on the wall, his gaze sharp. Li Jing, you and the Jiaolong squad will stay behind to guard the base. You'll be responsible for turret monitoring and fire support. Yes, sir. Li Yunlong, you'll take the second platoon as the main feint force. Stir things up for me. Li Yunlong snapped to attention with a smack. His eyes were so bright it was almost frightening. Yes, sir. Chief, don't worry. Li Yunlong, may not be good at much else. But if it's making a scene, I'm top-notch at it. Zhou Jiangwo, you'll take the first platoon as the reserve force. The moment enemy activity is detected, provide support immediately. Understood. Jiang Chun lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping over every one of them. All units, 30 minutes to prepare. At 9 sharp, we move out. 9 o'clock sharp. The base gates slowly opened. From Mengshi, armored vehicles rolled out in a triangular formation, their engines roaring so hard the ground seemed to tremble. The vehicle-mounted 12.7mm machine guns on the roofs were raised high. The gunners sat in the turrets, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In the turret of the command vehicle in the center, Li Yunlong stuck half his body out, holding an old-fashioned loudspeaker that no one knew where he had dug up. Stay sharp, damn it. His booming voice blasted through the loudspeaker, louder than the vehicles themselves. We're here to fish today, not to feed the fish. If anyone screws this up, I'll have him scrubbing toilets for a month when we get back. The soldiers following behind the vehicles held back their laughter as they advanced with their rifles. Li Yunlong raised the loudspeaker again and shouted at the empty street. Hey, anyone there? No, wait, any zombies there? Come out for a stroll. I've got peanuts for you. His voice echoed between the buildings and carried far into the distance. Lu Chuang led his squad along the flank of the convoy. Hearing those shouts, he couldn't help glancing at the person beside him. That soldier muttered in a low voice, "What the hell is wrong with this platoon leader?" Lu Chuang said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched. The convoy continued forward. Very soon, the first wave of zombies appeared. At the far end of the eastern street, 3 or 4 of them came wobbling over. Hearing the noise, they opened their mouths and lurched this way. Oh, we've got guests. Li Yunlong's eyes lit up. Brothers, greet them. Da da da. A few short bursts, and those zombies dropped to the ground on the spot. Keep moving, keep shouting. Li Yunlong raised the loudspeaker again. Just these few? Not even enough to get stuck between my teeth. Got any tougher ones? Come out. From the western alley, another 5 or 6 crawled out. Da da da. They were dealt with too. In a small supermarket up ahead, the door was slammed open and 7 or 8 rushed out. Rat-tat-tat-tat. They were all dropped. Li Yunlong fronat. That's not right. That's way too few. Where's the momentum from yesterday? There were thousands of them. Where the hell did they all hide? Lu Chuang walked up beside the command vehicle and looked up. Platoon leader Li, this area was already mostly cleared out to begin with. In the last 2 days alone, we've killed, if not 10,000, then at least 8,000. There just weren't that many left. Li Yunlong stroked his chin. True enough. But what about the ones hiding? Still not coming out? He thought for a moment, then raised the loudspeaker again and shouted at the top of his lungs. Hey, you hiding in the back. Stop hiding. I already saw you. If you got the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Lu Chuang. The soldiers. One soldier at the side whispered. Platoon leader, weren't we here to fish today? Yeah, isn't this fishing? Li Yunlong said with complete confidence. Fishing needs bait. I'm the bait. Big bait, and damn fragrant too. The soldier shut up. In the distance, in the shadow of a certain high-rise, the blonde woman stood there, staring at the swaggering squad on the street. She understood. This was provocation. They were deliberately making such a huge commotion, deliberately moving this slowly, deliberately shouting those words. They wanted to lure her out. A curve lifted at the corner of her lips. Want a fish? Fine. Then let us see who's the fish and who's the fisherman. She raised her head and took a deep breath. Roar. That sharp screech rang out again, piercing the sky. Base Command Center. Jiang Chun suddenly shot to his feet. It's here, on the surveillance screens. The streets and alleys that had been empty a moment ago suddenly flooded with a dense mass of zombies. They charged out from abandoned buildings, crawled up from beneath sewer manhole covers, and emerged from behind piles of rubble. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Red dots surged in madly from all directions like a black tide, closing in on Li Yunlong's squad from every side. Sniper team, Jiang Chun pressed the comms. Locate the source of the sound immediately. Once you find a target, kill on sight. Received. Lin Mo's voice was calm as still water. He braced the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle, the scope slowly sweeping across the distant high-rises. Qin Feng held up his spotting scope and worked with him. The sound came from the southeast, Qin Feng said, roughly 2,000 meters away, in that high-rise residential area. Received. On the street. Looking at the zombie tide rushing in from every direction, Li Yunlong not only wasn't he afraid, he actually laughed. Damn it, it really took the bait. He ducked back into the vehicle and grabbed the radio. All units attention. All units attention. Follow the original plan. Fight while retreating. Don't get bogged down. Lead these bastards back to the base. The 4 Mengshi vehicles turned around at the same time, and a mounted machine guns began to roar. Boom, 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 boom. The 127mm rounds poured down like a rainstorm, mowing down the zombies at the very front in waves. But the ones behind kept coming, kept charging, dense, endless, inexhaustible. The infantry followed behind the armored vehicles, firing as they retreated. Tot 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 tot. The gunfire was deafening, shell casings clinking and clattering as they hit the ground. Don't panic. Li Yunlong stuck his head out of the vehicle. Retreat steady. Don't run too fast. If you go too fast, they'll stop chasing. Lu Chuang held up his gun and dropped 3 zombies with a single burst. As he retreated, he shouted, "Platoon Leader Li, you really are one hell of a big bait." Of course. Li Yunlong grinned. "When I make a move, I'm worth 3 men. Looking at this, their VE got to be at least several thousand. This time we VE got plenty kill. Base command center." Jiang Chun stared at the dense cluster of red dots on the screen, a cold arc rising on his lips. "Come on, the more, the better." He opened the system panel. Bullet reserves, 200,000 rounds. Number of turrets, 10. At full firepower, they could spit out 20,000 rounds per minute. Jiang Chun suddenly frowned. In an instant, that familiar fear of insufficient firepower surfaced in his mind. This little bit of ammo seemed a little short, didn't he? It would all be gone in 10 minutes. No, need more. He immediately opened the system panel again and directly spent 4,000 merit points to buy 2,000 base loads, dropping them right beside the turrets. After all that, he leaned back in his chair and looked at the red dots drawing closer and closer, a cold smile curling at his lips. "Come on, I really want to see whether you have more zombies or I have more bullets." Outside the base, the zombie tide was getting closer and closer. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. Li Yunlong's squad had already retreated to the edge of the turret's firing range. "Keep retreating," he shouted. "A little farther in. Let them all come in." The Mangarecap vehicles rumbled backward, and the infantry quickly followed. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. "Stop!" Li Yunlong roared. "All units, establish defensive positions on the spot. Don't let them break through." The soldiers immediately found cover and set up machine guns. And the zombie tide had already surged to less than 200 meters from the base. At that moment, on the base dome, 10 Thor turrets turned at the same time. Faint blue indicator lights lit up. The barrels slowly rose. Aim. Lock. Fire. BRRRT. 10 six-barreled rotary cannons roared at once. Muzzles flared, and bullets poured into the horde like a storm of steel. That scene could only be described with 5 words. A battlefield meat grinder. The few hundred zombies charging at the very front were instantly blasted into pieces. Broken limbs flew into the air, blood rained down. And the zombies behind them kept rushing forward, only to be blasted into pieces too. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Those monsters fell like wheat before the scythe, dropping in swaths, wave after wave. But the ones behind were still charging, still surging, stepping over their companions' corpses, trampling through the blood and flesh covering the ground, and continuing forward. Then they too were blasted into pieces. BRRRT. The gunfire never stopped. The 10 turrets poured out fire like mad. Mechanical arms automatically swapped the ammo chain boxes. Empty boxes hit the ground, fresh boxes locked in place, the whole process taking less than 15 seconds. Bullets were pouring out like they were free. Zombies were falling like grass under a mower. The corpse piles grew higher and higher, blood flowing like a river. But those monsters were still charging, as if they were endless, as if they could never all be killed. Zhou Jiangwo's 1st Platoon joined the battlefield as well. 3 Mangarecap vehicles charged out from the base S side gate, their mounted machine guns opening fire at the same time. More than 40 soldiers followed behind the armored vehicles. Rifles, machine guns, grenade launchers, everything that could make noise was firing. The firepower doubled. The death doubled. Those zombies couldn't even think about charging forward. They couldn't even keep their footing. Bullets pushed across like an iron curtain. The zombies at the very front were shredded into bits. The zombies behind them were shredded the moment they showed themselves. The zombies farther back stepped over the bits and charged forward, then turned into bits too. Bits billet on bits. Bits covering bits. And another layer of bits spread over the top of the bits. The blood was no longer flowing. It was spraying. Like countless high-pressure hoses opening at once, red liquids splashed everywhere, dyeing the entire street. The walls on both sides, even the windows on the 3rd floor, all red. And the shredded flesh was and tea falling. It was flying. It was like a rain of flesh had fallen, pattering down onto the ground, the vehicles and the people. Arms and legs, half a head, half a body, organs and intestines. Everything was there, everything was flying, everything was falling. One soldier was firing when something suddenly smacked against his helmet. He reached up, felt it, and looked. It was half an ear. Holy shit. He flung it away and kept firing. Li Yunlong stuck half his body out of the command vehicle, his face splattered with zombie blood. Looking at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in front of him, he bared his teeth in a grin, grinning like a madman. Come on, come again. He raised the loudspeaker and roared at the horde. Aren't you good at charging? Then charge. Let me see how long you can keep it up. The zombie horde gave no response. They were still charging, still dying. That's it. That's it. The more Li Yunlong cursed, the more fired up he got. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you're already down? Get up. Keep charging. Let me kill to my heart's content. After emptying a burst beside him, Lu Chuang couldn't help glancing at him. This platoon leader really was a madman. But it was the good kind of crazy. Underground supermarket. Inside the rolling shutter door, brother who lay on the ground with his hands over his head, trembling from head to toe. The gunfire and explosions outside were even fiercer than yesterday. Even fiercer than the day before, growing more intense day by day. So intense he felt like this crappy supermarket might collapse at any moment. My life is over, he muttered. What the hell is going on? How is the firepower getting stronger every day? Yesterday it at least stopped once in a while. What? Are they planning to keep fighting till New Year's? Skinny Monkey shrank into the corner, his face pale. Brother who, how about? We run? Run? Run where? Brother who lifted his head, his face full of despair. It's all gunfire outside. The moment we go out, we'll get turned into a sieve. Then what do we do? How the hell should I know? Brother who grabbed his hair. I just want to stay alive, quietly for a few days. Why is that so hard? Is heaven doing this to mess with me? Huh? Is it? The underling with the sharp mouth and monkey face spoke weakly. Brother who, didn't you say heaven's messing with you? How about you talk it over with heaven? Shut up. Boom. A shell exploded nearby, shaking the entire supermarket. Brother who rolled his eyes back and passed out on spot. Skinny Monkey and sharp-mouthed Monkey Face exchanged a look. Brother who? Brother who? No response. He passed out? Looks like it. Then we don't touch him. Let him stay passed out. Being awake is suffering too. Far away, on the rooftop of that high-rise building. The blonde woman stood there, watching the firelight and smoke in the direction of the base, and the expression on her face gradually froze. What did she see? She saw the zombies she had sent out falling in swaths. Not dozens. Not hundreds. Thousands. The 10 rotating iron lumps spewed tongues of fire like the sides of death. Her obedient children, the children she had painstakingly gathered together, were being harvested like wheat. One after another. 100 after 100. 1,000 after 1,000. She could even see chunks of flesh flying into the air, see blood gushing out like fountains, see the corpse pile growing higher and higher, until it was gradually filling the entire street flat. But those iron lumps were still spewing fire, still killing, still slaughtering. A trace of human-like expression appeared on her face. That was stunned, or rather, ever since she had become like this, she had never seen a scene like this before. Those humans, those two-legged sheep, those prey that used to do nothing but run, hide, and wail. How could they have such weapons? How could they be this strong? She opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Then she reacted. No, this wouldn't do. They had to retreat. She had to make her children retreat. She took a deep breath, preparing to give the signal to withdraw. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Mo lowered his observation scope. Target confirmed. Southeast direction. 2,000 meters out, top floor of the unfinished building. Blonde female, obvious features. Qin Feng nodded. Locked on. Distance 2,073 meters. Right at the edge of the Type 10's maximum range. Wind speed level 3, wind direction southeast, humidity. Lin Mo raised a hand to stop him. No need to calculate. At this distance, the hit rate with one shot is less than 50%. If we miss and she gets away, she'll be even harder to find later. He pressed the comms and spoke. Chief, target locked. Recommend mortar coverage. Jiang Chun's voice came through. Send the coordinates to Zhou. Received. Lin Mo sent the coordinates over, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. 2,000 meters? Mortars were just right for that. 6 mortars raised their barrels at the same time. Zhou stared at the coordinates and shouted. Target bearing southeast. Distance 2,050 meters. 6 guns rapid fire. Fire. Thunk. The first shell screamed out. Then came the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, dragging shrill trails through the sky. The 6 shells tore across the air toward the unfinished building. The blonde woman had just taken a deep breath and had not yet managed to make a sound when she suddenly heard a sharp whistling from the sky above. She looked up. 6 dark shadows were falling from the heavens, growing larger, getting closer. Her eyes suddenly widened. What was that? Boom, 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 boom. All 6 shells exploded at once. The entire top floor of the unfinished building was swallowed by flames. Chunks of concrete blasted outward, steel bars twisted and snapped, and thick smoke shot into the sky. The shockwave of the explosion swept through everything. That golden figure vanished into the firelight in an instant. Command target eliminated. Lin Mo's voice rang through the full channel, calm as if he were commenting that the weather was nice today. Silence for 1 second. Then, beautiful. Lin Mo is awesome. Sniper team is awesome. The channel exploded. Cheers, whistles, and curses all mixed together. Inside the command center, Li Jing swung his fist hard. Zhou Zhengwo slapped the table, nearly knocking over his teacup. Lu Chuang looked up, his eyes red again, but this time from excitement. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, a faint smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Outside the base, the zombies that were charging suddenly went stiff all over. Their movements froze for half a second. In perfect unison, they stood there blankly, their muddy eyeballs turning in confusion, as if they had lost some kind of guidance. But only for half a second. Half a second later, they saw the living humans ahead holding guns. Flesh. Food. Kill. They roared again and charged forward. However, what greeted them was an overwhelming rain of bullets. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Birda, 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 birda. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 Thor turrets unleashed fire like mad, their tongues of flame pouring down like a storm. 2 platoons of soldiers stood up from behind cover, rifles, machine guns, and grenade launchers firing all at once. The vehicle-mounted machine guns on 6 Mengshire vehicles spat fire, the 12.7mm rounds mowing down the remaining zombies like cutting grass. Poochie, poochie. That was the sound of bullets piercing flesh. One zombie after another fell. One zombie after another was blown apart. One zombie after another turned into severed limbs in the middle of its charge. But they were still charging. There was no fear, no retreat, only instinctive desire. To eat, to bite, to tear apart the living humans in front of them. And then they were torn apart instead. Inside a Mengshire command vehicle, Li Yunlong leaned half his body out, cursing with a displeased look on his face. Hey, damn it. Weren't you supposed to give this decapitation mission to me? I was all ready to sneak over there. In the end, the sniper team beat me to it. The signalman beside him said weakly, Platoon leader, weren't you the one cursing the loudest just now? Saying the bombardment was great. That has 2 different things. Li Yunlong shot him a glare. Great is great, but not getting the mission is not getting the mission. Every soldier under me is a good man. All they lack is a chance to show their faces. And now, all the glory went to the sniper team. The signalman held back a laugh and didn't dare say anything. Li Yunlong cursed a few more times, then suddenly grabbed the radio. Second platoon, listen up. The sniper team already snatched the biggest merit. If we don't grab the rest of these trash, we won't even get any soup. All units, charge for me. Kill 1 and we don't lose out. Kill 2 and we profit. A burst of laughter came through the radio, followed by a unified roar. Kill. The soldiers of 2nd Platoon raised their guns, followed behind the Mengshire, and charged toward the remaining zombie horde. On the other side, Zhou Jiangwo gave the same order. 1st Platoon, take the initiative and attack. Wipe out the remaining enemies. Yes, the 2 units were like 2 sharp blades, stabbing into the zombie horde from the left and right at the same time. The gunfire grew even denser, but everyone knew this was already the cleanup. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun stared at the surveillance screen, a faint smile on his lips. Huh, so what if you evolved? So what if you could command zombies? 6 mortar shells and off to the west you go. As long as it's a carbon-based life form, death is hard to escape in front of hot weapons. And this is only the beginning. Once he saved up enough merit points and exchanged them for a heavy combined brigade, or even a group army above that, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, armed helicopters, drone swarms. When that time came, whatever you were, whatever you evolved into, all of it would be crushed. He looked at the zombies on the screen, still making their final desperate resistance, his gaze calm as still water. 10 minutes later, the final gunshot rang out. The world went quiet. Outside the base, on the streets, in the open spaces, zombie corpses were everywhere. Piled into mountains, spread into rivers, extending from the gate all the way to over 200 meters away. Blood had formed a real river, flowing down the drainage ditches with a gurgling sound. Chunks of flesh carpeted the ground. Stepping on them felt soft and squishy, like some kind of grotesque rug. Gunpowder smoke still hung in the air, mixed with the stench of blood and char, lingering for a long time. Standing beside a pile of corpses, Li Yunlong kicked away, half a body blocking his path, and shouted in the radio, reporting to the Supreme Leader. 2nd Platoon, cleanup complete. No living zombies found for the time being. Zhou Jiangwo's voice followed right after. 1st Platoon, cleanup complete. Area secure. Inside the command center, Li Jing reported. 4 turrets have ceased fire. Ammunition consumption is being counted. Preliminary estimate. This wave took out at least 3,000. Jiang Chen nodded. 3,000. Adding that to the previous days, they had already killed at least over 10,000. He looked at the sea of corpses and blood on the screen and said softly, all units, clean the battlefield at once. Return to base in half an hour. Yes. A unified response came through the channel. Jiang Chun turned around and looked at the map on the wall. More than half the buildings within the 200-meter range still hadn't been cleared. But that was fine. There was still plenty of time. The thing hiding behind the scenes was already dead. What remained were nothing more than a bunch of brainless walking corpses. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. From today onward, within this 200-meter radius, he had the final say. The base gates slowly opened. Zhou Zemin led over 20 survivors out. Every one of them wore a mask and thick gloves. Some had even dug up raincoats and rubber boots from who knew where. Fully geared up and wrapped tight from head to toe. Then they saw the scene before them. Everyone froze in place all at once. Holy shit. Someone unconsciously took a step back. Someone opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long while. Someone directly braced himself against the nearby wall and bent over, but didn't throw up. They had vomited too badly yesterday. There was basically nothing left in their stomachs to throw up today. This sea of corpses and blood in front of them was even more outrageous than yesterday. They only stood there stunned for a few seconds before forcing themselves to step in. Let us get to work. A middle-aged man picked up a shovel. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back and eat. Yeah, once we're done, there'll be meat to eat. How many are we moving today? 1,000? 2,000? Who cares how many? Just move them. In the past, we were the only ones getting chased down and bitten. These beasts finally got what was coming to them too. A young man carried corpses while grinning. Say, when they were biting us, do you think they ever imagined they'd have a day like this? Imagine my ass. They've got no brains, the person beside him said. And that is a good thing. No brains means they rush up here to die. Following the right person really makes all the difference. Another middle-aged man sighed with emotion. Before, hiding at home every day, always on edge, never knowing which day we'd get bitten. But now, it's tiring, sure, but at least I feel at ease. No kidding. Did you see the Supreme Leader's firepower? Those turrets went rat-tat-tat. However many came, that many died. I get it now. In this apocalypse, following the right person matters more than anything. Cut the crap and work. Joe Zeman walked over. Finish the job, then go back and eat. We've got braised pork today. Really? Then hurry up. The group sped up. Not far away, the soldiers were busy too. Some held their guns and stood guard around the area. Others carefully checked through the piles of corpses. Whenever they saw a zombie still twitching, they gave it another shot. With a soft puff, it was finished for good. A few soldiers carried a zombie that wasn't quite dead yet and threw it onto a nearby corpse pile. The zombie still had its mouth open, trying to bite someone, but a rifle smashed into its face and made it behave. This thing's got some crazy vitality. Half a body gone and it can still move. One more shot and that settles it. All right, toss it there. We'll burn it all together later. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun stood before the massive surveillance display, watching the scene outside. The survivors were bent over moving corpses. The soldiers stood guard with guns in hand. Several miniature vehicles were parked nearby, their mounted machine guns raised high, ready to open fire at any time. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. He withdrew his gaze, sat back down in his chair, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Today's battle had brought in a decent haul. Next, they could calmly clear the surrounding buildings. Without that leader directing them, the remaining zombies were just a scattered mess. They were still dangerous, but at least a situation like yesterday, where they got surrounded, wouldn't happen again. He set down the teacup, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the ceiling. He was a little looking forward to the settlement later. With as many zombies, how many blueprints would drop? Would it be a few more good items? They already had automatic turrets. If another laser pulse weapon dropped, or maybe some bombers, fighter jets, or the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. That damn dog of a system might threaten his little brother at the drop of a hat. But the rewards it gave were seriously tempting. The setting sun slanted westward. The battlefield cleanup was nearing its end. As the last corpse was thrown onto the burning pile, Joe Zeman led the survivors back to the base, and the soldiers began wrapping up as well. Inside the command center, the system notification arrived right on time. Ding! Detected that the troops under the Supreme Commander have killed a total of 4,127 zombies. Beginning reward settlement. Killed 4,127 ordinary zombies for 1,127 merit points. Killed 1 mutant type, blonde-haired 100 merit points. Total, 4,227 merit points. Current total merit points, 92,452. Detected dropped items, Hongjin 12 individual missile blueprint X1. PL-05 self-propelled howitzer blueprint X1. Mengsure tactical transport vehicle blueprint X1. Protective suit blueprint X1. Military multifunction shovel blueprint X1. Pepsi Cola blueprint X1. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Good stuff. All it was good stuff. He hurriedly opened the first one. Hongjin 12 individual missile. Type, 3rd generation anti-tank missile. Warhead, tandem shape charge warhead. Thermobaric warhead, optional. Effective range, 200 to 4,000 meters. Armor penetration depth, 1,100 millimeters of rolled homogeneous armor. Guidance method, infrared thermal imaging, fiber optic guidance. Fire and forget. Attack mode, top attack or frontal penetration. Total weight, 22 kilograms, including launch tube. Features can strike tanks, armored vehicles, fortified positions, low-altitude helicopters. The thermobaric type can inflict devastating damage on targets inside enclosed spaces. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per missile, including launch tube. Note, disposable after firing, one-time use. But the effect is outstanding. Jiang Chun sucked in a breath. Hongjin 12, an anti-tank missile. There weren't any tanks for him to shoot right now. But using this thing on zombies? That was like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. No, not mosquitoes, a cannon to kill flies. One shot, and whatever mutant, whatever leader, would all be blasted to pieces. The key was that it could also hit low-altitude helicopters. There weren't any helicopters for him to shoot right now, either. But what if there were in the future? He kept reading. PL-05 self-propelled howitzer. Type, 155mm self-propelled howitzer. Combat weight, 45 tons. Crew, 5 people, driver, commander, gunner, 2 loaders. Main gun caliber, 155 millimeters. Effective range, 40 kilometers with standard high-explosive shells, 53 kilometers with base bleed shells, 70 kilometers with rocket-assisted extended-range shells. Rate of fire, 8 rounds per minute, automatic loading system. Ammo capacity, 30 rounds. Auxiliary weapon, 112.7 millimeter anti-aircraft machine gun. Mobility speed, 55 kilometers per hour on roads, 35 kilometers per hour off-road. Armor protection, can withstand 12.7 millimeter bullets and shell fragments. Features, digital fire control system, automatic aiming, automatic loading, can receive target information while moving and rapidly deploy for firing. Exchange price, 20,000 merit points per unit, includes 5 crew members and 30 shells. Shell price, standard high explosive shell, 50 merit points per round. Base bleed shell, 60 merit points per round. Rocket-assisted extended range shell, 80 merit points per round. Note, truth exists only within range, and caliber is justice. Jiang Chun stared at the data, eyes going wide. A 155 millimeter self-propelled howitzer, a range of 70 kilometers. A single shell could flatten an area the size of a soccer field. If he exchanged for 100 of these and lined them up in a row. That scene, TSK, TSK, TSK. Forget zombies, whatever came would be trash. The image had already started playing in his head on its own. 100 PL-05s firing at the same time, muzzle flashes lighting up half the sky. Shells rained down into the zombie horde like a storm, blowing up swaths at a time. Those zombies wouldn't even leave shadows behind before being blasted into powder. What of all types, what leaders, what zombie tide? One volley, and all of it would be gone. System. You really get me, Jiang Chun muttered. He continued reading. Mengsure tactical transport vehicle. Type. Light tactical transport vehicle. Load capacity, 1.5 tons. Passenger capacity, 2 people. Maximum speed, 120 kilometers per hour. Range, 600 kilometers. Features. Can transport supplies, ammunition, and personnel. A machine gun can be mounted on the roof. Has a certain degree of protection. Exchange price, 500 merit points per vehicle, includes 1 driver. Note, cheap, durable. A logistics essential. A veteran driver is steady as hell. Jiang Chun nodded. This was good. He'd need this in the future for transporting supplies, ammunition, and troops. 500 merit points per vehicle. Cheap. Protective suit. Type. Nuclear, biological, and chemical protective suit. Features. Full protection, built-in ventilation system, can resist chemical agents, biological viruses, and radioactive dust. Lightweight and wear-resistant. Does not affect combat movement. Exchange price, 50 merit points per set. Military multi-function shovel. Type. Individual engineer shovel. Functions. Can dig, chop, saw, pry, and fry eggs. Features. High-strength alloy steel, sharp and durable, foldable and portable. Exchange price, 1 merit point each. Note, an essential survival artifact for the apocalypse. You deserve one. Jiang Chun laughed. What the hell was this about a military shovel frying eggs? But he really had heard that before. Supposedly, veteran soldiers could fry eggs with an engineer's shovel. Whether it was true or not, he had no idea. Last was that daily use supply item. Pepsi Cola, 24-can pack. Type, carbonated beverage. Specification, 330 milliliters x 24 cans. Features, tastes even better chilled. Exchange price, 1 merit point per case. 1 merit point per case. 24 cans per case. That meant one can only cost 0.04 merit points. The corners of Jiang Chun's mouth shot upward. Now, this was the real good stuff. After a whole day of exhaustion and coming back from a battle, cracking open a can of ice-cold cola and chugging it down, refreshing. He directly exchanged for 100 cases. It was cheap anyway. He could treat the brothers with it. Closing the system panel, Jiang Chun leaned back in a chair and looked at the sunset outside the window. Today's gains were even greater than yesterday's. Hongjin 12, an individual missile. The cure for all kinds of stubborn resistance. PL-05 self-propelled howitzer, starting at a range of 40 kilometers, hit wherever he pointed. Once he saved up enough to bring out all this good stuff, forget this tiny Fontian city. In this entire apocalypse, he'd be able to walk sideways. Jiang Chun stared at that string of numbers on the system panel and fell into thought. Current merit points, 92,503. More than 90,000. It looked like a lot, but after careful calculation, it was nowhere near enough. One PL-05 self-propelled howitzer cost 20,000. One Hongjin 12 individual missile set cost 1,000. It looked cheap, but if he really wanted to exchange for them in bulk, this amount of merit points wouldn't last more than a few rounds. More importantly, troop strength. He opened the troop list and counted carefully. First platoon, Zhou Jiangwo 47 men. Second platoon, Li Yunlong 47 men. Xiaolong squad, Li Jing 12 men. 106 men in total. A little over 100 people sounded like a lot. But what about the territory? Just defending one Nirvana base alone required manpower. Within 200 meters of the base perimeter, there were dozens of buildings that had to be cleared and occupied. Later, when the territory expanded further, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1 kilometer, what could this many people even do? Spread them out and there still wouldn't be enough for one person to guard each building. Not to mention defense. The 10 Thor turrets were powerful, sure, but turrets were dead things. People were alive. What if the enemy bypassed the turrets and slipped in through a blind spot? What if a higher-level mutant appeared, one the turrets couldn't stop? When that happened, they'd still have to rely on people. Jiang Chun's gaze fell on that PL-05 again. A 155mm self-propelled howitzer. A range of 40 kilometers. A firing rate of 8 rounds per minute. Just imagining that scene made his mouth water. If he could exchange for 8 or 10 of them right now and line them up in a row, then fire a few volleys outside. What zombie tide? What mutant species? They'd all be blasted into ashes. But he gritted his teeth and forcibly pulled his eyes away from the cannon. Hold back. Now wasn't the time to splurge. Merit points had to be spent where they mattered most. He opened the exchange interface for the Hongjin 12. Hongjin 12 single soldier missile. 1,000 merit points per missile. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he exchanged for 2 sets. Ding. Consumed 2,000 merit points. Obtained Hongjin 12 single soldier missiles X2. 2 missiles, plus the launch tubes, were just enough to equip 2 firepower squads. If another speed-type mutant like yesterday's appeared, or another leader like the one today, hiding far away, one missile would send it straight to heaven. That left a little over 90,000 merit points. He calculated the time. It was evening now. There was still more than 10 hours until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. At the rate of 1 point per second. By this time tomorrow, his merit points should be enough to exchange for a mechanized infantry platoon. Right. That was the plan. He closed the system panel and let out a long breath. His eyes landed on the PL-05 icon again. He wanted it. He really fucking wanted it. But there was no helping it. For now, he had to endure. In a few days, once his troop strength was up and his territory was stable, he'd save up another wave of merit points. When the time came, forget one. He'd exchange for 10 or 20 in one shot. Jiang Chun stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the sunset outside. Just wait, he said softly. Sooner or later, I'll drag you all out for a spin. Nirvana Base. First floor cafeteria. The lights blazed brightly, and the place buzzed with voices. Inside the huge dining hall, dozens of long tables were lined up in neat rows. Every table was piled with food. Braised pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, sauce braised pork hock, roasted chicken legs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, steaming white rice, and piping hot mantu. In one corner, cases of cola were stacked into a small hill. Jiang Chun sat at the main table. In front of him was a medium rare steak, with a can of iced cola beside it. He cut off a piece of steak and put it into his mouth, chewed, then took a swig of cola. Awesome. Fucking awesome. At the table beside him, Li Yunlong had a sauce-braised pork hock in one hand and a can of cola in the other, eating until his mouth was shiny with grease. Good lord, my dear. He bit down hard on the hock and shouted unclearly. This stuff is way stronger than the sweet potato liquor we used to drink. Lu Chuang sat across from him, shoveling rice into his mouth. Hearing that, he looked up. What is sweet potato liquor? Homemade country liquor. Li Yunlong wiped his mouth. Not that high in proof, but it packs a punch. One bowl could carry you through half the night. Not like this cola. Sweet as hell like drinking sugar water. But I gotta say, it tastes pretty damn good. He gulped down half a can in one go and let out a loud burp. Burp, damn, that hits the spot. At the next table, Zhou Jiangwo glanced at him and couldn't help laughing. Platoon leader Li, the way you eat, it's like a starving ghost just got reincarnated. No cheat. Li Yunlong glared. Fighting is exhausting. If you don't eat your fill, where are you gonna get the strength from? You didn't see me back when I was young, when I only got one meal every 3 days. Now that was real starving ghost stuff. Li Jing walked over with a cola in hand and sat down beside him. Platoon leader Li, you actually went hungry when you were young? You bet I did. Li Yunlong slapped his thigh. Back when I joined the army, conditions were rough as hell. How is that anything like now? Meat every meal. And even a sweet drink too. Commander, where'd all this stuff come from? It's too fucking amazing. Jiang Chun smiled mysteriously. It fell from the sky. The moment he said that, everyone burst into laughter. Night fell. The moonlight was hidden behind thick clouds, and the world was pitch black. Only the occasional low growl drifted over from the distance, faint and indistinct like the background noise of this world. Above that sea of corpses and blood outside the base, scattered points of ghostly fire floated in the air. That was phosphine gas produced by rotting corpses, igniting spontaneously in the air and giving off a dark green glow. Cluster after cluster, bright and dim by turns, like the eyes of the dead peering at the human world from the darkness. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood and rot, mixed into a nauseating smell. But when the wind blew, the odor would fade a little, leaving behind only that unique desolation that belonged to the apocalypse. Silence. Dead silence. That unfinished building that had been blown apart. The ruins were piled into a small hill. Broken chunks of concrete, twisted steel bars, shattered glass, all scattered in utter chaos. Moonlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, shining over the ruins and casting mottled shadows. A hand stuck out from the rubble. It was slender and pale, its nails painted with chipped red polish. It had once been a woman's hand, but now it was only part of the ruins. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the other side of the wreckage. A zombie crawled out from the shadows. It wore tattered work clothes, hunched over, dragging one leg that didn't seem to move very well, and slowly made its way toward the rubble, step by step. It had smelled something, some kind of scent, a scent that made it instinctively want to get closer. It searched through the wreckage, pulling aside broken bricks, shoving away chunks of concrete. Its movements were slow, but stubborn. At last it found it. A hand. That slender, pale hand. It kept digging along that hand, uncovering an arm, a shoulder, a head. It was a woman's head. Long golden hair was matted with blood and dirt. Her face had been blasted beyond recognition, but its old outline could still barely be seen. The zombie stared at that head, and a strange glint flashed through its cloudy eyes. It lowered its head, opened its mouth, and bit down. The sound of chewing rang through the silent night. Crunch, crunch, like some eerie piece of music. It ate very slowly, very carefully, as if savoring some rare delicacy. When it was finished, it straightened up. The moonlight fell across its face. That rotting face showed no change. It was still just as hideous as before, but its eyes had changed. The murky, pale eyeballs had now turned into pure black, exactly the same as that blonde female zombie from before. It raised its head and looked into the distance. There, a black arc-shaped building gave off a faint sheen under the moonlight. Nirvana Base. It stared in that direction as the corners of its mouth slowly split open. Ha ha ha. A low laugh squeezed out from its throat, hoarse, grating, and indescribably eerie. It turned around and limped off in another direction. Very quickly, it vanished into the night. No one knew where it was going, and no one knew what kind of trouble it would bring Jiang Chen the next time it appeared. Inside the cafeteria, Lu Chuang had been eating with his head down the whole time. Then he suddenly thought of something, looked up at Li Yunlong, and asked, "Platoon Leader Li, when you were fighting, weren't you nervous?" Li Yunlong glanced at him and put down the pork elbow in his hand. "Nervous?" He chuckled. "Of course I was nervous. Who isn't nervous in battle? But let me tell you this. The more nervous you are, the more you need to eat your fill. If there's food in your belly, your heart won't panic. If your heart doesn't panic, your aim will be steady. If your aim is steady, you will survive." He looked at Lu Chuang, put away his smile, and said seriously, "I heard about your brother. Are you sad? Of course you are. But you can't stay sad forever. You need to eat well, sleep well, and hold your gun steady. Next time there's a fight, kill a few more bastards and avenge your brother. That's what a real man should do." Lu Chuang froze for a moment, then lowered his head. A few seconds later, he looked up. His eyes were a little red, but he still forced out a smile. Platoon Leader Li is right. He picked up his bowl and fiercely shoveled a huge mouthful of rice into his mouth. Li Yunlong grinned and grabbed the pork elbow again, gnawing on it. At the table in the distance, the survivors were also stuffing themselves. Some were clutching braised pork and refusing to let go. Some were grinning stupidly at cans of cola. Some had eaten so much they were leaning back in their chairs and groaning. I never knew cola could taste this good. No cheat. Starve for half a month, and even piss tastes sweet and shit smells good. You know, following the chief is great. There's food, there's drink, and it's safe. Obviously, I've decided. From now on, I'm following the chief. You? What can you even do? You're slower than everyone else, even when carrying corpses. That's called preserving my strength. The hell do you know? A few of them laughed and cursed at each other, then started fighting over the last piece of braised pork. At the main table, Jiang Chun finished the last piece of steak, picked up his cola, and stood up. The cafeteria gradually fell quiet, and everyone looked at him. Jiang Chun's gaze swept over face after face. Soldiers, survivors, they were all looking at him. He raised a can of cola and said calmly, "Today's meal is on me. Eat your fill, drink your fill." Cheers instantly broke out in the cafeteria. He waited for the cheering to die down before continuing. "But tomorrow," he paused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "We're going to be busy again." Li Yunlong was the first to stand up. Raising his can of cola, he roared, "Busy, then busy. When the hell have I ever been afraid of anything? No matter how many bastards come, I'll gun every last one of them down. That's right. Gun them down. Kill them all. Fuck them up." The cafeteria shook with roaring shouts. Cans of cola raised so densely they almost formed a forest. Only at 11 o'clock did everyone gradually disperse. The cafeteria slowly quieted down, leaving only a few survivors cleaning up bowls and chopsticks. The soldiers went back to the dorms with their arms slung over each other's shoulders, while Li Yunlong's booming voice still echoed through the hallway. Underground villa. Inside the bathroom, steam billowed. Jiang Chun lay in the bathtub with his eyes closed. Hot water rising past his chest, every pore in his body relaxing. After a whole day of exhaustion, a hot bath really was comfortable. Chu Yanran knelt beside the tub, gently wiping his back. Her movements were soft and careful. The bathroom lights were gentle, the steam hazy, and the silence was broken only by the occasional sound of water. After a long while, Jiang Chun spoke. "About your parents." Chu Yanran's hand paused for a moment. "I remember." She said nothing, only making her movements even gentler. Jiang Chun opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, his tone flat. "If there's a chance, I'll help you look for them. But not now. You know what it's like outside, too. To put it bluntly, they may already be gone. You need to be mentally prepared. Chu Yinran lowered her head, her expression impossible to see. What I can do is let things take their course. If we can find them, we find them. If we can't, he didn't finish. But the meaning was already clear. He would not risk the entire base for appearance. He would not let himself be bewitched by a woman. He would do what should be done. But he also had his limits. A few seconds of silence passed. Then a warm drop of liquid fell onto his back. Jiang Chun did not turn around. Then another drop. Chu Yinran's voice sounded softly, carrying a trace of sobbing. But even more something else. Thank you, master. She bent down and gently hugged him from behind, her face pressed against his back. Her wet hair stuck to his skin, making it itch slightly. I don't know whether they're still alive or not. Her voice was very soft. But having your word is enough. Jiang Chun said nothing. He could feel her body trembling slightly. He could feel her breathing. He could feel her hugging him tighter. Then she let go. The sound of water stirred. Chu Yinran stood up, and her bathrobe slipped to the floor. She stepped into the bathtub, and the water rippled gently. She crouched down in front of him, facing him, her eyes shockingly bright through the misty steam. Master. She leaned forward and kissed him. Jiang Chun wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. The water began to sway. Once, twice, 3 times. Faster and faster. Chu Yinran's voice echoed through the bathroom. Now high, now low, now urgent, now slow. Her hands clutched his shoulders, her nails digging slightly into his flesh. Her body rose and fell with the waves, like a small boat drifting in a storm. No one knew how much time passed. The sounds in the bathroom gradually died down. Only the two of them remained, breathing heavily, along with the soft sound of water lapping against the edge of the tub. Chu Yinran leaned limply against Jiang Chun's chest, her cheek pressed to him, eyes closed, a faint smile of satisfaction on her lips. Jiang Chun lowered his head and glanced at her. That face, under the hazy light, was unbelievably beautiful. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the ceiling. If there was a chance, he would help. But he would not let his brothers go to their deaths for this. That was the bottom line. The ripples gradually stilled. In the bathroom, only the sound of their breathing remained, intertwined together. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock sharp. Ding. Daily territory settlement. Current territory, Nirvana base. Territory survivors, 28 people. Merit points gained today, 28 points. Current total merit points, 145,324. Jiang Chun opened his eyes, glanced at the system panel, then turned over and got out of bed. A fragrant smell floated through the bedroom. Chu Yinran had already made breakfast and was setting it on the bedside table. Fried eggs, bacon, toast, fruit salad, and a steaming cup of milk. Good morning, master. She stepped back, eyes lowered, cheeks slightly red. Jiang Chun glanced at her. Today, as Chu Yinran seemed a little different. There was less restraint in her brows and eyes, and more of something hard to describe. He nodded, sat down, and started eating. Command center, 8:30. Around the circular conference table, several people were already present. Li Jing stood by the wall with his arms crossed, staring at the surveillance feed. Zhou Jiangwo sat in a chair with a hand-drawn map spread out in front of him. Li Yunlong lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a toothpick in his mouth. His small eyes narrowed, as if plotting something. Lu Chuang sat ramrod straight. He looked much better than he had the past 2 days. Jiang Chun pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he entered, several people stood up at the same time. Commander. Jiang Chun waved a hand and walked to the main seat before sitting down. Everyone is here. Meeting. He pulled up the map on the wall. It was a detailed terrain map covering the entire 200-meter area around the base. Most of the area had already been marked green. Those were the places that had been cleared out. Only a few red dots remained. The 2 biggest ones were the underground supermarket and the vegetable market. After yesterday's battle, the nearby zombies have basically been wiped out. Jiang Chun pointed at the green areas on the map, but there may still be some stragglers. Starting today, we clear the remaining storefronts and buildings. He looked at Zhou Jiangwo and Li Yunlong. We split into 2 groups. Zhou Jiangwo, take the 1st platoon and handle the eastern sector. Li Yunlong, take the 2nd platoon and handle the western side. Clear every door, every household. Don't miss a single corner. Yes. The 2 answered at the same time. Jiang Chun then pointed at the 2 large red dots. Once the outer perimeter is fully cleared, we'll concentrate our forces and hit the underground supermarket first. Then the vegetable market. The layout in both places is complicated, and there may be a lot of zombies inside. When the time comes, both platoons move in together. Wipe them out completely. Li Yunlong's eyes lit up. Commander, let me take point on the underground supermarket, yeah? I'm best at going into holes. Zhou Jiangwo shot him a glance. Platoon leader Li, do you really like going into holes, or do you just like snatching credit? Hey, what kind of talk is that? Old Zhou, Li Yunlong glutted. Am I, Li Yunlong, that kind of man? I'm sharing the commander's burden. What the hell do you know? Li Jing cut in from the side. Platoon leader Li, the underground supermarket is dark, and the passageways are narrow. With that big mouth of yours, don't go drawing every zombie over. Li Yunlong waved it off. Relax. I'm loud when it's time to be loud. And when it's time to be quiet, I'm quieter than anybody. That's called tactics. Everyone laughed. Jiang Chun smiled too. Then his expression turned serious. Today's objective is to completely clear the outer perimeter first, then attack the underground supermarket and the vegetable market. He stood up and swept his gaze across the group. All units, 30 minutes to prepare. We move out at 9 o'clock sharp. Yes, Commander. The officers answered in unison. Half an hour later, the base gates opened, and 2 teams filed out one after another. Zhou Jiangwo led the first platoon, 47 men and 4 Mengshi vehicles, toward the commercial street on the eastern side. Li Yunlong led the second platoon, also 47 men and 4 Mengshi vehicles, advancing toward the ground floor shops beneath the residential buildings on the western side. The Jiaolong squad remained behind at the base to protect Jiangchun. Li Jing stood atop the dome with a pair of binoculars, monitoring the surrounding situation. Zhang Long waited at the weapons station with several men, ready to provide fire support at any moment. Jiang Chun sat in the command center, a full wall of surveillance feeds in front of him. On the screens, both teams had already entered their assigned positions. The battle was about to begin. Underground supermarket. Inside the rolling shutter door, Hugo lay on a bed pieced together from sleeping bags, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had been holding that pose for a long time. Ever since that terrifying round of explosions yesterday, the outside had gone completely quiet. No gunfire, no artillery, no zombie house, nothing at all. It was too quiet. Quiet enough to make your skin crawl. Skinny Monkey edged over. Boss, what do you think happened outside? How the hell would I know? Hugo said weakly. It's not like I dare go out. So we're just going to wait like this? What else? Hugo turned over and gave him his back. Just wait. Once they're done fighting, we'll naturally know the result. What if the zombies win? Hugo fell silent. After a long while, he finally said in a muffled voice, then we keep hiding. There's enough food in this supermarket to last years. Enough to hide here till we die. What if the army wins? Hugo fell silent again. Then he paused, his voice dropping even lower. Then depends on fate. Skinny Monkey shrank his neck and didn't dare ask anymore. The sharp-faced underling nearby let out a long sigh. When is this kind of life ever going to end? Hiding in this dump every day, it's like being in prison. There's fighting going on outside. But we don't know anything and can't see anything. We're like blind, deaf idiots. Stop complaining, another underling said. Just being alive is already pretty good. Alive, sure, but living like this is way too nerve-wracking. Before he could finish, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out from outside. Da-da-da-da-da-da. It wasn't very dense. It came in broken bursts, like someone was exchanging scattered fire. Hugo jolted and sprang up from the bed, reflexively clutching his head. It's happening again. He shrank into a corner, shivering all over, muttering nonstop. Will this ever end? Can't they just make it quick? This life is impossible. Skinny Monkey was scared out of his wits too, but as he listened, he suddenly frowned. Boss, don't talk. Let me calm down. No, boss, listen. Hugo covered his ears. Not listening, not listening. A bastard chanting scripture. Skinny Monkey yanked his hands away. Boss, listen carefully. This gunfire sounds wrong. Hugo froze for a moment and pricked up his ears. Da-da-da-da-da. The gunfire was still going, but it really did sound different from before. Before, the gunfire had been like firecrackers during New Year, endless crackling that could deafen you. Now, the shots were sparse. A few shots, then a pause. A few shots, then another pause. Like they were. Like they're. Like they're clearing something out? Exactly. Skinny Monkey slapped his thigh. You heard it too? This doesn't sound like a battle. It sounds more like they're calling roll one by one. The sharp-faced underling finished. The few of them looked at each other, all with complicated expressions on their faces. What does that mean? Someone asked. Hugo scratched his head and said hesitantly, it means those people's firepower is too strong. They already wiped out the zombies. And now they're cleaning up the battlefield? That is possible. Then doesn't that mean? Their eyes gradually lit up. But Hugo immediately dumped a bucket of cold water over them. Don't get happy too early. What if the zombies won? What if those monsters learned how to shoot like humans? Everyone. Boss, can you say something nice for once? I'm just telling the truth. Hugo lay back down on the bed. Keep waiting. We'll talk once it's completely quiet outside. The gunfire continued. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Scattered. Sparse. But unbroken. As if someone were little by little cleaning out this world. Less than 3 kilometers from Nirvana Base, at Wanda Plaza. What had once been a bustling commercial district was now left in dead silence. A massive billboard hung crooked on a wall. Most of the glass curtain wall had shattered. Abandoned cars and scattered debris littered the ground everywhere. A figure stood in the middle of the plaza. It wore tattered work clothes, its body hunched, dragging one leg that didn't move quite right. It was the zombie from last night, the one that had eaten the blonde woman's brain. At this moment, it stood there without moving. Its pitch-black eyes stared in the direction far away. There, one could faintly make out the black, curved dome of Nirvana Base. And behind it was a sea of corpses, densely packed, a vast black mass, stretching so far the end couldn't be seen at a glance. On the streets, in the plazas between abandoned cars, beside collapsed buildings, zombies were everywhere. They were crammed together, shoving each other, yet bizarrely, not a single sound came from them. 10,000? More than that. 20,000? Still more than that. They poured in from every direction, crawling out from every street, every alley, every building, endlessly joining this silent sea of corpses, as if they had received some kind of summons. And at the very front stood a row of different zombies. They stood behind that work-clothed zombie closest to it, and their posture was different from the others as well. The first was a bald giant, at least 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. Its eyes were black too. The second was a female zombie in a white nurse uniform. The uniform was already tattered and covered in black bloodstains. She was slimmer than ordinary zombies, with a slender figure and more agile movements. At this moment, she had her head tilted, staring into the distance, with a strange smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. The work-clothed zombie slowly turned its head and glanced at them. It said nothing, but that row of mutated zombies lowered their heads at the same time, as if responding to something. The work-clothed zombie turned back again and continued staring in the direction of Nirvana Base. The corners of its mouth slowly split open. Ha ha ha. Its low laughter echoed across the silent plaza. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sunlight slanted down, brightly illuminating the open space in front of the underground supermarket entrance. 8 Manga armored vehicles were lined up in a row, all their fronts aimed at the tightly shut rolling shutter door. The dark, hollow barrels of the 127mm vehicle-mounted machine guns extended from the roofs, muzzles lowered, ready to raise and spit fire at any moment. More than 90 soldiers were scattered on both sides of the armored vehicles, rifles in hand, muzzles slightly lowered, but ready to be raised at any time. Squad machine guns were set up at several key positions, ammunition belts hanging down and glinting coldly in the sunlight. Li Yunlong stood beside a Manga, holding up a thermal imager and squinting his small eyes at the screen. Zhou Jiangwo stood beside him, likewise staring at the thermal imager in his own hands. On the screen, the internal structure of the underground supermarket was clearly visible. Red heat signatures were spread across different positions. Some wandered between the shelves, some were packed together without moving, and some were scattered in the corners. Well, I'll be damned. Li Yunlong smacked his lips. What is hiding in their ISNT zombies? It's over 100 living people. Zhou Jiangwo nodded, his gaze falling on several special positions on the screen. Some humanoid heat signatures were holding long objects shaped like firearms. Some were deep inside the supermarket. Some were behind shelves, and some were guarding several key passageways. Platoon Leader Li, look at these. Zhou Jiangwo pointed to the screen. Li Yunlong leaned in for a look, his small eyes narrowing even further. Long guns? Armed elements? Most likely. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. Judging by their distribution, at least 7 or 8 of them have guns in hand. The others should be survivors being held hostage. Li Yunlong rubbed his chin, a crafty look unique to an old veteran appearing on his face. This bunch probably got their hands on guns from who knows where after the apocalypse broke out, seized this supermarket, took these survivors hostage, and made themselves kings here. Oomph. He let a cold laugh. And with how well-stocked this underground supermarket already was, it'd be enough to keep them alive for several years. Pretty damn good scheme they came up with. Zhou Jiangwo's expression turned grave. He sighed. Without the maintenance of order, the other side of human nature shows itself very quickly. In the apocalypse, something like this is far too normal. Li Yunlong curled his lip and said disdainfully, normal or not, once it lands in our hands. It's not normal anymore. He turned to Zhou Jiangwo. Old Zhou, what do you think we do next? Zhou Jiangwo pondered for a few seconds before speaking slowly. If we force our way in, our firepower has an absolute advantage. But if we push them too hard and they panic like corner dogs, what if they kill those unarmed survivors first? Even if we gun them all down afterward, dead people can't be brought back. The moment Li Yunlong heard that, he was unhappy. Hey, old Zhou, you're still too damn kind and too damn soft. He slapped his thigh and pointed at the shutter door. Think about it. How did this bunch stay alive until now? Because they're ruthless, vicious. They took those survivors hostage precisely so that if someone attacked, they could use the hostages as human shields. You want to negotiate with people like that? You want to reason with them? Like how they reason with you. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. Then what do you say we do? A cold light flashed in Li Yunlong's small eyes. When dealing with armed thugs like this, only iron-blooded methods work. First we seal the supermarket off tight, so not a single one can escape. Then we find a chance to break in and take out the ones with guns immediately. Once they're dead, the rest of the zombies and survivors will be easy to handle. He paused, then let out a cold laugh. As for accidental injury, what battlefield is there without it? We do our best to control it, but the top priority is eliminating the threat. As long as those few with guns die fast, the remaining survivors will actually be safer. Zhou Jiangwo fell silent. He knew Li Yunlong had a point, but he still wasn't quite used to this style of handling things. Li Yunlong saw his hesitation and patted his shoulder. Old Zhou, I know you're soft-hearted, but this is the apocalypse now. Either you die or I live. If we want to take responsibility for those survivors, we have to clean out this pack of beasts first. He pointed toward the supermarket. Think about what kind of life those survivors are living in there. Locked up like livestock, liable to be slaughtered at any moment, living worse than dead. The 1 minute sooner we deal with these beasts, the 1 minute sooner they're freed. Zhou Jiangwo took a deep breath and finally nodded. You're right. Li Yunlong grinned and grabbed the radio. All units, attention. Underground supermarket, target. Approximately 8 to 10 armed elements in possession of firearms. Approximately 100 survivors being held hostage. Operation plan, force entry. Priority is to neutralize the armed elements. Snipers, find your positions. Once contact begins, take out anyone holding a gun immediately. Assault team follows in and secures the situation. Fire support team, stand by and be ready to assist at any time. Yes, sir. A unified response came through the radio. Li Yunlong lowered the radio and looked at Zhou Jiangwo. Old Zhou, we split the work. You take men and guard the outside, stop them from running out. I'll lead men inside and deal with those bastards. Zhou Jiangwo nodded and raised his hand in a signal. The soldiers of 1st Platoon quickly spread out and sealed off the supermarket entrance so tightly not even water could leak through. Li Yunlong turned around, looked at his row of soldiers, and roared, "Demolition team, blow that damn door open for me." Boom! With a thunderous blast, the rolling shutter door was blown open with a large hole by a directional charge. Before the fire and smoke had even cleared, several flashbangs had already been thrown inside. Bang! 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 Blinding white light exploded inside the supermarket. Assault team move. Li Yunlong held his gun and charged in first. Behind him, the soldiers of 2nd Platoon filed in one after another, quickly spreading out and taking advantageous positions, then using stun grenades to clear the way. Bang! Chaos erupted inside the supermarket. Shelves were toppled crookedly, and goods were scattered all over the floor. Several armed men, blinded by the flash, covered their faces and screamed. Before they even had time to raise their guns, they were cut down by a burst of gunfire. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The gunshots were especially deafening in the enclosed space. Don't move. Nobody move. Drop your weapons. Squat down. Hands on your head. The soldiers' shouts rose and fell one after another. Deep inside the supermarket, brother who was lying on a bed, dreaming a sweet dream from the age of peace. Boom! A tremendous blast jolted him right off the bed. What the hell is going on? Before he could steady himself, several more dull bangs rang out, followed by dense gunfire. This is bad, brother who? A lackey with a monkey face and pointy mouth came scrambling in, his face deathly pale as he wailed like a ghost. They've charged in. They've charged in. Brother who's pupil shrank, and he froze in place as if struck by lightning. They charged in? Just like that? His mind went blank. According to his script, weren't they supposed to call out first? Like, everyone inside, listen up. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and come out to surrender. Or something like that. Then he would had time to deal with those survivors they had victimized. Silence the ones who needed silencing. Threaten the ones who needed threatening. Then toss away his gun and pretend to be an innocent survivor to slip out with the crowd. But these people, they weren't playing by the rules at all. It's over. Brother who's legs gave out and he dropped straight to the floor. It's completely over. Brother who? Brother who? Skinny Monkey rushed in. What do we do? They've broken in. Brother who's lips trembled, but not a single word came out. What to do? How the hell would he know what to do? He knew perfectly well what kind of firepower those people had. Armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, mortars. They had slaughtered thousands of zombies without leaving a single one intact. With their few crappy guns and a handful of bullets that might not even fire anymore, resist? They probably wouldn't last even one exchange. Brother who? How about? We surrender? The pointy-mouthed lackey asked tentatively. Surrender? Brother who gave a bitter laugh. Uglier than crying. Would surrender even help? With the things we've done, he got enough on us to die several times over. He remembered the women they had ruined. He remembered the man he had shot dead to steal supplies. He remembered the survivors they had locked up as slaves. Surrender? He'd probably die even faster. The gunfire outside was getting closer and closer, mixed with chaotic footsteps and shouting. Brother who? Skinny Monkey's face had gone white. Make a decision already. They're about to reach us. Brother who took a deep breath, and a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. No matter what, death was death anyway. Fight them. He grabbed a handgun from under his pillow and shot to his feet. Fuck it. We're fighting them. Roaring, he charged out. Brother who came rushing out from the depths of the supermarket, handgun raised and shouting in fury. 4 or 5 lackeys followed behind him. Some held guns, some held knives. Every one of them looked savage, howling as they charged forward. And then, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, a short burst. The 2 lackeys at the very front exploded with blood from their chests and dropped on the spot. Rat-tat-tat, 2 more shots. The 2 behind them had their heads blown open and crashed to the ground with 2 heavy thuds. One exchange. Less than 3 seconds. For dead. Brother who's legs instantly went limp, and he nearly stumbled to the floor. He reflexively raised his gun to return fire. But there were at least more than 10 guns aimed at him. Those dark muzzles looked like the eyes of death itself. His hand shook like a sieve. The muzzle wavered back and forth, and he had no idea who to aim at. Drop your weapon. A furious shout rang out. Brother who's hand jerked, and his gun nearly fell. Right then, a hand suddenly reached out from beside him and snatched the gun away. Brother who froze and turned his head. It was Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey flung the gun to the ground, raised both hands high, and plastered a fawning smile across his face. Sirs, sirs, I surrender. I surrender. Don't shoot. Brother who stared at him with his eyes wide, disbelief written all over his face. Skinny Monkey, what the fuck are you doing? Skinny Monkey didn't even look at him. He bowed and nodded at the soldiers opposite him. Sirs, I was forced. It was all him. He forced me. If I didn't follow him, he said he'd kill my whole family. You fucking liar. Brother who was so furious his face turned purple. Your whole family has been dead for ages. Where the hell did you get a whole family from? Skinny Monkey stiffened his neck. Those are my distant relatives. What is it to you? You, brother who pointed at him, his hand shaking. How have I treated you all this time? If there were women, you got women. If there was meat, you got meat. And this is how you repay me? Skinny Monkey sneered and finally turned to look at him. Brother who? Their essay saying, better a dead Taoist than a dead me. I'm not dying with you. Then he turned back to the soldiers, and his face instantly changed into a pitiful expression. Sirs, you have to see things clearly. I really was forced. He is a devil, kills without blinking. If I didn't listen to him, he would kill me long ago. I have elders above and children below. Children my ass. Brother who cursed loudly. You're a damn bachelor. What children do you have? My future children. What is it to you? The two of them went back and forth, arguing so fiercely it was impossible to stop. Li Yunlong held his gun and watched the scene with amused interest. He first looked at Brother Hu, a face full of brute flesh, vicious eyes. One look, and it was obvious he was no good. Then he looked at Skinny Monkey. Pointy mouth, monkey face, darting eyes. A face full of cunning. Then he looked at the corpses on the ground. And then he smiled. Interesting. He spoke slowly. One is an utterly vile ringleader. The other is a petty rat who switched sides at the last second. You two put on quite a show. Skinny Monkey immediately bowed and scraped. Sir is wise. Sir has sharp eyes. I really was forced. Shut up. Skinny Monkey obediently shut his mouth. Li Yunlong walked up to him and looked him over from top to bottom. You said you were forced? Yes. What did he force you to do? Skinny Monkey froze, his eyes spinning around. He forced me to kill people. Forced me to steal things. Force you to do what? Think it through before you answer. Sweat broke out on Skinny Monkey's forehead. Force me to. Li Yunlong, Siga. He raised his gun. Bang. The bullet pierced Skinny Monkey's forehead. Eyes wide open, he fell straight backward. Li Yunlong lowered the gun, spat hard, and cursed, damn it. You think you could put on an act in front of me? Do I look like an idiot to you? He glanced at the trembling brother who beside him and said coldly, tie him up and take him back for the Yuan show to deal with. Yes, sir. Very soon. The survivors came out of the underground supermarket one after another. Li Yunlong and Zhou Jiangwo stood at the entrance, watching these people, their expressions gradually turning complicated. The first one out was a middle-aged man in a tattered shirt, gaunt to the extreme with sunken eye sockets. When he walked out, his legs went weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees, only to be caught by a soldier beside him. Thank you. He muttered, his eyes red. Then came several young people, both male and female, all equally sallow and emaciated. One of the boys looked no older than 17 or 18. The moment he stepped out, he glanced back into the supermarket, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Then came a woman. When she walked out, her steps staggered, and she had to brace herself against the wall just to remain standing. Her clothes were torn to shreds, her hair a tangled mess, and her face was mottled with bruises. She looked up at the sunlight outside, and tears fell immediately. Then came the second woman, the third, the fourth. They were all the same. Clothes in disarray, hollow eyes, faces full of numb despair. Some could barely walk and had to support each other. Some squatted on the ground after coming out, hugging their knees without saying a word. Some just stared blankly at the sky, tears streaming silently. Li Yunlong slowly clenched his fist. Zhou Jiangwo turned his head away, unable to bear looking anymore. More survivors came out. There were old people, children, middle-aged women, and young men. Every one of them was so thin they barely looked human, and every one of them had injuries of varying degrees. The last one to come out was a girl of 15 or 16. She wore a thin nightgown and was barefoot, her feet covered in bloody marks. She walked to the doorway, saw the sunlight outside, and suddenly froze. Then she squatted down, covered her face, and her shoulders shook violently. No sound. She couldn't even cry out anymore. Li Yunlong took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the soldier nearby who was tallying the numbers. How many? The soldier flipped through the notebook, his voice also somewhat low. Report, platoon leader. A total of 103 survivors. Among them, 37 are female, 12 are minors. Also what? 3 corpses were found inside the supermarket. 2 women and 1 man. According to the survivors, they died a few days ago. One of them was tortured to death alive. Li Yunlong's eyes instantly turned red. He turned around and strode over to Tiger Bro, who was tied up and thrown on the ground, then kicked him hard in the stomach. Ugh! Tiger Bro screamed miserably, curling up like a shrimp. You fucking bastard. Li Yunlong kicked him again. Beast. You're just a beast. Tiger Bro clutched his head and wailed, spare me. Military sir, spare me. I didn't want this either. This apocalypse. Who isn't like this in this apocalypse? Shut the fuck up. Li Yunlong was about to kick again when a soldier beside him pulled him back. Platoon leader. Platoon leader, calm down. Li Yunlong panted heavily, staring fixedly at the curled-up figure on the ground. At that moment, a survivor suddenly rushed forward. It was a middle-aged man. So thin he was just skin and bones, but his eyes were full of hatred. He charged up to Tiger Bro and slammed a vicious kick into his face. Beast, give me back my wife. Tiger Bro's face was kicked full of blood, and he screamed as he shrank back. Another person rushed up. It was a young woman. Her clothes torn, her face bruised purple and blue. She grabbed a rock from the ground and smashed it hard on a Tiger Bro. You got this day too. You got this day too. She cried as she smashed him, her voice tearing at the lungs. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. The survivors crowded in, punching and kicking. Some used their feet, some used their fists, some picked up stones and hurled them at him. Tiger Bro screamed, wailed, and rolled around on the ground. Beat him to death. Beat this beast to death. My little sister is only 14. You animal. Give me back my daughter. Give me back my daughter. Cries, curses, fists, and kicks all mixed together. Li Yunlong didn't stop them. He just stood there watching those enraged survivors, watching that beast rolling on the ground and howling. Zhou Jiangwo stood not far away, sighed, and turned his back. He didn't want to look, but those screams and cries still drilled into his ears. His shoulders trembled slightly. Suddenly, he turned around. He strode up to Tiger Bro. The survivors subconsciously made way. Zhou Jiangwo stopped and looked down at the person curled into a bloody mass on the ground. Tiger Bro raised his head, blood covering his face, fear and pleading in his eyes. SP spare me. Zhou Jiangwo said nothing. He raised his foot, then he slammed it hard into Tiger Bro's crotch. Aya! Tiger Bro let out a non-human scream, his whole body arching like a shrimp. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out on the spot. Zhou Jiangwo withdrew his foot and spat fiercely. Fucking beast. Li Yunlong froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Old Zhou, nice one. He walked over and patted Zhou Jiangwo on the shoulder. I thought you, this old good guy, only knew how to sigh. Didn't he expect you'd have this in you too? Zhou Jiangwo's face reddened a little, but what was stronger was the relief after the fury. I couldn't stand it anymore, he said in a muffled voice. That kind of scum wouldn't be enough, even if he died 10,000 times. Li Yunlong nodded, then looked at the survivors. All right, stop hitting him for now. The survivors gradually stopped, breathing heavily as they stared at the unconscious figure on the ground. Some were still crying. Some spat hatefully. Some hugged the relatives beside them and shed silent tears. Looking at this scene, Li Yunlong took a deep breath and shouted, Listen the fuck up, all of you. From today on, you're safe. Come with us to the base. Their LLB food, their LLB drink, and their LLB people protecting you. You won't have to suffer bullying from these bastards anymore. The survivors looked at him blankly. Then, someone knelt down. Immediately after, one by one, they all knelt. Some cried as they shouted, Thank you, thank you. Some just kowtowed, unable to say a word. Li Yunlong hurriedly waved his hands. Get up. All of you get up. Don't kneel. The thing I hate most is this. Zhou Jiangwo also hurried over to help them. The survivors slowly stood up and, supporting each other, walked toward the base. Li Yunlong stood in place, looking at those staggering backs, then glanced at the unconscious Tiger Bro on the ground. Bah! He spat fiercely. Base Command Center. Jiang Chun stood in front of the surveillance screen, watching the survivors being helped into the base. They were ragged, gaunt-faced, and walking unsteadily while supporting each other. Some collapsed to the floor as soon as they entered the base. Some looked around at the strange environment, and some held the relatives beside them and cried silently. Li Jing pushed the door open and came in, holding a statistical report. Commander, the numbers have been tallied. Jiang Chun turned around and sat down by the desk. Go on. Li Jing opened the notebook. A total of 103 survivors were rescued from the underground supermarket. 56 males, 37 females, 12 minors. Their physical condition is generally poor. Most of them are malnourished to varying degrees, and 17 need medical treatment. Zhou Zemin has already been arranged to take people to care for them. He paused, then flipped to the next page. Also, the supply stock in the underground supermarket is richer than expected. All kinds of canned food, instant noodles, ham sausages, mineral water, and so on are enough to feed over 100 people for more than 2 years. There are also a large amount of daily necessities and clothing. Jiang Chen nodded. This batch of supplies had come too timely. The base had more and more people now. Relying only on system exchanges could still keep things going, but the more they could save, the better. These supplies were just right to feed those survivors. What else? Li Jing closed the notebook, his expression turning more serious. What about that armed faction leader named Tiger Bro? How should we handle him? Li Yunlong has already brought him back and locked him on the first floor. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Tiger Bro's situation had already been reported by Li Yunlong on the way back through communications. Arson, murder, robbery. He had committed every evil deed imaginable. There were at least 3 innocent people who had died at his hands, and the number of women he had ruined was even more countless. Someone like that. Killing him will be letting him off too easy. Let the survivors deal with him. Jiang Chun said flatly. Li Jing froze for a moment. You mean, let them decide for themselves? Jiang Chun looked at him. The people he harmed can take revenge if they have revenge to take, settle their grievances if they have grievances to settle. However he dies, they get the final say. Li Jing fell silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Understood. He turned to leave, but Jiang Chun called out to him again. Oh right. How is the situation at the food market? Li Jing turned back and said, the drone just completed another sweep. Although the large-scale fighting over the past 2 days drew a lot of zombies out, there's still quite a few inside the food market. The drone footage shows at least more than 200, and over the last 2 days, new zombies have wandered in from nearby and gathered around the area. Jiang Chun stood up and walked to the wall, looking at the map. The food market. That 2-story building covering 3,000 square meters stood like a festering tumor within 200 meters of the base. If it didn't pull out, the mission wouldn't be complete. If it didn't pull it out, the surrounding area would always remain a hidden danger. Where Li Yunlong and the others? They've already taken positions around the outer perimeter of the food market. The first row and second row have both arrived. 8 Mengsure vehicles are lined up side by side, just waiting for your order. The corner of Jiang Chun's mouth lifted. Pass down the order. Begin the cleanup of the food market. Outside the food market, 8 Mengsure armored vehicles were spread out in a fan formation. The 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine guns on their roofs were raised high, their dark muzzles aimed at the main entrance and every window of the food market. More than 90 soldiers were scattered around the armored vehicles. Rifles were held in their hands. Machine guns were set in position, and the snipers had already taken the surrounding high ground. Li Yunlong stood beside a Mengsure, a cigarette hanging from his mouth unlit, squinting his small eyes at the tightly shut iron gate of the food market. Zhou Jiangwo walked over and handed him a drone feed. Old Li, there are at least more than 200 zombies in there. They're spread across the first and second floors. Some are wandering between the stalls. Some are packed into corners, and some are in the cold storage rooms. Li Yunlong took it and glanced at it, then curled his lip. 200? Not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Zhou Jiangwo patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't get careless. The structure inside is complicated. The passageways are narrow, and visibility is poor. If you get surrounded, it'll be hard to get out. What's there to be afraid of? Li Yunlong handed the screen back to him. With our firepower, we could just steamroll straight through. Why the hell will we play hide and seek with them? He grabbed the radio and immediately ordered, all units, listen up. The food market cleanup operation begins now. Firepower team, blow open the front gate first. Boom! A rocket dragged a trail of white smoke through the air and slammed straight into the iron gate. The gate twisted out of shape from the blast, then crashed down, revealing the dark space inside. Assault team, move in. Holding his rifle, Li Yunlong charged in first. Behind him, the soldiers poured in one after another. The food market was dim and damp, and a thick stench of rot rushed straight at them. Abandoned stalls were everywhere, with junk scattered all over the place. Dried bloodstains littered the floor. Several zombies crawled out from behind the stalls, opening their mouths as they lunged at them. Rat-tat-tat, a few short controlled bursts, and the zombies dropped on the spot. Keep pushing. The assault team led from the front, the firepower team covered from behind, and rows of stalls were cleared one by one. Zombies crawled out from every corner, from beneath the stalls, from behind the shelves, from inside the cold storage rooms. Then they were cut down by a burst of gunfire. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. In the enclosed space, the gunfire was especially deafening. Shell casings clinked against the ground, bouncing and rolling into pools of dark red blood. Just then, a chaotic pounding of footsteps came from the second floor. The zombies upstairs had been alarmed and were surging toward the stairwell. Firepower team, stairwell. 2 squad machine guns were set up and aimed at the stairs. The first zombie had barely shown its head before it was riddled with bullets. The second stepped over its corpse and kept charging, only to be riddled with bullets too. The third, the fourth, the fifth. They were like Calabash brothers saving Grandpa in a cartoon, coming one by one just to throw their lives away. Very quickly, the corpses piled into a small mountain at the stairwell. The zombies behind them climbed over the heap of bodies and kept charging downward. Then they too were riddled with bullets. Li Yunlong stood nearby with his rifle, watching with a satisfied smile on his face. That's it. Just like that. However many come, kill that many. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Jiangwo led his men in clearing out the cold storage section. The cold storage door was half open, and inside was pitch black. A flashlight beam swept in, revealing a dense mass of figures. At least 30 to 40 zombies were crammed inside. Hit by the beam, they all turned their heads in unison. Then they charged out. Zhou Jiangwo remained completely calm and took one step back. Flamethrowers. 2 soldiers stepped forward and pulled the triggers. Orange-red flames gushed out, instantly engulfing the zombies charging in front. They screamed and thrashed, their whole bodies on fire, rolling on the ground. The ones behind were blocked by the flames. They wanted to charge, but couldn't break through, jammed at the cold storage entrance, and burned alive into charred black husks. The smell of burnt flesh spread through the air, mixed with the stench of rot, enough to make anyone sick. But no one threw up. After the past few days, they were long used to it. 3 minutes later, the final gunshot faded. Inside the food market, not a single zombie remained standing. Stepping over shredded flesh and severed limbs all across the floor, Li Yunlong walked to the center of the market and raised the radio. Reporting to the chief, the food market cleanup is complete. Visual estimate, around 300 zombies killed. 0 casualties on our side. Jiang Chun's voice came through the radio. Well done. Withdraw. Yes, sir. Li Yunlong grinned and turned toward the entrance. Behind him were corpses everywhere, blood everywhere, shell casings everywhere. Another piece of territory had been taken. At the same time, inside the command center, Jiang Chun had just picked up his teacup and hadn't even had time to take a sip before the system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Chief, on completing the mission. Territorial expansion. Mission objective. Occupy all buildings within a 200-meter radius centered on the Nirvana base and eliminate all zombie threats. Evaluating mission completion progress. Completion time, 2 days. Completion rate, 100. Overall rating, S rank. Ding! Congratulations, Chief, on receiving mission rewards. 1 Luduin 3000 close-in defense system blueprint. 1 H-64 Apache attack helicopter blueprint. Ding! Detected that Chief completed the mission with an S rank evaluation. Additional reward granted. 1 Tianfa 2000 heavy fortress defense cannon blueprint. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. It's here. Finally. And there's even an extra reward. He hurriedly opened the system panel to check the 3 newly acquired treasures. The first one, Luduin 3000 close-in defense system. 10,000 rounds per minute. Effective range, 3,000 meters. Can lock onto 40 targets at the same time. Compared to the Thunder God turret, this thing completely crushed it. The Thunder God had 2,000 rounds per minute, a range of 1,500 meters, and could lock onto 10 targets. The Luduin had 10,000 rounds per minute, a range of 3,000 meters, and could lock onto 40 targets. A full 5-fold gap. If the Thunder God was an automatic rifle, then the Luduin was a Gatling autocannon. The Thor can sweep an area, and a land shield can clear an entire street. Good stuff. Jiang Chun rubbed his hands together, the grin at the corner of his mouth impossible to suppress. The only drawback was that, for the current him, it was a bit too expensive. 50,000 for one, and that was before ammo. He shook his head and kept reading. H-64 Apache armed helicopter. Type, heavy armed helicopter. Crew, 2 people, pilot, weapons operator. Power system, twin turboshaft engines. Maximum speed, 365 kilometers per hour. Combat radius, 480 kilometers. Weapons configuration, nose-mounted M230 chain gun, 30 millimeters, 1,200 rounds. Stubwing hardpoints, 4, can mount Hellfire missiles. Rocket pods, etc. Armor protection, can withstand 23 millimeter anti-aircraft shells. Features, all-weather combat capability, advanced fire control system, can lock onto and attack multiple targets at the same time. Exchange price, 50,000 merit points per aircraft, includes 2 crew members, full fuel, full ammo. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up again and again. Apache, an armed helicopter. This thing was a true ruler of the skies. 365 kilometers per hour, a combat radius of 480 kilometers, a 30 millimeter chain gun, and it could carry missiles too. In the future, the skies would be his domain. What zombie tide? What mutants? What leaders hiding in the dark? 1 round of rockets from an Apache, and they'd all be blasted into fucking scraps. He took a deep breath and opened the final reward. Heaven's Punishment 2000 heavy fortress defense cannon. Type, heavy fortress defense cannon. Caliber, 200 millimeters. Barrel length, 8 meters. Total weight, 25 tons. Effective range, 500 to 3,000 meters. Blast radius. A single shell explosion covers an area with a diameter of 80 meters. Rate of fire, 6 rounds per minute. Ammunition feed. Auto-loader, magazine capacity, 30 rounds. Aiming method, radar guidance, optical aiming, manual control. Features, designed specifically for fortress defense, with tremendous power. 1 shell can flatten a small building and has devastating effects against dense targets. Can only be mounted on a large base station at the base. Drawbacks, short range, maximum 3,000 meters, unable to strike distant targets, long reload time, massive recoil, requires a reinforced base. Exchange price, 100,000 merit points per cannon, includes 30 shells and auto-loading system. Shell price, high explosive shells, 200 merit points per round. Thermobaric shells, 300 merit points per round. Jiang Chun stared at the description and froze. 200 millimeter caliber, an 80-meter blast radius. 1 shell could flatten a small building. Although its range was only 3,000 meters, same as the land shield, far worse than a self-propelled howitzer. The power was on a completely different level. The 155mm PLZ-05 could blow up a whole area with 1 shot. The 200mm Heaven's Punishment could blow up an entire building with 1 shot. A scene appeared in his mind. Countless zombies surging toward the base, packed together, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Heaven's punishment fired. Boom! A shell landed in the middle of the zombie horde. A fireball shot into the sky, and the shockwave swept away everything. Within an 80-meter diameter, every zombie was instantly vaporized. Outside that 80 meters, zombies were flung away, shattered, blown into pieces alive. Then came the second shell, the third, the fourth. Zombie tide? What zombie tide? There wouldn't even be scraps left. 100,000. Jiang Chun muttered. One cannon, 100,000. He glanced at the time, 1:45. Then he looked at his merit points again, 163,456. In the command center, Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, staring at that string of numbers on the system panel. Merit points, 162,345. 160,000. He looked greedily at Heaven's punishment 2,000. 100,000 merit points for one cannon. Then at PLZ-05, self-propelled howitzer, 20,000 merit points for one. Then at H-64 Apache, 50,000 merit points for one aircraft. Tempting. Fucking tempting. But he still held back. What was he lacking the most right now? Not super weapons. Manpower. A little over 100 people was barely enough to guard one base. But if he wanted to expand territory later, clear out the surrounding areas, and deal with zombie tides that might appear at any time, this number of people wasn't nearly enough. He took a deep breath and opened Army, Ground Forces, Mechanized Infantry Platoon. Mechanized Infantry Platoon, 150,000 merit points. His finger hovered over the confirm button, hesitating for 2 seconds. 150,000 for one platoon. Added to the 2 platoons he already had, that would make exactly 3 platoons. 3 platoons, more than 140 men. Add 1 Jiaolong squad, and that would be equivalent to the strength of one company. One company, with armored vehicles, machine guns, rocket launchers, and mortars. In this apocalypse, he wouldn't dare say he could run wild everywhere, but for self-preservation, it would absolutely be enough. He gritted his teeth. Confirm exchange. Ding. Consumed 150,000 merit points. Obtained Mechanized Infantry Platoon ×1. Summoning in progress. Summoning complete. Platoon 3 has been deployed to the first floor lobby. Please inspect, Yuan Shou. Jiang Chun stood up, stretched a little, and walked toward the door. First floor lobby. More than 40 people stood there in perfect formation, all dressed in identical starry camouflage combat uniforms, fully armed. From Mengshire, armored vehicles were parked nearby, the machine guns on their roofs reflecting a cold gleam under the lights. At the very front of the formation stood a man of medium build. He looked to be in his early 30s, with a square face, thick brows, and small eyes. The corners of his mouth naturally carried a faint half-smile. Standing there, he exuded authority without even showing anger, but if one looked closely, there was also a shrewd sharpness in his eyes. When he saw Jiang Chun approach, he strode forward and snapped to attention. Reporting to Yuan Shou, Platoon Commander Ding Wei, leading the entire platoon to report for duty. Jiang Chun nodded and sized him up. Ding Wei, that name. A scene from some classic TV drama suddenly flashed through his mind. Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jia. The Iron Triangle of Northwest Shaanxi? Li Yunlong was already here. Now Ding Wei had come too. Then who was still missing? The corner of Jiang Chun's mouth lifted slightly. Platoon Commander Ding, welcome. Ding Wei grinned, showing his white teeth. You're too polite, Yuan Shou. Just give the order if there's any mission. I, Ding Wei, may not be good at anything else, but when it comes to fighting wars, I absolutely don't mess around. The moment he finished speaking, a loud voice came from the side. Hey, old Ding? Is it you, old Ding? Ding Wei turned his head and saw Li Yunlong striding over from the end of the corridor, eyes wide as saucers, mouth so open a fist could fit inside. Li Yunlong. Ding Wei was stunned too. Why are you here? The hell, I was about to ask you the same thing. Li Yunlong walked up and looked him over from top to bottom. How the fuck did you end up here too? How would I know? Ding Wei spread his hands. I closed my eyes, opened them again, and I was here. Then, I saw Yuan Shou. Li Yunlong suddenly burst into laughter and slapped him on the shoulder. Not bad. Old Ding, the two of us are together again. Ding Wei staggered from the slap, but didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed along with him. Ain't that the truth? This is one hell of a coincidence. Watching this scene, the smile on Jiang Chun's face deepened. Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, of the Iron Triangle of Northwest Shaanxi, too had arrived. Still one short, Kong Jia. If one day Kong Jia came too, and these 3 living treasures got together, that would really be something. 5 in the afternoon. The setting sun tilted westward, its afterglow spilling across the base's curved dome and gilding it with a layer of gold. Inside the command center, the system notification sounded once more. Ding. Detected that the troops under the Supreme Commander killed a total of 536 zombies today. Beginning reward settlement. Killed 536 ordinary zombies. 536 merit points. Current total merit points, 24,683. Detected dropped items. Medical surgical mask blueprint 1. 75% medical alcohol blueprint 1. 84 disinfectant blueprint 1. Medical gauze bandage blueprint 1. Disposable medical gloves blueprint 1. Nirvana base exclusive uniform blueprint 1. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Today's drops were all daily use supplies. He opened them one by one to check. Medical surgical mask. Type: medical protective equipment. Specification: box of 50. Features: 3-layer filtration, splash protection, breathable and comfortable. Exchange price: 1 merit point for 10 boxes. 75% medical alcohol. Type: disinfectant. Specification: 500 milliliter bottle. Features: effectively kills various bacteria and viruses. Exchange price: 1 merit point for 20 bottles. 84 disinfectant. Type: disinfectant. Specification: 1 liter container. Features: can be used for environmental disinfection and item disinfection. Exchange price: 1 merit point for 10 containers. Medical gauze bandage. Type: medical supply. Specification: pack of 10 rolls. Features: sterile packaging, absorbent and breathable. Exchange price: 1 merit point for 20 packs. Disposable medical gloves. Type: medical protective equipment. Specification: box of 100. Features: nitrile material, durable and penetration resistant. Exchange price: 1 merit point for 10 boxes. Jiang Chen nodded. These are all good things. The base population was growing larger and larger now. With more than 100 survivors and more than 100 soldiers, medical supplies were a basic necessity. Masks, alcohol, disinfectant, they were used every day. With these blueprints, he wouldn't have to worry in the future. He continued looking down. Nirvana base exclusive uniform. Type: standard survivor clothing. Specification: full set including top, long pants, belt, and hat. Material: wear-resistant polyester cotton blend, comfortable and breathable. Features: the exclusive emblem of Nirvana base is embroidered on the left chest. A phoenix reborn from fire, with the 2 characters Nirvana embroidered below it. Convenient for identifying and managing survivors. Exchange price: 10 merit points per set. Note: customizable in different sizes, same style for both men and women. Jiang Chen looked at the emblem design and felt quite satisfied. A phoenix spreading its wings in the flames, with the 2 bold characters Nirvana below. Simple, grand, and easy to recognize. And at only 10 merit points per set, it was cheap. He directly exchanged for 200 sets. Ding. Consumed 2,000 merit points. Obtained 200 sets of Nirvana base exclusive uniforms. A faint glimmer flashed, and more than a dozen large cardboard boxes appeared in the corner of the command center, neatly packed with folded uniforms. Jiang Chen stood up, walked over to the boxes, picked up one set, and unfolded it for a look. A dark navy top, black pants, and a matching belt. The phoenix was embroidered on the left chest, reborn in fire, vivid and lifelike. Below the phoenix were the 2 golden characters Nirvana, the stitching dense and the workmanship excellent. It felt good to the touch, wear-resistant, and probably quite durable. He nodded, set the uniform down, and looked out the window. The sun was almost down, and the horizon was a sheet of orange red. Tomorrow would be a new day. The last trace of sunset sank below the horizon. Inside the command center, Jiang Chen had just gotten ready to head to the cafeteria when the system notification sounded again. Ding! Detected that within the Supreme Commander's current territory range. All buildings have been cleared, and all zombie threats have been eliminated. The territory is now in an upgradable state. Do you wish to consume 100,000 merit points to upgrade the territory? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. Base upgrade? What kind of upgrade? He opened the details. Upgrade description. Current territory. Nirvana base. Point-based distribution. Buildings scattered. After upgrade. Nirvana fortress. Area-based defense. Enclosed by city walls. Specific upgrade effects. 1. Taking Nirvana base as the center, all cleared areas within a radius of 200 meters will be incorporated into the fortress range. 2. Construct an alloy city wall with a perimeter of about 12 kilometers, enclosing the entire fortress area. 3. City wall specifications. 5 meters high and 2 meters wide. Built from high-strength alloy. The surface is smooth and impossible to climb, capable of resisting zombie impacts and fire from small and medium-caliber weapons. 4. A patrol passage will be set on top of the wall, 1.5 meters wide, allowing soldiers to patrol and deploy defenses. 5. 4 watchtowers will be established, located in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions respectively. Each watchtower will be 15 meters tall and can overlook the entire fortress and surrounding areas. 6. The watchtowers will be equipped with searchlights, alarms, and communication equipment, allowing early detection of enemies. 7. The city wall will include 6 large weapon stations, capable of mounting heavy defensive weapons such as the Ldun 3000 and Tianfa 2000. 8. The city wall will include 24 medium weapon stations, capable of mounting medium defensive weapons such as the Latian turret. 9. The city wall will include multiple small firing ports for infantry to shoot outward. Upgrade time required, 24 hours. During the upgrade period, the base will operate normally, and the defense system will not be affected. Confirm upgrade? Jiang Chen stared at the long list of explanations, completely stunned. Jiang Chen stared at the description, his eyes widening more and more. City walls, 5 meters high, 2 meters thick, made of alloy, 4 watchtowers. A picture automatically formed in his mind. A towering city of steel stood upon the apocalyptic wasteland. 5-meter-high walls encircled it on all sides, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. 4 watchtowers rose high into the air, with heavy machine guns and automated turrets mounted on top. 2 alloy gates stood shut, keeping all danger outside. Inside the city, the houses were orderly, the streets broad, the survivors living in peace and contentment, and children running and playing in the open spaces. Holy shit, he couldn't help blurting out a curse. This was a base upgrade? This was straight up building him a city. 5-meter-high walls, 2 meters thick, and made of alloy. Forget zombies, even a few tanks probably couldn't smash through, right? 4 watchtowers packed with heavy weapons, 360 degrees with no blind spots. Whatever zombie tide came, wouldn't it just be serving itself up on a plate? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, pacing back and forth inside the command center. System, you really fucking get me. This is great. Once this is done, the base will be an iron bucket. Zombies can only stare helplessly when they come. When the walls are finished, I'll line up a row of Latian turrets on top, then add a few Tianfa cannons. No matter how many come, they die. The inside can even hold 5,000 people. In the future, when I take in survivors, we won't have to cram them all into the base anymore. He stopped in his tracks, suddenly thinking of something. Wait, 100,000 merit points? He looked at his current merit points. He only had a little over 20,000. He was still short by nearly 80,000. Damn. He slapped his thigh, feeling frustrated. No money left. Exchanging for that infantry platoon just now had cost 150,000. The remaining 20,000 merit points were nowhere near enough. He scratched his head, then suddenly smiled. Fine, then I'll wait one more day. By this time tomorrow, the merit points I save up should be enough to upgrade the territory. He looked at that upgrade plan, itching for it badly. System, after the city wall is built, does that mean we'll be safe? Ding. The city wall can resist conventional zombie attacks, but if faced with a large-scale zombie tide or organized mutant assaults, defensive weapons will still be required in coordination. That's enough. Jiang Chen nodded. It was still better than the current situation, where they were exposed on all sides. He sat back down and looked at the dusk outside the window. Then he suddenly thought of something. Before, zombies chased people, and people hid from zombies. But now, he had 3 infantry platoons, more than 100 men, armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers, and also the Apache and Luduin 3000 he had just obtained but hadn't exchanged yet. Why keep hiding? It was time to take the initiative. Tomorrow, once the city wall upgrade was finished, he would lead his men out and sweep the area clean. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, clear out every zombie, and earn merit points on the side. The corner of his mouth curled up. The situation really had reversed. At the same time, 5 kilometers away from Nirvana Base, under an abandoned overpass, a dense mass of zombies was crammed together, black and endless like a silent tide. That workwear zombie stood on a bridge pillar, looking down at all of it. Behind it stood those dozen or so mutants. The bald giant, the woman in a nurse uniform, the JK lowly girl. And there was even one wearing Ultraman Tiga. Beneath the bridge, zombies were still pouring in without end. From every street, every alley, every abandoned building, dragging their rotten bodies. Step by step, they gathered here. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. No one knew the exact number. All they knew was that this sea of corpses was still growing. The workwear zombie lifted its head and looked into the distance. There a black hemispherical building could vaguely be seen. Nirvana Base. It stared in that direction, and within its pitch-black pupils, a trace of human-like light flashed. Within that light was hatred, greed, and an excitement bordering on madness. It opened its mouth. Roar! The shrill screech tore through the night sky and carried very, very far. Under the bridge, tens of thousands of zombies raised their heads at the same time. Then, they began to move. Slowly, silently, like a black tide, surging toward that direction. If someone were looking down from the sky at this moment, they would see a scalp-numbing scene. Countless black dots poured out from every street and every alley in all directions, merging into a black torrent as they slowly encircled that lone black hemispherical building. Like countless ants closing in on an insect waiting to be slaughtered. Like countless hungry wolves closing in on a stray lamb. Under the cover of night, tens of thousands of zombies were advancing toward Nirvana Base. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock sharp. Ding. Daily territory settlement. Current territory, Nirvana Base. Territory survivors, 131 people, 103 newly added. Today's merit point income, 131 points. Current total merit points, 73,246. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, glanced at the system panel, then got out of bed. Chu Yanran had already come in carrying breakfast. Fried eggs, bacon, toast, milk, just as delicate as ever. Good morning, master. She placed the tray on the bedside cabinet, stepped back, and lowered her eyes. Jiang Chen nodded and picked up a piece of toast, taking a bite. Chu Yanran stood to the side, hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. Master, about that leader they brought back to the base yesterday. Jiang Chen looked up at her. Chu Yanran pressed her lips together, then slowly said, "I heard he was beaten to death by those survivors. He died horribly. There was a single patch of good flesh left on him, and in the end, his head was smashed open with a rock." Jiang Chen remained expressionless and kept chewing his bread. "He deserved it," he said flatly. Chu Yanran nodded and continued, "And those survivors all said that Master saved them, and even let them take revenge with their own hands. They're very grateful. They said they want to follow Master and are willing to do anything." Jiang Chen let out a faint snort and set down his glass of milk. "Grateful?" He wiped the corner of his mouth, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. "I don't care whether they're grateful or not. I save them only because they're useful to me. The more survivors there are, the more benefits I get. They can work, carry corpses, farm, cook, work. That's enough." Chu Yanran froze for a moment, then lowered her head. "Master is right." Jiang Chen stood up and put on his coat. "Later, go find Zhou Zemin. Tell him to register all those survivors, then they can start working. Have him clean up the corpses outside. The batch from the market yesterday, and the batch at the supermarket entrance, they're still piled up there." "Yes, Master." Command Center, 8:30. Around the circular conference table, all the officers had already arrived. Li Jing stood by the wall with a tablet in hand. Zhou Jiangwo sat in a chair with a map spread out in front of him. Li Yunlong lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a toothpick in his mouth. Ding Wei leaned back in his chair, his small eyes narrowed. Who knew what he was thinking about? Lu Chuang sat upright, looking very energized. Jiang Chun pushed open the door and entered. Several people stood up at the same time. "Chief." Jiang Chun waved a hand and walked to the main seat before sitting down. "Everyone else here? Then let us start the meeting." He pulled up the map on the wall. It was a detailed terrain map of the 3-kilometer area around the base. Red dots densely covered it, marking the zombie distribution detected by the drones. "Yesterday, we cleared out the market and the supermarket. The 200-meter area around them is already safe," Jiang Chun said, pointing to the farther areas on the map. "But farther out, there's still quite a lot of zombies. The drones made several rounds, and by conservative estimate, there are at least more than 5,000 zombies within 3 kilometers. Li Yunlong's eyes lit up at once. He rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. 5,000? Doesn't that mean we're about to get rich? Ding Wei glanced at him and shook his head helplessly. "Old Li, all you think about is getting rich. 5,000 zombies. Is that going to be easy to kill? What is so hard about it?" Li Yunlong lifted his neck, his face full of disdain. "We've got 3 platoons now, more than 100 men, 8 Mengshi vehicles, and turrets guarding the place. 5,000? However many come. We kill however many come." At this moment, Zhou Jiangwo at the side frowned slightly. "That may be true, but we still can't be careless. Did you forget what happened last time when we got surrounded?" Li Yunlong curled his lip, completely unconcerned. "That was an accident. This time we're taking the initiative. How can we still let them surround us?" Jiang Chun tapped the table, and everyone quieted down. "This time, we're not going head-on." He pointed at the map. "The battle plan is like this. Use the armored vehicles as bait and take the initiative to draw the zombies out." He drew a line on the map. 3 Mengshi vehicles, equipped with loudspeakers, will advance along this route. Make as much noise as possible. Attract as many zombies as possible to follow them. Then he drew a few more circles. "The rest of you, set up defensive positions here, and here in advance. Once the zombies are lured over, they'll enter the ambush zone. When that happens, open fire with everything. Machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers, use whatever we can." He raised his head and looked at the group. "Take the initiative, lure the enemy in deep, gather them together, and wipe them out." Li Yunlong slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. "Ha, good. Great leader. This is a good idea. I like it. Feasible." Ding Wei nodded. "As long as we pick the right positions and assign the firepower properly. However many come will just be delivering themselves to us." Pointing at the circles Jiang Chun had drawn on the map, Zhou Jiangwo nodded in approval. "These positions really are good. Wide field of view, excellent firing angles, and not far from the base either. The turrets can support them too." On the other side, Li Jing folded his right arm across his chest and stroked his chin with his left hand as he added, "This alone isn't enough. I suggest sending out a few sniper teams as well. Have them set up on the surrounding high points. If a mutant appears, take it out immediately." Listening to the officers discuss it, Jiang Chen nodded. "Then we'll do it like that." He stood up, his gaze sweeping across them. "All units, 1 hour to prepare. Set out at 9:30 sharp. 9 o'clock. Outside the base, soldiers from 3 platoons were busy setting up positions. 9 Mengshi armored vehicles were concealed in the shadows along the edge of the base's territory. Some were parked behind abandoned buildings, some hidden in the shadows of collapsed walls, and some half buried in piles of rubble. The machine guns on the roofs were covered with camouflage nets, with only a section of the dark muzzles exposed. Machine gun emplacements have been set up at several key points. More than a dozen Type 201 squad machine guns and 7 Type 171 heavy machine guns had all been surrounded with sandbags and debris to form makeshift fortifications. Belts of ammunition hung down, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The sniper teams were already in position. Lin Mo led 3 men and occupied the rooftop of a 6-story residential building beside the base. From there, Every street within 2 kilometers of the surrounding area was visible at a glance. 4 sniper rifles were set up by the railing, their muzzles aimed in different directions. The mortar teams were waiting in the rear. 6 60mm mortars had already been set up, and the ammo crates were open, shells stacked neatly beside them. Everything was ready. Jiang Chun stood in the command center, staring at the wall full of surveillance screens. Bait team, move out. Li Yunlong's booming voice came through the radio. Got it. The side gate of the base opened, and 3 Mengshi roared as they drove out. On top of the lead vehicle, a high-power speaker had been strapped down. At that moment, the speaker was blasting at maximum volume. The boundless horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, the flowers are in bloom. Li Yunlong leaned half his body out of the turret, holding a radio in one hand, looking smug. How about it, great leader? I personally picked this song special. The corner of Jiang Chun's mouth twitched. Again, the most dazzling folk style. Did this song have some kind of grudge against zombies? The 3 Mengshi drove out of the base's territory and advanced slowly down the street. They had gone less than 50 meters when a few zombies rushed out from a roadside convenience store. Hearing the music, they opened their mouths and staggered toward the convoy. Hey, business is here. Li Yunlong's eyes lit up. Don't shoot. Keep driving. The 3 Mengshi continued forward at an unhurried pace, maintaining a speed just fast enough that the zombies couldn't catch up, but not so fast that they would lose them. Those few zombies followed behind the vehicles, and the more they ran, the more joined them. A few more came darting out of an alley. 7 or 8 charged out of a residential building. More than a dozen poured out from a street corner. Scattered at first, then more and more. The 3 Mengshi kept driving forward with that group of tails behind them. The song from the speaker shook the air. You are the most beautiful cloud on the edge of my sky. Let me keep you with all my heart. Keep you here. In the distance, a head suddenly poked out from a third-floor window of a residential building. It was a survivor, unshaven, with sunken eyes, still clutching half a moldy biscuit in his hand. He stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene on the street. 3 armored vehicles, blasting ear-splitting music, slowly driving forward with a huge pack of zombies behind them. The biscuit in his mouth dropped straight to the floor. What the hell? He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating from hunger. He was seeing things. It really was armored vehicles playing music with a huge swarm of zombies following behind. What the hell is this? He muttered. Do they think their lives are too long? Another head poked out beside him. It was a young woman. What is it? Look over there. The woman followed the direction of his finger, then froze too. This. Are they walking zombies? Walking zombies? The man's mouth twitched. I've seen people walk dogs, but what the hell does walking zombies even mean? The two looked at each other, both completely dumbfounded. On the street, the 3 Mengshi kept moving forward. There were no longer just dozens of zombies behind them. The zombies pouring out from every corner had converged into one mass. Dark and densely packed. There had to be at least 200 or 300 of them, sprinting after the vehicles. The music was deafening. The zombies' roars were deafening. The Mengshi engines were deafening. In the distance, even more zombies had been stirred up and were beginning to surge in from farther away. As time passed, half an hour went by. Soon, a long dragon had formed behind the 3 Mengshi. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed and black with bodies. On the streets, in the alleys, between abandoned cars, there were sprinting zombies everywhere. Their mouths were open, arms outstretched, crazily chasing those 3 slow-moving armored vehicles. The scene looked like some bizarre marathon. In front were 3 roaring metal boxes. Behind them were thousands of reckless pursuers. Li Yunlong leaned half his body out of the turret and squinted as he looked back. TSK. Smacking his lips, he picked up the radio. Great leader. Rough estimate, about 2,000 to 3,000. Jiang Chun's voice came through. Enough? Li Yunlong grinned. Great leader, what does this count for? 2,000 or 3,000 ISNT, even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. He slapped the roof of the vehicle. Keep walking them. Go farther. Draw out all the ones hiding. The 3 Mengshi kept moving forward. Their speed remained just at the level where the zombies could barely keep up. Too fast, and they might lose them. Too slow, and they might catch up and start scratching the vehicles. Sometimes there were too many zombies in front, blocking the road, and the vehicle-mounted machine guns would open fire directly. Dong dong dong. A burst swept through, and the zombies blocking the way dropped in rows, clearing a bloody path. The 3 Mengshi rolled over the corpses and continued forward at that leisurely pace. The zombies behind them trampled over the bodies of their own kind and kept chasing. 1 fell, and 100 trampled over it. 100 fell, and 1,000 trampled over them. Those corpses were crushed into pulp and spread across the road, forming a grotesque surface. Yes, that's it. Li Yunlong slapped the roof excitedly and bared his teeth in a laugh. More. Today, I'm hauling in a big fish. On both sides of the street, more and more zombies were being stirred up. They crawled out of abandoned buildings, climbed out from behind collapsed walls, and emerged from beneath sewer covers. 110, 100, an endless stream joined this mad pursuit. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and still increasing. In the distance, on the rooftop of a residential building, several survivors lay by the railing, staring wide-eyed at the scene. What the hell is going on? Are those people walking zombies? Walking zombies? I've seen people walk dogs, but walking zombies? Are they serious? Look behind those vehicles. There have to be at least several thousand, right? Several thousand? I think it's over 10,000. Bullshit. Was your math taught by a PE teacher? Forget how many there are. I just want to know what they're trying to do. What are they trying to do? Get themselves killed, obviously, with several thousand zombies. Even if each one only took one bite, they'd still get chewed into scraps. But those vehicles look pretty sturdy. No matter how sturdy a vehicle is, if several thousand zombies swarm it, they can still flip it over. The group all talked at once, some shocked, some dumbfounded, some gloating. But not a single one of them dared to go downstairs. They could only stay on the rooftop and watch those three crazed armored vehicles run farther and farther away, dragging several thousand crazed zombies behind them. On the street, the three Manga kept moving forward. Li Yunlong stuck his head out again and looked behind him. This time, he nodded in satisfaction. About enough. He picked up the radio. All units, attention. The fish have taken the bait. Estimated number is around 4,000 to 5,000. We're getting ready to lead them back. Jiang Chun's voice came through. Received. The position is ready. All right. Li Yunlong slapped the roof of the vehicle. Brothers, turn around. We're going home for dinner. The three Manga began to turn around. Following the planned route, they headed back at an unhurried pace. Their speed was still under perfect control. They couldn't let the zombies catch up, but they also couldn't let them lose the trail. Behind them, the zombie tide gathered thicker and thicker, a vast black mass stretching from one end of the street to the other, and from there to places even farther away. 4,000, 5,000, still increasing. Li Yunlong leaned half his body out from the turret, glancing back from time to time, a satisfied smile on his face. That's right, just like that. Stay close. Don't fall behind. He picked up the radio again. All units, attention. We're 5 minutes from the designated location. Is everyone ready? Zhou Jiangwo's voice came through. First row in position. Ding Wei's voice followed. Second and third rows in position. Li Jing's voice came through next. Sniper group in position. Mortar group in position. All right. Li Yunlong slapped the roof again. Brothers, put in a little more effort and bring this bunch of bastards home. The three Manga accelerated and drove toward the base. The zombie tide behind them sped up as well, chasing after them like mad. Their footsteps thundered like rolling thunder, shaking the ground itself. However, not long after the three Manga left, even more zombies suddenly poured out from the shadows on both sides of the street. They crawled out from deeper alleys, rushed out from more distant buildings, and climbed up from basements. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. There were even more of them than the batch Li Yunlong had just lured away, and they were packed even tighter. They gathered together, forming an even larger black flood that surged toward the base. On the rooftop of that residential building, the survivors had just been about to breathe a sigh of relief when this sight scared them out of their wits. Holy shit, there are more of them? This many. Run, run. They scrambled and tumbled back inside, slammed the windows shut, drew the curtains, and huddled trembling in the corners. Down below on the street, thousands upon thousands of zombies thundered past. The sound of their footsteps made the entire building tremble. No one dared make a sound. No one dared move. They could only hide in the darkness, listening to the terrifying roar outside and praying those monsters wouldn't stop. In the distance, that black hemispherical building stood quietly beneath the setting sun, waiting for the true zombie tide that was about to arrive. Very soon, the three Manga roared into the preset battle position. Behind them, the black mass of the zombie tide surged in like floodwater, filling the entire street. The zombies opened their rotten mouths, stretched out their twisted claws, and madly chased those three slow-moving armored vehicles. By rough visual estimate, at least over 10,000. Li Yunlong leaned half his body out from the turret, looked back once, and grinned. About enough. He picked up the radio. All units, attention. The fish are in the net. The moment he finished speaking, boom! The first mortar shell exploded in the middle of the horde. The shockwave sent more than a dozen nearby zombies flying, severed limbs blasting into the air. Then came the second shell, the third. The fourth. All 6 mortars opened fire at once, shells raining down into the horde. Boom! 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 Explosions rose and fell one after another, flames shooting into the sky. Whole swaths of zombies fell. Whole swaths were blown to pieces. Whole swaths vanished in the firelight. Fire! Zhou Jiangwo's roar exploded through the channel. 9 Manga hidden in the dark sprang into action at the same time, charging out from behind the ruins, from behind collapsed walls, from the shadows of buildings. They spread out in a straight line, and the 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine guns on their roofs opened fire simultaneously. Hood, 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 hood. The 12.7mm heavy rounds poured into the horde like a storm of steel. The zombies rushing at the front were instantly blasted into pieces. 1 exploded, 10 exploded, 100 exploded. Bits of flesh flew everywhere, blood sprayed wildly, and the entire street turned into a meat grinder. At the machine gun positions, more than a dozen squad machine guns and 7 heavy machine guns roared together. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets mowed down zombies like cutting grass. The front rows fell, and the back rows surged forward. The back rows fell, and even more surged forward. Those monsters trampled over the corpses of their own kind, stepping through blood and mangled flesh as they charged forward like mad. And then they too were blown to pieces. On the rooftops, the sniper group dropped them one shot at a time. The 12.7mm rounds from the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle could take out 3 or 4 with every shot. Lin M.O. pulled the trigger expressionlessly. Work the bolt, pulled the trigger, work the bolt, his rhythm as steady as a machine. Reload, reloaded, keep firing. The gunfire never stopped for even a moment. The cannon fire never stopped for even a moment. The explosions never stopped for even a moment. In front of this web of firepower, the densely packed zombies were like moths rushing into a blaze. One after another, 100 after 100, 1,000 after 1,000, they charged up and they died. They charged up again and they died again. Corpses piled up into mountains and blood flowed into rivers. But those monsters were still charging, as if they knew no fear, as if they knew no death, as if they knew only that instinct to rush at the living, to tear into the living. Li Yunlong stood beside a Mengshi with a rifle in hand. With one burst, he dropped 3 zombies that had gotten close, cursing as he fired. Come on, keep coming. I want to see how long you bastards can keep charging today. On the other side, Ding Wei directed the fire team to adjust their angle. Front left. Behind that pile of corpses, there is still more than a dozen. Rocket launcher. Boom. A rocket shot over, blasting that pile of corpses and the zombies behind it into the air together. Zhou Jiangwo held the flank with the first row. The machine gunner had already changed barrels 3 times, and the barrel was hot enough to fry an egg. Water. Pour water on it and cool it down. A kettle of water was dumped over it. With a sharp hiss, white steam rose. The gunfire continued. The battle went on. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. At last, the gunfire began to thin out. The last gunshot fell. The world fell silent. On the streets, in the open ground, among the ruins, zombie corpses were everywhere, piled into mountains, spread like rivers, stretching from the front line all the way to the edge of sight. Li Yunlong held his gun and panted heavily, sweeping his gaze over this sea of corpses and blood. Damn it, finally done. A voice came through the walkie-talkie. It was Zhou Jiangwo, first squad reporting. Estimated zombie kills, at least 5,000. Ding Wei's voice followed right after. Second squad is about the same. Combined, there's definitely over 10,000. Li Jing's voice came through. Sniper team killed 137, including 2 suspected mutants. Jiang Chun's voice finally rang out. All units, clean up the battlefield. Inventory ammunition, return to base in half an hour. Yes. A chorus of responses came through the channel. Li Yunlong sat down on the footstep of the Mengshi, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Sunlight shone on his face, revealing a tired but satisfied smile. On the battlefield, the smoke had yet to disperse. The soldiers were scattered in 2s and 3s through the sea of corpses and blood, starting to clean up the battlefield. Some held their guns and put down zombies that were still moving. Some bent down to search the bodies for possible mutants. Some gathered together and talked about the battle just now. This fight was fucking satisfying. A young soldier smashed the butt of his rifle into the head of a zombie, still twitching and grinned. Over 10,000 of them, and it was like killing chickens. The older soldier beside him chuckled. This is nothing. When our firepower gets stronger in the future, even 100,000 will be like killing chickens. That's right. With our firepower, no matter how many come, we kill them all. Don't get cocky. Be careful you don't get overturned in a ditch. What ditch? Look at all these corpses. What else could? Before he could finish, the young soldier suddenly froze. He tilted his head, and the smile on his face slowly stiffened. What's wrong? The older soldier frowned. You listen. The veteran soldier pricked up his ears. At first, he heard nothing. Only the whimper of wind through the ruins, and the occasional scattered gunfire from far away. Then he heard it. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was faint and far away, like some heavy footsteps. But it was getting closer, denser. The older soldier seemed to think of something, and his expression changed at once. He spun around abruptly and looked into the distance. On the horizon, a black line surged into view. That black line grew thicker, wider, closer, like rising tide water, like a collapsing flood, pouring out from every street, every alley, every gap between buildings. Zombies. Endless zombies. Not the few thousand or 10,000 from before, but tens of thousands. The older soldier's mouth fell open. He wanted to shout, but his throat seemed blocked by something. Finally, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Zombie tide. The zombie tide is here. Boom. As if responding to his roar, the overwhelming sound of footsteps exploded instantly, shaking the ground. Retreat. The whole army retreat. Li Jing's roar exploded through the channel. Everyone fall back to the base. Now. The moment his voice fell, the soldiers turned and sprinted toward the base. 9 Mengshi roared to life, and the mounted machine guns opened fire at the same time, trying to blast a path for retreat. But there were too many zombies. They surged in from all directions like black waves, instantly swallowing the entire battlefield. Ah, a scream. The soldier running at the very back was knocked down. 3 zombies pinned him to the ground and bit into him crazily. His gun fired, killing one, but the other 2 were still biting. Fuck, I'll send you bastard to hell. Boom, the sound of a grenade explosion. The soldier pulled the hand grenade at his waist, blowing himself and the zombies around him into the air. Xiao Wang. Someone roared hoarsely, but nobody dared stop. Another scream. Another soldier was knocked down. Then came another grenade explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another. Each one meant a soldier choosing his final dignity. Run. Don't look back. Li Yunlong's eyes were red as he fired wildly with his gun, clearing the way for the retreating soldiers. The Mangarecap's machine guns roared, and the 127mm rounds poured out like rain. But there were too many zombies, too dense. Kill one wave, and 10 more surged up. Finally, the first wave of soldiers rushed to the base gate. Quick, get inside. Zhou Jiangwo stood at the gate, waving desperately. The soldiers stumbled and crawled into the base. Second wave. Third wave. Last wave. Anyone left? Li Jing roared. First squad accounted for. Second squad accounted for. Third squad missing 5. Silence. Only the frantic pounding of zombies outside the gate. Li Yunlong smashed a fist into the wall, blood seeping from his knuckles. Damn it on the dome of the base. 10 Thunder God turrets opened fire at once. Bullets poured into the zombie horde like rain. Hundreds and thousands of zombies fell, but even more surged forward, trampling over the corpses of their own kind and continuing to charge. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun stood before the massive surveillance screen, looking at the dense field of red dots on it. The red dots surged in from all directions, sealing the entire base off completely. Centered on the base, within a radius of 1 kilometer, it was all red dots. Dense, layered, like a huge red carpet spread across the entire area. Li Jing pushed open the door and came in, his expression grim. Commander, the preliminary count is out. Jiang Chun did not turn around. Speak. The zombies surrounding the base are conservatively estimated to be over 100,000. 100,000. The words echoed through the command center. Li Jing continued from the distribution. This time is the same as last time. It's an organized, premeditated encirclement. Jiang Chun finally turned around and looked at him. Li Jing had expected to see tension, fear, or at least a grim expression. But what he saw was a pair of bright eyes. There was no fear in those eyes, only excitement. This trick again? Jiang Chun's lips curved. Looks like the thing that can command zombies ISNT just won. Li Jing froze. Commander, you. Jiang Chun waved a hand, cutting him off. He walked to the window and looked outside through the reinforced glass. Outside the base, the zombie tide was like a sea. Black waves surged up again and again, pounding against that alloy gate. The Thunder God turrets were roaring. 10 turrets, 20,000 rounds per minute. But against a 100,000 strong zombie tide. This was just a drop in the bucket. Li Jing came over. Commander, we need to think of a way. Think of a way? Jiang Chun turned to look at him and smiled. That smile carried an almost crazy excitement. Li Jing, do you know what I'm thinking right now? Li Jing shook his head. Jiang Chun pointed at the sea of corpses outside. I'm thinking, with so many zombies, how much experience can they give me? Li Jing froze. 100,000. Jiang Chun's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Even if each ordinary zombie was worth 1 merit point, that was still 100,000 merit points. Add in the possible mutants, 100 each, and if he got lucky and a few blueprints dropped. He turned around and strode toward the control console, overjoyed. I was just worrying about not having enough merit points to use. And now they're delivering themselves right to my door. And not just a few, 100,000 of them. If I don't accept such a huge gift, wouldn't that'd be way too disrespectful? Was it crazy? It really was crazy. But that kind of madness made his blood boil too. Jiang Chun glanced at the time. 11:20. On the system panel, the merit points were still ticking upward. 87,342, 87,343, 87,344, 87,000. Enough. He spun around sharply, and his voice exploded through the command center. Li Jing, here, pass the order immediately. Set up all heavy firepower at the weapon strongpoints. Heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, everything that can be used, haul it all up there. Tell the brothers this. Today, hit them hard. Yes, sir. Li Jing turned and ran. Jiang Chun grabbed the radio again. Zhou Yang, mortar team, bomb them to death. We've got all the shells we need. Zhou Yang's voice came back, unable to hide his excitement. Received. Just watch, Chief. Jiang Chun put down the radio and stared at the mass of red dots on the screen. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider. Come on, the more, the better. Today, I'm going on a killing spree. In the command center, Jiang Chun's order had just gone out. Above, 6 alloy armor plates on the dome slid open to both sides at the same time. Sunlight poured through the gaps, illuminating the mortar team that had long since taken position below. Zhou Yang stood in the middle of 6 mortars, radio in hand, eyes locked onto the black tide in the distance. Rapid fire, prepare. He took a deep breath, then chopped his arm down. Fire. Toom. The first shell screamed out. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth, trailing sharp whistles. All 6 shells tore across the sky like 6 falling meteors and slammed into the densest part of the zombie, tide, 2 kilometers away. Boom, 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 boom. 6 fireballs erupted at once. It looked like someone had lit 6 orange-red flowers on the ground, but the instant they bloomed, everything around them was torn apart. The shockwave slammed into the horde like an invisible giant hammer. The zombies in the very center didn't even have time to scream before they were blown to pieces. The ones a little farther out were hurled into the air by the blast. They flew like rag dolls, limbs twisted, bodies deformed. Some of them came apart midair. Severed limbs and chunks of flesh rained down with loud smacks onto the zombies behind them. Farther out still, the zombies were knocked flat to the ground. They struggled to get back up, but the zombies behind surged forward, trampling them underfoot, crushing them into the pile of blood and flesh, grinding them into meat paste. 6 shells cleared out 3 entire areas. Each one was at least 20 meters across. But those 3 blank spaces were instantly filled by the zombies behind. They stepped on shredded flesh, trampled over their companions' corpses, and kept flooding toward the base. Keep going, Zhou Yang roared. Don't stop. Rapid fire. The loaders already had the next round ready. 6 fresh shells slid into the tubes. Tum tum tum, tum tum tum. Boom boom boom. The mortars fired faster and faster, shells pouring out like they were free. The explosions merged into one continuous roar, making people's ears ring so badly they couldn't even hear each other talk. The area 300 meters out had already turned completely into a living hell. No, not even hell. Hell at least still had shape. There was nothing left there. The ground had been plowed over again and again. The soil churned up, blackened, and smoking. A thick layer of shredded flesh carpeted the ground. Step on it, and it would feel soft and springy like some grotesque rug. Thick smoke billowed up, blotting out the sky. The stench of burning mixed with the smell of blood, so thick it wouldn't disperse. But the zombies were still coming. Zhou Yang wiped the sweat off his face and howled again. The bombardment lasted a full 20 minutes. The 6 mortars took turns firing at rapid pace. Their barrels were red enough to light cigarettes, and the loaders ran back and forth shirtless, hauling shells as sweat streamed down their backs. Every shout of fire sent another batch of shells screaming out. Every boom turned another swath of zombies into pieces. Before long, zombie corpses were piled layer upon layer into small hills. Some of those hills were still writhing. Those were the zombies underneath, not quite dead yet, still struggling to crawl out, only be pinned down hard by the corpses, crushing them from above. More zombies kept surging forward. They stepped over their companions' corpses, trampled through the shredded flesh, and charged out of the smoke, out of the firelight. Some had lost their legs and crawled on both hands. Some had half their bodies blown apart and still dragged the remaining half forward. Some were engulfed in flames, burned into fireballs, and still kept charging. Then another wave of shells came down, blasting them into pieces, blasting them into scraps, blasting them into ashes. At the outer defensive line of the base, Li Yunlong squatted behind a Mengsher, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His small eyes narrowed as he watched the zombie tide in the distance. The ash had already burned long, and he had forgotten to flick it. Grandma S., he muttered. Beside him, Ding Wei held his gun and stared at the mangled scene in the distance. What is wrong, old Li? Scared? Scared? Li Yunlong snapped back to himself, threw the cigarette but to the ground, and crushed it under his foot. I'm watching a show. This is more lively than setting off firecrackers during New Year's. He pointed at the zombies dropping in great swaths, his face full of mockery. That asset thought they were something special. Tens of thousands of zombies rushing over. And they can't even touch the gate before getting blasted into bits. Trying to use human wave tactics against me? ISNT, that just eggs smashing against a rock. Ding Wei chuckled. Exactly. The harder they charge, the faster they die. With our firepower, we've got all the bullets we need, all the shells we need. We could keep shooting till tomorrow morning without stopping. Tomorrow morning? Li Yunlong curled his lip. We could keep shooting till next year. I'm digging in with them today. He grabbed the radio and yelled at the top of his lungs. Brothers, listen up. Use all the ammo you want. The chief said we've got plenty. Whoever kills the most today, I'll treat him to Erguo 2 afterward. A burst of laughter and cheering came through the radio. The gunfire intensified again. Second floor cafeteria. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows were packed with survivors. They pressed themselves against the glass, eyes wide as they watched the battlefield outside. Every explosion made them all jerk. Every row of zombies that fell made them let out another cry of shock. Holy shit, a middle-aged man said with his mouth hanging open. Is this a zombie siege, or are the zombies just here to feed kills? What's the difference? The person beside him replied. Either way, they're dying. Look over there. How many did that shell blow away? At least dozens, right? Dozens? I'd say over 100. That whole section is gone. Damn. With this kind of firepower, however many come, however many die. A young man slapped the window excitedly. Hit them. Hit them hard. Kill those beasts. A few days ago, they were chasing me down, trying to bite me. Good. Now let them have a taste of what it feels like to be chased down and beaten. The girl beside him rolled her eyes. What are you getting so worked up for? It's not like you're the one fighting. So what if I'm excited? I'm happy. I'm happy watching them die. An old man trembled as he held onto the windowsill and looked at the scene outside, his eyes a little red. Good, good. These beasts finally got what was coming to them. Half a month ago, my wife was bitten to death by them. Today, I finally got to see them suffer retribution. He wiped the corner of his eye, then suddenly raised his fist and shouted out the window, hit them, beat them to death. Avenge my wife. The people beside him also started shouting. Avenge them, beat them to death. Make sure none of them make it back. For a moment, the cafeteria was roaring so loudly it was even livelier than the gunfire and cannon fire outside. Command center. Jiang Chun stood in front of the surveillance screens, looking at the bloody battlefield outside, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He opened the system panel. Merit points, 83,247. More than 80,000. Enough to produce supplies for quite a while. He opened the ammunition exchange interface. 127mm bullets, 1,000 rounds, 2 merit points. 60mm mortar shell, 1 round, 5 merit points. 40mm rocket round, 1 round, 10 merit points. His fingers tapped rapidly. 127mm bullets, 200 base units. Consumed 4,000 merit points. 60mm mortar shells, 1,000 rounds. Consumed 5,000 merit points. 58mm rifle rounds, 500 base units. Consumed 500 merit points. 40mm rocket rounds, 200 rounds. Consumed 2,000 merit points. Total, 11,500 merit points. A faint glimmer flashed by, and the corner of the command center was soon piled full of ammo crates. Jiangchen glanced at his remaining merit points. 71,000. Enough. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the tide of corpses on the screen. Come on, let us see how long you can keep charging. If you want to fight until tomorrow morning, fine. If you want to fight until the morning after that, fine too. I've got all the ammo I need. I'll play with you to the very end. Just then, the system notification suddenly rang out. Ding. Detected that the Führer is facing a large-scale siege by a corpse tide. Combat mission triggered. Corpse tide annihilation battle. Mission objective. Repel or completely wipe out the current corpse tide besieging Nirvana base and kill the commander behind it. Time limit. Hold out until dawn, 6 o'clock the next day, or completely annihilate the corpse tide. Mission reward. 1 mechanized infantry company blueprint. 150,000 merit points. Failure penalty. None. This is a triggered mission and carries no penalty. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. An infantry company. 150,000 merit points. He suddenly stood up and stared at the red dots on the screen, excitement flashing in his eyes. Li Jing, here. Pass down the order. No one sleeps tonight. We're playing with them until dawn. 5 kilometers away. The top floor of an abandoned, unfinished building. The workwear zombie stood at the edge of the rooftop, its pitch-black eyes fixed on the distant battlefield blazing with fire. Behind it stood more than a dozen mutants of different shapes. The workwear zombie had been standing here for a long time. It had been here ever since the corpse tide began its charge. It watched those children rush forward, watched them fall in swathes, watched them get blown into pieces, burned into charred corpses, and riddled into minced flesh. Wave after wave, batch after batch. 1,000 fell, and 2,000 rushed up. 10,000 fell, and 20,000 rushed up. That black arc-shaped building was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. A trace of human-like expression gradually appeared on the workwear zombie's face. It was confusion. It didn't understand. Why was the firepower of those 2-legged sheep so strong? Why did those iron lumps that spat fire never run out of bullets? Why had the children charged for so long without even being able to touch the gate? In its memory, those 2-legged sheep should have been weak, timid, and shattered at the slightest touch. But now, it tilted its head and stared at the distant blaze. Another batch of children charged forward, but they were quickly blasted into chunks of flesh and dropped where they stood. The firelight reflected in its black eyes, flickering. Finally, it moved. It slowly raised a hand and pointed at the black building in the distance. A low growl came from its throat. Roar. Behind it, the dozen or so mutants all raised their heads at the same time. The bald giant stepped forward. He was over 2 meters tall, his entire body packed with knotted muscles, blood vessels bulging beneath his bluish-gray skin. He rolled his neck, producing a string of cracking sounds, then leaped off the rooftop. Boom! A small crater was smashed into the concrete ground. He stood up and strode toward the base. The woman in the nurse uniform followed second. She was slimmer than an ordinary zombie, and her movements were more agile. She leaped lightly from the edge of the rooftop like a cat, landing with almost no sound, head tilted, an eerie smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. She followed behind the bald giant. The third, the fourth, the fifth. More than a dozen mutants jumped down from the rooftop one after another, vanishing into the night. The workwear zombie stood on the rooftop, watching their departing backs as the corners of its mouth slowly split open. Hiv, hiv, hiv. Its low laughter drifted away in the night wind. In the distance, gunfire and explosions continued without pause. On the battlefield, the gunfire was still dense. Suddenly, a disturbance appeared within the zombie horde. More than a dozen figures rapidly weaved in from behind the corpse tide. They were far faster than ordinary zombies, and much more agile. Some leaped between abandoned cars, some moved quickly along walls, and some even knew how to use cover to dodge. What is that? A sharp-eyed soldier stopped firing and pointed ahead. Li Yunlong narrowed his small eyes, then suddenly grinned. Oh ho! They even brought reinforcements? The mutants were getting closer and closer. At the very front was that bald giant. His body, over 2 meters tall, was like a moving iron tower. Every step he took on the ground made a dull thud. He twisted sideways to dodge a stray bullet, then bent down to avoid a burst of sweeping fire. His movements were clumsy, but he actually managed to dodge several waves of bullets. Huh, it can dodge? This thing has turned into a spirit, or what? Dingwei raised his brows, a little surprised. Behind the bald giant, the woman in the nurse uniform was as nimble as a cat. She darted and leaped between abandoned cars, shifting left and right, making her hard aim at. Several soldiers opened fire at her. Bullets struck the cars beside her and sent out showers of sparks, but none of them hit. There were also several speed-type mutants running on all fours like wild beasts. They advanced in zigzags, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, their speed astonishing. The soldiers froze for a moment. These things have some skills. Holy shit, they can dodge bullets. Are these mutants? Brothers, the mutants are here. Aim carefully. Snipers. Where are the snipers? Quick, 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 stop them. For a moment, the position fell into a stir. The mutants were getting closer and closer. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The bald giant dodged another burst of sweeping fire, and the corners of his mouth split apart in a savage grin. Then bang, a dull gunshot rang out. The bald giant's head exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse staggered forward 2 steps, then crashed to the ground. The woman in the nurse uniform froze, not even having time to react. Bang, another shot. Her head exploded the same way, and her slender body went limp beside the car. The remaining mutants showed a flash of panic at the sight. They stopped dodging and instead crazily charged into the zombie horde, trying to use their own kind-ass lives to divert the attacks. But everything they did was pointless. Bang, 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 bang. Sniper fire rang out one after another. One mutant head after another exploded, one after another dropping to the ground. There was one speed type that ran the fastest and had already closed to within 200 meters. Sensing danger, it turned and ran. Its speed so fast it left behind a streak of afterimage. But before it had even run 10 meters on the dome of the base, a Thunder God turret suddenly rotated. Blue indicator lights lit up. The barrel lifted. A burst of 127mm rounds chased after it. That afterimage exploded instantly, turning into a cloud of blood mist, not even leaving a complete corpse behind. The soldiers watching the scene were stunned for a few seconds first, then burst into thunderous laughter. Holy shit, that's it? I thought something big had come, and it turned out to be a big pile of shit. Haha, I'm dying. TCH, I thought they were impressive. They were acting all badass for half a day, and one shot was enough. That one that ran the fastest got it even worse, straight up turned into blood mist. Ha 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 ha. They looked so serious dodging bullets just now. Damn, my stomach hurts. Li Yunlong laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, pointing at the mutant that had just fallen outside, his face full of disdain. The hell do you call a mutant? That is not a mutant. What was it again? Dingwei took the cue and smiled faintly. A head-sending one. Right. A head-sending one. Li Yunlong laughed until tears came out. I thought they were real fighters. And that's it. They're not even as tough as those ordinary zombies. On the channel, Zhou Jiangwo said gloomily, Sniper team, well done, but next time can you wait until they get a little closer? Let the brothers have a little more fun? Lin Mo's calm voice came through. If they get any closer, they enter the Thunder God's firing range. They die even faster. Another round of laughter broke out. Far away, that worker uniform zombie stood on a rooftop, watching its carefully cultivated mutants fall like wheat being harvested. Its expression stiffened. If zombies could sweat, it would be covered in sweat right now. It stared at the battlefield in the distance, and for the first time, an unfamiliar emotion appeared on that face. Fear. It watched its elite fighters get picked off one shot at a time, not even leaving them any chance to fight back. Those two-legged sheep's firepower was too fierce. So fierce that even a zombie that had already evolved intelligence felt a chill. Unconsciously, it stepped back, then back again, then another step. It retreated to the edge of the rooftop with nowhere left to go. It wanted to run. It wanted to give the retreat signal and let all those children pull back, escape as many as could. It opened its mouth, ready to hiss. But the sound caught in its throat and stopped. Some ominous memory seemed to surge up in its mind. A long time later, it closed its mouth, slowly turned around. Step by step, it disappeared into the shadows of the rooftop. No one knew how long had passed. At an underground parking lot 10 kilometers away from Nirvana Base, in a dark corner, a figure was curled up. It was that worker uniform zombie. It sat on the ground, leaning against the cold wall, head tilted back, staring at the ceiling hidden in darkness. Outside, explosions could still be heard faintly. The worker uniform zombie slowly turned its head to look in that direction. Though it could see nothing, it knew there was a black building there, a group of two-legged sheep holding flamethrower-like iron lumps. in a battlefield turning into a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. A trace of unwillingness flashed in its eyes. That expression was so complex it didn't seem like something a zombie could have. There was anger, hatred, fear, and a near-mad obsession. It opened its mouth, letting out a low growl from its throat. Then that growl turned into a strange laugh. Hif, 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 hif. It stood up and dragged that not-so-limp leg as it walked step by step toward the depths of the parking lot. There was an exit there, leading to a farther place. It did not look back, but in its heart, it swore just wait. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully a zombie into poverty. When it found more of its kind, when it assimilated more zombies, when it became stronger, it would definitely come back. By then, that black building, those two-legged sheep, the place that had scared it into running, it would take back everything with interest. Not long after that worker uniform zombie left. On the battlefield, the charging zombie horde suddenly stiffened all at once. The scene was extremely bizarre. Tens of thousands of zombies, some with one foot still raised, some mid-roar with their mouths open, some lunging forward, froze in place at the same time, as if someone had hit pause. Li Yunlong was spraying fire with a machine gun when he suddenly noticed the zombies rushing over had stopped moving. He froze, let go of the trigger, and rubbed his eyes. He had seen wrong. They really weren't moving. Thousands of zombies, packed together densely, stood there in a daze like a bunch of soulless puppets. What is going on? Ding Wei was stunned too. Did they lose power? Who cares? Li Yunlong reacted quickly, grabbing the walkie-talkie. Take advantage of their illness and kill them. Brothers, full firepower. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Gunfire became dense again. The zombies frozen in place were blasted into a rain of flesh and blood, falling in waves, yet they still did not move, as if the bullets weren't hitting them. Until, boom, a mortar shell exploded in the middle of the horde. The deafening blast shook the battlefield. Those days zombies seemed to suddenly wake up, their bodies jerking, then they returned to normal. They started charging again, started roaring again, started crazily lunging toward that black building again. Exactly the same as before, as if those few seconds of pause had never happened. Command center. Jiang Chun stood in front of the surveillance screens, brows tightly furrowed. He stared at the movement of those zombies on the screen, quickly replaying that scene in his mind. That instant collective freeze. That bizarre synchronization. It was like something had suddenly disconnected, then reconnected again. Commander, did you notice it too? Li Jing walked over, his expression grave. It's exactly the same as last time. Jiang Chen nodded, pointing at the screen. Last time, when that blonde mutant was blown to death, these zombies also suddenly froze. Though not as orderly as this time, that feeling of suddenly losing command was the same. Li Jing frowned, looking puzzled. But this time we didn't hear a hiss. The zombie in command should still be there. No. Jiang Chun shook his head lightly and said, it's very possible it already ran. Li Jing froze. Ran? Yeah. Jiang Chun stared fixedly at the screen and analyzed calmly. That just now was probably because it moved too far away or it cut off the connection on its own. These zombies lost their command, so they froze for a moment. But very soon, they went back to their instincts. Hearing gunfire, smelling blood, seeing living people, they charged forward again. He paused, then let out a cold sneer. The thing hiding in the back is basically a coward. The second it saw something was wrong, it ran first. Li Jing was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. Then next, we keep fighting. Jiang Chun turned around and looked at the battlefield on the screen. One leader ran off, but there are still tens of thousands of zombies. We'll talk after we finish them off. He grabbed the radio and ordered, all units, attention. Continue firing. Don't let a single one escape. Yes, sir. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire of every caliber, artillery blasts, and explosions intertwined together, shaking heaven and earth. Flames shot into the sky, dyeing half the sky orange-red. Smoke billowed everywhere, blotting out the sun. 200 meters outside Nirvana Base, it had completely turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The zombies were no longer hunters, no longer pursuers, no longer the monsters that made humanity tremble in fear. They had become targets of one-sided slaughter. At this moment, the identities of hunter and prey were completely reversed. 3 kilometers from Nirvana Base, inside an underground air raid shelter beneath a residential complex. Behind a door, 7 or 8 people were crammed together. Men and women, old and young. They huddled in the corner, pressed tightly against one another, trembling all over. The gunfire and explosions outside shook the entire underground space. Dust kept sifting down from the ceiling, landing on their hair and shoulders, but no one dared move. A young woman covered her ears, tears streaming nonstop. A middle-aged man held the child in his arms in a death grip. The child was only 5 or 6 years old, so frightened he did not even dare cry. He only buried his little face in his father's chest. At last, the gunfire grew a little sparser. An old man with graying hair raised his head, listened closely, and muttered, this gunfire, these cannons, is it the army? A young man beside him froze. The army? No way, right? The army was gone half a month ago. Then where did this gunfire come from? The old man pointed outside. Listen, That SA machine gun, that S artillery, that SA rocket launcher. Could ordinary survivors have this kind of firepower? The young man opened his mouth, but no words came out. Another middle-aged woman spoke, her voice trembling. I heard it yesterday too, and it was even fiercer than today. It went on for a long, long time. I thought I was dreaming back then. It wasn't a dream. Another man picked up the conversation, his eyes shining frighteningly bright. I heard it too. It's like they've been fighting these past few days. The young woman raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Is all of this real? The old man suddenly stood up and walked to the door, pressing his ear against the cold iron door. Outside, the gunfire was still going on. But this time, those sounds no longer filled him with fear. Instead, a rush of heat surged in his heart. He turned around and looked at the others, his eyes gradually reddening. It's the army. It has to be the army. They're not dead. They're still here. They've come to save us. The young woman covered her mouth, her tears pouring even harder. The middle-aged man held his child, his voice choked with emotion. We're saved. We're saved. The young man grabbed the person beside him. I knew it. I knew the country wouldn't abandon us. I knew it. The person beside him was trembling with excitement too. A full half a month. We finally waited for them. The child poked his little head out from his father's arms and asked in a dazed voice, Dad, did Ultraman come to fight the monsters and save us? The middle-aged man hugged him tighter, tears bursting from his eyes. Yes, they came to save us. In another building, a young man and woman were crouched by the window, peeking through a gap in the curtains at the distant blaze. The woman gripped the man's arm so tightly her nails dug into his flesh. But she did not notice at all. The man did not seem to feel the pain either. He only stared at the firelight and muttered, Good, kill them. The woman turned to look at him. Should we go find them? The man hesitated for a moment, then nodded hard. Yes, we'll go at daybreak. But there's still zombies outside. With the army there, what is there to fear? The man held her hand. Look at that firepower. No matter how many zombies come, they're just coming to die. As long as we're careful and sneak over, we can live. The woman bit her lip and finally nodded. Okay. In another patch of ruins, a man with a face full of stubble was squatting in a corner by a wall, listening to the gunfire and artillery outside. He suddenly laughed. As he laughed, tears began streaming down. He dropped to his knees, raised his head, and shouted at the ceiling, Mom, did you hear that? The army is here. The army came to save us. If your spirit still watches from heaven, bless them to kill a few more of those beasts. Avenge you. After shouting, he slammed his head against the ground 3 times. Conversations like these, scenes like these, were playing out in every corner around Nirvana base. As time passed, from morning until afternoon, the sun rose in the east, slowly climbed overhead, then gradually slid toward the west. The gunfire never stopped, but the zombies' counterattack gradually stopped being so frenzied. At first, they were still charging in wave after wave, like a rising tide, endless and unceasing. Later, they came in surges, like the last swells before the tide retreated. Later still, they only popped up here and there, like puddles left after rain. In the end, even the scattered stragglers were gone. Every now and then, 1 or 2 zombies would crawl out from some corner, sway a few steps toward the base, and then be blasted into pieces by a bullet from who knew where. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The final gunshot rang out. The world fell silent. So silent it felt almost unfamiliar. Only the mournful sound of wind passing over the ruins remained, along with the occasional distant crash of something collapsing. Jiang Chun stood in the command center, staring at the surveillance screen. On the screen, within 200 meters of the base perimeter, not a single standing zombie remained. What was left was only corpses piled in the mountains. Li Jing, here, send armored vehicles out to scout and confirm the surrounding situation. Yes. The side gate of the base opened, and a Mengsher slowly drove out. The driver was a young man named Wang Gang, sitting in the driver's seat. He drove while curiously looking outside. The Mengsher rolled over a heap of minced flesh, and the vehicle jolted. He looked out through the window. 1 corpse, another corpse, another corpse. Corpses everywhere. Some were intact. Some had only half their bodies left. Some were smashed to pieces. Some had been burned into charred black lumps. They were heaped together, stacked together, crushed together, stretching from outside the window all the way to the end of sight. In the air, the smell of blood, rot, burning flesh, and gunpowder mixed together into a stench so vile it was suffocating. Wang Gang's stomach suddenly churned. He forced himself to endure it and kept driving. The Mengsher rolled over 1 corpse, and the tires made a wet squelch. Over another corpse, another wet squelch. His face began to turn pale. Then he looked ahead again. A true mountain of corpses. Those corpses were piled higher than the roof of the Mengsher, stretching from the left side to the right and blocking the entire road. Wang Gang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all that came out was an He instinctively stepped on the brakes, and the Mengsher stopped in front of that mountain of corpses. He stared at that mountain without moving for a full 5 seconds. Then he shoved the door open, jumped out and bent over. Blurg, he threw up. He vomited so hard the world spun, his stomach churning like stormy seas. Everything he had eaten that morning coming back up. After vomiting, he straightened up, wiped his mouth, looked at that corpse mountain, and muttered, "My God." He had seen dead people, seen blood, seen battlefields. But he had never seen anything like this. This was clearly a meat grinder, a slaughterhouse, hell itself. He took a deep breath, then nearly threw up again from the stench. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, climbed back into the vehicle, and picked up the radio. "Our reporting. The surrounding zombies have all been cleared out, but, he paused, swallowing hard with difficulty. "But it's all corpses outside. They're piled higher than the vehicle. There's no way through it all." The radio was silent for 2 seconds. Then Jiang Chen's voice came through. "Understood. Come back." "Yes, sir." Inside the command center, the smell of gunpowder seemed to drift in through the screen. Ding Wei dropped heavily into a chair, tilted his head back, and let out a long breath, his face full of lingering satisfaction. That was satisfying, damn satisfying. He narrowed his eyes and lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, as if savoring some delicacy. "Damn it. I've never fought such a rich battle in my whole life. We fired bullets without restraint, used shells however we wanted. That zombie tide was like cutting wheat, dropping row after row. Satisfying. Damn satisfying." Li Yunlong leaned carelessly against the wall with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, not even bothering to brush off the ash falling onto his clothes. He chuckled, his small eyes flashing with smug delight. "Old Ding, that's all you've got? I fought the whole damn day, my arms are sore as hell, and that feeling of satisfaction still hasn't faded. Guess how many we took out in this battle?" Ding Wei held up one hand and waved it. 50,000? 50,000? Li Yunlong snorted, then raised both hands. "At least 80,000, 90,000, maybe even 100,000. You didn't see it. Those corpse piles in the back were stacked into mountains. I changed out my machine gun barrel several times. They got so damn red, they could have lit a cigarette." Zhou Jiangwo cut in from the side. "The exact number hasn't been counted yet, but 80 or 90,000 is definitely there. Just from our 3 platoons, plus the gun turrets and mortars. We must have fired at least several million rounds in a single day." Jiang Chun stood before the surveillance feed, looking at the sea of corpses and blood outside. The joy on his face just as impossible to suppress. This battle had been absolutely worth it. The ammunition expenditure had been shocking, and he had spent quite a lot of merit points too. But 80 or 90,000 zombies meant 80 or 90,000 merit points. And after this sea of corpses and blood was cleared away, the surrounding area would be completely safe. He turned around and looked at the officers. "Pass down the order. Have the troops stay on alert. The zombies may have been beaten back, but that doesn't mean it's safe. That mastermind commander who escaped will most likely return at any time." "Yes." The few men answered in unison, then turned and left. The command center fell quiet. Jiang Chun sat back down in his chair and let out a long breath. Just then, the system notification sound rang out in his mind. "Ding. Detected that the troops under the Führer's command have killed a total of 94,567 zombies and 24 mutants. Beginning reward calculation. Killed 94,567 ordinary zombies. 94,567 merit. Killed 24 mutants. 2,400 merit. Total 96,967 merit. Current total merit points 173,214. Item drops detected. Heavy transport truck blueprint 1. Automatic cleaning robot blueprint 1. Type 95 assault rifle blueprint 1. Type 88 sniper rifle blueprint 1. Type 67 grenade blueprint 1. Military tent blueprint 1. Field kitchen truck blueprint 1. 10 packs of various vegetable seeds. 100 young poultry each, chickens, ducks, geese. 20 young livestock each, pigs, cows, sheep. Military canned food, 500 crates, blueprint 1. Compressed biscuits, 100 crates, blueprint 1. Field medical kit, blueprint 1. Solar power panel, blueprint 1. Portable water purifier, blueprint 1. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Good stuff. All that was good stuff. He opened them one by one to inspect. Heavy transport truck. Type, logistics transport vehicle. Load capacity, 20 tons. Crew, 2 people, including 1 driver. Features, can transport large amounts of supplies, ammunition, corpses, and more. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per vehicle. Automatic cleaning robot. Type, logistics operations robot. Functions, automatically cleans the battlefield, transports corpses, and carries out centralized incineration. Features, all-weather operation, no manual control required. Comes with a built-in small incinerator. Exchange price, 100 merit points per unit. Type 95 assault rifle. Type, standard issue rifle. Caliber, 5.8 mm. Features, a classic weapon of our military. Reliable and durable. Exchange price, 50 merit points per rifle. Type 88 sniper rifle. Type, sniper rifle. Caliber, 5.8 mm. Features, high accuracy. Suitable for mid-range sniping. Exchange price, 80 merit points per rifle. Type 67 grenade. Type, wooden handle grenade. Lethal radius, 7 meters. Features, a classic model, highly powerful. Exchange price, 1 merit point per grenade. Military tent. Type, field lodging tent. Capacity, 10 people per tent. Features, windproof, rainproof, heat retaining. Exchange price, 50 merit points per tent. Field kitchen truck. Type, mobile kitchen. Functions, can supply meals for 300 people at the same time. Features, comes with cooking equipment and refrigeration units. Exchange price, 500 merit points per vehicle. Various vegetable seed packs. Includes 10 packs each of common vegetable seeds such as cabbage, radish, tomato, cucumber, chili pepper, and more. Exchange price, 100 merit points per set. Young poultry, chickens, ducks, geese. Quantity, 100 each. Features, can be raised and bred, providing eggs and meat. Exchange price, 500 merit points per set. Young livestock, pigs, cows, sheep. Quantity, 20 each. Features, can be raised and bred, providing meat and milk. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per set. Military canned food, 500 crates. Specifications, 24 cans per crate, with meat, fish, vegetables, and various other flavors. Exchange price, 200 merit points per blueprint set. Compressed biscuits, 100 crates. Specifications, 50 packs per crate, each pack providing 1 day's worth of calories. Exchange price, 100 merit points per blueprint set. Field medical kit, includes various emergency medicines, instruments, bandages, and more. Exchange price, 50 merit points per blueprint set. Solar power panels. Specs, each set can provide 10 kilowatts of electricity. Features, clean energy, silent, eco-friendly. Exchange price, 200 merit points per blueprint set. Portable water purifier. Specs, can purify 100 liters of water per hour. Features, can remove all kinds of pollutants, bacteria, and viruses. Exchange price, 50 merit points per blueprint set. Jiangchun looked at the long list, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. This battle had made him a huge profit. Not only had he earned back his merit points, he had also exploded so many blueprints. With these, the base would truly be able to become self-sufficient. Next, all that was left was to wait for the mission completion reward. A mechanized infantry company blueprint, 150,000 merit points, and a base upgrade. He didn't even dare imagine how powerful he would be once everything was ready. Ding! Detected that the head of state has completed the mission. Annihilation battle against the zombie tide. Mission completion evaluation. Zombies killed, 94,567. Mutants killed, 24. Repelled zombie tide, successful. Hidden commander, not killed, escaped. Overall rating, a rank because the hidden commander escaped. S rank was not achieved. Ding! Congratulations, head of state, for obtaining the mission rewards. Merit points, 150,000. Mechanized infantry company blueprint, 1. Current total merit points, 304,235. Jiangchun stared at that number and froze for several seconds. 300,000. 300,000 merit points. He had never been this rich before. Back then, even with just tens of thousands of merit points, he had to budget every bit carefully. Even spending 50,000 on a single infantry squad required a long hesitation. But now, 300,000. A full 300,000. He took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread apart. He'd struck it rich. This time, he'd really struck it rich. He leaned back in his chair, staring at that string of numbers while calculating at lightning speed. Upgrading the base required 100,000. That left 200,000. He could exchange for one mechanized infantry company for 150,000. A company had 3 platoons under it, plus the company headquarters and the firepower platoon. More than 100 men in total. By then, he would have 4 platoons in hand. Add the Jiaolong squad, and his total military strength would break through 200 men. He rubbed his face, forcing himself to calm down. No rush. There was no rush to exchange for troops right now. The top priority was to upgrade the base first. That 5-meter-high alloy city wall, those 4 15-meter-high watchtowers, those weapon emplacements of all sizes. Once those were built, the base could truly be called impregnable. He opened the system panel and found the base upgrade option. Territory upgrade. Consume 100,000 merit points to upgrade Nirvana Base into Nirvana Fortress. Upgrade contents. 1. Construct a 12-kilometer circumference alloy city wall, 5 meters high, 2 meters wide. 2. Establish 4 watchtowers, 15 meters high. 3. Open 6 large weapon emplacements. 4. Open 24 medium weapon emplacements. 5. Open several small firing ports. 6. Patrol passage on top of the city wall. Upgrade time, 24 hours. Confirm upgrade. Jiangchen's finger hovered over the confirm button as he took a deep breath. 100,000 merit points. Worth it. He pressed confirm hard. Ding. Consumed 100,000 merit points. Territory upgrade has begun. Upgrade progress, 0. Estimated completion time, 24 hours later. During the upgrade period, the base will continue normal operations. The defense system will not be affected. Jiangchen looked at the progress bar, and the smile on his lips simply wouldn't stay down. After 24 hours, Nirvana Base would be gone. In its place would be Nirvana Fortress. One city wall would turn this wasteland into his kingdom. Right then, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Detected that the head of state currently has 3 mechanized infantry platoons under his command, meeting the conditions for automatic synthesis. Would you like to consume 0 merit points to combine the 3 infantry platoons into one complete mechanized infantry company? After synthesis, the following will be automatically supplemented. Combat losses replenished. 5 personnel. New firepower platoon. 28 personnel, 2 heavy machine gun squads, 2 mortar squads, 1 anti-tank squad. New company headquarters. 6 personnel, company commander, political instructor, 2 communications personnel, 2 medics. Equipment upgrade. All existing Mengshire armored vehicles will be replaced with Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles, and the total will be increased to 14. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Free synthesis? Personnel replenishment too? And upgraded equipment? This system was getting more and more sensible. Confirm synthesis. Ding. Synthesis has begun. Combat losses replenishment in progress. 5 new recruits have taken their positions. Company headquarters personnel generation in progress. 6 personnel have taken their positions. Firepower platoon generation in progress. 28 personnel have taken their positions. Equipment upgrade in progress. 14 Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles have been deployed. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, Head of State, for obtaining 1 mechanized infantry company. Full strength. 175 personnel. Current force overview. Mechanized infantry company. 175 personnel. Jialong Special Operations Squad. 12 personnel. Total. 187 personnel. Equipment statistics. Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles. 14. Type 04 IFV parameters. Combat weight, 21.5 tons. Crew, 3 personnel. Capacity, 7 passengers. Main weapon, 100mm low-pressure rifled gun, can fire gun-launch missiles. Secondary weapon, 130mm autocannon, 7.62 2mm coaxial machine gun. Armor protection, frontal armor can resist 25mm armor-piercing shells. Maximum speed, 75 km per hour. Features, amphibious combat capability, usable on both land and water, powerful firepower. One of the best among infantry fighting vehicles. Type 171 heavy machine guns, 7. Existing 3 platoons, 6. Jialong squad, 1. Type 89 heavy machine guns, 4. Newly equipped to the firepower platoon. Type 201 squad machine guns, 12 existing. Type 93 60mm mortars, 12 existing 6. Firepower platoon 6. Hongjin 12-man portable missiles, 6, existing 2, firepower platoon 4. PF-98 rocket launchers, 8, existing 2, firepower platoon 6. Various rifles and sniper rifles, several. Jiang Chun looked at the long list of data and was completely stunned. 14 infantry fighting vehicles, 11 heavy machine guns, 12 mortars, 6 anti-tank missiles, 8 rocket launchers. He swallowed and muttered, "This is a damn company? With this kind of firepower, it would be enough to wage a local war if he pulled it out." Just as he was thinking that, the door to the command center was pushed open. An unfamiliar face walked in, with a square face, thick brows, large eyes, broad shoulders, and a forceful stride. The square-faced man walked up to Jiang Chun, snapped to attention, and shouted in a booming voice, reporting to the head of state. Mechanized Infantry Company Commander Kong Jie, reporting for duty. Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment. Kong Jie? Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie. The iron triangle of northwestern Jin was complete. Before he could speak, Li Yunlong's loud voice came from behind him. "Old Kong, you finally fucking made it. I thought you got lost." Li Yunlong laughed from the side. "Old Kong, the 3 of us are together again this time. Don't you think we should really talk about what happened back in Jinsei Bay?" Kong Jie turned around and looked at his 2 old comrades. There was a smile on his face, but his mouth was as unforgiving as ever. "Talk my ass. The moment I get here, I'm a company commander. You 2 better listen to my orders like good boys." Li Yunlong glared at him. "Hey, you old bastard. You just got here, and you already want to ride over our heads?" Ding Wei waved his hand and said indifferently, all right. Old Kong can be the company commander, and we'll be platoon leaders. Works out just fine. After all these years, we're used to it anyway." The 3 of them traded barbs back and forth, bickering without end. Watching the scene, Jiang Chun's lips curled up slightly. Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie. With these 3 living clowns together in one place, things are going to get lively from now on. He turned and looked out the window at the stretch of land that was about to be enclosed by city walls. Nearly 200 men, 14 infantry fighting vehicles, 11 heavy machine guns, and 12 mortars. And this was only the beginning. In the future, what he wanted would not be just one company. It would be a brigade, an army group. He would turn this wasteland completely into his own domain. At the same time, inside the command center, Jiang Chun stared at the string of numbers on the system panel. Current merit points, 204,356. 200,000. He rubbed his hands together, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Next, it was time to go all out and exchange for the good stuff. First, base defense. He opened the base defense system and pulled up the distribution map for the weapon stations. Current base, 36 weapon stations, 6 large, 12 medium, 18 small. Territory awaiting upgrade, 30 new weapon stations, 6 large, 24 medium. Total, 66 weapon stations, 66 stations were enough to lay down an airtight web of firepower. Jiang Chun began calculating. 4 turret, 5,000 merit points each. This thing was the most useful against ordinary zombies. Fast rate of fire, cheap ammo, ideal for large area coverage. 4 directions, 3 in each direction. That meant 12 in total. 12 Thor turrets, 60,000 merit points. He placed the order without hesitation. Ding. Consumed 60,000 merit points. Obtained Thor Auto Turrets X12. Stored in the system warehouse. Can be withdrawn and installed at any time. Jiang Chun nodded and kept reading. Land shield 3,000, 50,000 merit points each. A firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute. An effective range of 3,000 meters and the ability to lock onto 40 targets at the same time. This was the real killing machine. The east and north of the main directions the zombie tide would come from. Once the territory upgrade was complete, he would place 1 in each direction. 2 land shield 3,000s, 100,000 merit points. Ding. Consumed 100,000 merit points. Obtain land shield 3,000 close-in defense systems X2. Stored in the system warehouse. Jiang Chun did the math. 60,000 plus 100,000. That was 160,000. 40,000 left. He had originally wanted to exchange for a Heavenly Punishment 2,000, which cost 100,000 merit points per gun. But now he only had 40,000 left. Nowhere near enough. He let out a helpless sigh. You only realize how little money you have when it's time to spend it. Forget it. Better handle the urgent needs first. Outside, the corpses were piled up like mountains. If they weren't dealt with soon, forget going out. Even the smell alone would choke people to death. He opened Automatic Cleaning Robot. Automatic Cleaning Robot, 100 merit points per unit. Function, automatically clean the battlefield, transport corpses, and gather them for incineration. 20 units, 2,000 merit points. Ding. Consumed 2,000 merit points. Obtained Automatic Cleaning Robots X20. He also had to stock up on ammunition. For the Thor turrets, 5,000 base loads. One base load was 1,000 rounds. So that meant 5 million rounds of ammo. 12.7mm bullets, 1,000 rounds, 2 merit points. 5,000 base loads consumed 10,000 merit points. The Land Shield S ammunition was more expensive, 100 merit points for 1,000 rounds. He would prepare 100,000 rounds first. Enough to fight for a while. 30mm autocannon shells, 1,000 rounds, 100 merit points. 100,000 rounds consumed 10,000 merit points. Another 20,000 gone. That left 18,000. Jiang Chun exchanged for another batch of living supplies. Food, water, medicine, clothing, and that set of young poultry and livestock. Poultry chicks, 100 each of chickens, ducks, and geese 500 merit points. Livestock young, 20 each of pigs, cattle, and sheep 1,000 merit points. 5 packs of assorted vegetable seeds, 500 merit points. Military canned food, 500 boxes, 200 merit points. Compressed biscuits, 100 boxes, 100 merit points. Field medical packs, X10, 500 merit points. Solar power panels, X5, 1,000 merit points. Portable water purifiers, X10, 500 merit points. Altogether, it was another little over 5,000. In the end, he had 13,000 left. Jiang Chun looked at that bit of remaining balance, then looked at the Heavenly Punishment 2,000 he had been longing for. 100,000. He was still short by 87,000. Forget it. He closed the system panel and decided to save it for emergencies. After this whole round of spending, 300,000 merit points had been wiped out in an instant. Looking at the pile of supplies in the system warehouse, the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. 12 Thor turrets, 2 land shield systems, 20 cleaning robots. 5 million rounds of ammunition. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Once the city walls were finished tomorrow and all these turrets were installed, Nirvana Fortress will become a true ironclad stronghold. When that time came, forget a zombie tide of 100,000. Even if another 200,000 came, he would dare to take them on. Ding! A crisp notification sound exploded in Jiang Chun's mind. He had just been about to get up and head to the cafeteria, but when he heard it, he sat back down again. That tone, that rhythm, this had to be a major mission. Detected that the Supreme Commander's current military strength has reached company-level scale, and the base defense system is about to take shape. Main quest trigger conditions satisfied. Time main quest released. Quest name, retake Fengtian. Quest content, starting from Nirvana base, gradually retake the entire city of Fengtian. Eliminate all zombie threats within the city. Destroy or repel all mutant-type leaders, rescue survivors, and rebuild human settlements. Quest range, entire Fengtian city area, including the main urban districts and surrounding towns. Quest time limit, 3 months. Quest reward, 1 heavy combined arms brigade. Additional reward, merit points per second upgraded. Permanently increased from 1 point per second to 2 points per second. Note, this quest is a mandatory main quest and cannot be refused. Failure to complete it within the time limit will result in all merit points being deducted and military scale being reset. Jiang Chun stared at those lines of text, stunned for several seconds. Fengtian City? Retake the entire Fengtian City? 3 months? A heavy combined arms brigade? 2 merit points per second? He swallowed. How big was Fengtian City? He did not know the exact figures, but as a provincial capital, it had to be at least 10,000 square kilometers, with a population of several million, possibly close to 10 million. Even if more than half had died after the apocalypse, the remaining zombies would still have to number in the millions. 3 months to retake the entire Fengtian? This mission, exciting, fucking exciting. But that reward was a heavy combined brigade, a whole brigade, several thousand men, tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, attack helicopters, drone swarms. That was a real army, a force that could sweep everything aside. And there was still 2 merit points per second. That was 170,000 a day, 5 million a month. By then, whatever he wanted, he could exchange for it. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. 3 months. Time was tight, and the task was heavy, but it was worth doing. Just as he was thinking, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Main quest detected as activated. Side quest triggered at the same time. Quest name, expand territory. Quest content, centered on the Nirvana base, expand outward by a radius of 1 kilometer. Clear all zombie threats within the area, occupy all buildings, and establish outposts. Quest time, 15 days. Quest reward, 300,000 merit points, 1 high-level random blueprint, unlock Air Force template. Note, this quest is optional. Completing it will greatly facilitate the progress of the main quest. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up again. 300,000 merit points, a high-level random blueprint. Unlock the Air Force template. 15 days, expand 1 kilometer. With Nirvana Base's current manpower and firepower, this quest was not too hard. The key was that Air Force template. Once it was unlocked, he could exchange for planes. Wuji 10, J-20 fighter formation, bombing formation. He rubbed his face and forced himself to calm down. Step by step. First, finish upgrading the base, install the turrets, and clean up the corpses. Then start expanding. 1 kilometer, 15 days. Fengtian City, 3 months. He looked out the window at the stretch of land that was about to be enclosed by the city wall, and the corner of his mouth slowly curved upward. Fengtian, he murmured softly. I'm here. Jiang Chun turned off the system panel and picked up the walkie-talkie. Zhou Zemin, come to the command center. 2 minutes later, Zhou Zemin trotted in and pushed the door open. He was wearing a brand new Nirvana base uniform, and the Phoenix emblem on his left chest was especially eye-catching. He looked much more spirited than when he first arrived. Chief, you were looking for me? Jiang Chun nodded and gestured toward the corner. Zhou Zemin followed his gaze, then froze completely. In the corner were 20 silver-white machines lined up in neat rows. Each one was nearly 2 meters tall, with a round body fitted with 6 agile mechanical arms. The bottom was a tracked chassis, and there was a small camera on top, making them look like a bunch of cute mechanical beetles. This is, Zhou Zemin rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen wrong. These are automatic cleaning robots. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and said calmly, they're specially used for cleaning battlefields, carrying corpses, and centralized incineration. Take them with you when you lead people out to clean the battlefield. Zhou Zemin's mouth fell open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. He walked up to one of the robots, crouched down, and carefully reached out to touch it. The metal shell was cold and smooth, and the joints of the mechanical arms had precise hydraulic devices. The camera on top slowly turned with his movement, as if sizing him up. Good heavens! He widened his eyes and murmured in disbelief. This thing is a robot? If not? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Zhou Zemin stood up and looked back at Jiang Chun. His expression was incredible. Chief, where did you get these things? You don't need to worry about that. Jiang Chun smiled. As long as you know how to use them. Zhou Zemin nodded repeatedly, then crouched back down to study the robot. He poked one of the mechanical arms, and the arm suddenly lifted. Startled, he jerked back, but the arm only waved lightly, as if greeting him. It's greeting me? Probably. Jiang Chun stood up and walked over to his side. The operation is simple. After powering on, it'll automatically scan the surrounding environment. You can set the cleaning area, or let it work autonomously. With 20 of them working at once, all those corpses outside can be cleared in a day. Zhou Zemin listened in a daze. He stood up, looked at the 20 silver-white robots, then looked at Jiang Chun and suddenly laughed. Chief, following you really is eye-opening. Jiang Chun's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes at him. There'll be plenty more eye-opening things later. Go on, take them out and give them a try. Yes. Zhou Zemin snapped to attention, then turned and called a few people from the doorway in. Carefully, they moved the robots out one by one. 10 minutes later, the base gate opened, and Zhou Zemin led more than 100 survivors out in a grand procession. The 20 automatic cleaning robots formed a line, their treads grinding over the ground with a faint rustling sound. Their silver-white bodies reflected the sunlight, and the cameras on top kept turning around. Like a group of curious children, the survivors followed behind, fully armed, with masks, gloves, and protective suits, everything in place. Damn, old Joe, is this the awesome robot you were talking about? A young man leaned close to one of the robots with a face full of curiosity and reached out as if to touch it. Can this thing really do work? Suddenly, the robot turned its camera toward him. The young man jumped in fright and hopped back. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Zhou Zimin waved a hand. Get one tea bite. As soon as he finished speaking, the robot suddenly raised one mechanical arm and waved at the young man. The young man froze for a moment, then raised his hand and waved back. The robot waved again. The young man waved again. One person and one robot waved across the air, like two idiots greeting each other. The people beside them laughed like crazy. You two trying to become sworn brothers here? Adopting a robot as a big brother? Now you've got someone backing you. The young man's face turned red. He drew his hand back and muttered, I was just trying to see if it would respond to me. Zhou Zimin clapped his hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. All right. Cut it out. Each team, get ready. Start working. More than 100 people split into 20 teams, each assigned a robot, and headed toward different piles of corpses. A middle-aged woman looked at the robot assigned to her and asked curiously, can this thing really burn corpses? Does it have fire inside? The robot turned its camera toward her. Then it spread its mechanical arms, and a hatch on its chest opened, revealing the red-hot incinerator inside. A wave of heat hit her face. The middle-aged woman took a step back. Good Lord, it really does have fire. The robot closed the hatch again, lifted one mechanical arm, and gave her a thumbs up. It's even giving me a like? The middle-aged woman laughed. This thing has become a spirit. An old man nearby leaned over and looked the robot up and down. This thing burns corpses. One tea it roast itself? The robot turned its camera toward the old man. Then it raised a mechanical arm, pointed at the old man, then at its own incinerator, and made an inviting gesture. The old man was stunned for a second, then jumped up. What do you mean? You wanted to go in? Everyone burst out laughing. Old man, it's inviting you in to warm yourself by the fire. Go on, get in and warm up. No. Once you go in, you want tea, come back out. The old man blew his beard and glared. You damn machine, daring to make a fool of me? The robot gave another thumbs up. Old man, I don't believe this crap. He started rolling up his sleeves. Today, I'm definitely going to teach this hunk of metal a lesson. The people beside him quickly held him back. Sir, don't argue with the machine. It doesn't know any better. Not far away. A young girl was squatting beside her own robot, whispering to it softly. What's your name? Do you have serial number? How about I give you a name? Can I call you Xiaobai? The robot turned its camera toward her. Then it raised its mechanical arm and made a heart. It made a heart at me. The girl's face turned red, looking completely incredulous. Someone nearby leaned over for a look. Holy shit, this robot's flirting with girls. It can even do a heart? What kind of god-tier robot is this? Xiaobai, make one at me too. The robot turned its camera toward that person, then raised its mechanical arm and gave him the middle finger. The crowd burst into laughter again. Holy shit, it can even flip people off. This robot's become a spirit. It's definitely become a spirit. That man's face stiffened, then slowly turned into a helpless expression between laughter and tears. Why does it give her a heart, but gives me the middle finger? The robot turned its camera toward him, stretched out its other hand, and gave him another middle finger. This time it was two of them. Aha! It thinks you're annoying. Stop talking. If you keep it up, it's going to start hitting people. Zhou Zimin stood to the side, watching this group of people having the time of their lives with the robots. Then he looked at the mountain of corpses piled up nearby and shook his head helplessly. All right, stop fooling around. Time to work. Only then did everyone put away their smiles and start directing the robots to work. One robot, after another, drove toward the piles of corpses. Their mechanical arms flexibly grabbed the bodies and fed them into the incinerator in their chests. With a flash of fire and a wisp of green smoke, a corpse turned into a small pile of ashes. The speed was astonishing. The man who had been flipped off by the robot stared in shock. Good Lord, this efficiency is 100 times faster than doing it by hand. The person beside him patted his shoulder. So the robot looking down on you actually makes perfect sense? Get lost. Early the next morning, at exactly 8 o'clock. Ding. Daily territory settlement. Current territory. Nirvana base. Upgrading. Territory survivors. 131. Today's merit income. 131 points. Current total merit points. 74,255. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, glanced at the system panel, then turned over and got out of bed. Xu Yanran had already prepared breakfast and was standing by the bed with her eyes lowered. She was wearing a maid outfit, black stockings wrapped around her long legs. Her whole person looked clean and fresh, completely different from when she had first arrived. Good morning, master. Jiang Chen nodded, sat down, and started eating. After breakfast, he came to the base's main gate. The alloy gate slowly opened, and the scene outside came into view. Compared to yesterday, at least more than half of the mountain-like piles of corpses were gone. 20 automatic cleaning robots were moving back and forth through the corpse piles. Their mechanical arms flexibly grabbed one corpse after another and fed them into the incinerator in their chests. With a flash of fire and a wisp of green smoke, another corpse turned to ashes. The survivors followed behind the robots. Some were responsible for directing them, some for cleaning up residue, and some for bagging the ashes and hauling them away. The heavy stench of blood and burnt flesh was still there, but it was much better than yesterday. Zhou Zimin jogged over, rubbing his hands, excitement written all over his face. Chief, at this rate, we'll have everything cleared out by this afternoon. Once that is done, the area around the base will be clean, Jiang Chen nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Good work. He took a few steps forward and looked at the busy robots and survivors, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. At the very least, going outside wouldn't be a problem anymore. Next, all that was left was to wait for the territory upgrade to finish. He looked up into the distance. There, a faint silver halo was slowly taking shape in a circle. That was the boundary line of the territory upgrade. Once the halo dispersed, a 5-meter-high alloy city wall would rise from the ground. Soon, time passed second by second. Jiang Chen stood right at the main gate, watching that ring of light grow brighter and more solid. Finally, a little after 3 in the afternoon, a beam of white light shot into the sky and enveloped the entire base. Ding! Territory upgrade complete. Nirvana Base has been upgraded to Nirvana Fortress, implanting survivor memories. The white light faded. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Before him stood a 5-meter-high silver-white alloy wall, stretching from the left to the right and enclosing the entire fortress area completely. The wall's surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Forget climbing it, there wasn't even a single place to get a grip. At the 4 corners, 4 watchtowers 15 meters tall had risen from the ground. The searchlights on top of the towers slowly rotated, sweeping over the surroundings. The city gate was made of 2 heavy alloy doors, 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, looking absurdly sturdy. Above the gate were carved 2 large characters, Nirvana. Jiang Chen stared at those 2 characters and blanked out for a moment. This was the first time he had truly seen the full appearance of his fortress. It was even more magnificent and solid than he had imagined. At that moment, rustling sounds came from behind him. The survivors had all stopped what they were doing and were staring blankly at this wall that had suddenly appeared. But strangely enough, no one screamed, no one panicked, and no one even showed a look of surprise. They were only stunned for a few seconds, then continued with their work as if nothing had happened. A middle-aged man carrying a shovel walked past Jiang Chen and casually said, "Chief, this wall is really solid. It's at least 100 times better than the Topher Dread project I worked on before." Jiang Chen. Zhou Zimin also walked over and said with a calm expression, "Chief, dinner is ready over the cafeteria. When would you like to head over?" Jiang Chen looked at him and asked, "Don't you think this wall appeared a little suddenly?" Zhou Zimin froze for a moment, then smiled. "Chief, you must be joking. Hasn't this wall always been here? I remember talking about it with someone yesterday, saying how tall it was and how impossible it was to climb." Jiang Chen fell silent. He knew the system's implanted memories had taken effect. In these people's eyes, this fortress had always existed. "Got it. Go get busy." Zhou Zimin responded and jogged away. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the wall once more. 5 meters high, forged from alloy, impregnable. From this moment on, this was his territory. He strode toward the city gate. The automatic doors behind him slowly closed, letting out a deep, muffled sound. Outside the walls was the apocalyptic wasteland. Inside the walls was hope. Jiang Chen turned and walked toward the wall. Inside the wall were stairs leading to the top. He climbed step by step, every footfall steady. At the end of the stairs was a small door. Once he pushed it open, his vision widened. At the top of the wall, a patrol passage 1.5 meters wide stretched straight ahead. On both sides of the passage, every few meters, there was a firing port, dark and hollow, aimed directly at the barren land outside. Jiang Chen walked forward along the passage, his gaze sweeping over those empty weapon emplacements. It was time to put some hardware on them. He opened the system storage. 12 Thor turrets were lined up neatly inside. Confirm installation? Confirm. A faint glow flashed. On the eastern city wall, 3 medium-sized base stations lit up with a ghostly blue glow at the same time. Silver-white metal bases rose from within the stations and locked firmly onto the wall. Above the bases, twin autocannons slowly lifted, their barrels pointing outside the city. 3 Thor turrets stood in a straight line. Sunlight fell across them, reflecting a cold, sharp gleam. Jiang Chen kept walking forward. South wall. Another 3 Thor turrets were installed in place. West wall. 3 more. North wall. Another 3. 12 Thor turrets, 3 each to the east, south, west, and north. Sealed the entire fortress tight. Standing on the northern wall, Jiang Chen looked at those silver-white steel constructs, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. 12 Thors. A firing rate of 24,000 rounds per minute. No matter which direction the zombies came from, they would have to get past this line first. But this still wasn't enough. He opened the warehouse and continued extracting. 2 Ludun, 3,000 units. These things were much bigger than the Thor turrets and could only be mounted on large base stations. On the eastern wall, a large base station slowly rose up. Its silver-white foundation was twice as thick as the Thor S, and mounted on top was an 11-barreled 30mm rotary Gatling autocannon. Those thick, long barrels and densely packed ammo feed ports were enough to make even zombies shake their heads and turn around to run. On the northern wall, the other Ludun 3000 was also installed in place. The 2 Luduns, one in the east and one in the north, covered the 2 directions most likely to be hit by a zombie tide. A firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute. An effective range of 3,000 meters. able to lock onto 40 targets at the same time. Standing on the northern wall, Jiang Chun looked at that Lu Dun 3000 and felt more grounded than ever before. Tomorrow, it will be time to take the initiative. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock sharp. Ding. Daily territory settlement. Current territory, Nirvana Fortress. Territory survivors, 131 people. Today's merit income, 131 points. Current total merit points, 160,055. Jiang Chun opened his eyes, glanced at the system panel, and swung himself out of bed. 160,000. Keep in reserve for now. After breakfast, he came to the command center. Kong Jia, Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Li Jing, and the others were already there, gathered around the massive holographic map. Chief. Jiang Chun nodded and walked over to the map. On it, centered around Nirvana Fortress, all terrain and buildings within a 1-kilometer radius were displayed clearly. Red dots were packed across it, marking the zombie distribution detected by drones. But what surprised Jiang Chun was that most of the areas had only sparse red dots. The annihilation battle against the zombie tied the day before yesterday had basically cleared out the surrounding zombies. The few stragglers left couldn't pose any threat. Only one place had red dots, so dense it was alarming. He pointed at that location. What's here? Li Jing leaned in for a look and answered. Fengtian University of Science and Technology. It's about 700 meters in a straight line from the fortress. The drone just made another pass this morning and found a large concentration of zombies inside. He pulled up the footage. A bird's eye view of a university appeared in the holographic projection. On the campus, on the sports field, between the teaching buildings, and along the tree-lined paths. Zombies wandered everywhere in a dense swarm. At a rough estimate, there were at least more than 10,000 of them. So many? Jiang Chun frowned. They weren't drawn away by the zombie tied the day before yesterday. Kong Jia explained from the side. Chief, look here. He pointed at the walls surrounding the campus. The walls around this university were rebuilt a few years ago. They're over 3 meters high, with barbed wire on top. Most importantly, the main gates are those old-fashioned iron bar gates, shut tight. He zoomed in on the image. Sure enough, all 4 gates were tightly closed, and the chains and locks on them were clearly visible. The zombies around the area were all drawn away by the zombie tied the day before yesterday. But the ones here couldn't get out. Ding Wei suddenly cut in from the side. They could only wander around inside the walls. They just couldn't get out, so they stayed there until now. Li Yunlong grinned. That works out just fine. We can wipe them out in one go and save ourselves the trouble of searching everywhere. Jiang Chun stared at the image for a while, the corner of his mouth slowly curving up. More than 10,000 zombies, trapped behind the walls and unable to get out. Guarantee they just lambs waiting for slaughter? Li Jing, what's the situation inside the university? Any survivors? Li Jing pulled up another set of images. Thermal imaging shows a large number of heat sources in several teaching buildings, dorm buildings, and the cafeteria. A rough estimate puts it at least more than 1,000 people. They should still be alive, hiding inside the buildings and not daring to come out. More than 1,000 survivors. Jiang Chun nodded. This trip wouldn't just clear out more than 10,000 zombies. It would also rescue more than 1,000 people. Worth it. Start drafting the battle plan. He pointed at the university map. Pick one of the 4 gates, east, south, west, or north, and open it. Make enough noise to lure all the zombies inside out. Kong Jia instantly understood and took over. The troops will set up at the gate. Once they come out, we wipe them all out in one sweep. Li Yunlong slapped his thigh and laughed wide. Ha ha ha. Now that's a good plan. Simple. Brutal. I like it. Jiang Chun slapped the table, stood up, nodded his approval, and said, then it's settled. Kong Jia, you take Platoon 1 and Platoon 2 and handle the main assault. Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, each of you take 1 platoon and support from the flanks. Li Jing, the Jiaolong squad will stand by at all times. Yes, sir. The group answered in unison. Jiang Chun looked at the quiet university on the holographic map. More than 10,000 zombies have been locked up for half a month. It was time to let them out. 9 in the morning. The north gate of Nirvana Fortress opened, and 1404 infantry fighting vehicles roared out. Behind them, the soldiers of 3 platoons, fully armed, advanced at a run. A distance of 700 meters. They arrived in 10 minutes. Outside the north gate of Fengtian University of Science and Technology, the troops quickly spread out. For infantry fighting vehicles lined up side by side. Their 100mm cannons and 30mm autocannons aimed at the school gate. Machine gun positions were set up on both sides. Snipers took the surrounding high ground. The mortar team stood by at the rear, their tubes raised high. Kong Jia stood beside one of the infantry fighting vehicles, staring at the tightly shut iron bar gate. Chains were wrapped around it, and a heavy lock hung there, rusted all over. He raised a hand. Open the lock. A soldier rushed forward carrying hydraulic cutters. With a snap, the chain broke. The soldier pushed the gate open, then quickly retreated. Kong Jia took a deep breath. Bait team move. An infantry fighting vehicle roared forward. The speakers on its roof turned up to the maximum. The boundless horizon is my love. And beneath the endless green mountains the flowers are blooming. It was the hottest ethnic trend again. The music exploded across the quiet campus and carried far into the distance. Inside the campus, the zombies that had been wandering aimlessly all turned their heads in unison. They froze for a second. Then, a wave of howls erupted. More than 10,000 zombies, like a black tide, surged toward the north gate. Fengtian University of Science and Technology, girls' dormitory building. Third floor, inside one dorm room. 7 or 8 girls were crowded by the window, peeking carefully outside through the gap in the curtains. They had been hiding in this dorm room for half a month. Half a month without bathing. Half a month without a proper meal. Half a month without daring to speak loudly. Everyone's hair was a tangled mess, and their faces were streaked with grime, black here and pale there, like they had just crawled out of a coal mine. Suddenly, a burst of music drifted in from outside. The boundless horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming beneath the endless green hills. Everyone froze. A short-haired girl dug at her ear, thinking she had heard wrong. What is that sound? The girl beside her with glasses pushed them up, her face full of confusion. The most dazzling ethnic trend? I know it's the most dazzling ethnic trend. I'm saying it's already the apocalypse. So who the hell is blasting the most dazzling ethnic trend outside? Could someone be throwing a party? A party my ass. It's full of zombies outside. Who the hell would throw a party? A girl with a ponytail leaned by the window and narrowed her eyes to look outside. Sounds like it's coming from the north gate. The north gate? ISNT, that whole area packed with zombies? That is why I'm asking. A few of them looked at each other, all completely baffled. At that moment, another girl who had been silent the whole time suddenly spoke in a gloomy tone. Do you think it could be that, that legendary mental attack? Mental attack? Yeah. Use music to torture the zombies crazy. And then they 1T bite people anymore. You've read too many zombie novels, haven't you? Then what do you think it is? How would I know? Just as they were talking, boom. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the windows so hard they trembled. The girls all screamed at the same time and huddled together in the corner. Holy shit. What's going on? It exploded. It exploded. We're all gonna blow up. Help. After the explosion died down, they shakily got back up and crawled to the window again. Then they saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The north gate was wide open. A green armored vehicle charged out from the campus. A huge speaker was strapped to the roof, crazily blasting the most dazzling ethnic trend. Behind it followed a dense, endless horde of zombies. The scene looked like a pack of mad dogs chasing a chunk of running meat. Holy shit. The short-haired girl's mouth hung open. That vehicle is walking the zombies? Walking the zombies? The person beside her rubbed her eyes. Am I so hungry I'm hallucinating? If you were hallucinating from hunger, it should be braised pork, not an armored vehicle walking zombies, right? Then what do you call this? Before she could finish, another girl suddenly pointed outside the north gate, her voice going shrill. Look, over there. Hurry, look. The others followed the direction of her finger. Outside the north gate, a row of black steel beasts stood in neat formation. The cannons on top were raised high, their dark muzzles gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Beside the war machines stood soldiers in starry camouflage, guns in hand, motionless. The sunlight shone on them, coating them in a layer of golden light. The girls were completely stunned. Those are the military? It's the military. It's the military. Oh my god, it really is the military. One of the girls got so excited she grabbed the arm of the person next to her, her nails nearly digging into flesh. Do you see that? That's a tank. That's artillery. That's the army. The person beside her was grimacing in pain for being grabbed, but she didn't even notice anymore. She just stared blankly outside. This isn't a hallucination, right? Not some hunger-induced hallucination, right? No, definitely not. I saw it too. I saw it too. I saw it too. The girls excitedly hugged each other, laughing and crying at the same time. This is great. The military is here. We're saved. I knew it. I knew the country wouldn't abandon us. Whoa, it's been half a month, a whole half month, outside the north gate. An infantry fighting vehicle roared out of the school gate, followed by a dense horde of zombies. Jiang Chun stood beside one of the infantry fighting vehicles, looking at that black tide, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. He rolled his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. I've been waiting for you for a long time. He slowly raised a hand. All units, hear my order. Every gun barrel lifted. Every cannon aimed forward. Every finger rested on a trigger. Open fire. Boom. The first 100mm shell exploded in the middle of the horde. Then came the second, the third. The fourth. The cannons of 14 infantry fighting vehicles roared at the same time, shells crashing into the zombie horde like rain. The light of the explosions connected into one sheet. Zombies fell in swaths, were blasted apart in swaths, vanished into the firelight in swaths. More than a dozen squad machine guns roared at the same time, bullets pouring down like a violent storm. The zombies charging at the very front were instantly turned into sieves. The ones behind them were killed the moment they showed themselves. Thump, 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 thump. The 171 heavy machine guns and Type 89 heavy machine guns joined the battle. 12.7mm rounds harvested lives like mowing grass. One zombie exploded. 10 zombies exploded. 100 zombies exploded. The mortar teams in the rear fired rapidly, round after round, blasting the zombies farther away into pieces. Gunfire, cannon fire, explosions, earth shaking. Firelight, smoke, blood and flesh blotting out the sky. Those zombies that had been trapped for half a month met their end the very moment they rushed out of the school gate. One after another, 100 after 100, 1,000 after 1,000. They fell in swaths. They died in swaths. Jiang Chun stood beside the infantry fighting vehicle, watching the slaughter without a trace of expression on his face. More than 10,000 zombies. Today, every last one of them would die here. At the same time, the boys' dorm building, on the 4th floor, inside one dorm room. More than a dozen boys were crowded by the window, eyes wide as they stared at the shocking scene outside the north gate. Artillery thundered, gunfire shook the heavens, and zombies fell in swaths. Those monsters that had terrified them for half a month were now being harvested like wheat. Shoot! Kill them! Kill those beasts! A buzz-cut boy smashed his fist against the windowsill, his eyes red. Fuck your mother. You like biting people, huh? Getting payback today, aren't you? A fat guy beside him was so excited all the fat on his body was shaking. This is so damn satisfying. Did you see that shell? How many did it blow away? At least dozens. Way more than 100. That whole patch got wiped out. And that machine gun. Rat-at-at-at. And the zombies just drop in waves. If I didn't know better, I'd think they were filming a movie, my god. This firepower is insane. A skinny tall boy pushed up his glasses, his face full of emotion. Sure enough, no matter how fierce these beasts are, they're still just carbon-based life forms. Before truth, before the cannons of justice, they're all fucking trash. Truth? The fat guy glanced at him. You call this truth? Truth is the range of the cannon. The skinny tall boy raised his chin. Haven't you heard? Truth exists only within cannon range. All right, quit showing off and look. Everyone turned toward the window again. On the battlefield, zombies were dropping in swaths. The piles of corpses kept growing higher, blood flowing like a river. Those soldiers in starry camouflage stood steadily beside the war machines, guns in hand, firing precise bursts. Right then, a bespectacled boy's expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at a direction behind Jiang Chun's group. What's that? The others followed his gaze. At the side rear of the battlefield, several dozen zombies suddenly poured out from who knew where and charged toward Jiang Chun's position. The soldiers were fully focused on dealing with the zombie tied in front of them and hadn't noticed the threat from the side rear. The bespectacled man's pupil shrank. He threw himself at the window and roared with every ounce of strength in his body. Soldier, be careful. Behind you. His voice was hoarse and desperate, but on the battlefield, it was like the buzz of a mosquito. But Jiang Chun heard it. He turned his head and glanced at the dozens of zombies charging in from the rear flank. A cold sneer curled at the corner of his lips. That's it. He grabbed the radio. All units, continue firing. Leave the ones in the back to me. He set the radio down and picked up the MG-42 general-purpose machine gun beside him. Xiaolong squad, with me. Roger. Roger, Führer. 12 figures leaped up from the defensive line at the same time and followed Jiang Chun toward the rear. Jiang Chun carried the MG-42 and strode at the very front. His black combat uniform outlined his tall, straight figure. Sunlight fell on him, dragging out a long shadow behind his back. The 12 Xiaolong squad members followed close behind, rifles in hand, their steps perfectly synchronized, killing intent surging from them. That scene was like a black torrent rushing straight at those dozens of zombies. Inside the boys' dorm building, everyone was dumbstruck. Holy shit, the buzzcut boy muttered. That is way too damn cool. Isn't it? Look at the one in front. He seems to be their commander. So young. He looks barely in his early 20s. Platoon leader? Company commander? Whatever he is. That is way too badass. Look at how steady he holds that gun. Like a mountain. And those 12 behind him. One look, and you can tell they're elites. Special forces, right? No shit. Xiaolong squad. Never heard of them? Xiaolong squad? That's one of our country's special forces? Yeah, the most elite kind. My god. That young guy can command Xiaolong squad? The few of them looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Quit talking. Look, they're about to engage. 60 meters. Jiang Chun held the MG-42 and strode forward. The gun sat rock steady in his hands, with the physique of a threefold king of soldiers. He couldn't feel its weight at all. It was like carrying a toy. 50 meters. Behind him, Li Jing's voice came through the earpiece. Xiaolong squad, fan out. Zhonglong team, left wing. Zhao Hu team, right wing. Lin Mo sniper team, rear support. Keep 15-meter spacing and advance in coordination. Roger. The 12 figures spread out at high speed, their movements smooth as flowing water. Zhang Long led 3 men to pull out to the left flank. Zhao Hu took his men around the right. Lin Mo and Qin Feng quickly fell back and seized the high ground on top of a nearby ruin. 40 meters. The zombie charging in front was close enough now that its rotting face could be seen clearly. It opened its mouth, exposing pitch-black gums, and lunged at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun gave a cold snort. A cruel curve rose on his lips, and then he pulled the trigger. Ryup. The MG42's signature gunfire rang out. 7.92mm bullets poured from the muzzle, forming a visible tongue of flame. The zombie rushing in front had its upper body blown apart on the spot. One burst dropped four of them outright. Jiang Chun didn't slow his steps. He kept moving forward. The muzzle shifted slightly and swept toward the zombies surging in from the other side. Reep, reep, reep. 3 or 4 more dropped. 30 meters. On the left flank. Zhang Long and his 3 men were already in position. The 4 of them opened fire at the same time. The QB's 191 rifles spat precise, ruthless control bursts. The zombies charging the left wing fell one after another. Every shot was a headshot. Left wing cleared, 5 down. Zhang Long's voice was as calm as if he were just counting numbers. Right wing engaged. Zhao Hu's voice followed immediately. 7 targets being handled. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 3 bursts. 3 zombies dropped. 2 more bursts. 2 more dropped. The last 2 had already rushed close. Not only did Zhao Hu not retreat, he advanced instead and fired his shotgun the moment he raised it. Boom! A huge hole exploded through that zombie's chest, and it was blasted backward. Another lunged in from the side, only to be mowed down by a burst from the squad member beside him. Right wing cleared. 20 meters. Jiang Chun kept advancing. The MG42's barrel was already starting to glow red, but he didn't stop. Another group of zombies came charging in from the side. At least a dozen of them. Führer, 3 o'clock direction, Li Jing's voice sounded. Got it. Jiang Chun turned, the muzzle swinging toward that direction. Before he could pull the trigger, 2 heavy gunshots suddenly rang out behind him. Bang, bang. That was the sound of the QBU-10 anti-material sniper rifle. The 2 zombies charging in front had their heads blown apart at the same time, like 2 smashed watermelons. Führer, take it easy. Do you really need to handle trash like this yourself? Leave the rest to us. Lin Mo's voice came through the earpiece, calm as ever. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and pressed his earpiece. It's fine. I haven't moved much these past few days. Consider it loosening up a bit. With that, he turned and continued forward. Behind him, gunfire rang out again. Bang, bang, bang. With every shot, another zombie's head exploded. Lin Mo and Sheen Feng were like 2 grim reapers, harvesting the zombies, trying to get close from their elevated position. 10 meters. The final wave of zombies. About 20 of them charged straight from the front. Jiang Chun stopped. Jialong squad, encircle them, Li Jing ordered. 12 figures pressed in from both sides at the same time, forming a semicircular killing ring. Fire. Reep, reep, reep. Da-da-da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. All the gunfire erupted at once. The tearing roar of the MG42, the controlled bursts of the QB91, the thunder of the shotgun, the heavy reports of the anti-material sniper rifle. They wove together into a deathly symphony. Those zombies were like meat thrown into a grinder. The front row fell. The back row fell. The left side fell. The right side fell. Their mouths hung open. Their hands stretched out, but before they could even take one more step, bullets tore them into pieces. In less than 10 seconds, the gunfire gradually died down. Dozens of zombies lay sprawled across the ground. Some had heads blown open. Some had their chests torn apart. Some had been blasted clean in half. Chunks of flesh, blood, and severed limbs covered the ground. Jiang Chun stood in the middle of the pile of corpses with the MG42 in his hands. The barrel was still smoking, giving off a faint scorched smell. He swept his gaze around, and only after confirming that no zombies were still standing did he slowly lower the muzzle. Reporting to Führer, all targets have been eliminated. Li Jing walked over. Jialong squad suffered 0 casualties. Jiang Chun nodded and glanced at the battlefield behind him. The frontal battle was still going on. Gunfire and artillery thundered loud enough to shake the sky, but that no longer required his attention. He turned around, carried his gun, and headed back toward the main battlefield. Sunlight shone on him, dragging out a long shadow behind him. The 12 Jialong squad members followed closely behind him, like the most loyal guards. Inside the boys' dorm building, there was dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at that retreating figure, unable to say a word for a long time. After a while, the buzzcut boy finally muttered, "My God, is he even human?" The fat guy's eyes were wide as he subconsciously swallowed. One guy carrying a machine gun and charging in front, with 12 Special Forces soldiers following behind him, killing zombies like chopping melons and vegetables. Did you see that? That gun was an MG42, the buzzsaw from World War II. The recoil-s so insane it could shake a person apart. But he held it like it was a toy. What the hell? Is he using cheats? And those 12 guys too. They coordinated like they were one person. They say flank, and they flank. They say encircle, and they encircle. They say open fire, and they open fire. They're like some damn war gods. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, how could they be called Special Forces? The girls' dorm building had already exploded into chaos. Oh, so handsome. Did you see that? He charged right up front carrying a machine gun all by himself, and so many people were following behind him. The one with the sniper rifle is even cooler. One shot, one kill, heads were exploding, and that one with the shotgun, boom. The zombies were sent flying, but I still think the leader is the hottest. The way he swept everything down with that machine gun, it was like a god descending to the mortal world. Yeah. A god descending. The ponytail girl was so excited she kept slapping the windowsill. Then she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the figure in the corner who hadn't said a word the whole time. Yuching, did you see him? That leader. Is he handsome or not? Lin Yuching froze for a moment. Her face turned slightly red, and she gently nodded. He is. Lin Yuching. The campus bell of Fengtian University of Technology. At this moment, as she looked at that black figure charging at the very front with a machine gun in hand, a strange light flashed through her eyes. At the same time, on the other side, on the main battlefield, 14 Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles were lined up in a row, their 100mm low-pressure rifled guns roaring one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Every shell that landed in the horde brought a storm of blood and gore. Mangled corpses were blasted into the air, severed arms and broken limbs scattering everywhere like some bizarre rain of flesh and blood. The 30mm autocannons were no less ferocious. Hood. The rhythm was even denser than that of heavy machine guns. Every burst that landed in the horde blew away an entire patch. Those zombies didn't even have time to scream before they were blasted into pieces. Type 171 heavy machine guns and Type 89 heavy machine guns roared on both sides, their 12.7mm rounds mowing down lives like cutting grass. 1 zombie fell. 10 zombies fell. 100 zombies fell. Corpses piled into hills. Blood flowed into rivers. And the entire area outside the north gate had already turned into a true meat grinder. Li Yunlong stood atop an infantry fighting vehicle with half his body sticking out of the turret, both hands controlling the autocannon mounted on top. Hood. A half-meter-long tongue of fire spat from the barrel, bullets pouring out like a torrential rain. Awesome. He threw his head back and roared, his voice already hoarse. But he couldn't stop at all. This is so damn awesome. In all my life, I've never fought such a rich battle. Use as many bullets as you want. More than enough shells. All of you die for me. Ha. Hood. Another burst. Dozens of zombies were shredded into pieces. He laughed like a madman, the muscles on his face twitching, his eyes full of frenzied light. Suddenly, something red fell from the sky. Without being off by even a bit, it landed right on Li Yunlong's face. He froze. It was soft, wet, and reeked of blood, covering his face completely. Li Yunlong yanked it off and looked closely. It was a pair of red underwear. More accurately, it was a pair of blood-soaked red underwear that had no idea which unlucky zombie it had been blasted off of. Li Yunlong's face instantly darkened, and his whole body stiffened. Fuck your grandma. His roar was heart-rending, even louder than when he'd been firing just now. The soldiers beside him finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Puffed. A young soldier covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking violently. Cough. Be serious. We're in a battle. Another turned his head away and pretended to look at the scenery, but his trembling shoulders gave him away. Cough. The third one started coughing outright, coughing until his face turned red. Li Yunlong glared and swept his gaze around. What are you laughing at? What is so funny? It would have been better if he hadn't glared. The moment he did, those soldiers had an even harder time holding it in. One of them really couldn't take it anymore. He crouched down on the spot, buried his face in his knees, and shook all over like a sieve. Li Yunlong, is this your zodiac year or something? A familiar voice came from nearby, thick with mockery. Li Yunlong turned his head and saw Kong Jia standing on the infantry fighting vehicle beside him at some point, smiling as he looked over. Old Kong, quit talking shit. Kong Jia burst out laughing. Red underwear in your zodiac year keeps evil away. What? Did you ward all onto the zombies? Bullshit. It's not my zodiac year. Then why did this red underwear just happen to land on your face? That's heaven sending you good fortune. Li Yunlong was so angry his face turned purple. Just as he was about to snap back, Ding Wei's voice came from the other side. Old Li, your luck really is something else. So many zombies, so many flying body parts, and out of all that, one pair of red underwear just had to land on your face. Looks like you and red underwear are fated. Old Ding, you're joining in too. Ding Wei said with a straight face. I'm not joining in. I'm happy for you. Think about it. For this red underwear to fly all the way here, what does that prove? It proves that before that zombie died, it was someone with standards. Even in its zodiac year, it still wore red underwear. It passed its good luck to you before dying. Bullshit. Li Yunlong flew into a rage and grabbed the pair of red underwear to throw it away. But just as he raised his hand, he suddenly stopped. No, wait. He narrowed his small eyes and looked at the red underwear. I need to keep this thing. Kong Jia was stunned. Keep it for what? Li Yunlong gave a sly grin and hung the red underwear on the turret. As a trophy, when we get back, I'm hanging it at the entrance to our company headquarters so everyone can see it. I killed zombies and came out with a pair of red underwear. This is called. He got stuck. Ding Wei tilted his head and picked up the line. Good fortune over your head? Yeah. Good fortune over my head. A few of them burst out laughing at the same time. Kong Jia laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Old Li, you really are something. Fine, hang it there. Later I'll even write you a couplet. Top line. One machine gun sweeps across a sea of corpses. Bottom line. One pair of underwear lands as the winning prize. Horizontal scroll. Lucky old Lee. Lee Yunlong glared at him, but even he couldn't help laughing. He tied the red underwear tightly onto the turret, grabbed the heavy machine gun again, and fired another burst into the distant horde. Come on, keep coming. I've got good fortune over my head today. Every last one of you has to die. Hood, 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 hood. Gunfire rang out once more. The soldiers beside him exchanged glances, all holding back their laughter as they kept firing. In the distance, the zombie tide was still surging, but anyone could see it. It was almost over. On the survivor side, inside the boys' dorm building, a group of people lay by the windows, staring in dumbfounded shock. That firepower, that scale, had already gone far beyond anything they could imagine. This firepower is too damn insane. The buzz-cut student muttered, his eyes wide as bells. The fat guy swallowed. Yeah. With this kind of firepower setup, forget a little over 10,000 zombies. Even a few more tens of thousands would just be free kills. No kidding. Look at those infantry fighting vehicles. One shell and a whole chunk is gone. The group all started talking at once, getting more and more excited. But as they talked, someone suddenly fell silent. The tall, skinny guy leaned against the window and looked at the blaze outside, his eyes gradually reddening. What do you think? His voice was a little hoarse. Do you think my mom and dad are still alive? The dorm room instantly went quiet. The buzz-cut student opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but nothing came out. The fat guy lowered his head and stared at his toes. The boy with glasses pushed up his glasses and said nothing. The tall, skinny guy continued muttering. My home is in Fontian, West City District. On the day the apocalypse started, I happened to be at school. They were at home. I made more than a dozen calls, but not a single one got through. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling a little. I don't know if they're still alive. I don't even dare think about it. Silence. After a long while, the buzz-cut boy walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't think too much about it. As long as you're still alive, there is still hope for everything. The fat guy lifted his head and quickly chimed in, yeah? The army is here now. We're saved. Once we get out, we can look for them slowly. The tall, skinny guy wiped his eyes and nodded. Yeah, slowly. Outside the window, the sound of gunfire and artillery was still going. But now, in their ears, that sound was no longer a symbol of fear. It was the trumpet of hope. 2 hours later, the gunfire gradually grew sparse. When the last shot fell, the whole world suddenly went quiet. Outside the north gate, the smoke slowly began to clear. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, shining over that battlefield. The sight left everyone silent. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A real mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The bodies were piled higher than a person, stretching from the north gate all the way to more than 300 meters away. In some places, they formed little hills. In others, they spread out like a carpet. Severed limbs, broken arms, heads, intestines, everything was scattered all over the ground. The blood had dyed the entire land a dark blackish red. One step down, and your foot could sink to the ankle. In some low-lying spots, it had pooled into puddles of blood, reflecting a bizarre gleam under the sunlight. The air was filled with a thick mix of blood, burnt stench, and gunpowder, blending into a foul smell so strong it was suffocating. When the wind blew, that stench could drift for miles. Jiang Chun stood beside an infantry fighting vehicle, looking at the miserable battlefield with no expression on his face. He picked up the radio. All units, listen up. First, Li Jing, take some men and notify those survivors. Tell them not to act rashly. Stay where they are and await orders. The troops will move in to rescue them immediately. Li Jing's voice came through. Received. Second, Kong Jie, have the heavy trucks and transport vehicles standing by. Once the survivors come out, transfer them directly back to the base. Kong Jie answered, understood. Third, each platoon will form combat teams by squad and begin clearing the battlefield. Don't miss a single corner in the campus. Check the teaching buildings, dorm buildings, cafeteria, library, and basement. If you find zombies, kill them on the spot. If you find survivors, provide cover and evacuate them immediately. Yes, sir. A unified response came from the radio. Outside the north gate, the smoke still had not fully dispersed. Kong Jie jumped down from an infantry fighting vehicle, a loudspeaker in his hand. He cleared his throat, raised the loudspeaker to his mouth, and shouted toward the dorm buildings in the campus. Hey, survivors inside, listen carefully. His booming voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, echoed through the open campus. We are the Nirvana Army. By order of the leader, we have come to rescue you. Stay where you are right now. Do not move around. Do not go outside. The troops will move in and rescue you immediately. I'll repeat that. Stay where you are. Do not move around. The troops will move in immediately. Inside the boys' dorm building, the group froze for a few seconds. Then the place exploded. Nirvana Army? What kind of unit is that? Never heard of it. Do our armed forces even have a designation like that? Nirvana Army sounds like something out of a novel. Who cares? As long as they're here to save us. That's enough. Who cares what they're called? Right. Who cares what they're called? As long as someone is here to save us. This is great. We're finally saved. It's in half a month. A full half month. Some people were so excited they jumped in place. Some hugged each other. crying and laughing at the same time. Some dropped to their knees and muttered to themselves. A bespectacled boy pushed up his glasses, looking thoughtful. The name Nirvana is pretty interesting. Reborn through fire, Phoenix Nirvana. Sounds lucky. I don't know if it's lucky or not. I just want to get out and eat a full meal right now. I want to shower. I haven't tea washed in 20 days. I stink. I want to call home, even though it probably won tea go through. Several of them all started talking at once, but every face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Inside the girls' dorm building, it was the same scene of boiling excitement. Nirvana Army? That name is so cool. Who cares if it's cool? As long as they can save us. Did you see them? Those soldiers' uniforms have a phoenix emblem on the chest. So handsome. Yeah, I saw it too. A golden phoenix. This is great. Someone finally came to save us. The short-haired girl hugged the roommate beside her, crying and laughing at the same time. The girl with the ponytail leaned against the window, waving outside with all her strength, even though she knew the people outside couldn't see her. In the corner, Lin Yuqing also stood up and walked to the window. She looked at those soldiers outside in starry camouflage uniforms with golden phoenixes embroidered on their chests, and a complicated light flickered in her eyes. Nirvana, she murmured softly. After Kong Jia finished shouting, he lowered the loudspeaker and looked at Jiang Chun beside him. Leader, how should we arrange things next? Jiang Chun glanced at the campus map. Each squad will spread out and enter from the other gates. East Gate, South Gate, West Gate, 2 squads through each gate. Clear the buildings one by one and advance floor by floor. Don't miss a single corner. He paused, then added, tell them to move fast but not recklessly. The survivors are all inside. Don't frighten them. Understood. Kong Jia turned and went to relay the orders. Very soon, the soldiers began moving. One team headed for the East Gate, one for the South Gate, and one for the West Gate. Each team had 2 squads, fully armed and working in perfect coordination. A few minutes later, inside the campus, each squad began clearing the buildings one by one, using combat teams as their units. On the east side, the first boys' dorm building, Zhang Long led the assault team into the first floor corridor. The flashlight beams pierced the dimness, revealing trash and scattered junk all over the floor. The air was filled with a strong, rotting stench mixed with the smell of blood. Be careful, Zhang Long said in a low voice. Check room by room. Don't miss anything. The 4 men split into 2 groups and began inspecting the dorms on both sides of the corridor. First room. The door was half open. Zhang Long kicked it open, and his gun barrel swept through the room. Empty. The beds were a mess, and leftover instant noodle cups and empty water bottles were scattered across the floor. The window was open, and the curtains fluttered in the wind. No one. Second room. The door was closed. Zhao Hu stepped forward and knocked lightly. Anyone inside? With a Nirvana army. We're here to rescue you. Silence. He knocked again. Anyone there? Still silence. Zhao Hu looked at Zhang Long nodded, signaling him to open it. Zhao Hu kicked the door open, and all 4 men rushed in at the same time. Empty, but there were 2 corpses on the floor. They were already rotting. It was impossible to tell whether they had been bitten to death by zombies or had starved to death. Zhang Long gave them one glance, then backed out expressionlessly. Continue. Third room. The door suddenly opened a crack from the inside. One eye looked out through the gap, full of fear and vigilance. Who is it? A hoarse voice sounded out, with obvious trembling in it. Zhang Long raised a hand to show he meant no harm. Nirvana Army. We're here to rescue you. Open the door. The eye in the crack blinked. Then the door was yanked open. A scruffy young man stood in the doorway, his eye sockets sunken deep. So skinny he was little more than skin and bones. He stared blankly at Zhang Long and the others, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Then he dropped to his knees with a thud. Save us. There's still 3 people inside. They're about to die. Zhang Long grabbed him and pulled him up. Get up. Where are they? The young man pointed inside. Zhang Long led his men and rushed in. There were 3 people lying on the bed, 2 men and 1 woman. All of them were gaunt beyond recognition, and one of them was already unconscious. Medic, hurry. Shen Shui rushed in, crouched down to check the unconscious person, lifted an eyelid to look, then felt for a pulse. Severe malnutrition, dehydration. He needs N4 immediately, but he should still be saved. Zhang Long let out a breath of relief and picked up the radio. For survivors found in the East Dormitory building. 1 requires medical assistance. Requesting support. Copy. Sending people over immediately. Second floor. Another squad was clearing the area. 1 dorm room door stood open, and faint cries for help came from inside. Several soldiers rushed in and found a middle-aged man curled up in the corner, filthy all over, his eyes unfocused. Save me. His voice was as thin as a mosquito buzz. Don't be afraid. We're here. 1 soldier crouched down and handed him a bottle of water. Drink slowly. Don't rush. The man took the water, his hands shaking so badly that he spilled half of it. He gulped down a few mouthfuls, then suddenly started crying. It's been more than 20 days. I thought I was dead for sure. The soldier patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's okay now. You're safe. Third floor. At the turn in the stairs, a sudden roar rang out. A zombie charged out from the fire exit, mouth wide open, pouncing at the nearest soldier. Da. A short burst blew its head apart, and it crashed to the ground. The soldiers stepped forward and kicked it once to make sure it was completely dead, then kept moving. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. There were survivors on every floor, and zombies on every floor. But most of the zombies had been locked inside the dorm rooms. The moment the doors opened, they lunged out, only to be cut down by a burst of gunfire. The survivors were found one after another. Men and women, old and young. Some could still walk on their own. Some needed support. Some were already unconscious. But fortunately, every one of them was still alive. East Dormitory building cleared. Zhang Long reported into the radio. A total of 47 survivors rescued. 13 zombies eliminated. 0 casualties on our side. South side, the girls' dormitory building. A squad of soldiers had just entered the 1st floor lobby when they heard screams coming from upstairs. Quick, up there. They charged to the 2nd floor. In the hallway, a girl was desperately backing away while 3 zombies closed in on her. She had already retreated into the corner. There was nowhere left to go. 3 short bursts, and all 3 zombies dropped at the same time. The girl stared at the zombies that had fallen in front of her, froze for a second. Then her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. A soldier immediately stepped forward and helped her up. Are you okay? Are you hurt? The girl shook her head, tears pouring down her face. Thank you. Thank you. No need. Are there any others? Yes. They're all upstairs. 5th floor and 6th floor. All right. Head downstairs first. There are people outside to receive you. The girl nodded and was helped downstairs. When she reached the stairway, she suddenly turned back and looked at the backs of those soldiers, and her tears flowed even harder. 5th floor. 7 or 8 girls were crammed into one dorm room. Hearing the gunfire outside, they huddled together in fear. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Is anyone inside? With Nirvana Army. We're here to save you. The girls exchanged glances, then all rushed to the door at once. The moment it opened, they saw several soldiers standing there in starry camouflage, with golden phoenixes embroidered on their chests. They're finally here. One girl covered her mouth, crying too hard to speak. Another one lunged straight forward and hugged the nearest soldier. The soldier froze for a moment, then gently patted her back. All right. It's okay now. Come with us. 6th floor. Another squad was clearing the area. One dorm room door was shut, and faint movement came from inside. A soldier stepped forward and knocked. Anyone there? The door opened a crack. Lin Yuqing looked at the soldier standing outside, tension in her eyes, but also hope. Are you here to save us? The soldier didn't waste words and nodded. We're from the Nirvana Army. Come with us, quickly. There are people outside to receive you. Lin Yuqing bit her lip and looked back at the girls inside the room. They had all stood up. Their faces were streaked with tears, but they were smiling too. Lin Yuqing took a deep breath and opened the door. 2 hours later, every building on campus had been completely cleared. The squads returned one after another, bringing batch after batch of survivors with them. Jiang Chen stood at the north gate, watching those people being helped onto trucks and loaded onto transport vehicles. There were elderly people, children, students, and teachers. Some looked numb. Some looked excited. Some looked lost. But they all had one thing in common. They were still alive. Li Jing walked over, opened his notebook, and reported, Chief, the count is done. This operation rescued a total of 1,037 survivors and eliminated an estimated 12,000 zombies. 0 casualties on our side. Good. Reporting, Chief. Suddenly, Kong Jie's voice came through the radio, carrying a trace of gravity. The drones have detected a large number of zombies moving toward our position, estimated at around 1,000, and the number is still increasing. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Awaiting your orders, Chief. Jiang Chun raised a brow. They came as fast. He glanced at the distant battlefield, where the smoke of war still had not fully dispersed, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Makes sense. They had been fighting for half the day, with gunfire and artillery shaking the heavens. If the surrounding zombies had no reaction at all, then what was the difference between them and a bunch of death trash? Understood. He picked up the radio, his voice calm. All units, listen up. 1st platoon, 2nd platoon. You're responsible for escorting the survivor convoy in retreat. All trucks and transport vehicles are to start immediately and return to base along the planned route. Move fast, but do not panic. Zhou Jiangwo's voice came through. 1st platoon copies. Ding Wei's voice followed right after. 2nd platoon copies. 3rd platoon, Li Yunlong. Here. Li Yunlong's booming voice exploded over the radio. Jiang Chen looked at the vague black mass in the distance and spoke slowly. You will lead 3rd platoon in covering the rear. Remember, don't let those zombies catch up to the survivor convoy, but don't let them lose track of you either. He paused, and a meaningful smile curved across his lips. Lead them over here. We're going to put on a little show of luring the corpses into the urn. There was a second of silence on the radio. Then came Li Yunlong's loud laughter. You got it. Just watch, Chief. Luring corpses into the urn is what I do best. Jiang Chun lowered the radio and watched the trucks and soldiers in the distance begin to move. More than 1,000 zombies? Perfect. The base walls had just been finished, and the gun turrets had just been installed. They hadn't seen action yet. Today, these zombies would be used to christen them. Very soon, the trucks rumbled to life and drove out through the north gate one after another. The survivors were packed into the pitch-black truck beds, huddled in the corners and trembling. Some clasped their hands together and muttered prayers under their breath. But no one spoke. No one made a fuss. Everyone knew this was not the time to relax. Zhou Jiangwo led the soldiers of the first squad forward at a run, guarding both sides of the convoy. Ding Wei brought up the rear with the second squad, glancing back from time to time at the dark mass in the distance, drawing closer and closer. Outside the north gate, only Li Yunlong's third squad remained. 404 infantry fighting vehicles were lined up in a row, their cannons lowered like four crouching beasts waiting for prey to take the bait. Li Yunlong stood atop the front IFV, holding binoculars in his hands, squinting his small eyes at the distance. They're here. He lowered the binoculars, the corners of his mouth spreading into a grin. Damn, there's really quite a few. Ding Wei's voice came through the radio. Old Li, how is it looking on your side? SOSO, not even enough to fill my teeth. Don't get careless. There might be more behind them. Relax. I know what I'm doing. Li Yunlong tossed the binoculars aside, grabbed the radio, and shouted, "Brothers, ready?" "Ready," came the unified reply through the radio. "Good. Listen to my order. Once they get within 200 meters, we start falling back. Don't hit too hard. If we scare them off, that one T do. If we're going to shoot, wait until we've lured them into the visible angle of the turrets before opening fire." Understood. In the distance, that dark mass drew closer and closer. Now, they could already make out what those zombies looked like. The one in the very front had sideswept bangs, a blue suit, and golden Chelsea boots. Its mouth hung open, arms outstretched, surging this way like mad. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. Li Yunlong narrowed his eyes and raised a hand. "Get ready, 200 meters. Retreat." The four IFVs turned around at the same time and drove toward the base. The mounted machine guns began firing in controlled bursts. Da-da-dash-da-da-da. The rhythm was unhurried, just enough to kill a few of the zombies charging in front without shaking off the ones behind. Very quickly, the zombies went even crazier once they saw people. Stepping on their companions' corpses, trampling across the ground covered in shredded flesh, they let out earth-shaking roars. Standing on the roof of the vehicle, Li Yunlong glanced back and laughed like a madman. "That's it. Just like that. Stay close. Don't fall behind." The four IFVs drove back at an unhurried pace. Their speed controlled just right, fast enough that the zombies could keep up, but not enough to bite them. More than 1,000 zombies ran wildly behind them like a pack of rabid dogs being walked. In the distance, the walls of Nirvana Fortress were already faintly visible. On the walls, 12 Thor turrets crouched there in silence, their barrels lowered. 2 Ludun 3011-barrel autocannons gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Kong Jie stood atop the watchtower, holding binoculars as he watched the scene, the corner of his mouth twitching. Li Yunlong, that bastard really knows how to play. He picked up the radio. "Turret teams, attention. The targets have entered range. Open fire at your own discretion after the third squad passes through." Received. On the walls, indicator lights lit up. The four IFVs roared into the city gate. The zombie horde behind them followed close on their heels. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The city gate slammed shut. The zombies rushed beneath the walls and frantically pounded on the alloy gate. Then, on the wall, the Thor turrets turned at the same time. Blue indicator lights lit up, and the barrels slowly rose. Two. Tongues of fire burst out all at once. Bullets pouring into the zombie horde like a torrential downpour. The front row of zombies was instantly blasted into pieces. The ones behind stepped over the fragments and kept charging, only to be blasted into pieces as well. The ones farther back had yet to react when the bullets were already upon them. More than 1,000 zombies fell in a massive swath in an instant. In less than a minute, the gunfire stopped. Outside the gate, nothing remained but a field of shredded flesh and blood. Li Yunlong stuck his head out from inside the gate, took one look, and chuckled. "All right then, job done." At the same time, one truck after another drove into Nirvana Fortress. The survivors were crammed into the truck beds, jolted senseless the entire way, completely unable to see what was outside. They only knew they had passed through several gates. The light dimmed, then brightened again, and finally the vehicles came to a stop. Off the truck, everybody out." The soldiers' voices rang out from outside. The survivors helped each other down and jumped out of the truck beds. Then every last one of them froze. Before them was an enormous plaza. The ground was silver-white metal, smooth as a mirror, reflecting people as figures. A buzz-cut young man opened his mouth, so wide his jaw was practically about to hit the floor. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. He rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Where the hell did you bring me?" He turned to look at the soldier beside him. "Is this still Daxia?" The soldier's mouth twitched. Yes. The buzz-cut young man looked completely dumbfounded. "Since when does Daxia have a place like this? What the hell? Is this some sci-fi movie?" Off to the side, the fat guy had already dropped to his knees, stroking the silver-white ground with a reverent expression. "This is metal. This is real metal. My God, how much money did this cost?" The skinny tall guy craned his neck, staring at the lofty dome overhead, and muttered, "Am I dreaming? Isn't this the apocalypse? Aren't zombies everywhere? What sci-fi movie set was this place moved out of?" A girl covered her mouth, her eyes already reddening. I thought that after being rescued, we'd be living in tents, eating relief rations, lining up for water. But this is a 5-star resort. Isn't it? Another girl frantically pinched the philtrum under her nose. No, I'm gonna faint. The contrast is way too huge. Isn't it? Half an hour ago, I was waiting to die in a pile of zombies. And half an hour later, I'm standing on the set of sci-fi film. A short-haired girl crouched down and touched the ground, then stood up and bounced twice before saying with a serious face, "Guys, I have a bold idea." "Say it. Do we transmigrate?" "Transmigrate?" "Yeah, transmigrate into the future. This place is definitely Earth in the future. That Nirvana army rescued us, but they're actually a military force from the future." The people around her looked at her like she was an idiot. "What about the zombies? The future has zombies too?" The zombies evolved too?" "Oh, cut out." A bespectacled boy pushed up his glasses and began seriously analyzing. "Judging from the architectural style and materials technology, this is at least a technological level from 50 years in the future. But considering we were just rescued from the apocalypse, the time span shouldn't be that large. Therefore, I deduce that this Nirvana base is a high-tech shelter hidden within the apocalypse." In plain language, it means I don't know either. A round of jeers rose from the crowd. In the corner, a boy in a plaid shirt suddenly pointed into the distance. "Look, is it a city wall?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. A silver-white metal wall stretched from left to right, enclosing the entire base tightly. 5 meters high, 2 meters thick. Under the lights, it gleamed with a cold sheen. On top of the wall, they could vaguely make out black gun barrels and patrolling soldiers. Holy shit, a steel city wall? What the hell is this, the apocalypse or some sci-fi war movie? I can't even tell anymore. Mom asked me why I entered the base on my knees. The fat guy suddenly blurted out, "Say, who do you think owns this base? Are they still hiring? I want to apply to be a janitor." "A janitor? You? This floor is cleaner than your face." "Then a toilet cleaner works too." Everyone burst into laughter. As they laughed, someone started crying. "Great. This is great. We can stay alive. We can really stay alive." The person beside him patted his shoulder and said nothing. In the distance, Jiang Chun stood at the entrance of the command center, watching this group of jumpy survivors. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. This was only the beginning. Once they saw the agricultural zone on the 3rd floor, the 4-person dorms on the 2nd floor, and the luxury cafeteria on the 1st floor, who knew how shocked they'd be. He turned and walked toward the command center. Behind him, the survivors were still chattering away. "What do you think the boss of this base looks like?" "He is definitely a big shot, either a general or some rich tycoon. I think he is a scientist, the one who invented this kind of high-tech shelter. Maybe he is a handsome guy." "Oh, get a rest. All you ever think about is handsome guys." "I'm just saying." 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun had just sat down when the system notification rang out right on time. Ding. Detected that the troops under the head of state killed a total of 13,247 zombies today. Beginning reward calculation. Killed 13,247 normal zombies. 13,247 merit points. Current total merit points, 191,200. Detected dropped items. M4, A1 carbine blueprint 1. Scar H automatic rifle blueprint 1. M3 20 grenade launcher blueprint 1. M2 HB heavy machine gun blueprint 1. M1 10 semi-automatic sniper rifle blueprint 1. Military sleeping bag blueprint 1. Field rations 24-hour type blueprint 1. Tactical flashlight blueprint 1. Holographic sight blueprint 1. Jiang Chun looked at the long list of drops, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. More than 13,000 zombies, no mutants. But the drops were pretty good. He opened them one by one to check. M4 A1 carbine type automatic rifle. Caliber 5.56 millimeters. Features classic US military weapon, modular design, abundant attachments, high accuracy, excellent reliability. Exchange price 60 merit points per rifle. Scar H automatic rifle type automatic rifle. Caliber 7.62 millimeters. Features standard equipment for special forces, powerful, long range, adaptable to harsh environments. Exchange price 80 merit points per rifle. M3 20 grenade launcher type single shot grenade launcher. Caliber 40 millimeters. Features can be used independently or mounted under a rifle, lightweight and flexible. Exchange price 200 merit points each. Ammunition price 1 merit point per round. M2 HB heavy machine gun type heavy machine gun. Caliber 12.7 millimeters. Features a century-old classic, ferocious firepower, extremely high reliability, suitable for both vehicle-mounted and fixed-position use. Exchange price 800 merit points each. Ammunition price 2 merit points per 1,000 rounds. M110 semi-automatic sniper rifle type sniper rifle. Caliber 7.62 millimeters. Features semi-automatic sniping, fast rate of fire, high accuracy, suitable for precise medium and long-range shooting. Exchange price 500 merit points per rifle. Military sleeping bag type individual sleeping equipment. Specifications: foldable, lightweight, warm. Exchange price: 10 merit points each. Field rations: 24-hour type. Type: individual ration. Specifications: one 24-hour set, includes 3 meals and energy bars. Features: high in calories, nutritionally balanced, long shelf life. Exchange price: 5 merit points per set. Tactical flashlight. Type: lighting equipment. Specifications: can be mounted on a weapon rail or used by hand. Features: high brightness, waterproof, shock resistant, long battery life. Exchange price: 20 merit points each. Holographic sight. Type: firearm optic. Features: quick target acquisition, wide field of view, suitable for close to mid-range combat. Exchange price: 5 merit points each. Jiang Chun looked at these newly obtained blueprints and started calculating in his head. The M4A1 and the Scar H were both good stuff. The M4 was light and flexible, while the Scar had greater power. They would nicely supplement the existing rifle system. The M2 HB heavy machine gun was even more classic than the 171 and the Type 89. It could be mounted on the city wall as a fixed firepower point. The M320 grenade launcher was light and flexible and could be issued to squads. As for the daily use supplies, the military sleeping bags, field rations, tactical flashlights, and holographic sights were all practical items. He could exchange for some in bulk later and issue them to the troops and the survivors. He closed the panel and leaned back in his chair, looking out the window at the silver-white city wall. 190,000 merit points. How should he spend them? 190,000 merit points. Jiang Chun stared at the number, lightly tapping his finger on the armrest. What to buy? An Apache, 50,000 per unit. With 50,000 merit points, he could get an armed helicopter. It could fight and run, had strong mobility and decent firepower. But after glancing at the silver-white alloy wall outside, and then at the distribution map of the weapon stations on the wall, he shook his head. The Apache was good stuff, but it wasn't the most urgently needed right now. The fortress already had 12 Thor units and 2 land shield units. Its close-range firepower was fierce enough. But what it lacked was a true heavy killer, the kind of thing that could teach any enemy a lesson with a single shot. Tianfa, 2,000, 100,000 merit points per cannon. With a 200mm caliber, flattening a building with 1 shell was no problem, and its kill radius reached 80 meters. Installed on the large station at the fortress core, any enemy daring to approach would have to get a taste of this thing first. This was it. Ding. Consumed 100,000 merit points. Obtained Tianfa 2000 Heavy Fortress Defense Cannon 1. Automatically installed at the large station in the fortress core. A faint glimmer flashed. At the center of the fortress, the largest weapon station slowly rose up. A thick, giant cannon extended out from inside the station. Its 200mm muzzle pointed toward the sky, giving off a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The barrel was as thick as a tree trunk, and the body of the cannon was solid and heavy. Just looking at it made people feel reassured. The corner of Jiang Chun's lips lifted slightly. Just being able to hold the line wasn't enough. He also needed something that could strike out. PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzer, 20,000 merit points per unit. A combat weight of 45 tons, a 155mm caliber, and a range of 40 kilometers. Set inside the fortress, it could hit wherever he wanted. 4 of them. 80,000 merit points. Ding. Consumed 80,000 merit points. Obtained PL-05 self-propelled howitzers 4. Deployed to the eastern artillery position of the fortress. Jiang Chun exchanged all the remaining merit points for ammunition. 155mm shells, 200 rounds. Consumed 10,000 merit points. Heavenly Punishment Cannon shells, 30 rounds, consuming 6,000 merit points. After squandering it all, Jiang Chun looked at the lonely 4-digit number on the system panel. But the smile at the corner of his mouth just would not fade. In the center of the fortress, the Heavenly Punishment giant cannon pointed silently at the sky. On the eastern position, for PL-05 self-propelled howitzers stood in a neat line, their barrels raised high, like 4 crouching steel beasts, ready to pounce on their prey at any moment. He pushed open the door of the command center and walked onto the city wall. The wind blew over, carrying the lingering smell of blood outside the city, and the scent of food drifting from the mess hall inside. Li Yunlong had somehow come up as well. He squatted by the city wall, a cigarette in his mouth, squinting his small eyes as he looked at the 4 new big guys in the east. Commander, how far can this thing hit? 40 kilometers. Li Yunlong froze for a moment, the cigarette nearly falling from his mouth. What the hell? 40 kilometers? Li Yunlong was silent for 2 seconds, then took a hard drag on a cigarette, flicked the butt off the city wall, stood up, and patted the dust off his butt. Damn it, with this thing here, who do you still dare come in the future? He walked down from the wall, took a few steps, then looked back at the 4 cannons and grinned. Jiang Chun stood on the city wall, watching his departing back, and suddenly remembered something. He shouted down the wall, "Wait, Li Yunlong." Li Yunlong had just reached the city gate when he heard the shout and hurried back, jogging up onto the wall. "Commander, what is it? Go get Zhou Zemin. Have him arrange those survivors. Tell them the rules that need to be told. Say what needs to be said. There are over 1,000 people. It can't get messy." "Got it." Li Yunlong turned and ran, his loud voice carrying all the way out. "Old Zhou, Old Zhou, the commander wants you. Less than 5 minutes later, Zhou Zimin jogged up onto the wall, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. Commander, you were looking for me? Jiang Chen nodded and pointed at the survivors still looking around in the plaza, inside the wall. These people are yours to arrange. Register them, assign dorms, make the rules clear, and tell them one by one what they should do and what they shouldn't do. Understood. Zhou Zimin wiped the sweat from his face. Don't worry, Commander. I'll arrange everything properly. Jiang Chen looked at him. Remember, rules are rules. Those who listen eat. Those who don't. He paused and did not finish. But Zhou Zimin already understood. Don't worry, Commander. I know what to do. In the plaza, more than 1,000 survivors were gathered in small groups. Some squatted, some sat, some looked around, and some whispered to each other. Zhou Zimin carried a table to the center of the plaza and stood there. Behind him followed 2 middle-aged men, both selected from among the survivors for being quick and capable workers. He cleared his throat. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Listen up. The noisy chatter gradually quieted down, and everyone's eyes focused on him. My name is Zhou Zimin. I'm in charge of managing you. From now on, you are all people of the Nirvana Fortress. There are some rules I need to make clear to you first. He held up one finger. First, here. The commander's words are the highest order. Whatever the commander tells you to do, you do it. If he says go east, you're not allowed to go west. If he says stand, you're not allowed to sit. Understand? There was a rustle in the crowd. Some nodded, some exchanged glances. Second, this is the apocalypse. We do not keep idle people. Everyone has to work. Move corpses, sweep trash, farm, cook, clean, anything. The more you work, the better you eat. If you don't work, you don't eat. Third, no fighting, no stealing, no bullying others. Violators get locked in a dark room the first time and kicked out the second time. He paused and swept his gaze over everyone. You all know better than I do what's outside. Being kicked out means a dead end. The plaza was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Some shrank their necks, some lowered their heads, some swallowed. Fourth, Zhou Zimin raised a fourth finger. You're alive now because of the commander. Your lives were saved by the commander. So put away all those messy thoughts. Here, work honestly and do as you're told. That's better than anything else. He lowered his hand and clasped both hands behind his back. His voice turned colder. To put it bluntly, being alive is already good enough. If anyone thinks he is something special, if anyone wants to bargain with the commander, the zombies outside are still hungry. I don't mind sending you out. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with glasses and gray hair stepped out from the crowd. He was wearing a wrinkled white shirt. Though he looked miserable, his back was still straight. Clearly someone used to being in charge. This comrade. He pushed up his glasses, his face carrying that habitual official tone. I'd like to ask, was the commander our superior before the apocalypse? Also, which army group does our Nirvana army belong to? I used to work at the Education Bureau, and I've had dealings with the military subdistrict too. Zhou Zimin glanced at him and said nothing. The man continued, I don't mean anything else. I just want to understand the situation. After all, there are so many of us. We should at least know who is leading us. If it's convenient, could you arrange for us to meet the commander? We'd like to thank him in person. Before he could finish, a middle-aged woman in a purple-red jacket chimed in from the side, her voice sharp and shrill with an air of command. That's right. There's so many of us. We can't just muddle through, can we? This commander title sounds like something from the old society. What era is this already? And you're still doing this? At least we're educated people. What is wrong with meeting him once? It's not like he has some big shot. Zhou Zimin's face darkened completely. He sneered, his voice not loud, but like a knife. Meet the commander? He stared at the middle-aged woman, his eyes cold as ice. The commander is busy with countless matters every day. Military affairs keep him occupied. Who do you think you are? Asking to see him whenever you want. The middle-aged woman froze. The flesh on her face trembled. What kind of attitude is that? I'm at least from the Shengjing City Education Bureau. Education Bureau? Zhou Zimin let out a scoff and cut her off. What time is it now? You're still talking about the Education Bureau? He stepped forward, and the middle-aged woman subconsciously took half a step back. Get this straight. This ISN to your office. No one here will indulge you. Keep yapping, and I'll lock you in the dark room. The middle-aged woman's face turned red. Her lips trembled. You're shameless. What is the difference between you and thugs? We want to see the commander. We want to complain. You're violating human rights. The man with glasses also echoed, exactly. You can't just arrest people. We were only asking about the situation. We didn't break any law. Zhou Zimin couldn't be bothered to waste more breath. He waved his hand behind him. Take them away. Lock them in the dark room. Starve them for 2 days first. The 2 middle-aged men behind him immediately stepped forward and grabbed the middle-aged woman from both sides. What are you doing? Let go of me. You can't do this. I'm going to complain to your superiors. The middle-aged woman struggled, her voice shrill and thin, like a pig being slaughtered. Zhou Zimin did not even look at her. He pointed at the man with glasses. And him. Take him too. Hey, what are you arresting me for? I haven't even said anything. The man struggled, but he could not resist the strength of the 2 men and was dragged forward in a stagger. The 2 of them kept shouting, their voices growing farther and farther away. until they disappeared at the end of the corridor. The plaza fell into dead silence. More than 1,000 survivors did not even dare breathe loudly. Zhou Zemin clapped his hands, turned around, and the indifferent expression returned to his face. He swept his gaze over the crowd, his voice neither loud nor soft. See that? Anyone who refuses to obey will end up like that. No one dared to speak. All right, stop standing around. Line up and come register one by one. The crowd began to move, silently forming several long lines. Zhou Zemin sat behind the table and started registering them one at a time. Name, age, what they did before the apocalypse. He asked carefully and wrote everything down seriously. Next, next, next. Those who finished registering received a set of clothes. A dark navy top, black pants, and on the left side of the chest was an embroidered golden phoenix. Below were the two characters, Nirvana. Go over there to get number tag, then go to the bathhouse on the second floor and wash up. After that, go to the cafeteria to eat. Tonight, you can eat your fill. Starting tomorrow, you work in exchange for food. Everything was orderly. The lines shuffled forward bit by bit. Finally, it was Lin Yuqing's turn. She walked up and stopped in front of the table. Zhou Zemin looked up, and the pen in his hand suddenly paused. The girl in front of him was wearing a filthy white t-shirt. Her hair was a mess, and there were several streaks of soot on her face. But that face, delicate features, a cool and distant aura. Even after so long without taking care of herself, her natural beauty couldn't be hidden. Zhou Zemin froze for a moment. His gaze lingered on her face for 2 seconds before he lowered his head and continued writing. Name, Lin Yuqing. What did you do before the apocalypse? A student. 3rd year at Fengtian Institute of Technology. Zhou Zemin nodded and wrote a few lines in the notebook. Then he looked up and beckoned to the side. Xiao Lu, take over for me. A young man walked over and took the pen. Zhou Zemin stood up and said to Lin Yuqing, come with me. Lin Yuqing froze and asked instinctively, where are we going? Zhou Zemin didn't answer. He just started walking. Lin Yuqing bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then followed him. Behind her, several of her roommates widened their eyes and looked at each other. Yuqing got called away? Where is she going? Don't tell me it's that. With Yuqing's looks, it's very possible. Don't talk nonsense. What if it's something good? Something good? Did you see how creepy that Zhou Gai's smile was? Yuqing couldn't have been taken by him too. Don't jinx it. The group whispered among themselves. Their voices getting quieter and quieter, their expressions growing more and more complicated. In the distance, Zhou Zemin led Lin Yuqing across the square toward the command center. Zhou Zemin walked in front at an unhurried pace. Lin Yuqing followed behind him, unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding hard. As they crossed the square, a few survivors who had just finished registering looked over curiously. She lowered her head and quickened her steps. The whole way, Zhou Zemin didn't speak, and she didn't dare say anything either. Only after they turned down a corridor, when the surroundings fell quiet and only their footsteps remained, did she finally lose patience. Manager Zhou. Her voice was very soft, with a slight tremble. Zhou Zemin didn't look back. HM, where exactly are you taking me? And for what? Zhou Zemin stopped and turned to look at her. That plain face didn't show much expression, but there was a shrewd light in his eyes. He looked her up and down, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly, like he was sizing up a commodity waiting to be sold. Lin Yuqing felt deeply uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively took half a step back. Zhou Zemin spoke, his voice gentle. Girl, you're a smart one. Saw one beat around the bush. He clasped his hands behind his back, his tone carrying the polish of someone experienced. The chief needs someone close by. Pouring tea, serving water, attending to his daily needs. To put it plainly, a personal maid. Lin Yuqing froze. Don't underestimate this job. Zhou Zemin raised a brow and held up one finger. The person closest to the chief. You want to worry about food or clothes. You want to have to work. You want to have to move corpses. You want to have to sweep trash. And in the entire base, other than the chief, no one will dare give you attitude. In the apocalypse, that's an opportunity countless people would beg for and never get. He paused, looked at Lin Yuqing's delicate face, and gave her a meaningful smile. When you meet the chief later, serve him well. If the chief takes a liking to you, you'll rise to the heavens in a single step. Rise to the heavens in a single step. Those 4 words exploded in Lin Yuqing's mind and buzzed there. Her eyes widened, her lips parted slightly. And for a moment, she didn't know what to say. He wanted her to serve some chief she hadn't even met. Her mind began uncontrollably producing all sorts of images. What kind of good person could a leader in the apocalypse possibly be? Maybe he was some greasy middle-aged man with a bloated face and fat ears, his face full of flesh, flashing gold teeth when he smiled. Maybe he was a pot-bellied old man, half bald, rolling 2 walnuts in his hand, his eyes lecherous whenever he looked at people. Maybe he was a sinister middle-aged man, skinny as a bamboo pole, wearing tiny round sunglasses and speaking in a weird, mocking tone. Every image sent a chill down her spine. She secretly glanced at several fully armed soldiers nearby, their hands gripping rifles. The words "I'm not going" reached her lips, only to get stuck in her throat, unable to come out no matter what. Manager Zhou. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I am ugly, and I'm not good at talking. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to serve the chief well. Zhou Zemin frowned, and she lowered her head, her voice getting even softer. I haven't bathed in more than half a month. You smell awful. If the chief sees me, I'll definitely offend his honored eyes. Zhou Zemin froze for a moment. Honored eyes? The chief looked only a little over 20. How had he become an old man? A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, but he didn't dwell on it. He waved his hand, his tone casual, as if arranging some daily chore. You have a point. More than half a month without a bath really won't do. In that case, he beckoned to the side, and a middle-aged woman who was cleaning nearby jogged over. Manager Zhou, you called for me? Zhou Zemin pointed at Lin Yuqing. Take her to the bathhouse and give her a proper wash. Find her a clean set of clothes to change into. Lin Yuqing's eyes widened, and she went completely blank on the spot. She had only used that as an excuse to refuse, but instead it backfired. Now even her excuse was gone. What are you standing there for? Go. Zhou Zemin had already turned around and was walking back toward the square. Without even looking back, he tossed out one last sentence. Wait after you're done washing. I'll send someone to call you. The middle-aged woman walked over with a cheerful smile and took Lin Yuqing's hand. Come with me, girl. Don't be scared. This is a good thing. Our chief is a truly good man, young and capable. Plenty of people want to get close to him and never get the chance. Lin Yuqing let herself be pulled forward, her mind completely blank. A good man? Young? Hadn't she just been imagining bloated faces and bald old men? So which was the truth? The bathhouse door opened in front of her, and a wave of heat rushed out. She walked mechanically. Hot water sprayed from the shower head onto her tangled hair and ran down her cheeks. She stared at herself in the mirror, her face appearing and fading in the steam. What kind of person would he be? The bathroom was filled with rising heat and drifting mist. Lin Yuqing stood under the shower head as hot water poured over her head, ran down her hair over her neck, across her collarbones, and pooled into the gray-black water at her feet. She hadn't bathed in a very long time. This body had once been the most eye-catching sight at Fengtian Institute of Technology. Ever since she was little, she had been used to being watched, used to those looks of amazement or jealousy, used to the eagerness of boys and the snide remarks of girls. But now, standing in front of the mirror and looking at that face flushed red by the hot water, all she felt was an indescribable complexity. In the end, she still compromised. What else could she do if she didn't This was someone else's turf. Those soldiers holding guns, those pitch-black cannon barrels, and that Zhou Zemin, who looked all smiles but could throw someone into solitary the moment he turned hostile. She didn't want to get a bullet. She wanted to live, and she didn't want to be thrown out to feed the zombies either. Zhou Zemin's words were still echoing in her ears. Move corpses, sweep trash, farm work. She lowered her head and looked at her hands. Slender and fair, hands that had barely even washed dishes a few times in her life. Her father was the owner of a construction company in Fengtian City, with a net worth of over 100 million. Her mother was a university professor, refined and well-educated. She had grown up living in a villa, riding in a BMW when she went out, and attending a private school that cost over 100,000 a year in tuition. The hardest thing she had ever done in her life was probably standing at attention during those 2 weeks of military training in college. Make her move corpses? Sweep trash? Squeeze in with those sallow, emaciated survivors and work alongside them? She bit her lip and forced those images out of her head. If there was a better choice, why should she suffer and toil with those people? She just hoped that the Yuan Shou wasn't what she thought he was. The next moment, those images started surfacing in her mind uncontrollably again. She couldn't help but shiver all over. Even with the hot water pouring over her body, she felt cold. She took a deep breath, suppressed those messy thoughts, turned off the faucet, grabbed a clean bath towel, and wrapped herself up tightly. The steam gradually dispersed, and the face in the mirror became clear again. Delicate features, a cool temperament, long wet hair draped over her shoulders. Droplets slid down from her hair tips, past her collarbone, and disappeared into the depths of the towel. She stared at herself in the mirror and said softly, no matter what it's like, you have to live. There was a knock at the door, followed by the voice of a middle-aged woman. Miss, are you done? I left your clothes by the door. Coming. She answered, gave the mirror one last look, then pushed the door open and walked out. When Lin Yuqing came out of the bathroom, her hair was still wet, with a few strands stuck to her cheeks. The Nirvana base uniform she had just changed into was a little too big. She had rolled the sleeves up twice, and the pants were a bit too long too, but standing there, she was still beautiful enough that people couldn't look away. Zhou Zemin looked her up and down and nodded in satisfaction. All right, come with me. He turned and walked toward the command center, his steps noticeably faster than before. Lin Yuqing bit her lip, fingers clutching her sleeve cuffs, and followed behind him. The command center's doors were silver-white metal, 2 imposing double doors. 2 fully armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. When they saw Zhou Zemin approaching, they stepped aside. The doors slid open soundlessly, revealing the spacious, brightly lit interior. Lin Yuqing took a deep breath and followed him inside. The command center was much bigger than she had imagined. An entire wall was covered in surveillance feeds. Countless screens showed every corner of the fortress, inside and out, in real time. A massive holographic map floated in the center, marked with the surrounding terrain and enemy activity. Several people were gathered around the map, discussing something in low voices. Documents were spread across the table, and ammo crates were stacked against the wall. But the most eye-catching thing was the man standing by the window. He had his back to the door, wearing a black combat uniform, tall and straight, with broad shoulders and a wide back. Sunlight streamed in from outside the window, outlining him in a layer of golden light. Zhou Zimin walked up and spoke respectfully. "Yuan Shou, I brought her." The man turned around. The moment Lin Yuqing saw his face, she froze. Young, far younger than she had imagined. Sharp brows, bright eyes, a straight nose bridge, and the faintest trace of a smile at the corner of his lips. That face was clean and fresh, without any of the greasy vulgarity she had imagined. Instead, it carried a steadiness that didn't match his age. Early 20s? No, maybe even younger. "Yuan Shou, this is the newly arrived survivor, Lin Yuqing." Zhou Zimin's voice came from beside her. She is from Fengtian Institute of Technology, a third-year student. "I thought this girl seemed pretty clever, so I figured I'd bring her over for you to have a look. Having one more person by your side to serve you would be convenient too." Only then did Jiang Chen notice there was still someone standing behind Zhou Zimin. His gaze swept over her, and he raised his brows slightly. She really was a beauty. Even in an ill-fitting uniform, she couldn't hide that inborn grace. Before he could speak, a soft cry suddenly came from behind him. "Yuqing?" Chu Yanran stepped out from behind Jiang Chen, her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Lin Yuqing froze as well, her mouth parting slightly, unable to speak for a long while. "Yanran?" Her voice trembled a little. "Why you? Why are you here?" "I." Chu Yanran instinctively glanced at Jiang Chen, and a complicated look flashed across her face. "I'm here, serving Yuan Shou." Serving Yuan Shou. When those four words came from Chu Yanran's mouth, they carried a gentleness Lin Yuqing had never heard from her before. The Chu Yanran who always held her chin high on campus and never gave anyone a pleasant look was now dressed in a black and white maid outfit, standing behind that young man with lowered brows and obedient eyes. Lin Yuqing felt like her brain couldn't quite process it. "You two know each other?" Jiang Chen glanced at the two of them. Chu Yanran nodded, her voice very soft. "Yuan Shou, Yuqing is my university classmate. A very good sister." "Oh." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. "That is quite a coincidence." He gave Lin Yuqing another look. She stood there clutching her sleeve cuffs, so nervous that even her eyelashes were trembling, but her eyes were bright, carrying a stubborn refusal to give in. She was a little like Chu Yanran when she had first arrived. "Since you know each other, then there's no need for nonsense." He withdrew his gaze. His tone is flat, as if he were talking about something insignificant. "Starting today, you'll be the same as Chu Yanran." He paused, then looked at Chu Yanran. "Yanran, take her to get familiar with things. Teach her what she should do and what rules she needs to follow." "Yes, master." Chu Yanran lowered her head, then walked over to Lin Yuqing and took her hand. "Yuqing, come with me." Lin Yuqing let herself be led out, her mind completely blank. Soon, the hallway quieted down, leaving only the sound of two people's footsteps. Chu Yanran held her hand and only let go after walking for quite a while. "Yanran." Lin Yuqing finally couldn't help asking he. "Yuan Shou, what kind of person is he?" Chu Yanran stopped and turned to look at her. After a few seconds of silence, she smiled gently. "A very good person," she said. "If you stay with him, you won't regret it." Lin Yuqing looked into Chu Yanran's eyes. There was no fear there, no grievance. Instead, there was something she couldn't understand, something like peace of mind, and also like dependence. Suddenly, she wasn't so afraid anymore. Maybe it really wasn't that bad. Night fell. In the underground villa, inside Chu Yanran's room, Lin Yuqing stood in front of the full-length mirror, feeling uncomfortable all over. She was wearing a pink and white maid outfit, similar to Chu Yanran's black and white one, but with softer colors. The hem of the skirt stopped just above her knees, revealing a stretch of fair calf. She wore a matching hairband on her head, and a bow was tied around her waist. The clothes fit perfectly, as if they had been prepared for her long ago. She tugged at the hem, then pulled at the collar. Her face was so hot it could fry an egg. Yanran, as she lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Is this really okay?" Chu Yanran stood behind her, helping her adjust the hairband, a faint smile on her lips. "It looks great, even better than mine." "That is not what I mean," Lin Yuqing bit her lip. Am I really going to Chu Yanran's hand paused for a moment. Then she continued, smoothing her hair. "Yuqing, are you scared?" Lin Yuqing stayed silent for a few seconds, then gently nodded. Chu Yanran lowered her hands, walked around to stand in front of her, and looked into her eyes. "Don't worry. When I first came here, I was scared too." "Then how did you? Because he is worth it." Chu Yanran's voice was soft, but firm. "Yuqing, the people outside live like ants, fighting every day over half a biscuit until their heads are broken and blood flows. What about us? We live here, we eat our fill, we stay warm, and we don't have to live in fear. He gave us all of this." She paused, then took Lin Yuqing's hand. "And besides, he is not a bad person." Lin Yuqing looked into Chu Yanran's eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded lightly. "I'll try." At 10 o'clock that night, Jiang Chen pushed open the villa door. After a full day of military affairs, he was a little tired, but still in good spirits. The moment he walked into the living room, he saw two figures standing beside the sofa, one on each side. Chu Yanran was wearing that classic black and white maid outfit. Her eyes lowered, gentle and quiet. Lin Yuqing stood beside her in a pink and white maid outfit. She had her head down, her face so red it looked ready to drip blood, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her skirt. Jiang Chen steps paused for a moment. This shows Zimin really knows what he is doing. Marshal, Chu Yanran stepped forward and took the coat from his hand. The hot water is ready. Would you like to bathe first? Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yuqing. Her eyelashes trembled, and she lowered her head even more. Steam filled the bathroom, and mist drifted through the air. Jiang Chen leaned against the side of the bath with his eyes closed, hot water covering his chest. Chu Yanran knelt behind him, gently massaging his shoulders with practiced hands. Lin Yuqing sat nearby, at a complete loss, not knowing what to do. Were you just sitting there for? Chu Yanran said softly. Wipe the Marshal S back. Lin Yuqing bit her lip, picked up the towel, and carefully wiped Jiang Chen's back. Her movements were clumsy, the pressure uneven like a kitten that had just learned to walk. Jiang Chen said nothing and didn't open his eyes. The bathroom was so quiet that only the sound of water and breathing remained. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes and stood up from the bath. Water splashed down, revealing firm, powerful lines of muscle. Chu Yanran picked up a robe and draped it over him. Lin Yuqing kept her head lowered, her face red all the way to her ears. In the bedroom, the lighting was soft. Jiang Chen sat at the edge of the bed, looking at the two people standing before him. Chu Yanran lowered her eyes and waited quietly. Lin Yuqing was trembling all over with nerves, her lashes quivering like butterflies in the wind. Come here. He spoke, his voice not loud. Chu Yanran went over first and gently sat beside him. Lin Yuqing bit her lip, hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly walked over as well. Jiang Chen reached out and took hold of her wrist. Her skin was cool and trembling slightly. Scared? He asked. Lin Yuqing didn't dare look at him. She nodded lightly, then shook her head. From his side, Chu Yanran said softly, Don't be afraid. The Marshal is very good. Jiang Chen released Lin Yuqing's wrist, then lifted her chin and made her look at him. If you don't want to, you can leave. I don't force people. Lin Yuqing froze for a moment as she looked at his calm face. She suddenly remembered what Chu Yanran had said. The Marshal is a very good person. If you stay with him, you won't regret it. She took a deep breath and shook her head. I'm willing. Her voice was very soft, but very firm. Jiang Chen looked at her for a few seconds, then let go, then stay. The night deepened. The bedroom was lit in dim yellow light, filled with an intimate atmosphere. Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard. Chu Yanran was nestled in his arms, her cheeks flushed, her breathing still a little unsteady. Lin Yuqing curled up on the other side, her whole body like a cooked shrimp, pink all over, burying her face in the pillow and not daring to lift her head. Chu Yanran laughed softly, leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered something. Jiang Chen raised a brow and looked toward Lin Yuqing. Her shoulders trembled, and she buried herself even deeper. He reached out and pulled her over. Lin Yuqing let out a startled cry as her whole body fell into his arms. Her face pressed against his chest, burning hot. Look up. She slowly raised her head. There were still tears clinging to her lashes, her face red as if blood might drip from it, her eyes watery, like they held a pool of spring water. Jiang Chen lowered his eyes to look at her and reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Does it hurt? She bit her lip, nodded lightly, then shook her head again. Chu Yanran leaned over from behind and whispered by her ear, It'll be fine in a little while. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes, and her lashes trembled. Then she felt one warm arm wrap around her waist, while the other hand cradled the back of her head. Her whole body was wrapped in a burning embrace, and by her ear was the sound of a strong, powerful heartbeat. Her fingers clenched the bedsheet, then slowly loosened. In the room, the lamplight swayed. The low whispers came and went, like a night breeze brushing across a lake, sending out ring after ring of ripples. Outside the window was a simulated starry sky, dotted with countless stars, quietly looking down on the only warmth in this wasteland. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock sharp. Ding. Daily territory settlement. Current territory, Nirvana Fortress. Territory survivors, 1,168 people, 1,037 newly added. Today's merit income, 1,168 points. Current total merit, 70,465. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, glanced at the system panel, and rolled out of bed. A faint fragrance lingered in the bedroom. Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing were already up and preparing breakfast. Lin Yuqing was still wearing that pink and white maid outfit. Her movements were still a little clumsy, and when she carried a plate, she was extra careful, afraid of dropping it. When she saw Jiang Chen come out, her face turned red and she lowered her head. Good morning, master. Jiang Chen nodded, sat down, and started eating breakfast. Fried eggs, bacon, toast, milk, refined as always. He ate quickly, his mind already working through today's battle plan. After finishing the meal, he stood up and glanced at the clock on the wall. 8:20. Let's go. To the command center. 8:30, command center. Around the circular conference table, all the officers had already arrived. Jiang Chun pushed the door open and walked in. Several people stood up at the same time. Marshal. Jiang Chun waved a hand and walked to the main seat before sitting down. Begin. Kong Jie pressed the switch for the holographic map, and a three-dimensional terrain map appeared before everyone. With Nirvana Fortress at the center, all buildings, roads, and terrain within a 1-kilometer radius were visible at a glance. Most of the area had already been marked green. Those were the places that had been cleared out, but extending farther outward were still large yellow and red zones, marked with zombie distributions. Head leader, according to the drone recon, the zombies within a 1-kilometer radius are mainly concentrated in 3 directions. Kong Jie pointed at the map. To the east, there's an abandoned residential area with an estimated 2,000 zombies. To the south, there's a large building materials market. The zombie density there is high, and there are probably more than 3,000. To the west, there's a commercial street. The zombies are more spread out there, but there's still over 1,000. Li Yunlong took the toothpick out of his mouth and grinned. More than 6,000 total? Not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Ding Wei glanced at him. Old Li, that pair of red underpants still didn't teach you a lesson? Li Yunlong's face darkened. Old Ding, can you stop bringing that up? The others held back their laughter. Kong Jie tapped the table, his expression serious. Enough messing around. This time, we'll split into 3 groups and clear all 3 directions at the same time. Head leader, how should we assign them? Jiang Chen stood up and walked over to the map. Kong Jie, take 1st platoon and handle the eastern residential area. Ding Wei, take 2nd platoon and handle the southern building materials market. Li Yunlong, take 3rd platoon and handle the western commercial street. He turned around and looked at them. Remember, this time we're not just clearing zombies. After each area is secured, set up a temporary stronghold on the spot and plant a flag. From now on, those places will be our territory. Understood. The 3 answered in unison. A faint smile curled at Jiang Chun's lips. Also, bring the PLZ-05 this time. Let them have a taste of battle too. Li Yunlong slapped his thigh and grinned. Got it. I've been wanting to see that big thing show its power for a long time. Ding Wei said faintly from the side. Old Li, just don't blow some random crap into your own face again. Get lost. Everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 80. The 155 howitzer shows its might at 9 in the morning. The fortress's east gate opened, and the 3 teams set out at the same time. To the east, Kong Jie led 1st platoon. 4 Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles took the lead, followed by 2 infantry squads. At the rear of the formation, a PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzer slowly rolled out. The 45-ton steel beast crushed over the ground with a deep, heavy rumble. Its 155mm barrel was raised high, pointing toward the distant residential area. To the south, Ding Wei led 2nd platoon, with the same setup, for infantry fighting vehicles and 1 PLZ-05. The gun barrel was aimed at the building materials market like a ferocious beast ready to pounce at any moment. To the west, Li Yunlong led 3rd platoon with the same configuration. He stood on top of an infantry fighting vehicle with a radio in hand, full of spirit. Brothers, today we're going to let those bastards see what real firepower looks like. East side, residential area. Kong Jie stood atop an infantry fighting vehicle and raised his binoculars. Ahead was a cluster of old 6-story apartment buildings. Their walls were weathered, their windows shattered, like rows of silent tombstones. In the narrow alleys between the buildings, faintly swaying figures could be seen. The drone recon shows the zombies are mainly gathered in the buildings in the middle. A soldier beside him reported. Kong Jie nodded and picked up the radio. Artillery team, target, center of the residential area. The coordinates have been sent. Fire 2 rounds first. Let us see the effect. Received. In the rear, the PL-05 self-propelled howitzer slowly rotated its turret, and the 155mm barrel pointed toward the center of the residential area. Loaded. Fire. Boom. A deafening blast rang out, and the entire artillery vehicle trembled. The shell screamed out of the barrel, drawing an arc through the air before smashing into the center of the residential area. Rumble. A massive fireball exploded in the middle of the residential area, and the shockwave swept through everything. Half the wall of a 6-story building collapsed on the spot, with bricks and rubble flying everywhere. Every window in the nearby buildings shattered from the blast, and shards of glass rained down like droplets. In the firelight, dozens of zombies were blown into the air. Some were directly vaporized by the extreme heat, some were torn to pieces by the shockwave, and some were buried beneath the collapsing wall. When the smoke cleared, a huge crater had appeared in the center of the residential area, and several nearby buildings were left teetering on the verge of collapse. Kong Jie lowered his binoculars, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He knew this thing was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. It had practically blown down half a building in one shot and cleared out a huge section of the area. Continue. Boom, 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 boom. For more shells slammed into the residential area. The whole place looked as if a giant had stomped on it. Buildings collapsed one after another, and groups of zombies were blasted into the air one after another. Those wandering between the buildings never even saw where the enemy was before they were buried in the ruins. South side, building materials market. Dingwei did not rush to use the artillery. He first sent a drone in for a full recon sweep, confirming the zombies' distribution and checking whether there were any survivors to avoid friendly casualties. The building materials market was a massive steel frame structure. Half the roof had already collapsed, and the inside was piled high with all kinds of construction materials. The zombies were hiding among the shelves and stacks of materials, packed so densely there were at least more than 3,000 of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. 3,000 beasts packed into one giant iron shed. Dingwei stroked his chin, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. ISNT, this just a ready-made coffin? He picked up the radio. Artillery team, target, building materials market. High explosive shells. Rapid fire. Received. Boom, boom, boom. 3 155mm shells whistled into the building materials market. Boom, boom, boom. Massive fireballs burst out from inside the market, and half the roof was blown away. Inside the enclosed space, the shockwave's power multiplied. The shelves, materials, and tools all turned into shrapnel, ricocheting back and forth through the structure. As for the zombies, they didn't even have time to scream before they were blown to pieces, shredded by shrapnel, and buried under the collapsed steel framework. Dingwei nodded with satisfaction and turned to his adjutant. Let the infantry squads go in and clean up the rest of the small fry. Meanwhile, west side, Commercial Street. Li Yunlong stood on top of an infantry fighting vehicle, holding up his binoculars as he looked at the long street in the distance. The street was packed with shops on both sides, clothing stores, restaurants, small supermarkets, phone shops. The more prosperous it had once been before the apocalypse, the more dangerous it was now. The drone feed showed that while there were only a little over 1,000 zombies wandering the street, plenty more were hiding inside the shops on both sides. If they really cleared it one street at a time, it would take too much time and effort. The hell would I waste that kind of effort for? Li Yunlong tossed aside his binoculars and grabbed the radio. Artillery team, target, Commercial Street. From one end of the street to the other, fire one round every 50 meters. Drive all those bastards out. I'll be waiting for them at the street entrance. Received. Boom, 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 boom. 155mm shell after another exploded all along the Commercial Street. Flames shot into the sky, glass flew everywhere, and walls collapsed. The zombies hiding inside the shops were drawn out by the explosions and surged toward the street entrance. Then what greeted them was the 30mm autocannons and mounted machine guns of the 4 infantry fighting vehicles. Tunk, 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 tunk. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The zombies dropped in an instant, leaving behind nothing but rotten flesh and blood all over the ground. Standing on top of the infantry fighting vehicle, Li Yunlong watched the scene with a grin so wide it would not close. Now, this is satisfying. Damn satisfying. He turned back to glance at the PL-05 behind him, his eyes shining. This thing, I've got to get the head leader to bring in a few more of these later. Half an hour later, on the Commercial Street, the gunfire gradually began to thin out. The zombies that had rushed out of the shops had been almost completely cleared. Li Yunlong jumped down from the infantry fighting vehicle, patted the dust off himself, and grabbed the radio. All squad leaders, listen up. Take combat squads as units. Spread out and clear the area. Search house by house. Don't leave a single corner unchecked. Kill any zombies on sight. Bring any survivors back to base. 7 squad received. 8 squad received. 9 squad received. The soldiers quickly spread out, 3 to a group, 5 to a team, and went into the shops along both sides of the street. Occasionally, a few gunshots rang out, short and crisp like popping beer bottle caps. A soldier walked out of a clothing store and made a clear gesture to the people outside. A nearby squad went into a restaurant. A roar came from inside, followed by 2 quick bursts, then silence. Li Yunlong bit a cigarette, leaned against the infantry fighting vehicle, and squinted his small eyes as he watched. After these past few days of fighting, the zombies within a radius of several kilometers had basically been wiped out, aside from the stragglers hiding in the corners. There were hardly any that could still stand and walk. Of course, with the artillery fire being so loud, new zombies would definitely be drawn in from far away. But those were scattered and couldn't pose a threat. Oldly, how is your side? Dingwei's voice came through the radio. Almost done. Just cleaning up the leftovers. You? The building materials market here is almost finished too. The remaining infantry are clearing it. Kong Jia's voice cut in as well. The residential district is almost done too. Those shells blew some buildings down and buried quite a few, saved us a lot of trouble. Li Yunlong grinned. That PLZ-05 really is damn useful. I'll talk to the Supreme Commander later and get a few more. Next time we go out to fight, we'll blast them with a round first, then send in the infantry. Saves time, effort, and ammo. Save it, Dingwei said with a laugh and a curse. One shell from that thing costs enough to buy you thousands of rounds. That's not the same. Li Yunlong said. Shells are shells. Bullets are bullets. Shells are for show. The few of them bickered over the channel, but their hands never stopped. On the Commercial Street, the gunfire grew sparser and sparser, until it finally went completely quiet. A squad leader ran over to report, Platoon leader, the commercial street has been cleared. 437 zombies have been killed. No survivors found. Li Yunlong nodded and waved behind him. Fall back. Next street. At the command center, Jiang Chun stood in front of the holographic map, looking at the squads that were clearing the area in scattered formation on the screen. Green light points represented their own forces, advancing slowly but steadily across the map. Red light points represented zombies, disappearing piece by piece. He calculated the progress. At this rate, the zombies within a radius of 1 kilometer could be cleared in 3 days. That was far faster than the planned 15 days. He opened the system panel and brought up the panoramic map of Fengtian City. On the map, the location of Nirvana Fortress was in the outskirts at the very edge of Fengtian City, like a lone chess piece dropped on the edge of the board. To the north were rolling farmland and villages, with sparse buildings and a small population, so the clearing difficulty wasn't too high. To the south was the main urban area of Fengtian City, with towering buildings, crisscrossing roads, and a dense population. Before the apocalypse, several million people lived there. After the apocalypse, that meant several million or even tens of millions of zombies. Jiang Chen stared at that dense urban district and fell silent for a moment. Then he closed the map and leaned back in his chair. No need to rush. He remembered an old saying, build high walls, stockpile grain, and slowly claim kingship. Now the fortress walls were up, and they weren't short of food, but their manpower was still insufficient. A company, more than 100 men, was more than enough to defend the fortress, but pushing into the city center would be like a cup of water poured onto a burning cart. He needed more troops. A battalion, a brigade, even a corps. He needed more artillery, more tanks, more armored vehicles, more attack helicopters. He needed to clear the surrounding area first, turn these outskirts into his own base, then stockpile troops, grain, and ammunition. When the day came that his soldiers were strong and his horses were well fed, he would advance toward the city center. By then, no matter how many zombies were inside, no matter how many mutant types were hiding there, he would have the power to fight. He picked up a pen and wrote 4 words on the edge of the map. Start with the easy, then the hard. Then he wrote 4 more. Proceed gradually. At the same time, inside an underground parking garage, the dim lights flickered on and off, emitting a crackling electric sound. The air was filled with a damp, moldy stench, mixed with some kind of hard-to-describe sour rot. The 5 soldiers from 3rd Squad moved slowly down the ramp with flashlights, their footsteps echoing through the empty space. This place is damn creepy, one of the soldiers in front muttered, his gun muzzle slowly sweeping around with the flashlight beam. Abandoned cars parked at odd angles, debris scattered all over the ground, dried black bloodstains on the walls. The squad leader raised his fist, and all 5 of them stopped at once. He listened for a few seconds, then crouched down and took out a thermal imager from his backpack. On the screen, several blurry heat sources appeared deeper inside. People, he said in a low voice. Quite a few. Survivors? Should be. Come on, let us take a look. The 5 of them quickened their pace, walked around several abandoned cars, and came to a metal door at the deepest part of the parking garage. It was an old air raid shelter door, made of thick steel plates with rust all over its surface. Several steel bars had been welded onto it as handles, and rags and plastic bags had been stuffed into the bottom, sealing it tight. The squad leader stepped forward and knocked hard 3 times. Anyone inside? We're the Nirvana Army. We've been ordered by the Supreme Commander to rescue you. Silence. No response. He knocked 3 more times. Anyone in there? We're here to save you. Still no answer. A soldier behind him whispered, Squad leader, could there be no one inside? Is the thermal imager broken? No. Wait a little longer. A few seconds later, rustling finally came from behind a door. Someone dragged heavy steps to the other side, and a hoarse voice, almost impossible to hear, asked to, Nirvana Army, we're here to save you. Open the door. There was a pause behind the door. Then the harsh screech of metal scraping against metal. Someone used a lot of effort to push the door open a crack. Light seeped through the gap, revealing a series of gray-white faces so thin they were almost unrecognizable. The moment the door was fully pushed open, a thick stench hit them in the face. Several soldiers stepped back half a step at the same time. It was the smell of filth, the stench of rotting corpses, sweat, and mold, all fermented together for who knew how long, so thick it almost felt like you could touch it with your hand. Inside was a small air raid shelter, only about 20 to 30 square meters. The floor was covered with broken cardboard boxes and dirty blankets, and the corner was piled with empty snack bags and water bottles. In the innermost area, 2 corpses covered with clothes had already rotted badly, with flies buzzing around them. In another corner, more than 10 men and women were huddled together, their eyes hollow and their bodies reduced to skin and bones. They looked at the fully armed soldiers at the door, and light slowly lit up in their eyes, like the light of a drowning man seeing driftwood or a desert traveler seeing an oasis. Are you really here to save us? An old man asked shakily. The squad leader nodded, his voice softening. Yes, it's temporarily safe outside. Come with us. There's food and there's water. The moment he finished speaking, someone cried. Someone collapsed onto the ground and couldn't get back up. Someone tried to stand, but their legs went weak and they dropped to their knees again. Several soldiers hurried forward to help people up, handing out water and dry rations. Right at that moment, a sharp voice suddenly exploded from the crowd. Why? A woman in her 30s abruptly stood up. She was so skinny her cheekbones jutted out and her eye sockets were deeply sunken. The expression on her face was so twisted it looked like she wanted to devour someone alive. She pointed at the soldiers, her voice shrill and piercing. Why couldn't you have come earlier? If you'd come earlier to save us, my family and my friends wouldn't have died. It's all your fault. You killed them. Everyone froze. Several survivors who were drinking water stopped mid-motion and stared at her blankly. The soldiers' hands holding the kettles stiffened in midair. The squad leader slowly straightened up and looked at the woman, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. As expected, this world would never be lacking in moral blackmail. A young soldier nearby couldn't hold back anymore. How can you be so unreasonable? We've been busy all day. We haven't even had time to eat a bite ourselves. We risked our lives to come save you. And not only are you not grateful, you're blaming us instead? Where's your conscience? Conscience? The woman's voice turned even sharper. You got guns, nice clothes, good food and drink. While we were here waiting to die. If you'd come one day earlier, my son wouldn't have died. He was only 5. Only 5. She screamed hysterically. Tears and snot smeared all over her face. The young soldier was so angry his face turned red. How is that our fault? We're not immortals. There are tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of zombies outside. We fought our way through them one by one. What right do you? The squad leader raised a hand to stop him, his voice calm. That's enough. Stop arguing. Seeing someone intervene, the woman became even more worked up. You're all cold-blooded. You just stood by and watched people die. A bunch of beasts. What is the difference between you and those zombies? I'm telling you, I want to see your superior. I'm filing a complaint against all of you. The expressions of several soldiers changed. Some tightened their grip on their guns. Some clenched their fists. Some gritted their teeth and turned their heads away. The young soldier said in a low voice, Squad leader, this woman is crazy. There's no need for us to stoop to her level. The squad leader nodded and stepped forward. The woman thought he was about to say something. She leaned forward a little, her mouth still open, ready to keep cursing. The squad leader raised his gun and roared, Damn zombie. You actually disguised yourself as an innocent, decent woman. Bang. The gunshot exploded through the enclosed air raid shelter, making everyone's ears buzz. A hole appeared in the woman's forehead. Her eyes were still wide open, her mouth still hanging open as her body fell stiffly backward. Thud. Her corpse hit the ground. Blood slowly spread out, mixing with the filth already on the floor. The air raid shelter fell into dead silence. Several survivors shrank into themselves in fright. Some covered their mouths, not daring to make sound. The soldiers were stunned for a moment too, but no one spoke. The squad leader put away his gun, clapped his hands, then picked up his walkie-talkie. His voice was so flat it sounded like he was reporting on the day's work. Platoon leader, Class 8 reporting. While rescuing survivors in the underground parking lot, we discovered one infected individual and have neutralized her on spot. Li Yunlong's carefree voice came through the walkie-talkie. Infected? What infected? A zombie? No, a human. Infected with madness, speaking nonsense, highly aggressive, suspected of showing signs before mutation. For safety reasons, she has already been dealt with. The walkie-talkie went silent for 2 seconds. Then Li Yunlong's booming laughter came through. Good. Nicely done. That thing is even more dangerous than a zombie. If you find one, you deal with it. Keep going and stay safe. Yes. The squad leader put down the walkie-talkie, turned around, and looked at the trembling survivors. His voice was calm. Anyone else think we came too late? Anyone else want to file a complaint? No one spoke. Some shook their heads. Some lowered them. Some stepped backward. The squad leader nodded, his tone easing. Let's go. There are vehicles outside, food and water. You're safe now. The soldiers helped the survivors out. As they passed the corpse, some instinctively walked around it. Some stepped over the bloodstains, but no one spared it a second glance. The squad leader walked to the very back and turned to look once more at the air raid shelter. Rot, filth, despair, and that corpse lying on the ground. He shook his head, turned, and followed after them. The door to the air raid shelter closed once more, sealing all that filth and darkness behind it. Night deepened, and the lights in the command center were soft. Li Jing stood in front of Jiang Chun holding a tablet. On the screen was a summary of the day's battle report. Chief, today's battle report. The 3 platoons killed approximately more than 5,000 zombies in total. Rescued 76 survivors, and our forces suffered 0 casualties. He paused, flipped to the next page, and continued. Also, based on feedback from each platoon, most of the zombies within a 1-kilometer radius have already been cleared out. If nothing unexpected happens, the task you assigned, Chief, will be fully completed within 3 days. Jiang Chun took the tablet and gave it a quick look. He nodded, set it down, and leaned back in his chair. Good work. The brothers have had it hard during this period. As they should. Li Jing stood ramrod straight. Jiang Chun waved a hand. Don't just stand there. Go past the order. Tell the brothers to get a proper bath and soak their feet. There's still work waiting for them tomorrow. The corners of Li Jing's mouth lifted slightly. He snapped to attention and saluted. Yes, Chief. Then he turned and strode away, his footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. 5,000 zombies, 76 survivors, 0 casualties. This war was going more and more smoothly. Just as he was thinking that, the system notification arrived right on time. Ding! Detected that the Chief S forces killed a total of 5,043 zombies today. Beginning reward settlement. Killed 5,043 ordinary zombies. Merit points, 5,043. Detected dropped items. Small flamethrower array blueprint 1. Diesel blueprint 1. Gasoline blueprint 1. Lubricating oil blueprint 1. Antifreeze blueprint 1. Tire repair kit blueprint 1. Jiang Chun raised a brow and opened them one by one to check. Small flamethrower array. Type, city wall defensive weapon. Specifications. Can be installed in small firing ports on a city wall. Each set covers a 60-degree frontal range, with an effective range of 30 meters. Features. Sprays high-temperature flames and has excellent lethality against densely charging zombies. Can continuously spray for about 30 seconds. After fuel is exhausted, the fuel tank must be replaced manually. Exchange price, 500 merit points per set. Fuel price, 5 merit points per tank. Supports 3 full sprays. Diesel type fuel. Specifications, 200-liter barrel. Features, specialized fuel for diesel engines. Can be used for power generation, vehicles, engineering machinery, and more. Exchange price, 2 merit points per barrel. Gasoline type, fuel. Specifications, 200-liter barrel. Features, specialized fuel for gasoline engines. Exchange price, 2 merit points per barrel. Lubricating oil, type, industrial consumable. Specifications, 20-liter barrel. Features, essential for maintenance of all kinds of machinery, vehicles, and weapons. Exchange price, 1 merit point per barrel. Antifreeze, type, industrial consumable. Specifications, 20-liter barrel. Features, intended for vehicle and engine cooling systems. Exchange price, 1 merit point per barrel. Tire repair kit, type, vehicle repair supply. Specifications, each pack can repair tires 5 times. Features, quickly repairs tire damage, inflates and patches tires in one. Exchange price, 10 merit points per pack. Jiang Chun looked at the long list, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. The weapon stations on the city wall already had the Thunder God and the Land Shield. Those were for hard battles. The small flamethrower array happened to fill the gap in close-range defense. When the zombies rushed to the foot of the wall, one blast would burn however many came. As for the fuel and supplies, diesel, gasoline, lubricating oil, antifreeze, they were all necessities for keeping the base running. Infantry fighting vehicles needed fuel, power generation needed fuel, engineering machinery needed fuel. The arrival of these things just happened to make up for one of his current shortcomings. Jiang Chun let out a breath, closed the panel, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, the fortress was brightly lit. Soldiers walked to the bathhouse in 2s and 3s. Some had their arms around each other as shoulders, and some chatted and laughed. In the distance, steam was still rising from the cafeteria chimney. The survivors stood in line for food, no longer as sallow and emaciated as when they had first arrived. The searchlights on the wall turned slowly, their beams sweeping across the darkness outside the city. The wall itself was silent. The Thunder God turrets crouched there like silent sentries. Farther out, nothing could be seen. There was only the sound of the wind and the occasional faint roar drifting over. That was the night of the apocalypse and also the dawn of hope. Jiang Chun withdrew his gaze, turned, and walked toward the door. There was still much to do tomorrow. Time passed. 2 days later, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sunlight slanted down, making the 6-story private hospital building shine brightly. 3 teams arrived from 3 directions at the same time and met at the intersection. 14 Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles roared in and lined up in a row, blocking the entire street tight. Their gun barrels hung low, and the engines had not yet been turned off, giving off a deep humming sound. The soldiers jumped down from the vehicles, quickly spread out, and took the high ground and key intersections around the hospital. Li Yunlong jumped down from the 1st infantry fighting vehicle, patted the dust off himself, and narrowed his small eyes as he sized up the building in front of him. White walls, gray windows, a red cross standing on a roof. One of the stone lions at the entrance was crooked, most of the glass was shattered, and there were dried black bloodstains on the wall. He smacked his lips. That's it. This tiny-ass place, isn't even enough to wedge between the teeth of one of my platoons. Ding Wei walked over from behind, holding a tablet and looking at the images sent back by the drone. Don't get careless. This hospital may not be big, but the layout is complicated. Outpatient wing, inpatient wing, operating rooms, pharmacy, twists and turns everywhere. Hiding 100 or so zombies and it would be easy. Kong Jia also walked over and stood beside the 2 of them. The Yuan Shou has given orders. Try not to damage the medical equipment inside. Operating tables, x-ray machines, medicine cabinets. Our base is short on all of that. And the doctors and nurses too. Save whoever you can. They're all valuable talent. Li Yunlong scratched his head. So that means no heavy weapons? We can't even use the IFV cannons? Can't use them. Kong Jia shook his head. One shell goes off and the walls come down. You think anything inside will still be intact? What about rocket launchers then? Can't use those either. Grenades? Li Yunlong, are you doing this on purpose? Kong Jie glared at him. Light weapons. Clear floor by floor. That's the Yuan show S order. Li Yunlong curled his lip and stuck the cigarette in his mouth. Fine, fine. Light weapons it is. Against 100 or so zombies, rifles are enough. He turned and walked toward his men, then after a few steps turned back. All right, can we use fire? Flamethrowers? Also no. Kong Jie's face was expressionless. You'll burn up the medicine. Li Yunlong muttered something under his breath and waved at his row of soldiers. Third platoon with me. Let us lure the trash out of the building first. The hospital's main entrance was a pair of glass doors. One was shattered, and the other hung crookedly. Li Yunlong stood at the entrance and threw a flashbang inside. Bang! White light exploded. Chaotic roars came from within. More than a dozen zombies rushed out from all corners of the lobby, mouths open and hands stretched forward as they lunged at the entrance. Li Yunlong calmly stepped back 2 paces and raised his hand. Fire! Da-da-da-da-da-da. More than a dozen rifles opened fire at the same time, and the rushing zombies dropped one after another. In less than 10 seconds, all of them were lying on the ground without moving. Li Yunlong leaned in and glanced inside. The lobby was quiet. He picked up the radio and called out, Old Kong, Old Ding, the entrance is clear. Your turn. According to the prearranged division of labor, the 3 platoons entered from different entrances at the same time. The first platoon entered through the front door and was responsible for the first floor outpatient lobby and pharmacy. The second platoon entered through the side door and was responsible for the second floor inpatient wing and operating rooms. The third platoon entered through the back door and was responsible for the third floor and above, including the rooftop. Kong Jie led his men into the lobby through the front entrance. The air was filled with the strong smell of disinfectant and rot, mixed together into something indescribably nauseating. Medical records, 4 stands, and wheelchairs were scattered across the floor. The guide map on the wall was still there, marking the locations of the various departments. He gave a hand signal, and the soldiers spread out, searching room by room. The pharmacy door was closed, and a low growl came from inside. Kong Jie stepped forward and kicked the door open. 3 zombies in white coats rushed out and were cut down by a burst of fire. The pharmacy was a mess. Several medicine shelves had fallen over, and pill bottles and medicine boxes were scattered across the floor. He glanced around. Most of the medicine was still there. They could send people back to move it later. Next door was a consultation room. The door was half open, and there was no one inside. The doctor's profile was still on the wall. The person in the photo was smiling and looked very kind. It was just that no one knew where he was now. On the second floor, Ding Wei led his men as they cleared the inpatient wing room by room. Some of the patient rooms on both sides of the hallway were open, and some were closed. For the open ones, they leaned in for a look. If there were zombies, they put them down. If not, they moved on. For the closed ones, they knocked first, listened for movement, and then decided whether to open them. A weak cry for help came from one of the patient rooms. Ding Wei signaled for 2 soldiers to step forward. The door was forced open. Inside were 5 or 6 survivors, so thin they were nearly unrecognizable, huddled in the corner. There were several corpses on the floor, already rotting. Another person was still lying on the bed, his chest rising and falling faintly. Ding Wei picked up the radio. Survivors found on the second floor. 6 total, all alive. They need medical assistance. On the third floor, Li Yunlong had led his men halfway through the suite when a patient room door suddenly burst open from the inside, and an especially large zombie charged out. It was a head taller than ordinary zombies, with bulging muscles all over its body and bluish-gray skin. Li Yunlong reacted extremely fast. He sidestepped, pressed the muzzle under its chin, and emptied a burst into it. The zombie's head exploded. The headless corpse staggered forward 2 steps before crashing to the ground. He kicked it and cursed, "Damn it, that scared the hell out of me." 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. They cleared floor by floor, searched room by room. Survivors were found one after another. Doctors, nurses, patients, old and young, men and women. In one corner, an old man with graying hair was curled up in a storage room. He was wearing a white coat, and a work badge was pinned to his chest. It read, Vice President Wang Deming. When he was helped out, he looked at the soldiers in camouflage, his lips trembling as tears streamed down his face. "Why you? You're the military?" "Nirvana Army." The soldiers supported him as they walked outside. "You're safe now." "Nirvana Army," the old man murmured. Confusion gradually appeared in his eyes. "I've never heard of it." "You will." By evening, the entire hospital had been cleared. Li Yunlong stood in the lobby and reported into the intercom, 3rd row cleared. Floors 3 through 6. 67 zombies eliminated. 9 survivors rescued. 3 of them medical staff. Ding Wei's voice came through next. 2nd row cleared. Inpatient department on the 2nd floor. 41 zombies eliminated. 11 survivors rescued, including 4 nurses and 1 doctor. Kong Jie gave the final report. 1st row cleared. 1st floor outpatient clinic and pharmacy. 23 zombies eliminated. 2 survivors rescued. The medicine in the pharmacy is basically intact, and all the medical equipment is still there too. We just need to send people over to move it later. Li Yunlong clipped the intercom back onto his waist and pulled a cigarette from his pocket to light it. He glanced at the dusty little building, then at the survivors outside, waiting to get on the vehicles, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. All right, wrap it up. The sun was setting in the west. Golden light poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the command center, spreading a warm glow across the silver-white metal floor. Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map. More than half of the densely packed red dots on it had already disappeared. Only a few scattered ones were still glowing, like the last drops of rain after a storm. Li Jing pushed the door open and walked in, tablet in hand, with a rare trace of ease on his face. Head of state, Li Yunlong and the others have already withdrawn and are on their way back. The medical equipment from the hospital has also been mostly moved. They loaded a full 2 truckloads of medicine, and things like surgical instruments, hospital beds, and wheelchairs have all been transported back as well. In addition, among the dozen-plus survivors rescued from the hospital, there are 3 doctors, 5 nurses, and even the vice director, Wang Deming, a surgeon by trade, with more than 30 years in the field. Jiang Chen nodded and took the tablet, flipping through it. The battle reports from the past few days were all on it. The kill count for each day, the number of survivors rescued each day, the amount of progress pushed forward each day. He turned to the final day's summary, and his gaze stopped on that string of numbers. After several days of clearing operations, the area within a radius of 1 kilometer was basically clean. The 3 teams had advanced separately, and in total, they had only eliminated a little over 3,000 zombies. Compared to the zombie tides from before that easily numbered in the tens of thousands, this figure was so small it was barely worth mentioning. But Jiang Chun knew it wasn't because there were fewer zombies. It was because there simply hadn't been many left in this area to begin with. The extermination battle against the zombie tide from the previous days had already wiped out most of the surrounding zombies. The ones left were just stragglers hiding in corners and cracks. As for the survivors, 172 people. That number made him fall silent for a few seconds. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, with dozens of buildings and hundreds of households, only 172 people had survived in the end. Most of them had hidden in their homes, dragging themselves through each day on the little bit of food they had stockpiled. Some hid in basements, some hid in attics, some locked themselves inside their bedrooms. Outside, zombies were pounding on the doors. Inside, they trembled. Jiang Chun closed the tablet. A few more days later, probably more than half of those 172 people wouldn't have held on either. Li Jing was silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. Yes, a few of them were already unconscious when they were rescued. The doctor said that if it had been 2 or 3 days later, they would been beyond saving. Settle them in properly, Jiang Chun said flatly as he placed the tablet on the table. Food, water, lodging, arrange all of it. As for those doctors and nurses, arrange separate accommodations for them. Let them rest for a few days, then have them see what the base S medical station is still lacking and make a list. Yes, sir. Right then, a crisp notification sound suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, head of state, for completing the side mission. Expand territory. Mission content. Using Nirvana Base as the center. Expand outward to a 1 kilometer radius. Eliminate all zombie threats within the area. Occupy all buildings and establish forward outposts. Mission completion, 100%. Completion time, 7 days, 8 days remaining. Overall evaluation, S rank. Reward obtained. Merit points, 300,000. 1 advanced random blueprint. Air Force template unlocked. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up sharply. 300,000 merit points, added to what he had saved up over the past few days. It was enough to exchange for another mechanized infantry company. And more importantly, the Air Force template had been unlocked, but the system wasn't finished yet. Ding. Detected that head of state completed the mission 8 days ahead of schedule. Excess completion time exceeded 50%. Overall evaluation, S rank. Additional reward, 1 Air Force gift pack. Gift pack content. Randomly draw 1 aerial combat squad. Ding, draw now? Draw it for me. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chun answered in his mind. Drawing. Congratulations, head of state, for obtaining 1 Wuji 10 armed helicopter combat squad. A faint flash passed by, and a golden icon appeared in the system warehouse. Jiang Chun opened it. 3 dark green armed helicopters hovered silently in the virtual display. Streamlined fuselages. Dense arrays of missiles and rockets mounted beneath their stub wings. The autocannon at the nose gleamed with a cold light. Each one was fully fueled and fully armed, ready to take off for combat at any moment. Wuji 10. There were only 3 of them, but these were armed helicopters, flying steel cavalry that could carry missiles, fire rockets, and plow ground targets into shredded debris. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to summon them on the spot just to take a look. The command center's ceiling wasn't high enough for that. He opened the Air Force template, and an entirely new exchange interface immediately popped up before his eyes. Fighter template locked. J-10 multi-role fighter. 80,000 merit points per aircraft. Features, all-weather combat, capable of air superiority, ground attack, anti-ship, and other mission types. J-16 heavy fighter. 120,000 merit points per aircraft. Features, large payload, long range, capable of carrying various precision-guided weapons. J-20 stealth fighter, 250,000 merit points per aircraft. Features: stealth penetration, supersonic cruise, air superiority. Fighter squad, for aircraft, receives a 10% discount. Fighter squadron, 12 aircraft, receives a 20% discount. Bomber template, locked. H-6K medium to long-range bomber, 150,000 merit points per aircraft. Features: capable of carrying conventional bombs and cruise missiles. Combat radius, 3,500 kilometers. H-20 stealth strategic bomber, 500,000 merit points per aircraft. Features: full stealth design, intercontinental range, large payload. Bomber squad, for aircraft, receives a 10% discount. Helicopter template, partially unlocked. Wuji-10 armed helicopter, 50,000 merit points per aircraft, unlocked. G-20 utility helicopter, 30,000 merit points per aircraft, locked. Features: transport, assault, and search and rescue multi-role use. G-8L transport helicopter, 40,000 merit points per aircraft, locked. Features: heavy payload, capable of transporting vehicles and supplies. Wuji-19 recon armed helicopter, 35,000 merit points per aircraft, locked. Features: light reconnaissance and attack, coordinated combat with the Wuji-10. Helicopter squad, for aircraft, receives a 10% discount. Drone template, locked. GG-11 stealth drone, 20,000 merit points per aircraft, locked. Features: full stealth design. Internal weapons bay, capable of carrying out ground attack missions. Xianglong high altitude, long endurance drone, 15,000 merit points per aircraft, locked. Features: high altitude reconnaissance, continuous surveillance. Swarm drones, 12 units 1 group, for 10,000 merit points, locked. Features: small suicide drones capable of swarm combat, with devastating strike power against dense targets. Looking at the long row of dim, gray icons, Jiang Chun felt like 10,000 ants were crawling through his heart. The J-20, 250,000 per unit. Outrageously expensive, sure, but that was a J-20. The H-20, 500,000 per unit. If you got a few of those, forget Fengtian City. Even the entire Northeast could be bombed flat. And then there were the swarm drones. 10,000 merit points per group. 12 small suicide drones diving at a zombie horde at the same time. Just imagining that scene was enough to make his scalp tingle. Right then, the system notification rang out again. Ding! Air Force template unlocked. From now on, killing zombies and mutant variants will have a chance to drop Air Force-related blueprints, including, but not limited to, fighter blueprints, bomber blueprints, drone blueprints, airborne weapon blueprints, aviation fuel blueprints, airport facility blueprints, etc. Jiang Chun suddenly raised his head. Air Force blueprints could drop now too? He recalled those previous large-scale battles, where they had killed tens of thousands at a time. Back then, all that dropped were army equipment and living supplies. Now, it was finally the Air Force's turn. If he got lucky and a J-10 blueprint dropped, he could exchange it directly for 80,000 per unit. If a swarm drone blueprint dropped, one group for 10,000 merit points, its cost-performance ratio would beat just about anything. He glanced at the map of Fengtian City on the wall. In the dense cluster of buildings in the city center, there were at least over 1 million zombies hidden inside. Over 1 million zombies. That meant over 1 million chances for drops. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted, and the smile on his face simply could not be suppressed. Out of 1 million boxes, a few good things had to come out eventually, right? Jiang Chun took a deep breath, and his excitement gradually settled. He opened the system main page. Merit points, 605,423. Holy shit. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Only a few days had passed, and it had already gone straight to 600,000? But while 600,000 looked like a lot, it would disappear fast once he started spending. What he lacked most right now was still troop strength. One company was more than enough to hold the fortress. But if he wanted to push outward, it was nowhere near enough. His finger began tapping rapidly across the exchange interface. Ding! Consumed 450,000 merit points. Obtained Mechanized Infantry Company 1. Current merit points, 155,563. A faint glimmer flashed, and a golden icon appeared in the system warehouse. He tapped it open, and a string of data popped out. Mechanized Infantry Company. Full strength, 175 personnel. Subordinate units, 3 infantry platoons, 1 firepower platoon, and 1 company headquarters. 14 ZB-80, 4 infantry fighting vehicles, 11 heavy machine guns, 12 mortars, 6 anti-tank missile launchers, 8 rocket launchers. The exact same configuration as Kong Jia's company. Company Commander Gao Cheng. 1st Platoon Leader Cheng Kai. 2nd Platoon Leader Su Sanduo. 3rd Platoon Leader Wu Yoi. Looking at those names, Jiang Chun's mouth twitched slightly. Good lord. The entire Steel 7 company had been moved over wholesale. He continued exchanging. Ding. Consumed 100,000 merit points. Obtained PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzers 5. Current merit points, 55,569. He would keep the remaining 50,000 plus. Bullets cost money. Shells cost money. Fuel cost money too. War was just burning money. He had to leave himself a little reserve. 555mm heavy guns sat quietly in the system warehouse. Added to the previous 4, he now had 9 PL-05 self-propelled howitzers in hand, with 9 self-propelled howitzers lined up in a row. A single coordinated volley could flatten an entire city block. Jiang Chun closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. 2 infantry companies, 350 men, 9 155mm self-propelled howitzers, 28 ZB-04 infantry fighting vehicles, countless machine guns, mortars, and rocket launchers. Above his head were also 3 Wuji-10 armed helicopters, while on the city walls stood Thunder God turrets, Luduin, and Tianfa. Army and Air Force both in hand. Offense and defense in one. Taking Fengtian City was truly only a matter of time. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to get up and head to the mess hall, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Main quest progress updated. Detected that the Führer's current military strength has reached company-level scale, and territory has expanded to a radius of 1 kilometer. Side quest trigger condition satisfied. Side quest issued. Troops at the city gates. Quest content. Take the initiative and expand outward, using Nirvana Fortress as the center. Occupy more surrounding territory. Time limit, 15 days. Quest reward. For every 1 square kilometer occupied, reward 300,000 merit points. 1 advanced random blueprint. No upper limit on occupied area. The more occupied, the more gained. Rewards will be settled uniformly at the end of the quest. Failure penalty, none. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up instantly. 1 square kilometer, 300,000 merit points. 1 advanced blueprint. Then what about 10 square kilometers? 3 million merit points. 10 advanced blueprints. What about 20 square kilometers? 30 square kilometers? He stared at the quest panel, his breathing growing faster. The total area of Fengtian City was about 130,000 square kilometers, but he was not greedy. He would first take the surrounding 10 square kilometers. 10 square kilometers. 3 million merit points. 10 advanced blueprints. Just thinking about it made his heart race. Of course, the farther outward he pushed, the harder it would get. The buildings would be denser, the zombies more numerous, and the mutant variants more plentiful as well. But what was the point of doing something if it had no challenge? If he spent every day holed up in the fortress farming, could that even be called the apocalypse? He stood up, pushed open the door to the command center, and strode outside. In the square, the newly arrived company had already finished assembling. 175 men, every single one in starry sky camouflage, fully armed. The 14-04 infantry fighting vehicles gleamed with a cold sheen under the sunlight. At the very front of the formation stood 4 men. The one in the center had a square face, thick brows, and bright eyes. His back was straight, and his whole body gave off the bearing of an elite soldier. Mechanized Infantry Company Commander Gao Cheng. Behind him stood the 3 platoon leaders. Cheng Kai narrowed his small eyes, the corners of his mouth carrying a faint half-smile. Su Sanduo stood ramrod straight, his gaze shining. Wu Yoi had his arms crossed, his face full of unruly arrogance. Li Yunlong popped out from who knew where, cigarette hanging from his mouth as he circled the newly arrived infantry fighting vehicles once, smacking his lips in amazement. Well, now another company? Looks like the Führer's planning something big. Kong Jia stood nearby, looking at those infantry fighting vehicles. Judging by this setup, we're pushing outward. Dingwei stroked his chin, smiling nonstop. Pushing outward is good. If we stay cooped up in the fortress any longer, we'll all start growing mold. Jiang Chun stepped onto the raised platform, his gaze sweeping over the brand new force in the square, heroic spirit surging wildly in his heart. He drew a deep breath. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly across the entire square. Soldiers, starting tomorrow, we attack. The moment the words fell, Li Yunlong tossed away his cigarette, but his eyes shining so brightly it was almost frightening. Ha ha ha. Damn it. We should have started fighting long ago. Kong Jia and Dingwei looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Gao Cheng stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted. Führer, 2nd Company requests battle. Jiang Chun looked at him, then at the 3 platoon leaders behind him. In the end, he smiled and nodded. Early tomorrow morning. 1st Company will attack from the eastern line. 2nd Company will attack from the western line. Infantry fighting vehicles will open the way, artillery will provide cover, and you will advance sector by sector. For every 1 square kilometer you take, plant 1 flag. After 15 days, he paused. I want this entire map covered in Nirvana-S flags. The moment Jiang Chun finished speaking, Li Yunlong's booming voice exploded out. The eastern line? The eastern line's great. I like the eastern line best. His small eyes darted around, his face carrying that crafty look unique to old veterans. Don't worry, Marshal. I, Li Yunlong, may not be good at much else. But when it comes to grabbing territory, I'm an expert. 15 days? One team need 15 days. I'll take the whole eastern side for you. Kong Jia spoke from the side, unhurried as ever. Old Li, what are you in such a rush for? The marshal said both companies are moving together. Not that you're going alone. He paused, glanced at Li Yunlong, then slowly added, besides, with your style, you blast your way in with shells and a mess of bombardment, and after you're done, we still have to clean up after you. Li Yunlong's eyes widened. Bullshit. That S called firepower suppression. What the hell do you know? Ding Wei cut in, looking at Kong Jia with a half smile. Old Kong, say less. You know old Li's temper. The more you provoke him, the more fired up he gets. Let him go first. We'll clean things up slowly from behind. The corner of his mouth curled up. In the end, what matters is the result anyway. Li Yunlong caught the meaning behind his words and turned to glare at Ding Wei. Old Ding, what do you mean by that? You saying I can't take it down? I didn't say that. Ding Wei spread his hands with an innocent look. I'm just saying, we'll see the result. Fine then. Li Yunlong waved a big hand, looking wild and unruly as he roared. I'm putting my words right here today. On the Eastern Line, I'll definitely take more territory than the two of you. Whoever loses buys the drinks. Kong Jia gave him a flat glance. You still have liquor? Li Yunlong choked, then stiffened his neck and said, then put on credit. I'll pay it back when I get some later. Ding Wei laughed. Fine, credit it is. I'm betting old Kong wins. Kong Jia glanced at Ding Wei. I'm betting on you. You two are teaming up to squeeze me out, aren't you? Li Yunlong was so mad he nearly jumped. The soldiers nearby held back their laughter, their shoulders shaking. On the other side, the newly arrived second company wasn't nearly as noisy, but they were no less competitive. Gao Chung stood in front of the formation, back straight, gaze steady. He didn't join the bickering over there. He just swept a glance over his 3 platoon leaders. Chen Kai was the first to speak. He narrowed his eyes with a smile, his tone light and casual. Company commander, the Eastern and Western lines are already assigned. So which side are we taking? The Western line, right? Fine, I'll go make preparations. He turned to leave, then stopped and looked back toward the still arguing Li Yunlong. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. I heard platoon leaderly fights fiercely, then I'll have to learn properly. Su Sanduo stood ramrod straight, eyes bright as he looked at Gao Chung. Company commander, I just want to ask, can our second company take more than first company? He paused, his face reddening slightly. I'm not trying to compete. I just want to do a little more work. Wu Yoi stood at the back with his arms crossed. Hearing that, he curled his lip, his tone carrying a trace of arrogance. What is there to compare? Just get done. He looked at Chung Kai. What are you smiling at? Not convinced. Chung Kai quickly waved his hand. Convinced. How would I dare not be convinced? Squad Deputy Wu. Wu Yoi snorted and said nothing more. Looking at the 3 platoon leaders, Gao Chung's lips curled slightly. Then he turned toward the 3 veteran platoon leaders, still trading words. And a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Jiang Chan stood on the platform and took it all in, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. He said nothing. He only watched quietly. Competition created motivation. They were all men who led troops in a battle. None of them accepted the others easily. That was normal. Letting them compete like this would only push them to produce better results. He turned and walked toward the command center. After a few steps, without even looking back, he tossed out one sentence. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, depart on time. Whoever takes more, I'll record a merit for him. Behind him came Li Yunlong's booming shout. Marshal, just watch us. Kong Jia's unhurried voice followed. Tomorrow we'll see the real thing. Then Ding Wei's laughter. Don't start crying when the time comes. And Gao Chung's steady, forceful voice. Second company will not disappoint you. Marshal. Jiang Chun walked into the command center, and the great doors slowly closed behind him. Outside the window, the setting sun was just right. Golden light spilled across the fortress walls, across the infantry fighting vehicles ready to roll, across the eager faces of the soldiers. Tomorrow would be a brand new day. Early the next morning, when the sky was only just starting to brighten, the fortress square was already packed with people. 2 infantry companies, 350 soldiers, and 28 Type 04 infantry fighting vehicles stood in formation, ready to move in the morning light. 9 PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzers were lined up in the rear, their barrels aimed into the distance. The air was filled with the smell of diesel, the cold scent of metal, and an uncontrollable killing intent. Jiang Chun stood on the high platform as the morning wind poured in over the city wall, making the corners of his clothes snap sharply. His gaze swept over the officers and soldiers below, and the expression on his face could only be called high-spirited. Who knew how many times scenes like this had flashed through his mind before, only for fate to deny him that life. But now, whether it was destiny playing tricks or heaven's will, a scene from his dreams had truly become reality. Ahem. Jiang Chun cleared his throat, then slowly began to speak. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Everyone, today's battle is different from before. Before, we were defending. Holding the line was enough. Today, we're attacking. We're going to chew through this land piece by piece and clear it building by building. He paused, and his tone suddenly turned serious. But there's one thing you all must remember. No matter what happens, staying alive is the most important. His gaze swept toward Li Yunlong, only to see the man chuckle and pull the cigarette from his mouth. Jiang Chun shot him an annoyed look and said coldly, cut the chuckling over there. War isn't a dinner party, and zombies are monsters that know nothing but slaughter. Every single one of you is a soldier of my Nirvana army. If I lose even one, it'll hurt. Then his gaze swept across everyone, and his voice sank a little. Remember this well. When you charge, don't just focus on rushing forward. Use the infantry fighting vehicles when you should. Use the drones when you should. If you can hit them from range, don't go into close combat. If you can cover them with firepower, don't fight them head on. Coming back alive matters more than anything. Li Yunlong put away his grin, tucked the cigarette behind his ear, and nodded honestly. Jiang Chen looked at Gao Cheng and spoke earnestly. This is 2nd Company S, first time on the battlefield. Keep to 1st Company S pace and don't advance recklessly. There'll be plenty of battles to fight. We're not short this one day, or half a day. Gao Cheng snapped to attention. Marshal, rest assured. 2nd Company 1T let the chain drop. Jiang Chen nodded, and his voice rose a little. When you run into complicated buildings, send in drones for reconnaissance first. Sweep once with thermal imaging. If there are no survivors, then the infantry goes in to clear it. If the terrain is too complicated and hard to fight through, call directly for fire coverage and let the artillery do the work. Don't feel bad about spinning shells. If the shells run out, we can make more. If people are gone, they're truly gone. He paused, as if thinking of something, and his tone softened slightly. There is one more important thing. Remember this, before nightfall. No matter how far you've pushed, stop advancing on the spot. Find favorable terrain and establish a temporary defensive line. Form the infantry fighting vehicles into a circle. Set up the machine guns, and take turns standing watch at night. Only after resting well will you have the energy to fight the next day. His gaze swept over everyone once more. His voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable force. This operation may be as short as 10 days, as long as half a month, or even longer. You'll be tired. You'll suffer. You want to curse your lungs out. But remember this. He paused. Every inch of land under your feet will belong to Nyepan in the future. Every person you save will be one of Nyepan's people in the future. Every zombie you kill will become a medal of glory for you. The morning wind swept across the square. No one spoke. Only the determination in their expressions revealed the resolve in all of them. Jiang Chen looked at those faces. His voice was not loud, but every word struck the ground with force. Safety first. Come back alive. Move out. Li Yunlong was the first to turn around. He strode toward his infantry fighting vehicle and roared as he walked. 3rd Platoon. Move with me. Today, let those new guys see what real fighting looks like. Kong Jie and Ding Wei exchanged a look, then each led their units toward the eastern front. Gao Cheng took a deep look at Jiang Chen, then turned and returned to 2nd Company, his voice steady. 2nd Company, move out. The infantry fighting vehicles rumbled out through the fortress gates. 28 steel beasts formed 2 long columns and rolled east and west like torrents of iron. 9 PL-05 self-propelled howitzers slowly turned their barrels toward the distance. On the city wall, the Thor turrets and LDs sat there quietly, ready to provide support at any moment. Jiang Chen stood on the high platform and watched those 2 steel columns gradually disappear into the morning light. The wind blew over, carrying the smell of diesel smoke and earth. Half an hour later, Eastern Front. 3 infantry fighting vehicles drove side by side along the broad road. Their tracks crushed the broken asphalt and gave off a deep, muffled roar. Morning light leaked through gaps in the clouds and shone over this desolate urban district. Abandoned cars were everywhere, along with collapsed street lamps and scattered debris. Suddenly, the lead infantry fighting vehicle slammed to a stop. Stop, stop, stop. Damn it. Duan Peng stuck half his body out of the turret, eyes wide as he stared ahead, cursing non-stop. Do these people even know how to drive? Huh? Do they even know how to drive? 50 meters ahead, 7 or 8 abandoned cars lay scattered across the center of the road. Some are flipped upside down, some are parked diagonally across the street, and some had their front ends smashed into nearby shops. Like a bunch of drunkards passed out in a tangled heap. They blocked the whole road tight, not leaving even a crack. Duan Peng slapped the turret in anger and kept cursing. How the hell did they get their licenses? Never learned side parking and driver, S said. Parking like this? Was their driving instructor a gym teacher? Li Yunlong's impatient voice came through the radio. Duan Peng, what the hell are you dawdling around for up there? Duan Peng ducked back and grabbed the radio. Platoon leader, the road ahead is packed with wrecks. It's completely blocked. We can't get through. Can't get through? Li Yunlong's voice rose a few notches. Then he went silent for 2 seconds. Then rammed through it. Duan Peng froze for a moment. RA rammed through. No shit. What are you driving? An infantry fighting vehicle. A 21-ton chunk of steel. And what are those junk cars up there made of? Paper. Touch them and they break, hit them, and they're done for. What are you standing around for? Ram them. Yes, sir. Duan Peng tossed the radio aside, ducked back into the driver's compartment, and shouted at the driver. You hear that? Platoon leader said ram them. The driver was a young guy. Hearing that, he grinned, showing white teeth, and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The infantry fighting vehicle roared forward. Boom. The first abandoned sedan was smashed flying and rolled across the ground several times, parts scattering everywhere. Boom. The second was shoved to the roadside. Its doors crumpled and its windows shattered. Boom. The third flipped several times and crashed straight into the shop beside the road. The 3 infantry fighting vehicles were like 3 steel rhinos gone mad, charging wildly and smashing the wrecks blocking the road in every direction. Broken glass shattered plastic, and twisted metal clattered against the armor, plating in a non-stop din, like firecrackers going off during New Year. Duan Peng held tightly to the handrail, grinning from ear to ear. Damn, this is even more fun than driving a tractor. Boom! Another car was sent flying, and right at that moment, a wave of roars exploded from all directions. From the shops on both sides of the street, from the alleyways, from behind the abandoned cars, a large number of zombies suddenly poured out. The huge commotion had stirred them up. Mouths open and arms outstretched, they surged toward them like mad. They're here! They're here! Platoon leader. Lots of zombies. Duan Peng grabbed the radio and shouted, "What are you panicking for?" Li Yunlong's voice was as steady as a rock. "Machine gunners, get to work." The 30mm autocannons on the 3 infantry fighting vehicles opened fire at the same time. Hud, 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 hud. The shells seemed to have eyes, crashing precisely into the horde. The first zombie in front had a huge hole blasted through its chest and was thrown backward. The second was blown into 2 pieces. The third lost its head. The fourth exploded into fragments. The ones behind rushed forward one after another, only to be torn apart as well. This group of zombies was like chunks of meat thrown into a grinder, falling in swaths, dying in swaths, vanishing in swaths. The infantry behind the vehicles were not idle either. Taking cover behind the infantry fighting vehicles, they raised their rifles and fired precise single shots. Every shot dropped a zombie. Every shot bloomed into a flower of blood. Da-da-da. Single shots. Zombies fell. The rhythm was as steady as target practice. Duan Peng lay prone on the turret, and the rifle in his hands wasn't idle either. With one shot, he dropped a zombie that had just rushed out of an alley, muttering, "Damn it, are these bastards in such a hurry to reincarnate?" In less than 3 minutes, more than 100 corpses were lying on the ground. But even more zombies were still pouring in. Inside the command vehicle, the communications operator stared at the drone feed on the screen, his expression changing slightly. "Platoon leader, the drone shows a large number of zombies moving toward us. From the east, north, and south, 3 directions. The number is still increasing. Visual estimate is already over 500. Li Yunlong stuck half his body out of the turret and squinted at the densely packed black dots in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up. He took the cigarette from behind his ear and put it between his lips without lighting it. Good. Just in time. He grabbed the radio. "Duan Peng, tell the brothers to find good cover and return fire on the spot. Today we're having ourselves a real fight, right here." "Yes, sir." Duan Peng's voice was full of excitement. Li Yunlong pressed the radio again and switched to another channel. "Old Kong, this is Li Yunlong. The Eastern Front ran into a large zombie tide, over 500 and still growing. Get Old Ding over here to support us. And tell him not to drag his feet." Kong Jia's voice came through, unhurried as ever. "Old Li, you can't even handle 500? You sure you're up for this?" "Bullshit. I just think killing them is too slow. Tell Old Ding to hurry up. If he comes late, there won't even be soup left for him." Kong Jia gave a light chuckle. "All right, I'll send him over." Li Yunlong tossed the radio aside, climbed out of the turret, and stood beside the infantry fighting vehicle with his rifle in hand, squinting at the dark mass drawing closer in the distance. The unlit cigarette still hanging from his lips, he spoke in a muffled voice. "Come on, today I'll show you what fighting really means." At the same time, on the other side, Duan Peng's infantry fighting vehicle was parked crosswise in the middle of the road, and the 30mm autocannon on top spun wildly. Thud, thud, thud. Clack, clack, clack. Out of ammo. Reload. The gunner immediately shouted. His assistant instantly grabbed a fresh ammo belt and shoved it in. With a click, the gunfire resumed. The pause in between lasted less than 3 seconds. The infantry beside them stayed behind the infantry fighting vehicle, their rifles firing in staggered single shots. Da-da-da. 3 zombies dropped. Da-da-da. Another 3. Someone emptied a magazine, crouched down to reload, and the person beside him immediately filled the gap. The gunfire never stopped for even a moment. "Heavy machine gun. Set it up for me." Duan Peng roared. 2 soldiers carried an M2 HB heavy machine gun up at a run. They found an abandoned bus stopped to use as cover, set the tripod, and pulled the ammo belt into place. A squad leader personally took the gun, pressing down the firing button with his thumb. The 12.7mm heavy round screamed out. The front row of zombies looked like they'd been smashed by an invisible sledgehammer. Bowl-sized holes exploded open in their chests, and they were sent flying backward, crashing into the ones behind them. "Hell yeah," the squad leader shouted. "More." The mortar team found an open patch behind them and set up 3 60mm mortars at the same time. One gunner dropped to one knee, holding a shell in both hands. "Fire." Tum! The shell flew out of the tube, drawing an arc through the air before smashing into the horde 100 meters away. Boom! Fire burst out, chunks of flesh sprayed everywhere, and 4 or 5 zombies were blown off their feet. Again, tum boom, tum boom, tum boom. The 3 mortars took turns rapid firing. Shell after shell slammed into the zombie horde. Explosions rose and fell one after another, and the flashes of fire linked together into one continuous blaze. A rocket soldier carried a PF-98 on his shoulder and knelt behind an abandoned sedan on one knee. Through the sight, a group of zombies was pouring out of an alley, packed tightly together. Now that's enough. He muttered to himself and pulled the trigger. Toom! The rocket dragged a trail of white smoke behind it and slammed right into the middle of that zombie cluster. Boom! A massive fireball erupted. More than a dozen zombies were blasted into the air. Some were torn in half, while others rolled on the ground completely engulfed in flames. The rocket soldier whistled, tossed aside the launch tube, grabbed the rifle beside him, and kept firing. Duan Peng stood beside the IFV. After emptying one magazine from his rifle, he swapped in a fresh one and kept going. Watching the zombies drop in swaths, he muttered, damn, with this kind of firepower, they're going to have one hell of a time. But the zombies' charge still didn't stop. They heard the sound, and there was only one command in their brains. Eat. Eat any human they saw. Very soon, more and more figures entered the soldiers' line of sight. 500, more than that, 800, 1,000. In the drone feed, dense black dots were surging in from every direction, filling every street and every alley. The signalman's voice trembled. Platoon leader, the numbers are still increasing. Estimated count is already over 1,500, and it's still rising. Li Yunlong held that unlit cigarette in his mouth and squinted his small eyes at the black mass of corpses in the distance. The corner of his mouth curled up. 1,500? Not enough. Still not enough. He grabbed the radio. Artillery team, this is Li Yunlong. Give me 2 rounds. Let us see your accuracy. Roger. A steady voice came from the radio. 1 kilometer behind them, on the eastern artillery position of Nirvana Fortress. 9 PL-05 self-propelled howitzers were lined up in a row, their thick barrels raised high. One gun slowly adjusted its angle. The gunner stared at the coordinates on the screen and pressed the firing button. Boom! A deep, muffled roar sounded out, and the entire vehicle shook. The 155mm shell screamed out of the barrel, tracing an arc through the sky, crossing the 1 kilometer distance, and smashing straight into the center of the zombie horde. Rumble! A gigantic fireball exploded outward, and the shockwaves swept through everything. Any zombie within a 50-meter radius was instantly vaporized, leaving not even scraps behind. Those a bit farther away were blown into the air by the shockwave. Some were hurled high into the sky, some were smashed into nearby shops, and some were shaken until blood poured from all 7 orifices. Those even farther away were knocked to the ground. They struggled to get back up, only to be trampled into the dirt by the zombies behind them. At the center of the blast, a scorched black crater was left behind. Around its edges were scattered chunks of flesh and severed limbs, like the entrance to hell. The battlefield suddenly went silent for 1 second. Everyone had their ears ringing from that single shot. Duan Peng's mouth hung wide open for a long time before he managed to speak. Holy shit. Li Yunlong took the cigarette from his mouth and looked at the still smoking crater, his eyes narrowing into slits from his grin. All right, that's enough. Let the artillery rest. We'll handle the rest ourselves. He stuck the cigarette back in his mouth, grabbed his rifle, and strode forward. Brothers, quit standing around. Get to work. The gunfire thickened once more. Heavy machine guns, rifles, mortars, rocket launchers, every bit of firepower opened up at full force. The zombies that had been blown stupid by the heavy artillery hadn't even had time to react before they were swallowed by a fresh storm of bullets. Duan Peng dropped the zombie that had just crawled out of the rubble with 1 shot, then turned and shouted to the side, "Magazine." His assistant handed him a full one. He slammed it in, racked the bolt, and kept firing. 1 kilometer away, that PL-05 slowly lowered its barrel. The other guns beside it squatted there quietly, not getting a single shot off. The gunner stuck his head out and glanced at the distant battlefield, blazing with fire. Then sighed. Just 1 shot, and it's over. The person beside him patted him on the shoulder. Relax. This is only the beginning. You'll get plenty of chances later. Western line, 9 in the morning. Gao Chung stood on top of an IFV, holding binoculars, his brows twisted into a knot. Ahead of him was an old residential district. 6-story buildings stood packed one against another. The paint on the walls had peeled away, the windows were shattered, and the whole place looked like rows of silent gravestones. Narrow alleys were squeezed between the buildings, and the alleys were piled with abandoned junk. In front of the residential district was a commercial street. Shops lined both sides one after another. Clothing stores, small restaurants, grocery shops, phone repair stores. Their signboards hung crookedly, creaking in the wind. Farther ahead was a small plaza where some auntie and uncle level zombies were still wandering around. And across from the plaza stood several teaching buildings, with the words Fong Tian Old City District Number 3 Elementary School written on the wall. The drone feed spread out before his eyes. Inside those buildings, in those alleys, inside those shops, on the plaza, inside the school buildings, zombies were everywhere. They crowded in the shadows, curled up in corners, and wandered aimlessly through the ruins. This place didn't look like a single street. It looked more like a maze. If they pushed in rashly, there was a very high chance they'd go in and never come back out. Chung Kai jumped down from the IFV behind him, ran over to Gao Cheng's side, narrowed his eyes, and looked ahead. Company commander, this place is hard to fight through. The buildings are too dense, the alleys are too narrow, and the IFVs can't get in. If we go in, and zombies come pouring out from all directions, front, back, left, right, we won't even be able to run. Su Sanduo followed over as well, holding his rifle and standing ramrod straight, his face full of simple honesty. Company commander, I think Chung Kai's right. This place, a hard charge, definitely 1T work. We've got to think of a way to lure them out and wipe them out. Wu Yui stood at the very back with his arms folded and coldly spat out 2 words. Go fishing. Gao Cheng turned to look at him. The corner of Wu Yui's mouth twitched. Lure those bastards out. Draw them into open ground, then hit them. The corner of Gao Cheng's mouth lifted slightly. He jumped down from the IFV and picked up the radio. Drone team, get over here. 2 minutes later, 3 6-rotor drones rose into the air from behind the formation. A portable speaker was hanging beneath each one. Gao Cheng looked at the 3 speakers and fell silent for 2 seconds. As for the recorded message, come up with it yourselves. As long as it can lure those zombies out, anything goes. A young signalman raised his hand. Company commander, I'll do it. He cleared his throat and pressed the record button. Everyone, young and old, uncles and aunts, big brothers and big sisters, younger brothers and sisters. His voice was loud and bright, carrying a storyteller's flair. Pass by and don't miss out. The Nirvana Army is giving you a free ride on the road. A one-way ticket to Yellow Springs, 1 per person, no line, no scrambling, first come, first served. While supplies last. Today a special, buy 1 get 1 free. Come in pairs. Leave in pairs. Pickup and delivery included. Guaranteed to send you off comfortably, at ease, and with peace of mind through your final journey. Don't miss your chance. Leave now, hit the road now. The sooner you die, the sooner you're reborn. The sooner you go, the sooner you reincarnate. Next life, get born to a good family and stop being a beast of burden. The soldiers nearby were barely holding back their laughter, their shoulders trembling. Chung Kai's eyes narrowed into slits from laughing, and Su Sanduo was grinning too. Wu Yui's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Gao Cheng listened with a blank face. After 2 seconds of silence, he said, fine, release them. 3 drones took off at the same time and flew toward the old district. The sound from the speakers echoed through the ruins. Pass by and don't miss out. The sooner you die, the sooner you're reborn. The sooner you go, the sooner you reincarnate. Pickup and delivery included. Guaranteed to send you off comfortably through your final journey. The zombies hiding in the shadows all raised their heads at once. The first zombie burst out an alley. The second smashed through a glass door and charged out a shop. The third jumped down from a window in a residential building. The fourth, the fifth, the 10th. The 100th, they poured out from all directions, heads raised, chasing after the 3 drones like a pack of mad dogs being led around. The drones flew ahead at an unhurried pace, while the speakers kept looping that line about dying sooner and being reborn sooner, leading that swarm of zombies through the commercial street, across the small plaza, and toward the preset ambush zone. Gao Cheng stood on top of the infantry fighting vehicle, staring at the images transmitted back by the drones, watching that black tide surge closer. He raised his hand. Heavy machine guns in position. 10 heavy machine guns had long since been set up in the shadows on both sides of the ambush zone, their barrels aimed at the open ground. The gunners crouched behind them, fingers resting on the triggers, while the assistant gunners beside them had neat stacks of ammo belts in front of them. Squad machine guns in position. 12 squad machine guns were scattered between the heavy machine guns, their crossfire covering the entire open area. The gunners were half-crouched, stocks braced against their shoulders, eyes fixed ahead. Mortars in position. 12 mortars at the rear, all tilted their barrels upward at the same time. The mortar crews knelt on one knee, both hands holding the shells, ready to release them at any moment. Gao Cheng looked at that black tide, drawing closer and closer. Slowly raised his hand, then slammed it down. Fire. 10 heavy machine guns roared at once. Boom, 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 boom. The 12.7mm heavy rounds swept into the zombie horde like a steel storm. The front rank of zombies was instantly torn to pieces. The second rank fell right after, then the third, the fourth. A bullet passed through one and struck the second behind it, through the second and into the third, through the third and into the fourth. One burst, one line, for pierce through. Those zombies had nothing to do but die. At the same time, the 12 squad machine guns joined the fight. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets were denser, the rhythm faster. The zombies that tried to circle around from the sides were turned into sieves the moment they showed themselves. Front, back, left, right, every direction. No dead angles, no gaps, no way out. The mortar crews at the rear began rapid fire. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Shell after shell flew out, landing precisely in the densest parts of the horde. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion flashes joined into one sheet. Flesh, severed limbs, and broken bones flew into the air like a rain of blood. Bodies were blasted away in chunks of broken meat, and clouds of blood mist spread out. The 3 drones were still circling above the horde, the speakers still looping, though the sound had become choppy now, mixed with static. The sooner you die, The sooner you, Iti, reincarnate. Iti, come take a look. The zombies' heads raised, chased after the sound, then were shattered by bullets, blasted away by shells, and ripped apart by heavy machine guns. Susanduo crouched behind an abandoned truck with his rifle, firing shot after shot. Every bullet hit a zombie's head with precision. Chung Kai was beside him, firing in the same way, but faster, as if competing with someone. Wu Yui stood at the front holding a heavy machine gun. The muzzle spat flames half a meter long, his face covered in blood specks, and he laughed like a madman. Come on, I'll send you off myself. Gao Chung stood on top of the infantry fighting vehicle, looking at this slaughterhouse with a blank face. He grabbed the radio. Artillery team, coordinates XXX. Give us 2 rounds too. Settle the place down a bit. Received. Inside the Nirvana Fortress. 2 PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzers fired at the same time. Boom, boom. With 2 deafening blasts, 2 155mm shells soared over their heads and landed with pinpoint accuracy in the rear of the zombie horde. Boom. 2 huge fireballs exploded at once. The shockwaves swept everything away, flames shot into the sky, and thick smoke blotted out the heavens. Those zombies that hadn't yet made it into the ambush zone evaporated instantly. Gao Chung lowered the binoculars and let a faint curl touch the corner of his mouth. All right, wrap it up. He stood on the infantry fighting vehicle and scanned the smoky battlefield. In a drone feed, the zombies inside the ambush zone had almost been cleared out, but farther away, there were still many black shapes moving around. Those were the ones stirred up by the gunfire, surging this way from every direction. Order. Infantry fighting vehicles advance. Infantry teams follow. He picked up the radio, his voice steady. Sniper teams find high ground. Absolutely do not let a single beast get close to us. First squad received. Second squad received. Third squad received. 14 infantry fighting vehicles started up at the same time, their tracks grinding over the ground covered in flesh and severed limbs with a wet, sticky sound. The infantry followed behind the vehicles, rifles pointed outward, advancing in a scattered line. The 3 sniper teams quickly split up and seized the top floors of several nearby high-rises. Chung Kai led first squad at the very front. In front of them was a row of 6-story residential buildings. The stairwell entrance was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Chung Kai gave a hand signal, and first squad split into 3 groups. The first group hugged the left wall, the second hugged the right wall, and the third stayed in the middle to support them. 3 men per group, covering each other as they advanced floor by floor. First floor. The first room door was half open. The team leader kicked it open, his muzzle sweeping quickly across the room. Empty, with only trash and moldy bedding all over the floor. He shook his head and backed out. The second room door was closed. He stepped up and knocked, but there was no response, so he signaled his teammates to breach it. With a bang, the door was smashed open. The room was empty, and the window was open, curtains fluttering in the wind. The third room was locked from the inside, and low growls came from within. The team leader signaled his teammates. Both of them raised their feet and kicked the door at the same time. Bang! The door flew open, and 2 zombies in pajamas lunged out. Did 2 short bursts. The zombies collapsed. The team leader swept the room once to confirm there were no other threats, then backed out and drew a circle on the door frame. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor. The same process repeated on every floor. Knock, listen, breach, clear. Some rooms were empty. Some were locked. Some hid zombies inside. If he ran into one alone, 1 shot took it out. If he ran into a cluster, he swept them down with a burst. When anything charged over from the end of the corridor, crossfire covered it at once. Every squad worked together flawlessly. No extra movements. No wasted bullets. On the other side, 5th floor, from inside a locked room, came faint crying. The squad leader signaled the whole team to stay alert, then stepped forward and kicked the wooden door open. In the corner, 2 women were curled up together, 1 young and 1 middle-aged. They were so skinny, they looked almost skeletal, and their eyes were filled with fear. They looked at the fully armed soldier standing in the doorway. Their lips trembled, but they could not get a word out. Don't be afraid. We're the Nirvana army. We're here to save you. The squad leader crouched down and handed over a bottle of water. Drink slowly. Don't rush. There are more people outside. We'll take you downstairs in a bit. The younger woman took the water, her hands shaking so badly that she spilled half of it. She gulped down a mouthful, then suddenly burst into tears. You finally came. I thought you'd already forgotten about us. The squad leader patted her shoulder. It's okay now. You're safe. Are there any others? The middle-aged woman shook her head. There are only the 2 of us in the family. The squad leader nodded and picked up his radio. First platoon, 3rd squad reporting. 2 survivors found on the 5th floor, both female. Physical condition stable. Requesting support to evacuate them. Received. The medical team is heading up immediately. At the same time, 2nd squad was clearing another building. 7 or 8 zombies were crammed into the stairwell. The moment they heard footsteps, they all turned their heads in unison. The squad leader remained calm. He pulled out a flashbang from his waist, yanked the pin, and tossed it in. Boom! A burst of white light exploded, and the zombies froze for a brief moment. The squad leader seized the chance and waved his hand. 4 men opened fire at the same time. Da-da-da-da-da. The 7 or 8 zombies all dropped before they could even react. Third squad was in charge of the roadside shops. The first was a small restaurant. Half of the glass door had been shattered, and the inside was pitch black. The squad leader made a hand signal. 2 men went in from the front, while 2 others circled around to the back door. The moment the 2 entering from the front stepped over the threshold, a zombie in an apron charged out of the kitchen. Did a headshot, but that still was not the end of it. There were 2 more in the back kitchen, and the soldiers entering from the rear dropped them with a single burst. Next door was a barber shop. The door was shut, and nobody was inside. Next to that was a small convenience store. Its rolling shutter was half lowered, and rustling sounds were coming from inside. The squad leader crouched down and glanced in. It was so dark he could not see a thing. Not caring about anything else, he directly tossed 2 grenades inside. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out. The squad leader gave one of the soldiers a look. The soldier understood, slung his gun, and shoved the rolling shutter upward, while the squad leader kept his weapon aimed into the doorway. 1 second, 2 seconds. No figure rushed out. Instead, all they saw was a zombie with 1 leg and 1 arm blown off, lying on the ground and writhing madly, still stretching out its last remaining hand toward them as it hissed. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, the squad leader shot it dead. At the same time, on the street, the infantry fighting vehicles advanced slowly. The 30mm autocannons fired short bursts from time to time, blasting apart the zombies that came rushing over from afar after hearing the noise. One had just charged out of an alley when the autocannon swung over. A heavy thump sounded, and the zombie's head exploded instantly while its body slowly collapsed to the ground. Then 2 more turned in from the intersection. Thump! Thump! Gone. Another 4 crawled out from behind the ruins. The gunner switched to rapid fire mode. Thump, 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 thump. Gone. All of them. The zombies came like moths to a flame. Wave after wave, and wave after wave they were wiped out. On the other side, a sniper named Tujo was lying on a rooftop, his crosshairs roaming over the street. A zombie stuck half its body out of a window 300 meters away. Bang! Its head exploded on the spot. Another had just crawled out from beneath a sewer cover 200 meters away when it was instantly killed. Tujo spoke calmly over the channel. 3 o'clock direction. Deep in the alley, 3 more. The other snipers shifted their muzzles. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and 3 zombies toppled over. Half an hour passed. Standing atop an infantry fighting vehicle, Gao Chung looked over the gradually quieting district and picked up his radio. All squads, report your status. First platoon, Unit 1 cleared. 7 survivors rescued. 23 zombies eliminated. First platoon, Unit 2 cleared. For survivors rescued. 18 zombies eliminated. First platoon, Unit 3 cleared. 2 survivors rescued. 15 zombies eliminated. Second platoon, roadside shops cleared. No survivors found. 12 zombies eliminated. Third platoon, plaza and surrounding area cleared. 3 survivors rescued. 9 zombies eliminated. Gouching nodded and immediately gave the order. Pull back. Prioritize sending the wounded and survivors back first. Everyone else rest in place. We continue the advance in 20 minutes. At the same time, while the Nirvana army was fighting at full blaze on the other side, 40 kilometers from downtown Fengtian, deep in the heart of Phoenix Mountain, in the depths of a dense forest, barbed wire wound like a snake. Every so often there stood a concrete post with a sign hanging from it, Military Restricted Zone. No entry. The metal plate had long been eaten by wind and rain until it was mottled with rust. Outside the barbed wire, zombie corpses were everywhere. Some had already rotted down to skeletons. Flies buzzed around them in thick black swarms. Just then, a zombie emerged from the woods. It moved very slowly, bearing a row of big yellow teeth still streaked with traces of blood. Suddenly, it sniffed as if it had caught some scent, and shuffled a few steps toward the barbed wire. It sniffed again, then moved a few more steps. However, at that very moment, a crossbow bolt pinned itself precisely into its forehead. The zombie swayed, then dropped stiffly to the ground. It twitched twice and stopped moving. Not far away, on a tree thick with green leaves, a young man in blue camouflage lowered his compound bow, pulled a dagger from behind his waist, and carved another mark into the trunk. There were already more than a dozen tally marks on it, packed tightly into 2 rows. He counted them, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Not bad, Xiao Hao. You beat me to it again. On the tree beside him, an old soldier slung his crossbow back over his shoulder, took a cigarette out of his pocket, sniffed it, then stuffed it back in. Not many left. Gotta smoke sparingly. Old soldier, when's this life ever gonna end? The young man slid the dagger back into its sheath, leaned against the trunk, and looked up at the dappled light filtering through the leaves. You tell me, how can the heavens change just like that? 1 second everything was fine. The next that damned rain came down. Fine, it rained. But after the rain, people turned into zombies. What kind of logic is that? The old soldier said nothing. He only looked at the corpses in the distance that were still rotting away. When I was back home, my mom even called me and told me to come back for the new year. She said she'd make dumplings, pork and scallion filling, my favorite. The young man's voice dropped lower. And now, the calls 1T go through, and I don't even know where she is. Tell me, if she turned into a zombie and I shot her with an arrow, would that count as killing my own mother? The old soldier's mouth twitched. At last he spoke. Don't think nonsense. Your mom's definitely fine. How do you know? Guessing. The young man fell silent for a while, then let out a bitter laugh. Old soldier, your way of comforting people is really something. The old soldier laughed too, very faintly. He plucked a leaf from the tree, put it into his mouth, and chewed it a couple times, then spat it out. Soon. I heard the brigade commander say that the higher-ups will be sending aircraft to pick us up and bring us back to the base to regroup. We can finally say goodbye to this godforsaken place. The young man's eyes lit up. Really? Well, the brigade commander said. Could be fake. Then when? Soon. You already said that just now. The old soldier smiled again. Then I'll say it again. Soon. The young man looked at the dense forest in the distance, then glanced at the fallen zombies outside the barbed wire and let out a soft sigh. Hopefully. Inside the barbed wire was an open training ground. Several tanks sat beneath the shade of the trees under camouflage nets, their gun barrels wrapped in withered vines. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice them at all. Beside them were several infantry fighting vehicles. The camouflage on their bodies had already blended into the surrounding woods. Farther away stood rows of tin barracks. Tree branches and dry grass covered the roofs, and from the air, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary hillside. At the barracks entrance, two soldiers patrolled back and forth with rifles in hand. Their footsteps were light, and neither said a word. Inside the largest factory building, the fluorescent tubes buzzed, casting a pale light over everyone's faces. A field table stood in the middle with a map spread across it. Several people stood around the table, all in camouflage uniforms, all with exhaustion they couldn't hide on their faces. Zhao Tianqing stood at the very front, both hands braced against the table, looking at the red circle marked Feng Tian on the map. He was in his early 50s. His temples had already gone gray, but his back was still straight, and his gaze was still heavy. The order from the chief has come down. He spoke in an even voice. Feng Tian has completely fallen. High Command believes there is no need for us to stay here any longer. We are ordered to consolidate the troops. 7 days from now, a large transport plane will be sent to take us back. Great, a young officer blurted out, unable to hide the excitement on his face. But very quickly, he realized this wasn't the right moment and restrained his expression. The others said nothing, but more or less all of them showed relief on their faces. Only one person kept his head lowered, staring at the red circle on the map with a complicated expression. That was the deputy brigade commander, surnamed Zhou, a Feng Tian local who had lived in this city for more than 40 years. He pointed at the map. What about here? We're just abandoning it? No one answered. Deputy brigade commander Zhou let out a bitter laugh. I grew up by the city moat when I was a kid, swam there in the summer, skated there in the winter. Later I became a soldier, then an officer. I've never left this city my whole life. And now we're just leaving like this. Zhao Tianqing patted him on the shoulder and said nothing. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tianqing spoke again. Don't get happy too soon. Before the withdrawal, the chief assigned us another mission. Everyone's eyes turned toward him. Zhao Tianqing pulled a sheet of paper from a folder. On it was a brief telegram. He read aloud, Feng Tian War Zone. You are hereby ordered to do everything in your power before evacuation to search for and rescue the following individuals. Su Jincheng, female, 21 years old. Junior student at Feng Tian Conservatory of Music. This individual is the daughter of Deputy Chief of Staff Su of the military district. We want to see the person alive, or the corpse dead. The factory building fell so quiet that the electric hum of the fluorescent lights could be heard. One officer couldn't hold back anymore. Brigade commander. Feng Tian is that big. Millions of people, hundreds of square kilometers. Where are we supposed to look? And zombies are everywhere inside. With so few of us going in, I'm afraid we want to even make a splash before we're swallowed up. Yeah, brigade commander, another one added, even at full count. We only have the strength of 2 battalions left. Fewer than 10 tanks can still move, and we're running low on ammo too. If we really go into the city, wouldn't that just be walking into death? And besides, maybe that girl already. The man stopped halfway when he saw Zhao Tianqing's expression and swallowed the rest. But everyone understood what he hadn't said. A 23-year-old girl hiding for more than 20 days in a city crawling with zombies. Could she still be alive? Zhao Tianqing stayed silent for a long time. He stared at the map on the table, at that red circle, as if he were looking at a city and also at a piece of the past. Brigade commander, a young officer, said anxiously, don't lose your head. We brothers followed you out of the city and fought all the way here. How many people died? Now that we finally have hope of retreating, you can't really throw our brothers' lives away. Zhao Tianqing lifted his head and looked at him. The gaze wasn't fierce, but it was heavy, like a deep well. The young officer opened his mouth, then lowered his head. All right, don't let your thoughts run wild. Zhao Tianqing's voice was calm, but every word carried weight. Since the order came directly from above, that means the target is still alive. It's just that her situation may not be very optimistic. I understand everyone's concerns. To be honest, I don't want to lead our brothers to their deaths either. He paused, and his voice dropped lower. But military orders are as heavy as a mountain. And this came personally from the chief. You all know the stakes involved. Silence. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou sighed. The brigade commander is right. An order is an order. There's nothing to discuss there. But we can't just charge in blindly either. We need to come up with a safer method. Zhao Tianqing nodded, his tone easing slightly. That's right. Get yourselves together. Let us first take a look at the target's situation before making plans. He lowered his head again and looked at the map, lightly tapping the location of Fengtian City with his finger. On the map, the river cutting through the city was still there. The crisscrossing roads were still there. The densely packed buildings were still there. But the people were gone. The city he had guarded for half his life was dead. Zhao Tianqing's finger moved slowly across the map and stopped in the dense cluster of buildings in the city center. There was a residential complex there marked with a small red dot, Phoenix City. Before the apocalypse, it had been one of the most upscale residential areas in Fengtian City, home to the city's powerful and wealthy. After the apocalypse, it was the center of hell. According to the intel from above, Su Jinqing lives in Building 7, District B, Phoenix City. Zhao Tianqing tapped the red dot and looked up at the officers. The day the apocalypse broke out happened to be a weekend. She had just returned home after shopping at the supermarket. Living with her was her best friend, Lin Wanqing. This Lin Wanqing's background isn't simple either. They didn't say exactly whose daughter she is, but they specifically mentioned she must be given equal priority. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou leaned closer to the map, his brows twisting into a knot. Phoenix City, city center. Within a radius of 2 kilometers there's a large shopping mall, office buildings, a top-tier hospital, and a subway station. Before the apocalypse, just think about the population density in that area. The city center on a weekend, millions of people. No one responded. Everyone knew what that meant. Millions of people meant millions of zombies. That area was now true hell. Any ground force that went in would be like splashing water into a vat of boiling oil. A direct assault is impossible. Zhao Tianqing straightened up, his voice heavy. With the men and equipment we have, going in would be suicide. Then what do we do? A young officer asked. Zhao Tianqing didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at a lieutenant standing in the corner. Old Son, how many things do we still have in camp that can fly? Old Son was the acting commander of the Army Aviation Squadron. The original commander had died in the last breakout. He opened a notebook, his voice somewhat dry. Brigade Commander, we only have 3 left now, and all of them were the ones we managed to save when we ran for it last time. One of them has abnormal engine noise and can't fly long distance. It can only circle around the local area. The ones we can really use, too. Zhao Tianqing's brows furrowed even tighter. How many people can each one carry? Old Son didn't even look at the notebook. The numbers were already in his head. Maximum load for tons. If we don't mount external fuel tanks, then fully fueled and fully armed. Each one can carry 12 or 13 fully equipped soldiers. If we do add the external fuel tanks, the true capacity gets cut in half. It can carry 6 or 7. If we want to make a round trip. Phoenix City is about 40 kilometers away from us in a straight line. Back and forth makes 80 kilometers. Add hovering time and a safety reserve. And we need to keep enough fuel for at least 150 kilometers. Calculating it like that, each aircraft can carry at most 6 people. No more than that. 2 helicopters, 12 people. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou let out a bitter laugh. 12 people charging into the city center. How is that any different from going there to die? So we can't force our way in. Zhao Tianqing looked at the map and fell silent for a moment. Our goal isn't to fight a war. It's to save people. Find the targets. Pick them up and withdraw immediately. No getting bogged down in battle. No entanglements. No unnecessary complications. The problem is, how do we find them? Another officer spread out a more detailed city map and pointed at the dense mass of buildings around Phoenix City. This whole area is packed with high-rises. At the very least, there are dozens of buildings. Even if we know she's in Building 7, Block B, that one building alone has dozens of floors, and each floor has several apartments. We only have 12 men. Are we going to search building by building, floor by floor? We don't need to search the building. Zhao Tianqing shook his head. We only need them to come up to the rooftop. The rooftop? Several people looked at him at the same time. Zhao Tianqing pointed at the map. The helicopter will land directly on the rooftop of Building 7, Block B. Su Jinqing and Lin Wanqing, if they're still alive, should be somewhere in that building. All we need to do is let them know someone is coming to rescue them and have them find a way to get to the rooftop themselves. How do we notify them? The place below is crawling with zombies. We can't exactly shout, can we? The corner of Zhao Tianqing's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at a young communications soldier nearby. Xiao Chun, do we still have that thing? Xiao Chun froze for a second, then his eyes lit up. Yes. Brigade Commander, we still have 3 6-rotor drones, the kind with loudspeakers. They were left over from when we worked with the local police on anti-fraud publicity campaigns. They've just been sitting in storage ever since. Can they still be used? They should be fine. We just need to charge the batteries, and the loudspeakers still work too. Zhao Tianqing nodded and lowered his gaze back to the map. The drones go in first and confirm their location. At the same time, use the loudspeakers to announce our plan and tell them to get up to the rooftop in advance and wait there. Then the helicopters fly and land, pick them up, and take off. The whole process has to be kept within 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou looked at him. 5 minutes. Zhao Tianqing nodded. If it takes too long, all the zombies in the surrounding area will converge on us. Once that happens, we won't be able to get out. The officers exchanged glances. Some nodded, some frowned, some bit their lips and said nothing. After a moment of silence, the young officer spoke again, his voice much lower than before. Brigade Commander, I still think, taking such a huge risk for just 2 people, is it really worth it? Zhao Tianqing looked at him and said nothing. We only have this much left. The young officer lowered his head. There are only 2 helicopters left that can still fly. If one goes down, that is one less. Those 12 brothers all crawled out of piles of corpses with us. If one dies, that is one less. For 2 people. For 2 people. Zhao Tianqing picked up where he left off. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Do you know who the fathers of those 2 people are? The young officer raised his head. Zhao Tianqing did not answer. He only looked back at the map and lightly tapped the spot marked Phoenix City with his finger. The tapping was soft, but every tap felt like a hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. Make preparations. He withdrew his hand, and his voice returned to its usual steady calm. Charge the drones. Inspect the helicopters. Pick 12 men. We want the best. Tomorrow morning, we depart. No one spoke. The officers silently gathered up the maps, silently folded the documents, and silently turned to leave. Clear footsteps echoed through the empty factory building. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou walked last. When he was almost at the door, he stopped, turned around, and looked at Zhao Tianqing. Zhao Tianqing was still standing by the table, staring at the rolled-up map, as if he were looking at an old friend about to depart on a long journey. Old Zhao, Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou said in a very low voice, just how sure are you? Zhao Tianqing raised his head and met his eyes. After several seconds of silence, he finally spoke slowly, his voice calm. 30%. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou's eyelid twitched. 30%. 3 successes out of 10. 7 times out of 10. The aircraft would be destroyed, and everyone aboard would die. He took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. He wanted to say something. His lips moved, but in the end, only one sentence came out. With 30%, you still dare take it? Zhao Tianqing smiled and looked at this old partner who had followed him for more than 10 years. Fatigue was on that face. Helplessness too, and something else that was hard to describe. Military orders are like mountains. The moment he heard that, Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou's expression immediately turned ugly. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and let out a sigh. Military orders are like mountains. Those 4 words really can crush a man to death. Zhao Tianqing did not respond. He walked over to the window and looked at the forest outside, now shrouded in dusk. In the last trace of light, the barbed wire in the distance gave off a cold gleam. Outside the wire were those corpses that would lie there forever, and those that were still standing, still wandering. Forever starving beasts. Farther beyond, that lay Fengtian City. Several million people had died in that city. Several million had turned into monsters. And now, he was about to send 12 men in 2 helicopters into the heart of that city to rescue 2 girls. 30%. He had said 30%. But that was a lie. He knew very well in his heart that there wasn't even a 10% chance. But he couldn't say that. He was the backbone of more than 1,000 people. If he said he had no confidence, then the hearts of those 1,000 people would fall apart. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou stared at his back for a long time. In the end, he sighed. I'll go pick them in. Pick them from a special ops company. Zhao Tianqing's voice came from beside the window. I want the best. The best. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou murmured, then turned and pushed the door open. The iron door slowly shut behind him, letting out a dull thud. At the same time, elsewhere, the special ops company's quarters were in the deepest part of the camp, a row of half-underground sheet metal barracks, freezing in winter and scorching in summer. The company commander was called Han Meng, 26 years old, 1.85 meters tall, built solid with muscle from head to toe. He was the all-army hand-to-hand combat champion. Before the apocalypse, his biggest wish had been to earn a promotion to officer rank next year. After the apocalypse, his biggest wish was to stay alive long enough to see tomorrow's sun. When Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou pushed open the barracks door, Han Meng was leading several squad leaders in cleaning their guns. More than a dozen rifles had been disassembled into parts and laid out on an oilcloth, polished until they gleamed. At the sound of the door, everyone looked up at the same time. Deputy Brigade Commander? Han Meng put down the gun barrel in his hand and stood up. The others stood up as well, their gazes turning toward him in unison. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou looked at those young faces. Early 20s, 25, or 26. The oldest no more than 27 or 28. He took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice steady. Their SA mission. Han Meng's eyes lit up at once. Not just Han Meng. The eyes of the squad leaders beside him lit up too. For the past 20-plus days, they had been holed up in this patch of woods, killing only the scattered zombies outside the barbed wire, one shot, one kill like target practice. They've been stifled to the point of going crazy. What mission? Han Meng took a step forward, unable to suppress the excitement in his voice. Are we going into the city? Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou said nothing. Han Meng's smile stiffened on his face, then slowly faded. The others also sensed that something was off. The light in their eyes dimmed a little. Deputy Brigade Commander? Han Meng called out tentatively. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou told them about the mission. It was very brief, over in just a few sentences. After it was said, the barracks fell so silent that they could hear the sound of gun, oil dripping onto the tarp. Han Meng's expression changed. From excitement to stiffness, from stiffness to gravity, from gravity to silence. The smiles on the faces of the squad leaders behind him also faded bit by bit. Fenghuang City? One squad leader repeated in a low voice. An indescribable dryness in it. Downtown? Another squad leader swallowed hard. Han Meng said nothing. He just stood there silently. No one knew what he was thinking. Vice Brigadier Zhou looked at them, his heart feeling like something was stuck in his chest, neither going up nor down. He wanted to say something comforting, but after opening his mouth, he couldn't say a thing. What could he say? Say it was fine, that it was safe? That would be a lie. Besides, they weren't stupid. Say that if they didn't want to go, that they didn't have to, that would also be a lie. In the end, he only said one sentence. This mission is exceptionally dangerous. Only you can complete it. After speaking, he turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out. The door closed behind him, sealing that deathly silence inside. Han Meng stood where he was, completely still. The squad leaders behind him looked at each other. Someone opened his mouth, but in the end, no sound came out. Someone lowered his head and stared blankly at the polished guns on the ground. Someone leaned against the wall, tilted his head back, and looked at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. Dusk withered away, and the last trace of orange-red faded from the horizon. Night arrived on schedule. On the walls of Nirvana Fortress, the searchlights lit up one after another. Their beams slowly turned, sweeping across the silent darkness beyond the city. The command center was brightly lit. The surveillance feeds covering the entire wall showed real-time updates from every battle line. On the eastern front, the infantry fighting vehicles that had been advancing had already stopped and formed a circular defensive position at an intersection. On the western front, the soldiers were setting up temporary tents, and sentries from several squads were already in position. In one corner of the screen, the time flickered, 7:47 p.m. Li Jing pushed the door open and walked in, a tablet in hand, fatigue from a full day of high-intensity command written across his face. He walked up to Jiang Chun, stood at attention, and saluted. Chief, today's battle report. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair. Behind him, Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing stood on his left and right for hands gently pressing his shoulders and neck. He nodded. Go ahead. Li Jing opened the tablet and began his report. Eastern Front. Li Yunlong's unit departed at 6 in the morning and ceased advancing at 6 in the evening. For a total advance of 1.2 kilometers. 3 commercial streets were cleared, 2 residential blocks, and 1 small plaza. Approximately 3,400 zombies were killed, and 123 survivors were rescued. Among them, Ding Wei's unit killed approximately 1,100 zombies during support operations and rescued 47 survivors. Total for the Eastern Front, 4,500 zombies killed and 170 survivors rescued. Western Front, Gao Cheng's unit departed at 6 in the morning and ceased advancing at 6 in the evening for a total advance of 0.9 kilometers. For streets in the Old City were cleared, along with 12 residential buildings and 1 elementary school. Approximately 2,800 zombies were killed and 91 survivors were rescued. Combined total for both fronts. The furthest distance advanced today was 1.2 kilometers. The average advance distance was 1 kilometer. Approximately 7,300 zombies were killed, and 261 survivors were rescued. Our casualties, 0. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze falling onto the holographic map on the wall. The Eastern Front had advanced 1.2 kilometers, the Western Front 0.9. Added together, it was only a little over 2 kilometers. The 1 kilometer radius around the fortress had already been cleared. Today had been the first day of expanding outward, and after fighting all day, they had only moved forward this little. Li Jing closed the tablet, glanced at Jiang Chen's expression, and softly said, Chief, you should get some rest first. I'll go make the arrangements below. Understood. You should go get some rest too. Li Jing gave a salute, turned, and left. His footsteps gradually faded away in the corridor. The command center quieted down, leaving only the silent flicker of the surveillance feeds across the wall. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began replaying today's battle in his mind. 1.2 kilometers. That was the Eastern Front's result. The Western Front was even less, only 0.9. After a full day, with more than 300 men from 2 companies, infantry fighting vehicles, and heavy artillery all deployed, they had only pushed forward this much. They had to take 10 square kilometers in half a month. At this speed, it would be tough. He opened his eyes and stared at the dense cluster of buildings on the map, slowly getting a feel for the problem. Before the apocalypse, this had been the urban-rural fringe of Fengtian City. The buildings might not have been lined with skyscrapers like downtown, but they were still packed tightly together. Residential buildings stood right next to each other, with gaps so narrow that even sunlight couldn't squeeze through. Storefronts along the streets were crammed one after another, signs crowding signs. Some alleys were so narrow that even infantry fighting vehicles couldn't get through. Then there were those illegally built sheet metal shacks, privately expanded storefronts, stairwells piled full of junk. Twists and turns, one bend after another. When drones flew overhead and looked down, it was dense and tangled, like a giant spiderweb spread open. Every building had to be cleared room by room. Every single room had to be searched. Not one corner could be missed. Just searching buildings had eaten up most of the day. Then there were the survivors. 170, 91, more than 200 in total. Every batch they rescued had to be escorted back, fed, housed, and given medical care. That also took time. It also took manpower. The advance was slow not because they couldn't fight, but because they couldn't speed it up. And this was still the outskirts, where the building density wasn't even at its highest. If they pushed farther in and entered the main urban district, with residential towers 10 or 20 stories high, office buildings dozens of stories tall, underground malls, subway stations, that would be the real meat grinder. At that point, clearing a single building could take a whole day. He rubbed his brow. The mission was harder than he had imagined. Take 10 square kilometers in 15 days. Based on today's progress, it was barely possible. But that was under ideal conditions. The farther they pushed in, the denser the buildings, the more zombies and the more survivors there would be. Progress would only get slower and slower. He needed more manpower. Behind him, Chu Yanran's hand gently pressed against his temples, the force just right. Lin Yuqing needed his shoulders. Her movements still a little unpracticed, but very serious. Just as Jiang Chun closed his eyes, the system notification in his mind arrived right on time. Ding! Detected that the chief's forces killed a total of 7,321 zombies today. Beginning reward settlement. Killed 7,321 ordinary zombies. Merit points, 7,321. Current total merit points, 145,884. Detected dropped items. Military wool blanket blueprint X1. Field folding bed blueprint X1. Military toiletry kit blueprint X1. First aid kit blueprint X1. Vitamin tablets blueprint X1. Self-heating rice meal, 12-hour type, blueprint X1. Portable solar charging panel blueprint X1. Tactical flashlight, upgraded version, blueprint X1. High magnification binoculars blueprint X1. Jiang Chun glanced over the drops. They were all daily supplies and individual soldier equipment. Blankets, folding beds, toiletry kits. These were essentials for settling survivors. The first aid kits and vitamin tablets were urgently needed by the medical station. The self-heating rice meals and tactical flashlights were useful for the troops too. Better than nothing. At least the loot pool had started producing. Just as he was about to close the panel, the system notification rang out again. Ding! Detected high tier drop. H6K medium to long range bomber blueprint X1. Jiang Chun suddenly sat up straight. Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing's hands stopped at the same time. Startled by his sudden movement, he opened the blueprint. A long, sleek white bomber hovered in the virtual display. Dense rows of missiles hung beneath its wings, and the August 1st military insignia on the fuselage gleamed under the sunlight. H6K, the God of War bomber. Maximum payload, 9 tons. Combat radius, 3,500 kilometers. It could carry cruise missiles and precisely strike targets thousands of kilometers away. With this thing, all those dense zombie nests in Fengtian City could be wiped clean from an entire building with a single missile. Jiang Chun stared at that exchange price, and the fire in his heart was instantly doused cold. 150,000 merit points for one aircraft. He only had 140,000 in hand right now. On top of that, the bomber's cost was too high. It wasn't suitable for the current Nirvana army, and he couldn't afford to play with it either. At the moment, what he needed most was still manpower. He let out a helpless sigh and put away the H6K blueprint into storage. Save up first, he muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the golden icon in the corner of the system panel. He had almost forgotten. There was still one advanced blueprint he hadn't opened. It was the reward from the side mission. He'd been so busy that he forgot all about it. He tapped the icon, and a flash of golden light swept past. Ding! Congratulations, Commander, for obtaining Micro Missile Silo Blueprint ×1. Jiang Chun blinked. What the hell? A missile silo? He immediately opened the details. Micro Missile Silo, type, Fortress Defensive Weapon. Can be mounted on medium weapon base station. Dimensions, height 35 meters, width 2 meters. Silo capacity, 12 missiles, vertical launch. Missile type, smart low-altitude ground attack missile. Guidance method, active radar, infrared imaging, laser semi-active composite guidance. Effective range, 3 kilometers. Maximum speed, 1.8 Mach. Lock-on capability, can lock on to 8 targets at the same time, fire and forget. Warhead, high explosive warhead, kill radius 25 meters. Thermobaric warhead, for enclosed spaces only. Reload method, automatic loading system. After missiles are exhausted, manual resupply is required. Exchange price, 50,000 merit points per set, includes 12 high explosive missiles. Missile price, 10 merit points per missile, high explosive, 15 merit points per missile, thermobaric. Jiang Chun stared at that string of data, and his heartbeat skipped. Good stuff. 12 missiles. Vertical launch. Range of 3 kilometers. Speed of 1.8 Mach. Simultaneous lock-on for 8 targets. Fire and forget. This wasn't a turret. This was a missile position. Those medium weapon base stations on the fortress walls had been sitting empty this whole time. Thor was for small base stations. Luduin and Tianfa were for large base stations. As for the medium base stations, he had never found a suitable weapon. Now he had one. One silo, 12 missiles. Each missile had a kill radius of 25 meters. Within 3 kilometers, any ground target that got locked by, it would be like getting smashed by an iron hammer falling from the sky. More accurate than artillery shells. More vicious than artillery shells. Faster than artillery shells. A picture appeared in his mind. The zombie tide surging in, the missile silos inside the fortress opening all at once. 12 missiles screaming into the air, trailing white smoke across the sky, then slamming precisely into the densest parts of the horde. Boom, 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 boom. Area after area cleared. Area after area blown apart. Area after area vaporized. The kill radius of one shell was 25 meters. 12 of them made 300 meters. One silo alone could cover a 300-meter fan-shaped zone. 10 silos would make 3 kilometers. No matter what kind of zombie tide came, it would just be delivering itself up. He glanced at the exchange price. 50,000 for one unit, and 10 merit points per missile. A little more expensive than artillery shells, but worth it. He currently had 140,000 merit points, close to 150,000, enough to exchange for 3 units. But tomorrow he still had to replenish ammunition for the troops, and he was even planning to add another infantry platoon, so he had to keep some in reserve first. Jiang Chun closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and slowly let out a long breath. The smile at the corner of his mouth simply would not go away. At 6 in the morning, the sky was just starting to brighten. In the inner area of Phoenix Mountain, 12 people stood in 2 rows on the open ground in front of the barracks. Black combat uniforms, tactical vests, full helmets, goggles fully equipped. Han Meng stood at the very front, his back straight as a ramrod. The 11 men behind him were all top picks from the Special Operations Company. Snipers, assaulters, breachers, every role was there. All of them were veteran partners. A heavy pack sat at each man's feet. Rifles hung across their chests. Pistols were holstered at their waists. Daggers were strapped to their legs, and their magazine pouches were stuffed full. Zhao Tiansheng walked out from the barracks, followed by Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou and several officers. He stopped in front of the 12 men, his gaze sweeping across their faces one by one. They were all familiar faces. All soldiers who had fought their way out of Fengtian City with him. He was silent for a few seconds before speaking. You all know the mission, right? Reporting to Brigade Commander. Yes, sir. The 12 answered in unison, their voices neat and thunderous, loud enough to startle the birds in the nearby trees into flapping away. Why are you shouting so damn loud? Aren't you afraid of drawing those beasts over here? Zhao Tiansheng rolled his eyes at them and tossed out a couple of complaints. Still, everything that needed to be said had already been said last night. Saying more now would just be nonsense. He stepped back, and Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou stepped forward and handed the document pouch in his hand to Han Meng. Inside is the map of Area B of Phoenix City. The target building has already been marked. The footage captured by the drone is also in there. Su Jinsheng and Lin Wanqing were last seen on the balcony 3 days ago. Their location was the 2nd floor from the top, the unit on the east side. They should still be alive. Han Meng took the document pouch and stuffed it into the side pocket of his pack. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou looked at his face. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he only patted Han Meng on the shoulder and said one sentence. Be careful. Han Meng bared his teeth in a grin. The smile was a little bitter but hard. Don't worry, Deputy Brigade Commander. 12 go, 12 come back. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou said nothing. Everyone knew those words were a lie. What kind of place was Phoenix City? The city center. Millions of zombies packed into those high-rises. As dense as ants in an anthill. If 12 men charged in there, getting half of them back would already be a blessing from the ancestors. But he still nodded and said, good. Zhao Tiansheng stepped forward again and stood in front of the 12 men, silent for a long time. Morning light shone from behind him, stretching his shadow long and casting it over the young soldiers. Come back alive. Those 4 words were light, but each one hit the ground like a stone, heavy and solid. Han Meng gave a salute, raising his hand high. The 11 behind him followed at once and saluted as well. Then they turned and walked toward the helipad. 2 transport helicopters were parked side by side there. Their rotors were already turning, giving off a low, heavy hum. 6 men per aircraft. Full fuel. Fully loaded with ammo. Han Meng boarded the designated helicopter. He was the last to turn back for one glance. Then he withdrew his gaze and pulled the cabin door shut. The rotors spun faster and faster. The helicopters slowly lifted off, hovered for 2 seconds, then tilted forward and flew in the direction of Fengtian City. The 2 helicopters skimmed over the treetops, crossed the mountain ridge, and vanished into the gray, hazy skyline. At the same time, Nirvana Fortress, 6 in the morning. On the eastern line, Li Yunlong's third platoon was already fully prepared and ready to go. The infantry fighting vehicles started their engines at the same time, and the roar echoed through the fortress. On the western line, Gao Cheng's second company also set out right on schedule. The battle began. Half an hour later, the helicopter flew at low altitude, less than 200 meters above the ground. The city below looked like a gray ruin. Buildings leaned at crooked angles. The streets were shattered, and scorched marks were everywhere. Dense clusters of shifting black dots could still be seen. That was the zombie horde wandering through the ruins. Han Meng looked down at that dead city through the cabin window, his expression heavy. This was the city where he had been born and raised. He had grown up in Fengtian, joined the army there, and planned to marry there. Of course, that never happened. His girlfriend had gone missing on the very day the apocalypse broke out. He withdrew his gaze and swept his eyes over the people seated in the cabin. 6 men, back to back, crammed inside this metal shell. No one spoke. One had his head lowered as he cleaned his gun. One had his eyes shut, resting. One stared blankly at the floor. Every face looked like it was attending a funeral. Han Meng frowned and spoke, his voice not loud, but hard. Get your damn spirits up. Several people looked up at him. Remember this. We are soldiers. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Even if we know the road ahead leads to death, we still have to. Before he could finish, boom, a deafening explosion rang out from ahead, and the entire helicopter shook. Right after that came a crackling burst of gunfire. Da-da-da-da-da. It was so dense it sounded like firecrackers going off during the new year, mixed with the thumping of heavy machine guns and the blasts of shells exploding. What's going on? Han Meng suddenly grabbed the edge of the window and leaned out to look. The district ahead was ablaze. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and one exploding fireball after another rose up from the battlefield. The radio operator's voice came through the headset, carrying obvious shock. Company commander, large-scale fighting detected ahead. Someone is fighting the zombies. Fighting? Who? Han Meng nearly sprang out of his seat. Not sure. It's too far away. We can't tell which unit they belong to. Han Meng stared fixedly at that battlefield, his brows twisting together. The troops in Fengtian City? Didn't T Brigade Commander Zhao say before? Of all the troops that had defended Fengtian, only their battered remnant was left now. Then where had these people below come from? If his guess was right, those deafening sounds should be the autocannon fire from infantry fighting vehicles, plus heavy machine gun fire and the like. His brows furrowed deeper. He gritted his teeth, then finally gave the order. Lower altitude. Fly over and take a look. Company commander. The pilot turned his head, his face pale. If we get any closer, we'll enter visible firing range, and their identity is unknown. What they're not on our side. Han Meng shot him a vicious glare. Quit your damn nonsense. This is our turf. Those people down there can't be some other country's army, can they? And besides, who else would have this kind of firepower except our troops? The pilot opened his mouth, thought about it, and it actually did make sense. He gritted his teeth, pushed the control stick, and the helicopter descended, flying toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the ground, a Type 04 infantry fighting vehicle sat sideways in the middle of an intersection. Its rooftop 30mm autocannon spinning like mad. Li Yunlong had half his body sticking out of the turret, with both hands on the autocannon. He opened fire on several zombies that had just rushed out an alley not far away. Dong 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 dong. The shells slammed accurately into the zombie pack. Those few zombies were instantly blown apart. Blood, intestines, and chunks of flesh splattered all over the ground. Ha ha ha. That is satisfying. Damn satisfying. Li Yunlong laughed like a madman, then swung the barrel toward another group of zombies. Beside him, Wei Hashang lay against the edge of the turret, looking helplessly at his platoon leader as he couldn't help but complain. Platoon leader, who fights like you do, instead of properly commanding from the rear. You're getting addicted to shooting up here? Without even turning his head, Li Yunlong sent another burst sweeping out. Hashang, let me tell you, who says an officer can't go onto the battlefield and kill the enemy? This is called leading from the front. The hell do you know? Leading from the front doesn't mean doing it like this. If something happens to you, what are the brothers supposed to do? Wei Hashang looked miserable. Bullshit. What could possibly happen to me? Just as Li Yunlong was about to keep firing, a humming noise suddenly came from overhead. He instinctively looked up, squinting his small eyes at the black dot in the sky that was getting bigger and bigger. The hell is that? Very soon, the buzzing drew closer and deeper. Li Yunlong pulled out a pair of binoculars from the turret and squinted up at the sky. 2 black dots emerged from beneath the clouds, growing larger and clearer. Olive green fuselage, stub wings, 5-blade rotor, rocket pods hanging under the belly, a machine gun mounted by the cabin door. He froze. It wasn't a Wuji-10. He had seen the Chief's 3 Wuji-10 helicopters before, dark green, streamlined, with a nose shaped like an eagle's beak. These 2 in the sky were different. Their fuselages were more slender, their tail booms thinner, and their paint scheme was deep green with digital camouflage. There was a round radar dome above the rotor. The hell? These aren't our aircraft. Li Yunlong's expression changed. He immediately ducked back into the turret, his voice urgent and heavy. Everyone, disperse at once and find cover. Hashang, contact the chief Immediately, two unidentified armed helicopters have appeared above our position. They are not our aircraft. Request instructions. Wei Hashang's expression also changed. He grabbed the radio at once, switched to the command center channel, and kept his voice very low. Nirvana, Nirvana. This is 3rd Platoon of the Eastern Line. We have detected two unidentified armed helicopters above our position. They are not friendly units. Repeat, not friendly units. Request instructions. There was silence on the radio for a few seconds. Then Jiang Chun's voice came through, calm and without any trace of emotion. Received. Stay hidden. Do not open fire. Await orders. Nirvana Fortress. Command Center. Jiang Chun stood in front of the holographic map, his brows knotted tight. On the screen, two green light dots were slowly moving above the eastern battlefield. They were not fast, and they were not flying high. It looked like they were observing something. Two helicopters. Li Jing stood beside him, his voice also lowered. G-20, armed variant. They're not ours. I know. Jiang Chun stared at the two light dots, his mind racing. He had not deployed the Wuji-10 squad. Those three Wuji-10 helicopters were still lying quietly in the hangar. Not a single one had moved. Then where had these two helicopters come from? The next second, one thought surfaced in his mind. Remnant forces. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other possibility. When the apocalypse broke out, quite a few troops had been stationed in Fengtian City. Later, the army was scattered. Some units had been completely wiped out. Some had broken out and retreated, and some had disappeared into who knew what corner. These two helicopters should belong to one of those remnant forces. But why had they appeared here? Had the recent fighting been loud enough to draw them over? Or were they just passing by? Jiang Chun fell silent for a moment. No matter what their purpose was, he currently had no desire to come into contact with them. He understood very clearly what his identity was now. A warlord with private troops, occupying territory and ruling one region for himself. Before the apocalypse, he had been an ordinary man without even a proper military designation. After the apocalypse, he had gained a system, soldiers, territory, and firepower that others would not even dare dream of. But he did not know how to face people who were still wearing regular military uniforms. What was he supposed to say when they met? Ask for their unit number? Report his own designation? He had nothing he could produce. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, suppressing those messy thoughts. His voice returned to its usual steadiness. Deploy the Wuji-10 squad. Issue a warning and tell them to leave this place. Yes. Li Jing turned and ran out. 2 minutes later, the armored plates on top of the fortress hangar slid open to both sides. 3 dark green Wuji-10 helicopters slowly lifted off and hovered above the fortress. The airflow stirred up by the rotors sent dust billowing everywhere. Sunlight fell on the Phoenix emblem on the fuselage, making it gleam with golden light. Then they tilted and flew toward the eastern front. Above the eastern battlefield, Han Meng lay by the window, staring fixedly at the battlefield below. He finally saw it clearly. Those were infantry fighting vehicles. At least 7 or 8 of them were parked there. Whose troops are these? He muttered. Company commander. The co-pilot suddenly shouted, his voice cracking. At 3 o'clock, 3 more incoming. Armed helicopters. Han Meng whipped his head around. 3 dark green armed helicopters were rapidly approaching from the southeast. The cannons at their noses were aimed straight at them, and missiles and rockets hung beneath their stub wings. On the side of the fuselage, a golden phoenix shone dazzlingly under the sun. They're not our aircraft. Han Meng's pupils shrank sharply. His voice was almost squeezed out through his throat. Retreat. Hurry. Retreat. The pilot reacted instantly, yanking the control stick back. The helicopter abruptly pitched up, its rotors almost scraping the rooftop beside it. Then made a sharp turn and swung around. The other helicopter followed, right behind. As the 2 helicopters skimmed low over the rooftops, a voice suddenly came through the headset. It was in the clear, over a public channel anyone could hear. Unknown helicopters, you have entered Nirvana Army-controlled airspace. Leave immediately. Repeat, leave immediately. Han Meng looked back. The 3 Wuji-10 helicopters did not chase after them. They simply hovered there, their cannons aimed in his direction. He pulled back his gaze and realized his hand was shaking. He clenched his fist, and the trembling stopped. Soon, the 2 helicopters were flying along the route back toward Phoenix Mountain. Company commander, we're just leaving like this? The driver's voice came through the headset, full of reluctance, along with a trace of something too complicated to describe. If we don't leave, are we supposed to stay and get shot down? Han Meng took a deep breath and forced down the lingering fear. His voice steadied a little. Finish the mission first. After we get back, report everything that happened here to the brigade commander exactly as it happened. Yes. Han Meng turned back for one last look, his expression complicated. The Phoenix emblem. The Nirvana Army. He remembered it. At the same time, on the other side, on the ground, Li Yunlong crawled out from behind an overturned bus, dusted himself off, narrowed his little eyes at the 2 black dots in the sky growing smaller and smaller, and curled his lip. Damn it, they just ran. I thought we were about to have a real fight. He took the cigarette off his ear and stuck it in his mouth without lighting it, cursing indistinctly through clenched teeth. What a letdown. Fucking letdown. Wei Hashang popped out from the side with a bitter look on his face. Squad leader. It's already good enough that they didn't T-attack us. You were actually hoping for a fight? What is there to be scared of? Liunon gladat. I've got infantry fighting vehicles, heavy artillery, and 3 Wuji-10s over my head. Why would I fear 2 transport helicopters? If one comes, I'll shoot one down. If 2 come, I'll shoot down the pair. He took the cigarette from his mouth, threw it to the ground, crushed it hard under his foot, then grabbed the radio. His voice suddenly rose. All squads, listen up. Those 2 things in the sky have fucked off. Time to get back to work. Keep advancing. Before nightfall, take that street ahead for me. The infantry fighting vehicles restarted their engines, and the roaring once again filled the street. The soldiers came out from behind cover, regrouped, spread out, and continued advancing. Gunfire rang out again, intermittent, like raindrops pattering on sheet metal. In the sky, the 3 Wuji-10 helicopters hovered for a moment longer. After confirming that the 2 helicopters had disappeared beyond the horizon, the lead pilot pressed the comms key. Reporting to the Führer, the targets have left. Requesting instructions. Jiang Chun's voice came over the radio. Return. Received. The 3 Wuji-10s tilted in unison, turned around, and flew back toward Nirvana Fortress. Nirvana Fortress. Command Center. Jiang Chun stood in front of the holographic map, staring at the 2 green dots that had already vanished at the edge of the display. The real-time footage sent back by the Wuji-10s was still frozen on the moment those 2 helicopters had turned around in panic. He watched it several times, zoomed in on the body of the helicopter, and confirmed that it belonged to the nation's regular military from before the apocalypse. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, thinking. The other side had left just like that, but they would definitely be suspicious. They would go back and report it. They would send people to investigate. The news about this place probably could not be kept hidden for much longer. Jiang Chun closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Then he opened them again, and his gaze turned sharp once more. He opened the system panel and looked at his current merit points. Then he looked at the military roster, at the silent turrets on the city walls, at the 3 Wuji-10s in the hangar, and at the green dots on the map that were still advancing. No matter who they were, no matter what they thought, no matter what they planned to do, Jiang Chun was not someone to be trifled with. If soldiers came, he would block them with generals. If floodwaters came, he would dam them with earth. He closed the panel, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, from the direction of the Eastern Front, came intermittent explosions and soaring firelight. Jiang Chun looked at that light, not knowing what he was thinking. Building 7, Block B, Phoenix City, 20th floor. Su Jincheng leaned against the corner wall of the balcony, knees drawn up to her chest, chin resting on them, eyes fixed blankly on the pigeon cage on the rooftop of the building opposite. The pigeons had long since vanished, but the cage was still there. Whenever the wind blew, the sheet metal door creaked and squealed. It had been making that sound for more than 20 days now, so much that she was almost starting to hear a melody in it. At this moment, her hair hung loose in a messy tangle, but that face was still pretty. An oval face, willow brows, and large bright eyes. Even after more than 20 days without properly washing up, she could not hide that gentle softness about her. Her father said she looked like she had been raised in the watery towns of Jiangnan, but she was a genuine Fengtian girl through and through. Just then, a figure walked out from the living room. She was carrying a pot of water with a few cabbage leaves floating in it, limp and green. She wore black framed glasses, her hair casually pinned up with a chopstick, loose strands hanging by her ears, and an oversized sweatshirt with a collar so wide that part of her collarbone was exposed. The curve of her 36D figure showed faintly beneath the loose sweatshirt. Mature, domineering older sister type, scholarly beauty. Those 3 words all fit her perfectly. Eating this again? Su Jincheng glanced at the pot. Her tone was flat. It was not disgust, just numbness. What else? Lin Wanqing gently set the pot on the floor and sat down as well. She fished out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the side and handed one to her. It's the last cabbage. If we don't eat it now, it'll rot. Su Jincheng took the chopsticks, but did not move. She stared at the floating cabbage leaf in the pot for a long while, then suddenly said, Ching, when do you think my dad is finally coming to save us? Lin Wanqing took a sip of the soup and said nothing. I'm really reaching my limit. Su Jincheng's voice caught a little, but she did not cry. There is no end in sight to this kind of life. We wait in the daytime, we wait at night, and all we ever get are those monsters screaming outside. Lin Wanqing set down the bowl and reached out to rub her hair. The motion was very gentle, like petting a puffed-up cat. Just wait a little longer. Didn't your dad say it? He'll definitely come save us. We have to trust him. Su Jincheng lowered her head, fell silent for a few seconds, and softly gave an mm. Her dad was the deputy chief of staff of a military district, and her mom was a military doctor. The moment the apocalypse broke out, they called her and told her that no matter what happened, they would never abandon her. She believed them, but it had already been more than 20 days. She didn't know whether she should keep believing. Sigh. Lin Wanqing let out a soft sigh, looked at the vegetable leaves in the pot, then glanced at the few bottles of mineral water on the balcony that were almost empty. I hope they hurry up. Our food, 1 tea, lasts much longer. A few bottles of water, half a box of biscuits, 1 pack of instant noodles, and half a bag of salt. If we ration it, we can last at most 5 more days. After 5 days, either someone comes to save us, or we figure out a way to get downstairs ourselves. She glanced outside the balcony. The dense mass of dark shadows below was still swaying. Of course, going downstairs was impossible, so they could only hope someone would come save them. Su Jincheng gave another quiet hum, buried her face in her knees, and stopped talking. Just then, from not too far away came a low, buzzing sound. The sound of rotor blades. Su Jincheng suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide. She immediately stared hard in that direction, her voice shaking badly. Ching, listen, listen. Lin Wanqing was already on her feet. She didn't even notice her chopsticks had fallen to the floor. She rushed to the balcony railing and looked up at the 2 black dots in the sky, growing larger and larger. Helicopters. She recognized them at once. That's great. They finally came to save us. She covered her mouth, visibly excited, tears already starting to glimmer in her eyes. Very soon, the shadow of the helicopters swept over the rooftop. On the ground, the zombies all raised their heads in unison, packed together so tightly they looked like a black wheat field stirred by the wind. They opened their mouths, stretched out their hands, and howled at the sky. But the sound was drowned out by the roar of the rotors. Nothing could be heard. We're here. Lin Wanqing waved her arms, shouting so loudly that even she thought it sounded piercing. Su Jincheng also ran to the railing and waved frantically. Her voice was already cracking, but she kept shouting anyway. Here, 20th floor. We're here. The helicopter hovered above the rooftop of Building 7. The rotor wash sent loose gravel rolling everywhere across the roof. Han Meng leaned halfway out of the cabin door, glanced at the dense horde of zombies below, then looked up at the building. The target is on the 20th floor. He pulled back into the cabin and grabbed the drone. The drone flew out through the cabin door with a buzzing hum, slowly descending along the outer wall of the building until it finally hovered outside the balcony on the 20th floor. Lin Wanqing and Su Jincheng instinctively took half a step back, staring at the little thing suspended in midair. The loudspeaker on the drone lit up with a red light, and a steady voice came from it, crackling with static, but every word was perfectly clear. Miss Su Jincheng, Miss Lin Wanqing, our unit has come under the Commander's orders to rescue you. Please do not get excited. Stay calm and remain where you are. Our unit will find a way to draw the zombies' attention. At that time, we will send personnel to extract you. These words were repeated 3 times in quick succession. The drone hovered there, its red light flashing on and off. Lin Wanqing and Su Jincheng looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Lin Wanqing gave the drone a thumbs up, and Su Jincheng followed with an okay gesture. The drone slowly rose and disappeared above the rooftop. On the balcony, Lin Wanqing gripped Su Jincheng's hand tightly, so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. Su Jincheng didn't cry out in pain. She only stared in the direction of the roof, her lips trembling, but she didn't cry. She took a deep breath and forced down the surging sourness in her chest. Her voice was soft but steady. I knew it. My dad wouldn't lie to me. He wouldn't leave us behind. Lin Wanqing said nothing. She only held her hand tighter. On the rooftop, Han Meng brought the drone back into the cabin and picked up the radio. Falcon 2, Falcon 1. Prepare to execute a feint. You draw the fire. I'll land and pick up the targets. Over. Falcon 2 received. That helicopter tilted and flew toward the eastern side, hovering over an open area a few hundred meters away. The rocket pod beneath its belly aimed at the dense horde of zombies on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rocket screamed out, trailing white smoke, and slammed into the zombie horde. Boom, boom, boom. The fire of the explosions connected into one sheet. Chunks of flesh, severed limbs, and broken bones flew into the air. Drawn by the explosions, the zombies howled and surged in that direction, like a receding black tide exposing a stretch of wet beach. Now, Han Meng waved his hand, and the helicopter quickly landed on the rooftop. 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers filed out of the cabin, half-crouched, muzzles pointed outward, forming a circular defensive perimeter. Han Meng jumped down last. He swept his gaze over the roof. It was empty. No zombies. There were only a few clotheslines, several pots of dead green plants, and an iron door leading to the stairwell. He let out a breath of relief, walked to the iron door, crouched down, and pressed his ear against it for a few seconds. No movement inside. He turned around and looked at the 5 men, keeping his voice very low. Leave 2 people here to receive them. The other 4 with me. He pointed at the iron door, then downstairs. The targets are on the 20th floor. Not too far from us. You must remember this. Move fast, but do not make too much noise. We don't know how many zombies are inside this building. If we alert them, this mission will be wasted. The men all nodded at the same time. No one spoke. Han Meng's gaze swept across their faces one by one. Then he pulled down his goggles, raised his gun, and spoke in a low, heavy voice. Operation starts now. He gently pushed open the iron door. The stairwell was pitch black. He switched on his tactical flashlight and went in first. Behind him, 3 men entered one after another. Their footsteps so light they were almost inaudible. On the rooftop, 2 men stayed behind, their guns aimed at the stairwell entrance as they kept watch on the surroundings. In the distance, the explosions were still continuing, wave after wave, like muffled thunder rolling across the horizon. The scene shifted. Inside the stairwell, it was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Han Ming kept close to the wall, stepping lightly, every step landing on the edge of the stairs where it wouldn't make noise. The three men behind him moved in a line, muzzles pointed downward, their breathing reduced to the shallowest level. They moved quickly, but not a single one fell behind. Very soon, they reached the 29th floor. The landing in the stairwell was empty. There was only a faded property management notice stuck to the wall. Its corners had curled up, and when the wind blew, it rustled noisily. Han Ming raised a hand and clenched his fist. Everyone stopped at once, pressed themselves to the wall, and held their breath. He listened carefully for a few seconds. After confirming there was no movement, he opened his fist and waved forward. Continue down. 28th floor. Same process. He leaned out and looked toward the hallway entrance. No one was there. There were only a few tightly shut security doors, with yellowed, old newspapers stuffed into the cracks beneath them. He pulled back his gaze and kept moving down. 27th floor. Halfway there, he suddenly caught a sharp, rotten stench, as if it were drifting up from below, faint but unmistakable. His steps paused for a moment. His nostrils flared slightly. Then he continued downward, while at the same time making a warning gesture behind him with his left hand. The four men behind him all tightened their grips on their guns. Their safeties had already been switched off. 26th floor. Han Ming turned the corner of the stairs and stopped abruptly, less than 3 meters ahead. At the junction between the stairwell and the corridor, two zombies were standing motionless with their backs to him at the corridor entrance. They were wearing pajamas. One male and one female. The woman still had a hair tie in her hair, and the man had only one slipper left on his foot. They just stood there, heads slightly raised, as if looking at something on the door, or maybe looking at nothing at all. Han Ming, his heart slammed hard against his chest. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead, ran down his temples, slid into the corners of his eyes, stinging them until they ached. But he didn't blink. He stared fixedly at the two zombies. He slowly raised his left hand, clenched it into a fist, and pressed it back. The four people behind him stopped at the same time, crouching down, their gun muzzles aimed both up and down the stairwell. Han Ming didn't look back. He only made a gesture to the side. He pressed two fingers together, moved them forward 2 steps like walking legs, then flattened his hand and drew it across his throat. The soldier beside him had the codename Fox, second best in hand-to-hand combat in the Special Operations Company. First was Han Ming. Fox watched for less than half a second, nodded, gently leaned his gun against the wall, pulled a tactical dagger from the side of his leg, blade down, gripping it in a reverse hold. Han Ming also put away his gun and drew his dagger, holding it the same way. The two exchanged a glance and stepped forward at the same time. Their boots landed on the concrete stairs with almost no sound, as if stepping on cotton. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Han Ming locked onto the female zombie on the left. Fox locked onto the male zombie on the right. The two zombies showed no reaction at all. They were still standing there, heads slightly raised, not knowing what they were looking at. 1 meter. Han Ming's left hand shot out and clamped onto the female zombie's jaw, wrenching it back hard, while the dagger in his right hand sliced horizontally across its throat. The blade cut through rotting flesh and severed the cervical spine in one smooth motion. There was no spray of blood like he had imagined. A zombie's blood had long since coagulated. Only a black, sticky liquid oozed from the wound, like expired ketchup. The zombie's body tensed sharply, then went limp like a puppet with its strings cut. Han Ming caught it and gently lowered it to the ground, making no sound from start to finish. At the same time, Fox completed the exact same move. The male zombie's head tilted to one side at an impossible angle. Fox caught the body steadily and slowly laid it on the ground. The stairwell returned to dead silence. Only the stench of rot was a little stronger than before. Han Ming crouched beside the corpses and listened carefully. There was no movement downstairs. No movement upstairs either. He let out a breath, gave a forward signal to the people behind him, stood up, stepped over the female zombie, and continued downward. The 3 people behind him followed in single file. As they passed the 2 corpses, someone lowered his head for a glance, but no one spoke. 23rd floor, 21st floor. Very soon, they reached their destination, the 20th floor. Han Ming stopped and raised a clenched fist. The 4 behind him stopped at once. He glanced at the half-open fire door in the stairwell. A thin line of light showed through the crack. Behind that door was the 20th floor. He pulled down his goggles, took a deep breath, raised his gun, aimed the muzzle at the crack in the door, and slowly pushed it open. The hallway was empty. Only the emergency lights buzzed. Their pale white glow made the walls look like hospital bed sheets. If it were anyone else in this kind of scene, they probably would piss themselves and run home, crying for their mom. These few just had strong nerves. Special forces really were special forces. At this moment, Han Ming stayed crouched low, pressed against the wall, and moved forward step by cautious step. The 3 behind him stayed close. 1 door, 2 doors, 3 doors. He stopped and glanced up at the plaque, 2008. The target was behind this door. He looked back at Fox. Fox nodded, pulled a thin metal wire from his tactical vest, inserted it into the lock, and worked it a few times. Click. The lock popped open. Han Meng raised 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. He gently turned the handle, and the door slowly opened. Click. The instant the door was pushed open, 2 figures raised the things in their hands at the same time. A kitchen knife. A baseball bat. The top of the bat was stained with blackish-brown grime splashed on it at some unknown time, and the fingers gripping it had gone white at the knuckles. Han Meng's muzzle was pointed at them, but he didn't fire. He recognized those 2 faces at a glance. Oval face, willow brows. Big eyes full of fear and stubbornness. It was Su Jincheng, wearing black-rimmed glasses. The collar of her hoodie loose enough to reveal a stretch of collarbone and a large patch of snowy white skin. But her gaze was clearly calmer than the one beside her. It was Lin Wanqing. At the sight of the newcomers, Su Jincheng's mouth opened instinctively. She wanted to say something. Han Meng's expression changed. He raised a finger to his lips and gave a forceful show. The 2 women immediately covered their mouths. Han Meng beckoned to them, his voice lowered to the bare minimum. Come with us. The 2 women nodded. No dawdling, no nonsense. They immediately quickened their steps toward the door. Han Meng turned around, his gun aimed at the hallway, and swept his left hand back. The 3 Special Forces soldiers quickly adjusted positions. Han Meng and Fox took point. The other 2 brought up the rear, with Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing sandwiched in the middle as they carefully retraced their route. 21st floor. Han Meng walked in front, his muzzle always aimed toward the upper side of the stairwell corner. Each time they went up a floor, he stopped, listened for a few seconds, then continued. The breathing of the 4 behind him was very light. Their footsteps were very light too. But in the empty stairwell, Su Jincheng's and Lin Wanqing's footsteps sounded especially clear. Suddenly, Su Jincheng stepped on a loose floor tile, and it gave a soft crack. Everyone stopped at the same time. They didn't even dare breathe. Su Jincheng covered her mouth, eyes wide, her whole body frozen in place, not daring to move at all. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. There was no movement downstairs. No movement upstairs either. Han Meng let out a breath and kept going up. 23, 25, 27. As they passed the stairwell corner on the 26th floor, Su Jincheng saw the 2 corpses. 2 people in pajamas lay slumped on the ground, their heads tilted to one side at impossible angles. The wounds on their necks were dark and blackish, with no blood. Su Jincheng's pupils contracted, forcing down the nausea in her stomach. She covered her mouth and grit her way forward after the group. Very soon, they reached the 29th floor. The 2 Special Forces soldiers had already been waiting for some time. They stepped aside and opened a path for the group. The moment they stepped out through the iron door, a blinding beam of sunlight shone over them. Su Jincheng narrowed her eyes, feeling this long-lost sunlight. Her heart filled with emotion. Don't just stand there. Move, Lin Wanqing reminded her, and Su Jincheng snapped back to herself. The 2 women bent low and ran after the soldiers toward the helicopter. Move, move, move. Han Meng stood by the cabin door, grabbed Su Jincheng by the arm, and shoved her into the helicopter. Lin Wanqing climbed in by herself, moving more cleanly than Su Jincheng. The remaining Special Forces soldiers squeezed in after them. Before the cabin door was even fully shut, the helicopter was already lifting off in a wobbling slant. Su Jincheng lay by the window, watching the building she had lived in for over 20 days grow smaller and smaller, farther and farther away. 2 little pearls couldn't help but fall from the corners of her eyes. Lin Wanqing leaned over and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. She didn't say anything, just held her. Han Meng leaned back in his seat, took off his goggles, looked at the gray, dim sky outside, and let out a long breath. Mission accomplished. The people had been rescued, and not a single one was missing. He grabbed the radio, his voice trembling with barely suppressed relief. Falcon 2, Mission 1 is complete. Retreat immediately and return to base. A similarly relieved reply came through the radio. Falcon 2 received. Preparing to withdraw. Not far away. The helicopter hovering at low altitude suddenly pulled up. The last volley of rockets screamed out from the rocket pod, blasting a sea of fire into the horde below. Then it turned and flew toward Phoenix Mountain. But what no one noticed was that, on the rooftop of a high-rise less than dozens of meters away, a figure stood there. It stood at the edge of the roof, the wind whipping its tattered clothes with sharp flapping sounds. Its face was utterly mangled, hideous beyond belief. It raised its head and looked at the helicopter that had just gained altitude beneath it. Then it moved. It leaped from the rooftop edge like an arrow loose from the string, drawing an arc through the air before landing on the roof of the adjacent building. It landed without a sound, bent its knees to absorb the impact, then sprang up again. It was incredibly fast, so fast it looked like an afterimage. Falcon 2. Inside the cabin, everyone was still immersed in the joy of completing the mission. Damn, a Special Forces soldier who looked to be in his 30s cursed loudly. That felt so damn good today. You guys didn't see it. When I let loose with that machine gun, if I didn't T-mo down 50, I definitely got 30. Way better than standing guard and patrolling at base every day. Tell me about it. Another Special Forces soldier named Ahao chimed in. I was practically about to fade into a bird at the base. Today, I finally got to experience what full firepower feels like. Brothers, to celebrate our perfect completion of the mission today, I'm bringing out the booze I secretly stashed away and treating you all to a good drink. You little bastard, you actually hit something that good? But don't celebrate too early. Wait until we get back safe. Before the pilot could finish, the helicopter suddenly jolted hard, as if something had slammed violently into it. A shrill alarm blared at once. What is going on? The pilot yanked the controls, trying to steady the aircraft. No one answered him, because there was no need to. Outside the cabin window, a gray figure was plastered against the glass. Its grotesque, revolting face was pressed directly toward the cabin. Its pitch-black eyes swept over every person inside, and the corners of its mouth slowly split open, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. It had jumped down from above and struck the side of the helicopter with terrifying precision, its limbs clinging to the fuselage like a gecko. Monster! Enemies sighted. Open fire! Open fire! The machine gunner by the cabin door raised his weapon and pulled the trigger at that face. Hot, tot, 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 tot. Bullets slammed into the glass, into the helicopter's body, and into that gray figure. Then a horrifying scene unfolded. When the bullets struck its body, there was no explosion of blood and flesh as expected. They only made its body sway a few times. Then, as if enraged, it let out a hiss-like roar and suddenly thrust one hand to the cabin window. The glass shattered into fragments. That hand seized the machine gunner's head and gave it a casual squeeze, like crushing an egg. Red and white matter sprayed out through its fingers, splattering across the window, the seats, and the face of the man beside him. The machine gunner's body collapsed limply. His head was no longer a head. The hand released him, then reached in again and grabbed the cabin door, tearing the entire door off like paper and throwing it down below. Wind howled into the cabin. The gray figure crawled in through the opening and stood in the middle of the cabin, slightly hunched over. It was too tall, and the ceiling was too low. It swept its gaze over the people crammed together inside. The corners of its mouth split wider, thick, disgusting fluid dripping out, as if it were choosing tonight's dinner. Open fire! Someone reacted quickly and immediately fired. Bullets struck its body, but it did not move in the slightest. You monster! Hal, who was closer to it, roared and threw himself at the figure, trying to drag it out of the cabin and die together with it. But it sent him flying with a single slap. He crashed into the cabin wall, and the sound of bones shattering was disturbingly clear. The remaining Special Forces soldiers stared with wide eyes, horror written all over their faces. They were not gods. They were human. When facing an unknown and overwhelmingly powerful creature, fear was the instinctive response of the human mind. Monster! At this moment, their ammunition had already long been exhausted. They also knew that only death awaited them, but they still charged forward without hesitation. One Special Forces soldier tried to pull a grenade and take it down with him, but before his hand could even reach the pin, that hand had already closed around his throat and twisted lightly. The cabin was full of blood. On the seats, on the walls, on the ceiling, blood was everywhere. The pilot drew the pistol from his waist and fired several shots at the gray figure. The bullets ran out, and the figure was still standing there. It lowered its head and looked at the bullet holes in its chest, then raised its head to look at the pilot, tilting it slightly, as if puzzled. That's all you can do? It reached out, seized the pilot by the throat, and lifted him out of his seat, hanging him in midair. The pilot's legs kicked wildly. His face turned purple, his eyes bulged, and guttural choking sounds came from his throat. The co-pilot lunged from behind and wrapped his arms around the gray figure's waist, trying to ram it aside. It did not move at all. With a backhand swing of its other hand, it sent the co-pilot flying into the instrument panel. The dashboard shattered, sparks flew everywhere, and the alarm blared even louder. The helicopter began to lose control, tilting, spinning, plunging toward the ground. The gray figure stood in the slanted cabin as steadily as if it were standing on flat ground. It let go. The pilot's corpse dropped to the floor. Then it turned around and jumped out through the cabin door. Very soon, the helicopter trailed thick smoke as it crashed into the street and exploded into a giant fireball. Flames shot into the sky, and black smoke billowed. The gray figure crouched in a patch of ruins, looking at the fireball. It tilted its head, then stood up and disappeared into the shadows. At the same time, Falcon 1, inside the cabin, Han Meng heard the commotion and whipped his head around. When he saw the fireball rising in the distance, his pupils contracted sharply. Falcon 2! Falcon 2! Han Meng roared into the radio until his voice cracked, until tears fell from his eyes. Company Commander, Falcon 2 what happened to them? How did they just? The communications soldier beside him was trembling. Just dozens of seconds ago, he had seen Falcon 2 gain altitude, preparing to withdraw alongside them. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, it would turn out like this? Han Meng said nothing. He only gripped the radio so hard that his knuckles turned white. He did not understand either. Everything had been fine just moments ago. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Han Meng caught sight of shadow. He whipped his head around, and his pupils shrank. At the edge of a rooftop on a high-rise, a gray figure was charging toward them. It leaped from the roof, its body tracing an arc through the air, landing on the rooftop of the neighboring building, crouching to absorb the impact, springing up, then landing again. It was moving so fast that it did not resemble any known living thing. Faster than a cheetah, faster than Bolt, faster than anything Han Meng had ever seen. It leaped from one building to another as if running on level ground, as if skipping over water. Every step crossed 7 or 8 meters, and every landing produced a heavy thud. What is that? Someone screamed. Han Meng did not answer. He stared at that gray figure crazily, bounding through the ruins. His throat tightening and his back turning cold. That thing. Was it a zombie? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zombies couldn't jump like that, couldn't run that fast, and definitely couldn't fly back and forth between rooftops. That was a monster. A real monster. What the fuck is that thing? The assault soldier beside him cursed out loud, his voice cracking. Han Meng swallowed hard, his atom-s apple bobbing. The helicopter was accelerating. The roar of the rotors grew louder and louder. That gray figure chased after them across the rooftops, like a hound pursuing prey. It jumped faster and faster, closing in more and more. Those pure black eyes were locked on them. But the helicopter was faster. It started falling behind. From 30 meters to 50 meters. From 50 meters to 100 meters. It finally couldn't keep up anymore. The gray figure suddenly stopped, crouching at the edge of a rooftop. It tilted its head and watched the helicopter grow farther and farther away. In those pure black eyes, a trace of emotion no human should possess flashed past. Regret? Anger? Or something else? Then it raised its head, opened its mouth, and let out a sharp screech. On both sides of the street, among the ruins, on top of the buildings, countless dark figures emerged at the same time. Some stuck half their bodies out of windows. Some crawled out from cracks in the rubble. Some rose from the edges of rooftops. They all shared one trait. Their eyes were all pure black. Faster, faster, faster. Han Meng's voice was almost a hoarse roar. His throat tearing, and he didn't care. Full speed. Get out of here now. The pilot shoved the control stick forward. The helicopter suddenly accelerated, almost skimming over the rooftops. Then it vanished into the skyline. Han Meng collapsed back in his seat, gulping down breaths, his whole body trembling. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. They were shaking so badly it looked like he had Parkinson's. Su Jinqing curled up her seat, hugging her knees, trembling all over. Lin Wanqing held her in her arms. Her own face was pale as paper. She looked at the ruins outside the window, growing more and more distant. Her gaze empty. No one knew what she was thinking. No one in the cabin spoke. There was only the roar of the rotors and the stifling, heavy atmosphere. In the distance, that gray figure was still standing on the rooftop, staring in the direction they had disappeared. The corners of its mouth slowly split open. Falcon 1, a relatively young Special Forces soldier, leaned against the cabin wall, his helmet removed and held in his arms. His eyes were fixed on the floor, and his lips were trembling. His name was Xiao Zhuang. He was 28 this year. They're gone, he muttered, his voice so soft it was like he was afraid of disturbing something. Ahao and the others, they're all gone. No one beside him spoke. Some lowered their heads. Some turned their faces away. Some clenched their fists. Xiao Zhuang raised his head. His eyes were red to a frightening degree, but no tears fell. Before we set out last night, Ahao told me that once this mission was over, we'd go back and have a proper drink. He said he had a good bottle hidden away, one he couldn't bear to open. His voice began to shake. He said when we got back, us brothers had to get together properly. Damn it, I haven't even gone to drink that bottle he hid. Another veteran soldier leaned against the cabin wall, head tilted back as he stared at the ceiling, his voice choked. We knew before we came that this mission was 9 deaths and 1 life. He paused. But now that it's really come to this, it still fucking hurts. Su Jinqing curled up her seat, clutching her knees, trembling all over, listening to those words. Every single one felt like a knife stabbing in her heart. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She raised her head, eyes red, lips quivering, her voice broken and halting. Em sorry. If it weren't because of us, they wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. All my fault. She couldn't go on. She lowered her head, and tears pattered down onto her knees. Lin Wanqing held her and gently patted her back. Her own eyes were red too, but she didn't cry. She only kept her head lowered, not daring to look at the people in camouflage. She knew Su Jinqing was blaming herself, but she was blaming herself too. If it weren't because of us, those people wouldn't have died. That sentence spun through her mind 100 times, but she couldn't say it because she knew saying it would be useless. The dead were already dead. No matter how many apologies they offered, those men would never come back to life. Han Meng leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. In his mind, all he saw were those familiar faces, comrades who had gone through life and death with him, leaving his world one by one just like that. How could he accept it? How could he not grieve? But he was the company commander. He was the soul of these men. That's enough. He spoke, his voice not loud. Everyone looked toward him. Get yourselves together, all of you. Han Meng straightened up in his seat, his gaze sweeping across their faces one by one. When we took this mission, the chief already said it, and we all knew the consequences. He paused, his voice lowering a little. But Ahao and the others didn't die for nothing. He looked at Xiao Zhuang, at that veteran soldier, at Su Jinqing, at Lin Wanqing. They died in our place. His voice was flat, every word bitten out clearly. If we were the ones sitting on that plane today, they'd grieve for us too. But grief is grief. Crying is crying. Once that S over, whatever needs to be done still has to be done. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles cracked. Our lives were bought with Ahao and the others' lives. So none of us can fucking die here. We're going back alive. We're going back and living well. Kill more zombies and avenge them. The cabin fell silent for a few seconds, but it was no longer the same dead silence as before. Right then, the fuselage suddenly jolted. It had been hit by something. It was the kind of mechanical, internal shudder that came from within. A red light on the instrument panel began flashing, letting out a piercing alarm. The pilot's face changed. His fingers flew across the controls, his voice urgent and heavy. Company Commander, this is bad. Engine malfunction. The left engine's RPM is dropping. What? Han Meng shot to his feet, nearly smashing his head into the ceiling. Explain clearly. What exactly is going on? I don't know. Maybe the maneuvering overload just now was too much, and the engine couldn't take it. The pilot kept his voice low, but every word hit everyone's hearts like a hammer. How long can it hold? Hard to say. 5 minutes, 3 minutes, maybe even less. The pilot stared at the jumping string of numbers on the instrument panel, his forehead covered in sweat. We definitely one team make it back to base. Han Meng's face turned ashen. He lunged to the side window and looked down. Below was a gray, hazy land, broken streets, collapsed buildings, and huge stretches of ruins whose names he didn't even know. His gaze swept around once, and then he froze. Not far away, a massive black arc-shaped building stood there in silence, gleaming with a cold sheen under the sunlight. And on the city wall, a flag fluttered in the wind. Embroidered on the flag was a golden phoenix. Han Meng's pupils suddenly shrank. Nirvana Army. There. He pointed in that direction, his voice urgent and low. Make an emergency landing over there. The pilot took one look, and his face turned even uglier. Company Commander, that's their territory. If we barge in like this, at a time like this, you're still thinking about that? It's better than crashing into a pile of zombies. Han Meng cut him off, his voice deep. If we go down over there, we still have a sliver of hope. If we go down here, he glanced at the dense sea of ruins outside the window. We probably won't even have any bone fragments left. The pilot gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He adjusted course, and the helicopter lurched crookedly toward that black building. The engine's roar grew more and more shrill. The red light on the instrument panel flashed faster and faster. Everyone gripped their seats tightly. Some closed their eyes, some bit their lips, and some stared fixedly out the window at the black building, drawing closer and closer. Su Jinqing clutched Lin Wanqing's hand tightly. Lin Wanqing was holding her hand just as tightly. Neither of them spoke, but both were silently repeating something in their hearts. Maybe a prayer, maybe something else. Han Meng looked at the black building outside the window, took a deep breath, and clenched his fists. Might as well try anything at this point. Very soon, Falcon 1 headed toward Nirvana Fortress. At the same time, elsewhere, Li Yunlong was leading his troops in clearing street. As for Li Yunlong himself, he was holding a rifle, crouched behind an infantry fighting vehicle, firing controlled bursts at a few zombies that had just crawled out of an alley in the distance. Duh. 3 shots rang out, crisp and clean. Suddenly, a buzzing hum sounded from the sky again. The moment he heard it, Li Yunlong's finger on the trigger paused. He raised his head and squinted his small eyes at the sky. Damn it, is this ever going to end? He slung the rifle over his shoulder, stood up, craned his neck to look at the growing black dot in the sky, and cursed under his breath. Did they really think the Nirvana Army was easy to bully? Come when they wanted, leave when they wanted? Did they take his place for a vegetable market? He shouted to the side, Hashang, call the firepower squad over. Shoot that thing down for me. Wei Hashang did not move. Li Yunlong turned and glared at him. You deaf? Platoon leader. Wei Hashang pointed at the sky, his voice hesitant. Don't you think something's off? Li Yunlong looked up again, his brows furrowed. Then he looked again, and they furrowed even tighter. Strange. Why was there only one helicopter? He clearly remembered that 2 had come in the morning, and 2 had flown away as well. Now only 1 was left. And this one was flying crookedly like it was drunk, swaying up and down, left and right, completely different from the steady as a mountain posture it had in the morning. Li Yunlong stroked his chin, a trace of doubt flashing in his small eyes. Where was the other one? Where had it gone? The 2 of them just stood there with their heads tilted up, watching the helicopter in the sky. The sound of the rotors grew closer and heavier, until that helicopter wobbled over their heads, began descending, and slowly, crookedly, dropped toward an open crossroads ahead. Platoon leader, a soldier beside him shouted, It's landing. I'm not blind. Li Yunlong's gaze locked onto that figure. He saw the helicopter's landing gear touch the ground first. The fuselage jolted violently, bounced once, then dropped again and came to a crooked stop in that open area. The sight left him somewhat baffled. What the hell was this supposed to be? He stared for several seconds, then waved at Wei Hashang. Hashang, go. Send some in to take a look. Be careful. Don't fall into their trap. At the same time, elsewhere, after the helicopter came to a steady stop at that open crossroads, inside the cabin, Han Ming did not rush to open the door. Leaning against the cabin wall, he took a deep breath, slowly let it out, then turned to Su Jinsheng and Lin Wanqing, lowering his voice. You okay? Su Jinsheng shook her head. I'm fine. Han Ming nodded. His gaze swept across every person in the cabin. His voice was not loud, but he enunciated every word clearly. Listen up, brothers. This isn't our turf. No matter what, do not get into any conflict with them. Don't act hot-blooded. Remember, we're here to ask for help, not to fight. Got it? Got it. Several people answered at the same time. Han Ming gave the unfamiliar land outside one last look, then pulled open the cabin door. Cold wind poured in, carrying the smell of gunpowder and blood. Not far away, gunfire and cannon fire were still ringing out. Da-da-da, boom, boom, boom. The sounds continued without end. Then he jumped down first. His boots hit the ground with a dull thud. Su Jinsheng followed behind him, with Lin Wanqing supporting her. The two women stepped onto the gravel and dust, their footing a little unsteady. The others filed out one after another and stood in a line, muzzles pointed downward. No one raised a gun, but everyone's hand rested on the grip. And at that exact same moment, the roar of engines suddenly rose from all around them. Not one vehicle, but several. They came from all four directions at once, before Han Ming and the others could react. For infantry, fighting vehicles had already driven out from the four corners of the streets at the same time, their tracks crushed over the broken asphalt, and their pitch-black gun barrels pointed straight at them, as if they could open fire at any second. At the same time, more than a dozen soldiers flashed out from behind the IFVs, rifles in hand, spreading out into a semicircular encirclement. They wore starry sky camouflage and fast helmets, with quad night vision goggles flipped up over their foreheads. Beneath their goggles were tactical masks covering half their faces. They stood there like blades ready to leave the sheath at any moment. The moment he saw this, cold sweat broke out on Han Ming's back. He could tell these were not ordinary soldiers. Their stance, the way they held their rifles, their eyes, the rhythm of their breathing, every single thing about them spelled out four words: elite among elites. That killing intent had not been trained out of drills. It had been forged in real blood and steel. He dared say that if he made the slightest unusual move, he would be riddled with bullets the very next second. The soldiers behind him also tensed up. Someone instinctively started to raise his rifle, only to be stopped by the person beside him. The atmosphere was so delicate, it was like a string stretched to its absolute limit, ready to snap at any moment. The two women were also so crushed by the pressure of this atmosphere that they did not even dare raise their heads. At this moment, Wei Hashang walked up from behind the encirclement. He stopped, looked Han Ming up and down, then swept his gaze over the people behind him. His eyes paused for a second on the insignia of the helicopter before withdrawing. He gave a broad wave of his hand, his voice loud and commanding. Men, disarm them. Several soldiers stepped forward at once. The people behind Han Ming instinctively shrank back half a step, and someone tightened his grip on his rifle. Han Ming raised a hand to stop them, took a step forward, stood in front of Wei Hashang, removed the rifle from his shoulder, turned the butt forward, and handed it over with both hands. Forcing himself to stay calm, he said in a low voice, "Brother, we are the remnant troops of the Fengtian war zone. Under orders from our superiors, we were carrying out a rescue mission. On our return trip, after completing the mission, the aircraft suddenly malfunctioned. We had no choice but to make an emergency landing in your unit's territory." He paused, looked at Wei Hashang's expressionless face, and added, "We mean no harm. We only want help. Once the helicopter is repaired, we'll leave." Without any expression, Wei Hashang passed the rifle to the side, and someone took it from him. "I don't care what mission you're carrying out or what you're doing. That's none of our business, and our Nirvana army can't be bothered to care. But entering someone else's territory without our permission." He took a step forward. His gaze swept from Han Ming's face to the faces of the soldiers behind him, and finally landed on the two women. His tone turned cold. "That's a little too much of a disregard for our Nirvana army." He waved his hand, and several soldiers around them stepped forward at once. "If you've got something to say, go say it to our leader. Take them away." A young Special Forces soldier stepped out from behind Han Ming. Dissatisfaction was written on his face, and his voice was low but hard. "Brother, we're all on the same side here. There's no need to do this, right?" Wei Hashang turned around to look at him, his gaze slicing over like a knife. "Who the hell is on the same side as you? Don't go claiming ties." He tilted his head to the side. "Take them away." A few soldiers moved forward again. Right then, a voice came from behind the encirclement. It was unhurried, carrying a lazy drawl. All right. Monk, can you stop shouting about killing people every other second?" Wei Hashang froze for a moment, then turned around. Li Yunlong had an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, his hand behind his back. As he slowly swaggered out from behind the infantry fighting vehicle, he walked up to Wei Hashang, pulled the cigarette from his mouth, and smacked him on the forehead with it. "All who come are guests, get it? Their plane broke down and landed on our turf. That means they came to us for help. And here you are, taking their guns and hauling them away. If word gets out, people will think our Nirvana army doesn't know how to reason." Wei Hashang's eyes widened. "Platoon leader, wasn't it you who just said, what did I say just now?" Li Yunlong glared at him, his big eyes wide and his little eyes narrowed into slits. Wei Hashang opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, then shut it once more. In the end, he turned his head away aggrievedly and stopped talking. Li Yunlong nodded in satisfaction, then turned around. A smile piled onto his face as he walked toward Han Meng. That smile was as warm as a spring breeze. The complete opposite of Wei Hashang's cold expression just now. When he reached Han Meng, he looked him up and down, then extended a hand. You're the leader of this group, right? Let me introduce myself. 3rd Platoon Leader of 1st Company, Nirvana Army. Li Yunlong. Han Meng was stunned for a moment. He looked at the smiling face in front of him, then instinctively reached out and shook Li Yunlong's hand. Han Meng, Company Commander of the Special Operations Company. Fengtian War Zone. Li Yunlong nodded. His gaze passed over Han Meng's shoulder and landed on the 2 women behind him. He stroked his chin and narrowed his little eyes as he looked them over carefully. A few seconds later, the corner of his mouth curled slightly. TSK. 2 real beauties, fit to serve as the Yuan Shou's maidservants. The 2 women jerked their heads up at once. Maidservants? They were daughters of military families. Yet this middle-aged man in front of them was saying they should be taken off to be maidservants? On the other side, Han Meng's eyes went wide, his face full of disbelief. What shocked him was not that the 2 women were being assigned as someone's maidservants. It was that title, Yuan Shou. The word was like a needle stabbing into his ear. His fingers curled unconsciously. He stared at Li Yunlong's smiling face, and his voice sank. Who exactly are you people? What unit are you from? And who is this Yuan Shou? Now he was certain. These people were definitely not on their side. There was no such unit in the Fengtian War Zone, and no such unit in Fengtian City either. That starry sky camouflage, that equipment, that level of elite force. If Fengtian really had a unit like this, there was no way he wouldn't know. Li Yunlong put the cigarette back between his lips and said vaguely, Who are we? Nirvana Army. What unit are we from? He smiled. From a Nirvana Army. As for the Yuan Shou, he took the cigarette from his mouth and pointed at the sky. Our leader. In this territory, whatever he says goes. Han Meng stared into his eyes. Those little eyes were narrowed, smiling, but there was no smile in them. He was silent for a moment, then loosened his grip on his gun and lowered his voice a little. Platoon Leader Li, we really were just passing through. Our plane malfunctioned halfway, so we had no choice but to make an emergency landing here. Don't worry. As soon as it's repaired, we'll leave. We won't cause you any trouble. Li Yunlong looked at him for a few seconds, then nodded. He turned and waved at Wei Hashang. Monk, take them to see the Yuan Shou. He looked back at Han Meng. As for whether the Yuan Shou wants to see you, that's up to him. With the cigarette in his mouth and his hands behind his back, he slowly strolled toward the infantry fighting vehicle. After a few steps, he stopped and tossed out one last sentence without turning his head. Oh right, bring those 2 beauties along too. The Yuan Shou happens to be short on help lately. Move. What are you standing there for? Wei Hashang urged impatiently, then turned and walked toward the infantry fighting vehicle. Han Meng glanced at him, then turned back to look at the others behind him. Taking a deep breath, he followed. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles drove, one in front and one behind, heading toward the fortress along the shattered streets. Han Meng sat in the jolting compartment, looking through the observation window at this unfamiliar land outside. Everywhere were ruins. Everywhere were scorch marks, but the streets were spotless. There wasn't a single corpse, not a single zombie. He had seen too many urban areas overrun by zombies, corpses everywhere, rot everywhere, and those scalp-numbing howls everywhere. This place was different. The quiet here was not the stillness of death. It was the quiet after everything had been cleaned out. Just as he was thinking that, the vehicle stopped. We're here. Get out. Wei Hashang's voice came from outside. Han Meng jumped out of the vehicle, raised his head, and then his whole body froze in place as if struck by lightning. In front of him stood a silver-white metal city wall, 5 meters high and 2 meters thick, gleaming with a cold light under the sun. The wall's surface was smooth as a mirror, without a single seam and with nowhere to climb. At intervals along the wall were pitch-black firing ports. Higher up, automatic turrets squatted there in silence, their barrels aimed into the distance. Han Meng's eyelid twitched. He subconsciously took a step forward, then stopped, tilting his head up to stare at the wall. At those turrets, at the flag fluttering in the wind above the wall. Embroidered on the flag was a golden phoenix, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. How is this possible? He muttered, his voice so soft he could barely hear it himself. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again. It wasn't an illusion. This fortress truly existed. It stood right before him, standing above the ruins of Fengtian City. Had Fengtian City built a base fortress on this level? Han Meng's pupils widened. His mouth fell open and stayed that way for a long time. But he knew one thing. It hadn't existed before the apocalypse. And after the apocalypse, it was even more impossible. How much time would it take to build a fortress like this? How many materials? How much manpower? He couldn't even begin to imagine it. The special forces soldiers behind him were dumbfounded too. Some had their mouths hanging open. Some stared with wide eyes. Some tilted their heads up. Some unconsciously took half a step back. They had seen ruins, seen zombie tides, seen living hell on earth. but they had never seen a place like this. Su Jincheng stood at the very back, head tilted up as she looked at everything before her, as if it had been pulled straight out of a sci-fi movie channel. Her lips were trembling faintly, not from fear, but from emotion she couldn't quite describe. Her father was the deputy chief of staff of the military district. She had seen the military district as command building, seen the armored flood on the drill grounds, seen the perfectly aligned formations at military parades. But she had never seen a place like this. A steel fortress that had risen out of nothing on top of ruins, surrounded by a city of zombies. Lin Wanqing stood beside her, her eyes wide behind her black-framed glasses. She pushed up her glasses, then pushed them again, as if to confirm there was nothing wrong with her eyes. Wei Hashang stood to the side, looking at the group's dumbstruck expressions. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, but he said nothing. He simply turned and walked toward the city gate. Keep up. Don't fall behind. The alloy gate slowly opened, letting out a heavy mechanical rumble. Behind the gate was a massive plaza. The silver-white metal ground was smooth as a mirror, enough to reflect human figures. At the far end of the plaza stood a huge hemispherical building in the center, entirely silver-white, its lines sleek and flowing, like a giant metallic egg that had fallen onto the ground. Han Meng stood at the entrance, head tilted up, mouth slightly open, but no sound came out. The Special Forces soldiers behind him were stunned as well. Some unconsciously slowed their steps, some looked around, and some stared at the simulated sky overhead for a long time. Su Jincheng blinked, then blinked again. Her lips moved, but no words came out. She thought of Phoenix City, where she used to live, the most high-end residential district in Fengtian before the apocalypse, with luxury interior decoration, smart home systems, and a view overlooking the entire city. Compared to this place, it was like a petty king meeting the true king. Lin Wanqing's attention, meanwhile, was drawn to the survivors standing all around them. Those survivors wore neat uniforms and moved busily across the plaza with healthy, rosy complexions. Some were carrying things, some were sweeping the ground, and some were even chatting and laughing. Healthy, rosy complexions, chatting and laughing. In the apocalypse, those two things put together shocked her even more than the city wall. Monk Wei walked ahead without turning back and only tossed out one sentence. Keep up. Don't wander around. Han Meng withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and followed. In front of the spherical building, two enormous alloy doors were tightly shut. Two soldiers stood at the entrance, dressed in combat uniforms different from the ones outside. A golden phoenix was embroidered on their chests, more refined and more eye-catching than the others. They stood there like two unsheathed blades, radiating a sharp aura that warned strangers to stay away. The one on the left glanced at Monk Wei, nodded, then shifted his gaze to Han Meng and sized him up from top to bottom. His voice was neither high nor low, but every word carried unquestionable weight. Stop. Routine inspection. Han Meng didn't move. Neither did the people behind him. Two Jiaolong team members stepped forward. Their movements were practiced and efficient. From outside to inside, from top to bottom, they searched thoroughly, even padding through the inner layers of the tactical vest. After confirming there were no weapons, they stepped back and nodded at Monk Wei. Monk Wei walked to the panel beside the door, entered a string of numbers, pressed his fingerprint, then leaned in for an iris scan. The alloy doors slid open without a sound. The world behind the doors made everyone stop in their tracks. It was a massive hall. The vaulted ceiling was so high that its top couldn't be seen. Soft white light poured down from above, illuminating every corner. The floor was made of a semi-transparent material, with light flowing underneath it, as if they were standing on a glowing river. In the distance, several rows of silver-white tables and chairs were arranged neatly. A few survivors sat there with meal trays in front of them. On the trays were meat, vegetables, and rice, all steaming hot. Hearing the noise, they looked up once, then lowered their heads and continued eating. There was no curiosity on their faces, no fear, only the calm indifference of people long accustomed to it. Su Jincheng stared at the braised pork in their trays and swallowed. She could no longer remember the last time she had eaten meat. Lin Wanqing swallowed too, but her gaze quickly moved away from the trays and swept across the surroundings. This place was too big, so big that it didn't feel like a military base at all. It felt more like an underground city from a sci-fi movie. After that, Monk Wei led them through the hall and into a corridor. On both sides of the corridor were tightly shut metal doors, each marked with a number. Every few meters, there was a security camera, its indicator light blinking. When they reached the end, Monk Wei pushed open a door. Wait inside. Then he turned and left, and the door closed behind him. It was a small meeting room. A long table stood in the middle, with a row of chairs on each side. Several bottles of mineral water were placed on the table. The bottles were transparent and had no labels, so there was no way to tell what brand they were. Han Meng didn't sit down. He stood by the window, looking out at the simulated sky. Several of the Special Forces soldiers didn't sit either. They scattered throughout the room, some checking the windows, some standing by the door, and some leaning against the wall with their eyes closed to rest. Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing sat in the corner, both pairs of eyes fixed on the bottles of water on the table. The two women licked their dry lips. But neither of them took a sip. They exchanged a glance and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. They wanted a drink, but they couldn't tea. This wasn't tea, their territory. What if it was poisoned? The atmosphere quickly fell silent. No one spoke. There was only the hum of the air conditioner and the ticking of the clock on the wall. No one knew how much time had passed before footsteps came from the corridor outside. The door was pushed open. Two fully armed soldiers entered first and took positions on either side of the doorway. Then came a young man in a black combat uniform, broad-shouldered, broad-backed, and standing tall with a straight spine. His clothes were different from everyone else's. The tailoring was cleaner and sharper, and the fabric gave off a faint sheen under the lights. At the collar was an embroidered golden phoenix. Its eye a tiny red gemstone that glimmered faintly in the light. Behind him followed a fully armed man with a square face and sharp eyes. The kind of person who looked as though he had clawed his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Behind him were 6 more fully armed soldiers, equipped the same as the 2 at the door, with the same gaze and the same killing intent. They entered and took positions along both sides of the long table. 3 on each side, muzzles pointed downward, motionless. The young man walked to the end of the table, turned around, and sat in the main seat. His face was fully exposed under the lights. Sword-like brows, bright eyes, a straight nose bridge, and the faintest trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked very young, probably only in his early 20s. At a glance, one might even think he was just a college graduate fresh out of school. Su Jincheng's eyes widened involuntarily, and her lips parted slightly. Han Meng stared at that face. His eyelid twitched once, and he turned his gaze toward the meeting room door. But aside from the 2 soldiers, there was only the sealed door. He drew back his gaze and turned again to the smiling young man in the main seat. Impossible, he told himself in his heart. How could someone this young command an army? Maybe he was just the so-called Yuan Shou's son, or perhaps their rank wasn't high enough, so someone else had been sent to receive them instead. That had to be it. At that moment, the young man swept his gaze over them. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he slowly spoke. Everyone, welcome to Nirvana Fortress. I'm the master of this place, its highest leader, Yuan Shou Jiangchun. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Everyone, welcome to Nirvana Fortress. I'm the master of this place, its highest leader, Yuan Shou Jiangchun. As his words fell, the meeting room sank into a strange silence. Han Meng and the others stood there dumbstruck, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Wait, what had they just heard? The young man in front of them had called himself the master of this place? Its highest leader? Yuan Shou? They were sure they hadn't heard wrong, right? What? Jiang Chen looked at them, his brows knitting slightly. Surprised? Hearing that, Han Meng abruptly came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and steadied his emotions. Then he stood up and hurriedly spoke with a trace of apology. Sorry, Jijiang Yuan Shou. We really are a little surprised. It's just that I didn't expect the person commanding an army to be this young, so I lost myself for a moment. Please don't take offense. Not just him. Even the Special Forces soldiers beside Han Meng were thinking the same thing. They found it unbelievable. When Jiang Chun heard that, he merely smiled and said nothing. Then he leaned back in a chair, his gaze falling on the 2 women and pausing there for a moment. I already know why you've come. Han Meng took half a step forward, his voice low and carrying a suppressed urgency. Commander Jiang, we were only passing through on a mission. We had no intention of entering your territory. After completing our mission, the plane suddenly malfunctioned, and we had no choice but to make an emergency landing here. Please, Commander Jiang, help us repair the helicopter. We'll definitely repay you handsomely afterward. Repay him handsomely. The moment he said those words, even he felt hollow. What do they have? A few guns, a few bullets, a helicopter that was about to fall apart. And 1 life. And in the apocalypse, life was the least valuable thing of all. It was even worth a bottle of water, a piece of bread. Jiang Chun did not answer. He turned his head slightly and let his gaze fall on the 2 women, making them lower their heads almost immediately. Too afraid to meet his eyes. Captain Han's mission this time was probably for these 2, right? Jiang Chun took his gaze back, his voice calm. Han Meng's heart sank hard. He showed no expression on his face, but a layer of cold sweat had already broken out on his back. How did he know? Where had he slipped up? Those 2 helicopters? The 2 women's clothes and appearance? Or the glance he'd just thrown at them? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but his face remained unreadable. Jiang Chun looked at him, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. No need to be surprised. It's not that hard to guess. Besides, anyone who risked their lives to go deep into the city to rescue someone must have a pretty high status, right? Han Meng's face tightened even more. He didn't know what to say, and he didn't know whether he should say anything at all. The young man in front of him was too sharp like a knife still in its sheath. You'd think it was dull, but only after drawing it would you know how sharp it really was. I don't know what you're talking about. Han Meng's voice was hard as a rock. We really were just passing through. On the way back, the helicopter broke down, so we wanted to ask you to help fix it. Once it's repaired, we'll leave. We want to stir your army. Jiang Chun smiled and didn't press the matter further. He leaned back in his chair and tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers twice, then changed the topic. By the way, did you not contact your superiors? Have them send rescue to pick you up? Han Ming was silent for a moment, his mind turning rapidly. He couldn't say they had contacted them, because if they had, his superiors would definitely send people at any cost. But in fact, he hadn't had time to contact them yet. He also couldn't say they hadn't, because how could a normal unit not keep in touch with command while on a mission? He gritted his teeth and chose the safest answer. Time was tight. The mission came first, so I haven't had a chance to report yet. Jiang Chun looked at him, a hard-to-read glint in his eyes. Not suspicion, not scrutiny, more like confirmation. He nodded and said nothing. What Han Ming didn't know was that just these few sentences were already enough for Jiang Chun to get the answer he wanted. They hadn't reported it. Their superiors didn't know they were still alive. They didn't know there was a fortress here. They didn't know there was a force in this world called the Nirvana Army. The news hadn't leaked yet. At least, not for now. Jiang Chun let out a quiet breath of relief in his heart, but showed none of it on his face. He stood up and said coldly, "I'm sorry, Captain Han, but I can't agree to your request." Han Ming froze. He thought he had heard wrong, but Jiang Chun's expression told him he hadn't. His face changed from tense to ashen, then from ashen to flushed red. He took a deep breath and forced down the rising anger. His voice, so low it sounded squeezed out from between his teeth. Why? He was the dignified captain of a special operations company, and yet he had lowered himself again and again to ask for this man as help. And in the end, all he got was this cold refusal. Why? Jiang Chun turned around and looked at him. The smile at the corner of his mouth faded. Because I don't want to. I don't want my information exposed. I don't want people to know there's a fortress here. I don't want anyone disturbing me. It's that simple. Han Ming suddenly lifted his head and stared into Jiang Chun's eyes. Those eyes were very calm like a dead pool, but what lay beneath that dead water? He couldn't see through. He suddenly understood. All those words just now, what was easy to guess, what status was not low, what not contacting superiors, were all just fishing for information. He was confirming whether they had already leaked the news about this place. And he, word for word, had said it all. You were fishing for my words. Han Ming's voice sank, with no anger in it, only a coldness after being schemed against. Jiang Chun smiled and didn't deny it. He really had been fishing. If Han Ming had already contacted his superiors, then the news had already gone out. Whether they stayed or not didn't matter. He could help repair the helicopter and send them off, and everyone would mind their own business. But if he hadn't contacted them, then Jiang Chun had a perfectly good reason to keep them here. Delay the news for a day if he could. Delay it for a moment if he could. This world was already chaotic enough. He didn't want any extra trouble. Han Ming stared at him for a long time. Then he slowly clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. You're sure you want to do this? Han Ming's voice dropped, his eyes turning cold. The soldiers beside him all tensed at once. Jiang Chun looked at those cold eyes of Han Ming's, and instead of anger, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He showed no signs of losing his temper at all. He simply leaned forward from the chair back and interlaced his hands on the table. Captain Han, don't worry. Keeping you here doesn't mean I have any bad intentions. I just don't want to be disturbed by anyone. I'll keep you here, feed you well, and make sure you don't suffer any grievances. He paused, his gaze sweeping from Han Ming's face to the faces of the soldiers behind him, then landing on the two women for a moment before pulling back. But I also hope you won't try any tricks in front of me. We'll each mind our own business. When the time is right, I'll let you go. How about it? Han Ming didn't speak. His lips were pressed into a straight line, and the muscles along his jaw were taut. He was holding himself back. He knew he couldn't lose his temper. Losing his temper wouldn't solve anything. It would only make things worse. But that feeling of being firmly held by someone else, like a hand gripping his lifeline, was like a stone pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He took a deep breath, just about to speak. Commander Jiang, a voice sounded from his side, unhurried and composed, carrying a bookish calm. Everyone turned at once. Lin Wanqing stood up. She took off her glasses, slowly wiped the lenses with the hem of her clothes, then put them back on. Her eyes, hidden behind the lenses, looked at Jiang Chun calmly. Commander Jiang, do you know that what you're doing now is no different from the illegal detention by those criminals? She leaned forward slightly, both hands on the table. Without meaning to, a patch of snow-white skin showed her chest. Her gaze locked onto Jiang Chun as she said softly and earnestly, before the apocalypse. This would have been a capital offense. The air in the conference room tightened instantly. Han Ming turned to look at her, his expression complicated. Su Jinsheng tugged at her sleeve under the table, but she ignored it. The Special Forces soldiers exchanged a glance, and someone even held his breath. Yet Jiang Chun looked at her with clear interest, as if wondering something. Of course, he also knew very well that this was the apocalypse. What else more? You have guns, cannons, and this defensive fortress. The restraints of law and the morals of humanity mean nothing to you. Lin Wanqing's voice remained calm and unhurried. We still don't know where exactly a mysterious unit like yours came from. She looked into Jiang Chun's eyes, those calm eyes whose depths were impossible to read. But I hope you want to keep going down the wrong path. There's always someone stronger and a heaven beyond heaven. If you keep us here, all it will bring you is endless trouble. After saying that, she sat back down, picked up the bottle of mineral water on the table, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. Her movements were completely natural, as if she had only been discussing something with someone just now. On the other side, Su Jincheng clenched her hand under the table and looked up at her best friend, her face full of disbelief. "No, sis? You're this brave?" Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair. Hearing those words, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. His expression turned cold as he stared into Lin Wanqing's eyes and said word by word, "Are you threatening me?" Lin Wanqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she did not back down. She tightened her grip on the mineral water bottle in her hand, her knuckles turning faintly white, and said flatly, "It's not a threat. It's a discussion. I only hope Leader Jiang will consider it carefully." A discussion. Han Meng stood nearby, his palms drenched in sweat. He glanced at Lin Wanqing, then at Jiang Chun. His heart felt like 15 buckets drawing water at once, rising and falling in turmoil. As expected of the descendant of a military family, with this kind of temperament and this kind of courage on someone else's territory with guns pointed at her, she could still say something like that. He asked himself honestly, if it were him, he might not be able to do it. The meeting room fell silent once more. The clock on the wall ticked away, second by second. Jiang Chun stared at Lin Wanqing, and Lin Wanqing stared back at him. The two of them simply locked eyes across the long table. Suddenly, Jiang Chun laughed. Hith hith. It wasn't loud, but that laugh made Lin Wanqing's brows knit together. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Wanqing's voice finally showed a trace of fluctuation. Jiang Chun put away his smile and said calmly, "Miss Lin, I think you've picked the wrong person to threaten. I, Jiang Chun, don't buy that. Don't forget whose turf this is." He stood up, planted both hands on the table, and leaned forward slightly. His gaze swept from Lin Wanqing's face to Han Meng's, then from Han Meng to the few Special Forces soldiers, before falling back on Lin Wanqing. "Since you don't want to stay here as guests, fine." The corners of his mouth curved slightly, his voice light and airy. "Then go back the way you came. Take care. I want to see you out." He straightened up and made a gesture toward the door, inviting them to leave. The meeting room fell into dead silence. Lin Wanqing's expression finally changed. She glared at Jiang Chun for several seconds. Her lips moved, and she forced out a sentence. "Leader Jiang, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Jiang Chun tilted his head and smiled. "I think I made it very clear. Two choices. Either leave this place," he paused, and his gaze turned heavy, "or agree to my conditions. You choose." As soon as those words fell, Lin Wanqing's hand tightened instinctively. She sat there, staring fixedly at Jiang Chun's young face. Her heart was a tangled mess, surging with feelings too complicated to name. She had never expected that this young man, who looked only a little over 20, could overturn the carefully woven board she had laid out in just a few short sentences. She had thought that by saying there was always someone stronger and a heaven beyond heaven, by hinting at the mysterious force behind them, she could pressure him. She thought endless trouble would scare him. She thought the threat of a capital crime would intimidate him. But he didn't buy any of it. He was right. This was not the world before the apocalypse. There was no law here, no moral judgment, no pressure from public opinion. This was his territory. What he said was the law. He had made it perfectly clear that he wanted nothing to do with them. Wouldn't he keep them? Wouldn't he help them? And was he even interested in bargaining with them? His attitude was plain to see. "Do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me." Lin Wanqing bit her lip. She understood now. This young man was not acting out of spite, nor was he trying to scare them. He genuinely did not care. Whether they left or stayed, whether they lived or died, it meant nothing to him. He had no obligation to help them. And as for morality, humanity, or the questioning of one's conscience, none of it had any effect on him at all. And what if she agreed to his conditions? Lin Wanqing's mind raced. First, he would cut off their contact with headquarters. Their phones, radios, all communication equipment would be confiscated. They would be completely cut off, deaf and blind, unable to know what was happening outside, unable to know whether anyone from above had been sent to find them. Then, they would be trapped here, trapped in this unfamiliar place that did not belong to them. No freedom, no way out. They could only wait for the day when he happened to be in a good mood and mercifully let them go. As for whether he would make them do anything, Lin Wanqing did not dare think about it. In the apocalypse, the human heart was impossible to predict. She had no idea whether this young man was good or evil, gentleman or a petty villain. What if he made them do shameful things? What if he treated them as hostages, bargaining chips or pawns? What if she dare not think any further. But if she did not agree, he would throw them out. Lin Wanqing glanced out the window at the silver-white city wall, then at the tightly shut alloy gates. Her throat went dry. Outside were zombies, ruins, and a dead city. Their group had only a few people, a few guns, one helicopter that was practically falling apart, and enough food and water to last at most 2 days. How long could they hide? How long could they last? For them, death was only a matter of time. If she agreed, it was a road to death. Maybe not literal death, but it was no different, being locked in a cage and kept like a canary. If she refused, it was also a road to death. A real one, torn apart by zombies, starved to death, swallowed by this dead city until not even bone fragments remained. What was she supposed to do? Her tightly clenched hands began to tremble. Han Meng stood nearby, silent for a long time. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly in his heart. He knew very well what was at stake. This was not their territory. They had not come here to fight. They had come to ask for help. And if you were asking for help, then you had to act like someone asking for help. Humble yourself, swallow your anger. Hold back your temper, and put down your dignity. But he was a soldier. A soldier's dignity was more important than life itself. Making him lower his head was harder than making him die. But he could not die. If he died, what would happen to the soldiers behind him? What about those two women? What about the vengeance for the brothers from Falcon 2? He took a deep breath and forced down the breath that had been stuck in his chest, pressed it to the deepest part of himself, and pretended it did not exist. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chun. His lips moved once, then closed, then moved again. At last, he squeezed out a sentence in a very low voice. Leader Jiang, let us discuss it a little more. Suit yourselves. Jiang Chun waved his hand indifferently, turned, and walked toward the door, with the Jiaolong squad following behind him. When he reached the doorway, his footsteps paused for a moment. Without turning back, his light voice drifted over. However, before you make your choice, our Japan army has no reason and no obligation to provide you with any help. He tilted his head slightly, as if thinking of something funny. So, I hope you can make your decision as soon as possible. Don't let my conference room stink by then. The alloy door shut behind him with a dull thud. The conference room fell silent again. But this silence was even more oppressive than before, so heavy it was almost hard to breathe. Han Meng stood where he was, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a long while, he shook his head and let out a sigh. I'm sorry, everyone. It's all my fault. If I hadn't chosen to make the forced landing here, none of this would have happened. Su Jincheng raised her head, her eyes red. Company Commander Han, this isn't your fault. If anyone has to blame, blame us. Her voice grew softer and softer. She lowered her head, not daring to look at them directly. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have come here and no one would have died. Han Meng looked at her, then glanced at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed. She had taken off her glasses and set them on the table, her fingers rubbing at her brow. And no one knew what she was thinking. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. All right, enough. Things are already like this. There is no point blaming anyone. He straightened up, walked to the table, braced both hands against it, and swept his gaze across everyone there. Let us make a decision as soon as possible. If anyone has any ideas, say them. Yet no one spoke. The few Special Forces soldiers all kept their heads lowered. Some stared at the table, some at the floor, some at the clock on the wall, but not one of them looked at Han Meng. Han Meng's gaze passed over their faces one by one. All he saw were tightly furrowed brows, lowered eyelids, and lips pressed into thin lines. No one had any ideas because there simply were no ideas. Two choices, each one worse than the other, each one more suffocating than the last. Agreeing meant living under someone else's roof, being controlled by others, putting their own lives and their brothers' lives into someone else's hands. Refusing meant certain death. With two women, a few guns with no bullets, and a helicopter that was close to breaking down, if they charged into that tide of corpses, how long could they last? 1 day, 2 days, or 3? Unless the higher-ups intervened personally and sent someone to negotiate. The thought flashed through Han Meng's mind, but he immediately snuffed it out himself. Their communicators had been confiscated. Their weapons had been confiscated. Their rations and supplies had all been searched and taken away. Those people had reacted too fast. So fast it was as if they had been prepared all along. Less than 1 minute after getting off the helicopter, not even a lighter was left on them. Not a single chance. Han Meng clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He walked to the window and looked out at the gray, overcast sky. In his heart, he silently said, Brigade Commander, you have to find us soon. But right now, he didn't even know where the Brigade Commander was. At the Phoenix Mountain Base, would the Brigade Commander send people to look for them? The helicopter had lost contact. The signal had been cut. Would they think they were already dead? Or were they anxiously waiting in place right now? Han Meng didn't know. He knew nothing. Deep in Phoenix Mountain, the atmosphere in the command post was heavy. Zhao Tiansheng stood in front of the radio station, one finger pressing against his headset, his face livid. He had maintained that posture for a long time. Still no contact. The radio operator took off his headset. Falcon 1, Falcon 2, both completely out of contact. Zhao Tiansheng said nothing. He let go of the hand pressing the headset, turned around, and walked to the map. On the map, the location of Phoenix City had been circled in red pen. Beside the circle were the takeoff time, estimated arrival time, and latest return time. The last time had already passed long ago. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou stood to the side, a cigarette clenched in his hand, unlit. He glanced at Zhao Tiansheng's back. Wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back down. Only after a long silence did he finally speak. Old Zhao, could it be because of the weather? Signals are bad in the mountains. That's normal. Zhao Tiansheng didn't turn around. His voice was flat. The weather is very good today. Visibility is over 10 kilometers. Bad mountain signal, still wouldn't make 2 helicopters lose contact at the same time. He paused, and Falcon 2's signal cut off suddenly. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou's fingers trembled. The cigarette nearly slipped from his hand. A sudden cut-off meant it wasn't T-terrain interference, and it wasn't T-equipment failure. It meant something had happened in an instant. As for what it was, no one dared keep thinking in that direction. Could they have run into zombies? A young officer at the side asked cautiously. Zombies don't know how to shoot down aircraft. Zhao Tianqing's voice was ice-cold. He stared at the densely packed urban area on the map for a long time, then turned around and looked at the people in the room. Before Falcon 1 lost contact, where was the last position it transmitted back from? The radio operator flipped through the logbook, his voice a little dry. The eastern suburbs, near that urban-rural fringe area. The exact coordinates are here. He pointed to a spot on the map. It was not far from Phoenix City and lay on the return route. Zhao Tianqing stared at those coordinates, lightly tapping the map twice with his finger. What is in that area? No one answered. They had never gone there before. Before the apocalypse, it had been an urban-rural fringe area, with factories, warehouses, wholesale markets, and all kinds of chaotic buildings crammed together. After the apocalypse, it was even more untouched. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, his voice low and heavy. Old Zhao, are you saying they ran into something? Zhao Tianqing said nothing. He walked back to the radio station, picked up the headset, then put down again. Wait until dawn. Once it's light, send people to look for them. Night, in the bedroom of the underground villa. The lights had been dimmed very low. Only the faint yellow wall lamp by the bedside remained, along with an indescribable scent spreading through the air. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard. Chu Yanran was curled up on his left, her cheek pressed to his chest. Lin Yuqing nestled on his right, her whole body tucked under the blanket, with only a flushed little face exposed. Her eyelashes were still trembling slightly, as if she still hadn't recovered from the afterglow just now. The room was very quiet. There was only the hum of the air conditioner, and the uneven rhythm of the three people's breathing. Chu Yanran lifted her head, her chin resting against his chest. In those eyes of hers, usually carrying a trace of cool detachment, there was now a thin mist of moisture, hazy and alluring. She looked at Jiang Chun for a while, then suddenly spoke. Her voice soft as cotton candy. Master, aren't you way too amazing? Jiang Chun lowered his head to look at her, one brow lifting slightly. Why is it completely different from what I heard online? Chu Yanran tilted her head. The blush on her face still hadn't faded. I mean the duration. I heard that for a normal man, 5 to 10 minutes is considered normal. A stronger one might last 15 to 30 minutes. An even stronger one might go over 1 hour. She paused, lowering her voice a little, as if embarrassed. But for this kind, I heard either they use technology, or they have some kind of dysfunction. But why is Master starting at 2 hours right away? And you don't even get tired. She blinked, the corners of her lips curling up slightly, her expression carrying a complicated mix of admiration and confusion. If you Qing me and I really hadn't run out of strength, then you definitely. At the side, Lin Yuqing buried her face in the blanket, her ears so red they looked like they might drip blood. She said nothing, but her slightly trembling shoulders gave her away. Jiang Chun was silent for a moment. Outside the window, the simulated starry sky was still shining there, stars scattered across it, moonlight flowing like water. Everything was fake, but the two people lying in his arms at this moment were real. He withdrew his gaze, his voice calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. No idea. Maybe I'm just naturally different from ordinary people in some ways. I see. Chu Yanran blinked, pressed her face back against his chest, and spoke in a muffled voice filled with lazy satisfaction. Master is really amazing, but just the two of us might still not be enough. She paused, as if thinking about something, then lifted her head. Those misty eyes looked at him, and a teasing smile curled her lips. How about Master finds a few more sisters? Lin Yuqing peeked half her face out from under the blanket, secretly glanced at Jiang Chun, then quickly shrank back in. Jiang Chun's mouth twitched. He lowered his head and looked at Chu Yanran's smiling face. He wanted to say something, but didn't. After a moment of silence, he raised a hand and lightly flicked her forehead. We'll talk about it later. Chu Yanran covered her forehead. It didn't hurt, but she still exaggeratedly let out an ow, then smiled and snuggled back into his arms. Right then, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected zombies killed by forces under the Commander's command. Detected 4,320 zombies killed by forces under the Commander's command. Beginning reward settlement. Killed 4,320 ordinary zombies. Merit points, 4,320. Detected dropped items. Signal jammer blueprint X1. PHL-1, 91 long-range box rocket launcher blueprint X. Chang'an 10 cruise missile blueprint X1. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up, and he opened the first one. Signal jammer. Type. Electronic warfare equipment. Effective range. Radius of 5 kilometers. Function. Blocks all wireless signals within range, including communications, navigation, radar, and more. Can block external signal reconnaissance and also cut off internal signal leakage. Features. Full band coverage, intelligent identification, selective jamming. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per unit. Jiang Chun raised a brow. This thing had come at the perfect time. What he was most worried about right now was information leaking out, exposing the existence of Nirvana Fortress to the outside world. With the signal jammer, no signals within 5 kilometers could get out. If outsiders tried to scout this place, all they would see would be a blank void. 1,000 merit points per unit. Cheap. Tomorrow, he would deploy a few around the fortress and completely hide this entire area. He kept reading, and even his breathing slowed by half a beat. PHL-191 Long-Range Box Rocket Launcher. Type: Long-Range Rocket Artillery System. Caliber: 370 millimeters. Range: 70 to 300 kilometers. Rockets can carry multiple warhead types, including high explosive, cluster, incendiary, and bunker-busting rounds. Accuracy: circular error probable less than 30 meters. Loading method: modular box design, allowing rapid replacement of ammunition modules. Features: long range, great power, high accuracy, capable of covering the entirety of Fontaine City and surrounding areas. Note: one full salvo can destroy an armored brigade. Exchange price: 80,000 merit points per unit. Rocket pod price: 8 rounds for 800 merit points. Jiang Chen stared at that string of numbers, and his eyelid twitched. 80,000 for one. Expensive. Fucking expensive. But absolutely worth it. With a range of 300 kilometers, firing from Nirvana Fortress could cover all of Fontaine City and even hit the neighboring province. This thing could hardly be called artillery. It was a strategic weapon. With it, he wouldn't even need to leave home to blast any target within a 300-kilometer radius into ruins. Who cared about anything else? Just blow it up and be done with it. He took a deep breath and kept scrolling. Chang'an 10 Cruise Missile. Type: Long-Range Cruise Missile. Range: 1,500 kilometers. Accuracy: circular error probable less than 10 meters. Guidance method: inertial navigation, satellite navigation, terrain, matching terminal infrared imaging. Warhead: high explosive warhead, cluster warhead, bunker-busting warhead. Features: ultra-low altitude flight, difficult for radar to detect, capable of precise strikes against high-value targets. Note: one missile can destroy a building. Exchange price: 10,000 merit points per missile. Jiang Chun's mouth twitched slightly. 10,000 merit points for one missile. A little expensive, sure, but the firepower was insane. And the range was even more absurd: 1,500 kilometers. It could go straight from Fontaine to the capital, even all the way to the border. Accuracy within 10 meters. Wherever he pointed, it would hit. This was a true superweapon. Leaning against the headboard, Jiang Chun stared at the string of numbers on the system panel. Merit points: 234,563. 230,000. He did the math. Signal jammers, rocket artillery, cruise missiles, missile silos. There were too many things he wanted to buy, and too few merit points. He gritted his teeth and opened the signal jammer first. 1,000 merit points per unit. Not expensive, but he couldn't buy too few either. 2 units. Enough to cover a 10-kilometer area and completely hide the whole fortress. 2,000 merit points gone, and he didn't even blink. Then he opened the PHL-191. 80,000 for one. He stared at the exchange button, his finger hovering over it for a long time without pressing down. 80,000 could buy an infantry squad, a pile of heavy artillery, a whole lot of other things. He hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and pressed it. 80,000 merit points vanished instantly. A PHL-191 long-range rocket launcher now sat quietly in the system warehouse, its barrel thick as a tree stump and its body sturdy as a bull. Jiang Chun then bought 5 rocket pods. 8 rounds per pod, 40 rounds total. Another 4,000 merit points gone. After that, his attention turned to the Chang'an 10 cruise missile. A superweapon like this had to be arranged. He might not need to use it, but he absolutely had to have it. 10,000 per missile. He gritted his teeth and directly exchanged for 3 in one go. 30,000 merit points evaporated on the spot. It hurt Jiang Chun just to watch. He had worked hard to save up merit points for 2 whole days, and with just a few taps, half of them were gone in an instant. He took a deep breath and slid his finger forward. Micro missile silo. 50,000 merit points per unit. Fuck it. Since he was already here, he might as well go all in. Jiang Chun waved his hand grandly. He directly spent 100,000 merit points in exchange for 2 units. His original 230,000 merit points had, in just 1 minute, dropped to less than 20,000. Jiang Chun stared at the lonely remaining balance on the system panel, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had originally planned to exchange for an infantry platoon today. And what happened instead? Signal jammers, rocket artillery, cruise missiles, missile silos, not a single one left out. He bought them all. Infantry platoon? Next time for sure. He let out a sigh and shoved those messy thoughts out of his head. Forget it, forget it. Starting tomorrow, he absolutely had to hold steady. Exchange troops. Exchange troops. Exchange troops. If he bought anything else before that, he'd chop his own hand off. At that moment, Chu Yanran turned over, draped an arm across his chest, mumbled something, and sank back in a deep sleep. Jiang Chun lowered his head and glanced at her. He reached out, brushed the loose strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear, closed the system panel, and shut his eyes. Sleep. Sleep. Early the next morning. At exactly 8 o'clock, territory settlement. Current territory, Nirvana Fortress, territory survivors, 1,450. Today's merit point income, 1,450 points. Jiang Cheng glanced at the system panel and swung himself out of bed. Chu Yanran had already prepared breakfast, fried eggs, bacon, toast, and milk, as delicate as ever. Lin Yuqing stood at the side, holding a hot towel in her hands. Head lowered, her cheeks slightly red. After breakfast, he went straight to the command center. On the holographic map, the green dots on both the eastern and western fronts had already started moving. The new day's advance was underway. Li Jing stood in front of the map with a tablet in hand. When he saw Jiang Chen come in, he straightened and saluted. Jiang Chen waved a hand, walked to the main seat, and sat down. Have those people made up their minds yet? He asked casually, his tone calm. Li Jing flipped through the tablet. Expressionless. He said flatly, reporting to the Yuan show, there has been no movement from them so far. Jiang Chen gave a snort and lightly tapped the armrest twice with his fingers. They're pretty good at enduring. He tilted his head and gave the order to go. Give them a clear message. If there is still no reply before dark today, tell them to leave. Li Jing straightened. Yes, Yuan Shou. He turned and strode away, his footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, his gaze falling on the holographic map. On the eastern front, Li Yunlong's 3rd platoon had already pushed into a new residential area. The infantry fighting vehicle icons were packed densely together, like a swarm of ants gnawing on a bone. On the western front, Gao Cheng's 2nd Company was clearing out a commercial street. Their progress was a bit slower than the eastern front, but they were steady and cautious, not advancing rashly. After watching for a while, he withdrew his gaze and opened the system panel. There was still a bit of time in the morning. He might as well deploy the things he bought yesterday. He opened the system warehouse. The PHL-191 long-range rocket launcher sat there quietly. He selected it and chose the deployment location, the artillery position on the eastern side of the fortress, beside the PL-05 self-propelled howitzer. Confirm. A faint glimmer flashed, and a dark green rocket launcher appeared out of thin air on the artillery position, its launch tubes raised high, pointing east. The artillerymen nearby froze for a moment, then calmly went back to their own work as if nothing had happened. On the other side, 2 miniature missile silos were deployed into 2 vacant medium-sized base stations on the city wall. The silver-white silos slowly rose from inside the base stations. Their hatches opened, revealing rows upon rows of missile warheads inside, glinting with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Each silo held 12 missiles, 24 in total, lined up neatly like rows of silent soldiers waiting for orders at any moment. 2 signal jammers were deployed on the southern and northern sides of the fortress. The silver-white box-shaped devices were not large, looking like small suitcases, but their effective range covered 10 kilometers in every direction. Their indicator lights flashed on and off. They had already started working. From this moment on, all radio signals within 10 kilometers of Nirvana Fortress would be blocked. Those outside couldn't see inside, and those inside couldn't transmit out either, except for the Nirvana army. A heavy, oppressive air filled the meeting room, so stifling it was hard to breathe. Han Meng lay on the table, using his arm as a pillow, his eyes fixed on the wood grain across the tabletop. He had been staring at it for a long time. The several Special Forces soldiers beside him weren't doing much better. Some leaned back in their chairs with their heads tilted up, blankly staring at the ceiling. Some curled up in their chairs, arms wrapped around themselves, eyes closed. Impossible to tell whether they were asleep or awake. Some paced back and forth, walking from one end to the other and then back again, their leather shoes tapping against the floor with an irritating sound. Grr. Su Jincheng clutched her stomach, her face deathly pale. She had not eaten a single thing for a full day. From yesterday morning until now, all she had consumed was 1 bottle of water left in the meeting room. She slowly pushed herself up and leaned against the back of the chair, eyes closed, lips a little cracked, but she did not complain. Every now and then, she only rubbed her stomach, trying to ease the hunger gnawing inside. On the other side, Lin Wanqing wasn't doing any better. Her bottle of water had run dry long ago. She had finished the last mouthful half an hour ago, and now only a few drops clung to the wall of the bottle, no matter how much she tried to pour them out. Gritting her teeth, she squeezed the empty bottle again and again, crushing it into a ball as though she were venting her fury on some person through it. That damn man. He didn't even leave us any food at all. Is he seriously trying to starve us to death here? She squeezed it once and cursed it once. Bastard. Another squeeze. Bastard. Another squeeze. Bastard. The bottle had already been crushed into a tiny lump, but she still refused to let go, gripping it so tightly in her palm that her knuckles turned white. Su Jincheng opened her eyes, glanced at her, and said softly, her voice carrying a weary gentleness, "All right. Wanqing, save your strength." Lin Wanqing gave a snort, tossed the crumpled plastic onto the table, leaned back in her chair, folded her arms, and closed her eyes. Han Meng lifted his head and looked at them. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. His voice was low and hoarse with reluctance. Miss Lin, if it really comes down to it, let us just agree to his terms. Your health matters most. He paused, glanced at his own men, then at Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing, his voice dropping even lower. As for us grown men, going hungry for a few days doesn't matter much. But you two shouldn't keep forcing yourselves. Hearing that, Lin Wanqing suddenly sat bolt upright, and the chair let out a harsh creak. She glared at Han Meng. Behind those black-rimmed glasses, her eyes seemed to burn with a thread of anger. No, she refused almost instinctively, her voice not shrill, but filled with urgent defiance. Absolutely not. The moment we compromise, we lose completely. Just wait a little longer. Uncle Su definitely won't give up on us. Her voice grew lower and lower, as if even she herself could no longer believe it. After such a long time without proper nutrition, on top of going a full day without food, and then getting worked up, so suddenly just now, darkness started creeping into her vision. Not the blurry haze of staying up too late, but the kind of blackness where the world spun around and everything swayed. She grabbed the edge of the table, her body wobbling. Su Jincheng immediately stood up to support her and pressed her back into the chair. All right, sit down first. Su Jincheng held her shoulders, her voice soft, like she was coaxing a child. Don't get worked up. Don't get worked up. She glanced at Han Meng and shook her head helplessly. Her best friend was good in every way, except her temper was too stubborn and her pride too high. Making her lower her head was harder than making her die. The meeting room door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone lifted their heads at the same time. Li Jing stood at the doorway, expressionless, a document in his hand. His gaze swept from Han Meng's face to Su Jincheng's, then to Lin Wanqing's, and finally landed on the pile of empty bottles. It paused there for a moment before withdrawing. He walked in, placed the document on the table, and said coldly, "The Yuan Show asked me to pass on a message to all of you. If there is still no reply before dark today, then please leave this place. Our Nirvana army does not feed idlers." The moment those words fell, Lin Wanqing's expression changed sharply, from pale to green, from green to purple. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. She glared at Li Jing, glared at that expressionless face for several seconds. And then her vision went black. Her body went limp, and she slid off the chair. Wanqing. Su Jincheng's eyes widened. She lunged over without the slightest hesitation to catch her, her voice breaking. Han Meng rushed over and pressed her philtrum. Once, twice, 3 times. Lin Wanqing's eyelids twitched, but did not open. Her face was deathly pale, her lips purple, and her breathing shallow, so shallow it seemed like it could stop at any moment. Li Jing stood to the side, watching this scene with no expression on his face. He was silent for 2 seconds, then turned and walked out of the meeting room. Water. Hurry. Water. Is there any extra water left? Han Meng twisted his head around and roared. The few special forces soldiers beside him immediately started looking. They found a bottle of mineral water that hadn't been finished yet, with only 1/3 left, and handed it to Han Meng. Han Meng took it, unscrewed the cap, and dabbed a little onto Lin Wanqing's lips. The water ran down from the corner of her mouth. Her throat moved once, but she still didn't wake up. This was obviously a case of anger attacking the heart. On top of that, she had already been in bad shape to begin with. She hadn't eaten anything all day and had only drunk half a bottle of water. Her body had long since reached its limit. Then just now, in that moment of emotional upheaval, her blood rushed upward. Her brain didn't get enough oxygen, and she blacked out on the spot. Han Meng raised his head and looked at Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng looked back at him. Their gazes met, and both of them saw the same thing in each other's eyes. They couldn't drag this out any longer. Company Commander Han. Su Jincheng seemed to have finally made up her mind. She spoke urgently. Go tell them. We can agree to their conditions, but they have to save Wanqing first. Han Meng looked at her pale, exhausted face, and fell silent for a moment. At this point, there was no other choice left. A human life was at stake. All right, he nodded without hesitation, then turned and strode quickly toward the door. The door was pushed open. Li Jing was still standing in the hallway, holding that document in his hand and looking down at something. Hearing the movement, he lifted his head. Han Meng stood in the doorway, took a deep breath, and spoke quickly. We agree. But save her first. Li Jing looked at him, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. If you'd done this earlier, wouldn't that'd have been better? The scene shifted. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes. Her vision stayed blurry for a while before it slowly came into focus. Above her was a white ceiling with fluorescent light tubes embedded in it. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. She was lying on a narrow bed. Beneath her was a white bedsheet, and a thin blanket covered her body. A strip of tape was stuck to the back of her right hand, and a thin tube extended from underneath it to the forestand by the head of the bed. Clear liquid dripped down 1 drop at a time. Where's this? Her voice was very soft, with a trace of hoarseness. At that moment, Su Jincheng, who had been dozing with her head down by the bed, heard the movement and immediately stood up. Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Her eye sockets were still wet, but she was already forcing a smile onto her face. You're finally awake. You scared me to death just now, you know that? Han Meng was standing by the window. He also heard the movement and turned around. The expression on his face visibly relaxed. but he said nothing and only nodded. Lin Wanqing stared at the ceiling for several seconds, and the memories from before she passed out slowly came back. That expressionless military officer had pushed the door open and come in, saying that if there was no answer before dark, they would leave this place. Then everything had gone black before her eyes, and she knew nothing after that. She turned her head and looked at Su Jincheng and Han Meng, at the few special forces soldiers standing by the door, then at this unfamiliar room filled with the smell of medicine. She understood at once. They had compromised. They had compromised with that young man, with that man named Jiang Chun, who at such a young age already commanded an army. But she also knew clearly that a big part of the reason was because of her. If she hadn't fainted, if her body hadn't given out, Su Jincheng and Han Meng might have held on a little longer, waited a little longer. But she couldn't hold on anymore. So they couldn't hold on anymore either. She closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled. I'm sorry. Jincheng, I'm sorry. It's all because I'm too useless. I ended up dragging all of you down. Her voice grew lower and lower, trembling slightly. Su Jincheng smiled, tightened her grip on her hand, and cut her off. It's okay, it's okay. As long as you're safe, as long as you can survive, that's enough. She smiled again, but the smile was somewhat forced. Nothing else matters. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Li Jing walked in, followed by a middle-aged man in a white coat. His hair was graying. He wore black-rimmed glasses, and a work badge was pinned to his chest. On it were the words, Nirvana, Fortress Medical Department. He walked to the bedside, took Lin Wanqing's wrist, and checked her pulse. Then lifted her eyelids to take a look. He shone a small flashlight on her, then straightened up and nodded to Li Jing. There's no major problem. Anger attacked the heart, combined with long-term malnutrition and physical exhaustion. A few days of rest, and she'll be fine. Once the 4 is finished, observe her for another day. If there's no problem, she could be discharged. He paused, glanced at Lin Wanqing's pale face, and added for the next few days. Pay attention to replenishing nutrition. Have her eat more high-energy food. Li Jing nodded. The man in the white coat turned and left, and the door closed behind him. Li Jing stood by the bed, looked at Lin Wanqing, expressionless, and spoke flatly. Starting today, you will be listed under the survivor unit of Nirvana Fortress. All actions will be based on the Chief Executive's orders. Someone will explain the specific rules and regulations to you. That means whatever your identity, status, or background used to be, none of it matters here. Su Jincheng nodded. Han Meng was silent for a moment, then nodded as well. Lin Wanqing kept her eyes closed. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, but she said nothing. At the same time, elsewhere, Zhao Tianqing had not slept all night. His eye sockets had sunk in, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stood in front of a map. On the map, that area of the eastern suburbs had been marked by him with a huge red question mark. Beside the question mark was the time Falcon 1 lost contact. Accurate to the minute. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou pushed the door open and came in, carrying a cup of strong tea in his hand. He sat by Zhao Tianqing's side. Zhao Tianqing didn't look at the tea, and didn't look at him either. His gaze remained nailed to the map as he said in a hoarse voice, "How are the preparations?" 2 search teams, 12 men each, fully armed. They'll be ready to depart in half an hour. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou paused, his brows twisted tightly together. But old Zhao, how are we supposed to search? The signal has gone. We can't contact them at all. It's like they vanished into thin air. And the eastern suburbs are so huge, dozens of square kilometers. Ruins, factories, warehouses, wholesale markets, all kinds of chaotic buildings packed together. If we scatter this few men in there, I'm afraid we won't even make a splash. Zhao Tianqing said nothing, only lightly tapped his finger on the map. He knew Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou was right. Before the apocalypse, that eastern suburban area had already been the most chaotic urban-rural fringe in Fengtian City. Illegal construction, shanty towns, dead-end roads. Even navigation systems couldn't make sense of it. After the apocalypse, it had become even more of a wasteland, with collapsed buildings everywhere, blocked streets, and dense masses of zombies. If they sent this handful of men in, forget finding anyone, they would already be lucky if they could come back out alive. And on top of that, we know absolutely nothing about the situation over there in the eastern suburbs. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou kept his voice very low, as if afraid of disturbing something. How many zombies are there, which routes can be taken, whether there are other survivor forces? None of it is clear. Old Zhao, how is this any different from jumping blindfolded into a fire pit? Zhao Tianqing stayed silent for a long time. Outside the window, the light in the sky slowly shifted from gray-white to pale blue. A new day had begun. But Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 were still lying somewhere in some corner of this map, dead or alive unknown. At last he spoke. If they're alive, I want to see the person. If they're dead, I want to see the body. If we can't find them, then we keep searching. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou looked at him, looked at this old partner who had worked with him for most of his life. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he only let out a sigh and turned to make the arrangements. Western Front battlefield. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Cheng stood beside an infantry fighting vehicle, binoculars raised as he stared at the gray, gloomy cluster of buildings ahead. This was already the edge of the old district. The buildings were even more tightly packed than before, one pressed right up against another. The streets were so narrow that even the IFV could barely squeeze through, and once they hit an alley, the vehicle couldn't get in at all. Gao Cheng was helpless about that too. He could only grit his teeth and push forward. This was already the fourth building they had cleared today. The first few had gone smoothly. The IFV blocked the exits. The drone went in to scout, confirming zombie distribution and whether there were any survivors. Then the infantry went in and cleared floor by floor. One building, 2 or 3 hours, a dozen or so zombies, a few survivors. Standard procedure. Standard pace. Gao Cheng glanced at his watch, then at the dusty, gray office building, calculating in his heart whether they could take this whole area before dark. Second platoon, third squad. Go clear that building. He lowered the binoculars, his voice calm. Be careful. Yes, sir. Third squad's leader was Lu Dezhu, a middle-aged man. He waved to the men behind him and led 9 people toward the building. The building wasn't tall, only 6 floors. More than half the tiles on the outer wall had fallen away, exposing the gray-black cement underneath. Very quickly, they reached the first floor. But the main entrance on the first floor had long since disappeared, leaving only a dark, hollow doorway. Inside was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Lu Dezhu paused at the entrance, switched on his tactical flashlight, and shone it inside. The lobby was a mess. Overturned desks and chairs, scattered documents, dried bloodstains. A damp, moldy smell hung in the air. The flashlight beam swept across the ceiling. The emergency lights had long gone out. Only a few exit signs were still glowing with a sickly green light. He gave a hand signal, and the 9 men filed in one after another. First floor, the lobby and several offices. Empty. A few room doors stood open. There was nothing inside, only business licenses and company plaques hanging on the walls, all buried under dust. Lu Dezhu scanned the area, found nothing unusual, and waved them onward upstairs. Second floor. Most of the office doors on both sides of the corridor were shut. They pushed through them one by one, clearing one room after another. Some were empty. Some were locked. Some contained several long-rotted corpses, but not zombies. There were people who had been trapped here and starved or died of thirst alive. The bodies had already shriveled up, giving off a faint, rotten stench. Lu Dezhu frowned and picked up the pace. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. It was all the same procedure. Push the door. Clear the room. Move on. No zombies. No survivors. Nothing at all. Lu Dezhu started to relax a little. He even began to think this building might have been empty for a long time already. Sixth floor. The flashlight beam looked especially glaring in the darkness. The corridor was long, stretching out of sight at a glance. On both sides were tightly shut office doors, each pasted with different company names and logos. Lu Dezhu gave a hand signal. The 9 men split into 3 groups. The first hugged the left wall, the second hugged the right wall, and the third stayed in the middle to support. They moved forward slowly, their footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. The flashlight beams swept from one door to another, like pairs of eyes scouting the way ahead. When they reached the middle section of the corridor, Lu Dezhu suddenly stopped. He smelled something. Not rot. Something indescribable. Everyone, be careful. Something SWR. Before he could finish, a black shadow suddenly pounced down from the ceiling. Its speed was astonishing. Like a cheetah that had been lurking for a long time, it exploded out of the darkness. Its claws flashed with a cold gleam in the dark. Lu Dezhu only felt a chill in his chest, and then his whole body was sent flying, slamming into the corridor wall before sliding down. He looked down at his chest. 3 gashes had been torn open in his tactical vest. Blood poured out from inside, soaking through his camouflage uniform and spreading across the floor. Squad leader, someone shouted. Gunfire erupted. Da-da-da-da-da. Several rifles opened fire at once. Bullets flew wildly through the corridor, striking the walls, striking the ceiling, shattering light bulbs, punching out one bullet hole after another. But that black shadow was too fast, so fast the bullets couldn't catch it all. It ran along the walls, crawled across the ceiling, darted from one corner to another. Its claws raked across the walls, leaving deep gouges as chunks of plaster sprayed everywhere. Ah! A scream echoed through the dark corridor. One soldier had been tackled to the ground. The black shadow pinned him beneath it, its claws stabbing into his shoulder as blood burst out. Liangzi, the soldier beside him, was startled and rushed forward to help, but the shadow suddenly whipped its head around and lashed out with one swipe. That soldier was sent flying straight into the wall with a dull thud, then slid down and stopped moving. Grenades! Use grenades! Someone roared, but no one dared pull the pin. This was indoors, in a narrow corridor. If a grenade exploded here, the ones who died might not only be the zombie. It might be them too. And in that instant of hesitation, the black shadow moved again. It darted through the darkness, springing up and down. On top of that, the corridor was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The soldiers simply couldn't react in time. Even with tactical flashlights for illumination, they still couldn't catch sight of it. Every time it flashed into view, another soldier went down. One had his throat slashed open. One had his chest pierced through. One had his neck snapped. The gunfire grew thinner and thinner. The screams grew shorter and shorter. The blood in the corridor grew more and more, so much of it that it spread across the floor and stained the ceiling. So much that the air was full of the smell of rust. Liu Dezhu leaned against the wall, blood still pouring from his chest, his consciousness already starting to blur. He forced his eyes open and watched that black shadow crazily weaving through the darkness. Watched his men fall one after another. He wanted to raise his gun, but his hand wouldn't lift at all. He wanted to shout, to warn Company Commander Gao Cheng, but no sound would come from his throat. All he could do was watch, helplessly watch, like he was trapped inside a nightmare he could never wake from, until the final gunshot faded away, and the corridor fell completely silent. Only the sound of blood dripping onto the floor remained. Drip, drip, drip. The black shadow stood at the far end of the corridor, with the faint light from the window behind it. Its face couldn't be seen, only a blurred outline. It tilted its head, as if sizing up the corpses sprawled across the ground or thinking about something. Then it turned and disappeared into the darkness. Downstairs, Gao Cheng raised his binoculars and looked at the silent office building, his brows tightly furrowed. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. He lowered the binoculars, his brows knotting together. Third squad, report your status. But there was only the crackling buzz of static over the radio. He pressed the transmit button, his voice dropping. Third squad, respond if you hear me. Still nothing but static. Gao Cheng's heart suddenly sank. He grabbed the radio, and his voice was practically squeezed out through clenched teeth. Second platoon, all units assemble. Something happened to third squad when Gao Cheng's voice exploded from the radio. Su Sanduo was crouched at the street corner, gnawing on a compressed biscuit. He shot to his feet so fast the biscuit fell to the ground. He didn't even bother picking it up. He grabbed his rifle and ran. Men from second platoon came flooding in from every direction. Some carried rifles. Some hauled ammo boxes. Some were still fastening their helmet straps. 37 men. In less than 3 minutes, all of them had assembled. Gao Cheng stood beside the infantry fighting vehicle, his face ashen, his voice icy. The entire third squad is out of contact. There's a problem inside that building. He pointed at the gray, dusty office building, his expression dark. Su Sanduo, take second platoon in there. Search it carefully and find out what the hell is going on inside. Also, whether the men of third squad are dead or alive. Bring every last one of them out for me. The sniper team will take the high ground. The moment you spot anything unusual, report immediately. Yes. Su Sanduo turned around, his gaze sweeping over the men of second platoon. 37 faces, every one of them resolute. First squad of second platoon, with me. Second squad, bring up the rear. Firepower team, hold the exit. Sniper team, find the high ground and report at all times. As soon as he finished speaking, the unit quickly split up. The sniper team swiftly took the rooftop of the residential building across the street, set up their rifles, and aimed their scopes at every window of that building. Su Sanduo led first squad in through the main entrance. The beam of a flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing a complete mess. Stay sharp. Don't slack off for even a second. Su Sanduo kept his voice very low. Yes. They moved up the stairs. First floor, second floor, third floor. Every level was empty. Every office had its doors shut. The flashlight beams swept past the cracks in the doors, but nothing could be seen. A smell began to spread through the air. Rushed, and it was getting stronger. Su Sanduo slowed down, his brows knotting tightly. The smell of blood? A bad feeling instantly rose in his chest. The men of third squad, very likely already. As they cleared floor after floor, the smell of blood only grew thicker, until Su Sanduo and the others reached the sixth floor. At the corner of the hallway, he seemed to notice something. He raised a hand, and everyone behind him halted at once. Su Sanduo lifted his flashlight and swept the beam over. It lit up a dark red patch. It was a man in camouflage. Su Sanduo rushed over and crouched down. The flashlight shone on the man's face. Liu Dezhu. His eyes were still open, but his pupils had already gone dull. 3 deep wounds tore across his chest, stretching from his collarbone all the way to his abdomen. His tactical vest had been ripped open, and the bulletproof plate inside had been shattered in half. Su Sanduo knelt there, staring at Liu Dezhu's face, staring at those eyes that had already lost focus. After a moment of silence, he reached out and closed Liu Dezhu's eyelids. Then he stood up. His hand was trembling, and his voice turned even colder. Keep searching. In the hallway, there was a corpse every few yards. Some had their throats slit. Some had their chests pierced through. Some had their necks twisted off. Their postures were all different, but their expressions were the same. Fear. Very soon, Su Sanduo checked them one by one. With each one he saw, his fist clenched a little tighter. 10 men. They had found them all. Not a single one was alive. He took a deep breath and pressed the radio. Company commander, we found third squad. All of them have fallen. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then Gao Cheng's heavy voice came through. Bring them out. Su Sanduo was just about to order a retreat when a gust of wind suddenly came from behind him. He spun around sharply, sweeping his flashlight beam over. But there was nothing. Only the empty hallway and rows of tightly shut doors. Everyone, fall back immediately. Su Sanduo ordered at once. Back to back. Cover each other in turns. Don't run. Don't panic. Fall back step by step. First squad began dragging the corpses out. Second squad moved in to cover them at the narrow stairwell. Su Sanduo and the other soldiers raised their rifles and stared behind them with complete focus, on full alert. Fifth floor, fourth floor. Then suddenly, just as they reached the third floor, a faint rustling sound came from the ceiling. Su Sanduo snapped his head up. The flashlight beam swept over it, but there was still nothing there, just the gray ceiling and a few exposed light fixtures. But the sound was still there. It was coming from the space above the ceiling, as if something was crawling inside it. Fust, left and right, front and back. Move faster. Su Sanduo kept his voice low, but it was urgent. The unit quickened their pace. Second floor. At the stairwell corner, one soldier suddenly stopped. He stared at the ceiling. His flashlight beam fixed on a ventilation duct. The metal grate was crooked, as if something had smashed it open from the inside. Before he could shout, a black shadow shot out of the vent, so fast it was like a streak of black lightning. A cold gleam flashed from its claws in the dark. The soldier's throat was ripped open. Blood sprayed out, splattering across the wall beside him and across Su Sanduo's face. He collapsed, clutching his neck. A gurgling sound came from his throat. A few seconds later, he stopped moving. Open fire. Su Sanduo's roar exploded through the stairwell. More than a dozen rifles fired at the same time, blooming in the darkness. But that black shadow was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Su Sanduo's heart sank, and he immediately gave the order. Don't panic. Second squad, cover them. Everyone else, fall back now. Da-da-da-da-da. The soldiers of second squad, guarding the stairwell, kept spraying bullets at the vent opening. Suddenly, another scream rang out. Su Sanduo whipped his head toward the sound. A soldier at the second floor corridor entrance had already gone down. The others immediately opened fire toward the corridor entrance, but the black shadow had long since disappeared. It was as if they had fallen into a battle between hunter and prey, and they were the prey, while the hunter hid in the darkness, toying with them in the palm of its hand. Damn it! Su Sanduo let out a furious roar. Keep falling back. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stepped forward, grabbed that soldier, and dragged him backward. Very soon, the unit continued retreating downward, dragging corpses, carrying the wounded. Their footsteps grew faster and faster, and the gunfire became more and more frantic. Every time that black shadow appeared, another soldier went down. Su Sanduo's eyes were bloodshot as he fired and shouted at the same time, move, move, move. Finally, the first floor. The main entrance was right in front of them. Light from outside poured through the doorway, so bright it hurt their eyes. Rush out. Everyone, rush out. Su Sanduo's throat was nearly torn raw, his voice hoarse. Dragging corpses and carrying the wounded, the soldiers stumbled and crawled their way out through the main doors. Sunlight fell on their faces, blinding but warm. Behind them, that black shadow chased them right up to the doorway, then suddenly stopped. It stood in the shadow of the entrance, head tilted, looking at those who had escaped outside with a mocking expression. It let out a strange laugh, as if it were jeering at them. Then it turned around and disappeared back into the darkness. Su Sanduo dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. His whole body was covered in blood, but most of it belonged to other people. He turned back to look at that building, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. Second platoon had gone in with 37 men. Only 32 came out. 5 were dead. More than 10 minutes later. Western Front battlefield, temporary command post. Gao Chang stood beside the infantry fighting vehicle, staring at the gray, dusty office building, his face dark as still water. Company commander. Su Sanduo's eyes were brimming with tears, his voice hoarse. That thing isn't an ordinary zombie. It's too fast. In the dark. The brothers couldn't even see it clearly. Bullets couldn't hit it, and even when they did, it was like nothing happened. Going in there is suicide. Gao Chang didn't respond. His gaze moved away from Su Sanduo and swept over the soldiers who had withdrawn. Every single one of them had exhaustion written all over their faces, along with the dazed look of survivors who had just escaped death. Then what do we do? The platoon leader beside him, Wu Liuyi, spoke up, his voice carrying suppressed anger. Are we just letting this go? Our brothers died for nothing? Gao Chang still said nothing. He stared at that building for a long time. Then he turned and strode toward the infantry fighting vehicle, moving fast, his boots thudding heavily against the ground. He grabbed the radio inside the vehicle, switched it to the command center channel, and took a deep breath. Yuan Shou. This is Gao Chang from the Western Line reporting. During the clearing operation, our unit encountered an unknown mutant. Extremely fast, highly aggressive, impossible to lock onto in the dark. It has already caused 15 fatalities. Request, he paused, requesting indiscriminate bombardment. The radio went silent for a few seconds. Then Jiang Chun's voice came through quickly. Report the losses in detail. Gao Chang recounted everything. From Squad 3 entering the building and going out of contact, to Su Sanduo leading a search team and finding the bodies, to the withdrawal and the loss of another 5 men. He reported every detail, without exaggeration and without trying to downplay anything. The radio fell silent again for a few seconds. Then Jiang Chun's icy, bone-chilling voice came through. Hold your position. Bring our brothers' bodies back first. Yes. Gao Chung lowered the radio, turned around, and looked at the soldiers, then at the building. He clenched his fist, loosened it, then clenched it again. At the same time, elsewhere, Nirvana Fortress, Command Center. Jiang Chun put down the radio, his expression ugly. He leaned back in his chair, stared at the ceiling, and took a deep breath. 15 dead. 15 people. Ever since he had obtained the system, he had never lost this many men in a single battle. In previous battles, 0 casualties had been the norm. Even when there had been sacrifices now and then, they could be counted on one hand. Now 15 had died at once, and they had been slaughtered one-sidedly by a single mutant. He drew in another deep breath, forcing down the pressure lodged in his chest, then picked up the radio again and switched to the artillery position channel. This is Jiang Chun. I order the artillery position. All guns, target the western line objective building at XXXXXX and carry out indiscriminate bombardment. Remember this. I want that office building completely flattened. At the artillery position, 9PL-05 self-propelled howitzers stood in a line, their barrels raised high. The gunners were already in position, and the shells had already been loaded. Hearing the order, the commander raised his hand and brought it down sharply. Fire! All 9 guns opened fire at the same time. Boom! The deep roar made the ground tremble. 9 155mm shells screamed out, tracing arcs through the air before slamming with precision into the office building. Boom, boom, boom. Massive fireballs erupted one after another, and the entire building shook. The outer walls collapsed, windows shattered, and bricks and debris flew everywhere. Thick smoke billowed, blotting out the sky. But the building still hadn't fallen. Jiang Chun stared at the drone feed. The building was still there, crooked and swaying, like a gravely wounded beast still forcing itself to stand. He pressed the talk button, his voice as cold as ice. Continue. Second volley. 9 more shells slammed into it. Boom, boom, boom. The upper half of the building completely collapsed. Bricks and rubble poured down like a waterfall, smashing into the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The structure began to tilt to the west, slowly to the west, like an old man who could no longer keep his footing, before finally toppling down. Rumble. The entire building fully collapsed, breaking into a field of ruins. Dust filled the air and covered half the block. Jiang Chun stared at the ruins and was silent for a moment. Not enough. Third volley. Continue. Third volley. 9 shells crashed into the ruins, blasting up clouds of shattered stone and dust. Then came the 4th round, the 5th, the 6th. The 9 guns bombarded the area in turns. Shell after shell slammed down, the explosions unending, flames surging into the sky. The ruins were plowed over again and again, blasted, then blasted again, then blasted some more, until nothing was left. Jiang Chun stared at the ruins for a long time. Then he switched channels. Gao Chung, bring the bodies back. Bury our fallen brothers properly. Gao Chung's heavy voice came through again. Yes. Jiang Chun put down the radio, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath. He thought of those dozen-plus soldiers. He thought of them wearing Nirvana Army uniforms, carrying Nirvana Army rifles, with Nirvana Army armbands on their sleeves, dying on the battlefield of the Nirvana Army. Even if they had been summoned by the system, they still had emotions, thoughts, and names, and they were his soldiers. His soldiers could not die in vain. He opened his eyes, and his gaze turned incomparably cold again, as if his fury still hadn't been fully vented. He grabbed the radio again and switched to the artillery position channel. PHO-191, load high-explosive rockets. Target the ruins. Another round. Yes. The artillery position received the order and moved at once. They knew their Yuan Shou was truly enraged. The PHL-191 long-range rocket launcher slowly adjusted its launch tubes, aiming at the ruins. The gunner pressed the launch button. Whoosh! A 370mm rocket screamed out, trailing a long plume of flame as it streaked across the sky and slammed precisely into the center of the ruins. Boom! A massive fireball exploded outward, and the shockwaves swept through everything. Broken stone, dust, wreckage, everything was blasted into the air, blasted apart, blasted into powder. The sound of the explosion echoed across the western battlefield for a long time. Gao Chung stood at the edge of the ruins, looking at the scorched earth that was still smoking, silent. Then he turned and walked toward the soldiers. The bodies had already been loaded into the infantry fighting vehicle. 15 men, lying neatly in the compartment, covered with the flag of the Nirvana Army, the golden phoenix gleaming under the setting sun. Withdraw. The infantry fighting vehicles slowly started up and drove back toward the fortress. The setting sun slanted westward, stretching their shadows long behind them. Night had already grown deep. The lights in the command center were still on. The surveillance feeds, covering the entire wall, flickered silently, showing the nighttime deployments across every battle line. The troops on both the eastern and western lines had stopped advancing. The infantry fighting vehicles formed a circular defensive formation. The soldiers took turns standing watch. Some dozed while leaning against the wheels, while others held their rifles and kept watch over the surroundings. Everything was calm, as if nothing had happened. But Jiang Chen knew that this afternoon, he had lost a full 15 soldiers. since obtaining the system. This was the day with the highest single-day death toll. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, stared at the ceiling, and remained silent for a long time. He needed to change the way he fought. In a situation like this afternoon, sending infantry into a building to clear it, only to encounter a mutant in a narrow, dark space. No matter how good the equipment was, no matter how elite the soldiers were, it was just sending them to their deaths. Too fast. Bullets couldn't hit it. Its claws were too sharp. Even bulletproof plates couldn't stop them. The terrain was too complicated. Heavy weapons couldn't be used properly and could easily injure friendly troops. This kind of battle couldn't be fought. Then how should it be fought? Jiang Chun sat up straight and stared at the holographic map on the wall. His mind racing. Simple and brutal. That was indiscriminate bombardment. If they ran into a situation like today again, they would no longer send infantry in to die. They would directly blanket the area with artillery fire and blow that building, that whole zone, that corner hiding the mutant species flat. If one round wasn't enough, then two. If two weren't enough, then three. Bomb it until it was leveled to the ground. Bomb it until nothing was left. The buildings were destroyed? At worst, they could just rebuild. In the apocalypse, there was no shortage of ruins, but there was no shortage of land either. If the building was gone, they could build another one. As long as the land was still there, that was enough. Accidentally injure survivors? Jiang Chun fell silent for a moment, his gaze darkening. He could only say he was sorry. There was no way he would send his own soldiers in to die again just for a few survivors. His soldiers' lives were worth more than the survivors. He took a deep breath and threw those messy thoughts out of his head. Just then, the system notification sounded right on time. Ding! Detected that the troops under the Marshal S command killed a total of 2,840 zombies today. Beginning reward settlement. Merit points. 2,840. Detected dropped items. Biological detection drone blueprint X1. Armor-piercing incendiary round blueprint X1. Tactical smoke grenade blueprint X1. Bulletproof plate insert enhanced blueprint X1. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the first one. Biological detection drone. Type, reconnaissance drone. Detection method, bioelectric signal scan. Detection range, radius of 500 meters. Can detect all living entities, regardless of whether they have a heat source, including zombies, mutant species, hidden humans, and more. Detection results are transmitted back in real time with three-dimensional imaging and can penetrate obstacles such as walls, floors, and ceilings. Exchange price, 500 merit points per unit. Jiang Chun stared at the line of text and fell silent for a moment. Then he cursed under his breath, "Goddamn system. Why didn't this come earlier? If he had this thing yesterday afternoon, he would have lost 15 brothers. That office building, send the drone in for one flight. And it would be obvious at a glance which corner that mutant species was hiding in, which ventilation duct it was in, then send a few shells over. Blow it up, done. Would there have been any need to send infantry in to die? He took a deep breath and forced down the pressure, clogging his chest. Forget it. Cursing was useless. Better late than never. He kept reading. Armor-piercing incendiary round. Type, rifle ammunition. Caliber, universal 5.8 mm 7.62 mm. Features, strong penetrating power. Can pierce light cover. Produces a high-temperature burning effect after hitting the target. Has significant lethality against zombies and mutant species. Exchange price, 10 merit points per 100 rounds. Tactical smoke grenade. Type, thrown item. Features, quickly releases thick smoke to block vision. Can be used to cover a retreat or interfere with mutant species tracking. Smoke duration is about 30 seconds, with a coverage radius of 5 meters. Exchange price, 5 merit points per grenade. Bulletproof plate insert, enhanced. Type, individual protective equipment. Material, boron carbide ceramic, ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene fiber. Protection level, can withstand 7.62 mm armor-piercing rounds and the claw attacks of mutant species. Weight, 2.5 kilograms per plate. Exchange price, 200 merit points per plate. Jiang Chun closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. Armor-piercing incendiary rounds should work better against mutant species than regular bullets. Enhanced bulletproof plate inserts could at least take one claw strike and keep someone from being pierced clean through in a single hit. If they had these things yesterday afternoon, maybe those 15 soldiers wouldn't have died. He closed his eyes. His mind was full of those figures in camouflage. Blurry soldiers with faces he couldn't clearly see. His mood grew heavy. Early the next morning, the territory settlement arrived as scheduled. Territory survivors, 1,470. Today's merit point income, 1,470 points. Jiang Chun glanced at the total merit points on the system panel. A little over 100,000. He had already planned last night how to spend the money. 20 biological detection drones, 10,000 merit points. 100,000 armor-piercing incendiary rounds, 10,000 merit points. He would keep the remaining 80,000 in reserve. So if something unexpected happened again today, he would be left without money on hand. The instant the exchange was completed, a pile of items appeared in the system warehouse. 20 silver-white drones were neatly lined up. Each one was only palm-sized, with folded rotors and a light body. like a swarm of sleeping metal insects. 100,000 armor-piercing incendiary rounds were packed in green ammo crates, piled into a small hill. Bright red markings were printed on the boxes. Soon, Jiang Chun arrived at the command center, took one drone and several rounds out of the warehouse, and handed them to Li Jing. This drone could detect bioelectric signals. Zombies, mutant species, hidden living humans, whether they have a heat source or not. It could skin them all out. Jiang Chun set the drone on the table and pointed at the sensor array on the underside of the body. In this, armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Better than regular ammo against zombies and mutant species. Strong penetration, and once it hits, it burns. Li Jing picked up the bullet and examined it carefully. A ring of red marking was painted on the tip. He nodded, asked no further questions, turned, and went out to make arrangements. Inside the command center, Gao Cheng and Ding Wei's voices came through the radio. Jiang Chun told him the idea he had last night. After listening, Gao Cheng was silent for a moment before saying, understood. Ding Wei said, received. No questioning. No opposition. Yesterday's lesson had been too painful. Western Front battlefield. 9 in the morning. Gao Cheng stood beside an infantry fighting vehicle, holding that palm-sized silver-white drone in his hand and turning it over several times. This thing was even smaller than the thermal imaging drones they had used before. With the rotors folded, it wasn't even as big as a palm. He pressed the switch. The rotors buzzed to life, and the drone rose from his hand and hovered in midair. The control interface was very simple. Everything on the tablet was clear at a glance. Gao Cheng swiped a few times, and the drone flew toward the gray, dusty residential building ahead. This building had 8 floors total and a prefabricated slab structure. During yesterday's reconnaissance, thermal imaging had shown several heat sources inside the building. Before that incident happened, Gao Cheng had originally planned to send a squad in to clear it. Now there was no need. The drone slipped in through a broken second-floor window, and the image on the tablet began to change. A three-dimensional, semi-transparent image appeared like an X-ray scan. The walls, floors, and ceilings all turned transparent. As long as there was a biological outline, it would be displayed clearly. First floor. In the lobby, several clusters of red light were moving slowly. Those were zombies. Second floor. In the corridor, there were even more, densely packed, at least more than a dozen. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. Every floor had them. Some were in the rooms, some in the corridor, some wandering in the stairwell. Sixth floor, rooftop. Several blue light clusters were squeezed together, motionless. Those were survivors. No mutant species. Gao Cheng let out a breath of relief and called over a squad leader. First floor to fifth floor, all zombies. There are survivors on the sixth floor. The drone has already checked everything clearly. There are no mutant species, but there are quite a lot of zombies. He pointed at the red light clusters on the tablet. Your squad goes in and clears it. Take the stairs and advance floor by floor. Watch your step, watch overhead. If anything feels wrong, pull out immediately. Don't force it. Yes, sir. The squad leader went in with his men. A few minutes later, Gao Cheng stared at the tablet, watching the red dots go out one by one. 1, 2, 5, 10. Gunfire came from inside the building, intermittent like raindrops hitting sheet metal. 15 minutes later, the last red dot went out. The squad leader walked out of the building, sweat on his face. Company commander, it's cleared. 37 zombies, all shot dead. There are 6 survivors on the 6th floor. They're all still alive and are being brought down now. Gao Cheng nodded and glanced at the silver-white little device in his hand, his expression complicated. Eastern Front. Almost at the same time, Ding Wei sent that drone in through the window of a commercial building. They had wanted to clear this building yesterday, but they hadn't dared. 3 floors. Facing the street. Before the apocalypse, it had been a small mall. After the apocalypse, the doors and windows had been tightly locked, and nothing could be seen from the outside. Thermal imaging swept across it. Survivors were scattered in every corner. As for how many zombies were inside, they didn't know either. Under normal circumstances, they would first make some noise to draw the zombies out to their deaths. Once things went quiet, they would send people in to rescue the survivors. So far, it had looked pretty smooth, but the same risks were still there. But today was different. The drone flew in and made a round. The three-dimensional imaging came back, making everything clear at a glance. First floor in the main hall. More than 20 clusters of red light crowded together. Zombies. Second floor, clothing section. More than 10 clusters of red light. Also zombies. Third floor, dining area. Several blue light clusters huddled in a corner. They should be survivors. There was still no sign of any mutant variants. Ding Wei called over 2 squads. One went in through the front entrance, one through the back entrance, launching a simultaneous assault. Dense gunfire rang out for more than 10 minutes, then silence. The 2 squad leaders reported back almost at the same time. All zombies had been shot dead, and the survivors were being brought out. Holding the drone, Ding Wei's lips curled up slightly. This thing really was useful. 11 in the morning. Battle reports from both fronts were sent back to the command center one after another. Western Front, 3 residential buildings and 1 commercial building cleared. More than 120 zombies killed, 23 survivors rescued, 0 casualties. Eastern Front, 1 mall and 1 office building cleared, More than 90 zombies killed, 15 survivors rescued. 0 casualties. What excited Jiang Chun even more was that the clearing speed had actually doubled compared to before. Eastern Front, 2 in the afternoon. Li Yunlong stood beside an infantry fighting vehicle, holding binoculars as he stared at the residential complex ahead. There were 6 buildings in total, all high-rises over 20 stories tall. In the middle of the complex was a small plaza. The flower beds in the plaza had long since withered. The fountain pool was full of black-green, filthy water and trash. The iron gate hung crookedly open, and the glass in the guard booth had shattered all over the ground. This place won't be easy to take. Wei Heshang muttered beside him. Won't be easy or not, we still have to take it. Li Yunlong lowered the binoculars and turned on the thermal imager. On the screen, several heat sources were sparsely distributed through the buildings, representing survivors. Then he switched to the biological detection drone. The silver-white little thing, no bigger than a palm, rose from the infantry fighting vehicle with a buzzing sound and flew toward the complex. The image on the tablet began to change. First floor, several zombies wandering in the lobby. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor, every level had some. Some were in rooms, some in the hallways, some wandering the stairwells. Scattered around. Not many. It all looked normal. Then Li Yunlong noticed something wrong. On the hallway ceiling were 2 things, darker in color than ordinary zombies, dark red, curled up and motionless. They weren't standing on the ground. They were stuck to the ceiling, limbs spread out, clinging to it like spiders. Their bodies were even smaller and thinner than ordinary zombies, thin as dry firewood, but their limbs were long and narrow, joints twisted, and their nails were hooked deep into the ceiling like claws. Li Yunlong's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at those 2 dark red light clusters, watching their every move, a chill running down his back. If those things hid on the hallway ceiling and his soldiers passed underneath, then if they suddenly pounced down, one slash of those claws would open a throat. In that kind of narrow, pitch-black hallway, there would be nowhere to dodge and nowhere to run. Heshang. Li Yunlong's voice was very low, so low that only Wei Heshang beside him could hear it. HM, look at this. Li Yunlong handed the tablet over. Wei Heshang took it and glanced at it. His expression changed too. After a moment of silence, his voice came out a little dry. What the hell is this? It should be those damned mutant variants. Li Yunlong took the tablet back and looked over it carefully again. Then he suddenly let out a cold laugh and slapped the tablet onto the roof of the vehicle. Trying to ambush me, huh? He grabbed the radio and switched it to the full platoon channel. All squads, listen up. Mutant variants have been detected in the target complex. 2 of them, hiding on the hallway ceiling of Building 1. Proceed according to the original plan. Make noise first and lure the zombies out of the buildings. Set up the machine gun positions. Aim the IFV cannons at the complex gate. Kill them one by one if they come out one by one. Kill them in groups if they come out in groups. Yes, sir. A unified response came from the radio. The soldiers quickly spread out. 4 heavy machine guns were set up behind cover on both sides of the complex entrance. 3 infantry fighting vehicles lined up side by side. The 30mm autocannons on top aimed at the complex gate, barrels lowered and ready to raise at any moment. The sniper team took the rooftop of a residential building across the way. 4 sniper rifles covered every exit of the complex from different angles. Li Yunlong jumped down from the infantry fighting vehicle, walked to the entrance, and looked inside. Empty. No zombies, no movement, only the rustling of dead leaves in the wind. He pulled a flashbang from his pocket, yanked the pin, and threw it in. Bang! A white flash exploded over the plaza. Blinding light leaking out through every window like a silent command. Roars erupted from inside the buildings. 10 dozens. Zombies poured out of the unit entrances, leaped from shattered windows, and crawled out of the basement vents. Bearing teeth and claws, they surged toward the complex gate. Open fire. Li Yunlong waved his hand. The 4 heavy machine guns roared at once. Hood. The 12.7mm heavy rounds swept into the horde like a storm of steel. The zombies rushing in front were instantly blasted into pieces. Then came rows falling, patches exploding apart, one after another disappearing into the rain of bullets. The 30mm autocannons of the 3 infantry fighting vehicles joined the battle. The shells smashed precisely into the horde, each shot carving out a bloody path. Explosions, gunfire, and roars mixed together into one, making people's ears ring. Those zombies couldn't rush out at all. The moment they ran out of the unit entrances, bullets shattered them. The moment they reached the middle of the plaza, shells blasted them flying. The moment they got close to the complex gate, the heavy machine guns tore them to pieces. Corpses piled up in the plaza, piled up at the gate, piled up at the unit entrances, growing higher and higher. More and more, like a black hill still growing. More than 10 minutes later, the gunfire gradually thinned out. When the last shot fell, the entrance to the residential complex went quiet. In the square by the flower beds beside the fountain pool, zombie corpses were everywhere, piled into a small hill. Blood flowed out from beneath the heap of bodies, gathering into a small stream and running downhill along the slope of the ground. Sniper team, sweep the surroundings. Li Yunlong grabbed the radio. Copy. The sniper's voice came through. A few gunshots rang out in the distance, scattered and intermittent. Then the sniper's voice sounded again. Scattered zombies in the surrounding area have been cleared. Visual estimate, more than 20. Li Yunlong set down the radio and ordered the drone operator beside him to sweep the residential complex again. As for himself, he picked up the tablet and stared at the three-dimensional map on it. At that moment, Li Yunlong's brows suddenly furrowed. He slid his index finger and thumb outward, zooming in on one of the buildings and studying it carefully. Very quickly, he handed the tablet to Wei Heshang and cursed. Damn it, they're pretty smart. What's wrong, squad leader? Wei Heshang looked puzzled. He subconsciously took the tablet and looked at it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. On the three-dimensional map, more than a dozen zombies were still hidden in different parts of the building, along with those two mutants. They did not move at all, silently hiding in the dark. Humph, good thing I kept an extra eye out. Li Yunlong let out a cold snort. He knew what they were waiting for. Waiting for his men to go in and clear the building. Waiting for his men to pass beneath the corridor. Waiting for that instant when his men let down their guard. Then they would pounce and harvest their lives. After that, they would disappear back into the darkness and wait for the next prey to deliver itself to their door. Artillery group, this is Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong grabbed the radio and switched to the artillery position S channel. Target, residential complex. Buildings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Conduct indiscriminate bombardment. Cover the entire complex. Copy. The artillery position commander's voice came through without the slightest hesitation. The Führer said that when encountering mutants, use direct artillery saturation. Flatten the area if necessary. Li Yunlong set down the radio and turned toward the infantry fighting vehicle. All units fall back. Pull back to a safe distance. The soldiers quickly put away their weapons and boarded the infantry fighting vehicles. The three IFVs rumbled backward, reversing until they stopped 200 meters away. Li Yunlong stood beside the IFV, staring at that residential complex, staring at those 6 gray, dusty high-rises. Sorry, everyone. He lowered his head and glanced at the few scattered blue dots on the tablet. Those were survivors, hiding in rooms inside several buildings, curled up and motionless. He was silent for a moment, then spoke very softly, so softly it sounded like he was talking to himself. You could say this counts as helping you get free of this shitty world a little sooner. In the end, we're still the ones helping you. After you go down there, I hope you won't blame old Lee. He closed his eyes. The whistling of shells swept overhead. Boom! The first shell smashed into the rooftop of Building 1, and the entire structure trembled. The outer wall collapsed. The windows exploded, and bricks and debris flew everywhere. Then came the second shell, the third, the fourth. 9 PL-05 self-propelled howitzers bombarded in rotation, shell after shell slamming into the residential complex. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions came without end. Flames shot into the sky, and thick smoke blotted out the sun. Building 1 fell first, tilting westward before slowly collapsing and smashing into Building 2. The two buildings came down together. Building 3 was hit in its lower levels by a shell, and the whole structure sank downward, like a person suddenly dropping to his knees. Buildings 4, 5, and 6 collapsed one after another. The entire complex was blasted into a field of ruins. Dust filled the sky, covering half of it. The 2 dark red dots on the tablet flashed once, then disappeared. Along with them, those scattered blue dots disappeared as well. Li Yunlong opened his eyes and looked at the smoking ruins. He was silent for a long time. Ceasefire. He picked up the radio, his voice hoarse. The artillery fire stopped. The world became quiet. There was only the wind, as mournful wail passing through the ruins. And now and then, faint zombie roars drifting over from the distance. Li Yunlong turned around and walked toward the IFV. Pack up. Next stop. At the same time. Elsewhere. Eastern suburbs. 5 minutes earlier. 3 military armored vehicles were driving along a rural path. The vehicle bodies jolted as their tracks crushed gravel and weeds, producing dull, heavy sounds. The fields on both sides of the road had long since gone barren. Corn stalks had withered in the ground like rows of shriveled corpses. In the distance was a gray, hazy skyline, with several collapsed buildings barely visible. Lung Feng sat in the first vehicle, looking out through the observation window at this desolate land. He was a reconnaissance company commander under Zhao Qiansheng, a man in his early 30s, dark-skinned, with sharp eyes. This time, he had been ordered to bring men out to search for the missing Falcon 1 and Falcon 2, following the coordinates of their last transmission all the way here. The road grew narrower and narrower, with dense woods on both sides. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches of light and shadow across the ground. Suddenly, a string of muffled sounds came from a distance. Heavy, dense, wave after wave, like muffled thunder rolling across the horizon. Stop the vehicles. Lung Feng raised a hand in signal. The 3 armored vehicles stopped at the same time. Their engines were still humming, but the sound of explosions became even clearer. Boom, 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 boom. It went on without pause, as if some terrifying artillery saturation was underway. Even the ground trembled slightly, and leaves rustled down from the branches. Lung Feng pushed open the door and jumped out. standing in the middle of the road and listening for a few seconds. Several soldiers beside him also jumped down. Some held their guns and watched the surroundings, while others tilted their heads to look toward the direction the sound was coming from. "Captain, what is that sound?" a young soldier asked, a trace of unease in his voice. Lung Feng did not answer. He listened for a few more seconds before speaking in a heavy voice. "Heavy artillery. At least 155mm caliber." Several men exchanged glances and saw the same shock in each other's eyes. 155mm heavy artillery. In times like these, there was still a force with that kind of firepower? The troops of Fengtian City had long since been scattered. The biggest gun brigade commander, Zhao, had was only 122mm, and even then he was reluctant to use it. Every shell fired meant one less shell left. With artillery this dense and explosions this unbroken, what level of force would that have to be? "Captain, could it be?" An older soldier beside him did not finish, but Lung Feng knew what he meant. The area where Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 had gone missing was in this direction. Judging by the sound, it was only a few kilometers from them. Lung Feng was silent for a moment, then pulled open the door and jumped back in. "Get in. Let's go take a look." The three armored vehicles started up again and drove toward the direction of the explosions. The farther they went, the more broken the road became, full of pits and ruts, splashing mud and water everywhere. The explosions grew closer and closer, denser and denser, shaking even the windows. Lung Feng stared at the gray, hazy skyline ahead, his palms slick with sweat. He did not know what was over there. He did not know who was firing the guns. He did not know whether friendlies or enemies were waiting for him. But he did know one thing. Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 had vanished in this area. If they were alive, he wanted to see the people. If they were dead, he wanted to see the bodies. At that moment, Lung Feng grabbed the radio inside the vehicle, switched to Phoenix Mountain Base S channel, and took a deep breath. "Brigade Commander," Lung Feng reporting in. Zhao Tianqing's low voice came through the radio. "Speak. My unit has approached the eastern suburbs. We are approximately 5 kilometers from Falcon 1's last known coordinates." He paused, listening to the continuous explosions in the distance. In the east suburb, a large-scale artillery barrage had been spotted. Judging by the sound, it was at least 155mm heavy artillery, with dense fire and a long duration. It seemed that an unknown armed force was engaging in battle. The radio fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Tianqing's voice came again. "Can you confirm the other side's identity?" "No, the distance is too far, and our line of sight is blocked. But judging by the density and frequency of the fire, their firepower far exceeds ours," Lung Feng said in a low voice. "Brigade Commander, I suggest we continue reconnaissance and figure out their background before making any plans." The radio went quiet again for a few seconds. Zhao Tianqing said, "Stay safe. Don't alert the enemy. Figure out the situation and report back immediately." "Yes." Lung Feng put down the radio and stared at the sky ahead, shrouded in smoke and dust. 3 armored vehicles kept moving forward, heading toward that unknown area filled with artillery fire and smoke. Eastern Front, 3 in the afternoon. The explosions still echoed across the horizon. Smoke rose from the ruins like a gray curtain, covering half the sky. Li Yunlong stood on the roof of an abandoned factory building, holding binoculars as he stared at the hazy horizon in the distance. The footage sent back by the drone kept flashing on the tablet in front of him. The zombies stirred up by the artillery were surging in from all directions. Packed so tightly they were like a black tide, filling every street, every ruin, every open patch of ground. He couldn't see the end of them. Damn it, there really are a lot of them. Li Yunlong lowered the binoculars. The corners of his mouth curling as excitement and hunger for military merit filled his eyes. The earlier artillery blasts had drawn the attention of zombies within a radius of several kilometers, and Li Yunlong had already anticipated that. So he had called for reinforcements in advance, ready to reap this huge harvest. Now, the positions were already in place. First Company had been fully deployed. 3 infantry platoons, 1 fire support platoon, and about 100 men had spread out along an abandoned railway embankment. The embankment stood 2 or 3 meters above the ground. On both sides were open spaces, with a gentle slope ahead and dense ruins behind. Only a few narrow passages could be used. Easy to defend, hard to attack. It was a perfect place for an ambush. The firepower setup was already there. 14 heavy machine guns were mounted at the highest point of the embankment. The gunners crouched behind them, while neatly stacked ammo boxes sat in front of the assistant gunners. 24 squad machine guns were scattered between the heavy machine guns, their muzzles pointed in different directions, forming a crisscrossing web of fire. 1404 infantry fighting vehicles were parked behind the embankment. The 30mm autocannons and mounted machine guns on their turrets were all aimed in the same direction, with the gunners already in position and fingers resting on the triggers. The mortar team was at the rear. 12 60mm mortars were lined up in a row, the gunners kneeling on one knee with shells in both hands, ready to drop them at any moment. Ding Wei stood at the other end of the embankment, also holding a tablet, his eyes fixed on the dense cluster of light dots on the screen. His brows were knitted tight, his lips pressed into a line. After a long while, He put down the tablet and picked up the radio, switching to Li Yunlong's channel. "Old Li, you've made such a huge mess. And now we have to clean up after you." Li Yunlong's chuckling voice came through the radio, full of righteous confidence. "How can you blame me for that?" The chief himself said it. "When in doubt, use firepower coverage. And you don't know this, but those two mutated creatures just now were stuck to the ceiling like spiders. If I hadn't sent drones to scout them out first, my men would never have made it in. I blew up those buildings with the chief's approval, so stop being sarcastic here." Dingwei snorted, but said nothing. All right, get back to your position quickly," Li Yunlong said, his voice rising a little. "They're coming." Dingwei clipped the radio back to his waist and turned toward his own position. His footsteps crunched on the gravel with a grating sound. In the distance, that black tide was drawing closer and closer. The zombies' faces were already becoming clear. Dingwei crouched behind the embankment, raised his gun, set the butt to his shoulder, fixed his eyes on the sights, and placed his finger on the trigger. He kept his breathing very shallow. The other soldiers nearby were doing the same. No one spoke. No one moved recklessly. Only the wind, as howling through the ruins, and the increasingly close roars from a distance. Li Yunlong stood on the roof of the factory building, took the stubbed-out cigarette but from his mouth, and flicked it to the ground. He grabbed the radio and said in a booming voice, "All squads, listen up. Targets are in range. Open fire on my command." The moment he finished speaking, 14 heavy machine guns roared at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. The 12.7mm heavy rounds tore through the air like invisible steel whips, lashing into the horde. The zombies in the front row had their chests blown open with bowl-sized holes and were sent flying backward, knocking over a large swath behind them. The tracers never stopped for a second. The heavy machine gunners swept back and forth with the muzzles, and wherever the bullets passed, zombies fell in heaps, like a scythe cutting wheat, like a bulldozer plowing snow. Bodies piled on bodies, layer upon layer, building a black, low wall in front of the position. The 24 squad machine guns joined the fight. Da-da-da-da-da. Faster rhythm, denser fire, like a torrential downpour, like hail, smashing into the ground. The zombies trying to flank from the sides were cut down the moment they showed themselves. The zombies charging from the front were shredded before they could even reach the body wall. Light and heavy fire intertwined into an impenetrable net of death, covering the open ground in front of the position. Anything living that stepped into that net was torn apart in an instant. Li Yunlong crouched beside the heavy machine gun position with a rifle in his hands, not firing. He narrowed his small eyes and stared at the zombie tide ahead. His lips cracked and peeling, his breathing heavy. The zombies in front were falling in waves under the heavy machine gun fire. But those behind them kept stepping over their companions' bodies and surging forward, piling higher and thicker by the moment. That black low wall was slowly growing taller. Mortars! Li Yunlong grabbed the radio and shouted. Hit the middle. Cut off their support. Mortars! Li Yunlong grabbed the radio and shouted. Hit the middle. Cut off their support. 12 mortars fired at the same time. Tunk, tunk, tunk. The shells drew arcs over the heads of the frontline zombies and landed precisely in the middle of the horde. Boom, boom, boom. The flashes of the explosions merged into one another. Flesh, severed limbs, and broken bones flew into the air like a rain of blood. The zombies in the middle were blasted apart, blown to pieces, and forced back. The ones behind could not surge up, and the ones in front could not get reinforcements. The momentum of the charge was brutally cut off. The zombies in the front were still charging. They had no fear, no retreat, only instinct. They stepped over the bodies of their companions and trampled across the shredded flesh on the ground, surging toward that position, spitting fire. And then they were torn apart by bullets, blown away by shells, and turned into pulp by the heavy machine guns. 1 body, 10 bodies, 100 bodies. The body wall was slowly growing higher, from knee-high to waist-high, from waist-high to chest-high. Blood flowed out from beneath the pile of corpses, gathering into a dark red stream that trickled down the slope and flowed into the black tide, still surging in the distance, staining the zombies' ankles red. Dingwei on the other end of the embankment had also gone wild. He was carrying a squad machine gun and standing at the very front of the position, the barrel spitting out half-meter-long tongues of flame as bullets poured into the horde like a downpour. The heavy machine guns off to the side were also firing like mad. When a barrel turned red-hot, they swapped in a new one. When a belt ran dry, they fed in another. No one stopped. No one retreated. No one even spoke. There was only gunfire, cannon fire, explosions, and that black tide that could never be killed clean, still surging forward without end. Li Yunlong grabbed the radio again. His throat was already raw, and his voice had gone hoarse. Artillery team, another round. Aim farther out. Blow those bastards in the back apart too. The 12 mortars fired another volley, in unison. The shells arced over the corpse tide and slammed into the ground farther back, blasting apart the zombies, still rushing over. The flashes of the explosions flickered in the distance like muffled thunder on the horizon, like lightning in a rainy night. The low wall of corpses in front of the position had already grown to the height of a man. The zombies in the rear climbed over the pile of bodies, crossed that low wall made from their companions' corpses, then were shattered by bullets and dropped on the other side, becoming part of the wall themselves. The wall was slowly rising higher. The open ground in front of the position was slowly shrinking. But that black tide still had not receded. It was still surging, still charging. Li Yunlong stared at the corpse tide, licked his cracked lips, and cursed. Damn it, there really are a lot of them. At the same time, on the other side, the deeper they went into the eastern outskirts, the closer the artillery fire sounded. The thunderous booming was strong enough to make the car windows tremble. Lung Feng sat in the front passenger seat, looking out through the observation window at this unfamiliar urban district. The streets were cleaner than he had expected. There weren't piles of corpses, no rotting trash, and even bloodstains were rare. Captain, something's wrong. The driver's voice was kept very low. His eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, and a thin layer of sweat had seeped out on his forehead. There are too few zombies. We've been in here for almost half an hour and only ran into a few scattered ones. This place looks like it's been cleared out. Lung Feng didn't respond. He had noticed it too. Ever since entering the eastern outskirts, the road had been smooth the entire way. The corpse tide he had expected. Blocked roads, bloody fighting. None of it had happened. Only a few zombies occasionally wandered out of alleys. And the machine gunner in the lead vehicle casually picked them off without even slowing down. This wasn't normal. The eastern outskirts were an urban-rural fringe area. Before the apocalypse, the population had been dense. There was no way there should be so few zombies here, unless someone had cleared them out for him. The artillery fire grew denser and denser. Boom, boom, boom. Not single shots, but coordinated volleys. It sounded like at least the firepower of an entire artillery company, mixed in with the thudding of heavy machine guns and the rapid fire bursts of autocannons. The endless sounded like firecrackers during the new year, only denser, heavier, and far more scalp-numbing. Lung Feng's palms were soaked with sweat. He wiped them, and they were wet again. He didn't know what they were fighting over there. A corpse tide? Or something else. But one thing was certain. The other side's firepower was far beyond anything he had imagined. 155mm heavy artillery. Multiple rocket launchers, infantry, fighting vehicles, heavy machine guns, mortars. They had those things on his side too, but not this complete, not this fierce, and definitely not used this lavishly. Judging from the racket over there, they were throwing shells around like they cost nothing. Captain, are we still moving forward? The driver's voice had gone a little dry. Lung Feng fell silent for a moment, then pulled a map from his backpack. On the map, a red circle marked the last location where Falcon 1's signal had disappeared. He looked at the coordinates, then at the road sign outside the window, and did the math in his head. Less than 1 kilometer. And less than 1 kilometer from that battlefield drowned in artillery fire as well. Stop the car. Lung Feng grabbed the radio in the vehicle and switched it to the Feng Wang Mountain base channel. Brigadier, this is Lung Feng calling. Lung Feng calling Feng Wang Mountain. BZZ. There was only the crackle of static. He called again. Still nothing but static. The communications soldier beside him frantically adjusted the frequency, fingers spinning the dial at high speed while sweat streamed down his cheeks. Captain, no good. We've tried every band. It's all a dead zone. It's like something is jamming it. Lung Feng put down the radio and stared out at the sky, shrouded in gunpowder smoke. He was silent for a moment. They had clearly still been able to make contact before, but the moment they entered this area, every means of communication failed. This place was too strange. He took a deep breath, stuffed the map back in his bag, pulled open the car door, and jumped down. Keep moving. Head for the coordinates. On the other side, Eastern Front battlefield. In front of the position, the corpses had already piled into a small mountain. That wasn't a metaphor. It was a real mountain. Zombie corpses were stacked on top of each other, layer upon layer, from knee-high to waist-high, from waist-high to chest-high. Now it had already reached the height of 2 men. The zombies in the rear climbed over this hill built from the flesh and blood of their companions, crossed the summit, rolled down the slope, then were shattered by bullets and collapsed at the foot of the hill, becoming part of the mountain themselves. The mountain was growing without stop. Li Yunlong crouched behind the heavy machine gun position, eyes fixed on that black tide, still writhing ahead, and the rifle in his hands never stopped firing. When a magazine ran dry, he swapped it. When the next one ran dry, he swapped again. Empty magazines were scattered all over the ground at his feet. Dog's hit. Does this ever end? He cursed, but his voice was drowned out by the gunfire. Even he couldn't hear it himself. At the other end of the rail embankment, Ding Wei was the same, rifle in hand, eyes bloodshot. They had chosen this position well. An abandoned railway embankment, 2 or 3 meters higher than the surrounding ground, with open terrain on both sides and a gentle slope in front. The zombies could only charge from the front, rush up the slope, climb the embankment, and then be shot back down. The terrain was narrow. The number of zombies that could spread out at once was limited. It was perfect for an annihilation battle. If it had been open ground instead, with so few men, they would have long since been swallowed by the corpse tide. But there were too many zombies. So many they were like locusts, like ants, like an endless nightmare that could never be killed off. Right then, Li Yunlong had just slammed in a fresh magazine when, from the corner of his eye, he caught movement at the top of the corpse mountain. It wasn't the slow, clumsy climbing of ordinary zombies. Several black shadows launched themselves into the air from behind the corpse mountain, fast as arrows loosed from a bow. They used the corpse pile for leverage. leaping a few times before vaulting over the mountain. The instant they landed, they didn't pause in the slightest. Dropping to all fours, they charged over like wild beasts. 1, 2, 5, 10. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen black shadows had already come over the corpse mountain and rushed into the open ground in front of the position. Their frames were leaner than ordinary zombies, but their limbs were long and their joints bent backward. The way they ran was like cheetahs. Their rotting skin flapped in the wind. Their pitch-black eyeballs were locked on the soldiers in the position. Their mouths split all the way to their ears, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs. Mutants. Li Yunlong's pupils shrank to pinpoints. His voice was almost a howl. Sniper team. Mutants spotted. Kill them immediately. Do not let them charge up here. Received. The gunfire suddenly intensified. 4 sniper rifles fired at the same time. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets shot precisely at the sprinting black shadows. 2 mutants were hit in the head and went tumbling to the ground, but the rest only sped up instead of slowing down. They zigzagged left and right across the open ground, tracing broken lines through the field. And the second volley from the sniper rifles missed completely. Rocket launchers. Li Yunlong roared again. The rocket soldier dropped to one knee behind the rail embankment, launcher on his shoulder. In the scope, the crosshair locked onto the mutant charging at the very front. Thunk! The rocket shot out trailing white smoke. But what made their scalps go numb was that the mutant suddenly changed direction. Its body twisted sideways at an impossible angle, and the rocket flew past its shoulder, exploding more than a dozen meters behind it. The shockwave flipped it over, but after rolling twice on the ground, it climbed back up and kept charging forward. Machine guns. All machine guns. Suppress them. Li Yunlong's eyes were red. 14 heavy machine guns swung their barrels around, and bullets poured into that open ground like a rainstorm. But those mutants were too fast. So fast the bullets couldn't catch them at all. They weaved through the barrage, darting left and right, sometimes crawling low to the ground, sometimes leaping into the air. They even knew how to look for cover and evade. At that moment, one mutant was hit in the shoulder by a 127mm bullet, and the impact blew it open, flesh and blood flying everywhere. But it only let out a hiss, dragged its mangled arm, and kept sprinting. 150 meters, 130 meters, 100 meters. Cold sweat ran down Li Yunlong's forehead. He held his rifle steady, the muzzle tracking one mutant's movement, but the crosshairs could never lock onto it. That thing was too fast. He took a deep breath, lowered the barrel, and stopped chasing it with his aim. He would wait for it to charge up on its own. 100 meters. That mutant suddenly leaped into the air and pounced at him. Its claws flashed with a cold gleam under the sunlight, and a foul wind rushed at his face. Li Yunlong pulled the trigger. A sustained burst slammed into the mutant's chest. Armor-piercing incendiary rounds drilled into its flesh and exploded inside its body. The mutant's body suddenly stiffened in midair, then burst into flames. It flew over Li Yunlong's head, crashed into the gravel pile behind the roadbed, rolled twice, and stopped moving. The fire was still burning, and a stench of scorched flesh spread through the air. Fire! Hit them hard for me. Li Yunlong held the still-smoking rifle, his voice hoarse, but his confidence had returned. The rocket soldier loaded the second round. This time, instead of aiming at the ones in motion, he aimed at the path they had to pass through. Thump! The rocket exploded in front of a mutant. Shrapnel swept across the area, and the mutant had no time to change direction. It plunged headfirst into the blast zone, and its body was torn to pieces. The machine gunners also adjusted their strategy. They stopped chasing the targets and began cutting off their routes instead. Bullets wove a net of fire across the open ground. More than a dozen mutants were trapped in that net, charging left and right. Some were hit, some were blown apart, and some made it to 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, only to be focused down and riddled full of holes. The last mutant rushed to the bottom of the roadbed, less than 20 meters from Li Yunlong. It tilted its head up. Its pure black eyes stared at him. The corners of its mouth split all the way to its ears, and a low growl rumbled from its throat. Then it jumped. Li Yunlong raised his gun, pressed the muzzle against its forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The armor-piercing incendiary round drilled through the center of its brow, blew out the back of its head, and froze its body in midair. Then it went limp, slammed onto the roadbed, and slid back down. The battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment. Li Yunlong panted heavily, still holding his gun, the muzzle still aimed below the roadbed. His hand was shaking, not from fear, but from the physical reaction after the adrenaline spike. He took a deep breath, pressed his hand against the barrel, and the shaking stopped. Ding Wei's voice came through the radio, also carrying obvious heavy breathing. Old Li, how is your side? Cleared. Li Yunlong's voice was so hoarse it barely sounded like his own. More than a dozen. Clear them all. That's on my side too. 8 of them. Clear them too. Damn it, we almost capsized in the gutter. Li Yunlong didn't reply. He lowered his head and glanced at the still-burning mutant below the roadbed, then looked up again at the distant black tide that was still surging. The ordinary zombies were still charging forward. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, removed the empty magazine, replaced it with a fresh one, and racked the bolt. His voice returned to that lazy, unruly tone. All squads, pay attention. Don't just stand there. Keep firing. As soon as the words fell, the battle resumed. Meanwhile, command center. Jiang Chun stared at the black tide, still surging on the screen, and the taut nerves in his body finally eased. The footage from the eastern battlefield was being transmitted back in real time by drone, every frame reflected in his eyes. That included the mutants that had suddenly appeared just now and the battle between them and Li Yunlong. Every detail was vivid before him. Just a little over a dozen had nearly broken through the defense line. His soldiers had almost died again. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and forced down the pressure, clogging his chest. In his eyes, mutants were nothing more than slightly bigger ants in a swarm. One artillery shell would still blast them into pieces, and one bullet would still drop them to the ground. But today, those dozen-something mutants charging together had almost torn open his defense line. He had underestimated them. Not underestimated the strength of an individual unit, but underestimated the threat of a coordinated group charge. One mutant was not scary. If 10 attacked at once from different directions, the defense line would develop gaps. And one gap meant human lives. He pressed the communication key, his voice icy. Artillery position, this is Jiang Chun. Target, eastern battlefield. Rear section of the zombie tide, S middle formation. Saturation bombardment without discrimination. Cut off reinforcements and reduce frontline pressure. Received. The artillery commander S voice was steady. 9 PL-05 self-propelled howitzers opened fire at the same time. The shells flew over Li Yunlong's head, over the piles of corpses, over that still surging black tide, and smashed precisely into the rear of the zombie tide S middle section. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions connected into one continuous sheet of fire. Minced flesh and severed limbs flew into the air, and the shockwave swept everything aside. The zombies surging forward were instantly blown apart, blasting open a gap. That also prevented the zombies in the rear from pushing up, while the ones in front could no longer be replenished. The momentum of the charge was forcibly cut off, and the pressure on Li Yunlong's unit lessened by quite a bit. But Jiang Chun did not stop. He switched to another channel. Helicopter squad, this is Jiang Chun. Very quickly, a voice came back through the channel. Storm received. Please give your orders, Chief. You are now ordered to immediately carry out a combat mission. Target, eastern battlefield. Low-altitude combat. Mission, freely hunt mutant species. 3 Wuji-10 attack helicopters had long been on standby in the fortress hangar, their rotors spinning, their fuselages trembling slightly. The moment they received the order, they lifted off from the ground, tilted forward, and flew toward the eastern battlefield. A few minutes later, the roar of rotors appeared over the battlefield. 3 dark green armed helicopters swept low through the air in a triangular formation. Their nose cannons pointed at the ground, and their stub wings were loaded with missiles and rockets. Lation 1 in position. The pilot's voice rang out over the channel. Mutant spotted, 3 in number, gathering at the rear of the zombie tide. Open fire freely. Received. As the words fell, the autocannon roared, and 30mm shells hammered the ground like raindrops. The 3 mutants that were gathering had no time to scatter before they were covered by the barrage. One was hit directly by a shell, and its body exploded into pieces. One had half its head sliced off by shrapnel and collapsed to the ground. The last one seemed to notice something. It raised its head and glanced at the sky, then suddenly began darting left and right through the zombie tide. But the helicopter hovered above it, the autocannon sweeping after its figure. Wherever it ran, the shells followed. A few seconds later, a shell struck its back, severing its body in half at the waist. It rolled several times on the ground and stopped moving. Lation 2 has spotted mutants. 2 of them, moving through the ruins. Hunt them. Received. The rockets howled out from beneath the stub wings, trailing white smoke as they flew toward the ruins. Boom! Boom! 2 fireballs exploded, sending shattered stone flying everywhere. The 2 mutants were flipped over by the shockwave. Before they could even get back up, the autocannon followed up. 30mm shells plowed 2 bloody trenches across the ground, blasting both mutants into pieces. Jiang Chun stared at the screen, watching the mutants drop one by one under the helicopter's hunt, and finally felt a little more at ease. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. The artillery cut off reinforcements, the helicopters hunted the mutants, and the infantry held the line. 3 layers of defense, each doing its own job. This was the kind of fighting style he wanted. Not sending soldiers out to die, but letting the artillery, the aircraft, and the armored vehicles do the fighting. His soldiers' lives were worth more than anything. At the same time, on the other side, inside the hospital room, gunpowder smoke drifted over from the eastern battlefield, even from several kilometers away, even through the fortress's thick alloy walls. That scorched smell could still be detected. Lin Wanqing stood by the window with one hand on the sill. Her complexion was much rosier than yesterday. The 4 had already been removed. The doctor said she was recovering well and could be discharged after one more day of observation. She said nothing, only gazed out at the sky outside, stained gray by smoke. Reflected on her lenses were the distant flashes of fire, appearing and disappearing. Su Jinqing sat at the bedside, clutching a cup of water that had long since gone cold, looking worriedly at Lin Wanqing's back. She wanted to say something, Her lips moved a few times, but she swallowed the words back down. A Special Forces soldier leaned by the window with his arms crossed, staring at the smoke-filled sky outside. His name was Li Shachun. The name sounded dumb, but the man wasn't T. Before enlisting, he had studied auto repair at vocational school. If a tank or armored vehicle broke down, he could usually fix it faster than a maintenance company. What the hell is this even supposed to be? He said at last, his voice not loud, like he was talking to himself or maybe to the people beside him. They want T let us out, so they're just going to keep us trapped here till we rot? The man beside him, who was polishing his leather shoes, looked up and picked up the thread. Exactly. Instead of locking us up in here, they might as well hand me a gun and let me go out and fight those zombies head on. Staying cooped up here is suffocating. His surname was Chun. His name was Chun Xiaoyan. He was an assault trooper in the Special Operations Company. Before enlisting, he had trained at Shaolin Temple for several years, and his combat skills ranked among the best in the whole company. All right. Han Ming leaned against the doorframe with his arms folded and said in a low voice, "Nobody is going to think you're mute if you stop talking. In times like these, just being alive is already pretty damn good. Stop being so picky." Li Shachun opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but after looking at Han Ming's expression, he shut it again. Chun Xiaoyan lowered his head and kept polishing his shoes. After a moment of silence, Li Shachun spoke again, this time with his voice lowered, as if afraid someone might hear him. "Brothers, listen to that. The gunfire. The artillery. It's fucking like New Year firecrackers. It's been going since yesterday till now, and, except for nighttime, it hasn't stopped once." He tilted his head and listened for a moment, then turned back. "Hey, where the hell did this army come from? And where do they get so many bullets and shells? They're firing like ammo. Doesn't cost money?" Hearing that, Chun Xiaoyan subconsciously looked up, his face full of confusion. "Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Could it be that this Nirvana army has its own independent military factory here? Like, making its own guns and ammo?" He paused, as if seriously thinking about the question. "Hell, now that you mention it, that really is possible." "Possible my ass." Li Shachun rolled his eyes at him. "You ever seen a military factory hidden underground in a city? Where would the raw materials come from? Where would the production lines come from? Where would the workers come from? You think this is building blocks? Then how do you explain it?" Chun Xiaoyan shot back. Unwilling to back down, Li Shachun leaned against the windowsill with his arms crossed, narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, then suddenly blurted out, "You think maybe that young guy who calls himself the Yuan Shou got some kind of system? Something that specializes in summoning troops, building bases, that kind of stuff? That is how it always is in the novels I read." The hospital room fell silent for a moment. Chun Xiaoyan froze, then let out a snort. "The Shachun, you do know that that's fiction, right? That made-up stuff is just novelists jerking themselves off. How could something like that possibly show up in the real world?" "Umph." Li Shachun suddenly sat up straight, his voice rising several notches, his eyes wide and round. "Then you tell me, what else with this apocalypse? What else with those zombies outside? And that sudden crimson rain? After it fell, humans mutated. What is that about? How do you explain any of that?" Chun Xiaoyan opened his mouth, but no words came out. "Go on," Li Shachun said, staring at him and pressing harder. "Why do you stop talking? Is it because you were born not liking to talk?" He stood up, walked in front of Chun Xiaoyan, and looked down at him from above. "Chun Xiaoyan, my name is Li Shachun, but I'm not actually stupid. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Chun Xiaoyan lowered his head and instantly fell silent. Li Shachun's words lodged in his chest like stones. He couldn't swallow them, and he couldn't spit them out either. He remembered that afternoon on the first day of the apocalypse, when crimson rain had poured down from the sky. He had stood in the barracks, watching the comrades outside the window fall one after another, then crawl back up, turning into something else. Even now, he still hadn't figured out what that rain had been. If even something like that could happen, then what in this world was impossible? Han Ming leaned against the doorframe and took in the entire scene. With a helpless sigh, he straightened up, walked to the window, and looked outside as well. "What are you yelling for? What is the point of saying all that? What has happened has already happened. Even if you argue till the sky splits open, what is the use? Right now, what we need to do is..." He turned around and looked at them, his gaze sweeping over every face. "Wait where we are." "Wait for what?" Li Shachun asked. "Wait for the right moment." The hospital room fell silent again. Only the artillery outside kept booming on, one blast after another, like muffled thunder rolling at the horizon, or like the background noise of this world, something that would never stop. Then, at that moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. The next moment, the door was pushed open, and every gaze in the room snapped toward it. Li Jing stood at the very front, still wearing that same expressionless look, his eyes sweeping through the room. Behind him were two fully armed Jiaolong team members. Their helmets covered most of their faces, revealing only their eyes and noses. Their muzzles pointed downward, fingers resting on the trigger guards. The last to enter was Zhou Zemin. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes kept darting around the room without pause. Li Jing's gaze paused on Lin Wanqing for a moment. He sized her up for a few seconds, then withdrew his eyes and nodded. He turned to Zhou Zemin and said, "I'm leaving them to you. Arrange what should be arranged. Explain what should be explained. This is the Yuan Shou's intent. You understand?" Don't worry, brotherly. Go handle your business. Leave this to me. I'll make sure everything is done properly. Zhou Zemin smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits, rubbing his hands together as he watched Li Jing leave. The door closed behind him. The two Jiaolong team members did not leave. They stood to the left and right of the doorway like a pair of guardian gods, motionless. Han Meng looked at those two men, then at Zhou Zemin, feeling a bit unsure. Subconsciously, he reached toward the pouch at his waist, wanting to pull out a cigarette and break the ice, but his fingers found nothing. Only then did he remember his cigarettes had long since been confiscated. He withdrew his hand, rubbed it against his pant leg, and forced a smile onto his face. Comrade, is there something you need? He asked, making his voice as polite as possible, so polite that even he found it unfamiliar. Zhou Zemin did not answer right away. His gaze moved away from Han Meng and slowly swept around the room, passing over the faces of the Special Forces soldiers standing against the wall before landing on Lin Wanqing and pausing for a moment. Then it fell on Su Jincheng and paused again. His eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly before he suppressed it again. But inside, he was overjoyed. 2 more beauty seedlings. Looks like even the heavens are helping me. Now I can offer another tribute to the chief. He withdrew his gaze, cleared his throat, and the smile on his face deepened a little more than before. Captain Li sent me here because there are indeed some matters to handle. His tone was unhurried, as if he were chatting with old friends. Li Dachuan had been leaning against the windowsill. The moment he heard that, his eyes lit up. He straightened up, squeezed past Han Meng in a few quick steps, walked up to Zhou Zemin, sized him up from top to bottom, then grinned and reached out to pat his shoulder. Brother, did our leaders come to pick us up? He chuckled twice, wearing an expression that said I get it, then lowered his voice a little. Brother, hurry up and let us go. Later, when I see my leader, I'll put in a good word for you, so you suffer a little less. The ward fell silent for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Chen Xiaoyun's eyes widened. What the hell? Since when did dumb Dachuan get this gutsy? The smile on Zhou Zemin's face slowly faded. His eyes narrowed. The smile still hung at the corner of his mouth, but it no longer held any warmth. He looked at Li Dachuan as if he were watching an ignorant child throw a tantrum in front of adults. Han Meng's heart sank, and he inwardly cursed. This is bad. He stepped forward, wanting to stop him, but Zhou Zemin had already moved. He took 1 step forward and stopped in front of Li Dachuan. He was half a head shorter than Li Dachuan, but in terms of presence, he gave up nothing. Fine. Zhou Zemin's voice was not loud, but it was light, so light it felt like a blade scraping across glass. You wanted to let you go, right? Sure. Li Dachuan froze, not expecting him to agree so readily. His grin spread, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Zemin had already turned around and waved to the 2 Jiaolong members by the door. His voice was neither high nor low, but every word was crystal clear. You 2 brothers, trouble yourselves to take this comrade to the public restroom and let him have his fill. He paused, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. The toilets in our fortress are very clean. Survivors clean them every day. But the cesspit, well, it hasn't been emptied in a long time. Li Dachuan's smile froze on his face. Before he could react, the 2 Jiaolong members had already grabbed his arms, one on each side. Their movements were light, but their strength was immense, so immense that Li Dachuan could not break free at all. His face flushed red. His mouth opened and closed and opened again, but not a single word came out. As he was dragged outside, he turned his head and looked at Han Meng, his eyes full of pleading. Han Meng looked away. He did not move, and he did not speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. He just couldn't. Here, they were nothing. No guns, no communications, no outside support. Even the confidence to speak was something given by others. So he could only watch as Li Dachuan was dragged out. The door shut behind him, and the footsteps gradually faded away. Zhou Zemin clapped his hands, turned back around, and once again put on that polite smile, as if nothing had happened just now. He walked up to Han Meng, pulled a folder from his coat, opened it, and revealed a form inside. Business. His tone returned to that official, matter-of-fact manner. You've all now been registered under the survivor unit. Survivors need to eat, and if you want to eat, you work. That's the rule. Everyone is the same. He handed the folder to Han Meng. This afternoon, outside the north gate of the fortress, there's a batch of corpses that needs to be moved. Not that many, just a few hundred. You lot, along with another group of survivors, will be responsible for moving those corpses to the incineration point. Han Meng took the folder and glanced at the form. It was packed with names, numbers, task descriptions, and contribution points. His name was on the first line. Behind it were the words move corpses, and after that a number, 50. Moving 1 corpse counts as 1 contribution point, Zhou Zemin added. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 1 meal, or 1 bottle of water, or 1 pack of biscuits. If you save up enough, you can even exchange for clothes and daily necessities. The specific exchange rates are posted at the entrance to the cafeteria. Go look for yourselves. Han Meng gripped the folder tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, lifted his head, and looked into Zhou Zemin's shrewd eyes. He nodded and said nothing. What else was there to say? When you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. If they tell you to do something, then you do it. Just like being thrown into one of those compounds. Don't obey, then you get beaten. Then you get no food and no water. He didn't have the confidence to go head-to-head with the other side either. At that moment, Zhou Zemin turned his gaze to Su Jinsheng and Lin Wanqing and slowly said, pointing at them, "You too, come with me later." Zhou Zemin's gaze rested on Su Jinsheng and Lin Wanqing for 2 seconds. He raised his hand and pointed at them. "You too, come with me later." Su Jinsheng froze for a moment and instinctively clenched the corner of her clothes. Lin Wanqing frowned slightly and spoke first. "Where are you taking us?" The air in the ward suddenly tightened. Han Ming's hand unconsciously curled into a fist, his knuckles cracking. Chun Xiaoyun placed a hand at his waist. Even though his dagger was long gone, that motion was instinct carved into his bones. The other soldiers also straightened up and took a step forward. They had seen the cruelty of the apocalypse. After order collapsed, women ultimately had only 2 choices. 1. Become an appendage of the strong and offer up everything they had. 2. Die. Zhou Zemin's gaze swept across their faces. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he let out a cold snort. "Look at how tense all of you are. What, you think I'm going to eat them?" He turned and shouted toward the door. "Aimei." The door was pushed open, and a woman in her 40s walked in. Round face, slightly dark skin, an apron tied around her waist, sleeves rolled up to her elbows. At a glance, she looked like someone quick and capable of work. Before the apocalypse, she had worked in a textile factory. After the apocalypse, she had been rescued and brought to the fortress, been assigned to the logistics team to manage the daily living needs of survivors. She smiled as she looked at Su Jinsheng, then at Lin Wanqing. Her gaze paused for an instant at the latter's chest before withdrawing. "Take these 2 young ladies to wash up." Zhou Zemin tilted his chin toward the 2 women. "They're filthy and stink to high heaven." "All right, Chief Steward." Aimei answered with a grin, stepped forward, and took Su Jinsheng's hand. "Come with me, girl. The bathhouse has plenty of hot water. Have a good soak and wash off the fatigue." Su Jinsheng instinctively glanced at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was still frowning, her lips pressed into a thin line, unmoving. Su Jinsheng lowered her head and sniffed her own sleeve. Her face instantly turned red. She really did stink. It had been more than half a month since she last bathed. Her hair was greasy and plastered to her scalp, and her wrinkled clothes gave off a sour odor. Even she could barely stand it anymore, much less anyone else. Lin Wanqing still wanted to say something, but Su Jinsheng had already stood up and tugged lightly on her hand. "Let us go," she said softly. Lin Wanqing looked at her, stayed silent for a moment, then stood up with her. Aimei led the 2 women out the door, and the sound of their footsteps in the corridor gradually faded into the distance. The hospital room fell silent for a moment. Zhou Zemin turned around, looked at Han Ming and the remaining soldiers, and his tone returned to that businesslike, official manner. "Let us go. You should go wash up too, and get your clothes changed while you're at it. The smell on you, people can catch it through 3 doors." Half an hour later, Su Jinsheng stood in front of the changing room mirror, hardly daring to believe the person in it was her. A dark navy top, black pants. On the left side of the chest was an embroidered golden phoenix, and beneath it were the 2 characters, Nirvana. The fabric was better than she had expected. It didn't scratch, and it wasn't stuffy either. She turned around. Her long hair hung over her shoulders, the ends still dripping water. Her face was flushed red from the steam, like she had just stepped out of a painting. She had been terrified before, afraid of this and afraid of that, afraid of being bullied, afraid of being locked up, afraid she would never see the sunlight outside again. But in the end, nothing happened. No one rushed in. No one touched her. No one even gave her an extra glance. There had only been the rushing sound of water in the bathhouse, and Aimei occasionally handing over a towel with a few reminders. She had taken a comfortable hot shower, used soap and shampoo, and changed into a clean set of clothes. She reached up and touched the golden phoenix on her left chest. Her fingertips slid over the embroidery threads, and an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. Just then, the changing room door was pushed open, and Lin Wanqing walked out. Su Jinsheng looked up, her mouth parting slightly. Lin Wanqing was wearing the same dark navy uniform, but on her it was stretched tight. The gaps between the buttons over her chest were pulled open enough to reveal the white underwear inside. She grabbed the front of the uniform with both hands and tugged it downward. It wouldn't budge. Then she pulled it upward, but it was still tight. Her face flushed red, then pale, and those beautiful eyes were full of irritation. "What kind of trash uniform is this? It's strangling me to death." Her voice was kept very low, but every word carried fire. Couldn't they at least get a bigger size? Su Jinsheng lowered her head and glanced at her own chest, then at Lin Wanqing's, and silently looked away. The same clothes looked loose on her, but skin tight on Lin Wanqing. It wasn't that the clothes were too small. It was that the person wearing them was too big. Aimei walked over from the side, 2 dry towels in her hands, smiling as she sized Lin Wanqing up. Her gaze stopped at her chest for a moment, then another moment. After that, she stepped forward and helped tug at the front of the uniform, but it was useless. It was still stretched tight. She sighed, sounding sincere and helpless. "Miss, this is already the biggest size. Our uniforms only come in 4 sizes, and you're already wearing the largest one. Lin Wanqing's face turned even redder. Aimee looked at her again and couldn't help asking, Miss, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask, what exactly did you eat growing up? How did you develop this well? She paused. Her gaze moved from Lin Wanqing's face to her chest, then back to her face. There's a kind of experienced woman's sigh in her voice. If you ever have a baby, that child definitely won't need formula money. That one sentence completely short-circuited Lin Wanqing. She opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but had no idea what to say. Her face was red as a boiled shrimp. Her lips trembled twice, but not a single word came out. Beside her, Su Jincheng covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she struggled desperately not to laugh. Aimee patted Lin Wanqing on the shoulder with a smile, then turned and walked to the door. She stopped there, looked back at them, and the smile on her face faded a little. All right, you're done bathing. I'll take you to see the Yuan show. Su Jincheng's smile froze on her face. Lin Wanqing suddenly raised her head, her brows twisting together. See the Yuan show? What does he want with us? Aimee froze for a second. Looking at their confused expressions, she asked in puzzlement, Chief Steward Zhou, didn't he tell you? The two women shook their heads at the same time. Aimee was silent for a moment, then sighed and pushed open the door. Come on, you'll know when you get there. Su Jincheng hesitated, then reached out and tugged gently at Lin Wanqing's sleeve. Wanqing, let us go. Lin Wanqing still didn't move. She stood there in place. Su Jincheng shook her head. She knew what her friend was thinking. This sister of hers had been good at everything since childhood, except for one thing. She was too proud. Proud at home, proud at school, proud in the military compound. Even in the apocalypse, still proud. But what use was pride? Could pride fill your stomach? Could pride stop zombies from biting you? She sighed and lowered her voice even more, so soft it was like she was coaxing a child. Don't worry, Wanqing. He wouldn't dare touch us. Lin Wanqing turned to look at her. Her brows were still furrowed, but the icy sharpness in her eyes had eased a little. Thinking about it, that was true. If the other side had wanted to do something to them, they wouldn't have waited until now. From the emergency landing to being disarmed. From going hungry for a whole day to fainting and being sent for medical treatment. From bathing and changing clothes to standing here now. There had been plenty of chances. Plenty of time, yet nothing had happened. And that man called Zhou Zemin, sharp-tongued as it was, he had still arranged everything that needed arranging these past few days. Food, drink, lodging, nothing had been lacking. And that Li Jing, expressionless from start to finish, cold as ice, had also done nothing inappropriate. And that young man who called himself the Yuan Shou, the one sitting in the command center and issuing orders, he hadn't even properly looked at them. If he wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago. He was wary of their status. That was why he was acting this way. With that thought, half the weight in Lin Wanqing's heart lifted. She straightened her body, adjusted the collar of that tightly stretched uniform, raised her chin slightly, and her voice returned to its usual cool indifference. Let us go. I'd like to see what exactly he wants. Command center. Jiang Chun was staring at the holographic map. The battle situation on the eastern line had already stabilized. The artillery and helicopters had cut the mutant charge into pieces, and the infantry positions were as steady as a rock. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Li Jing push the door open and walk in, with 2 people following behind him. Li Jing walked to his side, bent down, and whispered a few words. Jiang Chun's hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. He turned his head to glance at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Then he set the teacup down and leaned back in his chair. Zhou Zemin really knew how to dump trouble on him. Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing stood at the entrance, briefly shaken by the wall full of surveillance screens and a huge holographic map, but they quickly steadied themselves. Their gazes moved away from those displays and landed on the 2 figures behind Jiang Chun. Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing stood to his left and right, wearing black and white maid outfits, their eyes lowered, quiet as 2 paintings. Lin Wanqing's gaze paused on Chu Yanran for a moment, then shifted to Lin Yuqing. Her brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed again. She understood now. It wasn't he that he was wary of their status. He was after their bodies. She sneered inwardly and raised her chin even higher. Jiang Chun looked at her, at that arrogant expression of hers, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. He spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was crystal clear. Zhou Zemin already told you, right? I'm a bit short-handed where I live. Serving tea and water. Taking care of daily needs, cleaning up. Food and lodging are included too. You and T have to move corpses or do missions. What a joke. Lin Wanqing finally spoke. Her voice ice cold. There's no way we agree. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, lightly tapped the armrest twice with his fingers, neither hurried nor annoyed, and said in an even tone, if you want to agree, that's fine. Then you can go move corpses. I don't keep freeloaders here. For now on, your food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities will all depend on what you earn for yourselves. Then we'll move them. Lin Wanqing grabbed Su Jincheng's hand and turned to leave at once. They're just corpses. What's so hard about that? Let us go. Su Jincheng staggered 2 steps as she was pulled along. She turned back to look at Jiang Chun, her lips moving, but she said nothing before being dragged out the door. Li Jing's expression turned cold. He stepped forward half a pace, his hand resting on the holster at his waist. Jiang Chun raised a hand to stop him, a smile slowly appearing at the corners of his mouth. Go make arrangements. He leaned back in his chair and looked at the closed door. Believe it or not, before long, they'll be coming back to beg me. Li Jing frowned, then seemed to think of something. He let out a laugh and snapped to attention and salute. Yes, Commander. 3 in the afternoon. The command center. The door was pushed open again. Jiang Chun looked up at the two figures in the doorway, the corners of his mouth slowly curling. Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing stood at the door, faces pale, lips dry, their eyes red-rimmed. Their hair was a mess from the wind, and dust was stuck to their navy uniforms. They were clutching their stomachs, bodies slightly bent forward, looking painfully miserable, as if they had just gone through a long and brutal ordeal. Jiang Chun still said nothing. He just watched them with a teasing look. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, her expression complicated. She stared at Jiang Chun's smiling face, took a deep breath, and forced down the humiliation stuck in her chest before stammering out, Commander Jiang, what does a maid usually need to do? Half an hour earlier, outside the north gate, several trucks were parked at the entrance, their cargo beds piled high, with corpses wrapped in black plastic bags. Some of the bags had torn open. Blood seeped out from inside, running down the sideboards and pooling on the ground into a dark red puddle. The air was thick with a pungent stench of rot. Like hundreds of rotten eggs and hundreds of pounds of foul meat had been mixed together and left to bake under the sun for 3 straight days and nights. Lin Wanqing stood beside the truck, covering her nose. Her face was already turning ugly. Su Jincheng stood behind her, looking even worse. Her lips had gone pale. Her eyes were wide open, fixed on the pile of black bags, as if she were staring at some indescribable horror. Move them. A survivor in charge of supervising pointed at the truck, his tone flat. One by one, take them to the burning site over there. Once this truck is done, you can eat. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, and all she inhaled was the stench of rot. Her vision went dark on the spot, and she almost met her great-grandmother. When she came to, she gritted her teeth, walked to the back of the truck, and reached for the nearest black bag. The moment her fingers touched it, that sticky, slippery feeling spread from her fingertips through her whole body. Goosebumps rose all over her. She grabbed the corner of the bag and tried to drag it out, but it was too heavy and didn't budge. She added another hand, pulling with both hands. The bag slid out from the truck bed, swayed in midair, and hit the ground with a dull thud. The opening loosened, and a swollen, distorted hand slipped out from inside. Half the fingernail had fallen off, exposing dark red flesh underneath. Lin Wanqing stared at that hand, at those twisted fingers that looked like chicken claws, and her stomach churned. She endured it, gritting her teeth, and crouched down to move another bag. This one was even heavier. She struggled for a long time before dragging it to the side of the truck. Just as she was about to carry it down, the bottom of the bag suddenly tore. The upper half of a corpse slid out through the hole, face up, right toward her. It was a woman's face. Half of it was gone, exposing white bone and teeth. One eyeball hung outside the socket, while the other was still inside, grayish-white like a dead fish's eye, staring straight at her. Lin Wanqing's stomach clenched hard. Sour liquid surged up her throat. Ugh. She let go, staggered back 2 steps, bent over, and vomited. The kind of vomiting that felt like she was trying to throw up her organs. Su Jincheng stood nearby, her face white as paper, watching Lin Wanqing vomit. Her own stomach started to churn too. She turned her head away, not daring to look at the corpse, not daring to look at the black plastic bags, not daring to look at the dark red stains on the ground. But that stench couldn't be avoided. It drilled into her lungs through her nostrils, drilled in her stomach, drilled into every pore of her body. She covered her mouth and ran to the side to vomit too. The two of them threw up for a long time, long enough that even the survivor supervising them couldn't stand it anymore and handed them 2 bottles of water. First time I saw always like this. His tone was flat, as if he were saying something perfectly ordinary. Keep vomiting and you'll get used to it. Lin Wanqing took the water, rinsed her mouth, and vomited again. I don't believe it. I can't even do something this simple. She straightened up, wiped her mouth, took a deep breath, looked at the truck, clenched her teeth, and went back to crouch down and keep moving. Su Jincheng stood nearby and did not move. She just silently watched Lin Wanqing work. She watched for a long time before finally speaking. Wanqing, if you want to move them slowly by yourself. Don't drag me into this. Actually, I feel like being a maid doesn't seem so bad. Lin Wanqing's hand froze in midair. She turned around and looked at Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng looked back at her too. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Lin Wanqing put down the bag in her hand, patted the dust off her palms, and said, "Let us go." Jiang Chun sat with one leg crossed over the other, leaning back in the large command chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest as he sized up the 2 women. There was a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, like he was looking at 2 mice caught by a cat, terrified to death but still forcing themselves not to admit defeat. Thought it through? His voice wasn't loud, carrying a lazy, unhurried tone. Lin Wanqing bit her lip and said nothing. Su Jincheng stood beside her, head lowered, staring at her toes. The tips of her ears were red as if they might drip blood. After a few seconds, Su Jincheng gave a slight nod, and Lin Wanqing followed with a stiff nod too. For them, being maids was better than moving corpses. That really wasn't something ordinary people could handle. Their mental fortitude was already pretty good. They had seen plenty of big scenes growing up, but that kind of scene was different. Every time they closed their eyes, those gruesome, horrifying images replayed in their minds over and over, looping endlessly. Not to mention, they had been spoiled since childhood. They had never washed a single piece of clothing, never scrubbed a single bowl, never done any work with their hands. Moving corpses? They had never even dreamed of it. Rather than being tormented again and again by that nightmare, they might as well become maids. Looking at their resigned expressions, Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh in his heart. I thought you two were tougher than this. You couldn't even last half an hour. But he couldn't be bothered to say much. He opened the system panel, flipped through the shop interface a few times, and selected 2 maid outfits, black and white, with lace-edged aprons, exactly the same as the ones on Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing. 4 pairs of black and white stockings, and 2 lace sets, directly exchanged, then dropped into the underground villa. Yinjua, Jiang Chun turned his head. Take them to the villa to change clothes. Make the rules clear. Tell them what they should do and what they shouldn't do. Make it plain so when the time comes, some people want be able to take the grievance and start yelling that they want to do it. Then he fixed his gaze on the 2 women again, his expression suddenly turning cold. Let me remind you first. My place isn't somewhere you can just do whatever you want, understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jincheng nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Wanqing also shivered under that look, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her clothes, then nodded too. A turmoil of indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Humiliation, unwillingness, and a trace of fear she didn't even want to admit. But she bit her lip and swallowed it down, muttering inwardly, I assent it just being a maid? It's not like I never saw this kind of thing before the apocalypse. Who is afraid of who? Chu Yanran walked forward. As she passed by them, her steps paused, and she said with a smile, 2 young ladies, come with me. Underground villa. The moment the alloy door opened, Su Jincheng thought she had come to the wrong place. It wasn't the dark, damp basement she had imagined, but an incomparably spacious European-style villa. This. Su Jincheng opened her mouth, but no words came out. She subconsciously rubbed her eyes, making sure she wasn't hallucinating. Lin Wanqing was stunned too. She stood at the doorway, one hand still resting on the doorframe, her gaze sweeping from the villa to the swimming pool. She had seen many luxurious places before. The high-end clubs her father had taken her to for business dinners, the presidential suites of 5-star hotels, even the villas of provincial leaders. Not a single one could compare to this place. It wasn't a matter of size. It was an indescribable feeling, like stuffing an entire 5-star resort underground and then repackaging it with the special effects of a sci-fi movie. Chu Yanran walked ahead at an unhurried pace. The skirt of her maid outfit swayed lightly above her knees, and her black and white stockings reflected a faint sheen under the lights. This is the head of State's private residence, the 4th underground level. Without the head of State's permission, no one may enter. She pushed open the villa's front door and stepped aside to let the 2 enter first. Your range of movement will mainly be on the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor is the head of State's private area. You're not allowed up there unless summoned. Chu Yanran brought them to the 2nd floor and pushed open a door at the end of the hallway. This is your room. The room next door is mine and Yuqing's. If you need anything, you can come find us. The room wasn't big, but it was delicate and refined. 2 single beds, white sheets folded into neat tofu blocks. A small bedside lamp sat on each nightstand, casting a dim, gentle glow. Wardrobe, vanity, full-length mirror. Everything was there. The window was fake, projecting a view of the outside. Blue sky, white clouds, and a few birds in the distance. Chu Yanran stood in the center of the room, turned around, looked at them, and said slowly, and one more thing, the head of state doesn't like people disturbing his rest. After 10 o'clock at night, unless summoned. You are not allowed to go to the 3rd floor. The head of state doesn't like others touching his things. The documents in the study, the maps on the command console, the things in the drawers, you're not allowed to touch any of them. She looked at Lin Wanqing, then at Su Jincheng. Also, the head of state doesn't like people talking back. If he tells you to do something, you do it. Don't ask why. Don't bargain. Lastly, the people by the head of State's side aren't just me and Yuqing. There may be others in the future. Don't get jealous. Don't scheme against each other. That's what the head of state hates most. She took 2 hangers out of the wardrobe and hung up the maid outfits. The clothes are here. Change into them, then come downstairs. The head of state may be in the command center, or he may be in the study. When the time comes, someone will tell you what to do. She turned and walked to the door, then stopped, looked back at Lin Wanqing, and said, right? The head of state doesn't like people crying in front of him. No matter how wronged you feel, endure it. Unless, her voice paused, and she looked at them with a half smile. It's for certain specific matters. After saying that, she turned and left. The sound of her footsteps gradually faded away. Specific matters? Confusion appeared on Su Jincheng's face, her mind full of question marks. She couldn't figure out what it meant. Lin Wanqing, meanwhile, stood in front of the wardrobe, staring at the two black and white maid outfits for a long time. Then she reached out and picked one up. The fabric was light, soft, and comfortable. Don't think too much. Let us change first. Suhincheng nadith. The curtains were drawn, and the lights were turned brighter. The two changed clothes with soft, rustling sounds. Su Jincheng finished first, standing in front of the full-length mirror and looking at herself in the maid outfit. Her face instantly turned red. The hem of the skirt just past her knees, revealing a section of calf wrapped in black stockings. Her waist was drawn in tightly, outlining a slender figure, and the neckline opened just right, exposing a small stretch of collarbone. She tugged at the skirt, then pulled at the collar. No matter what she did, she felt uncomfortable. Lin Wanqing had changed too. She stood before the mirror, her brows tightly knitted. On Su Jincheng, this outfit looked pure and lovely. On her, it was a different story. The chest was far too tight. The gaps between the buttons were stretched open, and the lace underneath could be seen. She tugged at the front of the outfit, but it wouldn't move. Then she pulled at the collar, but was still tight. This outfit is way too small. Her voice carried a trace of frustration. Su Jincheng glanced at her, then silently looked away. Let us go. The two walked out of the room one after the other. The hallway was long, with several oil paintings hanging on the walls. Downstairs, Jiang Chun had already changed into another outfit, a black head of state uniform with clean tailoring, the collar embroidered with a golden phoenix. He leaned against the sofa, holding a document in his hand, his head lowered as he read. Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing stood on either side of the sofa. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Chun looked up. Su Jincheng stood at the stairway, not knowing where to put her hands. One moment, she was clutching her skirt, the next hiding her hands behind her back. Her face was red from her neck to the tips of her ears, like a rabbit placed in the center of a stage beneath a spotlight, with nowhere to hide. Lin Wanqing stood beside her, chin slightly raised. She was obviously terrified, yet still forcing herself to put on an expression that said, I'm not afraid of you. But her tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling eyelashes gave her away. Jiang Chun looked them over. His gaze paused on Su Jincheng's face for a second, then on Lin Wanqing's chest for a second. The maid outfit was stretched too tightly on her, the gaps between the buttons pulled open to reveal a strip of black lace. He withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to continue reading the document. Yinran, take them to familiarize themselves with the place. Teach them what they need to do. Yes, master. Chu Yinran stepped forward, took Su Jincheng's hand, then took Lin Wanqing's hand as well. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. Come with me. The dusk was like blood. Li Yunlong stood beside a wrecked car. The roof had been blasted inward in one spot. The windows were shattered into spiderweb cracks, and the car door was smeared with a layer of blackish red grime. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. His hand was covered in ash, mixed with sweat and someone else's blood, sticky and gross. He rubbed his hand against his pant leg, took the crumpled cigarette from behind his ear, lit it from a stray spark, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a hard drag. Damn it, after fighting all day, it's finally over. His voice was incredibly hoarse. This old man is fucking exhausted. Later, the head of state better reward us properly. A few more gin of sweet potato liquor to treat us. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke and looked ahead. The setting sun slanted in from the west, dyeing the entire battlefield an eerie orange red. There, it was a hell's cape, a sea of blood and hellfire. Countless corpses were piled together, layer upon layer, stretching from the front line all the way to the edge of sight, rising and falling unevenly like a black ocean. Blood seeped out from beneath the heaps of bodies, gathering into a dark red stream that flowed downslope across the ground and into the sewers in the distance, making gurgling sounds. The air was filled with the heavy stench of blood, char, and gunpowder. This was not a battlefield. It was a slaughterhouse, a massive slaughterhouse like hell itself. At this moment, Ding Wei and Kong Jie walked over from behind the ruins. So, Old Li, had your fill of killing today? Ding Wei's voice was hoarse too, but there was a lightness in his tone that came from surviving a disaster. Li Yunlong took the cigarette from his mouth and looked at them. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile uglier than crying. Had my fill. My ass. Almost got buried here. Kong Jie walked over, squatted down beside him, pulled out a cigarette as well, lit off the butt in Li Yunlong's hand, took a drag, and said slowly, the casualty count is out. In today's battle, we lost another 4 brothers. Li Yunlong fell silent for a moment. 4 brothers. They had fought from morning to dusk, a full day. From the zombie tide, surging in to the artillery bombardment, from a mutant charge to the helicopter hunt, the position had been hit again and again, and the defensive line had been torn open gap after gap. They plugged one hole, and another was ripped open. When one split open, they plugged it again. But 4 brothers had been plugged back in. He took a deep breath and forced down the foul air, clogging his chest. How many do we kill? Ding Wei shook his head. No way to count. Too many. He looked up at that mountain of corpses, fell silent for a moment, then said, at least 100,000. 100,000. The words echoed between the 3 of them. Li Yunlong stood up and dusted off his knees. He turned around and glanced at the soldiers on the position. Some were leaning against wheels with their eyes closed to rest. Some sat on ammo crates, drinking water. Some were bandaging the wounded. No one laughed. No one made noise. No one was even talking. They had fought for a whole day, killed 100,000 zombies, and lost 4 brothers. What was there to laugh about? What was there to make noise about? How the brothers take turns resting, Li Yunlong said. His voice wasn't too loud, but it was heavy. Don't let your guard down. These things don't stop at night either. Kong Jia nodded, stood up, and left. Ding Wei also stood up, patted Li Yunlong on the shoulder, said nothing, and left. Li Yunlong still stood there, the unlit cigarette in his mouth, looking at the corpse mountain dyed red by the setting sun, standing there for a long time. Nirvana Fortress, Command Center. Jiang Chun stared at the battlefield on the screen, still smoking, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin. On the holographic map, more than half the red light points in the eastern line had already vanished. In their place was a dense mass of green markers, the coordinates of dead zombies. There were too many, so many the map could barely hold them. Leader. Li Jing pushed the door open and came in, holding a tablet. His voice carried excitement he could barely suppress. Eastern Line Battle Report. According to the initial rough count, we killed at least more than 100,000 zombies today. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up instantly. More than 100,000. That scale was on par with the last zombie tide annihilation battle, maybe even more intense. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest as he waited for that sound. Ding. Detected that the leader's forces killed 134,562 zombies and 326 mutants today. Beginning reward settlement. Killed 134,562 normal zombies. Merit value 134,562. Killed 326 mutants. Merit value 32,600. Detected dropped items. Mechanized Heavy Composite Battalion Blueprint X1. J-20 Stealth Fighter Blueprint X1. Hongqi 17 AE Air Defense Missile System Blueprint X1. PLC 181 Truck-Mounted Howitzer Blueprint X1. Fortress Defense Laser Array Blueprint X1. Automatic Loading Ammunition Depot Blueprint X1. Single Soldier Exoskeleton Armor Blueprint X1. Sexy Sailor Uniform Blueprint X1. Sexy JK Uniform Blueprint X1. Sexy Nurse Outfit Blueprint X1. Sexy Teacher Outfit Blueprint X1. Jiang Chun stared at the long drop list, took a deep breath, and opened them one by one to check. Mechanized Heavy Composite Battalion. Exchange price. 1,500,000 merit value. Headquarters Company, Tank Company, Mechanized Infantry Company, Artillery Company, Air Defense Company, Support Company. At full strength. About 800 personnel. Equipment includes main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled howitzers, air defense missile systems, drones, and more. When he saw this, Jiang Chun's breathing quickened. A tank company? That was a tank company equipped with Type 1990 tanks. A true steel torrent. J-20 Stealth Fighter. Exchange price. 250,000 merit value per aircraft. Stealth penetration, supersonic cruise, air superiority. Can carry various precision-guided weapons. Known as the pinnacle of 4th-generation fighters. Hongqi 17 AE Air Defense Missile System. Exchange price. 120,000 merit value per set. A field air defense system capable of intercepting aircraft, missiles, drones, and other aerial targets, with an effective range of 20 kilometers. One launcher vehicle carries 8 missiles. A single vehicle can intercept 4 targets at the same time. PLC 181 truck-mounted howitzer. Exchange price. 60,000 merit value per gun. A 155mm truck-mounted howitzer with a range of 30 kilometers, digital fire control, automatic gun laying, and semi-automatic loading. Lighter than the PL-05, suitable for rapid deployment. Fortress Defense Laser Array. Exchange price. 80,000 merit value per set. Can be installed on large weapon stations. Effective range 2 kilometers. Can intercept low-altitude targets such as drones, rockets, and mortar shells, and can also directly attack ground targets. Burns through instantly, silent, leaving no ballistic trace. Automatic Loading Ammunition Depot. Exchange price. 50,000 merit value per set. Can be installed inside the fortress and linked with various weapon stations. Automatic Ammunition Transport. Automatic Loading. No manual hauling required. Each set can store 100,000 rifle rounds and 10,000 artillery shells. Single Soldier Exoskeleton Armor. Exchange price. 10,000 merit value per set. Enhances a soldier's strength and endurance, allowing him to carry more ammunition and equipment while reducing fatigue. Exoskeleton Frame. Hydraulic Drive. Equipped with bulletproof plates. Capable of resisting rifle rounds. Sailor Uniform Blueprint. Exchange price. 20 merit value per set. Description. White top, blue neckerchief, pleated skirt over the knee socks. Note. Holy battle attire. One of Macho Men's favorites. JK Uniform Blueprint. Exchange price. 20 merit value per set. Description. Western style school uniform. White shirt, plaid short skirt, bow, or tie. Note. A tribute to the regrets of youth. Charge hard. Sexy nurse outfit. Exchange price. 30 merit value per set. Description. White short skirt, pink apron, hollowed out design, nurse cap. Note. Are you going to give me a shot? Sexy teacher outfit. Exchange price, 30 merit value per set. Description, black hip-hugging skirt, white shirt, black-rimmed glasses, pointer. Note, I heard you're a teacher during the day, so what about at night? Jiang Chun's mouth twitched slightly. He directly dragged those messy uniform blueprints into a corner of the warehouse. Then he closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. After one battle, 150,000 merit value. One heavy composite battalion cost 1,500,000. Not enough. One J-20 cost 250,000. He could buy one, but what for? There was no one above Fengtian City competing with him for air superiority. One Hongqi 17 AE set cost 120,000. One laser array cost 80,000. One exoskeleton armor set cost 10,000. He could buy some of those. He looked at that long drop list, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin. Today's battle was worth it. Jiang Chun closed the loot list, leaned against the headboard, and opened the system panel again. In the total merit points column, the number was still increasing by 1 point every second. The accumulation from the 210,000 milestone, plus the 150,000 just settled, made a total of 360,000. He was still short 90,000 from the exchange threshold for the next infantry company. At the current rate of income, he would be able to gather those 90,000 by this time tomorrow. He stared at that number, a thought turning in his mind. After getting the third infantry company, would the system automatically merge the three companies into a synthetic battalion like it had before? If it could, that would be a huge profit. One synthetic battalion, with 3 tank companies, 2 mechanized infantry companies, and 1 artillery company under its command. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, air defense missiles. It had everything. 1,000-strong force. Fully equipped. Pulled out into the field, it could fight a real war. Not like now, where even fighting a zombie tide meant staying on edge the whole time. Afraid the defensive line would be torn open. Afraid the mutated types would charge up. Afraid his brothers wouldn't make it back. He took a deep breath and forced down all those messy thoughts. Those newly dropped items. The heavy synthetic battalion blueprint. The J-20. The Hongqi 17 AE. The laser array. The exoskeleton armor. Every single one was good stuff, and every single one tempted him so much he could barely sleep. But now was not the time. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, on the eastern front, morning light spread in from the east, coating those mountain-like piles of corpses with a faint golden sheen. A night had passed, and the corpse mountains were still there, solidified, silent, giving off an intense stench of rot. But today there was no artillery fire, no gunfire. Only the mournful sound of wind passing through the ruins. There were too many corpses. So many that infantry fighting vehicles couldn't drive through. So many that soldiers couldn't advance. Today's main task was not fighting. It was cleanup. Under the soldiers' guidance, several hundred survivors put on masks and gloves, wore protective suits, pushed carts, and began transporting the mountain-like piles of corpses. Everyone kept their heads lowered, mechanically repeating the same motion. The soldiers were scattered around the area, holding their guns and warily watching the distant ruins and streets. At the same time, on the other side, on the top floor of a high-rise less than 500 meters from the battlefield, Lung Feng lowered his binoculars and took a deep breath. His expression was grim, and his eyes were full of exhaustion. They had arrived here, starting yesterday afternoon. They were less than 200 meters from the target location. The last position from which Falcon 1 had transmitted a signal was nearby, within a range of roughly 100 meters. They had searched. No reiki, no fragments, no trace of anything. It was as if the helicopter had vanished into thin air, without leaving behind even a scrap of metal. But they had not rushed to keep searching. Instead, they found a high rise with a broad view, set up binoculars, and began observing. For no other reason than to find out who these people really were and exactly what unit they belonged to. Then they watched for an entire afternoon, until night fell. That scene was something Lung Feng would never forget for the rest of his life. When the artillery barrage covered the area, the ground trembled and the air burned. Those zombies fell in swaths like wheat, disappearing into the firelight like moths rushing into flames. The heavy machine guns carved dark red trails through the dusk. The autocannons of the infantry fighting vehicles plowed entire streets into ruins. Mortar shells rained into the horde like a downpour. And above them were those 3 Wuji-10 helicopters, like 3 circling hawks, precisely hunting down the mutated types trying to break through the defensive line. Round after round, wave after wave, from afternoon to dusk, from dusk into night. The zombies' corpses piled up into a real mountain. This kind of firepower, this kind of coordination, this kind of spendable like it was freestyle fighting. He had never seen it before. Brigadier Zhao's side didn't have it. The other scattered units in Fengtian City didn't have it either. At the same time, after watching for an entire afternoon, an answer had gradually formed in his heart. These people were not their troops. Not from the Fengtian Theater Command, not the army, not the armed police. They didn't even look like any force he knew. He had never worn that starry sky camouflage. He had never seen that golden phoenix flag. That way of fighting, that aura, that extravagance of using shells like firecrackers. He had never even heard of it. But where had these people come from? Where did the guns come from? Where did the artillery come from? And where had all that ammunition been transported from? He didn't know. His mind was full of questions. A tangled mess he couldn't sort out and couldn't cut through. Behind him, the few soldiers also held binoculars, lying at the edge of the rooftop in silence. Some had cracked, peeling lips. Some had bloodshot eyes from exhaustion. Some had fingers turned purple from the morning wind. But not a single one of them said they wanted to leave. They had also watched the whole afternoon. They had also watched through the whole night. They had also seen all of it. Captain, a young soldier lowered his binoculars, his voice pressed very low. What do you do next? Lung Feng did not answer immediately. He turned around and leaned back against the rooftop railing, looking at these brothers who had gone through life and death with him. Every one of them was grimy and disheveled, eyes streaked with blood vessels, lips cracked and peeling. From the time they had set out yesterday until now, they had not slept, had not eaten a proper meal, and had only been holding on with compressed biscuits and cold water. It wasn't that they didn't want to rest. They didn't dare. This area was too strange. Communications were cut off. The signal had been jammed. They couldn't contact their superiors, and they couldn't contact anyone else either. It was as if they had been thrown into a gigantic cage. They could see the outside, but they couldn't get out. Withdraw, Lung Feng said without the slightest hesitation. Withdraw? The young soldier froze. The others beside him froze too. They had only just managed to make it here, risking being surrounded by zombies, traveling for most of the day, crossing the entire eastern suburb ruins. And now they were just going to withdraw? Captain, it wasn't easy for us to get here, another veteran said, his voice carrying unwillingness. We still haven't found Han Meng and the others. The mission isn't complete. We're just leaving like this? Lung Feng turned and looked at them, his gaze sweeping across every face. His voice was cold. If my guess is correct, Han Meng and those men are very likely in these people's hands. Several people's expressions changed at the same time. From yesterday until now, you've all seen it too. Those people's firepower, equipment, and tactical quality, they're not a mob of stragglers. They're a regular army, maybe even more elite than a special operations company. Lung Feng said in a deep voice. But which of you has seen that flag before? Which of you has heard of a unit designation called the Nirvana Army? No one answered. Silence was like an invisible net, covering all of them inside it. And on top of that, the signal has gone too. Lung Feng continued. From the moment we entered this area, all communication methods stopped working. It's obvious that group did it. As for why they're doing this, I'm not sure. But one thing is certain. These people have unknown identities and origins, and they're powerful and well-equipped. With the few of us we have, rashly going over there before understanding the situation wouldn't be much different from courting death. Another stretch of silence followed. Some lowered their heads. Some turned their faces away. Some clenched their fists. No one argued because no one could. Every word Lung Feng said was like a stone pressing on their chests, heavy and suffocating. So at present, Lung Feng turned around and faced the direction they had come from. The only option is to leave this place as quickly as possible, return to base, and report to our superiors. He strode toward the rooftop exit. After taking 2 steps, he stopped. No one followed behind him. He turned around and looked at the few soldiers still standing there in a daze. What are you still standing around for? Move. Only then did they snap back to their senses. They put away their binoculars, slung their packs over their backs, and followed Lung Feng downstairs. Chapter 176. Heavy Combined Arms Battalion Fusion. The birth of the 1998 tank downstairs. The 3 armored vehicles were still parked where they had been, covered by camouflage nets. From a distance, they looked like a pile of ruins. Lung Feng pulled open the door and was just about to get in. Click. It was a very light sound, but on the silent street, every single one sounded like thunder. Lung Feng's body suddenly stiffened. It was T1 sound. It was dozens, all ringing out at the same time from every direction, enough to make their scalps go numb. He slowly raised his head, then froze. In all directions, from the shadows of the ruins, behind shattered windows, atop collapsed walls, dozens of red dots fell densely onto their bodies. Those red dots swayed faintly over their chests, foreheads, and backs. Lung Feng and the others didn't dare move at all, because they knew the price of moving would be brutal. At that moment, Lung Feng slowly released the car door handle, straightened up, and turned around. The 2 ends of the street had somehow already been surrounded by people. Soldiers in starry sky camouflage stepped out from behind the ruins, their gun barrels aimed at them, fingers resting on the triggers without the slightest tremor. The one in front was Wei Heshang. He stood there with his arms crossed, the corners of his mouth carrying a half smile, as if he were looking at a group of prey that had walked right into the net. Lung Feng looked at him, looked at those pitch-black gun muzzles, looked at those expressionless soldiers, and looked at this stretch of ruins he would never walk out of again. In the end, he let out a helpless sigh. What rotten luck. 9 in the morning, command center. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea. The tea was clear and bright, with a few tea leaves swirling inside the cup. He took a sip, set the cup down, and let his gaze fall on Li Jing, who had just entered. How did the interrogation go? Li Jing walked up to the desk, stopped, flipped through the tablet in his hand, and spoke expressionlessly. Reporting to the Yuan show. They said nothing. Their mouths are very hard. No matter what we asked, they refused to answer. They would even give their names. He paused, then swiped a finger across the tablet. But based on their combat uniforms, weapons, and the model of their tactical vests, they're exactly the same as the previous group. In addition, judging from their route of movement, they should have come from the direction of Fengwang Mountain. There's very likely a remnant army stronghold there. Jiang Chun lightly tapped the armrest twice with his fingers, a cold sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. This bunch is kind of interesting. One by one. They come whenever they want and leave whenever they want. They really don't take me seriously at all. Yuan Shou, should we interrogate them again? Li Jing asked. No need. Jiang Chun picked up his teacup and took another sip, his tone calm. They want to keep their mouths hard, right? Then let them do something that suits that toughness. Go. Arrange for them to move corpses too. Aren't their bones hard? I want to see how many days their bones can stay hard. The corner of Li Jing's mouth twitched slightly. He stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Yuan Shou. Night. Underground villa, bedroom. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard and opened the system panel. The number under merit points was still jumping. During the day, the cleanup work on the eastern and western lines had not stopped. Although the advance was much slower than yesterday, it had the advantage of being steady. There were no mutated types, no large-scale zombie tides, only scattered zombies crawling out of the ruins and being picked off one by the snipers. Added to the territory's daily settlement, the merit points kept climbing bit by bit, like a snail climbing a tree, slow, but never stopping. 467923. 467,000. Jiang Chun stared at that number, and his heartbeat skipped. He took a deep breath and opened the Army Exchange interface. Mechanized Infantry Company. 450,000 merit points. Confirm. Ding. Consumed 450000 merit points. Obtained Mechanized Infantry Company X1. A faint flash passed, and a golden icon appeared in the system warehouse. He didn't hurry to open it. Instead, he exited the interface, returned to the main panel, and waited a few seconds. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Ding. Detected that the Yuan Shou has 3 mechanized infantry companies under his command, meeting the synthesis conditions. Detected that the Yuan Shou already possesses the heavy combined arms battalion blueprint. Consumed 0 merit points to synthesize the 3 infantry companies into 1 heavy combined arms battalion. After synthesis, battalion headquarters and directly attached units will be automatically supplemented, and missing personnel will be filled. Jiang Chun abruptly sat upright. Free. It really was free. The corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears as he pressed confirm without the slightest hesitation. Ding. Synthesis starting. Battalion headquarters personnel generating. Directly attached units generating. Missing personnel supplementing. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, Yuan Shou, you have obtained Heavy Combined Arms Battalion X1. Full strength personnel, 1,780. Current troop overview, Heavy Combined Arms Battalion. Subordinate units, Battalion Headquarters Company, Tank Company X3, Mechanized Infantry Company X2, Artillery Company X1, Air Defense Company X1, Support Company X1. Total battalion strength, 1,780 personnel. Among them, 86 officers, 412 NCOs, 1,282 soldiers. Equipment overview, main battle tanks, ZZ-99A main battle tank, 42 vehicles. Infantry fighting vehicles, Type 04, a infantry fighting vehicle, 28 vehicles. Self-propelled artillery, PLZ-05, 155mm self-propelled howitzers, 18 guns. Truck-mounted howitzers, PLC-181, 155mm truck-mounted howitzers, 12 guns. Air defense missile system, Hongqi 17AE, 12 sets. Self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, Type 09, 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 12 guns. Anti-tank missile launch vehicles, Hongjian 10, 12 vehicles. Armura de reconnaissance sa vehicles, Type 08 armura de reconnaissance sa vehicles, Atstam vehicles. Armored command vehicles, ZBL-09 command vehicles, 6 vehicles. Armored recovery vehicles, 6 vehicles. Armored ambulances, 6 vehicles. Logistic support vehicles, all types of trucks, fuel tankers, supply vehicles, and more, 60 vehicles. Individual equipment, all types of rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, mortars, drones, and more, configured according to full strength. Tank company organization. Each company has 14 ZZ-99A main battle tanks. 3 tank companies total 42 vehicles. ZZ-99, a main battle tank, total combat weight 55 tons, crew of 3. Main weapon, 50 caliber 125mm smoothbore cannon. Capable of firing armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sabot rounds, heat rounds, high-explosive rounds, and gun-launch missiles. Secondary weapons, 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. Armor-piercing round muzzle velocity, 1,800 meters per second. At a distance of 2,000 meters, it can penetrate 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor. High explosive round kill radius, 20 meters. One shot, and your cover is no different for paper. Armor, composite armor plus explosive réactive armor. Frontal equivalent protection equal to 1,200 millimeters of homogeneous steel. Speed, maximum highway speed 75 kilometers per hour, off-road speed 45 kilometers per hour. Remarks, King of Land Warfare, Steel Torrent. One shot, and not even ash would remain of the zombies. Mechanized Infantry Company Organization. Each company is subordinate to 3 mechanized infantry platoons, each platoon with 4 Type 048 infantry fighting vehicles. Each company has 14 vehicles total, and 2 mechanized infantry companies total 28 vehicles. Full personnel per company, 180. 2 companies total 360 personnel. Type 048 infantry fighting vehicle. Total combat weight 21.5 tons, crew of 3, true capacity of 7. Features, amphibious combat capability, usable on both land and water, with powerful firepower. Note, a moving fortress for the infantry, a moving coffin for the zombies. Artillery Company Organization. Under its command, 3 155mm self-propelled howitzer platoons. Each platoon with 6 PLZ-05 units, for a total of 18 guns. 155mm truck-mounted howitzer platoon, with 12 PLC-181 units. The entire company has a total of 30 artillery pieces and 260 personnel at full strength. PLZ-05, 155mm self-propelled howitzer. Total combat weight, 45 tons. Crew 5. Range, 40 kilometers with standard high-explosive shells, 53 kilometers with base bleed shells, 70 kilometers with rocket-assisted extended-range shells. Rate of fire, 8 rounds per minute. Features, digital fire control system, automatic aiming, automatic loading, able to receive target information while on the move and rapidly deploy for firing. Note, within a radius of 70 kilometers. You call the shots. PLC-181, 155mm truck-mounted howitzer. Total combat weight, 25 tons. Crew 4. Range, 30 kilometers. Rate of fire, 6 rounds per minute. Features, lightweight and flexible, maximum highway speed of 100 kilometers per hour, suitable for rapid deployment and mobile strikes. Note, lighter than the PLZ-05. Faster on the run, fire and scoot, piss the enemy off to death. Air Defense Company Organization. Under its command, 12 HQ-17AE Air Defense Missile Systems. 12 Type 09, 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. 180 personnel at full strength. HQ-17AE Air Defense Missile System. Each launcher vehicle carries 8 missiles. A single vehicle can intercept 4 aerial targets at the same time. Effective range, 20 kilometers. Can intercept aircraft, drones, cruise missiles, and more. Missile speed, Mach 3. Note, something in the sky? To shoot it down. Type 09, 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Twin 35mm autocannons. Rate of fire 1,100 rounds per minute. Effective range, 4 kilometers. Equipped with search radar and tracking radar. Able to lock onto targets automatically. Note, low altitude penetration doesn't exist. Support Company Organization. Under its command, anti-tank missile platoon, reconnaissance platoon, engineer platoon, communications platoon, logistics platoon. 220 personnel at full strength. 12 Hongjin 10 anti-tank missile launch vehicles. 18 Type 08 armored reconnaissance vehicles, 6 armored command vehicles, 6 armored recovery vehicles, 6 armored ambulances, and 60 various logistics support vehicles. Battalion Headquarters Company Organization. Battalion Headquarters Staff, Communication Squad, Guard Squad, Medical Team, Cooking Squad, and others. 100 personnel at full strength. Battalion Commander, Zhang Wanhe. Looking at the data provided by the system panel, Jiang Chen's grin practically stretched to the back of his ears. 1 Combined Arms Battalion, 1,780 men, 42 main battle tanks, 28 infantry fighting vehicles, 3,155mm artillery pieces, 12 air defense missile systems, 12 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. This firepower was fucking enough to take on a small country. As for zombies, they were nothing but chickens and dogs. He closed his eyes, and that scene appeared in his mind. Dozens of artillery pieces lined up in a row, barrels raised high, pointing toward the distant horizon. The frontline units sent coordinates. The artillery position received the order. Load, aim, fire. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. The air burned. Shells streaked across the sky like meteors, smashing with precision into the target area. The light of the explosions merged into one continuous blaze. The shock waves swept away everything. Minced flesh, severed limbs, broken bones flew into the air. That sight, that scene, damn, just thinking about it was fucking exhilarating. He opened his eyes and clenched his fist, itching to rush out right now and fight a battle. But he quickly calmed down, and his expression gradually turned grave. As the troops expanded, the pressure on logistics had also begun to skyrocket. Just the shells alone were enough to give him a headache. 42 tanks, each carrying 42 shells. One full volley meant more than 1,700 rounds. 30 artillery pieces, each carrying 30 shells. One full volley meant more than 900 rounds. Put together, one full volley was more than 2,700 shells. One round of firing meant more than 2,700 shells. 10 rounds meant more than 27,000 shells. 100 rounds meant 270,000 shells. Where was he supposed to get that many merit points to exchange for ammunition? Merit points didn't fall from the sky. They were saved up 1 point per second, earned by killing zombies one by one, gained by occupying territory 1 square kilometer at a time. If it didn't speed things up, didn't seize more territory, didn't gain more merit points, he wouldn't be able to support this army. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and opened the mission list. Side mission, troops at the city gates. Mission duration, 15 days. Current remaining time, 10 days. Current occupied area, 1.2 square kilometers. His brows twisted into a knot. A third of the time had already passed, and he had only occupied 1.2 square kilometers. At this rate, in 15 days he would occupy at most around 2 square kilometers. Add the base reward of 300,000 merit points, plus 300,000 for every square kilometer. And 2 square kilometers would be 600,000. It sounded like a lot, but compared to his ambition, it was nowhere near enough. What he wanted wasn't 2 square kilometers. It was 10 square kilometers. It was 20 square kilometers. It was the entire Fengtian city. This speed was too slow. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. He couldn't keep dragging things out at this snail's pace. Tomorrow, he had to call back all officers from the eastern and western fronts for a meeting, redeploy, and increase the pace of the advance. IFVs would clear the way. Tanks would crush everything. Artillery would blanket the field. Drones would scout. Helicopters would hunt. If they encountered zombies, kill them. If they encountered mutants, kill them. If they encountered complicated building structures, no infantry would be sent in anymore. Just blow them flat. He had that firepower now. He had that confidence. He had that capital. Buildings could be rebuilt if they were gone. If survivors got caught in the blast, then all he could say was sorry. His soldiers' lives were worth more than anything. As for the new equipment, tanks, artillery, IFVs, it was also time for those officers to see them for themselves. When that Bradley Yunlong saw the tanks, his eyeballs would probably pop out. When Ding Wei saw those self-propelled howitzers, he probably wouldn't be able to move. Kong Jie was usually steady, but once he saw those steel behemoths, he would probably freeze for a few seconds too. Let them see. Let them know what kind of army they now held in their hands. Jiang Chun turned around, walked to the table, picked up a pen, and wrote a line on a sticky note. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all officers report to the command center for a meeting. He stuck the note on the wall, gave a glance, then turned and walked toward the bathroom. The sound of rushing water echoed out. Steam spread through the room, and a layer of white fog covered the mirror. He raised a hand and wiped it away, revealing in the mirror that young, sharply defined face. Tomorrow would be a new day. Early the next morning, command center. A holographic map floated above the long table, its light soft, casting a faint blue glow over every face. Both sides of the long table were packed with people. The once sparse seats were all filled today. Some faces were familiar. Some were unfamiliar. Li Yunlong sat in the third seat on the left. His small eyes narrowed as his gaze moved back and forth over the new faces. Kong Jie sat beside him, arms crossed, expressionless. Ding Wei leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Gao Cheng sat in the first seat on the right, back straight, eyes fixed forward. Behind them sat several people no one had seen before. Some were young, some composed, some expressionless, some smiling faintly. When Jiang Qin walked in, everyone stood up at the same time. He walked to the main seat, sat down, and let his gaze sweep across every face present before speaking. I called you here today for 2 things. His voice wasn't too loud, but every word was crystal clear. First, to recognize faces. Second, to change our way of fighting. He tilted his head and gave a nod to Zhang Wanhe, who was standing beside him. Zhang Wanhe stepped forward and stopped beside the holographic map, his back straight as a ramrod. His gaze swept across those unfamiliar faces. He spoke in a booming voice. 1st Battalion Commander, Zhang Wanhe. Tank Company 1 Commander, Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong stood up, gave a salute, and sat back down. Tank Company 2 Commander, Kong Jie. Kong Jie stood up, saluted, and sat down. Tank Company 3 Commander, Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng stood up, saluted, and sat down. Mechanized Infantry Company 1 Commander, Ding Wei. Ding Wei stood up, saluted, and sat down. Mechanized Infantry Company 2 Commander, Zhou Weiguo. A man in his early 30s stood up. He had a square face, thick brows, and steady eyes. He gave a standard military salute and sat down. Artillery Company Commander, Zhao Qingji. A middle-aged man with glasses stood up. He looked refined and scholarly, but his salute was crisp and efficient. Air Defense Company Commander, Sun Haiping. A dark-faced man stood up. His voice so loud it made the whole command center seem to shake. Support Company Commander, Lu Ziguang. A lean young man stood up, his eyes sharp. Battalion Headquarters Company Commander, Zheng De. A sturdy man stood up, a simple and honest smile on his face. Only after they had all sat back down did Jiang Chun speak again. The second thing is to change our way of fighting. He stood up, walked to the holographic map, and swiped a finger across the screen. The map enlarged, showing the current progress on the eastern and western fronts. The red markers were packed densely together. The green markers were sparse. In 10 days, we've only advanced 1.2 square kilometers. Too slow. His voice gradually turned cold. From this moment on, we changed tactics. As soon as the words fell, he quickly laid out all the ideas he had thought through last night. A few minutes later, he turned around and looked at the officers, his gaze passing over every face. I'm giving you 3 days to double the speed of our advance. 5 days to triple it. 10 days from now, I want to see the flags of the Nirvana army planted all across 10 square kilometers of territory. Li Yunlong was the first to stand up, his voice booming like a charge call on a battlefield. Yes, sir. The other officers all stood up as well. The next moment, everyone snapped to attention at the same time, their voices perfectly unified. Yes, sir. Base barracks. The massive steel gates slowly opened, and the morning light poured in from outside, falling over those silent steel behemoths. Li Yunlong walked to the very front, his pace fast, his boots thudding dully against the concrete. He passed row after row of infantry fighting vehicles without stopping. He passed self-propelled artillery one after another and still didn't he stop. Then he saw the tanks. Z-99A. 42 of them, neatly lined up in 3 rows. Their gun barrels all pointed in the same direction, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. Their hulls were low, their turrets massive. Reactive armor covered their bodies like scales, heavy and imposing like crouching steel beasts. Li Yunlong's steps came to an abrupt halt. He stood in front of the first tank, head tilted back, his mouth slightly open. The tank towered over him by a large margin. Its barrel was as thick as a small tree, and the dark muzzle pointed at him, as if sizing up this infantry platoon leader who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He reached out and touched the track. It was cold, rough, and damp with morning dew. He circled the tank once, from front to back, then from back to front, touching it again and again. Damn it, his eyes were wide as he finally spoke. If we had this thing back then, how could those damn dead boggers have acted so arrogant? We'd have blasted our way straight to that bullshit Emperor's nest long ago. Kong Jia stood beside him, also looking up at the tank. After a moment of silence, he said, yeah, if we had something like this back then, maybe the situation today would been completely different. Ding Wei walked over and also touched the tank, his fingers sliding across the armor plating. 99A. 125mm smoothbore gun, composite armor, reactive armor, 1,500 horsepower. Way stronger than those junk heaps we used to have. His tone was calm, but his fingers were trembling slightly. Gao Cheng stood at the back with his arms crossed, looking at the tanks with a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Wei walked up from behind and stopped beside Gao Cheng, also looking at the tanks. After watching for a while, he spoke. 42 vehicles, a full battalion establishment, 3 full tank companies. With this setup before the apocalypse, it could rival an armored brigade. Zhang Wanhe came over from behind with his hands behind his back. He looked at the tanks without much expression on his face. Quit staring. Get in and familiarize yourselves with the equipment. If there's a chance, take them out and train. Zhou Weigua and Gao Cheng turned and saluted. Yes, battalion commander. Outside the barracks, the morning light had already spread across the entire square. The survivors came out of the cafeteria carrying their bowls, eating breakfast as they stood by the roadside, watching those steel behemoths drive out of the barracks one after another. My good lord, a middle-aged woman held her bowl, forgetting even to chew the steamed bun in her mouth. Her eyes were wide, unable to believe what she was seeing. What is that? Tanks. A young man beside her had eyes as wide as bells. They're tanks. Our tanks. Since when do we have tanks? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Look behind them. There are more. One after another. 42 tanks formed a long steel column. Their tracks crushed across the concrete with a deep rhythmic rumble. Their barrels shone with cold light in the morning sun, and the phoenix insignia on their bodies glittered brightly. The infantry fighting vehicles followed behind them, one after another, 28 in total. Behind those came the self-propelled artillery, 30 guns, their barrels raised high like a moving forest of steel. The survivors stood by the roadside with their bowls in hand and mouths hanging open, watching the steel torrent roll past before them. Suddenly, even the breakfast in their hands didn't seem appetizing anymore. One by one, they stood there with jaws dropped, unable to speak for a long while, because no one knew what to say. This army was too massive, so massive it exceeded their imagination. Holy shit, I'm not dreaming, am I? A young guy rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Oh, it's real. I'm not dreaming. The hell are you yelling for? You pinched my flesh, damn it. Oh, sorry. I got a little too excited. Worst case, I'll let you pinch me once. Get the hell out of here. I'm not gay. At the same time, on the other side, Han Ming stood by the second-floor window of the barracks, watching the tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, and self-propelled artillery drive out one after another below. He remained silent for a long time. Beside him, Li Shachun also had his mouth hanging open, his eyes nearly bulging out. His voice was hoarse. Captain, I'm not seeing things, right? Han Meng didn't answer. Those are tanks? Our tanks? Chen Xiaoyan leaned against the windowsill, her jaw nearly dropping off. No, not ours. Theirs. Han Meng still didn't answer. Li Shachun rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, making sure he wasn't hallucinating. Then he spoke, his voice carrying an emotion hard to describe. Captain, did we seriously underestimate the before? Before this, those infantry fighting vehicles, heavy artillery, and helicopters, we thought that was their entire family fortune. Good Lord, who would have thought there were even bigger players behind them? These tanks, this scale, this low doubt. It was even fiercer than what their brigade commander had. Han Meng finally moved. He turned around and looked at Li Shachun, looked at Chen Xiaoyan, looked at the few soldiers in the room who were just as dumbstruck. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. His expression turned grave, and he finally spoke. We really did underestimate them. From the looks of it now, this may only be the tip of the iceberg they've exposed. Chen Xiaoyan swallowed. The tip of the iceberg? The tip of the iceberg. Han Meng turned back around and continued looking at the steel flood still driving out from outside the window. Count them. How many tanks are there? Li Shachun started counting. Halfway through, he gave up. He couldn't count them all. 42 vehicles. Han Meng's voice was flat, so flat there wasn't a trace of fluctuation in it. 28 infantry fighting vehicles. 30 self-propelled guns. With this kind of low doubt, even if the brigade commander came himself, he'd have to kneel and beg for mercy. Hearing that, the corner of Chen Xiaoyun's mouth twitched, his expression complicated. Captain, at that moment, Li Shachun's voice came from the side. Can we still go back? Han Meng didn't answer. He just stood there, looking out the window, watching as those tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and self-propelled guns rolled out of the camp one after another, merging into a long steel dragon as they rumbled toward the eastern frontline battlefield. Very soon, under Jiang Chun's orders, the troops split into 3 routes. They advanced in 3 different directions, east, west, and south. Eastern frontline battlefield. The corpses left from the battle the day before yesterday had already been cleared away. The streets were empty, with only a thick smell of disinfectant drilling into the nose. So sharp it made people want to sneeze. The smell was strong, but not unpleasant. At the very least, it was 10,000 times better than the stench of rot. Li Yunlong stood on the turret of the lead vehicle, one hand on the commander's cupola handle, squinting his small eyes at the empty street ahead. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He was in a good mood. That great battle the day before yesterday had wiped out most of the zombies in this area. The ones left were only scattered stragglers, not enough to pose any threat. Tank Company 1's 12 Z99 A tanks spread out in a straight line. They occupied the entire street, their tracks crushing over the broken asphalt and producing dull rumbling sounds. Behind them followed Ding Wei's Mechanized Infantry Company 1. 1404 infantry fighting vehicles arranged in 2 columns, like a steel dragon winding through the ruins. Further back were several armored supply vehicles carrying shells and diesel, swaying along behind them. Along the way, they encountered almost no real resistance. Occasionally, a few zombies crawled out from the rubble, mouths open and arms stretched out as they lunged at the lead tank. Then they were sent flying, crushed, rolled under the tracks, making wet squishing noises, like plastic bags full of water being stomped one after another. The commander of the lead tank was a young man surnamed Wang, named Wang Hao. He was focused on the road ahead when he suddenly felt the hull jolt once, then again, like it had run over something. He tilted his head, wanted to see what had happened. However, tanks had no rear window. He could only mutter to himself in a low voice, weird. Did I just roll over a speed bump? No one else in the crew replied. It wasn't because they hadn't heard him. It was because they had no idea how to answer. That wasn't any speed bump. It was a zombie that had just crawled out of the ruins and hadn't even managed to stand upright before it was crushed in a meat paste by the steel flood formed by 12 tanks. The first tank rolled over it, and it broke apart. The second tank rolled over it, and it flattened. The third tank rolled over it. And by then it was impossible to tell what it had been. By the 12th tank, even the bloodstains had been flung clean away by the tracks. Wang Hao let out another helpless sigh and said, "Sigh, this speed bump seems a bit high. I'll have to report it to the city administration later." At last, someone in the crew couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. The convoy continued forward. After driving for about another 20 minutes, the view ahead suddenly opened up. At the end of the street, a massive building stood in the morning light. A curved dome, silver-gray outer walls, a glass curtain wall reflecting dazzling sunlight. At the entrance was a huge plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a flagpole. The flag on it was long gone, leaving only a bare pole swaying slightly in the wind. Above the front of the building hung several large red characters. The color had faded somewhat, but they were still legible. Fengtian City Sports Center. Li Yunlong squinted at the building with his small eyes. He jumped down from the turret, walked to the roadside, and tilted his head back to stare at the enormous dome, his mouth slightly open. Damn, this place is huge. It's almost comparable to our fortress. Ding Wei jumped down from the infantry fighting vehicle behind him, walked to Li Yunlong's side, and also looked up at the building. He held the tablet in his hand, displaying the images just transmitted back by the biological detection drone. The internal structure of the sports center was visible at a glance. The stadium, the stands, the locker rooms, the corridors, the VIP boxes, every level and every corner were crystal clear. Those red dots were densely packed throughout the entire building. On the stands, on the field, in the corridors, in the locker rooms. Everywhere. On the tablet, one set of data was displayed. Zombie organisms, 24,356. Human organisms, 0. Oh, there are actually more than 20,000 of those beasts in there. Ding Wei sounded surprised. Li Yunlong took the tablet and stared at those densely packed red dots in silence for a moment. His brows furrowed once, then relaxed, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin. More than 20,000 zombies, all packed inside this massive building, and no survivors. That meant he could let loose without restraint. He would need to worry about friendly fire. He would need to worry about stray rounds killing people. He could fight however he wanted. No survivors is best. Li Yunlong handed the tablet back to Ding Wei. He turned and strode toward the convoy, his pace quick, his boots hitting the ground with dull thuds. All units, attention. He grabbed the radio, and his voice exploded through the channel. Tank Company 1, spread out in a line at the main entrance of the sports center. Mechanized Infantry Company 1, take both sides of the plaza and block all exits. If the zombies try to run, not a single one is getting out. The 12 tanks roared onto the plaza, their tracks crushing the shattered floor tiles as they deployed in formation beneath the morning light. Their gun barrels slowly turned, aiming at the main entrance of the sports center. The 14 infantry fighting vehicles spread out along both sides of the plaza, their 30mm autocannons trained on every window of the building. The soldiers jumped out of the vehicles and took cover behind the wheels, muzzles aimed at those pitch-black windows, fingers resting on the triggers. Everything was ready. Chapter 180 Bombarding the Sports Center. Li Yunlong stood beside the lead tank, looking at the silent building. He took a deep breath, accepted a rifle from a soldier nearby, and fired 3 shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots echoed over the empty plaza. Inside the sports center, the sleeping zombies, the wandering zombies, the ones pressing against one another, all of them raised their heads in unison. The sound of hissing roars exploded from deep inside the building, like a tidal wave, like thunder, like the gates of hell being kicked wide open. The zombies surged down from the stands, squeezed out of the corridors, rushed out of the locker rooms, poured out from every corner, every crack, every doorway. Packed together, shoving, trampling over one another, they flooded toward the main entrance. Li Yunlong watched that black tide pour out from the main entrance, and the corners of his mouth slowly split into a grin. He took one step back, stood beside the lead tank, raised his hand, then brought it down sharply. Fire. All 12 tanks opened fire at the same time. The roar of the 125mm smoothbore cannons shook the earth itself. Muzzle flashes flickered in the morning light like 12 stars exploding at once. High explosive shells slammed into the horde. Clusters of orange-red fireballs erupted within the black tide. The shockwaves swept everything away. Shredded flesh, severed limbs, and broken bones flew into the air like a rain of blood. With one shell, nothing remained within a 20-meter radius. Even the ashes were blown away by the blast. On the other side, the infantry fighting vehicles joined the battle. The thudding of the 30mm autocannons was denser than the tank guns. The shells smashed into the zombie horde with eye-like precision, each round carving out a bloody lane. The zombies pouring out from the side doors, from the windows, and from the underground passages were cut down the moment they showed themselves. They tumbled and crawled back inside, tripping the ones behind them. Then all of them were swallowed by the hail of shells. Li Yunlong crouched beside the lead tank, rifle in hand, firing controlled shots one by one at the stragglers slipping through gaps in the barrage. His marksmanship was excellent. Every shot was a headshot. Every zombie dropped less than 20 meters away from him. Shell casings clinked against the ground. At the other end of the plaza, Ding Wei was also holding a rifle, also firing control shots one by one. He was not as fast as Li Yunlong, but he was steadier. Every shot was carefully aimed. He never wasted a bullet. The 2 men exchanged a look across that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, then grinned at the same time. The battle lasted less than 20 minutes. The last few zombies poured out of the main entrance, stepping over the shredded flesh, and broken limbs scattered across the ground as they lunged at the tanks. The gunner in the lead tank could not even be bothered to aim. He swung the barrel over and fired one shot. Those few zombies did not even leave a shadow behind. Then it went quiet. There were no roars, no gunfire, no cannon fire. Only the mournful sound of the wind blowing across the plaza and the deep hum of tank engines. Li Yunlong stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and walked to the center of the plaza, looking at the sports center that had already been blasted full of holes. The dome was covered in gaps. More than half of the glass curtain wall had shattered. A large section of tiles had fallen off the outer wall, exposing the gray-black concrete beneath. The main entrance had already been blasted down. Broken bricks and rubble had piled into a small hill, and smoke was still drifting out from inside. All right. Li Yunlong picked up the radio, his voice returning to that casual, half-flippant tone. All vehicle crews, check your ammo. IFVs on alert. First squad, second squad, go in and sweep once. See if there are any stragglers left. Third squad, fourth squad, hold outside. Dingwei walked over, still holding the tablet, looking at the red dots on it that had all gone dark. More than 20,000 zombies. 20 minutes. All wiped out. No casualties. No infantry charge. No close quarters fighting. They had barely even needed to exert themselves. The tanks had simply lined up in a row, pointed their barrels at the door, and fired. Fired. Then fired again. The zombies had not even made it out onto the plaza before they were blown into chunks. Ding Wei put away the tablet, glanced at the scene in front of him, smiled faintly, and called out, "Old Li." Li Yunlong had a cigarette in his mouth and was lighting it. This fight, damn, that was extravagant. Li Yunlong exhaled a cloud of smoke and looked at the smoking ruins with a chuckle. Extravagant? This is nothing yet. He took the cigarette from his mouth and flicked the ash. Just wait. There's something even bigger coming. At the same time, Western Front battlefield. Gao Cheng stood in the Commander S position of a 04A IFV, binoculars raised as he looked toward the dense cluster of buildings ahead. This was not an open commercial district like the Eastern Front. This was a dense residential area. Apartment buildings more than a dozen stories high stood packed tightly together. The gaps between them were so narrow that even sunlight could barely squeeze through. The streets twisted and curved. Even at their widest, they could only fit 2 IFVs side by side. Any more than that and the road would be completely blocked. Gao Cheng lowered the binoculars, his brows knotting tightly. The terrain here was far more complicated than on the Eastern Front. It was not suitable for large-scale armored assault. They could only rely on IFVs and infantry to clear it section by section. Zhou Weigua stood beside him, holding a tablet. On it was the three-dimensional imaging just sent back by the biological detection drone. He stared at the screen, fingers sliding across it, his expression growing graver and graver. There's a lot hidden inside those buildings. Not ordinary zombies. Those mutant types. They were curled up in corners on different floors. Some were in stairwells, some hidden at the ends of dark hallways, and some were even hanging upside down from the ceilings. Gao Cheng leaned over for a look and let out a cold snort. Last time, this was exactly how he had suffered. The mutant types in that office building had cost him 15 brothers. Even now, thinking about it still made his teeth itch with hatred. Mark them, Gao Cheng said coldly. Every floor with mutant types. Mark them all. Don't miss a single one. Zhou Weigua's fingers flew across the tablet, and one red marker after another dropped onto the three-dimensional image. First floor, third floor, 7th floor, 11th floor, 15th floor. More and more, densely packed. In total, dozens of locations were marked. Gao Cheng straightened up, grabbed the radio, and spoke in a voice cold as quenched ice. Artillery positions. This is Gao Cheng. Western Front target. Residential district. Coordinates have been sent. All marked floors. Indiscriminate bombardment. If one shell isn't enough, then use 2. If 2 aren't enough, then use 4. Keep bombing until every mutant is dead. Received. The artillery commander's voice came back. A moment later, the whistling of shells swept overhead. Dozens of 155mm high explosive shells streaked across the sky like a meteor shower, slamming precisely into the marked floors. Boom! 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 Explosive fire burst out through window after window. Bricks and rubble flew in all directions. Entire buildings shook. The 7th floor was hit, and half the wall collapsed, exposing twisted steel bars and shattered furniture inside. The 11th floor was hit, and the entire floor slab caved in, causing the floors above to sink downward. The 15th floor was hit, and flames burst from the windows, setting curtains on fire, setting furniture on fire, setting those things hidden in the darkness on fire. One building after another, one floor after another. Every marked location was visited by shell fire. Gao Cheng stood beside the IFV with binoculars raised, watching those floors still smoking. On the tablet as three-dimensional image, those dark red dots went out one by one. Zhou Weigua lowered the tablet, raised his head to look at the smoking buildings, fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Old Gao, 23 mutant points. All cleared." Gao Cheng lowered the binoculars and turned to look at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. That smile was cold, carrying the satisfaction of revenge, but it quickly faded again. He grabbed the radio. "All companies, listen up. The mutant types have been cleared. Continue advancing according to the original plan. IFVs lead the way. Infantry follow." "Yes, sir." A unified reply came from the radio. 14 IFVs formed 2 columns and advanced slowly along the narrow streets. The infantry followed behind the vehicles, muzzles pointed outward, spreading out into a skirmish line. The force advanced slowly but steadily. Each time they passed a building, one infantry squad stopped and went inside to clear it. The drones flew in first to scout the area, confirming the zombies' positions and numbers, and making sure there were no mutated types. Then the infantry went in. One building. Half an hour. Clear it, come out, get on the vehicles, move on to the next building. No casualties, no accidents, not even any tension. Like an assembly line, steady, efficient. Boring. Gao Cheng stood on top of an infantry fighting vehicle, holding binoculars as he watched the soldiers come out of one building, get back on the vehicles, and head to the next one. His expression was calm, but there was a trace of gloom in his eyes. These mutated types were smarter than before. They no longer rushed out stupidly like they used to. Instead, they hid in the dark, waiting for their prey to come to them. If it weren't for the biological detection drones, his men would have taken a loss again. But with the drones, and with artillery coverage, those mutated types didn't even get a chance to show themselves. Gao Chung was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "The Supreme Leader said that buildings can be rebuilt if they're gone. If survivors are accidentally injured, then all you can do is apologize. My men's lives are worth more than anything. I didn't agree with that before. Now I do." Phoenix Mountain Core area. The air in the command post felt as if it had been sucked dry, so stifling that it was hard to breathe. Zhao Tianqing stood in front of the radio, one hand pressing on his earpiece, his face dark. At that moment, the radio operator took off his earpiece and shook his head, his brows tightly furrowed. "Brigade Commander, we still can't get through. Since yesterday afternoon, Lung Feng and the other signal has disappeared. We've tried every frequency. It's all a blind spot. It's exactly the same as the situation with Falcon 1 a few days ago." Zhao Tianqing let go of his earpiece, turned around, and walked to the map. On the map, the eastern suburb area had been marked with a huge red question mark. Next to the question mark was the time Lung Feng had entered, accurate to the minute. From yesterday afternoon until now, over 10 hours had passed, and there had been no news at all. This wasn't temporary loss of contact. They had completely disappeared, as if they had been swallowed by something. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou stood nearby, clutching an unlit cigarette in his hand, his knuckles white. He looked at Zhao Tianqing's back and, after a moment of silence, spoke. "Old Zhao, could there be some kind of interference in that area? The last time Lung Feng got through, he said there was heavy artillery coverage in the eastern suburb direction, and he suspected unidentified armed forces were fighting there. Could those people be behind this?" Zhao Tianqing did not turn around. His voice was calm. "It's possible, but no matter who's behind this. We need an explanation for whether Lung Feng and the others are alive or dead." He paused, then turned to look at Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou, his gaze heavy. "There are still 3 days until the plane from above comes to pick us up. Time is tight. We can't wait any longer." Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou crushed the cigarette in his hand and tossed the butt into the nearby metal can, making a faint hiss. "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Tianqing walked to the table, braced both hands on the surface, and stared at the map. His finger traced a line across it. "From Phoenix Mountain to the eastern suburb, a straight line. Send an armored company over. Don't carry out any mission. Just go in and see exactly what happened. If anything unusual is found, report immediately. Maintain communication at all times. No prolonged fighting. No going deeper. No acting on your own." Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I'll take the men. You stay. I'll go myself." Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhao Tianqing's eyes, he swallowed the words back down. He knew this old comrade too well. Once he made a decision, 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. He could only nod and turn to make arrangements. A moment later, 12 armored vehicles were lined up and ready to depart in the open space in front of the barracks. Zhao Tianqing stood beside the lead armored vehicle and checked his equipment once over. Pistol, rifle, magazines, dagger, map, radio. Nothing missing. He pulled open the door, jumped in, and sat in the front passenger seat. "Move out." The 12 armored vehicles formed a single column and drove out of the base, heading toward the eastern suburb. The mountain road was rough, the vehicle body jolting. Zhao Tianqing sat inside the car, looking out through the observation window at the gray sky outside. His fingers tapped lightly on his knee. One tap, then another. No one knew how long had passed before the radio came to life with a voice from the lead vehicle. "Brigade Commander, we've entered the eastern suburb area. Everything ahead is normal. No abnormalities found." Zhao Tianqing grabbed the radio. "Keep moving. Stay alert." "Roger." The convoy kept advancing, going deeper and deeper, quieter and quieter. No gunfire. No artillery fire. No zombie roars. Not even the sound of the wind. Only the roar of armored engines and the crunch of tracks rolling over gravel. Too quiet. Quiet in a way that was not normal. Zhao Tianqing stared at the gray ruins outside the observation window, cold sweat covering his palms. "Brigade Commander." The voice from the lead vehicle came again, this time with a hint of tension. "Anomaly ahead. There are a lot of track marks. Very fresh. Looks like they were made not long ago." Zhao Tianqing's heart sank. "Stop. Full alert. Send people down to check." 12 armored vehicles stopped at the same time, their engines still humming. Several scouts jumped out, rifles in hand, crouched low as they moved toward the track marks. A moment later, they came back. The news they brought made Zhao Tianqing's face darken completely. "Brigade Commander, those track marks aren't ours. The model doesn't match." The scout kept his voice very low, as if afraid of disturbing something. "And it's not just one kind. There are tank tracks, infantry fighting vehicle tracks, and self-propelled artillery tracks. Number unknown." Zhao Tianqing was silent for a moment, then grabbed the radio and said in a heavy voice, "All units, return the same way. No stopping, no engagement. Full speed retreat." "Brigade Commander, then we're not looking anymore?" The voice from the lead vehicle carried unwillingness. No, Zhao Tianqing's voice was flat, with no rise or fall. We'll talk when we get back. The 12 armored vehicles turned around at the same time, their tracks grinding deep grooves into the ground, then retreated at full speed along the road they had come from. Zhao Tianqing sat in the front passenger seat, looking through the observation window at the ruins slowly disappearing outside. His fingers were still lightly tapping his knee. One tap, then another. The radio operator beside him asked softly, "Brigade Commander, should we try contacting Lung Foam again?" Zhao Tianqing shook his head. "No need. We can't reach him anymore." He paused. "They're not just out of contact. They're trapped. The people trapping them are far stronger than we imagined. Tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery. At this level of firepower, let alone Lung Foam's reconnaissance team. Even if our armored company all went in, we might not necessarily come out ahead." The radio operator fell silent. Zhao Tianqing also said nothing more. Southern Front battlefield. Kong Jie sat on the turret of a Type 99A tank, his legs hanging over the sides of the hull, holding a bowl of already cold instant noodles. He picked up a bite with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing twice but tasting nothing. It wasn't tea that the instant noodles had no flavor. It was that his mouth had gone numb. From morning until now, he had taken Tank's second company on a full loop around the southern front. Aside from a stray dog that suddenly burst out of the roadside grass and got run over by the lead vehicle driver, who mistook it for a zombie, he hadn't even seen a single strand of zombie hair. He still remembered that miserable scream. "Platoon leader, no. Company commander, did we take the wrong road?" The gunner stuck his head out of the turret, a crumpled map in his hand, flipping it back and forth as he looked at it. This southern line shouldn't be like this. The drone still picked up plenty of red dots the day before yesterday. Why are they gone today? Kong Jie set his cup noodles on the turret, took the map, glanced at it, then handed it back. They're not gone. They got drawn to the eastern and western lines. The eastern line has been fighting all day. The sound of guns and cannons is shaking the sky. Li Yunlong is the kind of guy who loves making trouble. He'd probably fire shells like firecrackers if he could. The western line isn't any quieter either. I heard Gao Cheng directly blasted an entire building apart with artillery today. With both sides making this much noise, all the zombies within several kilometers got drawn over there. The southern line is stuck in the middle, so it ended up becoming the quietest place instead. Zombies don't have brains. They go wherever the noise is loudest. It's quiet over here on the southern line, so naturally no zombies want to come. Then do we make this trip for nothing today? There was a trace of unwillingness in the gunner's voice. Kong Jie said nothing. He picked up the cup noodles again, took another bite with his chopsticks, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed twice. This time, he could finally taste it. Braised beef noodles. The broth was a little salty, and the noodles were a little soggy. He set the noodles down, grabbed the radio, and switched it to the company-wide channel. All vehicle crews, attention. Maintain formation and continue advancing. Target, 5 kilometers into the depth of the southern line. If there are no zombies, find survivors. If there are no survivors, take territory. Take it inch by inch. Push forward foot by foot. Before dark, I want to see the southern line map filled with green markers. Received. Several lazy replies came through the radio. Tank's second company started moving again. 12 Type 99A tanks lined up in a long single-file formation and slowly advanced along the main road of the southern line. Deep in the southern line, a villa compound. The iron gate was tightly shut. Sandbags and barbed wire were piled at the entrance. Several men in mixed camouflage uniforms patrolled back and forth with guns in hand. Inside the compound, it was very quiet. Too quiet. The villa at the deepest part of the compound had once been the developer's model home. Before the apocalypse, prices here started at $100,000 per square meter. You needed an appointment just to view it, and proof of assets worth $10 million to qualify. Now, this place was the stronghold of an armed gang. The luxurious decor was still there. The crystal chandelier was still there. The genuine leather sofas were still there. There were just a few more men with guns now, and the lingering smell of smoke, alcohol, and blood in the air. Second floor bedroom. The heavy blackout curtains were pulled shut tight. Only a bedside lamp was on, its dim yellow light falling over the messy bed sheets and over the woman curled up in the corner of the bed. She was wearing a white silk nightgown. The nightgown had already been torn open in several places, exposing the bruised, purple skin beneath. Her hair hung loose over her shoulders. Her face was covered in tear tracks, and there was dried blood at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were hollow, without any emotion. She just kept trembling, like a leaf blown from a tree by the wind, still struggling not to hit the ground. In the hallway outside the door, 2 armed men leaned against the wall with cigarettes in their mouths, exchanging looks. TSK, TSK, TSK. This woman really has it rough. The skinny one on the left exhaled a puff of smoke and lowered his voice. Us brothers have been following boss for so long. What kind of women haven't we seen? But this one, TSK, 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 she is really a first. The fat one on the right gave a greasy grin, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Who says otherwise? Boss already gave her plenty of face back then. Red wine, flowers, candlelit dinner, nothing was missing. But her? She refused a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty drink. She rejected boss right in front of everyone. Where is boss supposed to put his face after that? If she is not miserable, who is? Say after boss is done. Do you think there'll be a turn for us too? The skinny man's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice even further. That woman's really tender. You know, I heard before the apocalypse, she was a top-tier domestic celebrity. That figure of hers. TSK. Don't even get me started. Curves in all the right places. The fat man swallowed his Adam's apple bobbing. If I can have her once, dying after that would still be worth it. Look at you, no ambition at all. The skinny man rolled his eyes at him. Following boss, are you really worried about not getting women? The fat man chuckled. True enough. The door suddenly opened from inside. A burly man with a buzz cut and a vicious face walked out. A loosened belt hanging from his hand as he tucked it back around his waist while walking. His camouflage jacket hung open, exposing a dragon tattoo across his chest and shoulder. The dragon's head poked out from his collar, mouth wide open, lifelike and ferocious. The two lackeys immediately straightened up and bowed with obsequious smiles. Boss. Chow pulled out a cigar from his pocket and stuck it in his mouth. The fat man immediately took out a lighter and leaned in to light it. He took a deep drag and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. It churned in the dim yellow light. His voice was low, like it was being squeezed out of his chest. The woman inside. Don't let her starve to death. Feed her well. Once I'm tired of playing with her, I'll reward her to you too. The skinny man and the fat man looked at each other. Their eyes lit up at the same time. Yes. Thank you, boss. Chow didn't look at them again. He turned and walked toward the stairway. After a few steps, he stopped and tossed out a line without turning his head back. Since I'm going to call old second and old third over. We're having a meeting. First floor living room. The crystal chandelier was lit. Its light split into countless tiny flecks that spilled over the leather sofas and marble floor. This had once been the developer's model home. Before the apocalypse. Being able to drink a cup of coffee in this villa had been the dream countless people in Fontian City worked half their lives for. Now, it was a bandit's den. Chow, who sat on the largest sofa in the center, one leg crossed over the other, a cigar between his fingers. Before the apocalypse, he had just been a street thug drifting through life, waiting to die. He led a few underlings around collecting protection money, guarding venues, counting cash at the end of the month, and spending it all by the beginning of the next. After the apocalypse, everything changed. When that crimson rain fell, he had been wandering around a shop with Chun Hai and Li Dong. Then came the screams, the roars, the shrieks. People ran around like headless flies, then fell, then got back up again. The three of them hid behind an abandoned bus and watched the world collapse overnight. Then, after half a day had passed, they saw the soldiers. Several armored vehicles charged out from the street corner with more than a dozen soldiers behind them, fighting as they retreated. There were too many zombies. They surged in from all directions like a black tide. The soldiers fell one after another. Some were tackled to the ground. Some were torn to pieces. Some pulled the pins on their grenades and died together with the zombies. The armored vehicles were completely blocked off too. The vehicle commander crawled out of the hatch, fired several shots with a pistol, and was swallowed up as well. The gunfire stopped. The roaring stopped too. All that remained on the street was a field of corpses and those things still lowering their heads to gnaw at flesh. Chow, who crouched behind the bus and waited a long time. Only after the zombies had dispersed did he dare come out. He took Chen Hai and Li Dong and crept onto that corpse-strewn battlefield, stripping 3 rifles, several grenades, and a pile of magazines from the soldiers who would never stand up again. That was the first time they had ever touched real guns. Their hands were shaking. Their legs were shaking. Their whole bodies were shaking. But that shaking wasn't fear. It was excitement. It was the tremor of someone who had never held power in his life, suddenly gripping a weapon that could decide whether others lived or died. After that, they became unstoppable. With those few guns, they seized a small supermarket, then several convenience stores, then an entire residential building. Their group grew larger and larger. From 3 people to more than a dozen. From more than a dozen to dozens. From dozens to over 100. Later, they found another abandoned armored vehicle. After fixing it up a little, it actually still ran. From that point on, within several kilometers of this area, no one dared challenge them anymore. That was until they occupied this villa compound. 3 layers of walls, an iron bar gate, dozens of standalone villas, easy to defend and hard to attack. Inside, there was a swimming pool, a gym, an underground garage, and an underground warehouse with enough supplies to feed 300 people for 3 years. Chow treated this place like his royal palace. He kept the best villa for himself, picked out a few more for his subordinate leaders, and had the rest of the lackeys squeezed together in the remaining ones. As for the women they captured, they were locked in the basement. Whoever performed well got rewarded with one for the night. But right now, Chow, who was sitting on the sofa, his brows knotted tightly together. Chun Hai sat to his left, one leg crossed over the other, idly spinning a dagger in his hand. He was the strategist among the 3. Before the apocalypse, he had studied auto repair at a vocational school. He was quick-witted and silver-tongued. Half of Chow Hu's success today was thanks to him. Li Dong sat on the right, holding a glass of beer and gulping down a huge mouthful. He was the enforcer among the 3, ruthless and taciturn, He never hesitated when it came to charging into a fight. Half of Chao Hu's ability to keep those troublemakers in line came from his fists. There was no one else in the living room. The door was shut, and the curtains were drawn. Chao Hu took a drag on a cigar and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. The haze churned under the lamplight. You all heard it, right? Chen Hai twirled the dagger once, then raised his head to look at him without saying a word. Li Dong put down his beer glass and wiped his mouth. Heard what? The gunfire and artillery. Chao Hu's voice was low. It hasn't stopped since yesterday afternoon. He paused. And today, it's even closer. Chen Hai slid the dagger back into the sheath at his thigh and straightened up. There's fighting on both the east and west sides, and it's not small scale. From the sound of it, there's at least one artillery company taking turns bombarding, plus heavy machine guns, infantry fighting vehicles, and helicopters. He glanced at Chao Hu. Anyone who can field that kind of firepower, isn't some scattered rabble. And it's not someone we can afford to mess with either. Li Dong snurta. His voice muffled. What is there to be afraid of? We've got more than 300 brothers, guns, cannons, and even an armored vehicle. Whoever comes, we kill them. Shut up. Chao Hu shot him glare. Li Dong lowered his head and fell silent. Chao Hu stubbed out the cigar, pressing the butt into the crystal ashtray with a soft hiss. Leaning back on the sofa, he stared at the ceiling in silence for a long time. Third brother. What do you think they are? Chen Hai thought for a moment. Not sure, but one thing is certain, they're not from around here. If they're not from around here, then they're outsiders. Outsiders making this much noise in this stretch of ruins. He paused, not finishing the sentence. Chao Hu finished it for him. Either they're passing through, or they're here for us. Li Dong suddenly raised his head, his hand unconsciously moving toward the pistol at his waist. Chao Hu glared at him again, and he lowered his hand. Chen Hai shook his head, but not necessarily. They could also just be passing through and happen to run into a zombie tide, forcing them into a fight. He paused briefly, but with that density of artillery fire, it doesn't sound like a forced engagement. It sounds more like they're deliberately clearing the field. No matter what, one thing is very clear, they're getting closer and closer to us. Yesterday, the artillery was still on the east side. Today, it's already on the south side. He stood up, walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked outside. The sun was shining brightly. The compound was quiet. A few lackeys were patrolling, and a few women were hanging clothes out to dry. He let the curtain fall, turned around, and looked at Chao Hu. Big brother, we need to make plans early. We still don't know whether they're friend or foe, but what we've built here can't handle being tossed around. More than 300 brothers sounds like a lot, but how many of them can actually fight? We do have plenty of guns, but every bullet fired is one less bullet left. And that armored vehicle looks intimidating, but if real fighting starts, how useful can it actually be? Chao Hu said nothing. He kept staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, at the countless fragmented flecks of light scattered from its cut surfaces, staring for a long time. Li Dong finally couldn't hold back anymore, his voice rising several degrees. Big brother, say something already. At last, Chao Hu moved. He straightened up, braced both hands on his knees, and swept his gaze from Chen Hai's face to Li Dong's, then back again. Send people to scout. Head south. Find out who those people are, where they came from, and what they want. Don't alert them. Just watch from a distance. He paused. Bring communicators. Stay in contact at all times. If anything feels wrong, retreat immediately. Chen Hai note that? I'll make arrangements. And one more thing. Chao Hu stopped him, his voice turning heavier. Keep a close watch on those women in the basement. Don't let them make any noise. For the next few days, everyone behaves. No going out and causing trouble. Understood. Chen Hai pushed the door open and left. The living room fell quiet. Li Dong picked up his glass, drained the rest of the beer in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and got up to leave as well. When he reached the door, he stopped for a moment and looked back at Chao Hu. Big brother, do you think those people might be soldiers? Chao Hu did not answer. He pulled another cigar from his pocket, stuck it in his mouth, and lit it, not knowing what he was thinking. By evening, in the underground villa bedroom, Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard, deep in thought. Today, both the eastern and western fronts had pushed forward more smoothly than yesterday. On Li Yunlong's side, 12 tanks had lined up in a row and unleashed a savage bombardment on the sports center, wiping out more than 20,000 zombies in 20 minutes. Gao Cheng's side had been limited by the terrain, but it made up for that with stability. Any floor containing mutated types was directly hit with artillery coverage. Only after the bombardment ended did infantry go in to clear it out. 0 casualties, high efficiency. Kong Jia's side had spent the whole day on the move. Although they hadn't run into any hard battles, they had still seized quite a bit of territory. Ding! Detected that the Marshal S troops have killed 34,567 zombies and 123 mutated types today. Beginning reward calculation. Killed 34,567 normal zombies, merit value. 34,567. Killed 123 mutated types, merit value. 12,300. Detected dropped items, anti-tank mine blueprint 1. Directional anti-personnel, mine blueprint 1. Remote-controlled bomb blueprint 1. Military night vision goggles, enhanced, blueprint 1. Tactical helmet, integrated display, blueprint 1. Bulletproof insert plate, heavy, blueprint 1. High-calorie chocolate bar, blueprint 1. Electrolyte drink powder, blueprint 1. Disposable antibacterial wet wipes, blueprint 1. Portable heater, blueprint 1. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard, his gaze sweeping across the dropped items one by one as the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. More than 30,000 zombies. More than 100 mutated types. The results of a single day. Before, that would have been a number he wouldn't even dare imagine. And now, once the tanks rolled out and the artillery thundered, zombies dropped like wheat before the sickle, and mutated types were crushed like ants. Ever since the troops were upgraded, their advance efficiency had increased several-fold, and the number of enemies killed had risen right along with it. Sure enough, in this world, firepower was king. What tactics, what strategy, what careful planning. In the face of absolute firepower was all bullshit. He closed the panel, leaned back against the headboard, and shut his eyes. This was only one battalion. If the firepower of a single battalion could produce this kind of result, then what about one brigade? Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, air defense missiles, all of it multiplied several times over. Thousands of troops, hundreds of armored vehicles, a rolling torrent of steel crushing forward. When that time came, forget Fengtian City. Even the entire 3 Eastern provinces, he could push wherever he wanted. Zombies? Nothing but chickens and dogs. Mutated types? Praying mantises trying to stop a chariot. Those forces hiding in the shadows, thinking themselves clever, itching to make a move, in front of him. They weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, the smile at the corner of his lips impossible to suppress. Just then knock, knock, knock. A soft knocking came from the door. Come in. The door was pushed open a crack. 2 heads, one tall and one short, peeked in. Su Jincheng walked in front, with Lin Wanqing following behind. Both of them were dressed in black and white made outfits, the skirts falling just past their knees and revealing a section of calf wrapped in black stockings. Su Jincheng had her hair tied into twin tails, the ends slightly curled. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes didn't know where to look. One moment she stared at the floor, the next at the ceiling, but she just didn't dare look at the person on the bed. Lin Wanqing stood behind her, her hair pinned up with a hairpin, exposing a fair stretch of the back of her neck. The maid outfit was still a little tight on her. The gap between the buttons at her chest was stretched open, revealing black lace underneath. She tugged at her collar, but it wouldn't move, so she gave up and simply lowered her head, her eyes behind the lenses cast downward as well. Mas, Su Jincheng spoke, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. But the very first word got stuck. She stammered out the first syllable for a long time, but just couldn't force out the second. She took a deep breath, as if trying to steel herself. Her voice rose just a tiny bit, but was still very soft. Master, the bathwater is ready. Please bathe, master. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard, smiling as he looked at them, saying nothing. His gaze swept back and forth over the two of them a couple of times, and the corners of his lips slowly curled upward. Su Jincheng felt unbearably uncomfortable under that gaze. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt, crumpling the lace trim. Lin Wanqing didn't move, but the bright red tips of her ears gave her away. Jiang Chun finally moved. He straightened up, got down from the bed, and stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet as he walked toward them. Su Jincheng subconsciously retreated half a step, her shoulder bumping into Lin Wanqing's arm. The two of them trembled at the same time. Jiang Chun stopped in front of them. Looking down at them from above, he slowly raised a hand, pinched Su Jincheng's chin, and gently lifted it. Su Jincheng's face was red like a boiled shrimp. Her eyes were moist like a startled little deeress. She wanted to dodge, but didn't dare, so she could only let him do as he pleased. Jiang Chun tilted his head and examined her face. Oval face, willow brows, big eyes, a straight nose bridge, slightly upturned lips. Pretty. She really was pretty. No wonder that Brat Zhou Zemin had eagerly sent her over. He let go of Su Jincheng's chin. His fingers slid across her cheek and came to rest on Lin Wanqing's chin, lifting as well. Lin Wanqing didn't dodge, but her eyes behind the lenses were filled with stubbornness. Even with her chin lifted, her gaze was still lowered, refusing to look at him. Jiang Chun smiled. His fingers moved away from her chin, and he lightly flicked her glasses frame. Look at me. Lin Wanqing bit her lip and slowly raised her head through sheer force of will. Jiang Chun turned around and walked toward the bathroom. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and tossed out a line without even turning his head. Guomin, scrub my back. Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw the same thing. Resignation. The two of them took a deep breath, then followed one after the other into the bathroom. Steam filled the bathroom, mist hanging thick in the air. The lights had been dimmed, with only a few wall lamps left on. The light passed through the vapor and became soft and hazy, dyeing the whole space in an ambiguous warm tone. Jiang Chun stood by the bath, his back to them, without turning around. Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing stood behind him. The two of them were like they'd been nailed to the floor, neither daring to move. What are you standing there for? Jiang Chun's voice wasn't loud, carrying that lazy drawl. Help me change. What did Yanran teach you? Hearing that, Su Jincheng took another deep breath, as if trying to bolster her courage. She stepped forward a few paces, stopped behind him, and reached out. The moment her fingers touched his collar, she shrank back. Then she reached out again, pinched the edge of the collar, and carefully pulled it down. The jacket came off, revealing a black fitted t-shirt underneath. The fabric clung to his body, outlining the lines of his shoulders and back. Sujin Cheng bit her lip and took off the t-shirt too. Then her face turned completely red. Not just her face. Her whole body felt hot. She finally understood why Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing always came out of the bathroom red, as if they had a fever. It wasn't tea because the bathroom was too hot. It was because this man was too hot, lean and solid. Not the exaggerated kind of muscles deliberately built in a gym. Sujin Cheng didn't dare look anymore and simply shut her eyes. Lin Wanqing stood to the side, watching Sujin Cheng's helpless panic, feeling both annoyed and amused. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't he just taking off some clothes? She stepped forward and reached for Jiang Chun's belt, her movements crisp and decisive. With a click, the metal buckle popped open. She held her breath, pulled the belt free, and placed it on the rack beside them. Then she saw his clearly defined 8-pack abs. Lin Wanqing's breathing suddenly caught. She looked away, then looked back, then looked away again, then back again. Her heartbeat sped up, thump, 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 slamming against her chest until she felt dizzy. She bit her lip and cursed herself inwardly. Lin Wanqing, can you have a little backbone? Isn't he just a man? It's not like you've never seen one before. But she really had never seen one like this. The men she had seen before included erudite professors, refined businessmen, and gentle officials. But once they took off their clothes, it was either a beer belly or a bony chest. Where had she ever seen something like this? She took a deep breath and held in her chest, lowered her head, and continued undoing his pants. The pants slid down and pulled at his ankles. She crouched down and lifted his feet out of the pant legs. Then she stood up and stepped back, her eyes not knowing where to land. In the end, with nowhere to escape, her gaze still fell on him. She looked away at once. But that instant had already been branded into her mind. Broad shoulders, tight waist and abdomen, long legs, and that thing she didn't dare look at closely. Lin Wanqing's face burned red. She found an excuse for herself in her heart. Couldn't tell before, but this guy's body is really that good. Whatever. I'll just take it as a perk for serving him. What else can I do? Cry? Make a scene? Throw down the job and quit? There were still hundreds of corpses outside, waiting for her to move them. She would rather be a maid here than go back to facing those hideous things. At least this man was fairly pleasing to the eye. At least his body looked better than his face. Jiang Chun stepped into the bath and sat down in the hot water, leaning against the wall of the bath with his eyes closed. The waterline just covered his chest, and rose petals floated gently on the ripples. He spoke, still in that lazy tone. Scrub my back. Sujin Cheng and Lin Wanqing exchanged a glance, then crouched down at the same time and knelt on the marble edge of the bath. Sujin Cheng picked up a towel, dipped it in hot water, and carefully pressed it to his back. Slowly, she wiped him one stroke at a time. Lin Wanqing watched from the side, then suddenly reached out and snatched the towel from her hand. I'll do it. Her voice was a little hoarse, carrying a hint of defiance. Since things had already come this far, hiding your head got you one cut, and sticking it out got you one cut too. Better to just be decisive. She folded the towel and pressed it against his back, then scrubbed hard. It wasn't the light, fluttery touch Sujin Cheng had used before. This was real force. A firm, vigorous rub. Jiang Chun's brow twitched slightly, but he didn't open his eyes. Lin Wanqing scrubbed very seriously. Sujin Cheng watched from the side, watching those hands moving beneath the towel, watching her rhythm go from clumsy to skilled, and her feelings were a mess. She remembered those old costume dramas she had watched as a child. When the emperor bathed, a group of palace maids would kneel by the pool to serve him. Back then, she had thought those palace maids were pitiful. Now, she felt maybe they weren't entirely pitiful. At least they got to see things ordinary people never could. She pursed her lips, picked up a towel, and joined the battle too. Just like that, the two of them knelt on the floor, one on the left and one on the right. More than 10 minutes passed. Lin Wanqing stood up, draped the towel in her hand over the edge of the bath, then raised an arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Tisich. Lin Wanqing gave a faint snort in her heart, and the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up. I thought DB so hard. Isn't it just scrubbing someone's back? That's it. A strange sense of pride suddenly rose in her heart. She even started to feel that all the nervousness, fear, and racing heartbeat from before had been unnecessary. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't he just a man? Wasn't he just taking off clothes, scrubbing backs, serving someone? What kind of storms had Lin Wanqing not seen before? Splash. The instant the sound of water rang out, Jiang Chun suddenly stood up from the bath. The two women instantly widened their eyes and cried out. Ah! Sujin Cheng whipped around at once, covering her face with both hands. Lin Wanqing, however, didn't turn around. She instinctively raised a hand to cover her eyes. Of course, her fingers were spread apart. Through the gaps between them, she saw everything, including that place she shouldn't have looked at, but couldn't help wanting to see. She swallowed, and a loud gulp came from her throat, especially clear in the quiet bathroom. My God, She muttered inwardly, is this guy really that well endowed? Jiang Chun seemed not to notice their reaction, or maybe he simply didn't care. He picked up the bath towel beside him and leisurely dried the water off his body. After drying off, he wrapped the towel around his waist, tied it, walked to the door, pulled it open, then paused and tossed out a sentence without even turning his head back. It's late. Time to attend my bedchamber. Attend his bedchamber? Those two words exploded in Su Jinsheng and Lin Wanqing's minds like two bombs at the same time. Su Jinsheng spun back around, eyes wide as bronze bells, her mouth hanging open. Lin Wanqing also lowered the hand covering her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Impossible, Lin Wanqing blurted out instinctively, her voice rising several degrees and echoing through the bathroom. It's already generous enough that us sisters helped you bathe, and now you're pushing your luck and asking us to attend your bedchamber too? You really think you're some emperor? She bit her lip, her chest rising and falling. That tight-made outfit trembled slightly under the light with every breath. I'm telling you, give up on that idea. Absolutely impossible. Su Jinsheng didn't speak, but the stubborn look on her little face was more forceful than any words. Jiang Chun turned and looked at them. There was no anger on his face, no disappointment, not even any emotion at all. He simply looked at them calmly. He didn't say anything more. He didn't persuade, coax, or threaten them. He didn't even move an eyebrow. He slowly spoke, his voice flat. Go call Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing in. You two stand guard outside the door. Then he turned and left. The scene shifted. Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing walked into the bedroom. Su Jinsheng and Lin Wanqing stood at the door, one on each side. Then the bedroom door closed. The soundproofing was good, but they still heard it. A faint, intermittent, low sound of panting rose from inside. Wanqing, what do you think? Su Jinsheng glanced back at the bedroom and asked in a whisper, her whole face flushed red. What are they doing in there? Lin Wanqing shot her a glare. What do you think? Su Jinsheng said nothing. Her face grew even redder. Oof. Lin Wanqing gave a cold snort. Not that old, but he sure plays dirty. Who knows what those two idiot women were thinking, just willingly offering themselves up like that. But no one answered her. Only those muffled pants kept coming from the bedroom, as if something were blocking their mouths. Su Jinsheng buried her face even deeper, curling up in herself as she chanted inwardly, I can't hear it. I can't hear it. I can't hear it. Lin Wanqing crossed her arms and lifted her chin. But for some reason, her legs felt a little weak. There was even a faint numb tingling, like a current of electricity. Lin Wanqing, how can you be this pathetic? She cursed inwardly with a red face, clamping her legs tightly together. At that moment, Su Jinsheng lifted half her face from the crook of her arm, her eyes a little red. Wanqing, how much longer do you think they'll be? Lin Wanqing bit her lip and said irritably, how would I know? Just guess. I'm not guessing. Wanqing, shut up. Su Jinsheng, shut hermot. But after only a few seconds, she spoke again, her voice even smaller, as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. Wanqing, do you think that? That sound is kind of... No. Lin Wanqing cut her off, her voice hard and fast. Su Jinsheng shut up again. Soon, the sound from the bedroom gradually changed, from low to high, from hurried to lingering, like a song being pushed slowly toward its climax, only to stop short at the very peak. Then it went silent. Su Jinsheng and Lin Wanqing held their breath at the same time. Neither of them dared move. Neither dared make a sound. A long time passed, maybe 1 minute, maybe 10. The bedroom door suddenly opened. Chu Yanran walked out, her hair a little messy, her cheeks flushed, the corners of her lips carrying a hint of satisfied smile. She glanced at Su Jinsheng and Lin Wanqing. She said nothing, only smiled. But there was something indescribable in that smile. Lin Yuqing followed behind her, head lowered, ears red, quickly walking past the two of them. Chu Yanran stopped in front of Lin Wanqing, leaned close to her ear, and softly said one sentence. Her voice was so low that only Lin Wanqing could hear it. Lin Wanqing's face instantly turned crimson, from her neck to the tips of her ears, from the tips of her ears to her hair. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. Chu Yanran smiled, then took Lin Yuqing and left. Only Su Jinsheng, Lin Wanqing, and that half-closed door remained in the corridor, warm yellow light spilling out through the gap. Su Jinsheng stood up. Her legs were a little numb, so she stomped twice, then looked at Lin Wanqing. What did she say to you? Lin Wanqing bit her lip and stayed silent for a long time. Then she finally spoke, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. She said, tomorrow at LL be our turn. Deep in Fengwang Mountain, command post. The place was brightly lit. Zhao Qiansheng sat at the campaign table, the map in front of him already covered in his dense markings. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou walked in carrying a cup of strong tea and set it beside Zhao Tiansheng's hand. He sat down at the side and waited. Zhao Tiansheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Huh. His brows furrowed slightly, and he set it down again. After a moment of silence, he told him everything he had seen in the eastern suburbs. After Vice Brigade Commander Zhou heard it, he stayed silent for a long time. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, but didn't light it. He just kept rolling it between his fingers, turning it around several times before finally speaking. You're saying Han Meng and Lung Feng losing contact has something to do with that unidentified armed force? Zhao Tiansheng didn't answer directly. He looked at the question mark on the map, the one he had traced over until it was almost black, and said calmly, "We've scouted that area in the eastern suburbs many times since shortly after the apocalypse broke out. We never found any large-scale armed force there. But these past few days, whether it was Han Meng or Lung Feng, the moment they went in, they lost contact." He paused, then raised his head and looked at Vice Brigade Commander Zhou. "This isn't a coincidence." Vice Brigade Commander Zhou stared into Zhao Tiansheng's eyes and hesitated for a few seconds. "Then what do we do next?" His voice was a little dry. "We can't just do nothing and sit here worrying, can we?" Zhao Tiansheng stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the mountain forest shrouded in night. Moonlight leaked through gaps in the clouds, shining down on the dark treetops. With his back to Vice Brigade Commander Zhou, he stood there for a long time. The mountain night wind slipped in through the crack in the window, carrying the smell of soil and pine resin. "Report it to our superiors." He turned around and looked at Vice Brigade Commander Zhou, his gaze heavy. "This matter is already beyond our control." Vice Brigade Commander Zhou opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when he saw Zhao Tiansheng's expression, he swallowed the words back down. He knew his old partner was telling the truth. How many men did the other side have? No idea. What equipment did they have? No idea. Where did they come from? Still no idea. They knew nothing. So what were they supposed to fight with? What were they supposed to use to save anyone? With the little foundation they had now, staying here and barely holding on was one thing. But if they really pulled out and went head-on against an unknown armed force with dozens of heavy armored vehicles, that would be like smashing eggs against a rock. He nodded helplessly. "That's all we can do." Vice Brigade Commander Zhou leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. It sounded like he was talking to Zhao Tiansheng, but also like he was muttering to himself. Where the hell did this group come from? Fengtian City is only so big. Before the apocalypse, we had a clear picture of what troops were around. After the apocalypse, the army got scattered. Some withdrew south, some went north, and some were completely wiped out. But these people, tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, dozens of them, that's not a small number. A force that large couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. Zhao Tiansheng didn't answer. He wanted to know the answer too, but he couldn't come up with one. Early the next morning, on the southern front, the sun had already climbed high into the sky. Ding Wei stood in the turret of an 048 infantry fighting vehicle, half his body sticking out. He held up a pair of binoculars and squinted for a long while, but saw absolutely nothing. He lowered the binoculars, knocked some dust off against the edge of the turret, then turned and shouted into the vehicle. "Any situation?" The radio operator inside shook his head, reporting to company commander. "Everything is normal." Ding Wei's brows twisted into a knot. He raised the binoculars again and looked around once more. Still nothing. Forget zombie hordes. Even a decent-sized zombie was nowhere to be seen. Every so often, a few scattered ones crawled out from the roadside ruins. Skinny as skeletons, they staggered toward the convoy, only to get casually picked off by the machine gunner in the lead vehicle before they could even get close. It was like target practice. One shot, one kill, and the convoy never even had to stop. This was already the second day. The eastern and western fronts were fighting full tilt. Artillery fire thundered from morning till night like firecrackers during New Year. He heard that over on the Yunlong's side, they had used tanks yesterday to level an entire sports center. More than 20,000 zombies. Battle finished in 20 minutes. Gaocheng's side didn't have that kind of huge commotion, but they were still clearing building by building. First artillery saturation, then the infantry moved in. Steady and methodical, and every day brought results. Only his southern front was quiet, like the world had forgotten it existed. No zombies, no mutants, not even any proper buildings. As far as the eye could see, it was all low ruins and weed-choked wasteland. Ding Wei leaned against the turret and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, sticking it between his lips without lighting it. His mood was complicated. If he said his luck was good, then yeah, it really was. No bates, no cachuetes. Every day was just driving forward, planting a flag when they reached the designated spot, and calling it done. But if he said his luck was bad, that was true too. That Bratly Yunlong was slaughtering his way across the eastern front, reporting achievements to the Führer every single day. Today, S report. X 10,000 zombies killed, X 100 survivors rescued. Just hearing it made people jealous. And him? Zombies killed, single digits. Survivors rescued, 0. Every day when he reported results, he almost wanted to write that 0 as spirit instead, just so it would sound better. Move, keep advancing. Ding Wei took the unlit cigarette from his mouth and slapped it against the turret. His tone carried a kind of resigned helplessness. If there are no zombies, then we take territory, inch by inch, foot by foot. Today's mission is to advance 5 kilometers on the southern front. It must be completed before dark. The 12 infantry fighting vehicles started up again, forming a long single-file line as they slowly advanced along the southern front south main road, about 1 kilometer from the convoy. On the rooftop of an abandoned high-rise apartment building, Chun Hai lay behind the railing with a pair of binoculars in his hands, and his hands were shaking. He had already been lying there for almost an hour. From the moment that convoy appeared at the edge of his vision, he had stayed there without moving. afraid the people below would notice him. In the binoculars, that convoy was slowly moving forward. This wasn't the kind of patchwork rabble they had cobbled together. This was a true steel torrent that could make a man's legs go weak with a single glance. Tanks. Infantry fighting vehicles. Chun-Hai swallowed hard, his throat making an audible gulp. He counted them. There were already more than a dozen infantry fighting vehicles at the front alone, and there were even more behind them. This wasn't a bunch of stragglers. This was a regular army. He had worked overseas as a mercenary for a few years. That had been 10 years ago, but it didn't stop him from knowing what he was looking at. This equipment wasn't ordinary stuff. It was active duty, absolute main force equipment. Chun-Hai lowered the binoculars, leaned against the railing, and sucked in deep breaths. His heart pounded wildly, and only one thought remained in his head. The fuck? A regular army has come calling? Hasn't it? After a few seconds, he steadied himself and raised the binoculars again. That convoy was still advancing, getting closer and closer to his position. He could already make out the golden phoenix emblems on the vehicle bodies. He didn't recognize that symbol. He had never seen it before. Chun-Hai took a deep breath and shoved the binoculars into the hands of the lackey beside him. You, stay here and keep watching. Don't act rashly. Don't get close. Don't let them spot you. Just watch from distance. His voice was very low, but every word carried an urgency that allowed no argument. The lackey took the binoculars, his face pale. Brother Hai, then what about you? I'm going back to report this. Chun-Hai had already turned and was heading for the stairwell. He moved fast, his boots crunching over broken bricks and rubble. When he reached the stairwell entrance, he paused and tossed out one last sentence without turning his head. Remember this. Don't fucking show off. If anything feels wrong, pull out immediately. Chun-Hai practically rolled and crawled down the stairs. The stairwell was pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. He stumbled downward, nearly missing his steps several times. His mind was full of the scene he had just witnessed. More than a dozen infantry fighting vehicles, armored vehicles, tanks, and those soldiers carrying rifles and wearing camouflage. When he ran out of the building entrance, his legs went soft, and he nearly dropped to his knees. He braced himself against the wall, took a few ragged breaths, then sprinted toward where he had parked. The motorcycle was still there. He swung himself onto it, kicked it to life, and twisted the throttle all the way. The tires skidded on the gravel, throwing up a cloud of dust before the bike shot forward. The wind howled past his ears, so fierce he could barely keep his eyes open. Chun-Hai narrowed his eyes. There was only one thought in his head. Go back. Tell Chow Hu to run. Now, those people were not someone they could afford to provoke. Forget their mere 300 men. Even if they had 3,000 in front of that steel torrent, they would still be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Southern Front battlefield, inside the command vehicle. Ding Wei was leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, resting. His fingers tapped lightly against his knee, on and off. He let out a sigh and was just about to pull out a cigarette to wake himself up when the radio suddenly crackled with the voice from the lead vehicle. Company commander, the drone found something unusual. Ding Wei opened his eyes and leaned toward the monitor. The image was a bird's eye view from high above. A crooked, winding street came into view. At that moment, a black that was moving quickly along one of the streets, trailing a long tail of dust behind it. He zoomed in. It was a man on a motorcycle going at high speed. Ding Wei's brows slowly furrowed. He stared at the motorcycle for a long while, all kinds of thoughts turning in his mind. Pursue him, Ding Wei ordered decisively. Entire unit, accelerate. Catch up to that motorcycle. Don't shoot. Don't scare him. Just catch up and stop him. I want him alive. Received. The next moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. All 12 infantry fighting vehicles accelerated at the same time. The motorcycle was still charging ahead, but the IFVs were faster. The distance between them was shrinking bit by bit. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. The figure on the motorcycle seemed to sense something. He glanced back, then suddenly lowered his body and twisted the throttle even harder, making the engine let out a harsh roar. Ding Wei stared at the monitor, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. Run? No matter how fast you ran, could you outrun an IFV? In these ruins, with no village ahead and no shelter behind, someone riding a motorcycle who turned and ran instead of asking for help the moment he saw people either had a guilty conscience or had shit on him. Either way, Ding Wei wanted to see what exactly was hidden in this gourd. Very soon, Chun-Hai's motorcycle vanished beyond the horizon. That steel torrent followed close behind and gradually disappeared into the distance as well. On the rooftop, several lackeys were still lying there, holding their binoculars up for a long time. No one said a word. They seemed to be chasing Brother Hai, Skinny Monkey said first. He lowered his binoculars, his hand still trembling slightly. Fatty swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing once with an audible gulp. Not seem to. They're fucking chasing him. He turned around and leaned against the railing, eyes wide, forehead drenched in sweat. My God. Now we're really in trouble. Skinny Monkey squatted down, hugging his head. His voice was muffled in the crook of his arms, slurred and unclear. What do we do? Run? Fatty's voice jumped several pitches, carrying the kind of bluffing bravado even he didn't believe. Run where? Skinny Monkey lifted his head. His eyes were red, whether from the wind or fear. No one knew. Can your 2 legs outrun tanks? Fatty opened his mouth, then closed it again. He glanced at the ruins below, then at the distant horizon where dust was still hanging in the air. Images flashed through his mind, those IFVs, armored vehicles, tanks, those black cannon barrels, and the golden phoenix glinting coldly under the sun. His legs nearly gave out from sheer terror. He had to grip the railing just to stay standing. I think we should just surrender, he said weakly. A few busted guns against their tanks? ISNT that just ants trying to ride an elephant? It wanted to even tickle them. Skinny Monkey looked up at him, then lowered his head again. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "You've got a point." He stood up, dusted off his knees, and took a deep breath as if trying to steel himself. "Come on, there's still troops behind them. Let us go join them." Fatty straightened up, smoothed out his wrinkled camouflage uniform, adjusted his crooked cap, and swallowed again, trying his best to look calm. "Remember this. When the time comes, all of you better be smart about it." He turned to face Skinny Monkey, then the other 3 young men who had not dared say a word until now. His gaze swept across every face, and he lowered his voice. "Under no circumstances can you let our killing get out. Our identity now is survivors. Good civilians. Got it?" The group nodded all at once, pecking like chicks. Skinny Monkey was the first to head for the stairwell. After 2 steps, he stopped and looked back at Fatty, his voice trembling slightly. "Brother, if they ask, what do we say?" Fatty thought for a moment, then said, "We say we were survivors hiding in a basement. We heard gunfire and artillery, ran out, met you guys, and came along together." He paused, then added, "Remember, we don't know Chow Hu. We don't know Chen Hai. We've never killed anyone. We've never robbed anything. We're just ordinary survivors. Understand?" "Understood." The group answered in unison. Skinny Monkey turned and headed downstairs. Fatty followed behind. When he reached the stairwell, he paused for a moment and looked back at the empty rooftop behind him. Then he withdrew his gaze, turned, and followed after them. Their footsteps echoed through the empty stairwell. Very soon, they grew fainter and fainter until nothing could be heard at all. Chapter 188. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Chun Hai's motorcycle was like a startled rabbit, darting left and right through the alleys in the ruins. The IFVs followed close behind, letting out deep, muffled rumbles. But the alleyways grew narrower and narrower. The walls on both sides closed in tighter and tighter. At the narrowest point, even a vehicle body could not squeeze through. The driver of the lead vehicle hit the brakes, and a heavy armored vehicle came to a stop at the alley entrance. "Company Commander, the alley is too narrow. The vehicles can't get in," came the voice from the lead vehicle over the radio. Dingwei leaned back in the command vehicle's seat, fingers tapping lightly against his knee. He stared at the motorcycle, still speeding wildly across the screen, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Couldn't he catch up? He had never intended to catch up in the first place. The tanks couldn't get in. The IFVs couldn't get in. But he had drones. That palm-sized silver-white little thing was hovering 800 meters in the sky, looking down at the fleeing black dot on the ground. No matter how fast Shanghai ran, he couldn't outrun a drone's battery life. No matter how narrow the alleys were, they weren't narrower than the road back to his lair. "Entire company, cease pursuit," Ding Wei said into the intercom, his voice steady and certain. "Hold position and rest. The drone will continue tracking him. I want to see which burrow this rabbit runs back to." All 12 IFVs came to a gradual stop and spread out into formation on a relatively wide street. The soldiers jumped out of the vehicles. Some leaned against the wheels and drank water. Some squatted by the walls and smoked. Some checked their weapons. Some stared blankly at the gray wasteland in the distance. No one spoke. The atmosphere was relaxed, so relaxed it felt like they were out on a picnic, not fighting a war. Ding Wei jumped down from the command vehicle, stood by the roadside, and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. He lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. He looked toward the alley in the distance, squinting as the smoke curled before his eyes. Fishing. The bait had already been cast, and the line had already been loosened. Now it all depended on where this fish would swim. "Company Commander, do you think that kid will notice we're still following him?" A young soldier beside him could not help asking. Ding Wei flicked the ash from his cigarette, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Notice? Right now, he was only focused on running. How could he possibly care about looking at the sky? He turned his head and glanced at that soldier, his tone certain. Besides, even if he noticed, so what? Is he going to grow wings and fly? The soldier scratched his head and chuckled. Then he stopped talking. In the distance, that motorcycle was still running. It turned off the main road into an alley. From the alley into an even narrower lane, and from the lane into a stretch of low shanties. The wheels rolled over broken bricks and rubble, over rotten mud. Shanghai didn't look back. He didn't dare look back. He didn't even dare think about whether anyone was still chasing him. He just twisted the throttle, forcing his fear down into the gas tank and turning into speed as he ran forward, at an altitude of 800 meters. The drone followed along unhurriedly. The live feed was transmitted straight back to the tablet in Ding Wei's hands. Every turn, every alley, every building was crystal clear. Ding Wei stared at the screen, watching that winding track, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing deeper and deeper. Run, run faster, run farther, run all the way back to your lair. Shanhai didn't know how long he had been riding. The ruins by the roadside kept falling away behind him in waves. The motorcycle jolted violently over the uneven road. Its tires crushed gravel and kicked up clouds of dust that made him cough nonstop. But he didn't dare stop for even a moment. He even deliberately took a few extra loops. During that time, the motorcycle's roar alerted quite a few zombies. But how could two legs possibly catch two wheels? Very soon, they were all left behind. At last, the outline of the villa compound appeared at the end of his sight. The iron bar gate, the sandbag fortifications, and the figures at the entrance pacing back and forth with guns in hand. Shanhai's heart suddenly loosened. Like a rock that had been hanging there for far too long had finally hit the ground. He slowed down. The motorcycle wheezed heavily as it wobbled toward the gate. The lackeys at the entrance recognized him and hurriedly pushed open the iron gate. Shanhai rushed inside with the motorcycle, then finally hit the brakes. He swung off the bike, his legs going weak, and nearly dropped to his knees. He held onto the handlebars and stood there for quite a while before he recovered. Then he turned around, walked to the gate, braced himself against the iron bars, and looked outside. He didn't spot any sign of steel at all, and immediately let out a sigh of relief. He should be shaking them off, right? Leaning against the iron gate, he sucked in huge gulps of air. A lackey came over and asked carefully, "Brother Hai, what is wrong? What happened?" Shanhai waved his hand and said nothing. He bent over with both hands braced on his knees, panting for long while before finally straightening up. "Where's the boss?" "In the house. Yes, waiting for you." Shanhai nodded and strode deeper into the compound. Inside the villa, Chow, who sat on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, a cigar between his fingers. Shanhai stood in front of him, his clothes covered in dust, streaks of sweat and grime all over his face. Seeing how bedraggled he looked, Chow Hu's brows twisted tightly together. He exhaled a thick mouthful of smoke, his voice low and heavy. "Talk. What did you see?" Shanhai took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down as much as possible. Then he told him everything he had seen. The living room instantly fell silent. Chow Hu's cigar froze in midair. Ash fell onto his pant leg, and he didn't even notice. Shanhai continued. "They should VE come from the south, pushing all the way forward along the main road. I saw it with my own eyes." His voice started trembling. "Boss, those people aren't someone we can afford to provoke. With these few guns of ours, a few grenades, and that piece of shit armored vehicle, we're not even worthy of carrying their shoes." Chow Hu stayed silent for a moment. He put the cigar back in his mouth and took a drag. Smoke poured out through his nostrils, churning under the light. He leaned back against the sofa and stared at the ceiling, the glow of the crystal chandelier making his eyes sting. He didn't believe it. Dozens of tanks? Where the hell would Fengtian City get dozens of tanks? The troops had long since been scattered. Even if there were still some remnants left, there was no way they could put together a force on that scale. But Shanhai had followed him for so many years. From hacking people in the streets to surviving the apocalypse, he had never lied to him. He wouldn't joke about something like this. "Boss." Shanhai stepped forward, his voice carrying barely restrained urgency. "We can't hesitate anymore. Those people are already less than a few kilometers away from us. At their speed, they could have been here half an hour ago. We have to retreat now. Take whatever we can carry and head north into the mountains. We'll wait until things blow over before talking about anything else." Chow didn't move. His gaze shifted down from the ceiling and landed on the coffee table. On it sat a set of purple clay tea where he had looted from the villa as former owner. Supposedly, it was the work of some master, and just one teapot was worth over 100,000. He didn't understand tea, and he didn't understand teapots, but he liked these things. He liked taking the things that had once stood high above him, the things he could never have reached in his whole life, and crushing them under his feet, clutching them in his hands. How much effort had he spent on this villa compound? 3-meter-high walls, iron bar gates, sandbag fortifications, patrol posts. The underground warehouse was piled with enough food and ammunition to last 3 years. This was the kingdom he had carved out. His palace, built brick by brick from the ruins of the apocalypse. Retreat? Retreat where? To the north was nothing but barren mountains and wilderness. Go into the mountains and drink the northwest wind, or fight with those stragglers hiding in caves over territory. He wasn't willing. He had only just gone where he was today. He had only just gone from street punk everyone wanted dead to the local tyrant no one in this wasteland dared provoke. Why? Why should he have to run just because those people had come? The moment Shanhai saw Chow Hu's expression, his heart skipped. He had followed Chow Hu for so many years. He knew that expression too well. This was stubbornness kicking in. He panicked and raised his voice several notches. "Boss, as long as the Green Hills remain, there'll be no shortage of firewood. Those people aren't someone we can afford to provoke. If we don't run now, then once they get here, we want to be able to run even if we want to." Chow Hu said nothing. Shanhai continued. "If the supplies are gone, we can steal more. If the territory is gone, we can take more. But if the people are gone, then everything is gone." His eyes turned red. "Boss, I've followed you for so many years. When have I ever chickened out? But this time it's really different. That is not people. That is a tide of steel. With our few hundred men, we would even survive one volley from them. Think about it. Think about how we made it this far. We got through even hardest times. We can't fall here when we're finally closest to hope. Chow Hue's cigar had gone out. He lowered his head and looked at the set of purple clay tea were on the table. A line of small characters was carved into the teapot. He leaned closer before he could make them out clearly. Serenity leads afar. He stared at those 4 words for a long time. Then he stubbed the cigar into the ashtray with a faint hiss. Sweat was already beading on Chun Hai's forehead. Just as he was about to speak again, Chow Hu raised a hand to stop him. Chow Hu took a deep breath, a very deep one, as if making some major decision. He lifted his head and looked at Chun Hai, his gaze sinking. Go. Call Dongzi over. We'll discuss it one last time. Chun Hai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when he saw Chow Hue's eyes, he swallowed the words back down. He turned and left the room, moving quickly, his boots striking the floor with sharp, hurried sounds. A moment later, Li Dong pushed the door open and walked in. He had just come back from outside. He still carried the smell of smoke and motor oil on him. There was no expression on his face, and his strides were long and heavy, his boots thudding against the floor. On the way, Chun Hai had already told him the whole story. His brows had been tightly furrowed the entire time, never relaxing once. The 3 of them sat down. Chow Hu sat on the biggest sofa in the middle. Chun Hai sat to his left, and Li Dong sat to his right. The tea in the pot had long gone cold. No one was in a mood to drink it. The atmosphere in the living room was heavy, so stifling it was hard to breathe. Chow Hu finally spoke. Dongzi, what do you think? Li Dong didn't answer right away. Leaning back on the sofa with his arms crossed, he stared at the set of purple clay tea were on the coffee table for quite a while, before saying, Hai Ji, you said you already shook those people off? Chun Hai immediately nodded. I did. I even deliberately took several extra loops. There really was anyone following behind me. Li Dong fell silent again for a moment. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest. Then he lifted his head and looked at Chun Hai, his gaze a little heavy. Then how can you be sure they definitely find this place? What if the situation you're talking about never happens? If we leave and they never come, then all the effort we put into this place be wasted? Chun Hai grew anxious, leaning forward with both hands braced on a coffee table. His voice rose several degrees. Come on, Dongzi, why don't you get it? You can prepare for 10,000 possibilities, but fear the one that slips through. Those people aren't someone we can gamble against. If we win the gamble, we gain nothing. If we lose our lives. We fought so hard just to live until today. Are we really going to bet our lives on this? Li Dong was silent for a moment, then spoke again. Hai Ye, I'm not gambling. I just can't bear to throw away the work the 3 of you built. He leaned back into the sofa, his voice dropping lower. The living room fell quiet for a moment. None of the 3 spoke. Chun Hai also fell silent. He knew Li Dong couldn't bear to leave this place. This villa district was territory the 3 of them had fought for with their lives. Li Dong straightened up, both hands on his knees. His gaze swept from Chow Hue's face to Chun Hai's, then back again. I do have a compromise. He paused. Let Hai Ji take part of the people and leave first. Take the core group, the ones who can fight, and all the valuable stuff. I'll stay here and hold the place. I'll lead the rest to strengthen the defenses. We'll stay in contact and keep communications open at all times. If those people really come, I'll withdraw then. I'll pull back to the mountains in the north and meet up with you. It won't delay me long. Chow Hu raised his head and looked at him. His brows were still knit, but some of the struggle in his eyes eased. Chun Hai also looked up at him. His lips moved, but no words came out. Li Dong continued. I'll lead the brothers to tighten security. We'll spread the lookout posts farther out, so we can detect them early and warn everyone early. If it really comes to that, we'll still have time to run. He paused, and his tone turned firm, carrying an unquestionable resolve. I don't want the hard work of us 3 brothers to be thrown away just like that. Chow was silent for a moment. In the end, he nodded. All right, we'll do it Dongzi's way. He stood in front of the coffee table and looked at the 2 brothers who had followed him for more than 10 years. His voice dropped very low. Ken Hai, take the core people and leave. Gold, silver, valuables, guns and ammo, food and medicine. Take as much as you can carry. Use the underground drainage route. Don't go through the main gate. Don't let anyone see you. Stay in contact. Then he turned his head toward Li Dong. Dongzi, you stay behind. Spread the lookout posts farther out, at least 1 kilometer away. If anything feels off, withdraw immediately. Don't get dragged into a fight. If the stuff is gone, we can steal more. If the people are gone, then everything is gone. Li Dong stood up and nodded. Chun Hai stood up too. His eyes were a little red, but he still forced a smile. It was a strained smile, uglier than crying. At the same time, elsewhere, inside the command vehicle, Ding Wei stared at the screen on the tablet, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. The image sent back by the drone was very clear. The villa district, a 3-meter-high wall, an iron bar gate, sandbag fortifications, and several figures carrying guns as they patrolled back and forth. They weren't scattered stragglers. They were an armed gang with organization and a security system. He zoomed in on the image. Behind the wall, he could vaguely see even more armed men hiding behind cover. Some were smoking, some were playing cards, and some had machine guns set up. The equipment wasn't exactly sophisticated, but there were quite a few of them. He took several screenshots, then opened the communication channel. Chief, an armed stronghold has been discovered on the southern line. A villa district, not small in scale, estimated at no less than several dozen guns. And there are heavy weapons too. Defenses are tight. They don't look like ordinary survivors. Nirvana Fortress, Command Center. After receiving the images Ding Wei sent back, Jiang Chun leaned against the back of his chair and lightly tapped the armrest a few times with his fingers. Armed thugs were everywhere in the apocalypse. There was nothing much to say about them. The number of lives on these people's hands was no less than the number of zombies he had killed. His policy was simple too. If they surrendered, deal with them, depending on the situation. If they resisted stubbornly, crush them directly. It saved time and effort, and it also intimidated those restless forces waiting to make a move. Before the apocalypse, this approach might not have seemed civilized. In the apocalypse, if it worked, that was enough. But he still spoke. I'll send Zhang Wanhe to assist you. The hostage situation is unclear, so have him figure something out on site. Save who can be saved if possible. If they can't be, he paused. Make sure our forces are safe first. Understood. Ding Wei said no more. When Zhang Wanhe received the order, he was wiping down his sidearm. He wiped it again and again until the barrel gleamed with a cold light. After hearing the order, he was silent for a moment, then slid the gun into its holster. Move out. The tank company and mechanized infantry company quickly assembled and advanced along the southern main road toward the target area. Zhang Wanhe sat in the command vehicle, silently studying the villa district through the drone feed, his finger lightly tracing across the map. This villa district wasn't especially big, but it wasn't small either. If they really attacked, one round of concentrated fire would be enough to flatten it. But the chief had said to preserve the hostages as much as possible. He withdrew his finger and spoke. All vehicle crews, pay attention. Surround first, then clear. Seal off all exits. Snipers, take the high ground. The moment you spot the hostage's location, report it immediately. Fire teams, stand by. Without my order, no one opens fire. Elsewhere, Li Dong stood on the wall of the villa district, one hand on the sandbags as his gaze swept across the surroundings. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, very long, across the empty open ground. Below him, the underlings ran back and forth, carrying ammo crates, moving sandbags, and setting heavy machine guns behind newly dug fortifications. Hurry up, hurry up. What are you dragging your feet for? He shouted down at them. One of the underlings ran too slowly and got kicked in the butt by Li Dong. He staggered 2 steps and nearly fell, but didn't dare make a sound. He scrambled up and kept running. 3 more machine gun positions had been added on the wall, each equipped with a light machine gun. Ammo belts hanging down in piles over the sandbags. The sandbag fortifications at the main gate had been raised by another layer, enough to block rifle fire. 2 more snipers had been stationed on the roof of the villa, lying behind the solar water heater with their gun barrels aimed at the only road to the south that vehicles could use. He also sent out 2 more squads to spread out around the outer perimeter of the villa district. One squad occupied the abandoned residential building to the south. The other took the building materials store to the west. Both were positions with wide fields of fire, commanding the high ground and covering the approach. Once the snipers on the rooftops were in position, voices came through the radio. Brother Dong, 1st floor in position. Brother Dong, 2nd floor in position. Brother Dong, outer perimeter squad, in position. Li Dong responded with a grunt and said nothing more. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, binoculars raised, staring at that dim gray road to the south. The road was empty. There was nothing on it. Only the wind swept dust and dead leaves from one end of the road to the other. One of the lackeys finally couldn't hold back anymore. He leaned over and whispered, Brother Dong, is a war about to break out? Li Dong didn't lower the binoculars. His voice was icy. Just do what you're told. Why so much nonsense? The lackey shrank his neck and didn't dare say more. He backed off and crouched behind the cover, his fingers resting on the cold barrel of his gun. There was still nothing in the binoculars, only that gray, murky road and an equally gray, murky sky at the end of it. Li Dong lowered the binoculars and took a deep breath. He didn't know why he was this tense either. Maybe it was because of the look in Chun Hai's eyes before he left. Maybe it was because of Chao Hu's ashen face. Maybe it was because of that vague, indescribable unease in his heart, gnawing at him like worms. He couldn't say for sure, but he knew one thing. What was coming would come sooner or later. 1 kilometer away, a steel torrent surged out from the end of the gray horizon. Tanks led the way, their cannons aimed to both sides. Infantry fighting vehicles followed close behind, their tracks crushing over the shattered asphalt road with dull, grinding creaks. This was kicked up, covering half the road, on top of a high-rise building. A lackey lay on the windowsill, his binoculars almost slipping from his hands. Trembling, he grabbed the communicator, his voice shaking. Didong. Brother Dong, the troops are coming. The other end of the channel went silent for a moment. A few seconds later, a hoarse voice finally came through. Retreat. The steel torrent came to a stop. The tank cannons slowly rose, then slowly lowered again. Several drones rose from behind the convoy, their rotors buzzing as they flew toward the villa district. Zhang Wanhe stood beside the command vehicle, watching the drones lift off. He turned his head and said something to the communications soldier next to him. The soldier nodded, carried a silver-white square box out of the vehicle and pressed the switch. The indicator light came on, blinking steadily. The signal jammer had been deployed. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, all radio signals were completely blocked. The people inside the villas couldn't get out, and the people outside couldn't contact them either. Like an upside-down pot, the whole area was sealed tight beneath it. The feed from another drone was quickly displayed on a tablet. The small silver thing circled above the villa district, its sensors operating in silence, penetrating walls, floors, and every tightly shut door. On the screen, a three-dimensional image gradually took shape. Green points of light were scattered through every corner of the villa district. Some were concentrated inside the largest villa at the center. Some were scattered through the surrounding annex buildings and basements. There was also a small cluster huddled behind cover near the edge of the wall. The number kept jumping, then finally froze at 803. Zhang Wanha stared at that number, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. This wasn't some little gang of 10 or 20 men. This was an armed force of real scale. Ding Wei leaned over to look at the number 2, his brows knitting together. More than 800 people? What kind of bandit den is this? This is almost half a combined battalion. He swiped the tablet twice and zoomed in on the image. There are hidden sentries on the perimeter, machine gun positions on the walls, and snipers on the rooftops. The firepower setup isn't exactly top tier, but the layout is experienced. This isn't some disorganized rabble. Zhang Wanha didn't respond. His finger lightly traced across the map. The villa district was open on 3 sides and bordered a river on the 4th. The channel was wide, but the current was swift. It wasn't an ideal breakthrough point. A frontal assault would cost too many casualties. Surrounding them without attacking would take too much time. And they didn't have the leisure to waste it here. The other side had guns, men, and several hundred ordinary people whose status was unclear, whether they were hostages or simply dragged along. It was that a hard assault couldn't be done. One round of artillery coverage could blow open the walls, and once the tanks pushed in, the battle would be over in half an hour. But those 800-plus green points weren't zombies. They were living people. Zhang Wanha withdrew his hand, straightened up, and looked toward the gray horizon in the distance. The setting sun had already dyed the edge of the sky orange red. In another 2 hours, it would be dark. Try peaceful negotiations first. He spoke slowly, his voice calm. Ding Wei looked at him. Zhang Wanha continued. Send someone over to talk. Tell them to lay down their weapons, release the hostages, and accept reorganization. The terms can be discussed, but the bottom line cannot be compromised. He paused. If they refuse, or if they don't cooperate, then we use force. Ding Wei was silent for a moment, then nodded. What if they threaten us with hostages? His voice wasn't loud, but every word cut right to the heart of it. Zhang Wanha raised his head, his gaze lifting from the tablet to the darkening horizon in the distance. He was silent for a moment. His finger tapped lightly on the map, making only a soft sound. Then shake their morale and make them fall into chaos on their own. Zhang Wanha's voice was calm. He turned to look at Ding Wei. There was a trace of edge in his eyes, not sharp, but enough to send a chill down someone's back. More than 800 people. They want to be united as one. There are definitely some inside who were taken hostage, some who were dragged in, and some who don't want to follow those leaders all the way into the abyss. Send people to call out to them. Tell them we'll only arrest the main culprits and want to pursue the coerced followers. Tell them that if they lay down their weapons, they'll have food to eat and a place to live. They want to have to keep living in fear. He paused. Once people's hearts scatter, the team becomes hard to lead. Ding Wei was silent for a moment, then nodded. And if that still doesn't work? Ding Wei asked again. Zhang Wanha didn't answer right away. He turned around, leaving only his back. Then there's no other way. Kill them. Ding Wei asked no more. He turned and walked toward the convoy. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and said without turning his head back, I'll make the arrangements. Ding Wei didn't rush to send troops forward for negotiations. Instead, he first spread the reconnaissance units out. He crouched behind an infantry fighting vehicle, staring at the 3-dimensional image on the tablet, his fingertips sliding back and forth across the screen. The feed from the biological detection drone was extremely clear. Within a radius of 800 meters, no living thing in any corner could hide. Walls were transparent. Floors were transparent. All concealment was meaningless. Around the villa district, quite a few green lights were hidden in 3 abandoned buildings. The drone identified the outlines of the weapons in their hands, rifles, machine guns, and even a few rocket launchers. In a residential building to the east, more than a dozen people were hiding on the 3rd and 4th floors, spread across different windows. Some were crouching, some were standing, and all their gun barrels were pointed south. In the building materials shop to the west, a machine gun was set up at a 2nd-floor window, with an assistant gunner crouched beside it. To the north was a low, shanty town. Several people were hiding there, holding binoculars and watching this side. Ding Wei straightened up and let out a cold laugh. Pretty clever. They know those few walls alone won't stop anyone. So they spread out hidden sentries to spot the enemy's movements at the first moment. If they can fight, they fight. If they can't, they run. Maybe hiding all over the ruins could fool ordinary eyes. But too bad for them, they ran into us. He turned and beckoned behind him. Deal with those rats in the woods first. Don't make too much noise. Sniper team, move in. The sniper team received the order and quickly spread out. 6 people split into 3 groups and slipped into the ruins with lowered bodies. Some carried sniper rifles, some wore observation equipment on their backs, and some held assault rifles to provide cover. Dingwei stared at the tablet. The movement paths of the 3 groups were clearly visible on it. One group moved toward the residential building in the east, the second group moved toward the building materials store in the west, and the third group moved toward the shantytown in the north. East, residential building. The first group reached the bottom of the building. The 2 snipers did not rush upstairs. They first circled around the outside and found an abandoned power distribution room. They set up their rifles and aimed their scopes at the 3rd floor. The crosshair steadily locked onto half a head sticking out from behind a window. Position 1 ready. Position 2 ready. The other rifle was aimed at the 4th floor, at a guy crouching in the corner smoking. 2 faint sounds of air being torn apart rang out almost at the same time. 2 bullets passed through the windows and drilled precisely into those 2 heads. The man on the 3rd floor dropped. The man on the 4th floor dropped too. The people beside them had not even reacted when the 2nd shot and 3rd shot had already arrived. Not a single shot missed. 1 bullet, 1 kill. The dark red points of light went out one after another, fast, so fast that the people beside them did not even have time to make a sound. West, building materials store. The second group was even cleaner than the first. They did not even enter the building. The sniper set up directly on top of a half-collapsed building across from it, looking down from above, and put the machine gunner at the 2nd floor window and his assistant into the same scope. He pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through both bodies, 1 shot through 2, and both points of light went out at the same time. The others hiding nearby panicked. Someone stood up and tried to run, but the moment his shoulder was exposed, he was dropped with a single shot. Someone lay flat on the ground and did not dare move, only to be finished off on the side by another rifle. Someone tried to return fire, but the moment the muzzle poked out of the window, his head exploded. North, shantytown. That shantytown was low and chaotic, with plenty of places to hide. Unfortunately, in front of the biological detection drone, it meant nothing. On the 3-dimensional imaging map, those few points of light were curled up beneath the ruins. The sniper did not rush to fire. He first circled the area from outside, confirmed that nothing had been missed, and then began calling the roll. 1 shot, 1 point went out. 2 shots out. 3 shots, 4 shots, 5 shots. The person at the last point of light realized something was wrong and charged out of hiding, tried to run, only to be cut down by a burst from an assault rifle on distant alert duty, falling into the broken stones and rubble. His body twitched twice, then stopped moving. All the dark points on the tablet had gone out. Dingwei checked the time. Less than 20 minutes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He put away the tablet and patted the dust off his knees. The outer perimeter had been cleared. They could start the announcement. As soon as the words fell, the steel torrent started moving again. The tanks took the lead, with the infantry fighting vehicles close behind. The convoy did not advance at full speed. Instead, it maintained an unhurried, oppressive pressure. Very soon, the outline of the villa became clearer and clearer. The iron bar gate, the sandbag fortifications, the pitch-black firing holes in the walls. At the gate, several armed men were crouching behind the sandbags smoking. Some leaned against the wall yawning. Some lowered their heads and fiddled with the rifles in their hands. A guy holding binoculars casually swept a glance southward, and his body suddenly froze. He lowered the binoculars, rubbed his eyes, then raised them again. An enemy. His voice changed pitch, like someone was strangling his throat. Tanks. It's tanks. Several people beside him stood up at the same time. Someone dropped the cigarette in his hand. Someone almost failed to hold onto his rifle. Someone's legs gave out, and he sat down on the ground on the spot. Chaos broke out behind the sandbags. Some ran toward the gate. Some ran into the building. Some lay on the ground and did not dare move. Quick, inform Brother Dong. Someone shouted. One lackey scrambled and rolled deeper into the villa compound. As he ran, he fumbled for the walkie-talkie at his waist and pressed the talk button. Brother Dong. Brother Dong. This is bad. Tanks. There was only crackling static from the walkie-talkie. He slapped it twice and shouted again, but it was still just static. Fuck. No signal. He smashed the walkie-talkie to the ground and ran inside with all his strength. Li Dong stood on the rooftop of the central villa, one hand on the railing, looking at the hazy skyline to the south. The setting sun dyed the horizon a dark, heavy orange-red, like congealed blood. Footsteps came from the stairwell, hurried and chaotic. The lackey rushed onto the rooftop, braced himself against the wall, gasping for breath, his face flushed red, his voice broken and uneven. Di Dong. Brother Dong. They're here. Tanks, so many. Li Dong échappé suddenly shrank. He did not turn around. His gaze was still fixed on the south. On that empty road, the steel torrent had already revealed its outline. The lead tank, its cannon glinting coldly under the setting sun. Behind it came infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles, lined up in a long column that stretched beyond sight. That golden phoenix flag fluttered sharply atop the turret. Li Dong's Adam apple bobbed. His whole body trembled. Sure enough, what was supposed to come had still come. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, turned around, looked at the lackey still gasping for air, and lowered his voice. Send the men out. Hold every intersection. Also, tell the brothers not to act rashly. Observe first. If we can avoid conflict, then it's best to avoid it. The lackey nodded hard and turned to run downstairs. At the villa gate, several armed men lay behind the sandbags, staring at the convoy getting closer and closer. Their legs were shaking, their hands were shaking, their whole bodies were shaking. The tanks got closer and closer. The cannon barrels looked thicker and thicker. The hulls looked bigger and bigger. The tracks ground over the road with creak sounds, as if they were crushing the men's hearts. Someone swallowed. Someone gripped his gun so tightly his knuckles whitened. Someone shut his eyes and did not dare look. A man who looked like a squad leader stood up from behind the sandbags. Holding up a piece of white cloth he had no idea where he found. It was actually a white undershirt. He tied it to a gun barrel and waved it. Stop! Stop! He roared twice, his voice echoing through the empty ruins. However, the tank did not stop. It kept moving forward. The cannon was aimed at him. The dark muzzle like a bottomless black hole. His legs weakened, and he retreated 2 steps, then forced himself to stop. Stop! Stop! His voice no longer sounded human. The tank still did not stop. The cannon barrel got closer and closer to him. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He could practically smell the gunpowder still lingering at the muzzle. He wanted to run, but his legs would not obey him. As if they had been nailed to the ground. He watched that cannon barrel, as thick as a tree trunk, press toward him. His mind went blank, with only one thought left. It's over. Creak. The track stopped. The cannon barrel was less than 1 centimeter from his forehead. That icy metallic smell hit him in the face. It was as if his whole body had been hollowed out. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. The few people beside him were so frightened they did not even dare breathe. The black cannon barrels were pressed right in their faces. Among them, an armed man who looked like a minor leader trembled as he spoke. Why you? What are you here for? This is our territory. We have no grudge against you. You should leave now. We stay out of each other's business. Just as his words fell, a buzzing sound came from overhead. A drone rose from behind the tank and hovered in midair. Its silver-white body had a small speaker hanging beneath it, and a red light flashing on and off. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads to stare at the little thing. Suddenly, the speaker on the drone came alive. There were a few crackles of static, and then a voice came through, calm and unhurried, carrying a business-like flatness. The voice was not loud, but every word was crystal clear. I am Dingwei, commander of the Nirvana Army S Southern Line. There is only one purpose for this trip, to retake the territory. The area you're in has already seriously affected our Army S strategic deployment. I'm giving you 2 choices. The speaker paused for a moment. First, disarm and surrender. Accept our arrangements. Your personal safety will be guaranteed, and basic food and lodging will be provided. There was another pause, even longer than the first, as if giving them time to think. Second, resist to the end, and bear the consequences yourselves. When the voice fell, the square went quiet for a moment. Those armed men looked at each other, each one glancing at the next, exchanging the same thing in their eyes, fear and hesitation. A young man with a scar on his face was the first to crack. He swallowed and crawled over to the squad leader's side, lowering his voice. Captain, how about we just surrender? He glanced at the tank barrel still aimed at his forehead, then quickly looked away. His voice shook badly. These people aren't someone we can mess with. The squad leader glared at him and said nothing. Another man leaned over from the side, his face covered in sweat, lips pale. Yeah, Captain, we can't beat them. Look at that SA tank. Forget our few crappy guns. Even the whole villa would be flattened in one round of concentrated fire from them. His voice carried a despair he couldn't suppress. What were we supposed to fight with? Our lives? As soon as those words came out, several people nearby wavered at the same time. Morale, in front of a real regular army, was as fragile as papier-mâché. A few words and a few tanks were enough to poke it full of holes. The squad leader gritted his teeth, and the muscles on his face twitched twice. How could he not know they couldn't win? He wasn't blind. Those dozen-plus tanks, those dozens of infantry fighting vehicles, those pitch-black muzzles. Any random shell could blow them to pieces. But even if they surrendered, so what? Their hands were stained with blood. They had killed people, stolen things, and ruined women. Those debts weren't something that could be erased just by handing over their guns. He suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice seemed to squeeze out from between his teeth. Shut the fuck up, all of you. He swept his gaze over the few underlings still trembling, his eyes fierce enough to devour people. If anyone dares say surrender again, I'll shoot him myself. Those few men all shrank their necks. It wasn't that they didn't want to surrender. It was that they didn't dare. The gun in the squad leader's hand, just like the tanks outside, could take their lives. They had all followed Chao Hu, hacking and fighting their way up from the streets. They knew what rules meant. In this gang, the fate of a traitor was 100 times worse than dying at the enemy's hands. But their eyes gave them away. That fear, that hesitation, that struggle of wanting to run but not daring to, none of it could be hidden. The squad leader turned his head and shouted toward the outside. "We don't care who you are. This is our turf. Get out of here now." His voice echoed through the empty ruins and was quickly scattered by the wind, sounding like pure bluff. Inside the command vehicle, Ding Wei listened and shook his head. Leaning against his seat, he lightly tapped his fingers against his knee twice. Stubborn to the end, he picked up the microphone, and his voice was transmitted into the drone. The little silver-white thing descended a bit from high in the sky and hovered closer. "Listen up, brothers inside. E.M. Ding Wei, commander of the Southern Front of the Nirvana Army." He paused. "Most of you R&T leaders. You're just people forced by circumstances to tag along with this group for a bite to eat, just trying to stay alive. I understand you. But think carefully. Are the people hiding behind you really worth dying for?" Behind the sandbags, the ears of those armed men perked up. Ding Wei continued. "Our army only punishes the principal offenders. The accomplices will not be pursued. Put down your weapons and walk out. Your personal safety will be guaranteed. You'll have food to eat and a place to live. You and T have to keep living in constant fear. You all know your current situation better than anyone. The outside is full of zombies. You're trapped in these ruins. How long can you hold out? 1 year? 2 years? And then what?" Silence. No one spoke. Ding Wei's voice continued, unhurried, like he was chatting with a friend or persuading someone who had lost his way to come home. "You can keep resisting. You can hold on to those few crappy guns and stay behind this wall that's about to collapse. Our army doesn't mind spending a few extra minutes flattening this entire place. When that time comes, those leaders will run faster than anyone else. The ones left behind will be you brothers they used as cannon fodder. Is it worth it? Is it worth throwing away your lives for people like that?" In front of the villa gates, everything was deathly quiet. The drone hovered in midair, its red light blinking on and off, silently looking down at this fortress on the verge of collapse. Behind the sandbags, the armed men were breathing heavily and quickly. Ding Wei's words were like a needle stabbing into the weakest part of their hearts. Only the principal offenders would be arrested. The accomplices would not be pursued. Put down your weapons, and there would be food to eat, a place to live, and no more days spent in fear. The first one wavered. He was a short young man, still childish looking, with only a faint fuzz just growing above his lips. He lowered his head and stared at the rifle in his hands for a few seconds, then let go. The gun slipped from his palm, hit the sandbags, then bounced to the ground with a dull thud. He stood up, raised both hands over his head, and walked toward the gate with staggering steps. I surrender." His voice trembled, carrying a sob. "They forced me. I never wanted to join them. But if I didn't they were going to beat me to death. I didn't want this either." When he reached the gate, his legs gave out, and he dropped his knees, both hands still raised, his whole body shaking like a leaf. Behind the sandbags, several people exchanged looks. Ding Wei's voice came from the drone, carrying a patient, guiding gentleness. "Very good. Is there anyone else? Put down your weapons immediately, raise both hands, open the gate, and accept our arrangements." It was like a crack had opened in a dam. The second person stood up, threw down his gun, raised both hands, and walked toward the gate. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Some had trembling hands when they threw away their guns. Some had weak legs when they walked out. Some kept looking back as they walked, afraid someone behind them would open fire. But they still went out. One person led another, one after another. The one guarding the gate was a middle-aged man, surnamed M.O. Everyone called him Old M.O. He stood there, watching those men pass by him, watching them raise their hands and walk toward the steel flood outside. One of the underlings beside him tugged at his sleeve, his voice very low. "Brother Mo, why don't we surrender too? I've had enough of living like this. Every day, I'm scared, never knowing which day I'll die. I was born to parents too. Why should I be cannon fodder for them?" Old Mo bit his lip and fell silent for a moment. He looked at the tanks in the distance, then at the brothers still hiding behind cover behind him, then at the rifles abandoned on the ground. He took a deep breath, as if making some kind of decision, pulled out the key to the main gate from his waist, and turned toward the iron gate. The key went into the lock and turned. Click. "Old Mo, you fucking dare." A furious roar came from behind, exploding across the empty square like thunder. Old Mo's body suddenly stiffened. Before he could even turn around, a gunshot rang out. A blossom of blood burst open on his back. His whole body pitched forward and crashed onto the iron gate that still hadn't opened. His fingers still clenched around the key. Blood spread out beneath him, running down through the gaps in the gate and dripping onto the ground. The few people who had already walked out were so scared they dropped flat to the ground, hands over their heads, trembling all over. Inside the gate, the people who were still hesitating suddenly shrank back. The squad leader stood behind the wall, still holding the smoking handgun in his hand. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his eyes bloodshot. He swept a glance over the underlings hiding behind cover, his voice icy cold. "Fuck, you bunch of ungrateful traitors. Boss has treated you well. You've had food, drink, women, and a place to live. Touch your consciences and ask yourselves, in this apocalypse, who else could give you all that?" He paused, his gaze sweeping across every face. "And you sons of bitches actually dare betray boss? That's a dead end. No matter where you run, boss can drag you out. And when that time comes, it won't just be one death." Some lowered their heads. Some tightened their grip on their guns. Some bit their lips and said nothing. The squad leader let out a cold laugh. He slowly walked over to a young man squatting in the corner by the wall, crouched down, and patted his face. His tone suddenly turned very soft. So soft it was like he was coaxing a child. Besides, some of your families are still here. Your old folks, your wives, your kids, they're all in our hands. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced 2 steps. Tilting his head to look at them, he raised his voice several degrees. If anyone dares run, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The few people who had wanted to follow the others out just now instantly went pale. That tiny bit of hope that had just flared up in their eyes was snuffed out like candlelight in the wind. Powerless despair spread across their faces. The squad leader turned around to face the steel torrent outside the gate. His heart hardened, and he roared through gritted teeth, "Open fire. Whoever doesn't he shoot. I'll put him down first." Bang! A gunshot rang out. It wasn't T from the people hiding behind cover. It was from the squad leader. He fired one shot at the ground by the foot of a still hesitating young man. Gravel exploded upward, striking his leg hard enough to sting. The young man jerked in fright, raised his gun, shut his eyes, and pulled the trigger toward the outside. Once there was a first, there was a second. Bullets struck the tank's frontal armor sparsely, clanging and ringing like raindrops on sheet metal, not even leaving a mark. Now and then, ricochets bounced back and smacked into the sandbags with dull thuds. Ding Wei stood beside the command vehicle, watching those people behind cover being forced to fire, watching those faces filled with fear and despair. He was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head, sighed, and picked up the radio. "All crews, attention. The target has refused to surrender. A hostage situation has emerged inside. Execute the second plan." "Roger." The next moment, the sniper hidden in the dark opened fire. Only a single bang was heard. The squad leader's head burst like a smashed watermelon, red liquid splattering onto the faces of the underlings behind him. The body, still standing, swayed once, then dropped stiffly to the ground. The gun in his hand hit the floor and bounced twice. At that exact same moment, the tank's roar exploded. All 12 Z-79A tanks started up at once. The diesel engine's howl shook the ground itself. Like a pack of steel beasts jolted awake. They lunged toward the villa gate. Rat-tat-tat. The machine gunners on the wall pulled their triggers. Bullets struck the tank's frontal armor, throwing up strings of sparks, clanging nonstop. But the tanks didn't even slow down. Those rounds hit the heavy composite armor without even scraping off much paint. One tank swung its turret and aimed at the machine gun position. Boom! A 125mm smoothbore cannon spat out a fireball, and the wall, together with the machine gunner on top of it, was blasted into the air. Broken bricks, twisted rebar, and mangled human limbs rained down in a crackling shower. The gate was smashed open by the tanks. Simple, brutal. One tank after another poured inside. At the same time, another section of the wall was blasted open by a shell. Broken bricks flew everywhere, dust filling the sky. Infantry fighting vehicles surged in through the breach, and their 30mm autocannons began sweeping fire, but not at people. They were aimed at the emplacements that still had guns mounted. Rounds slammed into sandbags, walls, and weapons that hadn't yet been put down. The entire villa compound instantly descended into complete chaos. Some were running, some were shouting, some were crying, and some were crouching by the walls with their heads in their hands, shaking all over. At that moment, Ding Wei's voice came from the drone. "Everyone listen up. Drop your weapons, and you won't be killed. Hands on your heads and squat down." The moment he finished speaking, the first rifle hit the ground. Clang. That crisp sound was especially piercing amid the chaos. Then the second, the third, the 10th. The people who had just been desperately firing seemed to have all their strength drained away. One after another, they threw down their guns, held their heads, and knelt on the ground. But there were always some who weren't afraid of death. Behind the defensive line, at a second-floor window of a villa, a man leaned half his body out, a rocket launcher on his shoulder. The crosshairs in the sight settled on the side of the turret of the nearest tank, the weakest part of its armor. He pulled the trigger, trailing white smoke. The rocket hit the side of that 99S turret dead on. Boom! A fireball exploded outward, thick smoke spreading. The rocket detonated against the reactive armor, and the shockwave made the infantry fighting vehicle beside it rock once. When the smoke cleared, the tank was still there. There was only a scorched black mark on the turret. A few reactive armor blocks had shattered, exposing the base armor beneath. The hull was completely intact. The gun barrel slowly turned, pointing at that villa. Boom! A 125mm high-explosive shell blasted from the barrel. The shell passed through that window and exploded inside the villa. The entire villa looked as if an invisible giant hand had pried it apart from within. Furniture and pieces of the structure were blasted, flying out. Li Dong stood on the rooftop of the central villa, watching that tank collapse the villa with a single shot. His face was livid. Gripping the railing, he was so furious his hand was trembling slightly. Fuck, why are these people so unreasonable? We were the ones who took this place first. We were the ones who built this up first. Why? Why is it that the moment they show up, we have to get the hell out? Why is it that their guns are bigger than ours, their tanks tougher than ours, and whatever they say goes? Brother Dong, one of the underlings beside him shouted, his voice already cracking. The tanks are charging in. What do we do? Li Dong gritted his teeth, a vicious look flashing across his face. Go. He took a deep breath, spun around sharply, his eyes red, and barked, drag the hostages out here. Very soon, more than 20 people, men and women, old and young, were shoved out of the basement and driven stumbling into the open space in front of the central villa. Their eyes were hollow, without the slightest emotion, like a group of walking corpses whose organs had already been hollowed out. They were still standing, but they were already dead. They were survivors, captured from all over by Chow Hu's gang and locked in the basement. The women were used for venting. The men were used for labor. The elderly and children were used as bargaining chips. On this apocalyptic wasteland, they were lower than zombies. At least zombies could still wander freely. Their hands were tied with ropes, iron chains hanging from their necks. The woman at the very front was young, only in her early 20s. She wore a floral dress so filthy its original color could no longer be seen. Her legs were bare, and her knees were covered in wounds. She stood there with her head lowered, like a withered tree snapped by the wind, ready to collapse at any moment. Beside her was an old man. His hair was completely white, his back hunched, his eyes cloudy. Someone shoved him, and he almost fell. He swayed, then barely managed to steady himself. Behind them were several middle-aged men, so thin they were skin and bones, their ribs sticking out one by one. Even more shocking was that explosives were strapped to all of them. More than a dozen armed men held rifles and hid behind the hostages, their muzzles pressed against the hostages' backs. The one in the lead was hiding behind the largest hostage. One hand clamped the back of the hostage's neck, while the other held up a pistol, the muzzle pressed against the hostage's temple. The hostage's face was blocked, impossible to see clearly. Only a pair of dried-up hands could be seen, trembling slightly. He was not Li Dong, but another of Chow Hu's lieutenants, surnamed Zhao. Chen Hai had withdrawn with Chow Hu. Li Dong was directing things from the rear, so Zhao had been left behind to play the villain. His voice came from behind the hostage. Tell your people to get the hell out of here. Get out of our territory. Otherwise, he pushed the muzzle harder against the hostage's temple. The hostage's body suddenly stiffened. Otherwise, all of these people will be buried with us. The drone sent the footage back to the command vehicle, and the image on the screen made everyone fall silent at the same time. More than 20 hostages with hollow eyes, more than a dozen guns, and the explosives strapped to their bodies. Ding Wei leaned back in his seat, staring at the screen. His expression dark. He stayed silent for a long time. Has it really come to this? He asked himself that in his heart. Why? Was power really that important? Enough to make someone willing to pay any price, willing to use other people as human shields rather than let it go? He did not know. He had never understood why some people would rather burn everything to ashes than loosen their grip. But he knew one thing. These people had chosen the wrong target to threaten. The Nirvana army had never accepted threats. He glanced at the hostages on the screen again. Old people, women, sallow-faced and emaciated, all skin and bones. Their eyes were empty. There was no will to live left in them. They had been tortured for too long. So long that they did not even have the strength to cry for help anymore. Even if they were saved, so what? Could they ever go back to how things were before? Ding Wei closed his eyes. He remembered what the leader had once said. My soldiers' lives are worth more than the survivors. He was not cold-blooded. He was not heartless. It was not that he did not value human life. He simply knew that in a world like this, some choices had no right or wrong. There was only trade-off. He opened his eyes, and his gaze turned heavy. Pass on my order. His voice rang out as he grabbed the radio and roared, commence indiscriminate bombardment. Target, the central villa and the armed personnel around it. Infantry fighting vehicles will charge in. Soldiers dismount and use biodetection drones to clear the houses one by one. Any resistors are to be executed on the spot. There was no hesitation. The tank's gun barrels rose at the same time, aiming at the central villa. Boom, boom, boom. 12 tanks fired at once. High explosive shells slammed into the central villa. Fireballs burst from every window, and thick smoke billowed up, blotting out the sky. Those rats hiding in the shadows, thinking they could survive as long as they stayed hidden, were now like ants on a hot pan. But in the end, death was all they could escape to. Dust flew everywhere, swallowing the hostages and the armed men standing in the open together. The infantry fighting vehicles charged in through the breach. Soldiers jumped out and quickly spread out, rifles raised as they rushed into one villa after another. The footage from the biodetection drones flickered across the tablets in their hands. The soldiers advanced room by room. If they met resistance, they fired, blew off the target's head, and moved on to the next. Li Dong stood at a second-floor window in a side building. He watched the central villa collapse under artillery fire. He watched those steel beasts rampage through the compound. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. It's over. It's all over. Soon, an infantry fighting vehicle stopped downstairs. Its cannon pointed at the pitch-black second-floor window. Several soldiers filed out from behind the vehicle, crouching low as they moved along the wall toward the entrance. Leading them was a veteran surnamed Sunday. Everyone called him Old Sunday. He made a hand signal. The men stopped at once and held their breath. He gently pushed the door open. The hinge let out a faint creak, and several men slipped inside. The first floor lobby was empty. There were only a few overturned chairs and playing cards scattered across the floor. The air was filled with the smell of smoke, alcohol, and indescribable sour stench. Old Son made another hand signal. 3 men pressed against the left wall, 2 against the right. Their muzzles covered different directions as they advanced under alternating cover. Kitchen, clear. Bathroom, clear. Storage room, door closed. Old Son stepped forward, carefully turned the handle, then suddenly shoved the door open. A person was crouched inside, clutching his head and trembling all over. Not an armed man, but a middle-aged man in a tattered shirt, so thin he was skin and bones. His eyes full of fear. Old Son swept his gaze over him, confirmed there was no weapon on him, then pointed toward the door. Out! The man scrambled away on hands and knees. The room beside the living room had its door half open. Before Old Son could get close, the door was suddenly shoved open and a figure rushed out, a machete raised in his hand. Da-da-da! 2 short bursts. 2 blooms of blood exploded from the man's chest, and he toppled to the ground. The soldier behind Old Son still had his rifle raised, smoke curling from the muzzle. Old Son glanced back at him, nodded, and kept pushing forward. The threat on the first floor has been cleared. The soldier holding the tablet stared at the screen and swiped a finger across it. There's still 1 person on the second floor, the bedroom window. Should be one of their minor leaders. Old Son looked toward the stairwell and made 2 hand signals. The men moved toward the stairs at the same time. Their footsteps were light, almost impossible to hear. Upstairs, Li Dong heard the gunfire and suddenly snapped back to his senses. He stood at the bedroom door, gripping his rifle so tightly his knuckles had gone white. He took a deep breath, switched off the safety, and pulled the charging handle. The wooden door was half open. He aimed the muzzle toward the stairwell, his finger resting on the trigger, trembling slightly. Soon, faint footsteps came from the stairs. Li Dong held his breath, his eyes locked on the wall by the stairwell. Old Son was in front, every step light, his muzzle pointed upward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he reached the turn of the stairs, he stopped and tilted his head to glance upward. The bedroom door was open. A figure was leaning against the doorframe inside. His face could not be seen clearly, but a pitch-black muzzle could be seen, aimed straight at the stairwell. He pulled his head back and made a hand signal behind him. The others stopped at once. Old Son took a deep breath, then suddenly stuck out half his head, trying to get a clearer look at the other man's position. At that exact instant, bang, the shot rang out. The bullet grazed his helmet and flew past, blasting a hole in the wall behind him and spraying shattered brick everywhere. Old Son reacted incredibly fast. The moment he pulled his head back, his body tilted backward and nearly slid down the steps pressed against them. He touched his helmet. A white scrape mark had appeared on it. A shard of brick had cut his cheek, and beads of blood seeped out, but it was nothing serious. Li Dong upstairs gave him no chance to catch his breath. A black object came rolling down from the stairwell, landing right by Old Son's feet and bouncing once on the tile floor. Old Son's pupils contracted. He spun around and lunged downstairs, forcing the words out of his throat. Grenade! Watch out! Boom! The explosion ripped through the stairwell. The shockwave carried shrapnel in every direction. Old Son was thrown over by the blast and tumbled down the stairs, only stopping when he slammed into the wall at the corner. His back burned with pain, and his ears rang nonstop. Gritting his teeth, he climbed back up and glanced at his leg. His pants had been sliced open by a fragment, and blood was seeping out, but the wound wasn't deep. No bones were hit. The others behind him were in rough shape too. Some were dazed from the blast. Some were squatting on the ground with their hands over their ears, and some had faces full of dust. A burly man climbed up from the ground, shook the brick dust and debris off himself, wiped the grime from his face, looked at the walls and the stairwell that had been blasted full of pits and craters, and cursed. Fuck! He raised the squad machine gun from room 201, braced the stock against his shoulder, aimed the muzzle up the stairs, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets poured upstairs like a rainstorm, slamming into the corridor walls and the ceiling, blasting with splinters and gypsum board everywhere. Suppressive fire. No chance for the other side to stick their heads out. Move! Get Old Son downstairs. The burly man roared, his voice not even covered by the gunfire. 2 others hauled up their wounded comrade and dragged him downstairs as they retreated. Upstairs, Li Dong leaned against the wall by the bedroom door, listening to the dense gunfire from below. Bullets flew through the corridor in front of him, knocking dust from the ceiling in constant streams. As long as he exposed even half his body at the stairwell, that machine gun would turn him into a sieve. He clenched his teeth and breathed hard. He knew he was dead. The villa was finished. The central villa had been blasted down by tanks. His brothers were either dead or scattered, and the ones left had all surrendered. Even if he ran out, where could he go? There were enemies everywhere outside. Those soldiers in starry sky camouflage. Those tanks. Those IFVs. He couldn't escape. If he couldn't escape, then he would take a few more with him. He pulled another grenade from his tactical waist pouch and gripped it in his hand, thumb hooked through the pin ring. Downstairs, the machine gun stopped. That squad machine gun had emptied its belt. The burly man was changing ammo, kneeling on one knee at the stair corner and pulling a fresh belt from the ammo box. This was the chance Li Dong had been waiting for. He yanked out the grenade pin. At the same time he threw the grenade toward the stairwell, he also charged out from behind the door. The grenade spun through the air past the stair opening and dropped toward the lower stairs. At the same moment, Li Dong's figure appeared above the staircase. Rifle jammed into his shoulder pocket as he fired wildly downstairs. Boom! The grenade exploded in midair inside the stairwell. Shrapnel shot everywhere, and a shockwave shook loose the last bits of plaster still clinging to the walls. Li Dong didn't stop. One hand braced against the wall. The other held his gun. He kept the muzzle pointed downstairs and held the trigger all the way down, not caring whether he hit anything or not. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets flew wildly through the stairwell. The burly man had just finished loading the belt and was about to resume suppressing fire. But this sudden burst forced him back 2 steps. After a few quick rolls, he retreated out the first-floor doorway. A piece of broken brick had cut his arm, but it was nothing serious. Leaning against the outer wall, he panted hard, looked up at the second-floor window, then glanced at the soldiers already in position behind him. Downstairs, Old Sun had his wound simply bandaged by his comrades. He stood up and moved his leg a little. He could still hold on. He looked at the side building, then at the tank in the distance as its cannon slowly turned and grabbed the radio. Target, second floor of the side building. Saturation fire. The tank's barrel slowly lifted and aimed at the second floor of the side building. A moment later, a 125mm high-explosive shell roared out of the barrel and smashed precisely into that bedroom. Boom! The entire outer wall collapsed, sending shattered bricks and broken glass flying everywhere. Then came the second shell, the third shell. The tank company's gunner treated this mission like live-fire training, firing one round after another at an unhurried pace. The whole side building trembled in the explosions. Floors caved in, walls split apart, eaves slid down, and dust filled the air. Li Dong's body was hurled by the shockwave. He slammed into a wall, bounced back, and was then buried beneath a collapsing floor. No one knew what he was thinking at the end, and no one cared. Old Sun helped his injured comrade onto the armored ambulance, slapped the metal of the vehicle door, and the vehicle drove away. Gunfire still echoed in the distance, but it was growing sparser and sparser, like rain that was about to stop. The soldiers were still clearing the buildings one by one. A drone flew overhead, its rotors buzzing. The dusk was blood red. When the final gunshot fell, the villa district went completely silent. The smoke had not yet fully dispersed, mixed with the smell of blood and scorched burning. It spread through the air like a thin gray veil draped over the ruins. The soldiers came out from one villa after another. Some carried the wounded on their backs. Some escorted prisoners. Some supported the emaciated survivors. The central villa had already been blasted beyond recognition. Only half a wall was still standing like a silent tombstone. That once imposing European-style gate now lay crooked on the ground. More than half of the side building had collapsed. Broken bricks and shattered tiles were piled into a small hill. Several tanks were still parked beside it, their gun barrels still smoking. Several breaches had been blasted open in the perimeter wall, and IFVs moved in and out through them, their tracks crushing broken glass and shell casings across the ground. A communications soldier walked up to Ding Wei, stood straight and saluted, then opened his record book. Company commander, the numbers are in. In this battle, our side suffered 3 lightly wounded, no fatalities. We killed 102 armed militants, captured 67, and rescued 405 survivors. Ding Wei took the record book, glanced at it, nodded, and handed it back. Not bad. Report it to the battalion commander. He paused. Oh, right. Make sure those injured brothers are properly taken care of. Don't let them end up with any lasting problems. Yes, sir. The communications soldier turned and ran off. Ding Wei stood in front of the crooked gate and looked over this villa district that had been blasted to hell. The once delicate European-style houses, the once neatly trimmed lawns, the once clear fountain pool, they were all gone. All that remained was a charred, smoking, mangled stretch of ruins. He shook his head. What a waste of good houses. Such a nice place. A few shells and it's all gone, blasted to pieces. He turned around, pulled open the vehicle door, and gave the order, withdraw. One IFV after another turned around and slowly drove off along the road they had come from. The armored vehicles followed behind, carrying the prisoners who had surrendered after laying down their weapons, along with the survivors who had just been rescued. No one spoke. There was only the roar of engines and the crunch of tracks rolling over gravel. Trailing a long tail of dust, the convoy vanished at the end of the gray, hazy horizon. Meanwhile, underground, the foul stench of the sewer hit like a wall, thick enough to clog the nose and the throat, making even breathing feel like torture. The sewage was ankle-deep, black and murky, giving off the rotten stench of long decay. Water dripped from the pipes overhead from time to time, landing on their faces, cold and sticky. No one knew what kind of liquid it was. Chow, who walked in front, stepping through the ankle-deep sewage, stumbling shallow and deep, nearly slipping several times. Behind him followed more than a dozen core subordinates, along with a few women with ropes tied around their wrists, staggering after them. They didn't turn on any lights. Only a few flashlight beams swept back and forth through the darkness. Fuck, this really isn't a place for humans to stay in, Chao cursed. His voice echoed through the narrow pipe with a buzzing hum. He wiped the filthy water off his face, then shook his hand. His face still felt sticky, and he had no idea whether he'd actually gotten any of it off. No one beside him replied. There were only chaotic footsteps and the sound of water splashing. After walking for a while, Chao slowed down and tilted his head toward Chunhai. Old second. Any news from Dongzia's side? Chunhai shook his head. His voice muffled. No. Since we came out, we haven't been able to contact him at all. The signal S dead. Don't know if something happened over there. Or if the signal S just bad on our side. Chao fell silent for a moment. He stopped walking and leaned against the slick pipe wall, his voice carrying an indescribable weariness. Dongzi, I'm afraid he won't escape this disaster. Such a good brother. He followed me for more than 10 years. From hacking people up on the streets to surviving the apocalypse. He was always there with just one word from me, charging through mountains of blades and seas of fire. What a damn waste. Chunhai stood beside him, listening to Chao's words, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He and Li Dong had been brothers for many years, but to be honest, he had always found Li Dong hard to stomach. He always felt Li Dong was too greedy. He wanted everything. The biggest turf, the most subordinates, even the best villa. This time too. They clearly could be left together as three, but Li Dong insisted on staying behind, insisted on guarding that little bit of hard work of his. And now, the hard work was gone, and the man was probably gone too. Chunhai sighed inwardly, but didn't say out loud. He just lowered his head and kept following Chao forward. They walked for who knew how long when one of the lackeys in front suddenly stopped and turned back with a shout, "Boss, there's a fork ahead. Which way do we go?" Chao frowned and went up to take a look. The standing water at the fork was even deeper. Beads of water seeped from the walls, glinting with a dull shine under the flashlight beams. The pipe on the left was wider and taller. But the water was deeper too, and there was no telling where it led. The one on the right was narrower, but looked a lot drier. "Boss, where are we heading this time?" Chunhai squeezed up from behind, panting heavily as he wiped the water off his face. Chao was silent for a moment, as if thinking something over. As long as it's far away from here, anywhere is fine. He paused and let out a foul breath. I fucking never want to see that steel torn again. Chunhai nodded, pulled a crumpled map from his backpack, spread it open, and lit it with his flashlight. On the map, Fengwang Mountain had been circled in ballpoint pen. That had been their old stronghold. The lower city area had been colored red, with 4 small words written beside it. Dense zombie concentration. The northern outskirts, meanwhile, were completely blank. He traced a line across the map with his finger, starting from their current location, following the course of the sewer north all the way, then turning west at a bend, finally leading to an unmarked area. Chunhai raised his head and looked at Chao, his fingers still pressed to the map. If we follow this route north, past this industrial zone, then go another 10 or so kilometers, we'll reach the northern outskirts. There are fewer zombies over there, and supplies are easier to find than in the city center. He paused, then tapped another direction on the map. If we keep going straight ahead, we'll have to enter the lower city. There are even more zombies there, packed dense like an ant nest. With a few of us, if we go in, we won't even be enough of the zombies to have a proper meal. His finger drew another line over the map. So my suggestion is that we head to the northern outskirts. It's safer there, supplies are plentiful, and it keeps a good distance from both this place and the city center. As long as we get there, rebuilding our power is only a matter of time. Chunhai put away the map and waited for Chao to decide. Chao stared at the map for a while. Then he turned his head toward Chunhai and nodded. "We'll do as you said. Head for the northern outskirts." Chunhai answered and put away the map, then shouted to the people behind him, "Stay close. We're going right. Don't fall behind." At night, the lights in the command center were as bright as ever. A holographic map floated above the long table. The villa district on the southern line had already been marked green, representing secured territory. A line of small text popped up beside it. Rescued survivors, 405. Armed hostiles eliminated, 102. Captured, 67. Zhang Wana stood in front of the table with a tablet in hand, reporting item by item. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. According to the captives, this armed force was led by Chao, with Chunhai and Li Dong as the other 2 main leaders. Their total number was around 300. They committed countless crimes, looting supplies from nearby survivors, killing innocents, violating women. Their offenses are numerous. He swiped the tablet and switched to another page. Before we launched the attack, Chao and Chunhai had already caught wind of it. They took some core personnel and supplies and escaped through the underground waterways. Their current whereabouts are unknown. None of the captives know where they went. Zhang Wanhe closed the tablet and waited for Jiang Chun's response. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and lightly tapped the armrest twice with his fingers. There wasn't much change in his expression. It could even be called calm. He had seen far too many people like that. Before the apocalypse, maybe they had been street thugs, maybe prison regulars, maybe those neatly dressed office workers in high-rises. Outwardly polished, but inwardly full of schemes, refined egoists through and through. The moment the apocalypse came and order collapsed, the shackles inside them snapped. Kill without paying with their lives. Rob without going to jail. Violate women without worrying about being arrested. Those people were like sharks that had smelled blood, swarming in and treating these ruins as their own hunting ground. They seized the best houses, grabbed the most supplies, trampled those weaker than themselves underfoot, treating them as slaves, as toys, as disposable goods that could be thrown away at any time. There was no fear in their eyes, only greed. There was no tomorrow in their minds. Only today. Upon these apocalyptic ruins, they built their own kingdoms. Even if those kingdoms had only a few hundred people, a few buildings, and a few guns. Still, they were kings. Jiang Chun withdrew his thoughts and said flatly, if they escaped, then they escaped. They're nothing but ants. He truly didn't take them heart. In this world, he still hadn't met anyone who could genuinely threaten him. As for hunting them down, he had no reason to. What those people had taken was someone else's territory. What they killed were someone else's people. What they violated were someone else's wives and daughters. What did any of that have to do with him? He had no obligation to uphold justice on behalf of heaven, much less any interest in being some kind of righteous savior. Jiang Chun continued. Besides, in a certain sense, we're actually the ones who look more like villains. We took someone else's territory and even blew up the family fortune they worked so hard to build. Zhang Wanhe fell silent for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He didn't reply. He only stood at attention, gave a salute, then turned and left. The door closed behind him, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Jiang Chun closed his eyes again, and the system notification sounded right on time. Ding! Detected that the Marshal S forces have killed 12,345 zombies and 45 mutant types today. Beginning reward settlement. Killed 12,345 ordinary zombies. Merit value. 12,345. Killed 45 mutant types. Merit value. For 1,500. Detected dropped items. Smart landmine blueprint. Can automatically distinguish friend from foe and will trigger on non-friendly targets. Modes can be switched via remote control. Exchange price. 500 merit points each. Remote-controlled machine gun turret blueprint. Can be deployed anywhere and fired by remote control. Comes with a built-in camera and targeting system. Exchange price. 2,000 merit points each. Military portable nuclear battery blueprint. Can provide stable long-term power output. Suitable for all kinds of electronic equipment. Small in size. Light in weight. Safe and reliable. Exchange price. 5,000 merit points each. Field Hospital Modular Cabin Blueprint. A modular field hospital that can be set up quickly. Equipped with an operating room, ICU, sterilization equipment, and basic medicine. Can treat 30 wounded at the same time. Exchange price. 20,000 merit points per set. Drone Swarm Control Station Blueprint. Can simultaneously control 50 small drones for swarm combat or reconnaissance. Control range. 10 kilometers. Exchange price. 15,000 merit points per set. Multifunctional Tactical Helmet Blueprint. Integrates multiple modules including night vision, thermal imaging, communications, data sharing, and ammo count display. Exchange price. 3,000 merit points per set. Modular Bulletproof Vest Blueprint. Protection level can be freely adjusted according to mission needs, from lightweight to heavy full coverage. Exchange price. 1,000 merit points each. Military Compressed Biscuits. 24-hour type. Blueprint. One piece can provide all the nutrition and calories needed for 24 hours. Exchange price. 1 merit point for 10 pieces. Electrolyte Drink Powder Blueprint. Quickly restores stamina and relieves fatigue. Exchange price. 1 merit point for 100 packets. Antibacterial First Aid Kit Blueprint. An all-in-one disposable first aid kit with hemostatic, sterilizing, bandaging, and antibacterial functions. Exchange price. 10 merit points per pack. Jiang Chun looked at the long drop list, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. All of it was good stuff. He opened the first one. Smart landmine. Exchange price. 500 merit points each. Can automatically distinguish friend from foe and will trigger on non-friendly targets. Modes can be switched via remote control, with 3 modes available. Smart mode. The landmine automatically identifies nearby living beings and determines whether they are friendly personnel. Remote controlled mode. Remotely triggered by the operator, suitable for precision elimination. Off mode. Temporarily dormant and will not trigger on any target. After deployment, it can remain on standby for 30 days. During standby, it consumes no power. Once triggered, it will actively send out a location signal. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. This thing was useful. Back when they fought defensive battles, they relied entirely on machine gun turrets and soldiers to hold the line. Against a zombie tide, they could still tough it out. But when faced with small groups of infiltrating mutants, it was easy to get stretched too thin. With smart landmines, all he had to do was lay a ring around the perimeter, and those brainless zombies would step right onto them themselves. It saved time, effort, and bullets. As for those mutants, try and circle around the back. 500 merit points for 1 mine, 1 blast, 1 kill. Spending that little for some peace of mind was worth it. Remote-controlled machine gun turret. Exchange price. 2,000 merit points each. Can be deployed anywhere and fired by remote control. Comes with a built-in camera and targeting system. The operator can complete aiming, firing, and magazine replacement right from the command center. The turret base can rotate 360 degrees with an elevation angle from 20 degrees to 60 degrees, giving full coverage with no blind spots. Comes with a built-in ammo box that can hold 500 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition. Once emptied, it must be manually refilled. The control system can operate 10 machine gun turrets at the same time, and each operator can manage 5 simultaneously. Jiang Chun licked his lips. Paired with smart landmines, this thing was practically the perfect combo. The smart landmines handled the outer perimeter. If zombies stepped on them, boom. The remote-controlled machine gun turrets handled the inner layer. If any slipped through, they got mowed down. The next time he fought a defensive battle, he would not even need to send out troops. He could just sit in the command center under the air conditioner, sip some tea, click the mouse a few times, and let those zombies deliver themselves to the slaughter. 2,000 merit points per turret. Cheap. He would get dozens first and line them up along the fortress walls. Mutants. Zombie tides, desperate armed men. Once they came, they could forget about leaving. Military portable nuclear battery. Exchange price, 5,000 merit points each. Its volume was only about the size of a mineral water bottle, and it weighed less than 2 kilograms. Its output power was adjustable and could provide up to 10 kilowatts of continuous electricity. A single battery could supply power for over a year. Once depleted, it could be recycled with no risk of radiation leakage. Jiang Chun sucked in a cold breath. 5,000 merit points per battery was not cheap, but it was worth it. In the apocalypse, what was the scarcest thing? Electricity. Food could be grown. Ammunition could be manufactured. But where were they supposed to get power? Solar panels could generate electricity, sure, but once the rainy days came, they were useless. Diesel generators worked too, but even using diesel sparingly was never enough. With this thing, drones could stay airborne longer, communication equipment could stay online forever, and medical equipment would not have to worry about power outages. 500 of these would be enough to keep the entire fortress running for years. Field Hospital Modular Cabin. Exchange price, 20,000 merit points per set. Modular design. Can be assembled quickly. One set includes 4 cabins. Operating room, ICU, sterilization room, and medicine storage room. Each cabin is equipped with an independent air conditioning system, lighting system, and power supply system, and comes with medical equipment and basic medicine. Can accommodate 30 wounded for treatment at the same time, with beds and working space for 2 doctors and 6 nurses. Personnel must be assigned separately. Jiang Chun nodded. 20,000 merit points. Expensive, sure, but worth it. The old medical station had been patched together from odds and ends. The equipment was outdated, medicine was in short supply, and the space was cramped. It did not even have an operating room. With a field hospital, the wounded would not have to be moved around anymore. They could be treated on site, operated on site, and their survival rate would increase by a huge margin. Drone Swarm Control Station. Exchange price, 15,000 merit points per set. Can simultaneously control 50 small drones for swarm combat or reconnaissance. Control range, 10 kilometers. Stable signal and strong anti-interference capability. Each drone can carry a load of 500 grams and can be mounted with reconnaissance equipment, small munitions, or communication relays. The control station comes with 4 operator seats, allowing coordinated division of labor. Jiang Chun could barely suppress the smile on his face. 50 drones taking off at the same time, blotting out the sky, just imagining it was exciting. Reconnaissance strikes, communication relay. A single little drone could only do so much, but 50 of them together formed a force that could not be ignored. It would not be much use on the front lines, but for dealing with those remnant forces hiding in the shadows, it was perfect. Multifunctional tactical helmet. Exchange price, 3,000 merit points per set. Integrates multiple modules including night vision, thermal imaging, communications, data sharing, and ammo count display. All information is projected onto a virtual display on the visor without obstructing the field of view, and operation is simple. The night vision module has an effective range of 200 meters. The thermal imaging module has an effective range of 300 meters. The communication module can connect to the battlefield network. The data sharing module allows real-time viewing of teammates' positions and status. The ammo count display module automatically senses weapon ammunition and triggers an alarm when it falls below a certain threshold. Jiang Chun took a deep breath. 3,000 merit points per set. To fully equip the entire infantry company would take several 100,000. That was not possible for now, but he could prioritize issuing them to the Jiaolong squad and the sniper team first. In special operations, information is king. When a soldier puts on this helmet, he can simultaneously see night vision, thermal imaging, teammate positions, enemy markers, and remaining ammo. It's equivalent to condensing an entire platoon's intel capability into a single person. In the past, war depended on luck. Now, war depends on information. Modular bulletproof vest. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per piece. Its protection level can be freely adjusted based on mission requirements. The basic version protects against handgun rounds. Add ceramic plates, and it protects against rifle rounds. Add a neck guard and groin guard, and it protects against shrapnel and bayonets. The modules can be quickly detached and reassembled. A single vest can be converted into 3 configurations: lightweight, standard, and heavy. Jiang Chun closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. This batch of blueprints had appeared at exactly the right time. The battle on the southern front had just ended. The enemies he would face from now on would not just be mindless zombies, but people who were still alive yet even more terrifying than zombies. They had guns and cannons. They knew how to hide and take cover. Some of them even had hostages in hand. If he kept charging forward blindly like before, he was going to suffer badly. Smart mines, remote-controlled machine gun turrets, nuclear batteries, field hospitals, swarm drones, multifunctional helmets, modular bulletproof vests. Every single one of them hit right at his current pain points. Lacking defense? Smart mines and machine gun turrets would make up for it. Lacking power? Nuclear batteries would cover it. Lacking medical support? Build the field hospital. Lacking reconnaissance? Deploy the swarm drones. Lacking individual soldier equipment? Issue the helmets and vests. First, exchange for a batch of whatever could be exchanged. Deploy whatever needed deploying. Equip whatever needed equipping. He opened his eyes and let his gaze fall once more on that long drop list. The smile at the corner of his mouth simply would not go away. This battle had paid off. Late at night, downtown, it was pitch black, like a sleeping giant beast curled up over these ruins. The moonlight was blocked by thick clouds. Not a trace of light filtering through. There was no wind, no sound. Not even the howls of zombies could be heard. Only endless, suffocating dead silence. But if you looked carefully, it seemed as if countless figures were hidden in the darkness. They stood at the entrance of a collapsed mall, crouched behind shattered display windows, lay beneath abandoned cars, hung from crooked lampposts, completely motionless. They were the true masters of the city. From the moment the crimson rain fell, this once prosperous and noisy city had changed owners. Elsewhere, at the entrance of a ruined underground shopping center, the emergency lights were still on. The weak white light stubbornly clung to life in the darkness, illuminating a small patch of the surrounding area. A figure stood beside the light fixture, dressed in gray work clothes. It was the mutant that had escaped from Nirvana Fortress. It had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, dug its way out of ruins blanketed by artillery fire, and snatched back its life from beneath a young man as cold gun barrel. It had run, like a wild dog with a broken leg, tail tucked between its legs as it fled into this dead city. It stared at the distant sky. The eastern horizon was shrouded in a faint gray-white glow. It licked its cracked lips, making a soft, rustling sound. A trace of excitement flashed through its pure black eyes, not the joy of a human, but the cruelty of a beast locking onto prey. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of yellowed, jagged teeth, like they'd been ground down with sandpaper. Then it let out a shriek, sharp and piercing, exploding through the silent city center. It spread from the ground across the whole area, then traveled along those abandoned high-rises, reaching every floor, every corner, every crack. In the darkness, in an instant, it was as if countless gazes had lit up. Countless zombies and mutants, dense as a tide, covering the sky and the earth. Then they moved, surging toward the east. 3:30 in the morning, Eastern Front battlefield. The night wind poured through the ruins, carrying dust and the scorched smell of lingering gunpowder, making people's eyelids grow heavy. A temporary defensive position had been set up at an intersection. Around it were collapsed storefronts and half-burned residential buildings, giving it a wide field of view and making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Wooden stakes and barbed wire formed a perimeter. Several empty tin cans hung from the wire, clinking whenever the wind blew, serving as a warning. Sandbags had been piled to half a man as height. The machine gun barrels pointed forward, and beside them were 2 boxes of ammunition, with the belts hanging down in piles on the ground. The position was not large, shaped like a crescent, with its front facing the direction zombies were most likely to appear from. More than a dozen soldiers were scattered around. Some were dozing behind cover against ammo crates. Some were squatting in the trench with their guns in their arms, resting with their eyes closed. Some leaned against sandbags, staring into the darkness ahead. The beam of the searchlight slowly rotated through the dark, sweeping across the ruins every few seconds before lazily turning back. The scene shifted. A light machine gun was mounted behind the sandbags, its barrel resting on top of them. The ammo belt hung from the receiver, coiling onto the ground below. A short soldier half-crouched behind the machine gun, fingers resting on the cold metal of the weapon, eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. His name was Liu Xiaola, 21 this year. Dozing against the sandbags beside him was Old Zhou, whose full name was Zhou Dazhuang. In truth, he was not sturdy at all, skinny as a bamboo pole. From morning until now, he had not properly closed his eyes for an entire day. He had just come back from a patrol. The moment he leaned against the sandbags, his eyelids started fighting. His head kept drooping toward his chest, then jerking back up, only to droop again. Liu Xiaola nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, Old Zhou, wake up. If the company commander catches you later, you're done for." Old Zhou jerked in alarm, nearly losing his grip on the rifle in his hands. He quickly opened his eyes and looked around, face full of confusion. Only after confirming that the company commander had not come did he let out a sigh of relief. He hugged the rifle tighter to his chest and rubbed his eyes. I wasn't sleeping, sleeping. I was just resting my eyes. Resting my eyes, get it? He muttered the words, his voice thick and unclear. Lu Xiaola nudged him again, this time with more force. Old Zhou winced in pain and fully woke up. The two fell silent for a moment. There was nothing in the darkness in the distance. The searchlight beam swept back and forth. Old Zhou could not fall asleep anymore. He fished out half a compressed biscuit from his pocket, broke off half of it, and handed it to Lu Xiaola. Lu Xiaola took the biscuit and bit into it. It was hard as a brick, chewing until his cheeks ached. He took another sip of water, softened the biscuit with it, and only then managed to swallow. How many did you kill today? Lu Xiaola lowered his voice. I didn't count. Once the shooting started, there was no time to keep count. I counted. Old Zhou chewed his biscuit, words slurring together. This morning I followed behind the tank company while they cleared the area. I got 37. In the afternoon, I followed the platoon leader to search buildings and got another 12. Total of 49. He paused, swallowed the biscuit in his mouth, smacked his lips, and still felt like something was missing. What about you? I got more than you. 53. There was a trace of pride in Lu Xiaola's voice. Old Zhou did not believe him. He snorted and rolled his eyes. Bragging doesn't cost tax. With your marksmanship, you got 50? 30 at most. Believe it or not. Lu Xiaola did not argue. He took another bite of biscuit and chewed twice, but the corner of his mouth was still curled up. Seeing that smug look on his face, Old Zhou got annoyed. He broke off another half piece of biscuit and handed it over. Eat more. You need a full stomach if you want the strength to keep bragging. Lu Xiaola chuckled, took the biscuit, but this time did not eat it. He stuffed it into his pocket and patted it. I'll save it. I'll eat it tomorrow. Old Zhou glanced at the pitch-black darkness in the distance. The searchlight had just swung back around, its beams sweeping across the ruins and bleaching the shattered walls and broken remains a ghastly white. He took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. Tell me, when you think this fight's ever gonna end? Lu Xiaola fell silent for a moment. He tightened his grip on his gun, then loosened it again. When we kill every zombie in Fengtian City, that'll be the end of it. Old Zhou let out a snort and shook his head. Fengtian City? Several million people turned into zombies. You think you can kill them all? With this many men? We couldn't finish them off in 100 years. And that's just one city. That's not even counting the other places. Then we kill for 100 years. Lu Xiaola said it half-jokingly. In 100 years, we'll all be a pile of bones. What would you be killing then? Old Zhou rolled his eyes at him, then looked back toward the blackness in the distance and fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking about. Lu Xiaola didn't speak again. He also stared into that same darkness, but he wasn't thinking about anything. He was sleepy. His eyelids were getting heavy again, but he didn't dare sleep, so he forced his eyes open. The searchlight beam made another sweep. There was nothing. Then Lu Xiaola heard something. Rustle, rustle. Rustle very faint, very far away, like the wind or like something scraping across the ground. He turned his head and pricked up his ears, but the sound was gone again. Maybe it was the wind blowing over shattered glass. Maybe a wall had collapsed somewhere far off. Maybe it was something else. Did you hear that? He asked in a low voice. Old Zhou listened for a moment, then shook his head. No, you probably heard wrong. Lu Xiaola listened a little longer. Sure enough, there was nothing. He let out a breath of relief and was just about to lean back against the sandbags when the sound came again. This time it was closer, clearer. Not the wind and not a wall collapsing. It was the sound of something moving. Very light, very dense, like countless leaves being blown across the ground by the wind, or countless feet trampling the same patch of earth at the same time. Lu Xiaola's body suddenly went rigid. His pupils shrank sharply, and his voice squeezed out of his throat, hoarse and strained. Old Zhou, do you hear? Old Zhou heard it too. His face turned pale at once. His lips trembled twice. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. In that patch of darkness ahead, where the searchlight had just swept over, there had been nothing. But now, that darkness was moving, like a black tide, surging out from between the ruins, filling every street and every gap as it rushed toward their position. Lu Xiaola shot to his feet, grabbed the light machine gun, braced the stock against his shoulder, and pressed his eye to the sight. He took a deep breath and roared at the top of his lungs. Enemy attack. The zombies are here. His voice echoed through the empty ruins and spread across the entire position. Chapter 200. The battle begins with the alarm exploded through the pitch-black night, sharp and piercing. Everyone woke up at the same instant. The whole line snapped to attention. Behind the sandbags, inside the trenches, beside the machine gun emplacements, every combat position was filled in an instant. Li Yunlong sprang up from his camp bed. He hadn't even gotten his shoes on properly before charging out of the tent and snatching up the rifle leaning outside the entrance. What happened? Company commander. Company commander. The signalman came running from the command post, face pale, voice shaking. Zombie night attack. They're packed and tight. No idea how many. What? Li Yunlong's eyes went wide. Damn it. The zombies can launch night attacks too? They'd been fighting this long. And this was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. What were zombies? Mindless things. Creatures that only knew how to chase living humans by instinct. To them, day and night should make no difference at all. But a night attack. A night attack meant they weren't just moving on instinct. It meant someone was directing them, driving them from behind, guiding them through the darkness. A chill ran down his spine. He took a deep breath and forced those thoughts down. Don't panic. Li Yunlong's voice rose several notches, overpowering the shriek of the alarm. Pass the order. Everyone to preset positions. Combat status immediately. Illumination flares. All of them. Fire them up. Light up the front of our position till it's bright as day. Yes. The signalman turned and ran. Li Yunlong grabbed the radio, steadied his breathing, and lowered his voice. All platoons, listen up. All weapons fire at will. Don't save ammo. Don't save artillery shells for me either. However many come. Kill that many. Before he could even put the radio down, gunfire erupted on the front line, exploding all at once like firecrackers during New Year. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Machine guns, rifles, submachine guns, all opened fire at once. The scene shifted. Frontline position. Countless black shadows poured out of the darkness like a burst dam, breaking through the gaps in the ruins and filling every passable road. They crowded together, shoving and trampling over one another, moving at terrifying speed. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The barbed wire was right ahead. The zombies had already reached it. Rotting faces, gaping mouths, grasping hands close enough to touch. Fire! Fire! The short platoon leader at the forward observation post was screaming himself hoarse. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The light machine gun fired first. Its tracers carved dark red lines through the night and swept into the surging mass of shadows. The zombies charging in front dropped all at once like wheat cut by a sickle. The ones behind kept rushing forward over their companions' corpses, only to be cut down again. One body on top of another, one layer piled over the next. Before long, they had formed a low wall. Then the heavy machine guns joined the roar. Hood, 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 hood. The 12.7mm heavy rounds lashed out like steel whips, punching through one head, two heads, three heads. Every shot tore a brief, bloody path through the horde. But there were simply too many zombies. One row fell, two more surged up. One patch was mowed down. Three more rushed in. Whoosh! An illumination flare shot into the sky and burst over the black night. Blinding white light flooded the battlefield, turning it bright as day. In that instant, everyone saw clearly what lay in front of the position. Densely packed, endless, surging forward like a tidal wave. Old Joe held his machine gun, his scalp going numb. Holy shit, that many. This wasn't a small zombie cluster. This was a zombie tide. A real zombie tide. The kind that made your legs go weak at a single glance. What the hell are you spacing out for? Shoot! Someone beside him roared. Old Joe snapped back to himself and pulled the trigger. The muzzle spat a half-meter tongue of flame, and shell casings leaped out of the receiver, clattering onto the ground. One illumination flare after another shot into the sky, turning the open ground before the position bright as daylight. The tank company's position was not far behind them. All 12 Z-98 tanks had already started up, their diesel engines rumbling low and powerful. The moment the order to fire came down, the thunder of tank cannons made the earth tremble. 125mm high-explosive shells slammed deep in a zombie horde, erupting into clusters of orange-red fireballs. Shockwaves swept across whole sections, blasting chunks of flesh and severed limbs into the air. One vehicle after another, one volley after another. Shells rained out like they were free, blowing apart the zombies, still pouring out until not even a shadow remained. The infantry fighting vehicles moved too. They did not stay in the rear as fixed fire points. Instead, they charged straight out from both flanks. The 30mm autocannons on their roofs spun wildly, their shells slamming with uncanny precision into the horde's sides, blasting apart the zombies trying to circle around. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun on the hull wasn't idle either. It rattled non-stop, spitting fire and mowing down the stragglers that slipped through the gaps in the barrage one by one. On the position, the machine gunners changed barrel after barrel. The red-hot barrels were removed and tossed aside, and fresh ones were mounted so they could keep firing. A thick layer of shell casings had already piled up in front of the machine gun nests. They clattered loudly underfoot. Old Joe felt like his ears had already been blasted deaf. He couldn't hear anything anymore. There was only a constant buzzing ringing inside his head. Didn't he know how many belts he had fired? Didn't he know how many zombies he had killed? He only knew that he was still pulling the trigger. The muzzle was still spitting fire, and the bullets were still flying forward. Artillery fire, gunfire, explosions, and hoarse roars mixed together, weaving a net of death across these ruins. Li Yunlong stood outside the command post, binoculars raised as he stared at the battlefield lit by soaring flames. His face was ashen, and his clenched fists creaked. He grabbed the radio again. All platoons, hold your positions. Don't panic. Fire. Hit them hard for me. At the same time, as if they had coordinated it beforehand. The zombies launched assault from three directions at the exact same moment. Western line. Gao Chung stood by the window of the temporary command post, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold in his hand. The artillery from the eastern line carried over from dozens of kilometers away. He listened for a while and was just about to put down the cup when dense gunfire suddenly tore apart the last bit of quiet above the western line position. The alarm went off at the same time, sharp and piercing. Gao Cheng put down the teacup, shoved the door open, and strode toward the position. A signalman chased after him from behind, voice hurried and breathing ragged. "Company commander, this is bad. Large zombie hordes have been spotted from the east, west, and south at the same time. They're less than 300 meters from the forward positions." Gao Cheng didn't slow his pace, his voice steady. "Pass down the order. All units enter combat status. Fire illumination rounds. Light up the area in front of the position for me." Outside, the gunfire had already blended into one continuous roar. The thumping of heavy machine guns, the chatter of squad machine guns, and the controlled bursts of rifles all mixed together. Gao Cheng crouched behind sandbags and peered into the darkness through his binoculars. Just as the illumination round rose into the sky, its ghostly white light turned the open ground in front of the position as bright as day. There were zombies everywhere, packed so densely they blotted out the sky and covered the earth like a swarm of locusts passing through. A layer of zombie corpses had already piled up outside the barbed wire. The ones behind stepped on the ones in front and kept charging forward, climbing over the wire, climbing over those bodies that weren't fully dead yet and were still struggling. "Open fire. All weapons, open fire." Gao Cheng's roar was swallowed by the gunfire. For infantry, fighting vehicles fired their cannons at the same time. The 30mm auto cannons blasted the zombies, still climbing over the barbed wire, sending them tumbling in all directions. The soldiers hid behind sandbags, emptying one magazine and swapping in another. The empty magazines they threw aside hit the ground with a metallic clatter. On the other side, southern line, Ding Wei's position also welcomed its first wave of assault at 4:30 in the morning. There were fewer zombies on the southern line than on the eastern and western lines, and the terrain was open. Ding Wei didn't cram all his troops into the trenches. Instead, he spread his infantry fighting vehicles out. 1204 infantry fighting vehicles patrolled back and forth in front of the position, their 30mm autocannons spitting fire in the darkness. The zombies surged in from the front and were cut down in swaths by the autocannons. When they tried to flank from the side, they ran headfirst into another infantry fighting vehicle. The tracks crushed over those still crawling bodies, making wet squelching sounds that were especially horrifying in the night. "Hold steady. Don't panic." Ding Wei's voice was very calm over the channel. "Infantry fighting vehicles, maintain distance. Don't let the formation break apart. Infantry, hold the position. Do not attack. Wait until they get close before firing. Don't waste ammunition." At the front edge of the position, a soldier lay prone on top of an abandoned factory building, a sniper rifle braced before him. In the scope, the crosshairs settled over the dark figures still surging forward. He gently pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck a zombie in the head 200 meters away. He worked the bolt. The ejected shell casing bounced twice on the concrete, and he pulled the trigger again. One shot, one kill. Every bullet hit its mark. After more than 10 minutes, the zombie horde on the southern line finally began to show signs of faltering. The zombies in the rear couldn't keep up anymore and were left far behind. The ones still charging in front received no reinforcements, and under repeated strikes from the infantry fighting vehicles, they were gradually whittled away to nothing. Ding Wei did not order a pursuit. He only ordered the infantry fighting vehicles to withdraw to the front edge of the position while the infantry continued to hold. 3 battlefields, 3 different styles of fighting. The eastern line had the fiercest firepower, with tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and heavy machine guns all unleashed together. The western line had the steadiest defense, relying on fortifications to block the enemy layer by layer. The southern line was the most flexible, with infantry fighting vehicles moving back and forth in front of the position. For in the morning, underground villa, Jiang Chun was jolted awake in his sleep by a burst of urgent knocking. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Yuqing had already turned over and sat up. "Chief, Captain Li is outside." Jiang Chun threw on a coat and walked to the door. The moment he pulled it open, Li Jing's heavy voice came from outside. "Chief, something has happened. Command center." The scene on the holographic map made Jiang Chun's brows twist into a knot that couldn't be undone. 3 lines of battle, the eastern line, western line, and southern line, were all covered at the same time by a dense mass of red dots. They were slowly pushing toward the positions marked in green, like a net tightening shut, and his troops were the prey at the center of it. He turned to look at Li Jing. What exactly is going on? Li Jing's face was grave. "We still don't know. According to the reports from the front line, all we know is that this zombie horde seems to have suddenly launched a nighttime raid on our positions with a clear purpose." He paused, tapped the control panel a few times, and 3 red arrows appeared on the holographic map, pointing from different directions toward the same area. Judging from their routes and directions of attack, they're most likely a command-type mutant controlling them from behind. Jiang Chun fell silent. This was not the first time something like this had happened. During the last battle to annihilate the zombie tide, that mutant leader hiding behind the scenes had directed the horde to attack under cover of night. Although he still didn't know why those zombies had suddenly retreated in the end, he could vaguely guess that it had been the work of that hidden controller. But he hadn't expected that after such a short time, the other side would return again. And this time, the number of zombies had clearly multiplied several times over, more than tenfold, even. More importantly, these monsters had gone from only knowing how to rush forward in a blind swarm, to understanding how to use darkness as cover for a night raid. From simply driving the horde to surge in one direction, to splitting their forces into 3 paths and attacking at the same time. With every clash, they seemed to be evolving. What would they be capable of next time? Maybe even he himself couldn't imagine it. But he quickly pulled his thoughts back. Now was not the time to think about that. What had already happened. No matter how much he thought, it was useless. Soldiers would be met with generals, floodwaters with earth. His men were holding the line there. His positions were still there. His tanks were still there. His infantry fighting vehicles were still there. Whatever came, he would take it. Order the artillery positions to provide fire support. Jiang Chun's voice was very calm. Yes. Li Jing turned and left. Jiang Chun stared at the red dots on the holographic map that were still moving slowly. The knuckles of his clenched fist turned white, then gradually loosened. He sat back down in his chair, picked up the cup of tea that had gone cold at some unknown time, and took a sip. The tea was bitter, but could keep a person clear-headed. He leaned back against the chair and let out a cold snort. Come on, I want to see what other tricks you can still pull. The next moment, he opened the system panel, his gaze falling on that string of numbers. Merit points, 124,567. 120,000. Not exactly a lot, but not exactly a little either. But if he wanted to rely on this bit of merit points to expand his forces in a short time, that was obviously unrealistic. The combined battalion had just been assembled. The next step up would be brigade-level units, and those started at over 1 million merit points. He didn't even have enough for the fraction. Since he didn't have enough troops, then he would make up for it with firepower. He would fill the gap with those iron lumps that didn't need infantry to operate them, weren't afraid of death, and never got tired. The first thing that came to mind was the remote control machine gun turrets that had just dropped yesterday. Remote controlled machine gun turret. Exchange price, 2,000 merit points per unit. Heavy firepower, 7.62 millimeter ammunition. One headshot was enough for a zombie. Easy to install. Just place it on flat ground, and it could be used immediately. No foundation needed, no power lines needed. Remote operation. The operator could stay inside the rear command vehicle and aim and fire with a tablet. Soldiers no longer had to lie in cold, damp trenches. 30 units. 60,000 merit points. Jiang Chun did not hesitate for long. Ding. Consumed 60,000 merit points. Obtained remote control machine gun, turret times 30. Drone swarm control station. Exchange price, 15,000 merit points per set. One control station came with 50 small drones. A control range of 10 kilometers, capable of swarm combat or dispersed precision hunting. Maybe it wasn't as efficient as a machine gun formation against ordinary zombies. But against mutant types hiding in the horde or behind ruins, nothing worked better. The drones could dive from high altitude and use their built-in armor-piercing warheads to drill through a mutant skull. He directly exchanged for 2 sets. 30,000 merit points. Ding. Consumed 30,000 merit points. Obtained drone swarm control station times 2. Jiang Chun stared at the remaining 34,000 plus merit points on the panel. His finger hovered over the screen for a moment, but he didn't keep tapping. Bullets, shells, rockets. Which of them didn't need merit points to exchange for? Better keep something in reserve. System deployed to installation positions. Jiang Chun straightened up and quickly operated the panel with a few taps, confirming the deployment coordinates one by one. 30 remote control machine gun turrets turned into silver-white metal boxes and descended from the sky. 10 landed on the 2 wings of the eastern front line, filling in 2 dead angles in the field of fire. 10 landed in the open ground in front of the western front line, forming a crossfire network with the existing heavy machine gun positions. 10 landed at the forward edge of the trenches on the southern front line. Each was spaced 30 meters apart, perfectly covering the 200-meter stretch in front of the entire defensive line. The 2 drone swarms flew toward the eastern and western lines, respectively. The swarm on the eastern line hovered at high altitude. The swarm on the western line spread out more widely. At the same time, on the other side, at the eastern front line, Old Joe was holding a squad machine gun and sweeping fire at the front. A silver-white box dropped from the sky and slammed down beside the sandbags, startling him so badly he nearly jumped. The thing was barely higher than his knee. For hydraulic support, legs automatically unfolded and firmly gripped the ground. The remote weapon station on top slowly rose up and a slender barrel extended outward. The little red light on the scope flashed on and off. Before Old Joe could react, the thing opened fire. Da-da-da. The trajectory was insanely stable. 3 short bursts, and 3 zombies still struggling on the barbed wire fell in spot. Old Joe's mouth dropped open. He even forgot to fire his own gun. What the fuck is this thing? The communications soldier beside him shouted at the top of his lungs. This is a remote-controlled machine gun turret. A new weapon for our unit. Don't panic, don't just stand there, keep firing. Old Joe snapped back to his senses and pulled the trigger again, while still muttering. The Führer is fucking awesome. Lao Pai's voice exploded over the comms channel. The drone swarm is in position. All squads, mark the locations of mutant types. The swarm will prioritize taking them out. Old Joe looked up. In the night sky, he could vaguely see dozens of flickering points of light, like a swarm of fireflies silently circling in the darkness. A mutant type, clearly a size larger than the other zombies, charged out from behind the horde. Its skin was blue-gray, and it was so fast that even the heavy machine gun's trajectory couldn't keep up with it. The drone swarm moved. More than 10 of the little things dove down from high altitude. The mutant raised its head. In its pitch-black eyes were reflected those points of light rushing closer and closer. Then it turned and ran, but unfortunately, it couldn't outrun wings. More than 10 drones opened fire at the same time. Armor-piercing rounds drilled into the back of its head. Its huge body crashed to the ground. The night was still long, but once the firepower was sustained, it would not be given another chance. As time passed, the number of zombies kept increasing. The pressure on the frontline positions also grew greater and greater. Very soon, some zombies that had gotten lucky and broken through the firepower net had already rushed up to the base of the barbed wire, only to have their bodies blown apart by bullets almost immediately. Fuck, those bastards almost rushed up here. A soldier holding a 191 rifle cursed. It wasn't just here. The same situation appeared in other places too, at another position. Boom, boom, boom. Old Joe had already changed the barrel on his machine gun 3 times. Didn't he know how many rounds he had fired? Didn't he know how many zombies he had killed? He only knew that those things were still charging at them nonstop. Company commander, the zombies are reinforcing too fast. Some of them are already close to the barbed wire, or almost at the limit. The communications soldier's voice came through the radio. Li Yunlong was crouching behind the sandbags outside the command post. He snatched the handset and roared loudly. Artillery position, artillery position. This is Li Yunlong, requesting fire coverage on the open ground at the eastern front line. Blow them up. Blast them so they can't get through. At the artillery position, 9 PL-05 self-propelled howitzers had long since completed their firing data setup. The gun barrels were raised high, aimed at that stretch of open ground on the eastern line, shrouded in darkness. The loaders rammed high explosive shells into the chambers, and the gunners locked onto the target coordinates. The commander stood in the center of the position, took a deep breath, and suddenly chopped his arm downward. Fire! All 9 guns fired at the same time. Boom! The heavy blasts merged into one continuous roar. The earth trembled, and the air burned. 9 155mm high explosive shells shrieked across the night sky, like 9 meteors crashing down on the eastern front line at once. Boom, 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 boom. The instant the explosions erupted, those 9 fireballs bloomed in the middle of the zombie horde at the same time. Within a kill radius dozens of meters wide, everything was torn apart. Zombie bodies were ripped apart, vaporized, and scattered by the shockwave under extreme heat and pressure. Severed limbs flew into the air. Shrapnel blasted in all directions. The zombies behind were overturned by the airwaves. Those farther away were shaken until blood streamed from all 7 orifices. Those closer in were blown straight into pieces. The second wave came immediately after. This time, there were no longer high explosive shells, but incendiary rounds. The instant the shells hit the ground, orange-red flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging into pillars of fire more than 10 meters high. The heat waves rushed outward, igniting the zombies' tattered clothes, dried-out skin, and those clinging substances that could no longer even be identified. The burning zombies struggled in the sea of fire. Some fell to the ground and rolled. Some staggered forward a few more steps, and some used burning claws to claw at the barbed wire that was also burning. Flames spread through the horde of corpses, igniting even the zombies still surging forward. The artillery positions did not stop. High explosive shells and incendiary rounds took turns entering the battle. High explosive shells blasted open gaps, and incendiary rounds filled them with fire. High explosive shells blew apart the densely packed corpse horde, and incendiary rounds set the scattered zombies ablaze. The 9 artillery pieces fired in rotation. One group reloaded, one group fired, one group cooled down, over and over again. Shell after shell slammed into the eastern front line, turning the entire open ground into a sea of fire. Old Joe leaned against the sandbags, mouth hanging open, staring at the inferno ahead. He could not hear anything at all. He only felt his face being scorched by the heat. Old Pie's voice came through the radio, hoarse like sand grinding together. Eastern front line fire coverage has continued for 10 minutes. Zombie reinforcement speed has clearly slowed. Pressure on the frontline positions has eased. All squads, take this chance to replenish ammunition and repair fortifications. Old Joe came back to himself and lowered his head to glance at the machine gun in his hands. The barrel was still smoking. He yanked a fresh ammo belt from the ammunition box, fed it into the receiver, pulled the charging handle, then leaned against the sandbags and gulped down deep breaths. The sea of fire ahead was still burning. The orange-red glow reflected on his face, on everyone's faces, dyeing the entire position red. The fire still raged on. Those zombies, set ablaze by the incendiary rounds, had turned the entire open ground into a massive cremation furnace. The artillery's alternating bombardment had forcefully crushed the charging momentum of the ordinary zombies, but the drone operator stared at the tablet, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The red dots were still moving, but they were not the grayish-white light points of ordinary zombies. They were dark red light points, deeper in color and stranger in shape, rushing toward the front of the defensive position at extreme speed. He zoomed in on one section of the screen, on the three-dimensional imaging map. That thing was moving on all fours, crawling flat against the ground like a lizard, so fast it was absurd. It darted left and right, sped up and slowed down unpredictably. Every time it appeared, it was in a different spot. 3 seconds ago, it had still been at the edge of a shell crater on the left. The next second, it had already shot behind the ruins on the right. The drone camera tried to lock onto it, but every time, it was a step too slow. Swarm, attention, mutants detected on the eastern flank, at least 20 of them. They are circling toward both wings of the position. Distance to the frontline barbed wire is less than 400 meters. The operator's voice exploded across the channel. Under the night sky, the swarm drones moved. Dozens of tiny silver-white machines turned at the same time. The buzzing of their rotors suddenly grew louder, like a nest of hornets that had been disturbed, as they pounced toward the area where the dark red light points were. The first mutant shot out from the edge of a shell crater. It was much smaller and leaner than an ordinary zombie. Its limbs were long and thin, its joints bent backward, and there was not an ounce of excess fat on its body. Its pure black eyes were sunken deep in their sockets, fixed dead on the few remote-controlled machine gun turrets at the front of the position. That was the point on the entire defensive line with the widest firing arc and the densest firepower. It wanted to tear open a gap from there. But the moment it lunged out, rotor noise came from overhead. 5 drones dove at it at once, fast as 5 meteors. The thing reacted quickly, seeming to sense the danger. It suddenly changed direction and sprang back, all 4 limbs kicking up dust from the gravel as it hurled itself toward the nearest shell crater. But the swarm was faster. 3 drones cut off its route to the crater, while the other 2 had already flanked it from the left and right. It was forced to a stop on the open ground, with nowhere to run. All 5 drones opened fire at once. Armor-piercing rounds drilled into its skull, cervical spine, and chest from 5 different directions at the same time. Its body abruptly stiffened. It staggered forward 2 steps, then crashed to the ground, twitched twice, and stopped moving. The second mutant was caught by the drone swarm deep within the ruins. This one was even more cunning than the one on the eastern line. It had not charged head-on, nor had it circled around from the flank. Instead, it had remained hidden in the shadows of shell craters and ruins the whole time, taking advantage of the gap while the artillery position was changing ammunition. It slipped in through a corner not yet covered by the sea of fire and made its way all the way to within less than 150 meters of the frontline position. It lay behind a half-collapsed low wall, revealing only a small section of its forehead and a pair of pure black eyes, staring fixedly at the gap between the 2 infantry fighting vehicles in front of the position. The drone swarm did not give a chance to rush out. More than a dozen drones dropped altitude at the same time, forming an airtight encirclement around that low wall. The thing turned its head uneasily. In its pure black eyes were reflected those points of light drawing closer and closer, while a low hiss rumbled from its throat. It suddenly burst out from behind the low wall and sprinted madly in the opposite direction. But how could 4 legs outrun wings? 6 drones blocked its path from the front, while another 4 flanked it from behind. Armor-piercing rounds drilled into its body from all directions. When it fell, it was less than 20 meters from that low wall. The swarm's hunt lasted the entire night. Every mutant that tried to circle around from the flanks was intercepted with precision outside the frontline position. Some were sniped at the edge of shell craters. Some were hunted down in the shadows of the ruins. Some were shot full of holes while charging. Not a single one got close to the barbed wire, much less tore open the defensive line. Eastern flank mutants have all been eliminated. Total number, 21. The operator's voice remained as steady as a mountain. Beautifully done. Li Yunlong slammed his fist through the air. At exactly 8 o'clock, the sky was already bright, but the eastern sky was still gray and murky. Smoke and dust mixed together, blocking the sun until it looked like the moon. The battle had lasted from before dawn until now, more than 4 hours, without stopping for even a second. The Nirvana army soldiers had changed their gun barrels again and again. The ones they had swapped out were still smoking on the ground, and the rifling inside the chambers had nearly been worn smooth. Their arms had long since gone numb, yet their fingers still clung to the triggers, while shell casings clattered out nonstop. The sea of fire at the front of the position still had not gone out. Some of the zombies set ablaze by the incendiary rounds were still moving. Some had already burned into charcoal. Some had only burned halfway before being trampled out by those behind them. The barbed wire had already been replaced in several places. When it broke here, they patched it. When it collapsed there, they propped it back up. But those things were still pouring in, still charging, as if they could never all be killed. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map. On it, the red light points representing the corpse tide densely covered the outer perimeter of the 3-line battlefield and were still advancing. slow but unstoppable, toward the green defensive positions. Li Jing pushed the door open and walked in, his forehead covered in sweat. The tablet in his hand was packed with numbers. Chief, the Eastern Line is requesting ammunition resupply, especially artillery shells. The Western Line is running critically low on light machine gun rounds. The ammo boxes for the remote-controlled machine gun turrets on the Southern Line are already almost empty. He paused, and his voice dropped a little. The artillery positions are the biggest issue. 30 heavy guns. The shell consumption rate is too fast. From before dawn until now. If this keeps up, we probably won T last past noon today. Li Jing's voice grew heavier and heavier. Hearing this, Jiang Chun's brows knit tightly together. Ever since the combined battalion had been formed, there had not been much merit value left to begin with. Last night, he had exchanged for remote-controlled machine gun turrets and the drone swarm. Only a few hours had passed, and the ammunition consumption had already eaten through almost all the remaining merit value. The battle was not even over yet, and the merit value was already about to run out. When that happened, forget artillery shells, even bullets would no longer be guaranteed. Jiang Chun was silent for a moment. Then he pulled his gaze back from the map and looked at Li Jing. Got it. I'll think of a way to handle the ammunition issue. Go down first and hold the positions on all fronts. Li Jing saluted, then turned and left the room. The door shut behind him. In the command center, only the silent blinking lights on the holographic map and Jiang Chun remained. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. His mind was spinning even faster than a tank engine. This couldn't go on. Just half a night of ammunition consumption had nearly drained all his merit points. The rate of ammo consumption was far faster than the rate at which merit points were coming in. 1 point per second. 1 point per second. What was that enough for? Not even enough for one shell. By the time this battle was over, it would be way too late. He opened his eyes and silently called out in his heart system. A cold electronic voice sounded in his mind. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and asked, "Can the system stop waiting until the battle ends to settle everything? Turn on real-time settlement. Kill one, settle one." Ding. It can. The system's reply did not disappoint him. Jiang Chun clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the armrest, nearly jumping out of his chair. He closed his eyes, and a command flashed through his mind. Killed 124,567 ordinary zombies. Merit points 124,567. Killed 456 mutants. Merit points 45,600. Zombie killed. Merit points 1. Zombie killed. Merit points 1. Mutant killed. Merit points 100. Jiang Chun's eyes snapped open. The system notifications still hadn't stopped. That cold electronic voice in his head was bursting out nonstop like a machine gun. He took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, "Mute." The world finally became quiet. He opened the system panel and looked at the constantly jumping number in the corner. It was rising by several hundred every minute. That sense of security was finally back. He opened the ammunition exchange interface. 12.7mm heavy machine gun rounds, 7.62mm rifle rounds, 30mm autocannon rounds, 155mm high explosive shells, incendiary rounds. His fingers flew across the screen, tapping rapidly. Every exchange order had several more zeros added to it. Anyway, there was no shortage of ammo now. After exchanging the ammunition, he was just about to close the panel when the system notification sounded again. This time, it wasn't the annoying kill broadcast. It was the special notification that only appeared whenever a major mission was issued. Ding! Detected that the Führer is facing a large-scale zombie tide assault. Time-limited mission triggered. Zombie tide assault. Mission objective: repel or annihilate the current zombie tide besieging the Nirvana army and kill the controller behind it. Time limit: until the battle ends. Mission reward: to be issued based on mission completion and overall evaluation. Ding! Detected that the current battle scale has triggered a special event. Limited time function activated. Double kill. During zombie tide assault, zombies and mutants killed by forces under the Führer's command will grant double merit points. Ordinary zombie, 2 merit points. Mutant, 200 merit points. Event lasts until the mission ends. Jiang Chun stared at the line of numbers on the system panel that was still constantly jumping. Originally, each zombie kill added 1 point. Now every jump added 2. Killing one mutant went from 100 to 200. 10 meant 2,000. 100 meant 20,000. Those things lurking behind the zombie horde, restless and eager to move, no longer looked like threats in his eyes. There were piles upon piles of walking merit points with legs. He leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the armrest, and the smile at the corner of his mouth simply would not go away. Come on, then. Let the storm come even harder. The more that came, the more he earned. Eastern outskirts, less than 10 kilometers from Nirvana Fortress. This area did not belong to any front line. It was outside the coverage of the eastern, western, and southern battlefields. Jiang Chun's drones had never flown over this region. All his attention was on the 3 frontline battlefields, on the defenses being slammed by the zombie tide, on the balance between ammunition consumption and merit points. At this very moment, that place held countless zombies charging toward the rear of Nirvana Fortress. These zombies were different from before. They were faster, moved with more coordination, and their running posture looked less like zombies and more like a pack of trained hunting dogs. Even more terrifying were the mutants. Among ordinary zombies, only a few mutants were usually mixed in every few dozen. But here, the proportion of mutants was absurdly high. Almost 1 out of every 3 zombies was a mutant. They had formed a vanguard echelon, flank cover echelons, and a rear suppression echelon. They looked exactly like a professionally trained army. The fortress side had no idea. 3-front battlefield. Eastern front. Machine gun position. Come on. Come again. You fucking beasts. A burly man held down the heavy machine gun's trigger, veins bulging all over him. The blood vessel in his neck throbbing wildly. His voice forced its way out through gunfire and explosions. Come on, all of you. I'll fucking kill every last one of you. Boom, 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 boom. The 12.7mm heavy rounds swept into the zombie horde like they had eyes of their own. The front row of zombies dropped in unison like wheat cut down by a sickle. The ones behind stepped over their companions' corpses and kept charging, only to be cut down as well. At the front edge of the position, the barbed wire was already piled full of corpses. Those zombies crawled over the heaps of bodies, fell to the other side of the barbed wire, and before they could even get back up, bullets knocked them down. One body on top of another, layer upon layer, until the corpses on both sides of the wire were stacked equally high. Rear artillery position. 30 heavy guns raised their barrels at the same time. The 155mm gun barrels reflected a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. The loaders rammed the high explosive shells into the chambers. The gunners locked in their firing data. The commander stood in the center of the position, holding up that little red flag whose edges had already been scorched black. He took a deep breath and chopped the little red flag downward. Fire. All 30 artillery pieces fired at once. Boom, boom, boom. The deep thunderous blasts merged into one. The earth trembled, the air burned, and the sound was so loud it felt as if the whole world were collapsing. Muzzle flames erupted from all 30 barrels at once. The orange-red fire linked together into a wall of light, painting the entire position red. The shockwave spread out from the front of the gun muzzles, sweeping up dust and gravel from the ground and forming a visible ring-shaped ripple. The shells tore through the sky with shrill whistles. 30 155mm high-explosive shells, like 30 meteors, slammed precisely into the front lines of the 3-front battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. The fire of the explosions merged into one. The shockwaves swept away everything. Shrapnel sprayed in all directions. Zombie bodies were torn apart, blasted to pieces, vaporized. Severed limbs flew into the air. Chunks of flesh and shattered bone covered the ground. The second round was already loaded. The commander brought down the little red flag again. Fire. Another full volley. 30 more shells crashed into the zombie horde. The explosions went on without pause, and flames shot into the sky. The zombies fell in sheets in the explosions, were blasted apart in sheets, vanished into the sea of fire in sheets. The entire battlefield was covered by artillery fire, swallowed by flames, and filled with the smell of steel and gunpowder. Old Joe stood at the machine gun position, looking at the land ahead being blasted over and over. The corners of his mouth slowly spread apart, revealing teeth blackened by powder smoke. Come on, come again. The more, the better. On the front lines, the gunfire was still going. The artillery was still going. The roars and screams were still going. This world would not stop for anyone. Very soon, another 2 hours passed. The battle was so intense that in the command center, Jiang Chun stared at the string of rapidly jumping numbers on the system panel. And the smile at the corner of his mouth simply would not go away. 264,567. In just 2 short hours, he had pulled in more than 100,000. And that wasn't even counting the several tens of thousands of merit points worth of ammunition he had exchanged in the middle of it all. Otherwise, he would have broken 300,000 already. A double rewards event. This was F-King awesome. Kill 1 and it counted as 2. Kill 10 and it counted as 20. Kill 100 and it counted as 200. In his eyes, those zombies were no longer a threat. They were piles upon piles of merit points with legs, running around on their own. They were pies falling from the sky, just as he was calculating how much wealth he could save up after this battle ended. The door to the command center was suddenly shoved open. Li Jing practically crashed inside. His face was ashen, his forehead covered in sweat, and he was breathing so hard it looked like he had just finished a 5-kilometer cross-country run. His lips moved twice before he finally forced the words out of his throat. Supreme Leader, this is bad. The smile on Jiang Chun's face froze. Our scouts have detected a large number of zombies about 1 kilometer behind the fortress, heading this way. Li Jing spoke urgently, every word seeming to jump out on its own. Their numbers are huge, and he paused, his Adam's apple bobbing once. And the proportion of mutants is extremely high, nearly half. Jiang Chun rose from his chair. The image on the holographic map spread out before his eyes. Behind the fortress, the area he had always believed was the safest. On the map, a dense cluster of red dots was slowly yet irresistibly advancing toward the fortress. Not from the eastern line, not from the western line, not from the southern line, but from directly behind them, a rear zone untouched by all 3 battle lines. That area was an open stretch of ruins. There were no preset positions, no station troops, not even any proper lookout posts. Jiang Chun had always assumed it was safe. There was no way the zombies could bypass the eastern battlefield and strike straight into the rear. And no living thing could cross dozens of kilometers of ruins without alerting anyone. Li Jing continued. Judging from their route, they likely bypassed the eastern battlefield, moved westward along the edge of the lower city, passed through that abandoned industrial district, then turned north and slipped in through a blind spot. Li Jing traced a line across the screen. Starting from deep in the eastern outskirts, it curved around Li Yunlong's defensive line. They had marched on foot for several hours, taken a detour of nearly a dozen kilometers, and just happened to avoid every drone surveillance zone. Jiang Chun stared at those red dots on the map that were still slowly advancing. His mind was spinning faster than ever. The rear was empty. All troops capable of fighting were tied up on the 3 battle lines, locked in a deadly grind with the zombie tide. None of them could disengage. Only the fortress garrison remained, and there weren't many of them. Their firepower wasn't strong enough either. If the zombies tore open a breach from that direction, then it was over. He took a deep breath and forced those chaotic thoughts out of his head. This was not the time to panic. Order the fortress garrison to deploy on the rear wall immediately. Use the city wall fortifications. Redirect all Thor turrets and land shields to cover the rear. Split half the drones swarm off to scout the rear. Report immediately if anything happens. Jiang Chun grabbed the communicator and issued the orders. Then turned to look at Li Jing. Tell Zhang Wanhe to pull 1 platoon from each of the 3 lines and withdraw them to the fortress on standby. Supreme Leader. The 3 lines can't spare anyone right now, Li Jing answered. Jiang Chun fell silent for a moment. He knew the 3 lines couldn't spare anyone, but he had no other choice. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. Pull them. However many we can pull, we pull. Tell Zhang Wanhe to squeeze out every last soldier he can. If the rear gets torn open, it won't matter how stable the 3 lines are. Li Jing snapped to attention, saluted, turned, and ran out. The door to the command center shut behind him, and his footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. On the holographic map, those red dots were still slowly, irresistibly pushing toward the fortress. Jiang Chun's clenched hand slowly loosened, then tightened again. He knew it. A battle that would decide life and death was about to begin. On the eastern front, the sound of gunfire and artillery was deafening. Li Yunlong crouched in the trench, and the rifle in his hands hadn't stopped firing for a second. He had changed magazine after magazine, and the ground at his feet was piled with burning hot shell casings. He had just yanked out an empty magazine and was about to insert a fresh one when the communication soldier came scrambling over, half rolling and half crawling, with an expression like he had seen a ghost. Company Commander, this is bad. Even the man's voice had changed pitch. Urgent message from Battalion Commander. A huge number of zombies have been spotted behind the fortress. They're sneaking up on our rear. The Supreme Leader is in danger. The magazine in Li Yunlong's hand nearly slipped free. He shot to his feet, eyes wide as bells, and his voice was so loud it overpowered even the artillery fire. What? All units, cease fire. Fall back to the fortress. Rescue the Supreme Leader. The moment he roared that out, several nearby soldiers froze at the same time. Even the guns in their hands stopped. Wei Heshang was replacing a machine gun belt nearby. When he heard that shout, he almost threw the machine gun right out of his hands. He hurried over and grabbed Li Yunlong's arm. Company Commander. Company Commander. Wei Heshang's voice was anxious and flustered. Calm down. Battalion Commander said the Supreme Leader is fine. We're only sending part of our forces back for support. Not a full withdrawal. Not a full withdrawal. Li Yunlong glared at Wei Heshang. His eyes were bloodshot, and he ground out each word through clenched teeth. You F. Kerr. Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? Wei Heshang was so wronged he couldn't even speak. You didn't give me the chance. He opened his mouth, then swallowed the words that had reached his lips. Whether he wanted to carry this blame or not, he was carrying it. Li Yunlong took a deep breath, forced it down into his chest, then let it blast back out through his nose. He bent down, picked up the magazine he had nearly dropped, jammed it into the rifle, worked the bolt, and waved a large hand. A bit of reason had returned to his voice. 2nd Platoon and 3rd Platoon of 1st Mechanized Infantry Company. All of you fall back to the fortress. 1st Platoon stays and keeps holding with me. He paused, then added, send 2 infantry fighting vehicles back too. Tell him to hit hard. If anyone lets the Supreme Leader lose even a single hair, I'll skin him alive when I get back. The communications soldier acknowledged the order and ran off. Li Yunlong raised his rifle, took aim at the zombie tide still surging ahead, and pulled the trigger. Did it a 3-round burst. 3 zombies dropped in response. His marksmanship was still as sharp as ever, but there was a lump of anger lodged in his chest that he could neither swallow nor spit out. They had been fighting for half the day, holding the front just fine, only for the enemy to sneak up from behind. What kind of bullshit battle was this? On the Western Front, when Gao Cheng received the order, he was directing infantry fighting vehicles to block a group of zombies, trying to flank them from the side. He lowered the communicator and stayed silent for a moment. Send 2nd Platoon back to support the fortress, he said. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. 1st Platoon and 3rd Platoon stay. Keep holding the line. Company commander, the Western Front terrain is complicated. We're already under heavy defensive pressure. If we pull another platoon out, then Jean got halfway through his sentence, saw Gao Cheng's expression, and swallowed the rest. Gao Cheng knew what he wanted to say, but he also knew that if the rear was breached, then it wouldn't matter how steady the three lines were. The Western Front terrain is too complicated. We need more manpower. Gao Cheng paused. It's not like the Eastern Front, where the terrain is open. If I transfer out any more men, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold. One platoon is already the limit. On the Southern Front, when Ding Wei received the order, he was directing a tank company to block a charging wave of mutants. After listening to Zhang Wanhe's deployment, he fell silent for a moment before speaking. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Battalion commander, I only have one tank company here. Our manpower is already stretched thin as it is. Being able to guarantee the line won't be broken is already our limit. I really can't spare anyone. The other end of the radio went quiet for a moment. Then Zhang Wanhe's voice came through, carrying an unquestionable steadiness. Understood. The south line will not withdraw. Holding the position is the greatest support you can give. Ding Wei set down the radio, the knuckles of the hand gripping his gun turning white. The artillery was still roaring. The gunfire was still going. He turned around, reset the mortar, and aimed once more at the seething mass of corpses ahead. Inside the command center, after Jiang Shan learned that reinforcements were being pulled back from every line, he felt much more at ease. But he still wasn't fully reassured. His mind was racing at high speed. He had originally planned to pull back Ding Wei's entire tank company, but the moment he thought about it, he realized that if he did, and those zombies launched another tactical flanking maneuver, bypassing the western battlefield and striking the gap on the eastern line from the side, the consequences would be unimaginable. The controller behind those zombies was far too cunning. It knew how to split its forces into 3 roads and attack at the same time. It knew how to drive the horde into a frontal feint. What other moves did it have? Would it take advantage of the emptiness in the south and north to launch another encirclement? He drew in a deep breath, and the knuckles of his clenched fist cracked sharply. He had even considered pulling back all 3 lines and concentrating his forces around the fortress for a defensive battle. But that was too risky. Abandoning the outer positions would let those zombies charge straight in and push right up to the foot of the fortress. By then, there would be no room left to maneuver at all. This battle could not withstand too many losses. He could bear temporary pressure, but he could not bear the consequences of a defensive line collapsing. Those living, breathing soldiers were the family assets he had built up bit by bit. On the holographic map, the red points representing the enemy forces were still advancing slowly, yet irresistibly. From the east line, the west line, the south line, and from that direction behind them, the one he didn't even know what to call. Besieged on all sides, it was no more than that. At that moment, Li Jing pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Chen did not react. His eyes were fixed on that cluster of red light points emerging from the rear on the holographic map. In just a little over 10 minutes, they had pushed forward another stretch. They were now less than 500 meters from the fortress. At this distance, you didn't even need binoculars to see the dark figures moving quickly through the ruins. Leader, that group of zombies in the rear is now less than 500 meters from the fortress. Li Jing's voice was heavy. Jiang Chun straightened up and pushed aside the cup of tea that had long since gone cold. 500 meters. The fast ones could reach the base of the wall in 2 minutes. He was out of time. I know. First, take the Jiaolong squad brothers up to the city wall and reinforce the firepower. Also, activate all the Thunder God turrets and bring out the land shield too. And those remote control machine gun turrets. Use every one that can be used. Tell the brothers this. No matter how many come, hold the line for me. Li Jing stood at attention and saluted, then turned and strode out. The door closed behind him, and his footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then slowly let out. He opened the system panel, and his gaze landed on the wildly jumping number in the corner. 304,567. In just a little over 10 minutes, tens of thousands more had come in again. This double reward event had come at a damn good time. The rear was weak. Every combat-capable unit inside the fortress had already been spread out. The 3 battle lines couldn't spare anyone. He could only use those iron lumps that didn't need food, didn't need sleep, and weren't afraid of death to fill the gap. On the military side, he directly opened the exchange interface for an infantry platoon. 150,000 merit points for 1 platoon, a little over 40 men. The firepower was more than strong enough, and their equipment was no worse than any veteran infantry platoon. Jiang Chen's finger paused over the confirm button. His hesitation was brief, so brief it was almost non-existent. Ding. Consumed 150,000 merit points. Obtained mechanized infantry platoon 1, current merit points, 154,567. He did not deploy the newly summoned infantry platoon to the 3 battle lines. Instead, he placed it directly inside the fortress. More than 40 fully armed soldiers appeared out of thin air in the fortress plaza. The platoon leader at the front was stunned for less than half a second, then immediately grabbed his radio and led his men running toward the rear wall. 20 remote-controlled machine gun turrets, 40,000 merit points, installed directly onto the city wall. The silver-white metal boxes turned into streaks of faint light and lined up in a straight row along the rear wall of the fortress. 30 had already been deployed on the 3 battle lines earlier, and the results had been quite good. Now, with 20 more, there was one every few meters along the wall, greatly increasing the density of firepower. Ding! Consumed 40,000 merit points, obtained remote-controlled machine gun turret 20. Current merit points, 114,567. After exchanging for this batch of equipment, Jiang Chun did not continue spending. The remaining 114,000 merit points were being kept for emergencies. The battle was not over yet, and the road ahead in the rear was still long. Even more things would be needed. He drew in a deep breath and slid his fingers across the holographic map a few times, bringing up the fortress defense panel. Thunder God automatic turrets, 12, deployed respectively on the east, south, west, and north walls of the fortress. Each at a rate of fire of 2,000 rounds per minute and an effective range of 1,500 meters. Designed specifically for mid to close-range fire suppression. They were responsible for clearing out the cannon fodder that rushed up to the foot of the wall and preventing them from getting close to the gates. Land Shield 3,000 close-in defense systems, 2, deployed on the large base stations on the east and north walls. Each at a rate of fire of 10,000 rounds per minute and an effective range of 3,000 meters and could lock onto 40 targets at once. Designed specifically to handle massive zombie tides, especially when dealing with dense hordes swarming from the front, its ammunition was more effective than any other weapon. Heaven as punishment, 2,000 heavy fortress defense cannon, 1, deployed at the large core base station of the fortress. 200mm caliber, killing radius of 80 meters. Effective range of 3,000 meters. Rate of fire, 6 rounds per minute. A single shell could flatten a small building. It was made specifically for dealing with those extremely troublesome mutant leaders. Mini missile silos, 2, deployed at the medium base stations on the city wall. Each carried 12 smart missiles, had an effective range of 3 kilometers, and could lock onto 8 targets at once. Designed specifically to deal with mutants and the stragglers that broke through the outer defensive line. Remote-controlled machine gun turrets, 20, just exchanged and not yet fully installed. As for these newly added 20, he pointed every one of them toward the rear of the fortress. Those zombies were coming from behind, weren't they? Then let them have a taste of what it meant to be covered by intersecting fire. Thunder God turrets, Land Shield, Heaven as punishment, mini missile silos. Remote control machine gun turrets. Every weapon that could be used had been brought out. Jiang Chun stared at the densely packed weapon markers on the defense panel. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted, then fell again. He closed the panel and raised his eyes to the holographic map. Those red light points, representing the enemy zombies, were still advancing slowly, getting closer and closer to the fortress. For the flamethrowers, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not choose them. Those zombies were still some distance from the wall. The flamethrowers' range couldn't reach them. He would first get this batch of iron lumps deployed. Once they got closer, it still wouldn't be too late. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked sharply. Come on, then. Let me see what other tricks you've got. On the city wall, the Jiaolong squad was already in position. The newly added remote-control machine gun turrets were materializing one by one out of faint light. The silver-white metal boxes lined up in a straight row along the wall. Their barrels uniformly pointed at the gray, hazy ruins behind them. In the distance, those black dots were getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Chun turned off the defense panel and stood up from his chair. He turned around and walked toward the small lounge behind him. When he went inside, it was pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. So he switched on the light and walked to the corner of the room. Leaning against the wall was a long canvas gun case. He crouched down and pulled open the zipper. Inside lay an MG-42 general-purpose machine gun, its body black and its barrel long and slender. This was the first weapon he had exchanged from the system. Back then, he had nothing. No heavy artillery, no tanks, no helicopters. Only this MG-42 and Li Jing's people. The muzzle flash bursting from its barrel had been the first light in this apocalypse. Its gunfire had been the only truth with which he declared his existence to the entire world. Jiang Chun reached out and brushed the cold gun body, his fingertips sliding from the muzzle to the receiver, from the receiver to the stock. A faint curve slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. Old buddy, time to work. Jiang Chun grabbed the ammo belt and fed it into the receiver round by round. Click, click, click. He pulled the charging handle, let go, and the bolt snapped back into place with a crisp metallic clang. He straightened up, lifted the MG-42 in one hand, the stock braced against his waist. The muzzle pointed down and walked out of the command center just like that. The two guards at the entrance froze at the same time. The two exchanged a glance and saw the same confusion in each other's eyes. Mein Führer, what are you doing? The guard on the left asked instinctively. Jiang Chun didn't look back. He left only 2 words. Kill the enemy. As the words fell, the 2 guards unconsciously parted their lips, wanting to say something, but their throats felt blocked by something. The Führer was personally going into battle to kill the enemy? The Führer was carrying a machine gun to the city wall to fight those things head on? The two looked at each other, from shock to confusion. from confusion to understanding. The Führer personally taking the field meant this battle had reached its most critical moment. It also meant their supreme commander was willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with them and pull the trigger at the same sea of corpses. The guard on the right tightened his grip on his gun until his knuckles turned white. His lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze burning hot. The guard on the left said nothing and only gripped the rifle in his hand tighter. One on the left and one on the right. The two followed behind Jiang Chun with firm steps. Very soon, Jiang Chun arrived at the staircase below the city wall. He stepped upward one level at a time, light pouring down from overhead. The instant he climbed onto the wall, wind howled in through the ruins, making the hem of his clothes flap sharply. The soldiers on the wall held their guns. Some were lying behind sandbags, some were crouching in cover, and some were changing the ammo belts on machine guns. At the same time, they stopped what they were doing. Their eyes shifted from those dark firing lanes to that figure in black combat gear. Jiang Chun stood on the wall and set the MG-42 on the battlement opening, the stock against his shoulder. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the shadows drawing closer and closer ahead. Taking a deep breath, he rested his finger on the trigger and said coldly, "Come on, let me see what else you've got." Li Jing hurried over from the other end of the wall, still holding the tablet in his hand, his face carrying the urgency from deploying the defensive line just moments ago. When he looked up and saw the MG-42 set on the battlement in front of Jiang Chun, his steps suddenly halted and his pupils sharply contracted. "Mein Führer, why are you up here?" Li Jing's voice rose several degrees. He didn't even bother looking at the tablet anymore. In two quick strides, he reached Jiang Chen's side and lowered his voice so much that only the two of them could hear it. "It's dangerous here. Please go back at once." Jiang Chun didn't turn his head. His eyes were still fixed on the gray, hazy ruins ahead. The black dots in the distance had grown larger and larger. It wouldn't be long before their faces could be seen clearly. His fingers rested on the cold trigger guard, his tone calm. "It's fine. I've been sitting in the command room every day, so long I'm about to grow mold. Good time to stretch a bit today." Li Jing opened his mouth, still wanting to say something. Jiang Chun tilted his head and glanced at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, cutting off everything he was about to say next. "All right, don't say anything else. One more person means one more bit of strength. Don't worry, I'll protect myself." Actually, his confidence didn't come from the heavy artillery and machine gun towers on the wall. It came from his own body, immune to the zombie virus. That alone gave him more right to stand here than anyone else on the wall. Li Jing fell silent for a moment. He knew the Führer's personality. Once Jiang Chun made up his mind, no one could change it. He took a deep breath, turned around, and beckoned toward the not-so-distant side. Zhang Long. Zhang Long was squatting behind sandbags, adjusting the targeting system of a remote-controlled machine gun turret. Hearing the shout, he looked up and jogged over. Li Jing looked at him, his gaze deep and solemn. "Protect the Führer. If the Führer loses even a single hair, I'll hold you responsible." Zhang Long snapped to attention and saluted. He didn't say a word and directly took up a position half a step from Jiang Chen's side, muzzle facing outward, staying alert toward the black tide drawing closer and closer. Li Jing turned and left with his rifle in hand. There were still many things on the wall waiting for him to deploy. He had no time to linger here. 400 meters. That black tide had already surged to a point 400 meters from the city wall. Through the MG-42's iron sights, Jiang Chun watched those shadows darting swiftly through the ruins. They were faster than the zombies from before, more agile too. The way they ran didn't look like zombies. Their charging formation was spread out very wide, with distance kept between each of them. Even while sprinting at high speed, they didn't collide with one another. 300 meters. The atmosphere on the wall was tense. No one spoke. No one moved carelessly. Even breathing had been suppressed to the shallowest level. The soldiers' fingers rested on their triggers, stocks pressed to their shoulders, eyes locked onto their sights. The red lights on the machine gun turrets flashed again and again. Their auto-targeting systems had already locked onto their respective targets. The mortar teams had already completed the final round of firing data calibration. The gunners were kneeling on one knee, shells cradled in both hands, ready to let go at any moment. 200 meters. Jiang Chun could already clearly see the expressions on the faces of the zombies running at the very front. Rotten and ferocious faces, waving claws and fangs. 150 meters. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and suddenly pulled the trigger. The shriek of the MG-42 exploded across the wall. That familiar ripping cloth sound rang out from his hands once more after many days. The trajectory carved a dark red line through the morning light, sweeping precisely into the bodies of the front row of zombies. One shot piercing two, two piercing three, three piercing four. He kept the trigger held down without letting go. Open fire. The instant the words fell, the LD-3000 roared first. 11 30mm barrels spun at once, tongues of fire blasting more than half a meter from the muzzles. A firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute whipped up a steel storm from the east side of the wall to the north side. The zombies running in front looked like they had been struck by invisible warhammers, their bodies exploding apart in midair, chunks of flesh and broken limbs flying everywhere. The LD's barrage wasn't a line. It was a death sector dozens of meters wide. Every shell carried devastating kinetic force, and every sweep could wipe an entire area of zombies clean. The Tianfa 2000 rumbled to life right after it. The 200mm giant cannon slowly rotated atop the wall's central base station, aiming at the densest direction of the zombie horde. Boom! A massive fireball burst from the muzzle. The instant the shell left the barrel, the entire stretch of city wall trembled faintly. The 200mm high-explosive shell slammed with perfect accuracy into the depths of the corpse horde. A mushroom cloud shot into the sky, and everything within an 80-meter radius was ripped apart by the shockwave. A huge crater appeared at the center of the blast, its edges charred black and still smoking. The Thunder God turrets joined the battle. 12 Thunder God turrets were distributed across every section of the wall. Their rate of fire of 2,000 rounds per minute might not match the land shield, but they made up for it with numbers, wide coverage, and the ability to cover blind spots the land shield couldn't reach. Their barrels extended from the firing ports in the wall, muzzle flashes flickering in the morning light. At the same time, the hatches of the micro-missile silos popped open. 12 smart missiles in each silo ignited and shot upward at once, trailing white smoke. The missiles carved arcs through the sky and flew with precision toward the mutant types trying to flank from the rear. Remote-controlled machine gun turrets were deployed in the firing ports along the middle and lower levels of the wall. They weren't as eye-catching as the Thunder God turrets, not as ferocious as the land shield, and not as overwhelming as Heavenly Punishment, but they quietly, steadily, relentlessly poured out firepower without pause. Every target they locked on fell on the road to the charge without exception. The operators sat in the air-conditioned command center, with targeting feeds from every machine gun turret displayed on the screens in front of them. With a light click of the mouse, a turret on the wall would fire a deadly short burst. The soldiers on the wall weren't idle either. The infantry lay behind the crenels, rifles braced against their shoulders, firing precise shots one by one. Heavy machine gunners crouched behind cover, laying down sustained bursts, each sub-12.7mm heavy round drilling into the corpse horde. The snipers were spread across the wall's elevated positions. The muffled reports of the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifles sounded from time to time, and every bullet could punch through the bodies of 3 or 4 zombies. The light machine gunners moved flexibly, pouring fire into the corners missed by the heavy weapons. The scream of Jiang Chun's MG-42 never stopped. The ammo belt fed rapidly into the receiver. Shell casings spat out of the ejection port, clinking as they fell at his feet, the red-hot brass bouncing across the wall. He held down the trigger, sweeping the muzzle from left to right, then from right to left. At this moment, Jiang Chun was no longer the ruler sitting in the command center, planning everything from behind the lines. He was that warrior again, machine gun in hand, facing the hail of bullets and standing shoulder to shoulder with the soldiers on the front line. Zhang Long held his rifle and guarded Jiang Chun from half a step away at his side, firing precise shots one after another, his marksmanship steady as a machine. Unlike the ruler, he didn't keep the trigger pinned down. Every shot was carefully aimed. Every bullet took down one zombie. No wasted ammo, no wasted effort. At the other end of the wall, Li Jing held a radio in one hand to coordinate the firepower and a rifle in the other to shoot. Not a single zombie, still moving, could escape his eyes. The firepower on the wall continued to pour down, but the corpse horde below showed no sign of stopping. That black tide had already surged to the base of the wall and was still climbing upward, stepping on the bodies of its own kind and piling layer upon layer higher. Every time the zombies tried to climb up, the smooth wall gave them no point to grip at all. They could only struggle helplessly below before being shattered by the dense rain of bullets. The corpses piled higher and higher at the foot of the wall, almost reaching the height of the firing ports. The artillery positions adjusted their angle and aimed at the still wriggling mountain of corpses below the wall. High explosive shells rained down one after another. Every blast cleared out a small patch, but the zombies behind surged forward again, filling the gap and continuing to climb. The barrel of Jiang Chun's MG-42 had already turned red and was still smoking. Someone beside him handed over a spare machine gun, but he didn't take it. He kept the trigger down without letting go. So what if it turned red? His eyes were locked on that still churning black tide. His finger was locked on the trigger. The ammo belt kept feeding. The muzzle kept spitting fire. He didn't know how many rounds he had fired. He didn't know how many zombies he had killed. He only knew that he couldn't stop. None of the firepower could stop. At the same time, deep within the corpse tide, those dark red figures finally could no longer hold back. They had been waiting all along, waiting for that instant when the artillery fire thinned, waiting for the gap when the machine guns reloaded, waiting for even the slightest lapse in the firepower on the wall. But Jiang Chun had given them no chance. The land shield had given them no chance. Heavenly Punishment had given them no chance. Thunder God had given them no chance. The remote-controlled machine gun turrets had given them no chance. It was as if the firepower were endless, never stopping for even a moment. At this very moment, they no longer wanted to wait. Those lanky, blue-gray creatures rushed out from behind the corpse horde. Dozens of them, more than 100, from different directions. As if they had planned it in advance, they lunged toward the wall. Their speed was astonishing. They darted left and right, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, constantly changing direction even as they charged forward. Some sprang to the edge of shell craters. Some hid behind the wrecks of burning cars. Some moved quickly along the shadows of the ruins. Their movements were agile, far beyond ordinary zombies. But Jiang Chun's defenses weren't to be underestimated either. From the moment the first mutant type appeared on the battlefield, they had already been marked as priority targets. Mutant types. A large group of mutant types. At the exact moment the drone operator's voice exploded over the channel, the firepower deployment on the wall had already begun to adjust. The 30mm autocannons swung their barrels around. The heavy machine guns switched to armor-piercing belts. The snipers moved their scopes off the ordinary zombies and set their crosshairs on those dark red figures moving rapidly across the battlefield. A rocketeer dropped to one knee behind the crenel, rocket launcher on his shoulder. The crosshair and his scope locking onto a mutant type sprinting at high speed along the edge of crater. He waited for that thing to run into his sights. Thump! The rocket blasted out of the tube, trailing white smoke. And that mutant type happened to run straight into the center of the crosshair. Boom! Its body was torn to pieces in the explosion. That was the first one. On the other end of the wall, a grenadier stood with an automatic grenade launcher braced on his shoulder, pulling the trigger repeatedly at the direction where the mutant types were most concentrated. Grenade after grenade exploded in the corpse horde. Shrapnel scattered in all directions, blasting the mutant types, trying to circle around from the flank into a bloody mess. The muffled reports of the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifles became the most reassuring background sound on the battlefield. Every time one rang out, a mutant Type S had exploded. The power of large-caliber armor-piercing rounds was not something ordinary zombies could endure. Those lanky, blue-gray bodies were as fragile as paper in front of 12.7mm bullets. For a time, the mutant types hiding behind cover were bombarded one after another, suffering heavy casualties. Inside craters, behind ruins, beside the wrecks of burning cars, shattered blue-gray limbs were everywhere. The dark red figures within the corpse horde were rapidly decreasing, but Jiang Chun's defensive force was limited. Their firepower was fierce, but there would always be some gaps, some blind spots. Those fish that slipped through the net finally reached the base of the wall. They burst out from the bullet curtain, sprang from behind the wrecks of burning cars, and lunged from the shadows of the ruins, moving so fast that the defending soldiers didn't even have time to turn their guns. They pounced at the wall, their blue-gray claws gleaming coldly in the morning light, their pitch-black pupils reflecting that towering, unreachable, silver-white steel fortress. But then something awkward happened. They realized they couldn't get up. The surface of the city wall was smooth as a mirror. It didn't look like it had been built from brick or concrete. There were no seams, no protrusions, not even a single place to get a handhold. Those mutants stretched out their sharp claws and tried to climb. Their claw tips scraped across the smooth alloy surface, producing ear-piercing screeches, but they couldn't catch hold and just slid back down. They tried using their nails to dig into the wall itself, but they couldn't sink them in. The wall was too hard. They clung to the city wall like a group of lizards trapped at the bottom of a glass bottle, with nowhere to escape. Some of the mutants even tried to use their claws to damage the wall, stabbing in with all their strength. They scraped out a shower of sparks across the alloy surface, then their claws bounced away. Their claws broke, yet the wall didn't even leave behind a single mark. A trace of confusion finally appeared in their eye sockets. Then the rain of bullets arrived. The soldiers on the wall would never let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rifles, machine guns, submachine guns, all firepower poured at once into the area at the foot of the wall. Those mutants clinging to the wall became the most obvious targets. And one after another, they were riddled full of holes. But the ones that slipped through were still increasing. Jiang Chun looked at the growing number of blue-gray figures gathering below the wall. Finally, he grabbed the radio. Helicopter squad, take off. The armored panels on top of the hangar slid open to both sides. The rotors of 3 WZ-10 attack helicopters began to spin from slow to fast, from low and heavy to sharp and piercing. They lifted off almost at the same time, hovered briefly, then tilted forward and flew toward the city wall. The helicopter squad arrived above the wall. The autocannons began firing in controlled bursts. 30mm shells slammed precisely into the mutants still gathering below the wall. The airflow stirred up by the rotors blew away the smoke hanging over the battlefield, finally allowing the soldiers on the ground to clearly see the situation at the base of the wall. Those blue-gray figures were packed together so densely it was maddening, still trying every possible way to climb upward. Lation 1 has locked onto targets, count 20 opening fire. The thudding boom of the autocannon came from overhead. Every single shot was accompanied by a mutant body exploding below. Lation 2 has locked onto targets, count 15. Lation 3 is clearing the east side of the wall. All targets have been eliminated. The 3 WZ-10 attack helicopters had clear divisions of labor. One cleared the front of the wall, one cleared both flanks, and one patrolled the outer perimeter to make sure no more mutants could get close. The roar of autocannons and the explosions of rockets rose and fell without pause. Those dark red points of light on the battlefield were rapidly decreasing, one after another being blown apart by shells, pierced through by armor-piercing rounds, and picked off by anti-material sniper rifles. Even the ones lucky enough to rush to the foot of the wall had nowhere to run under the helicopter's hunt. At this point, there was no longer any sign behind the corpse tide of those blue-gray, gaunt, incredibly fast figures. The blue-gray corpses pile beneath the wall glinted with a rust-like sheen under the sunlight. In the end, their charge still failed to cross that high wall. Jiang Chun braced himself against his MG-42, its barrel still smoking, and slowly let out a long, turbid breath. His finger loosened from the trigger and dropped. The battle was still going on. Dusk had arrived. The clouds at the horizon had been dyed dark red by artillery fire, like congealed blood. The gunfire had lasted from before dawn until now, without stopping for even a moment. On the eastern front position, the soldiers were like overloaded machines, still running, but every component was making harsh grinding noises. Old Joe leaned behind a sandbag emplacement, his fingers still resting on the trigger, but he no longer had the strength to pull it. The web between his thumb and index finger had split open from the recoil. Blood seeped from the crack, smearing over the grip, sticky and slick. He lowered his head and glanced at it. He didn't T-treat it. He just rubbed the grip against his pant leg, then kept aiming. It wasn't T because it didn't T-hurt. It was because there was no time to feel the pain. The pile of corpses at the front line had already stacked up into a natural breastwork. Those zombies climbed over that barrier made of their companions' bodies, then were shattered by bullets and dropped on the other side, becoming part of the breastwork themselves. The breastwork was getting higher. The open ground in front of the position was almost filled flat. A young machine gunner was being carried down from the other end of the trench. Two comrades supported him, one on each side, while one of his legs dragged on the ground. His ears were bleeding. Bright red blood flowed from his ear canals and ran down his neck. It wasn't T from shrapnel. It was from the gunfire and artillery shaking him apart. He had been firing from the position closest to the artillery the whole time. He had T-worn hearing protection, and there had been no time to put any on. Once they carried him to the aid station behind the trench, the medic shoved a painkiller tablet into his mouth and wrapped 2 loops of bandage around his ears. He pushed the medic's hand away, then struggled back to his feet and headed toward his machine gun again. Old Pie squatted in the trench with a bottle of water in his hand, pouring it over his own head. The water ran down through his hair, mixing with dust, sweat, and gunpowder smoke into gray mud that dripped off his face. He shook his head, as if trying to fling away the buzzing ringing in his ears. Too bad he couldn't T. He opened his eyes, and everything in front of him was a little blurry. He was too exhausted. From before dawn until now, more than 10 hours, his eyes had barely closed once. Every second, zombies surged in from the front. Every second, he had to pull the trigger. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on, but he did know one thing. Even if he couldn't hold on, he still had to. At the same time, on the other side, Li Yunlong held a Type 2-1 squad machine gun, stock braced against his shoulder. In the scope, the crosshairs settled over a zombie that had just climbed over the corpse pile. Did a 2-round burst. The crosshairs shifted slightly, then settled over a second zombie. Did another 2-round burst. His finger could barely feel any resistance on the trigger anymore. It wasn't T that the gun was broken. He was just numb by now. From daytime until this very moment, his finger had repeated the motion of pulling the trigger countless times. He didn't know how much of his accuracy remained, but every bullet still took at least one zombie with it. The corpse tide in the distance finally showed a brief patch of thinning. Not because they had killed them all. The ones in the back just couldn't keep up anymore. Too much had piled up in front. The zombies behind were blocked by the corpses of their own kind. Climbing over took more time. That finally gave Li Yunlong a brief moment to catch his breath. He lowered the muzzle, took the stock off his shoulder, released his right hand from the grip, and let it hang at his side before forcefully shaking it out. His fingers were stiff. He had clenched too long, and for the moment they wouldn't straighten. He pried them straight one by one, his joints cracking. Damn it. What the hell did these beasts take? How are they this damn relentless? They're wearing me the hell out. Li Yunlong's voice was so hoarse it barely sounded like his own. He fished out that crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out and stuck in his mouth, then dug a lighter out of another pocket. He flicked it 3 times before it caught. He took a deep drag. The smoke circled through his lungs, then sprayed out through his nostrils. Monk, give me a cigarette. Wei Hashang squatted beside him and took off the wrinkled cigarette hooked over his own ear, then handed it over. Li Yunlong took it and stuck it at the corner of his mouth. 2 cigarettes side by side. He took another deep drag. Smoke rolled in front of him before being blown away by the wind. This can't go on. Li Yunlong spoke around the 2 cigarettes, words slurred, staring at the still wriggling pile of corpses ahead. He cursed, but his mind never stopped working. People got tired. Gun barrels overheated. Bullets would run out. But those bastards wouldn't feel tired. Once we're exhausted, things will get troublesome. Wei Hashang listened from the side, his expression grave. After a moment of silence, he asked, Company Commander, then what do we do? Li Yunlong took the 2 cigarettes from his mouth, flicked off the ash, then put them back in. his voice hoarse, but every word carrying undeniable certainty. What we do? Other than holding the position to the death, what else can we do? He paused, then turned his head to look at Wei Hashang. The bloodshot veins in his eyes were terrifying. Wei Hashang was silent for a while. In the end, he nodded and said nothing. Li Yunlong put the cigarette back in his mouth, raised the 201 again, pressed the stock to his shoulder, and the crosshair and the scope locked onto the tide of corpses still surging in the distance. The sky was growing darker and darker, and visibility was getting worse by the minute. Flares had already been fired several rounds, but each time they rose into the sky, they could only light up a small area. More of the battlefield remained shrouded in darkness. Those zombies kept moving in the dark, kept charging, kept rushing to their deaths. He took a deep breath, spat out the cigarette, and put his finger back on the trigger. When night fully fell, the brief lull on the eastern line hadn't lasted long. It seemed the rear of the corpse tide had finally cleared those mountain-high obstacles, and more zombies surged up from farther away. They climbed over the corpse piles, slid down the slopes, stepped on the bodies of their own kind, and hurled themselves toward the position. Zombies are coming again. The voice from the forward observation post exploded over the radio, followed by gunfire. Fire. Da-da-da-da. Every weapon that could fire opened up once more at the same time. Flares shot into the sky one after another, illuminating the open ground in front of the position. A place already beyond recognition, as bright as day. The ground was covered with a thick layer of zombie corpses. The new zombies stepped on the old bodies and charged forward, only to be swept down by bullets, falling onto the corpse pile and becoming the stepping stones for the next wave. The exhausted soldiers on the position struggled to peek out from behind the sandbags, tightened their grips on their guns, took aim, and pulled the trigger. The movements were no longer instinct. They were mechanical repetition. Aim, pull the trigger, change the magazine, aim, pull the trigger. No one spoke. At the same time, on the other side, in Nirvana Fortress, the battle on the fortress walls had also entered a white-hot phase. The zombie horde rushing in from the rear came wave after wave, layer after layer, flooding to the foot of the wall, piling into human ladders, climbing up, then being shot down. Layer after layer of corpses raised the empty ground beneath the wall higher and higher. After a few hours, the bodies were almost stacked up to the middle of the wall. Jiang Chun was manning that MG-42, standing at the highest point of the wall. The stock pressed to his shoulder, the muzzle swept from left to right, then from right to left. The ammo belt fed rapidly from the receiver. Shell casings bounced out of the ejection port, and the clattering sound rang across the wall. Didn't he know how many rounds he had fired? Didn't he know how many zombies he had killed? His finger no longer listened to him and just kept mechanically squeezing the trigger. Puff, puff. The sound of bullets tearing into flesh was actually especially clear amid the dense gunfire. Those zombies that had already reached the foot of the wall fell all at once like wheat cut by a sickle. The ones behind them stepped on the corpses of their own and kept surging forward, only to be mowed down again. Finally, the gunfire stopped. It wasn't Jiang Chun who stopped on his own. It was because the MG-42 had run dry. He let go of the trigger, straightened up from the stock, lowered his hand, and shook it. It was a little sore but fine. It was also thanks to his strong physique with endurance, stamina, and recovery far beyond normal people. Otherwise, he probably would have been like those soldiers, with his whole hand already numb, under the pale light of the flares. Jiang Chun could clearly see the scene below the wall. That was no longer a battlefield. It was a slaughterhouse, a meat grinder, the very picture of hell. Zombie corpses were piled half the height of the wall. Jiang Chun's stomach suddenly churned. When he was fighting, he had been completely focused, with only the target and the crosshair in his mind. But once he stopped, once he saw clearly what he had done, that physiological instinct could no longer be suppressed. Blood everywhere, staining the entire ground black-red. Corpses, mountains of corpses, severed limbs, and broken arms everywhere. The thick stench of blood mixed with the smell of burnt flesh made his throat tighten. He took a deep breath and forced that surging acid water back down, then took another breath and held it. His combat experience was still far too little, even though he had the superhuman physique granted by the system. Even though he had fought and killed several times on the battlefield, those were all brief exchanges in the middle of zombie hordes. They were a completely different concept from holding the wall for an entire day and facing a sea of corpses and blood. Compared to those soldiers who had fought outside for years and were used to this kind of scene, he was still far behind. He bent over, both hands braced on his knees, gasping for breath. It took a long while before he straightened up, ready to reload the ammo belt and continue fighting. Another flare rose into the sky, its light illuminating the ground below the wall. An eerie scene appeared. The soldiers on the wall all froze, unable to believe it. The view shifted. The zombie horde piled mountain high beneath the wall was retreating like a tide. It was as if all the zombies had received a retreat order at the same time. The zombies in front no longer surged forward. The zombies in back began turning around and moving in the direction they had come from. The corpse tide dispersed backward like a receding wave, leaving only bodies all over the ground and the still burning wreckage. The area beneath the wall quickly became empty. Jiang Chun gripped the battlements and stared at that black tide receding into the distance. his brows locked into an unbreakable knot. What was going on? They were actually retreating? This was completely unreasonable. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The zombie commander behind all this. It was very likely brewing some new trick. From the very beginning of commanding the zombies, to driving the corpse tide into 3 groups to attack at once. And now sneaking around to the rear for a night raid. It had been learning, changing, and probing his firepower limit all along. Now it suddenly withdrew. Wasn't T that clearly a setup for something sinister? Jiang Chun took a deep breath and temporarily pushed those thoughts aside. No matter what, the zombies had retreated. That was good for now. It gave his men a chance to catch their breath. He grabbed the radio. Attention all positions. The zombies have retreated. Rest in place. Replenish ammunition and recover your strength. Don't let your guard down. Be ready to deal with the next wave at any time. After he finished speaking, he also turned around and leaned against the cold battlements. His body slid down the wall and he sat on the ground. He tilted his head back and looked at the sky, now bright and dark under the flares, and panted for a long while. The unease in his heart still not fading. This zombie horde just said retreat and retreated. Too strange. In the past, those corpse tides had never known what retreat meant, until the last one was either killed or they were all killed. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Chun shook his head and sighed. Forget it. If he couldn't figure out, then he wouldn't think about it. In any case, whatever scheme it had, soldiers would stop it and water would cover it. He closed his eyes and silently called for the system. The system panel appeared in his mind, and the number in the merit value column was jumping wildly. 1,034,653. Over 1 million. Jiang Chun's breathing suddenly caught, and his pupils widened. 1,034,653 merit points. He rubbed his eyes and made sure he wasn't seeing things wrong. 1,034,653. In just one day, it had jumped from a little over 300,000 to 1,034,000. That double rewards event was fucking insane. He suddenly sat bolt upright, then lay back down again. The corners of his mouth stretched so wide he couldn't close them, and he grinned foolishly for several seconds. 1,034,000. He was only a little over 400,000 away from the threshold for a heavy combined arms battalion. If the zombies came in another wave tomorrow, it might be enough. He opened the army panel, his gaze landing on the exchange option for the mechanized infantry company, and hesitated for a moment. 450,000 for one infantry company. Back then, he wouldn't even have dared to think about it. But now, with more than 1 million in hand, it suddenly didn't seem that appealing anymore. He already had a combined arms battalion, a tank company, self-propelled artillery, and air defense missiles. It was enough. What he wanted wasn't another infantry company. It was a second combined arms battalion. 1,500,000. He only needed to save up another 400,000 or so. When that time came, no matter how massive the zombie tide was, as long as he was holding this place, they could forget about taking even half a step into the city. He closed the panel and let out a long breath. On the city wall, the soldiers were still busy. Some were hauling ammunition. Some were checking their weapons. Some were leaning against sandbags. Seizing the chance to doze off for a bit, Jiang Chun leaned against the battlements, staring toward that unseen distance. The smile from earlier still hanging at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Detected that today's kill count has exceeded the system record limit. Bulk loading drop item list. Jiang Chun opened the drop list, and rows of icons poured downward like a waterfall. He couldn't be bothered to look at the ordinary blueprints. His finger swiped quickly across the screen, skipping past the repeated ones, the low-value ones, and the ones he had no immediate use for. Only after flipping through several pages did he finally slow down. Vulcan turret blueprint, twin-mounted. This wasn't the single-barrel Thor. This was twin-barrel, two 7.62 mm Gatling barrels mounted side by side, doubling the fire rate and doubling the fire density. Suitable for installation on the medium-sized bases atop the city wall, to replace those outdated single-barrel remote-controlled machine gun turrets. Exchange price, 3,000 merit points per turret. Ammunition was universal, and maintenance costs weren't high. White phosphorus shell blueprint. The filler of the 155 mm shell is replaced with white phosphorus incendiary compound. After detonation, it produces intense burning, with combustion temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Celsius. Whatever it touches burns. Water can't put it out. Sand and dirt can't smother it. It had devastating effect against dense zombie hordes, and was especially suited for isolating the battlefield during a zombie tide charge, cutting off follow-up reinforcements. Exchange price, 10 merit points per shell. Heavy Combined Arms Brigade Blueprint. Under its command are Brigade Headquarters Company for Combined Arms Battalions, an Artillery Battalion, an Air Defense Battalion, a Reconnaissance Battalion, an Engineer Company, a Communications Company, and a Logistics Support Unit. Its equipment includes main battle tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, air defense missile systems, armed helicopters, drones, and more. This was the true steel torrent. Exchange price, 5 million merit points. Jiang Chun stared at that 5 million and sucked in a cold breath. The last time he looked, it had still been 1,500,000. but that had been for a combined arms battalion. This time, it was a combined arms brigade, and the price had shot up by more than 3 times. Modular Battlefield Robot Blueprint. A small 4-legged robot equipped with a light machine gun or grenade launcher. It can autonomously follow infantry into combat and receive remote commands to provide fire support. Suitable for working with infantry to clear zombies in street fighting and complex terrain. More durable than infantry, and unlike ordinary people, not afraid of infection. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per unit. Heavy Obstacle Clearance Vehicle Blueprint. A heavy engineering vehicle specially designed to clear ruins and piles of corpses. The front is equipped with a hydraulic bulldozer blade capable of pushing aside obstacles weighing dozens of tons, while the rear is equipped with a mechanical grab arm for moving large wreckage. Its armored chassis can withstand zombie attacks. It is capable of clearing mountains of corpses and collapsed building debris. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per vehicle. Infrared Night Vision Scope Blueprint. An integrated individual equipment module mountable on rifle rails. Effective nighttime visual range of 300 meters. Can see through smoke, dust, and low-light environments. During this night battle, many soldiers had wasted ammunition because they couldn't TC their targets clearly. With this, if zombies tried to use the cover of night to charge again, it wouldn't be so easy. Exchange price, 50 merit points each. Anti-infantry directional mine blueprint. Once deployed, it sprays steel pellets in a fixed direction, killing all living targets within the fan-shaped area. Suitable for laying in frontline positions to intercept zombie charges. One mine could drop more than a dozen zombies. After firing, the steel pellets would be scattered across the battlefield and hard to clean up. But that was still better than being chewed on by zombies in the trenches. Exchange price, 10 merit points per mine. Reconnaissance Drone Blueprint. Enhanced endurance time doubled. Equipped with both thermal imaging and night vision systems, allowing clear identification of zombies and mutants at night. Signal transmission range extended to 15 kilometers. The previous drones couldn't fly very far. This time, the range had doubled outright. Those mutant types hiding in the distance would have nowhere left to hide. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per drone. Field ration, single soldier self-heating type, blueprint. Tear open the package, add water, and it heats automatically. Not like those compressed biscuits from before that had to be chewed dry. This meant steaming hot food, rice, noodles, stir-fried dishes. The soldiers had been eating cold dry rations on the front line for days. It was about time they got a change of taste. Exchange price, 1 merit point per portion. Battlefield First Aid Kit Blueprint. Integrated with tourniquets, hemostatic powder, fast-acting painkiller injections, antibacterial ointment, and other emergency medical supplies. Can quickly treat gunshot wounds, shrapnel wounds, and lacerations on the battlefield. The previous first aid kits had been way too crude. Even stopping bleeding had been a struggle. After the upgrade, medics wouldn't have to run around carrying bags stuffed with gauze and medicine bottles anymore. Exchange price, 10 merit points per kit. Portable diesel generator blueprint. Small size, lightweight, low noise. Can provide stable power for frontline searchlights, communications equipment, and night vision gear. Those previous diesel generators have been huge and noisy, impossible to move, and they attracted zombies. With this, the frontline's power supply problem was basically solved for good. Exchange price, 500 merit points per unit. Jiang Chun closed the panel, leaned against the icy battlements, and let out a long breath. More than 300,000 zombies. Over 1,000 mutants exchanged for all this. Worth it. He tilted his head up and looked at the patch of starry sky above, dimly visible through the smoke of gunpowder, and the smile at his lips simply wooed to go away. Coming back to himself, Jiang Chun opened the system panel again, his finger moving over some of the blueprint options he had just obtained. It was time to replenish his firepower. The Yinshin turret, the twin-mounted Vulcan cannon. This was the one he had his eye on. 3,000 merit points each. Not cheap, but worth it. He exchanged for 10 of them on the spot, spending 30,000 merit points. The instant the exchange was completed, the medium-sized bases on the city wall that had sat empty for so long all lit up with a faint glow at the same time. Silver-white bases slowly rose from within the platforms, and on each base were mounted 2 Gatling autocannons side by side. Their barrels were thicker and longer than Thor's, with deeper and denser cooling vents. Under the moonlight, the twin barrels gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Double the fire rate, double the fire density, and longer range. And he still wasn't done. Jiang Chun opened the white phosphorus shell option. He directly exchanged for 500 shells, spending 5,000 merit points. 500 white phosphorus shells turned into a cluster of faint light. At the same time, 500 specialized artillery shells with white markings on their warheads appeared out of thin air in the ammunition depot at the artillery position. White phosphorus shells wherever they touched. They burned. Water couldn't put them out, and sand couldn't smother them. They were perfect for cutting off the zombie Tide-S follow-up reinforcements. As for the other stuff, the Vulcan turrets already had the Flame God. The battlefield robots weren't needed for now, and the drones could hold the line. The obstacle-clearing vehicles could wait until after the battle. Every Soldier-S rifle already had an infrared scope. As for the enhanced drones, swapping them in on the next deployment wouldn't be too late. Jiang Chun closed the panel. He still had more than 900,000 merit points left. With the coming income added in, all he needed was another few 100,000 to make up 1,500,000. The second combined battalion was already waving at him. Suddenly, whoa, the alarm exploded without warning, sharp and piercing, like someone scraping a knife across glass. The soldiers dozing against sandbags on the wall nearly jumped up. Those hugging their rifles with their eyes closed for a brief rest immediately opened them as well. Everyone's gaze shot toward the darkness below the city wall at the same time. The zombies are here, Li Jing roared across the wall. His voice so loud it drowned out even the alarm. Brothers, get your spirits up and prepare for battle. The moment his words fell, the light machine guns opened the curtain with short bursts. Da-da, da-da, 2 rounds per burst, steady in rhythm, precise and ruthless. The front row of zombies dropped in response, while the ones behind stepped over their companions' corpses and kept surging forward. The heavy machine guns followed with a furious roar. Boom, 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 boom. The 12.7mm heavy rounds lashed into the zombie horde like steel whips. Every shot punched through 3 or 4 zombie bodies. High explosive shells detonated deep within the horde right after that. Firelight blasted into the sky, and shredded flesh and severed limbs flew into the air. The flame god turrets made a more visually overwhelming entrance than any other weapon. Those silver-white twin-mounted bases rotated in unison, their muzzles aimed at the foot of the wall, and both Gatling barrels began spinning at the same time. Half a meter of flame spat from the barrels. The tracers were no longer the dark red thin lines of the thunder god, but 2 parallel fire serpents rampaging wildly through the zombie horde. Their crisscrossing sweep blanketed the entire open ground before the wall. The zombies fell in patches, row after row, layer after layer, so fast it looked as if some invisible giant blade had sliced through them. They didn't even have time to scream before turning into minced flesh. The density of firepower had more than doubled compared to before. Jiang Chun stood up and braced himself against the battlements, looking down at the black tide, still surging forward below the wall. His brows tightened hard. Strange. They just withdrew not long ago, and now they're charging again. What are they trying to do? Before he could think further, Li Jing came running over from the other end of the wall. His footsteps were hurried, and his breathing was just as rushed. His tablet was still lit, and on the screen was a drone reconnaissance image that had just been sent back. Jiang Chun's gaze landed on the image, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The screen was split into 2 sections. The area on the left was the zombie tide he was currently fighting, charging the rear wall of the fortress head-on. The route of the group, on the right, deviated from the fortress. It was circling around the flank along an east-west street, and its target was not the fortress. At the end of that street lay the rear of the east and west line battlefields. Chapter 212, Sneak Attack Marshal. The reconnaissance drone footage shows 3 zombie tides moving in different directions. The one in front is assaulting our rear wall. Another group hasn't joined the battle here. Instead, it's gone around the fortress from the flank and is moving east along this street. There is also another group moving toward the rear of the western line. Li Jing's voice was low and urgent as he drew 2 winding red arrows across the screen. At their current speed, they reached the rear of the east and west line battlefields in less than half an hour. Jiang Chun stared at those 2 red arrows, and even his breathing slowed by half a beat. The east, west, and south line battlefield were already so entangled with the zombie tide that they couldn't disengage. On Li Yunlong's side, they had even been forced into a position where they could only catch their breath by using piles of corpses to block the road. If they got stabbed in the back now, the consequences would be unimaginable. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles cracked. The one directing things behind the scenes was far more cunning than he had imagined. It was testing the limits of his firepower. It was wearing down his forces, forcing him to move his reserves away, then taking advantage of the opening to drive straight into his rear. A feint in front, a flanking maneuver from the side. This was real military tactics. These things were not something a zombie should have been able to learn. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to think about that. The enemy had already made its move. He had to answer it. Pass down the order. Have Zhang Wanhe pull 1 platoon each from the east and west lines and rush them back to reinforce the rear positions. Tell Li Yunlong and Gao Cheng to contract their defense lines, reduce the contact surface, conserve manpower. If they can hold, then hold. If they can't, then fall back. Don't force it. Also, send the helicopter squad over there to intercept that flanking zombie tide from the air. If they can break it apart, then break it apart. If they can't, then disrupt their charging formation. Jiang Chun grabbed the radio and issued a string of orders, then turned his head to look at Li Jing. Have the artillery position prepare to fire white phosphorus shells. Once that flanking zombie tide enters range, hit them. Cut off their rear. Li Jing nodded, turned, and ran. On the wall, Jiang Chun picked up the MG-42 again and braced it on the battlements, stock against his shoulder. Scope trained on the black tide, still surging below the wall, then pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Shell casings spat from the receiver, clinking and clattering as they hit the wall. The scorching brass rolled to his feet. His right foot pressed against his left as he stared through the scope, his finger never once coming off the trigger. The zombies were still charging, still surging, still stepping over their companions' corpses as they climbed upward. Far off on the eastern horizon, faint flashes of fire flickered. That was the flower of death blooming in the night sky, the white phosphorus shells. Each flower represented a section of zombie tide being cut off. And each section of zombie tide, cut off, meant the soldiers on the Eastern Line battlefield had one more sliver of hope to survive. Jiang Chun pulled his gaze back and kept squeezing the trigger. The battle was still going on. No one could stop. Southern Line, Ding Wei. At the moment the message came through the radio, Ding Wei was crouched in a trench with a light machine gun in his hands, firing short bursts at the zombie horde still surging ahead. His finger paused for a moment, not because the gun had jammed, but because the news had come too suddenly. 2 zombie tides had gone around the rear of the fortress and were flanking toward the rear of the east and west lines. When he heard that sentence, the first thought that flashed through his mind was, I need to go help. Then he calmed down. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was what could he use to help. The combined Battalion S forces were basically all spread across the 3-line battlefields. Li Yunlong on the eastern line was facing the zombie tide head-on. Gao Cheng on the western line was advancing step by step behind fortifications. And he was stuck in the middle where the troop strength had already been the weakest to begin with. The southern line only had the tank company plus a small number of infantry that had been pulled back. It was enough for frontal defense, barely, but if he wanted to spare forces to support somewhere else, he couldn't squeeze out even a single platoon. If he left, who would hold the southern line? If the southern line fell, then both the east and west lines would face the threat of their flanks being turned at the same time. At that point, it wouldn't even be a question of whether to support or not. He took a deep breath, forced down the foul breath clogging his chest, and pulled the trigger again. The only thing he could do was hold his own position and leave the hope of breaking the deadlock to Jiang Chun in the rear. Eastern line, Li Yunlong. When he got the message, he was crouched in a trench gnawing on a compressed biscuit. The biscuit was hard as a brick, and chewing it made his cheeks ache. He almost choked to death on it. Only after gulping down 2 mouthfuls of water did he manage to force it down. His mother, the bastard behind these zombies, actually knows what he is doing. He cursed, stuffed the remaining half piece of biscuit into his pocket, wiped his mouth, and the expression on his face slowly shifted from anger to grimness. A feint from the front, a flanking maneuver from the side, this was proper military tactics. The one pulling the strings behind the scenes was even more troublesome than he had imagined. Corpses were piled up like mountains on the position. Those zombies needed time to climb over the heaps of bodies, and the speed of their charge had indeed slowed. Li Yunlong seized this chance to catch his breath and immediately redeployed his forces. He sent people to notify the 2nd and 3rd IFE platoons to withdraw from the position at once and rush to reinforce the rear. The remaining brothers would continue holding the front line. Losing 1 platoon wouldn't make the position collapse so easily. 1 IFE after another drove out from behind the trenches, turned around, and headed toward the fortress. The tracks crushed gravel and spent shell casings, kicking up clouds of dust in the dusk. The artillery position. It could be said that the busiest ones were never the infantry on the front line, but the artillery in the rear. From before dawn until nightfall, all 30 artillery pieces had never stopped. The eastern line requested fire coverage, bombard. The western line requested interdiction on reinforcements, bombard. The southern line requested mutant clearing, bombard. The rear of the fortress requested support, bombard. Several barrels had already been replaced. The loaders were so exhausted they could barely lift the shells anymore. The commander's throat had gone hoarse from shouting. They were like a blindfolded donkey, circling the millstone round after round, never knowing when it would end. Damn it, here it comes again. The commander set down the radio and cursed, his voice so hoarse it barely sounded like his own. He took a deep breath, turned around, and roared at the loaders slumped against the ammo crates, panting, no resting. A large zombie tide has been spotted behind the eastern line, sneaking around toward the Yunlong's rear. The Führer has ordered white phosphorus shells to be deployed to cut off their path. Move, move, move. Several loaders struggled to their feet and dragged their heavy steps toward the ammunition depot. The coordinates transmitted back by the drones flickered across the command vehicle's screen. The gunners quickly entered the firing data, and dozens of thick gun barrels rose at the same time. Fire. The commander slashed down the little red flag. The artillery roared in unison. Dozens of white phosphorus shells shrieked through the night sky like meteors. The light of the explosions linked together along the horizon. The burning effect of white phosphorus shells far surpassed ordinary high-explosive rounds. The impact zone, nearly 100 meters across, was swallowed instantly by orange-red flames, with tongues of fire shooting more than 10 meters high. Those zombies struggled in the sea of fire, rolled on the ground, caught fire, and burned into living torches. The ground grew so hot that even the zombies following behind didn't dare approach. They tried to go around, but there was no way around. They tried to force their way through, but they couldn't break through. That zombie tide attempting to flank the rear was cut in two by the blaze of the white phosphorus shells. The ones in front made it through, while the ones behind were blocked in place by the wall of fire. The real-time footage sent back by the drones made a satisfied smile appear on everyone's lips at the artillery position. The commander grabbed the radio. His voice was still hoarse, but noticeably lighter now. Führer, the white phosphorus barrage successfully cut them off. The zombie tide behind the eastern line has been split into 2 sections. The forces in the front section are now less than 1/3 of the original number. The follow-up force has been blocked by the wall of fire, and 1T be able to get through for at least a while. Jiang Chun's voice came through the radio, carrying a trace of exhaustion. Good work. There's another group behind the western line. The coordinates have already been sent over. Open fire as soon as you're ready. The commander put down the radio, let out a sigh, then turned back and shouted at the loaders who had just sat down again. No resting. There's another group behind the western line. The loaders looked at each other, speechless. They gave bitter smiles, shook their heads, pushed themselves up with their hands on their knees, and dragged their heavy steps toward the ammunition depot. The second batch of white phosphor shells, trailing white streaks, fell into the open ground behind the western line. The blaze of the explosions lit up the night sky once more. Those zombies trying to use the cover of night to sneak toward the rear of the western battlefield were swallowed by the sea of fire. Some were vaporized on the spot. Some were burned into charred husks. Even the lucky ones that weren't blown apart had their path blocked by the wall of fire. They howled and struggled before the raging flames, then turned to ash. The rear of the western line was safe for the time being. The commander lowered the little red flag and dropped onto an ammo crate, then tilted his head back to stare at the night sky, glowing red from artillery fire. Gasping for breath, a donkey, at least, could still rest once it got tired. He didn't even have that much time. He turned his head to glance at the self-propelled guns beside him, their barrels still smoking, let out another sigh, and stood up again. There was no telling when the next order would come. He still had to keep going. Meanwhile, on the other side, behind the eastern battlefield, 3 IFVs had been deployed in a triangular formation at the edge of that open ground. Their engines were already shut off, and their barrels were pointed at the empty, gray, night-shrouded ruins. Heavy machine guns were mounted at the second-floor windows of abandoned houses. The gunners crouched half-kneeling, stocks braced against their shoulders, fingers resting on the triggers. Light machine guns were scattered in more concealed positions. The flanks and the front formed interlocking fields of fire that covered the entire open area. The soldiers crouched at their respective positions. No one spoke. Every muzzle was aimed toward the direction that would soon be lit by fire. A dark red glow flashed across the distant horizon. That was the white phosphorus burning farther away. The second wave of the zombie tide had been blocked by the wall of fire. They couldn't get through, but what they were waiting for was the first wave. Their numbers had dropped after crossing the wall of fire, but there were still quite a few. They were sneaking this way through the darkness. Old M.O. lay prone atop the roof of an abandoned factory, staring into the distance through night vision binoculars. The shadows of the first batch of zombies appeared at the edge of his vision, moving quickly through the ruins. The flames of the white phosphorus lit up half the sky. Using that bit of firelight, he could make out their posture clearly. They were fast, and the proportion of mutants among them was high. He took a deep breath and gently pressed the transmit key on the radio, keeping his voice as low as possible. They're here. Not many. Around 100 or so. Mostly mutants. Aim carefully. The position fell into dead silence. No one answered, but everyone heard it. Someone adjusted his firing posture. Someone moved his finger from outside the trigger guard onto the trigger. Someone held his breath. The zombies drew closer and closer. The black shadows among the ruins became clearer and clearer. The mutant in the lead rushed into the open ground. It was fast as the wind. Open fire. Old M.O. seized the moment. His voice wasn't too loud, but those 2 words sounded in every vehicle and every soldier's headset. The roar of the heavy machine guns erupted almost at ground level. Dong 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 dong. The 12.7mm heavy rounds traced dark red arcs through the night. That mutant reacted with astonishing speed. In the middle of its high-speed charge, its body suddenly shifted direction, rolled sideways, and dodged the first sweep. But it couldn't dodge the crossfire. The intersecting trajectories from the light machine guns on both flanks covered its escape route at the same time. The sound of bullets drilling into flesh was especially clear in the night wind. Its body crashed to the ground, rolled twice, and went still. The IFV's 30mm autocannons joined the battle. Dong dong dong. The shells smashed precisely into the zombie horde. Every shot could take down several at once. The zombies were blasted into chaos. A few on the edge tried to flank from the side. The heavy machine gun swung its muzzle and swept over them in one burst, dropping them all. Old M.O. lay on the rooftop, and his night vision binoculars never left his eyes. The number of zombies was dropping fast. This wave of the horde wasn't too large to begin with. Their charge had no follow-up, no reinforcements behind it, and the wall of fire from the white phosphorus shells had cut them off several kilometers away. Old M.O.'s lips curled slightly, but before the smile could fully form, it froze. At the far edge of his vision, he saw another shadow. Not a zombie, a mutant, and bigger than the last one, faster too. The mutant burst out from the shadows of the ruins, running on all fours at terrifying speed. It weaved through the barrage, dodging left and right, lunging back and forth. The heavy machine gun swept across it, and it dodged. The autocannon on the infantry fighting vehicle tracked it and fired, and it dodged again. Old MO's pupils tightened. That thing wasn't an ordinary mutant. It was an elite. Attention, everyone. There's a big one. Don't let it get through. The 3rd Platoon Commander's voice exploded over the radio. Before he even finished speaking, all 3 infantry fighting vehicles opened fire at once. 30mm shells detonated around the mutant. The mutant suddenly changed direction and pounced toward one of the IFVs, so fast it was shocking. The trajectory couldn't keep up with it. It leaped into the air and lunged at the IFV. Boom! A grenade exploded at its side. The shockwave blasted it flying. Shrapnel tore across its body, shearing off half of it. It crashed to the ground, rolled several times, then lay silent among the rubble and dust. Old Mo lowered his binoculars and let out a long breath, leaning against the railing. His heart was pounding in his chest like a drum. Fuck, that scared the hell out of me. I thought it was some badass monster. So that's it? Just now. He had really thought that mutant was about to turn into a super scion and smash the IFV in a scrap with one slap. It had scared him so badly he nearly pissed himself. But what had he just seen? One shell and it was gone. All units, pay attention. Clear the battlefield. The 3rd Platoon Commander's voice came over the radio again. Confirm there are no stragglers. The soldiers came out from behind, cover one after another, rifles in hand, slowly approaching the open ground littered with corpses. Some fired finishing shots. Some confirmed the kills. Old Mo climbed down from the rooftop. His legs were still a little weak. He walked over to an IFV and leaned against the wheel, tilting his head up to stare at the smoke-blackened sky for a long time, breathing hard. On the other side, the battle in the rear of the western line also ended quickly. That portion of the zombie horde, cut off by the white phosphorus shells, wasn't large. Only about 100 had made it through the wall of fire. A platoon Gauchung had sent out used several abandoned buildings as layered defensive positions and wiped out the attacking enemies in less than 20 minutes. By the time the news reached the command center, Jiang Shun was leaning against the city wall with his eyes closed, resting. He opened his eyes and slowly let out a long breath. The weight that had hung over his heart all day finally dropped away. He opened the system panel. The number under merit points was still jumping nonstop. 1,165,798. The corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin, the smile reaching his eyes. Soon, just a little over 300,000 more, and the 2nd Combined Battalion would be his. When that time came, he wanted to see what other tricks that mastermind still had left. While the Nirvana army and the zombie horde were fighting like fire and water, dozens of kilometers away, at Phoenix Mountain Base, at the very top of the watchtower, the night wind was fierce, making Zhao Tianqing's clothes snap loudly. He had already been standing there for a very long time, so long that his leg had started to go numb, yet he still hadn't moved. He held up his binoculars, the lenses aimed east. Tonight, the horizon shrouded in darkness was especially lively. In the distant sky, dark red flashes appeared from time to time. Those were the fireballs of explosions, one after another, patch after patch, rising and falling through the night like someone was setting off a fireworks show that would never end. Occasionally, the sound of shells streaking across the sky carried over from dozens of kilometers away. It was already very faint by the time it reached him, but Zhao Tianqing could still vaguely hear it. And within those bursts of firelight, he saw things that had no business being part of fireworks. Orange-red fireballs suddenly swelling outward. That was the effect of high explosive detonations. Dark red arcs rising from the ground and dragging long trails behind them. That was the trajectory of rockets. And those white streaks tearing through the night sky like a meteor shower. He had never seen that kind of shell before. When they came down, the whole sky was lit up like broad daylight. He had served here for decades, but he had never seen any force put out firepower this dense, this continuous, this utterly unconcerned with cost. What exactly was hidden inside that city to make that mysterious armed force fight at this level no matter the price? Just then, footsteps came from the stairwell. They were light, but in the silence of the night, they were especially clear. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou came up from below the tower, carrying 2 cups of tea in his hands. He handed one to Zhao Tianqing, then held the other himself and leaned against the railing. Neither of them spoke. They simply watched the eastern sky, which kept lighting up again and again. A dark red cloud of fire rose at the horizon. Even from dozens of kilometers away, its outline could still be seen clearly. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. Old Zhao, do you think Han Meng and Lung Feng are over there too? Zhao Tianqing did not answer right away. He lowered the binoculars from his eyes, the fingers gripping the barrel slightly cold. He looked at the horizon that was still flashing and spoke softly, so softly it was almost like he was talking to himself. Whether they are or not, this is already beyond something we can get involved in. He turned to look at Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou, his gaze sinking. Have everything packed up? It's all packed. The plane arrives at 8 o'clock tomorrow, right on time. The 2 men fell silent again. In the distance, another blaze lit up along the eastern horizon, brighter than the last one. When it exploded, even the body of the watchtower was dyed orange-red. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou looked at the firelight, his lips moving slightly. At last, he asked the question that had weighed on his heart for a long time. Old Zhao, if the higher-ups ask, how do we explain this? Zhao Tianqing did not answer immediately. He hung the binoculars on the railing and slipped both hands into his pockets. The night wind left his hair a little disheveled. Then he turned his head and stared into Zhou's eyes as he said flatly, "You mean those two mission targets, or that mysterious force?" "Both," Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou said in a low voice. Zhao Tianqing was silent for a moment. Then he turned back toward the eastern horizon that was still flickering and slowly said, "How else can we explain it? We report it truthfully." He paused, then looked sideways at Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou. "We say what we saw. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, helicopters, countless artillery strikes. What is that armed force called? Don't know. Where did it come from? Don't know. What unit designation does it have? Don't know. But what we do know is this. Its firepower is 10 times stronger than ours. No, 100 times stronger." Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou opened his mouth, wanted to say something, then closed it again. Zhao Tianqing continued, "As for Han Meng and the others, we did everything we could. We sent the search and rescue team. We sent the armored company too. We went everywhere we could go. We can't enter that area, and we can't afford to provoke that force. We didn't bring them back, not because we didn't want to save them, but because we couldn't." As he spoke, his voice gradually turned hoarse. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou stayed silent for a long time, then nodded and drained the tea in his cup in one gulp, even though it had long since gone cold. "Ah, then that is how it is." The two men fell silent once more. Far away, on the eastern horizon, the shelling was still going on. The artillery position had once again received the order to fire. The barrels of the self-propelled howitzers rose at the same time, pointing toward the eastern front in the night. The loaders rammed white phosphorus rounds into the breeches. The gunners locked onto the coordinates sent back by the drones. The commander stood in the center of the position, raised that little red flag with its corners already burned black, then swung it down hard. Fire! The cannons roared. White phosphorus rounds streaked across the night sky with white trails, plunging toward the eastern front. The impact point was not the vanguard of the zombie tide, but a position farther back in the middle section. That was where the zombies were densest, and also the only route for the follow-up reinforcements. The moment the firelight exploded, those 9 blazing white flames bloomed simultaneously within the horde, heat waves carrying blinding white light spreading in all directions. The burning effect of white phosphorus rounds far exceeded that of ordinary incendiary shells. After the warhead burst, thousands of burning particles sprayed outward, clinging to anything that could burn. The zombies' clothes, skin, and hair, once they were stuck, they became moving torches. Those zombies hit by the white phosphorus struggled wildly within the horde, rolling, crashing, trying to shake off the flames that would not go out, but the white phosphorus burned on water and did not extinguish in soil. The more they tried to put it out, the fiercer it burned. They turned into clusters of moving fireballs, smashing through the horde and dragging more unignited companions into the sea of fire. Li Yunlong poked his head out of the trench and looked at the blazing inferno ahead. His mouth slowly split into a grin, until he smiled like a child who had just found treasure. "Damn it, this stuff really works. With this, those bastards can forget about circling around my flank." He turned around, his voice rising several notches, his hoarse shout echoing across the position. "Stop standing there. Take this chance to resupply ammo. Bullets, shells, grenades, take as much as you can. Medics, get the wounded down there. Move." The soldiers stood up from the trenches, carried ammunition, mounted new belts, and distributed ammo crates. The medics helped the wounded onto stretchers and moved them to the rear. The position was full of busy figures, no one idle, and no one wanted to be idle. The firestorm in the rear was still burning, but no one looked at it. They all knew it was only a temporary breather. The fire would go out, and the zombies would come again. Before that happened, all they could do was fill their magazines, bandage their wounds. Then wait for the next wave, wait for the wave after that, wait for the next wave that no one knew when would ever end. The battle lasted through another full night. The gunfire never stopped, and the artillery never ceased. Those zombies surged up wave after wave, were driven back wave after wave. But soon after, they would regroup and launch another assault. No one knew how many there were, and no one had the mind to count. When dawn came, the most troubling thing for Li Yunlong arrived. His men had almost gone 2 days without closing their eyes. From the first shot fired before dawn until now, more than 30 hours had passed, and no one had slept, no one had eaten a proper hot meal. And even the time to sit down and catch a breath was limited. Some leaned against sandbags and fired, only stopping every few shots to shake out their stiff arms. Some had hands so shaky while changing magazines that they could not get the rounds into the chamber. One machine gunner had suddenly stopped while firing, and it was only when the man beside him shoved him that they realized he had already passed out with his eyes closed. The medic came over, pinched the space between his nose and upper lip, and only then did he wake up. The first thing he did after waking was grab his gun And the second thing was to keep pulling the trigger. The intensity of the battle had pushed everyone to their limits. A human body was not made of iron. Without food, one could hold on for 3 days. Without water, one could hold on for 1 day. Without sleep, how long could one hold on? They were already forcing themselves through sheer willpower. But those zombies were different. They did not need food, did not need water, did not need sleep, and did not know what exhaustion was. The ones in front fell, and those behind stepped over their corpses and kept charging. This wave was wiped out, and the next wave was already on the way. Fighting a war of attrition against something like this. How could humans possibly outlast it? Not long after dawn, the Eastern Front nearly had a hole torn open in it. A group of mutated types mixed in with the ordinary zombies and rushed up to the barbed wire fence. Their speed was far greater than that of normal zombies. Even heavy machine guns chasing them failed to stop them. They smashed through the barbed wire and poured in through the breach. The squad stationed on that section of the line threw themselves forward desperately. Light machine guns fired at close range, riflemen hurled grenades into the breach, and they actually used their lives to plug the gap. Very few people died, but in that instant, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. This would not do. Li Yunlong squatted in the trench, a cigarette with no flame between his teeth. Dark circles under his eyes like he had been punched twice. When people are exhausted, their reactions slow down, their aim goes off, and magazine changes can jam. The zombies would not give them any chance to catch their breath. At the same time, on the other side, below the wall at the rear of the fortress, Jiang Chun stared at the system panel in front of him. The overnight battle had not stopped for a single moment, and his merit points were soaring like crazy. 1,495,678, 1,495,789, 1,496,042, 1,496,345. Every time the number jumped, his pupils contracted once. 1.5 million. He had waited too long for this number. Without any hesitation, his finger directly opened the Army Exchange interface. Exchange for a heavy combined arms battalion. Ding! The system's cold voice rang in his mind, but at this moment, it sounded like heaven. Spent 1,500,000 merit points. Exchange for heavy combined arms battalion successful. Unit generating. Please designate deployment location, Supreme Leader. The inner fortress plaza. The moment the words fell, a dazzling white light lit up across the empty plaza inside the fortress. As the white light faded, the roar of steel came from the plaza, and the ground trembled slightly. That was the sound of tank engines. Chapter 216 Counterattack begins. Jiang Chun almost ran down from the city wall. He wanted to see with his own eyes what exactly 1.5 million merit points had bought him. The white light in the plaza had not fully faded yet, but the roar of steel had already filled the entire space. A Z-99, a main battle tank, rolled out of the light curtain, its tracks crushing the ground with a dull, powerful sound like a giant's heartbeat. The second vehicle, the third, the 10th, the 20th. The tanks formed a steel dragon, pouring endlessly out of the light curtain. Following close behind were 404 infantry fighting vehicles, the 30mm autocannons on their roofs glinting coldly in the morning light. After that came PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzers, their barrels raised high. Jiang Chun stood at the edge of the plaza, watching this steel torrent roll past him, his heart beating faster than a tank engine. He had previously had one combined arms battalion, only one. Now, the second one was right in front of him, fully staffed, fully equipped, fully stocked with ammunition, and ready to go into battle at any time. At the front of the formation, a burly middle-aged man strode over. He wore the same starry camouflage combat uniform as the ordinary soldiers, but there was one star on his shoulder epaulets. He stopped in front of Jiang Chun, snapped to attention, and saluted, his voice booming so loud it seemed ready to shatter glass. Reporting to the Supreme Leader, Wang Changhe, Battalion Commander of the Heavy Combined Arms 2nd Battalion, reporting in. Several officers stepped forward and turned behind him. Tank 1st Company Commander, Zhao Taizhu. Tank 2nd Company Commander, Sun Dabia. Tank 3rd Company Commander, Li Meng. Mechanized Infantry 1st Company Commander, Zhou Haidong. Mechanized Infantry 2nd Company Commander, Wu Jianjun. Artillery Company Commander, Chun Deli. Air Defense Company Commander, Lu Guodong. Support Company Commander, Ma Guoyang. Jiang Chun swept his gaze over those faces and didn't waste time on pleasantries. Time wouldn't wait. The soldiers on the front line were still holding on with their lives. Wang Changhe, here, detach 2 mechanized infantry companies and 1 tank company. Move out immediately to support the eastern, western, and southern front lines. The rest stay in the fortress with me and prepare for a counterattack. Yes, sir. Wang Changhe turned and ran toward the convoy, his roar echoing across the square. The steel torrent in the plaza split into 2. One force headed for the fortress gates, tracks crushing over the ground with dull rumbling sounds as they moved to reinforce the 3 battle lines. The other turned around and advanced toward the rear wall, preparing to crush the zombies still pouring in from the front. Jiang Chun climbed onto the lead vehicle and stood beside the turret, one hand on the hatch. Wind rushed in from ahead, making his clothes flap loudly. On the open ground in front, The zombies were still surging forward without end. Jiang Chun leaned out from the turret and pointed at the zombie horde ahead. His voice wasn't too loud, but every word carried killing intent. Crush through them. The fortress gates burst open, and the steel torrent poured out. The tanks led the charge, 3 abreast, their tracks throwing up clouds of dust. The infantry fighting vehicles followed close behind, their gun barrels aimed to both sides. The self-propelled artillery brought up the rear, slowly following with their barrels raised high. This convoy surged out of the fortress like a steel dragon that had been caged for too long and was finally free to stretch its limbs. Pouncing toward the open ground ahead, the front row of zombies had already rushed to within less than 200 meters of the fortress. What answered them was the roar of dozens of tanks. 125mm smoothbore cannons fired at the same time, their muzzle flashes joining into a wall of light. High explosive shells slammed into the densest parts of the zombie horde, and fireballs rose one after another. Zombie bodies were torn apart by the shockwaves, sliced open by shrapnel, and blasted into the air by the force of the explosions. The zombies around each impact point were swept clean as if by an invisible broom. But the zombies behind them kept surging forward, knowing neither how to stop nor how to retreat. The tanks didn't stop. One volley fired, reload, then another volley. The cannon barrels swept from the front ranks of the horde to the back, blasting from the center out to both sides. Those zombies vanished in sheets amid the explosions. But the rate of destruction still couldn't keep up with the tank's advance. The convoy drew closer and closer to the horde. The lead tank could already see the zombies' rotting faces. Ram through them. The driver of the first Type 99A tank slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared with 1,500 horsepower as the 55-ton steel beast charged into the horde. The first zombie was sent flying, its body spinning several times in midair before crashing to the ground. The second was crushed under the tracks from feet to head, the sound of flesh and bone breaking muffled beneath the steel. The third was knocked down by the hull, dragged under the chassis, and ground into scraps between steel and gravel. The tanks behind came one after another, their tracks rolling over mangled flesh and shell casings strewn across the ground. Some zombies tried to climb onto the vehicles from the sides, but the moment their claws caught the armor plating, the jolting holes threw them off, and they fell to the ground only to be crushed by the tanks behind. Some tried to chase from the rear, but the moment they got close, they were cut down by the infantry fighting vehicles' autocannons. Before the steel torrent, the zombies had no ability to resist at all. Those blocking the way were smashed to death, and those lying on the ground, not quite dead, yet were ground into meat paste. The 30mm autocannons joined the slaughter. Gun barrels extended from the convoy S-flanks, chasing down the zombies trying to flee. The shells landed in the horde and burst into clouds of blood mist. Some zombies had their legs blown off and crawled on the ground. Some had half their heads sliced away by shrapnel and still crawled forward. Some rolled on the ground engulfed in flames. No one paid them any attention. The tanks rolled right over them, and even their screams were drowned out by the thunder of steel. The convoy pushed forward all the way from the fortress rear wall to the center of the open ground. Behind them, the earth was left with a long, broad black carpet paved with mangled flesh and pools of blood. Blood flung from the tank tracks, leaving dark red radial streaks across the road. Jiang Chun stood on the turret of the lead vehicle, one hand on the hatch, the wind making his clothes snap loudly. He looked at the zombies still surging forward ahead, and the corner of his mouth slowly lifted. Keep advancing. Crush them. At the same time, on the other side, Eastern Front battlefield, Li Yunlong crouched in the trench, the rifle in his hand so hot it could fry an egg. He had just emptied a magazine and was reloading when the communications soldier came scrambling over, half crawling, his voice completely out of tune. Company commander. Urgent message from battalion commander. Reinforcements are almost here. 2 mechanized infantry companies and 1 tank company. They're already on the way. Li Yunlong's hand jerked, and a bullet almost fell to the ground. He looked up and stared at the communications soldier, eyes wide and round as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. What did you say? Reinforcements? A tank company? Yes. The newly joined brothers have already split off and are coming this way. Li Yunlong froze for 2 seconds, then shot to his feet. He had been squatting too long and his legs had gone numb. He swayed and grabbed the trench wall before steadying himself, ignoring the numbness. He sucked in a deep breath and shouted so loudly even the very front line could hear him. Brothers, our reinforcements are almost here. His throat was already shredded from shouting, his voice so hoarse it barely sounded human, but he couldn't suppress that excitement no matter what. Get your spirits up. All of you. Hit those sons of bitches hard. Don't let the new brothers look down on us. The position fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, cheers exploded from every corner of the trench at once. Ammo belts rattled into chambers, bolts snapped back and forth, and those exhausted, drowsy soldiers on the verge of collapse looked as if they had just been injected with a shot of adrenaline straight into their veins. Their eyes all lit up. Come on, come again. Old Joe held the machine gun and kept the trigger pin down. Shell casings flew out with constant clinks, and the muzzle flash lit up his soot-blackened face. I've still got plenty of bullets left. Beside him, A burly man braced a heavy machine gun and swept it in booming bursts so loud they nearly drowned out the artillery. Every weapon on the position opened up at full firepower. Those fire points that had been suppressed by the zombie horde all night now seemed ready to vent every last bit of frustration they had been holding in. Leaning against the edge of the trench, Li Yunlong bit down on that wrinkled cigarette and narrowed his eyes at the corpse tide still surging in front of him. The reinforcements were almost here. He wanted to see just how much longer those bastards could keep jumping around. On some distant high-rise, that gray figure was still standing there. From the moment the corpse tide launched its first charge, it had stood there without moving. It didn't understand. After 2 full days of fighting, that black curved structure was still spitting fire. Every time it thought that wall of fire was about to go out, new shells would fly from behind the city wall. Denser than before, fiercer than before. Its obedient children had charged up wave after wave and died wave after wave. The corpses piled beneath the city wall were already half a person high, yet that fortress still had not budged in the slightest. Its losses were growing. Quite a few mutated zombies had been lost, and several 100,000 ordinary zombies had died. Those children were the family assets it had painstakingly gathered. The entire foundation it relied on to survive in this dead city. But wasn't T anxious? It still had over 1 million troops. That was the legacy left behind after several million people in this city had turned into zombies. Those children were scattered across every corner of the city, sleeping, waiting to be awakened. The moment it sent out a summons, they would crawl out from the ruins, from underground, from every dark corner, and rush to the battlefield. It could afford to drag this out. You've been fighting for 2 days. How much ammunition do you have left? After fighting this long, how much energy do your men still have? 1 till your gun barrels glow red? 1 till your soldiers get tired? 1 till your bullets run out? And me, I have this whole city with me. The corners of its mouth slowly split open. No matter how fierce your firepower is, there will come a day when it stops. And I have nearly 1 million troops. I can grind you to death through sheer attrition. It stared at the flickering firelight in the distance. In those pure black eyes was that kind of excitement that made people's backs turn cold. It did not understand fatigue. It did not need rest. It had all the time in the world. Phoenix Mountain Base, helipad. Zhao Tiansheng stood on the empty concrete ground, head tilted up as he looked toward the eastern sky. Morning light had already spilled over the ridge, dyeing the clouds on the horizon a pale gold. He checked the watch on his wrist again. The hour hand pointed at 8, the minute hand at 45. 8:45. 45 minutes later than scheduled. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou walked up from behind, still clutching an unsent telegram in his hand. He stopped beside Zhao Tiansheng and also lifted his head to look at that empty sky. Neither of them spoke. The silence pressed on their chests like a stone. Why hasn't Tia come yet? Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou finally couldn't hold back anymore. He rolled the telegram into a tube, crumpling it in his grip. His voice was very low, as if afraid someone might hear. It's already been over half an hour. Zhao Tiansheng didn't respond. His gaze remained fixed on that patch of cloud in the sky. The plane hadn't come. There wasn't even a shadow of it. No roar of engines. No report over comms. Nothing at all. Let us wait a little longer, Zhao Tiansheng said, his voice heavy. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou opened his mouth, then closed it again. So the two of them simply stood there on that empty helipad, heads raised, waiting for a plane that would never come. The sun had fully risen above the ridge. Golden light spread across the entire helipad, stretching the shadows of the 2 men long behind them. The troops gathered behind them were silent as well. No one spoke. At that moment, a communications soldier ran out of the command post, clutching a telegram in his hand. His steps were quick, his breathing urgent. He ran up to Zhao Tiansheng, snapped to attention, and saluted. Even his voice was trembling. Brigade Commander, urgent telegram from higher command. Zhao Tiansheng took the telegram. It was only a few short lines, but he looked at it for a long time. So long that Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou Kudinti helped leaning closer. So long that the soldiers behind them began whispering to each other. So long that the sun rose another notch. At last, he lowered the telegram. His voice was so hoarse it barely sounded like his own. They can't come. He handed the telegram to Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou. The capital base is under attack from a massive zombie tide. Higher command has ordered all mobile forces back for reinforcement. The plane sent to pick us up has been reassigned. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou took the telegram and stared at those few lines. His fingers slowly tightened, crumpling the paper out of shape. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Then he turned to look at Zhao Tiansheng, and Zhao Tiansheng looked back at him. The 2 men met each other's eyes. All they saw there was exhaustion. Withdraw. Zhao Tiansheng turned around and waved a hand at the troops behind him. The air in the meeting room was so stifling it made people's chests feel tight. The windows were shut. The door was shut too. Zhao Tiansheng sat in the main seat. That wrinkled telegram spread out before him. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou sat beside him, holding a cup of tea that had long since gone cold, without taking a single sip. What were we supposed to do now? Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou let out a sigh. Even the sound that rolled out of his throat carried a deep weariness. They said they were coming, and now they're not. Didn't he even give us a chance to discuss it? Zhao Tiancheng didn't answer. His fingers pressed against his temples, rubbing back and forth. The skin between his brows was practically rubbed raw. His head hurt, not from illness but from worry. All right, old Zhou, since things have come to this, we should first think about how to survive. He lifted his head and looked at Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou. How long can our supplies still last? Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou's face immediately fell. He set the teacup down on the table, pulled a wrinkled report sheet from his briefcase, and began reading. Food, rice and flour. Enough for all personnel for 12 days. Canned goods, meat, vegetables, fruit. If we ration them, they can last 15 days. We have a large stock of compressed biscuits. Those can hold for 20 days. We're not short on oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and seasonings, but without rice or flour, seasonings are useless. We're severely short on medicine. Antibiotics are almost gone. There aren't enough tourniquets. There's still 3 tons of diesel left. Under normal conditions that would last a month, but now we have to save it. He paused, his voice dropping even lower. He flipped the report face down onto the table. At the absolute limit, if we squeeze things tight, we can last 20 days. Any more than that, the rest nothing left. Brigade Commander, what do you think we should do? Zhao Tiancheng was silent for a long time, then let out a helpless sigh. What can we do? Let us wait another 2 days first. Maybe once the fighting over there is finished, the higher-ups will have the manpower to come get us again. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou opened his mouth, wanting to say, what if it doesn't end over there? But when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down. He picked up the cup of tea that had long since gone cold and drained it in one gulp. The tea was bitter, and after swallowing it, his mouth was full of astringency. Then we'll wait 2 more days first. He set the teacup down. Meanwhile, on the other side, the crushing advance of the steel torrent was still continuing. The tanks led the charge 3 abreast, wherever their tracks rolled over. All that remained was mangled flesh and pools of blood. Those zombies couldn't stop them. Any that rushed in front of the tanks were sent flying, dragged into the tracks, and crushed apart, thrown off after clinging to the hull, then run over by the vehicles behind them. Their claws couldn't even leave a mark on the armor plating. A mutant pounced from the side, moving extremely fast. It weaved left and right between shell craters and ruins, dodging several bursts of machine gun fire. It rushed up to the lead tank, leaped into the air, landed on the turret, and drove its claws at the hatch. A spark flew. It didn't even scratch the paint. It froze for a moment. And in that single moment, the remote weapon station on top of the vehicle swung around. The 12.7mm barrel pressed against its forehead. Bang! Its head exploded. The corpse rolled off the turret and was crushed into pulp by the tank behind it. Infantry fighting vehicles moved along both sides of the tanks. Their 30mm autocannons tracked the zombies trying to circle around from the flanks, punching through one and then the 2 behind it. The infantry inside fired precise shots outward through the firing ports. Every shot took one down. Those zombies could not advance, could not retreat, could not break through on the left, could not surround on the right. Trapped within the crushing range of the steel torrent, they were being cleared out in swaths. The situation on the battlefield was gradually reversing. The pressure behind the fortress had shifted from defense to offense. Jiang Chun stood on the turret of the lead vehicle. The density of zombies on the open ground ahead was already much thinner than it had been 2 hours ago. The breakthrough was right in front of them. All forces, accelerate. Don't give them a chance to catch their breath. His voice wasn't loud, but every word came through the channel crystal clear. The tank companies slammed down on the accelerator, raising their speed from a patrolling pace of a little over 10 kilometers per hour to a charging speed of over 20. The steel torrent poured deep into the zombie horde like floodwater bursting through a broken dam. At the artillery position, 60 heavy guns stood in a line. The PL-05 self-propelled howitzers occupied the center of the position. PL-181 self-propelled howitzers were spread across both wings. Their barrels stretched from north to south, with no end in sight. The loaders rammed shells into the chambers. The gunners locked onto coordinates, and the commanders standing on high brought down their red flags. Fire! 60 artillery pieces roared at the same time. The muzzle flashes linked together into a wall of light. The earth trembled. The air burned. Shells streaked across the sky and fell into the zombie horde. The flames of the explosions burned from the eastern front to the western front, from the southern front to the rear of the fortress. High explosive shells burst open, sending chunks of flesh flying into the air. White phosphorus rounds turned the field into a sea of fire, and the zombies were burned into charred corpses in the flames. Concrete warheads slammed into the ruins and shook the hidden mutant types inside to death. Cluster munitions exploded over the heads of the corpse horde, and dozens of submunitions scattered into the zombie mass and detonated at the same time. Shrapnel swept through them, harvesting them batch after batch. Eastern Front battlefield. Li Yunlong squatted in the trench, chewing on a compressed biscuit. The artillery fire made his ears buzz, and crumbs fell out of his mouth. He glanced at the corpse tied ahead. High explosive shells burst in front of the wall of white phosphorus fire, blasting apart the zombies trying to get around the sea of flames. He swallowed the biscuit and took a gulp of water. Damn it. If I had this kind of firepower back then, I'd have blasted my way right to the Heavenly Emperor's homeland. Beside him, Wei Hashang was loading bullets into magazines. Li Yunlong turned his head and looked at him. You brat has been following me for this long. This time, your eyes have really been opened, huh? Wei Hashang grinned and stuffed the loaded magazine into an ammo pouch. Company commander, with this many guns and cannons, what are we going to be afraid of from now on? Li Yunlong took the cigarette from behind his ear and stuck it in his mouth. Hashang tactfully pulled out a lighter and lit it for him. Squinting at the battlefield ahead that was still smoking, Li Yunlong's voice boomed out. Afraid? I've never known how to write the word afraid. Back then, we just didn't have the gear. Now we've got the gear, he got artillery, we've got tanks, and we've even got planes. What the hell have I got to be afraid of? Wei Hashang let out a chuckle. Western Front battlefield. Gao Cheng stood beside an infantry fighting vehicle. In his binoculars, that stretch of open ground that had been plowed over countless times by artillery was still smoking. The density of the zombies had thinned by at least half compared to before, and the rhythm of their charge had also fallen into chaos. He lowered the binoculars, the knuckles gripping the radio, turning faintly white. Support from 56 heavy guns. In his whole life, he had never fought such a wealthy battle. All platoons, attention. Once the artillery fire shifts forward, advance 200 meters. First platoon, received. Second platoon, received. Third platoon, received. Several infantry fighting vehicles started up at the same time, their gun barrels pointing toward that stretch of open ground that had just been covered by artillery fire. Southern Front battlefield. Ding Wei sat on top of a tank turret, his legs hanging down both sides of the hull, eating self-heating rice. Ever since the new troops had joined, the pressure on the front line had instantly eased by a lot. There was even time to sit down and take a few bites of dry food. Not to mention that there were still 60 heavy guns at the artillery position carrying out round after round of bombardment. Eastern Front, Western Front, Southern Front. Rear of the fortress. Wherever the pressure was greatest, that was where they bombed. Wherever mutant types showed their heads, they bombed. Wherever the zombies charged too fiercely, they bombed. The artillery had become the entire battlefield's firefighting team. Wherever a fire broke out, they put out there. The communicator's voice came through the radio. Company commander, the artillery position is asking whether we need another round over here. Ding Wei swallowed the biscuit in his mouth and picked up the radio to reply. Tell them to conserve their shells. The Eastern Front needs it more than we do. The support doesn't need to be too dense. Fire a few rounds every so often. As long as those beasts don't dare cluster up, that's enough. A clear understood came from the other side, and the radio fell silent. At the same time, elsewhere, on a distant high-rise, that gray figure was still standing there, but in its pitch-black eyes for the first time, flashed a trace of emotion that humans could understand. Not confusion, but incomprehension, and beneath that, a layer of panic it did not want to admit. It stared toward the north. That was the rear of the Eastern Front battlefield. Yesterday, that place had been the opening it had been most hopeful of tearing apart. The several dozen mutant types and several thousand ordinary zombies it had sent out had almost managed to reach the rear of those humans. But now, that place was completely silent. The gunfire had stopped, the cannon fire had stopped, and its children had stopped too. Not because they had all died, but because they had been beaten back. They had retreated even faster than they had charged. It could not understand. The humans had been fighting for so long, 2 or 3 days already. Shouldn't they be tired? Shouldn't they have run out of bullets? Shouldn't their gun barrels be overheating? It had gathered for a long time in this city, amassed for a long time, before finally obtaining a force of over 1 million. In 2 days, it had lost more than half. Behind it stood several mutant types with even larger bodies. They had only awakened from all corners of the city over the last 2 days and rushed over to reinforce it. Their skin was darker, their limbs thicker. They crawled out of ruins, climbed out of underground parking lots, and poured out of collapsed subway stations. Every one of them had hundreds or even thousands of underlings with it. One mutant type with an especially thick upper body stepped forward, a low rumble coming from its throat. The work-clothed zombie turned its head and glanced at it without responding. Its gaze fell once more on that black curved building. What it understood even less was why those humans' artillery fire could still be this dense. From before dawn until nightfall, then from nightfall until daybreak. As if it would never stop, it clenched its teeth and let out a short hiss from its throat. The mutant types behind it all lowered their heads at the same time, then turned and ran in different directions, disappearing into the ruins. The ordinary zombies still charging at the front stopped in their tracks and stood blankly on the open ground. Without something driving them on, they did not know why they were standing there. The work-clothed zombie stood on the rooftop, the wind blowing at the tattered hem of its clothes. Staring at that black building in the distance that was still spitting fire, retreat appeared in its pitch-black eyes for the first time. Eastern Front battlefield. Before the smoke of gunpowder had fully dispersed, Old Joe squatted in the trench, changing the machine gun barrel. The barrel he had just removed was still smoking, so hot that his gloves sizzled. He tossed the barrel into the sandpit beside him, pulled out a fresh one from the gun case, and lined it up with the receiver slot. The gunfire at the front edge of the position suddenly intensified. It wasn't the endless rattling burst of ordinary zombie charges. It was the urgent thumping of heavy machine guns, people shouting, grenades exploding. Old Joe grabbed the machine gun, lifted his head, and rushed out of the trench. The corpse horde in front of the position had not moved. It was still stopped on that scorched earth 200 meters away that had been plowed over by artillery fire. What moved was something else. Several gray-white shadows shot out at high speed from behind the corpse horde, faster than the mutant types from before and larger in size as well. One of them charged straight from the front, running on all fours with terrifying speed. The heavy machine gunner swung the muzzle around. The thumping 12.7mm rounds chased after it. But the thing suddenly changed direction, its body violently folding off to the side. The trajectory couldn't keep up. A squad leader crouched by the trench, holding a rifle fitted with a grenade launcher. He aimed at the mutant type S running path and pulled the trigger. Trailing white smoke, the grenade flew out. That thing reacted unbelievably fast. Its hind legs slammed into the ground. Its entire body leaped into the air, jumping right over the grenade. The instant it landed, it continued pouncing toward the position. Old Joe set up the machine gun and held down the trigger, the stream of bullets sweeping across the open ground. That thing weaved left and right through the curtain of fire. A bullet hit it, blowing a bloody hole through its shoulder blade. Half its body caved in, but didn't stop. Dragging its mangled body, it kept charging forward. It slammed headfirst into the barbed wire at the front of the position and tore it open. The young soldier guarding the very front line didn't have time to dodge. Before he could even raise his rifle, that thing was already on top of him. Poochie! Its claw punched through the soldier's chest. Blood sprayed from the wound and splattered across that thing's gray-white face. The soldier lowered his head and looked at the claw piercing through his chest. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Gripping the rifle against his chest, he placed his finger on the trigger, pressed the muzzle against that thing's stomach, and pulled all the way down. Chapter 219. The one behind the scenes panicked retreat da-da-da-da-da. The bullets emptied out, and the magazine dropped to the ground. Several bloody holes exploded open in that thing's abdomen, and blue-gray intestines spilled from wounds. The soldier and the mutant both crashed to the ground together, face to face. The soldier's pupils were still dilating, and that thing's claw was still buried in his chest. A comrade beside him rushed over and smashed the butt of his rifle into that thing's head with all his strength. Another comrade raised a shotgun, pressed it against that thing's temple, and pulled the trigger. Boom! Half its head blew off, and only then did the body finally go limp. Old Joe's eyes were red as he raised his machine gun and raked that thing's corpse with another burst. The bullets tore apart its chest cavity, abdomen, and limbs. Old Joe's finger was still on the trigger, and shell casings kept clinking as they flew out. A comrade beside him yanked him back. It's dead. It's dead. Stop shooting. Old Joe released the trigger. His fingers were stiff. Even after letting go, they still held the shape of pulling it. He lowered his head and glanced at the young soldier lying in a pool of blood. There was a huge hole in his chest, and his eyes were still open. Several more mutants rushed out from behind the corpse horde. But this time, they didn't charge over. They paced around in front of the corpse horde a few times, then turned and ran back the way they had come. The ordinary zombies that had stalled out on the open ground also began moving, following behind those mutants as they retreated to the rear. The gunfire on the battlefield gradually thinned out. Some people squatted in the trenches smoking. Some leaned against sandbags and gasped for air. Some knelt beside corpses and closed the open eyes of their fallen comrades. Old Joe leaned against the trench wall and finally lit the cigarette that had been hanging from his mouth for who knew how long. He took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled. Smoke churned before his eyes. He turned his head and glanced at the stretcher covered in white cloth being carried to the rear. He took another drag, flicked the ash, then set the machine gun on the sandbags with the muzzle pointed forward. The dead could not come back to life. The only thing he could do was kill more zombies to honor his comrade. At the same time, on the other side, Jiang Chun stood atop the infantry fighting vehicle, holding down the trigger. 12.7mm rounds shot from the barrel, dragging dark red trajectories through the morning light. In his eyes, the zombies' charge looked like it had been slowed down. Every time he pulled the trigger, he hit his mark. Some zombies stepped over corpses and kept surging forward. The muzzle shifted slightly, the trajectory swept across, and 3 were pierced through in a row. The physical enhancement from gene strengthening made it so he hardly needed to make any corrections while aiming. Wherever he pointed, he hit. Those zombies kept flooding across the open ground like they were lining up to die. He dropped one row, and another came. Dropped that one, and another came. Their brains couldn't think. They didn't know fear. They only knew how to charge forward on instinct. No matter how many came, they were still just coming to die. The mutant pack remained in the distance the whole time, not following in. Several thin blue-gray figures were scattered among the ruins. Some hid behind collapsed walls, some crouched at the edges of shell craters, and some paced beside burning car wrecks. They were observing, waiting, searching for a breakthrough. But Jiang Chun gave them no chance. The twin Vulcan cannons on the city wall remained on standby the whole time, and the lids of the mini-missile launch silos stayed open as well. As long as any mutant dared get close, it would be blasted into scraps before it could even touch the city wall. On the other side, Eastern battlefield, Li Yunlong squatted on the edge of the trench. In the binoculars, the corpse tide was still surging across the open ground, but the momentum of the charge wasn't as fierce as before. The breach couldn't be filled. The formation couldn't be sustained. It was like a snake with its fatal spot gripped by someone else's hand, still twisting, but already unable to exert any strength. Company commander, the newly arrived mechanized infantry company, is in position. The signalman ran over from behind. Li Yunlong lowered the binoculars, jumped down from the edge of the trench, and patted the dust off his knees. The reinforcements had finally arrived, a mechanized infantry company plus a tank company. The tank company would circle around from the flank, and the mechanized infantry company would take over the frontline defense. Li Yunlong grabbed the radio and ordered the tank company to attack. The tank company charged out from the flank of the position. 12 Type 99A tanks spread into a single line, their gun barrels blasting into the side of the corpse horde. The zombies still hadn't broken through the front, and now they were stabbing the side too. Their formation completely fell apart. Western battlefield. Gao Cheng stood in the commander's cupola of an infantry fighting vehicle. Zombies were still popping up in the ruins ahead, but every time one showed its head, a sniper immediately picked it off. Gao Cheng pulled out his pistol and fired 3 shots into the sky. The newly arrived mechanized infantry company drove out from behind the position and joined the front line. Soldiers jumped out of the vehicles and spread into the trenches. The firepower became denser than before. No matter how hard those zombies charged, they still couldn't make it up. Southern battlefield. Ding Wei sat on a tank turret, holding the cup of tea in his hand, now long gone cold. A few scattered zombies wandered across the open ground ahead, only to be picked off one by the infantry. The battle was still going on, but there was no suspense left. The ammunition that had supported them for 2 days and 2 nights was steadily clearing out this city's zombie reserves bit by bit. While Jiang Chun held down the trigger, he saw through the scope that those mutants in the distance were actually starting to show signs of wanting to retreat. The battle was fierce. Jiang Chun's hand on the trigger never stopped. On the open ground below the city wall, the density of the zombies had already thinned by more than half compared to 2 hours ago. Their charging formation had scattered, and the follow-up forces couldn't keep up. The zombies that made it to the foot of the wall were blown to pieces before they even had time to look up. He seized the moment, grabbed the radio, and spoke in a hoarse voice, every word dripping with killing intent. Kill them hard. All of you. The moment his words fell, every weapon on the city wall opened fire at the same time. The twin Gatlings of the Yinshan turrets spat out 2 streams of fire, sweeping across the corpse horde in crisscrossing bursts. The trajectories from the Laitian turrets wove into an airtight web of fire. The 30mm shells of the Luduan 3000 blasted the mutants, still lingering in the distance, into pieces. The heavy artillery of the Tianfa 2000 bombarded, once every so often. Wherever a shell landed, nothing remained within a radius of 80 meters. The soldiers on the city wall gripped rifles, light machine guns, and heavy machine guns, pouring firepower onto every target still moving. Eastern battlefield. The tank company smashed in from the flank into the rear of the corpse horde. 125mm smoothbore guns fired in succession, and high-explosive shells detonated in the densest clusters of zombies. Those zombies had lost rear command. They couldn't advance, couldn't retreat, couldn't break left, and couldn't encircle right. Li Yunlong stood on top of the trench with a machine gun, spraying the corpse tide ahead. Shell casings clinked as they hit the ground. Damn you, keep charging. Go on, charge. Charge again if you can. Western battlefield. The mechanized infantry company launched a counterattack from the front. The 30mm autocannons chased after the routed zombies and tore into them. Gao Cheng directed the infantry fighting vehicles to flank from both sides, sealing off every route of retreat for the zombies. On the southern front, the tank company and mechanized infantry company advanced in coordination, not letting a single zombie slip through the net. Sitting inside the command vehicle, Ding Wei watched the red dots rapidly disappearing from screen. The smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to suppress. On a distant high-rise, panic finally surfaced in the work-clothed zombie's pure black eyes. It realized that the number of zombies under its control was dropping at an alarming rate. Of the hundreds of children gathered here, more than half had already been burned away. The eastern line had been beaten back. The western line had been broken through. The southern line had been surrounded. Even the force that had tried to circle around from the rear had been completely wiped out. And those humans were still standing there. They still had ammunition. They still had strength. It began to panic. This couldn't continue. If the fighting went on, all of its children would die here. A sharp screech burst from its throat. The sound was piercing, echoing through the ruins. The zombies still charging on the eastern line stopped in their tracks. The scattered zombies on the western line stopped fleeing and stood there, blankly turning their heads. The zombies surrounded on the southern line lowered their arms, drooped their heads, and went motionless. Then they began to retreat. The zombies in the front row turned around and walked back the way they had come. The zombies in the rear followed after them, their formation unbroken. The zombies that had been scattered crawled out from every corner and merged into the retreating flood. Mutants sprang from the shadows of the ruins and ran at the very front of the horde as the vanguard. Standing atop the city wall, Jiang Chen watched the black tide receding and did not order a pursuit. They had fought for 2 days and 2 nights. More than half their ammunition had been spent, and the men were close to their limit. He turned around and gave the order, ceasefire, rest in place, all lines, count casualties, and resupply ammunition. The gunfire on the wall stopped. The soldiers poked their heads out from behind cover, looking at the black figures in the distance as they gulped down breaths. Some leaned against sandbags and slid down to the ground. Some took off their helmets to wipe away sweat. Some unscrewed their canteens and poured water into their mouths. The position quieted down. Jiang Chen leaned against the wall, looking at the black tide disappearing into the distance. Before long, the system notification in his mind rang out right on time. He closed his eyes and waited for that string of cold electronic tones to read out the settlement list he had long been looking forward to. Ding! Detected that the head of state has successfully repelled the zombie tide. The mastermind behind it has fled the battlefield. Evaluating mission completion. Mission complete. Killed 784,000 zombies. Repelled the mastermind. All 3 defensive lines held. Fortress undamaged. Overall rating, S. Issuing mission rewards. Merit points plus 1 million. Heavy Combined Battalion X1. Bomber Squadron X1. Extra reward for exclusive S-rank evaluation. Double merit points event extended by 24 hours. Jiang Chen's breathing abruptly caught, and his pupils widened. He opened his eyes and stared at the system panel in front of him that only he could see. The number 1 million was still flickering. The icon for the Heavy Combined Battalion lay quietly in the storage space. A tiny 3 was marked on the Bomber Squadron icon. He opened the Bomber Squadron details. 3 H-6Ks hovered side by side in the virtual display. H-6K, medium to long-range bomber. Crew of 4. Maximum bomb load of 9 tons. Combat radius of 3,500 kilometers. Can carry conventional bombs, laser-guided bombs, air-to-surface missiles, and cruise missiles. There are 6 heavy hardpoints under the wings, each able to carry 1 Chang'e 20 cruise missile or 2 air-to-surface 88 missiles. The ventral bomb bay can carry conventional aerial bombs. 6 engines. Maximum flight speed of 0.8 Mach. Jiang Chen stared at the string of stats, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin. A combat radius of 3,500 kilometers. It could bomb from Fengtian all the way to the southern coast. A bomb load of 9 tons. 1 bombing run could flatten half an urban district. Those scenes he had fantasized about countless times before. Bomber formations roaring overhead, bombs falling into the zombie horde like raindrops. Chains of explosions linking together, entire city blocks leveled to the ground, could finally become reality. But zombies weren't the only thing he was thinking about bombing. Still, there was no rush. Right now, he had more than 1 million merit points, 2 combined battalions, 1 bomber squadron, an intact fortress, and soldiers who, though exhausted, still maintained full organizational structure. He closed the system panel and took a deep breath. On the open ground below the city wall, plowed over countless times by artillery shells, smoke was still rising. The air was thick with the smell of blood, scorched flesh, and disinfectant. His soldiers leaned behind sandbags, drinking water, cleaning their guns, and bandaging their comrades. Some had already fallen asleep, and their snores sounded especially clear in the silence after the gunfire had ceased. Jiang Chen turned and walked down from the city wall. After 2 steps, he stopped, tilted his head, and gave the gray horizon in the distance one last look. That work-clothed zombie was still hiding in some corner. It would come back. Next time, he wouldn't let escape again. Command Center. Jiang Chen opened the system panel. The number in the merit points column was still flickering. Merit points, 1,600,000. He stared at the number, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. 1,600,000. Enough to buy another combined battalion. His finger hovered over the exchange button. He did not hesitate for long. Ding. Merit points consumed. Obtained heavy combined battalion. Current number of heavy combined battalions, 4. The system voice did not stop. Another notification followed immediately after. Detected that the head of state now possesses 4 heavy combined battalions. Fusion conditions satisfied. Consume 0 merit points to fuse 4 combined battalions into 1 heavy combined brigade. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and tapped confirm. Ding. Fusion starting. Brigade personnel generating. Equipment generating. Organizational structure generating. Fusion complete. Congratulations, head of state. You have obtained a heavy combined brigade. Full personnel strength, 12,600. On the virtual panel before Jiang Chen, the organizational chart of the heavy combined brigade unfolded layer by layer. Under the combined brigade were a brigade headquarters company for heavy combined battalions, 1 artillery battalion, 1 air defense battalion, 1 combat support battalion, 1 logistics support battalion, and 1 air assault battalion. The entire brigade had a total of 12,600 personnel, including 600 officers, 3,600 non-commissioned officers, and 8,400 soldiers. Equipment overview. 168 main battle tanks, Z-99A model, 224 infantry fighting vehicles, 04A model, and 120 armored personnel carriers. Self-propelled artillery, PL-05, 155mm self-propelled howitzers, 72 pieces equipped. Truck-mounted howitzers, PLC-181, 155mm truck-mounted howitzers, 48 pieces equipped. Rocket artillery, PHL-191, long-range rocket launchers, 24 pieces equipped. Air defense systems, Hongqi-17E air defense missile systems, 24 sets equipped. Self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 09 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 24 pieces equipped. Anti-tank missile launch vehicles, Hongjin-10, 48 vehicles equipped. Armored reconnaissance vehicles, 08 model, 72 vehicles equipped. Armored command vehicles, ZBL-09 model, 24 vehicles equipped. Armored recovery vehicles, ambulances, and other support vehicles. Logistic support vehicles, all kinds of trucks, fuel tankers, supply vehicles, water transport vehicles, and field kitchen vehicles. Air assets, Wuji-10, 12 units. G-20 utility helicopters, 12 units. H-6K, medium to long-range bombers, 3 units. Engineering equipment, rocket mine-clearing vehicles, heavy obstacle-clearing vehicles, engineering repair vehicles, and bridge-laying vehicles. Electronic equipment, electronic warfare vehicles, radar reconnaissance vehicles, communications relay vehicles, UAV control stations, reconnaissance drones, attack drones. Jiang Chun stared at that long list of equipment, and even the breath he exhaled was scorching hot. 168 tanks lined up side by side could block an entire street dead. A volley from 72 self-propelled howitzers could wipe a small town off the map. The coverage radius of 24 long-range rocket launchers could blanket the entire urban district of Fengtian in one go. 24 air defense missile systems could shoot down any aerial target that dared come close. The Hongjin-10 missiles mounted on 24 anti-tank missile launch vehicles were made specifically to deal with things hiding behind cover. 12 Wuji-10 attack helicopters loaded with anti-tank missiles and rockets didn't even need to be used against tanks. Against zombies, they were absolute killing machines. 12 G-20 troop transport helicopters could deploy an entire company of soldiers to any corner of the city within 10 minutes. 3 Hongliu-K bombers carrying 9 tons of bombs each. One trip would be enough to make the zombies suffer. 12,600 men. 12,600 guns. With one combined brigade clenched in his hand, Fengtian City would be his. Jiang Chun slowly loosened his clenched fist. The corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears, and he smiled like a child who had just received a birthday present. Now he had the confidence. Before, when he fought zombies, he had to use whatever the system gave him. Now, he could build whatever he wanted. Wasn't that zombie behind the scenes hiding in the city center too afraid to show itself? Fine, just wait. Once he pulled this combined brigade out, with tanks leading the charge, infantry fighting vehicles covering, self-propelled artillery securing the rear, the air assault battalion flanking from above, and the Hongliu-K bombers opening the way in front, what zombie tide, what mutant species, what bullshit mastermind behind the scenes, he would crush them all. At this very moment, standing atop the city wall, Jiang Chun was so excited his hands were trembling. His mind was full of the image of more than 100 tanks lined up in a row, their muzzle flashes from synchronized volley turning night into day. The thunderous roar of 72 self-propelled howitzers firing at the same time would shake even the earth, and the bombardment from 24 rocket launchers could plow an entire urban district into scorched wasteland. Only then would he finally have at least a little confidence to go head-to-head with that thing behind the scenes. But before the excitement had even faded, anger surged up. These past few days, that bunch of bastards had been charging at his defensive line like they didn't value their lives at all. The gun barrels had been fired red hot, and once one was swapped out, they kept firing. The soldiers were so exhausted they could fall asleep standing up, yet they still had to pinch their own thighs to stay awake. So many faces he couldn't even call by name had fallen forever on this battlefield. Why should that beast get to attack whenever it wanted, then pat its ass and leave when it couldn't win? Things weren't that cheap in this world. Pass down the order. All air units, deploy. Jiang Chun turned around. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a blade tempered in fire. Get the bombers airborne. Chase them down and bomb them. The armored roof panels of the fortress hangar slid open to both sides. The wings of 6 Hongliu-K bombers were loaded with bombs. The engines ignited. The roar rose from deep and heavy to sharp and piercing. The fuselages turned from the taxiway onto the takeoff line and lifted into the air one after another. The soldiers on the ground raised their heads to watch those white giant birds sweep over them. Some took off their helmets and waved them. Some shouted at the top of their lungs. Some simply stared upward, their mouths stretched into grins from ear to ear. The bomber formation climbed to cruising altitude. The town beneath their bellies shrank into a miniature model. The streets looked like dried riverbeds, and the ruins like building blocks a child had overturned. The zombies currently retreating looked like black streams, surging toward the urban district through every passable gap. Target locked. There are too many to count precisely. The navigator's voice rang out over the channel. Then bomb a wider area. The pilot pressed the release button. The first wave of bombs detached from the bomb bay and entered free fall. There was no guidance, no tracking, just pure inertia smashing them into the ground. Bombs weighing several hundred kilograms plunged into the zombie horde, and the fireballs of the explosions connected into one continuous sheet. The shockwaves hurled zombies dozens of meters into the air. Shrapnel swept across areas dozens of meters in diameter. Any zombie hit by it wouldn't even leave behind an intact corpse. By the time the explosions reached the cockpit, the sound had turned muffled, but the scene the pilots saw through the canopy was anything but. The retreating zombies were blasted into panicked flight in every direction. No formation, no direction. Without even their instincts in order, they only knew to run. Second wave, third wave, fourth wave. The bomb bays of the 6 bombers opened in turn, and bombs rained down over the zombie horde. Their retreat route was completely cut off. Those in the rear had their legs blown off, yet still crawled forward. Those in front were thrown to the ground by shockwaves and couldn't get back up. A handful of mutant zombies tried to break out through the barrage, moving as fast as lightning as they darted left and right through the ruins. An aerial bomb detonated in midair above their heads, and more than 1,000 preformed fragments poured down like a rainstorm, tearing those bluish-gray bodies into pieces. Jiang Chun stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the command center, watching the bursts of fire continuously rising on the distant horizon. The bomber group completed its mission and began returning. They emerged from beneath the clouds and swept over the fortress one after another. The engine's roar made the glass hum and tremble. He turned around and stared at the red dots on the holographic map, all of them frantically fleeing toward the urban district. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted. The hunt had only just begun. Pass down the order. Frontline forces are to burn the corpse piles immediately and open the route. He tilted his head and glanced at the communications soldier. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th heavy combined battalions are to pursue from the eastern, western, and southern fronts. Kill as many as you can. A few seconds later, replies from each battalion sounded over the internal fortress channel. Received. At the same time, elsewhere, on the eastern front, the corpse piles were still burning. The white flames from the flamethrowers had been burning for nearly half an hour. A gap had split open down the middle of the breastwork made of piled corpses. The platoon leader of the tank company leaned half his body out to look ahead, then gave a broad wave of his hand. The convoy crushed straight through the sea of fire. Burning chunks of flesh still clung to the tracks. The steel floor plates were so hot they glowed red. The cooling system spun at full speed, and the engines never stopped. One tank after another crossed through the flames, with infantry fighting vehicles following close behind. Their broad tires rolled over charred chunks of flesh. The infantry sat inside the fighting vehicles, gripping their rifles, their eyes full of hunger for military merit. After the worker zombie gave the order to retreat, those ordinary zombies had no brains. They couldn't think. They only knew obedience. If the leader said charge, they charged. If the leader said retreat, they retreated. If the leader didn't say fight, they didn't fight. They were like a mass of soft-bodied creatures with their spines ripped out, sprawled helplessly along the retreat route, waiting to be slaughtered. It wasn't long before they were caught by the vanguard forces of the Nirvana army. Eastern Front. The tank group caught up to the tail of the zombie horde. The driver of the Type 99, leading the charge, slammed the accelerator down, and the engine roared as all 1,500 horsepower erupted at once. The few zombies in front of the gun barrel heard the thunder behind them and turned their heads in confusion, only to find the tank's front bumper already smashing into their faces. The sound of bones shattering was muffled beneath the steel hull. The armored vehicle rolled over their bodies, and the tracks dragged the remains under the chassis. The zombies behind them were still running, and when they heard the commotion behind them, they ran even faster. How could 2 legs outrun tracks? The tanks caught up, rolled over them, caught up again, and rolled over them again. The infantry fighting vehicles flanked from both sides, and their 30mm autocannons chased down the fastest-running zombies. One round pierced 3, pierced 4, dropping them in swathes. The 2nd Battalion's assault route pushed north all the way along the Eastern Front's main arterial road. More than 100 armored vehicles formed up in an assault formation. The tanks punched through the center, while the infantry fighting vehicles flanked from both sides. Ma Guiyang sat inside the command vehicle, staring at the red dots on the screen. His voice was as rough as sandpaper. Left flank in position. Right flank in position. Center break through. Open a gap and let them run. The more scattered they run, the easier they are to kill. The tank company charged in from the front, splitting the zombie horde into 2. The infantry fighting vehicles closed in from both sides. Any zombies trying to burrow into the ruins were swept back by autocannon fire. The infantry dismounted and cleared the area section by section, picking off the remaining targets, hiding in shell craters and rubble one by one. Those zombies had no idea to even turn around and look back, much less scatter and flee. They only knew to desperately run toward the urban district. The fast ones were killed by the autocannons. The slow ones were crushed by the tanks. The ones caught in the middle were shot dead by the infantry. Not a single zombie returned fire. On the western line, 3rd Battalion's pursuit route advanced from west to east in parallel. Shindeli's style was far more meticulous than Mangarecap's. He did not send his troops charging after them in one swarm. Instead, he divided the tank company and infantry fighting vehicles into 3 echelons. The first echelon stayed on the tail of the zombie horde, driving them toward the predetermined direction. The second echelon circled around from the flank and blocked their escape route in advance. The third echelon acted as the reserve force, reinforcing whichever side came under the most pressure. Driven forward, the zombies flooded into an open area. Before they could scatter, the tanks on the flank had already cut off their retreat. Autocannon fire, tank guns, and machine guns wove together. The zombies in the open ground were plowed over again and again. On the southern line, 4th Battalion's pursuit route was the most complicated. Lu Guodong led his troops through the villa district that had been blasted into ruins, bypassed the collapsed roads, then looped around to the front of the zombie horde from the north bank of a dried-up riverbed. The tank company charged up from the slope of the riverbed and perfectly blocked the zombies' retreat. The zombies fleeing south saw the tanks suddenly appear in front of them, and their steps slowed for just a moment. But that one moment was enough. The pursuing forces from the rear had already arrived. 100 guns roared at once, and flames shot into the sky. The zombies were wiped out patch by patch in the pincer attack. By the end, even the autocannon gunners found it dull. It was like target practice. Aim, pull the trigger, and a whole row dropped. Aim, pull the trigger, and another row dropped. The zombies never even turned their heads. Their minds held only one command. Retreat, retreat, retreat. This was not a battle. This was an execution. By the time the news reached the command center, Jiang Chan was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. He looked at the red dots on the holographic map as they rapidly disappeared, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled upward. At the same time, elsewhere, the worker-clothed zombie stood on the 3rd floor of a half-collapsed mall, looking north through a shattered window. It saw its children being slaughtered. Those tanks were pouring out from behind the wall of fire, their tracks crushing corpses, their autocannons sweeping after the retreating ranks. One after another, they fell. How dare those humans? It had fought for 3 days, lost more than half its forces, and had already chosen to retreat without pursuing further. Yet those humans still dared to chase after it. It could not understand. It did not have many troops left. Less than 20% of the mutants remained, and the ordinary zombies had also been heavily depleted. The reserves in this dead city were plentiful, but those children were scattered all across the city. Waking them up would take time, and getting them to the battlefield would take even more time. Everything it could use right now was already here, and those humans were now less than 10 kilometers away from it. If this pursuit kept up, even its nest would be uprooted. It opened its mouth, and a sharp screech burst from its throat, more urgent and more piercing than any time before. The command changed. No longer a mindless retreat. Scatter, hide, and save yourselves. The zombies being hunted abruptly spread out instead of crowding the main roads. Some burrowed into roadside shops. Some vaulted over walls and jumped into residential blocks. Some climbed fire escapes to the rooftops. Some hid in the entrances of underground parking garages. Tens of thousands of zombies scattered at once, like a basin of water thrown onto the ground, instantly seeping into every crack in the ruins. The tank crewmen of 2nd Battalion were stunned. The turret had only turned halfway before the targets were gone. Just moments ago, the zombie horde had been sprinting a few hundred meters away. In the blink of an eye, they had dived into the buildings on both sides, leaving only a few slower ones still on the street. The autocannon gunner pulled the trigger and dropped those few, then found there were no targets left. Battalion commander. The zombies scattered. They've all hidden inside the buildings. The voice from the lead vehicle carried confusion. Ma Guoyang stared at the screen. The red dots, representing the zombies, were no longer a long mass column. They had turned into densely scattered fragments spread through every corner of the ruins. This was different from before. In the past, those zombies only instinctively chased living humans. If they hid in buildings, it was because there were people inside. Now, they were hiding in buildings to save their lives, to avoid him. This was a purposeful tactical move. They had definitely received orders from the one behind them. The western and southern lines reported the same thing. The pursuing troops were forced to stop in place. If they fought, they would have to clear the area building by building. That would take too much time, and there was no telling how many were hiding inside. If they did not fight, then those remnants would be left behind. When the next zombie tide came, his forces would once again be caught in a pincer attack from front and rear. Ma Guoyang grabbed the radio. His voice was rough, but the frustration in it was obvious. Yuan Shou, the zombie horde suddenly scattered and all hid inside the buildings. The pursuit has been blocked. Requesting instructions. Shindeli's and Lu Guodong's reports arrived soon after. The wording was different, but the meaning was the same. They could not keep chasing. Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map in the command center, staring at the red dots that no longer moved. That thing had finally started using its brain. Its forces were running low. It no longer dared to spread out and fight a frontal war of attrition like before. Instead, it had broken its troops into scattered pieces and seeped into the urban district, forcing his forces to clear street by street, building by building. If they had to clear buildings one by one, then even with more than 10,000 men, they would not finish in several months. Flatten the place? The whole urban district of Fontion covered several hundred square kilometers. Where's he supposed to get that many shells? What was more? There might still be more survivors alive inside. Those are fat sheep that could bring him merit points. Forget it. Pass down the order. All battalions are to stop the pursuit. Jiang Chun let out a helpless sigh. Clear nearby zombies on the spot and seize territory. Push the front line toward the urban district. Advance as far as you can. He still remembered the system mission for seizing territory. Right now, the front line was still a long way from the urban district. With the zombie tide beaten back, this was the perfect chance to occupy the vacuum zone in between. Territory meant merit points. Merit points meant tanks, artillery, and aircraft. And tanks, artillery, and aircraft were the capital he needed to drag that worker-clothes zombie out of its nest. The order to stop the pursuit was relayed to every battalion. The tank companies halted in place, their gun barrels aimed at the dark windows around them on alert. The infantry fighting vehicles patrolled among the ruins. The infantry dismounted, rifles in hand, and cleared out the zombies that had not yet managed to flee far. Street by street and alley by alley, the eastern line pushed outward several kilometers. The western line went even farther. The southern line advanced the farthest, almost reaching the edge of the urban district. Jiang Chun looked at the newly expanded green areas on the holographic map, and his clenched fist slowly relaxed. You crafty beast. Do you think hiding in the urban district means I can't do anything to you? Just wait. Once he tightens the encirclement and pushes the front line right up to your doorstep, let's see where else you can run. At the same time, elsewhere, on the outer edge of the eastern front, in an abandoned building materials market, a tank company was halted beside piles of collapsed rebar and concrete. Their gun barrels pointed in every direction on alert. The infantry dismounted, rifles in hand, and moved into those pitch-black shops and warehouses, clearing the remaining zombies room by room. There weren't many mutant types left. The fast ones had long since followed the overall-clad zombies back into the city. The few that remained had slower reactions and hadn't managed to get far before being trapped in this stretch of ruins. One of them was crouching behind a collapsed low wall, panting. Its bluish-gray skin was caked in dust, and its pitch-black eyes stared warily ahead. It didn't really understand that order. Why hide? Ever since it had gained awareness, one belief had been drilled into it. Humans were prey, and zombies were hunters. But after several days of fighting, it seemed like the positions of hunter and prey had reversed. Those humans drove steel war machines and carried rapid-fire guns, rumbling forward as they crushed everything in their path. Its companions charged forward, then fell. Charged again, then fell again. Now, it was their turn to flee for their lives. Curled up in the corners of the ruins, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Footsteps came from the other side of the low wall, getting closer and closer. The mutant type's body tensed, its claws digging into the cracks between the bricks. A young soldier came around the corner with his rifle raised. The muzzle pointed right at its face. Man and corpse locked eyes for a fraction of a second. The mutant type instinctively opened its mouth, bearing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and forced out a low growl from its throat. This was its last means of intimidation. Then an infantry fighting vehicle suddenly rolled out from behind the soldier. The barrel of its 30mm autocannon extended over the roof. The dark muzzle aimed straight at the mutant type's head. Run. Go on. Try running again. The soldier's voice carried the teasing tone of a cat playing with a mouse. The mutant type froze. It had never seen humans like this before. In the past, whenever humans saw them, all they did was scream, run, and wait to die. But this one in front of it held his gun, tilted his head, and wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he were looking at a wild dog trapped in a cage. He wasn't in a hurry to kill it. He wanted to toy with it first. A veteran poked half his head out from behind the IFV and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xiao Chun, stop dragging it out. We've still got several more to clear out behind this one." The young soldier called, "Xiao Chun," answered, then shifted his muzzle away from the mutant type's face and fired a shot into the ground beside it. The bullet ricocheted off the bricks and struck the mutant type in the leg. It wasn't fatal, but it hurt. That thing jerked violently, and the growl in its throat turned into a whine. Xiao Chun tilted his head and pointed the muzzle toward the open ground nearby. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Come out. The mutant type didn't move. It stayed crouched there, its pitch-black eyes fixed on Xiao Chun, claws still dug into the brickwork, while its body unconsciously shrank farther back. It couldn't understand it. It was a mutant type, a predator that had evolved through several stages. Why was it being driven out of hiding by an ordinary human like a dog on a leash? Xiao Chun was losing patience. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, pulled a telescopic baton from behind his waist, snapped it open, and struck the wall beside him twice. The metallic clang of metal hitting brick echoed through the ruins. The mutant type's body jolted hard. That slender iron rod frightened it even more than the muzzle of a gun. A gun would kill in an instant. That baton was obviously meant for torment. Come out. Xiao Chen's tone didn't sound like he was talking to a dangerous mutant type. It sounded more like he was coaxing a disobedient dog. At last, the mutant type moved. It slowly crawled out from behind the low wall. All four limbs on the ground, body pressed low, eyes constantly flicking around. It was looking for an escape route, for any opening at all. The veteran came around from the other side with his gun raised, while the IFV also moved forward several meters. Every route of retreat was sealed off. Xiao Qin nodded in satisfaction and spun the baton once in his hand. He called out to the veteran, asking what to do with this thing. The veteran thought for a moment, then gave a crisp, decisive order. Kill it. The mutant type suddenly lifted its head. For the first time, an emotion appeared in those pitch-black eyes that a human could understand. It wasn't anger. It wasn't hatred. It was grievance. I didn't touch you at all. So why are you still chasing me down? Xiao Qin noticed that look and paused for a moment. Then he smiled, reached behind his waist, pulled out a grenade, removed the safety pin, and pulled the ring. Go meet Lord Yama. The grenade flew with perfect accuracy into the mutant type's open mouth. Its eyes widened violently, and its body recoiled backward, but it was already too late. Boom! The grenade exploded inside its mouth, and bluish-gray chunks of flesh splattered several meters away. The headless corpse toppled to the ground, twitched twice, and went still. Xiao Qin clapped his hands, put away the baton, slid it back behind his waist, then turned and headed toward the next patch of ruins, humming an unknown tune under his breath. The veteran shook his head, followed after him, and muttered these new recruits. The IFV started up again, its tracks crushing over the still smoking corpse as it drove deeper into the ruins. At the same time, elsewhere, the pursuit force on the outer edge of the Western Front came to a stop before a cluster of abandoned, unfinished high-rises. This group of buildings was the wreckage left behind after a developer's funding chain had collapsed. More than 10 half-finished concrete frames stood crookedly among broken stone and rubble. Rebar jutted out from unfinished floor slabs like withered vines. The officer leading the unit was surnamed Sun, a company commander from the 3rd Battalion who had seen all kinds of terrain. He swept the area with binoculars, then turned to the drone operator beside him. Where are those few hiding? The operator handed over the tablet. 3 dark red light dots were curled up on the 5th floor of the unfinished building in the middle. Completely motionless, like 3 ostriches with their heads buried in the sand, thinking that if they couldn't see anything, then nothing existed. 3 mutant types, all concentrated by the window on the 5th floor. Company Commander Sun glanced at it, handed the tablet back to the operator, and curled his lip into a cold sneer. Oomph. Hiding here and thinking we won't find you? Naive. He turned and waved toward the convoy behind him. 3 tanks rolled out from their positions, their barrels simultaneously aiming at the 5th floor of the unfinished building. 5 IFVs spread out and sealed off all exits around the building cluster. Blow it up. Company Commander Sun's voice wasn't loud, but every word carried unquestionable decisiveness. Boom! All 3 tanks fired at once. 125mm high-explosive shells slammed accurately through the 5th floor windows. Fire from the explosions burst out through the shattered openings, and the entire building trembled. Walls collapsed. Prefabricated slabs cracked apart. Rebar burst out from the concrete. A second shell followed immediately after. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. They fired a full 2 volleys, 6 shells in total, blasting that floor until only a few lonely support columns remained. Before the smoke had even cleared, Company Commander Sun picked up the tablet and glanced at it. The 3 red dots were still there, but they were no longer huddled by the window. They were moving rapidly through the rubble, descending from the 5th floor to the 4th, from the 4th to the 3rd, trying to break out from the ground level. Try to run. Company Commander Sun grabbed the radio. Attention, IFVs. Targets are attempting a breakout from the ground floor. Seal every exit. Don't let a single one out. All 5 IFVs opened fire at the same time. The 30mm autocannon-S trajectory swept across the lower floors of the buildings, forcing the mutants try to crawl out through the holes back inside under the rain of bullets. The tanks followed up with another round of high-explosive shells, this time aimed at the building's load-bearing pillars. Several supports snapped at the same time. The whole building swayed a few times, slowly tilting like a drunkard after too much to drink, before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash, slamming into the ground and kicking up a sky full of dust. Broken bricks, shattered stones, twisted rebar, and smashed concrete slabs buried the 3 mutants that hadn't managed to escape. The dust slowly settled. The ruins fell silent. There was no movement. Captain Sun glanced at the tablet in his hand. The 3 red dots had disappeared. He handed the tablet back to the operator, patted the dust off his hands, then turned around expressionlessly and walked toward the convoy. After a few steps, he stopped and waved a hand behind him without looking back. Continue advancing. The tanks started moving again, their tracks crushing the rubble along the edge of the ruins as they headed toward the next target area. The IFVs followed behind, while the infantry moved along the flanks of the convoy with their guns at the ready. Captain Sun sat in the front passenger seat of the command vehicle, looking out at the gray, hazy ruins outside the window, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on his knee. He found this kind of battle boring. Those 3 mutants had been sealed inside the unfinished building before they had even gotten close to the edge of his line. They hadn't even been able to fight back. Captain, a few more had been spotted up ahead, hiding inside the shops by the roadside. The operator's voice came from the back seat. Send 2 IFVs over. Sweep the area once with the autocannons, then send in 1 squad to clear it. Captain Sun said without turning his head, his tone flat. The operator answered and lowered his head, continuing to control the drone. Han Meng was crouched on the 3rd floor of a residential building, using the entrenching shovel in his hand to pry a bullet out from between the bricks in the wall. The zombie corpses in the room had already been dragged into the hallway and piled together. All that remained on the floor were pools of blackened blood and shell casings scattered everywhere. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up, then walked over to the window to get some air. Then he froze. On the street, tank after tank was driving in from the north. Their barrels pointed toward both sides. Even through the glass, he could hear the tracks grinding over broken stone. It was T1 or 2 vehicles. It was more than a dozen, lined up in a long column that stretched out of sight. Behind them came infantry fighting vehicles, the autocannons on their roofs gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Behind those were self-propelled artillery pieces, their barrels raised high. Farther off, several helicopters swept by at low altitude, the airflow from their rotors blowing the dust off the ground. The entrenching shovel slipped from Han Meng's hand and struck the windowsill with a sharp clang. But he didn't notice. Lung Feng walked over from the room next door, still clutching a fresh ammo belt he had just torn off the wall. He followed Han Meng's gaze and looked outside. The ammo belt in his hand dropped to the floor too. The two of them just stood there side by side in front of the window, their mouths slightly open. The armored convoy passed along the street below. The roar of the engines made the windows tremble. Is this also that Führer's army? Han Meng's voice was dry. Lung Feng didn't answer. He stared at the tanks rolling past the window and counted them. More than a dozen already, and there were still more behind them. Lung Feng finally spoke. His voice so hoarse it barely sounded like his own. When we first got here, did he have this many? Han Meng shook his head. A combined battalion. More than 1,000 men, dozens of tanks. Back then, that already felt absurd enough. But this formation, at the very least, it's a brigade-level unit. Lung Feng bent down, picked up the ammo belt from the floor, and clenched it so tightly in his hand that his knuckles turned white. It's only been a few days, and he has already expanded to this scale. Where did all those soldiers come from? Where did all those tanks come from? Where did all those shells come from? Even with an arsenal, it shouldn't be this fast. Han Meng was silent for a long time, looking at the armored vehicles still rolling past outside without end. He spoke very softly, so softly it was like he was afraid someone might hear him. Maybe we were wrong from the start. He is not some leader of a survivor faction. Lung Feng turned his head to look at him. Han Meng paused, then said, there may be some force behind him, one we know nothing about, supporting him. Lung Feng said nothing. He turned around and walked deeper into the room. After a few steps, he stopped and tossed out a line without looking back. No matter who is behind him, our identity right now is still the same. We move corpses, clear floors, and wait until they're in a good enough mood to let us go. Han Meng looked at his back, picked up the entrenching shovel from the windowsill, and followed him inside. Down below, the tanks were still rolling past, with no end in sight. Jiang Chun leaned back in the chair at the command center. The system panel in front of him flickered like a stock market board. 560,000. In just a few short hours, it had climbed back to 560,000 from nearly bottoming out. And that didn't even include the scattered results still being reported in from the various battle lines. Those few waves of bombing runs had been absurdly worth it. Once the bombs dropped, merit points shot upward faster than a money printing machine. One bombing run from a few bombers was worth several days of infantry fighting. But now the rate of increase had slowed. On the holographic map, the red dots representing zombies were no longer one giant dragon-like stream converging together. They had broken apart and scattered across every corner of the ruins. A shell would drop and kill dozens. A tank would roll over and crush a dozen more. Infantry would search a building and find 3 or 5. Compared to the feeling of harvesting them in huge swaths earlier, this was nowhere close. But even so, the speed was still many times faster than usual. In the past, he wouldn't even have had the spare effort to clear out these zombies hiding in the ruins. Now, the pursuit forces just steamrolled forward and cleaned them up along the way. Jiang Chun stared at the number on the panel as it continued inching upward. 560,000. 570,000. At this rate, reaching 700,000 before nightfall wouldn't be a problem. Before tomorrow's double reward event ended, he might even be able to push it to 1 million. He closed the panel, stood up, and walked over to the window. From the distant direction of the eastern front, scattered artillery fire could still be heard. Night fell, and dark clouds surged in from all directions, covering the last trace of daylight. Jiang Chun stood on the city wall, watching the steel torrent still retreating in the distance. The taillights of the tanks linked together into a dark red line in the night. The IFVs followed behind them, their headlights lighting up the road. The soldiers sat inside the vehicles. Some leaned back against their seats with their eyes closed to rest. Some held their guns and stared blankly ahead. Some were already snoring. After several straight days of high-intensity fighting, everyone had been pushed to the limit. Pass down the order. The entire army is to stop the pursuit and withdraw to the fortress for rest and reorganization. Jiang Chun lowered the radio handset, a trace of fatigue in his voice. Units from every line withdrew one after another. The tank company from the Eastern Front was the first to drive through the fortress gates. The blood on their tracks had not yet dried, and under the lights it gave off a dark red sheen. The infantry jumped down from the fighting vehicles and lined up as they headed toward the mess hall. No one spoke, and no one joked around. The Western and Southern Front units also withdrew one after another. IFVs drove into the garages one by one, while armored recovery vehicles towing several damaged fighting vehicles brought up the rear. The mutants hiding in the darkness poked their heads out from cracks in the ruins, watching the taillights of those steel beasts grow farther and farther away. Their nerves, stretched taut for several days, finally loosened. One of them straightened up beside the edge of a shell crater. Its pitch-black eyes stared in the direction the convoy had gone, and a low rumble came from its throat. Another walked out from behind a collapsed building, its bluish-gray skin almost invisible in the night. They looked at each other, as if letting out a sigh of relief. That group of killing gods had finally left. Then they turned and ran toward the urban district, much faster than when they had retreated, afraid those humans might change their minds and come back to kill them again. The darkness between the ruins closed in again, returning the scorched land to dead silence. On the fortress wall, Jiang Chan raised his head and stared at the patch of dark clouds overhead, growing thicker and thicker. There were no stars, no moon. The cloud layer hung very low, like an upside-down pot covering the entire fortress inside it. The air was stuffy and damp, carrying the raw, fishy scent of wet earth. Li Jing walked over from the other end of the wall and also looked up at the sky. "Chief, judging from the weather, it should be about to rain." Jiang Chun didn't respond. His brows only furrowed tighter. Li Jing sensed something was wrong. He turned to look at him and asked, "Chief, what's wrong?" Only then did Jiang Chun withdraw his gaze and order, "Pass it down. Once all the brothers come back, have them immediately enter the fortress and take shelter from the rain. They absolutely must not get even a drop of rainwater on them. If anyone is accidentally touched by the rain, restrain him immediately and report it to me." Li Jing fell silent for a moment. He didn't ask why. He stood at attention, gave a salute, then turned and left. He had followed Jiang Chun for so long that he knew the chief would never issue an order like this for no reason. If he said they couldn't touch the rain, then they absolutely couldn't touch it. His footsteps gradually faded into the distance along the wall. Jiang Chun raised his head again and stared at the clouds sinking lower and lower. The last time the crimson rain had fallen, the world had turned into hell. Those drenched by the rain had turned into zombies. Cities had collapsed. Order had broken apart. Humanity had fallen from the top of the food chain. Would this rain be the same as last time? Would those things that had already become zombies evolve again? That worker uniform zombie was already hard enough to deal with. If it evolved new abilities again, would the little foundation he had built still be able to hold? He didn't know. The only thing he could do now was have the soldiers hide inside the fortress, keep the rain from touching their bodies, and not give this storm any opening at all. Rumble. A dark red flash streaked across the distant horizon. Lightning. Jiang Chun clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. No matter what this rain would bring, he would take it. When soldiers came, generals blocked them. When floodwaters came, earth covered them. He turned and walked down from the wall. After taking 2 steps, he stopped, tilted his head, and gave those dark clouds one last look as they drew closer and closer. Let the storm come even fiercer. Very soon, a steel torrent surged in from 3 directions at once. Tanks led the way, their treads crushing over the road before the fortress gate with dull, heavy rumbles. Infantry fighting vehicles followed close behind, their headlights lighting up the entire passageway bright as day. The fortress gate slowly closed. Inside the command center, people from every unit gradually arrived. Li Yunlong was the last one to push the door open. His combat uniform was covered in dust. His face was streaked black and white. His helmet was tucked under his arm. And who knew how long that wrinkled cigarette had been hanging from the corner of his mouth? The moment he came in and saw Jiang Chun seated in the main chair, his eyes reddened. He lunged forward and hugged Jiang Chun's leg. His voice so loud the whole floor could hear it. "Chief, are you well, sir? Holding missed you to death." Jiang Chun looked down at this big man, crying with snot and tears all over his face, and the veins on his forehead twitched twice. Zhang Wanhe coughed from his side. Ding Wei turned his face away, his shoulders shaking. Kong Jia kept a straight face, but the corners of his mouth were twitching too. All right, get up." Jiang Chun kicked him once. Li Yunlong howled 2 more times before finally getting to his feet at a leisurely pace. He stuck the cigarette back in his mouth, moved to the side, and stood there. There was a trace of tears left on his face. Seeing this, the others finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Zhang Wanhe shook his head and laughed as he cursed, "Old Yunlong, you brat change your face faster than my tanks shift gears." Li Yunlong retorted righteously, "That's because you don't understand. That was true emotion." Ding Wei leaned over with a grin and added, "If it was true emotion, at least squeeze out 2 tears." Zhang Wanhe shot him another glare. Li Yunlong stopped talking, took the cigarette from his mouth, and flicked the ash. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Chun let his gaze sweep across those familiar faces, sizing them up one by one. Li Yunlong stood there with a cigarette in his mouth, grinning like a rogue. Zhang Wanhe had a blank expression, arms folded across his chest. Ding Wei leaned against the wall with a half-smile. Kong Jie stood ramrod straight, eyes fixed ahead. Gao Cheng sat in the corner, his back straighter than anyone else's. Zhou Wei was stood before the map, studying tomorrow's advance route. The newly arrived battalion commanders were all there as well. Get to know each other, Jiang Chun said. From now on, we're all one family. After fighting for days, everyone is exhausted. Go to the mess hall and have a good meal. Eat whatever you want. Go all out. He paused, and his tone suddenly turned heavy. Oh right, no one is allowed to drink tonight. Li Yunlong's smile froze. He opened his mouth, confusion on his face, and asked why, Chief? Before Jiang Chun could speak, Zhang Wanhe had already glared over. If the chief says it, then that is how it is. Why so many questions? Li Yunlong shrank his neck and didn't dare talk back, though he was still muttering under his breath. I've been fighting for so many days. My life was almost thrown in, and I'm not even allowed a sip of liquor. He kept his voice extremely low, so low that only Wei Hashang beside him could hear it. But Zhang Wanhe's eyes swept over again, and Li Yunlong immediately shut his mouth. The officers gradually left the command center. From the direction of the mess hall came the clatter of spatulas stir-frying and the hiss of steam. Before long, the rich fragrance of braised pork drifted out. The soldiers lined up with trays in hand to get food. Some piled their plates high with braised pork. Some filled a big bowl with pork rib soup. Some simply ladled several spoonfuls of vegetable broth over rice. The mess hall was noisy, filled with voices, chewing, and the clinking of spoons against bowls, all mixed together. Underground villa, bedroom. The moment Jiang Chun pushed the door open, a wave of heat rushed at him. The bath had already been drawn. Several rose petals floated on the water, and the steam had blurred even the light. Chu Yanran stood by the bath, folding a towel in her hands. Lin Yuqing was adjusting the water temperature. Su Jinsheng was crouched beside the bath, adding bath salts into the water. Lin Wanqing leaned against the doorframe, watching them bustle about with a serious expression, though her eyes kept drifting toward Jiang Chun from time to time. The four figures in maid outfits appeared and disappeared faintly within the steam. Chief, the bath is ready, Chu Yanran said, her voice as gentle as the spring breeze. Jiang Chun nodded and took off his coat, handing it to Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing accepted it and hung it on the rack with light movements, as if afraid of making any sound. Su Jinsheng stood up. There were still grains of bath salt clinging to her fingers. She rinsed them in the water, lowered her head, and walked behind Jiang Chun, placing her fingers on his buttons. Jiang Chun leaned against the edge of the bath with his eyes closed, the hot water rising past his chest. Kneeling behind him, Chu Yanran gently pressed and rubbed his temples with her fingers. Lin Yuqing crouched beside the bath, adding hot water to it. Su Jinsheng rubbed his arm, her movements awkward and unpracticed. At the other end of the bath, Lin Wanqing splashed water over his shoulder. Over there, a little more force. Jiang Chun's voice was heavy with sleepiness. Lin Wanqing's hand paused for a moment. Then she increased the pressure. The atmosphere was lazy, the steam thick and drifting. No one spoke. The only sound was the soft lapping of water against the bath's walls. Jiang Chun's breathing gradually became even. After several straight days of fighting, he was exhausted too. Chu Yanran lowered her head and looked at him. Her fingertips slid from the corner of his forehead to the space between his brows, but he gave no reaction. She shot Lin Yuqing a look, and Lin Yuqing turned off the hot water. Su Jinsheng let go of his arm, and Lin Wanqing also withdrew from the other end of the bath. The four of them quietly left the bathroom on light steps, and the door closed softly behind them. The scene shifted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder rumbled in from deep within the clouds, and the entire fortress trembled faintly. Raindrops slammed against the fortress's alloy dome, against the city walls, against the glass covers of the searchlights. It wasn't the crisp pitter-patter of ordinary rain. It was thick, heavy like something bursting overhead with wet, muffled pops. When the light shone over it, the raindrops were red, crimson red, darker than blood. At the same time, on the other side, in the cafeteria, the soldiers were still eating. The ones sitting near the windows suddenly saw it and froze, no longer caring about the food in their hands. Some put down their chopsticks and stood up. Some walked over to the windows and looked outside, their faces full of confusion. How strange. Why is this rain red? Old Joe, who had been serving food to the soldiers, set down what he was holding and walked straight to the window. He stared at the red streaks sliding down the glass, his brows twisting together. He had seen this color before, on the day the world turned into hell. This was the kind of rain that had fallen from the sky. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the windowsill, fear spreading through his eyes as he stammered. This is the crimson rain. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the cafeteria heard it. A survivor who had been holding a bowl of soup trembled when he heard those words. The bowl shook in his hand, and soup spilled out, scalding the back of his hand, but he didn't feel it. He rose to his feet shakily, his eyes filled with the exact same expression as old Joe's. At the same time, in a corner of the cafeteria, the survivors were huddled together, and the food in front of them had barely been touched. An old man with graying hair stared out the window, his eyes full of fear. Beside him sat a middle-aged woman holding a child tightly in her arms. The child had no idea what was happening, only that he was being squeezed so hard it hurt, yet he didn't dare make a sound. On the day the disaster came, this was the kind of rain that had fallen from the sky. The people who were soaked by the rain turned into zombies. Family, neighbors, co-workers, those familiar faces had turned into monsters in just a few minutes and lunged forward to tear and bite. They were the ones who had survived that day. A young woman curled up in her chair, hugging her knees, her face buried in the crook of her arms. Someone was crying. The sound pressed, so low it was barely audible. Several grown men stood by the window, their fists clenched until they cracked, not knowing where to throw a punch. Outside, there was nothing but rain. On top of the fortress dome, the searchlights were still turning. The red rain poured through the beams like countless tiny strands of blood hanging down from the sky. The Thor gun turrets on the city walls crouched there silently, their barrels covered in red droplets. Downtown, on the rooftop balcony of that high-rise, the worker zombie stood at the very edge. The rain was pouring down hard, striking its body, striking its face, running down that tattered work uniform. It spread its arms and tilted its head back, its pitch-black pupils fixed on that crimson sky as a low gurgling sound came from its throat. The rain seeped into its skin, into its withered muscles, into those wounds that had already been broken, torn, and mangled on the battlefield. Those wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The newly formed muscle fibers were thicker and denser than before, and a dark pattern emerged across the surface of its skin. Down below, tens of thousands of zombies packed the streets. They too were staring upward, mouths open as the rain poured into their rotten throats and into their hollow eye sockets. Those mangled and incomplete bodies were washed by the rain. Their gray-white skin began to darken, changing from gray-white to blue-gray, from blue-gray to dark gray. Bone spikes pushed out from their joints. Their nails thickened and lengthened, becoming like curved blades. A few minutes ago, they'd still been walking corpses ready to be butchered at will. Now, their bodies were being remade by this rain into forms better suited for slaughter. Some of the ordinary zombies evolved, and more mutant types stepped forward. Those blue-gray figures mixed into the horde no longer hid themselves. The rain made their bodies swell again. Their muscles bulged, their bones thickened, and the length of their claws visibly increased by several centimeters. One mutant, especially massive in build, walked out from the zombie horde and stopped beside an abandoned bus in the middle of the street. It raised its right arm, clenched its blue-gray fist, and smashed it down. Boom! The metal roof caved in instantly. Its fist embedded itself into the metal, and the surrounding sheet metal crumpled into a twisted mass. It pulled its fist back out, leaving behind a deep dent in the roof, with cracks running around the edges. It lowered its head and looked at its own fist. The skin over its knuckles had split, exposing the dark red muscle tissue underneath, but the bones hadn't broken. It lifted its head again, excitement flashing in its pitch-black eyes. The worker zombie stood on the rooftop, looking down at those children below who were evolving, and the corners of its mouth slowly split into a grin. Its arms slowly lowered, hanging at its sides. Those pitch-black eyes turned slightly, looking north, toward that black, curved structure faintly visible through the curtain of rain. I'm back. This time I won to lose. Thunder rumbled in from deep within the clouds, and the rain came down even harder. At the same time, inside the underground villa, Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes. When he realized he was still in the bathtub, he stood up, water droplets running down from his shoulders. He rolled his neck, and his bones gave two sharp cracks. Before he even made it to the door, there came a knock. "Chief, are you awake?" Chu Yinran's voice came from outside, carrying its usual softness. The door was pushed open, and Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing walked in one after the other. Both girls kept their heads lowered, their eyes fixed on the floor, their faces red as boiled shrimp. They unconsciously lifted their heads for a second. The moment they saw Jiang Chun standing there completely naked, they immediately dropped their heads again, their ears reddening so much they looked ready to drip blood. Su Jincheng's hands shook several times before she managed to take the bath towel off the rack, and Lin Wanqing took it from her. The two stood behind him, one on each side, unfolded the towel, and wrapped it around his back. One wiped lightly, the other heavily. Su Jincheng was so gentle it was like she was wiping porcelain, while Lin Wanqing scrubbed like she was mopping a floor. No one spoke. His clothes were laid on the nearby rack, folded neatly from innerwear to outerwear. Su Jincheng handed him the upper garment first, and Jiang Chun slid his arms into it. Lin Wanqing circled around to the front to help him button it up, but her fingers wouldn't listen to her. She tried several times before getting the first button through the buttonhole. Su Jincheng moved behind him and fixed his collar, rising on her tiptoes to flip out the part that had folded inward. Chu Yinran and Lin Yuqing stood outside the door, leaning against the hallway wall. From time to time, Lin Yuqing glanced at the tightly shut door, then quickly looked away again. A smile curved at Chu Yinran's lips as she took Lin Yuqing's hand. "What are you nervous for? You're not the one going in." Lin Yuqing's face instantly turned red. After straightening his collar, Jiang Chun suddenly remembered something. "Yinran, did anything happen outside? Something?" Chu Yanran pushed the door open and walked in. After thinking for a moment, she said, "There's one thing." Officer Lee sent word that it's raining outside. Jiang Chun's pupils suddenly contracted. Zan, the crimson rain, so it still came after all? Had the one behind the scenes been strengthened by the rain? Would the zombie hordes that had retreated back into the city evolve again? If they really evolved, then his advance would be greatly slowed. Those things hiding in the dark were already hard enough to deal with. If they evolved another round, the battles ahead would only become harder. He could only hope those zombies wouldn't evolve too outrageously. All right, I understand. You two can go rest first. Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing exchanged a glance and walked out in relief. Did I say you could leave? Jiang Chun's voice wasn't too loud, but both of them froze in place at the same time. He walked to the bedside and sat down, looking at the two flustered figures. What are you standing there for? Get over here and attend me in bed. Su Jincheng's mind went blank. Lin Wanqing's face turned so red it looked like it was about to burn. So this day had finally come. She had thought she could at least drag it out for a few more days and wait for news from her father's side. But she hadn't expected it to happen this fast. She bit her lip instinctively, her fingers tightening around the hem of her dress. Su Jincheng s'était baissée de her, her eyes full of panic. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard, looking at the two figures standing there like they'd been immobilized. What? Still thinking someone will come save you? The two of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Their thoughts had been exposed, and they didn't even have the courage to argue. Let me tell you this. Jiang Chun's voice turned cold. After tonight, they might not even be able to save themselves. How would they have time to care about you? Lin Wanqing's eyelashes trembled. Her father's side was the regular army, but several days had already passed, so why hadn't they come yet? She didn't want to believe it, but the wall that had been holding her up inside was beginning to crack little by little. Su Jincheng's eyes were already red. She didn't know what to do. She could only stand there, trembling all over. Jiang Chun's gaze swept across their faces. Come here. Lin Wanqing bit her lip and took the first step. Su Jincheng followed behind her. The night gradually deepened. Inside the room, along with several urgent cries of a phoenix, the battle came to an end. The bedroom lights were extremely dim. Su Jincheng and Lin Wanqing lay on either side. Under the blanket, Su Jincheng's shoulders could still be seen trembling slightly. Lin Wanqing had her eyes closed, her eyelashes quivering badly. Jiang Chun leaned against the headboard and glanced at them, then reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. That night, Su Jincheng bit her lip and made no sound. Lin Wanqing buried her face in the pillow, her fingers clutching the bedsheet tightly. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, Jiang Chun opened his eyes and turned his head for a look. Fatigue was written all over both women's faces. He said nothing and quietly got out of bed. His clothes had been draped over the back of the chair last night. He put them on piece by piece and fastened his belt, then looked back at the two sleeping figures on the bed before pushing the door open and leaving. The hallway was very quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps. Chu Yanran and Lin Yuqing were already waiting in the command center. When Jiang Chun entered, Chu Yanran took breakfast out of the warming cabinet. Fried eggs, bacon, bread, and milk. The same as always. Lin Yuqing folded the napkin and placed it by his hand. Jiang Chun ate quickly. He rolled the bacon into the bread and swallowed it in a few bites, downed half a cup of milk, and wiped his mouth. Chu Yanran stood nearby and asked if he wanted another cup, but he waved his hand. Have all officers come to the meeting. Now, the officers from each front arrived one after another. Li Yunlong came in last with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhang Wanhe shot him a glare, and he pinched it out. The long table in the meeting room was filled on both sides. Some were still rubbing their eyes, some were gulping water from their cups, and some had opened their notebooks. Jiang Chun stood at the head seat. The holographic map in front of him was marked with yesterday's advance progress. I'm sure everyone saw it too. It rained last night. Jiang Chun got straight to the point, his gaze sweeping across every face. And this rain? I call it the crimson rain. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Ding Wei frowned. Kong Jie's pen stopped in his hand. Gao Cheng sat up straighter. Those newly arrived battalion commanders had never seen this rain before, but from the changes in the old soldiers' expressions, they could vaguely tell it wasn't anything good. Let me say a few things first. This rain is far more than what it looks like on the surface. If my guess is correct, any zombie touched by this rain will undergo a second evolution. The mastermind behind that command zombie evolved after the first crimson rain. Those mutant variants also appeared after that rain. Now the second rain has come. We don't know to what extent this rain will evolve those things. But one thing is certain. He paused. The battles from here on out will be harder than before. His gaze swept over every face as he said quietly. So my requirements for you are simple. No matter what situation you run into from now on, do not underestimate any zombie. Before, those ordinary zombies could be treated like living targets, but starting today, that may no longer be the case. Those mutant variants may become even more troublesome, and that thing hiding in the dark will be even harder to deal with. Advance steadily on every front. Don't rush recklessly. Report any abnormalities immediately. Do not act on your own. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Today's mission remains unchanged. Each front will continue advancing. Push as far as you can. Stay alert. and maintain smooth communications. If anything happens, report it immediately. Meeting adjourned. The officers got up and left the meeting room one after another. In the hallway came the sound of Li Yunlong bickering with Ding Wei, and soon it faded into the distance. From the direction of the cafeteria came the hiss of steam. The fortress gates slowly opened with a roar, and the steel torrent set out once more. The tanks rolled out through the gates, forming into 3 columns and heading for the eastern front. Infantry fighting vehicles followed behind, advancing along the western front. Self-propelled artillery lined up in formation in the fortress plaza, their barrels raised high. The soldiers sat in the vehicles. Some leaned against their seats, catching up on sleep. Some checked their chambers, and some stared out the window at the gloomy sky still hanging overhead. Although the rain had stopped, the clouds had yet to disperse. Jiang Chun sat in the main seat of the command center. The holographic map before him had already switched to the mission panel. Enemy at the gates. Remaining time, less than 3 days. Occupied area, centered on Nirvana Fortress and expanding outward. Red indicates unoccupied. Green indicates occupied. He stared at that green area, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Several days had already passed, and they had only occupied a few square kilometers. These past few days, they'd been too busy killing zombies and hadn't properly pushed the main mission forward. Only 48 hours remained. He had to hurry and fill it out. The tanks streamed out of the fortress gates one after another, their tracks crushing across the wet road surface and splashing up dark red mud. Although the rain had stopped, the pooled water on the ground still hadn't dried. The tracks rolled over it, leaving deep ruts behind. The infantry fighting vehicles followed behind, the autocannon turrets on top rotating slowly. The soldiers sat inside, looking through the firing ports at the ruins outside that had been washed by the rain. The dried bloodstains on the walls had faded considerably, revealing the gray-black bricks and stone underneath. On the eastern front, the tank company was the first to reach its designated position. Several Type 1998 tanks lined up side by side, their barrels pointed toward the urban area. The infantry jumped down from the fighting vehicles, spreading out with their rifles and seizing the surrounding high ground. Combat engineers followed from behind, unloading sandbags, barbed wire, and detection equipment from the vehicles. This area had already been cleared once yesterday, and there were almost no zombies to be seen. But no one dared guarantee that none had slipped through the net. At the same time, Ma Guoyang jumped down from the command vehicle and walked through the muddy water to the middle of the intersection. He opened the tablet and glanced at the fortification layout diagram sent back by the drones, then waved his hand. Pile the sandbags at the street entrance. Set the machine guns behind the sandbags. 2 lines of barbed wire were stretched along the edge of the ruins, enough to effectively slow the zombies' charge. Several soldiers came over carrying a flag. The flagpole was a stainless steel pipe, and the flag had a dark navy background embroidered with a golden phoenix. Beneath the phoenix were the 2 characters, Nirvana. They planted the flagpole into the pile of broken bricks at the highest point of the ruins. The flag unfurled in the morning wind, the golden phoenix snapping loudly. Take a piece of territory, plant a flag. On the western line, Chun Deli did not place his fortifications out in the open like Ma Guoyang had. Instead, he hid the machine gun positions in the shadows of the ruins. He leaned half his body out of the command vehicle and watched as the soldiers stacked sandbags behind a collapsed building. From the outside, they were completely invisible. The barbed wire was not laid out in the open either, but hidden behind a fallen wall. If the enemy came from the front, they would have to rush in very close before discovering any of it. The flag was planted on top of a half-collapsed residential building, the highest point in this section of the western line. The flagpole was a steel pipe the soldiers had dug out of the ruins, tied to exposed rebar with wire. The flag cracked loudly in the wind. On the southern line, Lu Guodong's engineering background finally showed its value. After leading his troops to the designated position, he did not rush to plant the flag. Instead, he first surveyed the surrounding terrain. Which roads could take tanks, which roads could take infantry fighting vehicles, and which paths infantry could cross on foot. All of it was marked clearly on the tablet. Then he had people block off every passable route except one, and both sides of that road were filled with his ambushes. The flag was planted right in the middle of the intersection. When the wind blew, the whole flag spread open. Close to noon, reports came back from every line. The eastern line had pushed forward several hundred meters. The western line had advanced about the same distance. The southern line had gone the farthest. The officers reported in one after another. Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map, watching that patch of green expand little by little, and the corner of his mouth slowly lifted. This territory had been crushed out by tank treads, pressed out by the wheels of infantry fighting vehicles, and stamped out by soldiers' boots. Every inch had barbed wire rooted into it, sandbags piled onto it, and a flag planted in it. He closed the panel and walked to the window. It was as if he could see those steel beasts weaving through the ruins, planting Nirvana South flag in every place where a flag could be planted. This stretch of ruins would soon be his. On the southern line, in a patch of ruins softened by rainwater, 3 figures advanced with rifles in hand, bodies bent low. The one in front was a veteran everyone called Old Zhang. Behind him followed two young men, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang. Their mission was to sweep this area and confirm whether the flags planted yesterday were still there. This stretch of ruins had already been cleared several times yesterday. Zombies were almost nowhere to be seen, but routine patrols could not be skipped. Xiao Li walked in the middle, muzzle aimed left. Xiao Wang moved on the flank, muzzle aimed right. Old Zhang led in front. This area of ruins had originally been a commercial street. Collapsed debris and shattered glass were everywhere. There was no proper road at all. They could only feel their way forward over broken stone. After walking for a while, they turned into a narrow alley. Old Zhang was just about to signal the two behind him to pick up the pace when a corner of his eye caught something moving at the end of the alley. "Stop," Old Zhang said in a low voice. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang both dropped into a crouch at the same time, their muzzles pointing toward both walls of the alley, as well as the zombie ahead that had just stepped out from around the corner. Its clothes were tattered beyond recognition. It was impossible to tell whether it had once been male or female, and the way it walked was no different from an ordinary zombie, just a regular one. Xiao Wang let out a breath of relief and lowered his muzzle. Old Zhang did not relax. His fingers still rested on the trigger. That zombie was still more than 20 meters away and was slowly walking toward them. Another one followed it out from around the corner. Then a third, a fourth. 5 zombies squeezed side by side in the alley, walking toward them. "Do we fire?" Xiao Li asked. Old Zhang did not answer. He started backing up, keeping his voice very low as he told them not to shoot. This place was not far from the direction of the city proper. Gunfire would draw in more things. These 5 zombies were not moving fast. They could circle out from the other end of the alley. The 3 of them began retreating. However, that zombie seemed to notice something and suddenly moved. It lunged straight at them, so fast that Old Zhang could not even see its movements clearly. That zombie crossed the more than 20 meters between them and Old Zhang in a little over 2 seconds. Its rotten hand clamped onto Old Zhang's rifle barrel with enough force to wrench the muzzle aside. Old Zhang reacted instantly. He let go of the rifle, retreated 2 steps, drew the pistol from his waist with his right hand, pressed the muzzle against the zombie's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The zombie's head exploded, yet its body still charged forward for more than a meter before collapsing. Xiao Li picked up the rifle Old Zhang had dropped and fired a burst toward the mouth of the alley. The remaining zombies were hit by bullets. Some fell, some only swayed and kept charging forward. Xiao Wang jammed his shotgun against the chest of the nearest zombie and fired. The zombie was blasted backward, slammed into the wall, then bounced back off it. Old Zhang shoved the pistol back into his waist, snatched the rifle from Xiao Li's hands, and sprayed the alley with gunfire. All 4 remaining zombies went down. The farthest one had already gotten to within less than 5 meters of him. The alley instantly fell quiet. The 3 of them leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Old Zhang lowered his head and glanced at his pant leg. It had already been torn to shreds, but thankfully his flesh had not been injured. Otherwise, he would have died here. Holy hell! Old Zhang leaned against the wall, his hand still trembling. Did these zombies put wind-fire wheels on their legs? How the hell are they this fast? Almost got grabbed. The other 2 were also shaken badly. After catching his breath, Old Zhang stood up, walked over to the corpses, crouched down, and pulled open the collar of the zombie he had headshot. Grayish-white skin, dried-up muscles. No real difference from an ordinary zombie. Old Zhang's brows drew tight. Something fell off. These zombies looked ordinary, but their speed and strength were different from the ordinary zombies from before. Old Zhang, Xiao Li, have you noticed anything wrong? Xiao Wang asked without turning his head, rifle still up as he watched their surroundings. Old Zhang stood up and stared at the corpses, which were still twitching. Very wrong. These zombies look ordinary, but they seem a bit stronger than the zombies from before. He paused. The Führer said the zombies today might be different. This should be what he meant by evolution. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang exchanged a look, and both saw the same gravity in each other's eyes. Very possible. Old Zhang slung the rifle over his back again and headed toward the other end of the alley. Let us go back and report. The zombies in this area aren't the same as before. The brothers all need to stay on guard. The 3 of them stepped over broken stone and disappeared into the far end of the alley. Old Zhang led Xiao Li and Xiao Wang through the narrow alley and turned into a wider stretch of ruins. This place had once been a parking lot. The concrete ground was cracked like a spider web, and withered yellow weeds grew from the gaps. Several scrap cars sat there at odd angles. Their windows were shattered. Their tires were flat, and their bodies were rusted so badly their original colors could no longer be seen. Old Zhang signaled for the 2 to spread out. Xiao Li moved left and felt his way behind a wrecked car. Xiao Wang went right and braced himself beside a crooked, half-fallen street lamp. Old Zhang himself crouched behind a pile of broken bricks in the middle. All 3 pointed their muzzles outward, staring fixedly at the edge of the ruins. No one spoke. The only sound was the wind whining through sheets of scrap metal. Old Zhang's right eyelid kept twitching, starting from those speed-mutated zombies in the alley. He had felt an unease he couldn't quite put into words. Those things were way too fast, far faster than the ordinary zombies they had run into before. If his reaction had been even a little slower, what those claws would have torn open wouldn't have been his pant leg, but his calf. Lao Zhang, is there something over there? Xiao Li lowered his voice, the muzzle of his gun aimed at the half-collapsed power distribution room at the far end of the parking lot. Lao Zhang followed the direction of Xiao Li's gun. The doorway of the distribution room was pitch black, and nothing could be seen inside. He was just about to tell Xiao Li not to be nervous when, from the corner of his eye, he caught something moving at the edge of the doorway. It wasn't a trick of light or shadow. It was real movement and fast. Something darted out from the doorway and hid behind a wrecked car. Lao Zhang's pupils contracted. That thing wasn't an ordinary zombie. Its movements were far too agile. It was definitely a mutant, and faster than any mutant he had seen before. Careful. Something's there. Lao Zhang's finger rested on the trigger. The moment he finished speaking, that black shadow lunged out from behind the wrecked car. It was so fast, it looked like a black bolt of lightning. Lao Zhang didn't even have time to see what it looked like before his finger instinctively pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. The bullets struck the thing, splashing out several blooms of blood. Its body paused for a moment in midair, and when it landed, it was only a few steps away from Lao Zhang. Only then did Lao Zhang finally get a clear look at it. It was a size larger than an ordinary zombie. Not a single patch of skin on its body was intact. Blue-gray muscles were exposed all over, as if it had been skinned alive. Its arms were longer than a normal human's by a noticeable stretch. Its finger joints were thick, and its nails curved like blades. The creepiest part was its face. Its features were blurred away, leaving only a gash that stretched across the whole face. Inside that gash were jagged, uneven fangs. Fire. Lao Zhang Zhao. The three of them opened fire at the same time. Rifle rounds and shotgun blasts poured into that thing's body. It was driven back again and again, blood flowers exploding across its body, but it did not fall. The bullets embedded themselves in its muscles, leaving brass-colored bases exposed, the tips stuck in flesh without penetrating through. This thing's muscle density far exceeded that of ordinary mutants. The kinetic force of the bullets had all been absorbed by its muscles. Cold sweat broke out on Lao Zhang's back. The thing shook its head, opened its mouth, and let out a piercing hiss. The sound wasn't loud, but it was sharp enough to feel like needles stabbing into the eardrums. Lao Zhang felt his ears buzz, and then the thing lunged again, moving as fast as if it hadn't been injured at all. Xiao Li was the closest. The thing had practically pounced right along the barrel of his gun. He didn't have time to fire, and instinctively used the body of the gun to block. The creature's claws seized the barrel and twisted hard. The gun warped out of shape. A crisp crack sounded from Xiao Li's wrist, and his whole body was flung away. He slammed into the door of a wrecked car and slid down. His hand bent at an impossible angle, and the pain drained all color from his face. Xiao Li. Lao Zhang let out a furious roar. I'll fuck your mother. As his words fell, he raised a rifle and sprayed wildly at the thing's face. However, his shots went wide, and with the mutant's astonishing speed, it dodged the bullets in the blink of an eye, rushed forward, and grabbed Lao Zhang's barrel. Its strength was terrifying. Lao Zhang was still holding the stock, and his entire body was lifted into the air. He quickly let go of the rifle. His body hit the ground and rolled twice. Then he scrambled up, pulled out the pistol at his waist, and fired several shots in a row at the thing's head. Xiao Wang charged up and pressed the shotgun against the thing's back, then fired. The pellets exploded across its back, and black blood spurted from more than a dozen holes at once. It turned around and swept out with one claw. A gash was ripped open across Xiao Wang's chest, and his whole body was sent flying. He hit the ground hard. Blood poured from his chest. His body twitched twice, then went still. Xiao Wang. Lao Zhang's eyes were red, and the bullets in his pistol were spent. The thing turned to look at Lao Zhang. The gash stretching across its face opened wide, exposing its mouth full of fangs, as if it were smiling. Lao Zhang felt around his waist, pulled out a grenade, removed the safety pin, pulled the ring, and clenched it in his hand. He had no intention of surviving. With that thing's speed, he couldn't escape. Rather than be torn to pieces, he might as well blow it up and take it with him. The thing seemed to sense the danger and took half a step back. Lao Zhang gripped the grenade and waited. The moment it lunged at him, he would hold it tight and blow both of them up together. From the distance came the roar of engines, growing nearer and nearer. 3 infantry fighting vehicles burst out from the ruins, and the 30mm autocannons on their roofs opened fire at the same time. Shells exploded across the thing's body. Its blue-gray muscles were torn apart, exposing the bones underneath. Its body was blasted backward again and again. The 3 IFVs took turns firing, shells pouring onto its body like a rainstorm. Very quickly, it was riddled through and collapsed to the ground. But strangely enough, its mangled body was still moving. Its one remaining arm was still clawing at the ground. Tried to crawl forward. Seeing this, the IFVs unleashed another round of repeated corpse-whipping fire. In the end, this mutant was blasted into mush. Chunks of its filthy, disgusting corpse were scattered everywhere around. Lao Zhang stood there clutching the grenade, covered in blood. The grenade's safety pin had already been pulled, and the ring was still looped around his finger. He slowly crouched down, put the ring back in place, shoved the safety pin back into the hole, and tucked the grenade back at his waist. Then his legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. A medic jumped down from one of the vehicles and rushed over to bandage him. Lao Zhang said nothing. His eyes stayed fixed on the corpse that had been blasted apart. What kind of monster was that thing? Ordinary mutants were nowhere near that tough. They had evolved. This rain had made them evolve. And it was directed evolution, not a quantitative change, but a qualitative one. Lao Zhang was helped onto a stretcher and carried away. Xiao Li's wrist was immobilized, and he was sent onto a vehicle as well. Xiao Wang's corpse was covered with a white sheet. The IFVs turned around and headed toward the fortress. The ruins fell quiet again. That blasted apart thing still lay there, its mangled body soaked in a pool of dark red blood. The wind blew past the wrecked cars, past the withered grass, past the crooked fallen street lamp pole. A low wailing echoed through the ruins, like someone crying. Chapter 230, Laser Rifle Blueprint at the same time. Inside the command center of Nirvana Base, Jiang Chun stared at the image on the tablet, his fingers clenched so tightly they had turned white. On the screen, the footage of that mutant fighting the three-man combat team replayed over and over. In the end, it was only because 3 IFVs arrived at the critical moment and immediately took turns mowing it down that they managed to kill it completely. No one knew how many 30mm autocannon shells had exploded on that thing's body before it finally died. Based on the footage, he made a shocking discovery. Ordinary 5.56mm rounds lodged in its muscles on impact. The bullet tips got stuck in the flesh and couldn't penetrate through it all, causing that mutant almost no significant damage. Even more shocking was this. 3 IFVs had fired 2 rounds of 30mm autocannon barges, shells exploding across that thing's body, before it was finally killed for good. What did that mean? Ordinary bullets could no longer kill it. Only shells of at least 12.7mm or above could do the job. If monsters with such terrifying vitality started appearing in groups, how long could his defensive line hold? How many of his soldiers' lives would it take to trade for one of them? Jiang Chun didn't dare think about it. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, even more terrifying images surfacing in his mind. This rain had made ordinary zombies faster and mutants tougher. If another crimson rain fell, would those zombies evolve to the point where even bullets couldn't penetrate them? What about shells? Perhaps only direct fire from heavy artillery would be enough to destroy them. By then, what would his soldiers use to fight? Jiang Chun opened his eyes, his expression grim. Relay my order. His voice was heavy as he grabbed the radio. Disband all 3-man combat teams. Operate by squad. Each squad must carry heavy weapons, anti-tank rocket launchers, grenade launchers. The stronger the individual firepower, the better. If you discover a suspected evolved mutated type, do not engage on your own. Report immediately and call for reinforcements. The order spread through every front over the radio. On the Eastern Front, after Ma Guoyang listened, he fell silent for a moment. He only said, received, then turned and told the communications man to notify every company to adjust their organization. On the Western Front, Chun Deli gave an and redistributed firepower over the map. On the Southern Front, Lu Guodong pulled up the video of the battle from just now on his tablet, watched the key segments several times, then called over several company commanders. Did you all see clearly? From now on, when you run into that kind of thing, rifles and machine guns are just scratching an itch. Anti-tank rocket launchers. Each man carry one. When bullets want to do anything, use this. The tank company continued advancing in the planned direction, while the infantry fighting vehicles ranged along the flanks. The soldiers regrouped. Each squad received 2 more anti-tank rocket launchers. The ammo carriers shouldered them, and the squad leaders tucked them at their waists. Everyone knew that what they would face next was no longer the zombies from before. At the same time, Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair. Just after he had issued the adjustment orders to every front, the system prompt rang out. Ping. The limited time event has ended. The double merit points event has expired. Current merit points, 834,567. More than 800,000. Not too much, not too little. It was nowhere near enough to exchange for a mechanized infantry battalion, but more than enough for a pile of scattered equipment. Jiang Chun did not rush to spend it. He kept it in reserve first. After all, the battle was still ongoing. He had to make sure logistics did not run into problems. He opened the drop list he had accumulated over the past 2 days. Hundreds of blueprint icons were packed densely across the screen. He swiped through several pages, skipping the repeated ones, the less useful ones. The ones he could not use for now. The farther back he went, the slower his pace became. Suddenly, his fingers stiffened hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stared fixedly at the description line, pupils widening. Laser rifle. Was it that something only found in sci-fi movies? He opened the details. A silver-white rifle hovered in the virtual display, sleeker than a traditional rifle, with no magazine and no bolt. A row of heat vents lined the side of the weapon body. Then he clicked in. Laser rifle. Exchange price, 100 merit points per unit. Energy type, high-energy lithium battery. Each battery supports 100 full power shots. Effective range, 800 meters. High accuracy, negligible recoil. Power, one shot can penetrate the body of a normal zombie, with significant lethality against mutated types. Penetration, can penetrate 15 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate at 800 meters. Note, after the battery is depleted, it can be recharged through a military portable nuclear battery. Jiang Chun's mouth fell open. He stared at the line about penetrating 15 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate several times. A normal rifle bullet hit that evolved mutated type, and the bullet tip got stuck in the muscle without punching through. This thing could punch through 15 millimeters of steel with one shot. Against those special mutated types, it would probably be child's play. 100 merit points each. The price was pretty affordable, and the battery could be recharged repeatedly. The corners of Jiang Chun's mouth slowly lifted. His finger did not stop. He kept scrolling. Individual plasma cutter. Exchange price, 500 merit points per unit. Working principle, high-temperature plasma arc, capable of cutting through 50 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate. Effective range, 1 meter, cutting mode, 3 meters, spray mode. Uses, cutting obstacles, destroying fortifications, close-range, self-defense. Note, when dealing with mutated types, the plasma arc can directly melt through their exoskeleton. Close contact is not recommended. There will be blood splashing onto your face. Jiang Chun's mouth twitched. This thing was engineering equipment, not a weapon. But the words melt through the exoskeleton made his eyes light up. Paired with a laser rifle. Use the laser rifle for long-range penetration and the plasma cutter for close-range breaching. High-explosive armor-piercing round. Exchange price, 50 merit points per round. Caliber, universal for 125 millimeter smoothbore guns. Penetration, can penetrate 500 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor. Power, after penetration, it carries a high explosive effect, causing devastating damage to the target's interior. Note, designed specifically for high-protection targets, suitable for dealing with heavy mutated types. Heavy exoskeleton armor. Exchange price, 30,000 merit points per set. Power system, hydraulic drive. Load-bearing capacity, can carry 200 kilograms of equipment. Protection level, the front can withstand 20 millimeter autocannon fire. Features, enhances a soldier's strength and endurance, allowing a single soldier to carry heavy weapons. Note, put this on, and one person can run while carrying an anti-tank missile. Battlefield robot, quadruped platform. Exchange price, 5,000 merit points per unit. Weapon loadout, laser rifle. Control method, remote control, autonomous following. Use, combat alongside infantry and provide fire support. Features, can replace soldiers in clearing operations in dangerous environments. In battle, let the robots go in front and the soldiers follow behind. Those mutated types that hide around corners and ambush people won't be so easy to catch anymore. Jiang Chun closed the panel and leaned back in his chair, letting out a long breath. This rain had caused the zombies to evolve, and his weapons had to evolve too. He could not keep relying on rifles to deal with mutated types. The times had changed. Laser rifles, 100 merit points each. First equip, every squad. Heavy exoskeleton armor should also be issued to the assault team. Once they put it on, they could carry artillery while running. You should get a batch of battlefield robots first and let them lead the way. He had more than 800,000 merit points. Enough to keep this going for a while. Then do it. Jiang Chun opened the laser rifle blueprint and paused over the exchange quantity. 1,000 rifles. 100,000 merit points. The moment he confirmed the exchange, the system warehouse gained 1,000 long metal cases. Each case held 10 laser rifles neatly stacked inside. The rifle bodies were silver white, the lines smooth, and they were much lighter than traditional rifles. The magazine was a square battery pack inserted behind the grip. These rifles would be issued to the infantry squads first, replacing those old rifles that might not even kill a single mutated type after firing 1,000 rounds. In the future, when they ran into those cyan-gray monsters, if one shot was not enough, then two. Heavy exoskeleton armor, 30,000 per set. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. 10 sets, 300,000. 10 tall metal frames appeared in the system warehouse, with hydraulic joints, external armor plates, and a weapon mount on the back that could carry an anti-tank rocket launcher. The wearing method was like putting on a backpack. You climbed inside, locked the fasteners in place, and once the hydraulic system started up, it could support several hundred kilograms of load. This thing still could not be exchanged in large quantities for now. 30,000 per set. 100 sets would be 3 million. Jiang Chun simply did not have that kind of reserve at the moment. First exchange 10 sets. Distribute them evenly to each battalion. And whenever anyone ran into a hard target, send the assault teams wearing exoskeletons to break their bones. Battle robots, quadruped platforms, 5,000 each. Start with 40 units, 200,000 merit points. A row of silver-white mechanical dogs appeared in the system warehouse. For legs, with laser rifles mounted on their backs. These things didn't need rest, wouldn't feel fear, and even if one leg was broken, they could still crawl on the remaining 3. He distributed them to each battalion. During searches, the mechanical dogs would walk in front, with the soldiers following behind. If those mutant creatures hiding in the dark wanted to ambush anyone, they'd have to get past the mechanical dogs first. The exchange for supplies was complete. 600,000 merit points vanished. Jiang Chun stared at the remaining balance of 230,000 on the panel, lightly tapping the armrest twice with his finger. A little over 200,000. Keep it for emergencies. The first batch of laser rifles and mechanical dogs was loaded up and sent to the front line. The soldiers on the Eastern Front gathered around the silver-white metal crates. Someone picked up a laser rifle and weighed it in his hand. It was much lighter than the old guns. There was no front sight on the muzzle, only a red dot sight. Ma Guoyong raised the gun, aimed at the distant ruins, and pulled the trigger. A thin red beam shot out, burning a finger-thick black hole into an abandoned wall, with melted marks around the edges. Several soldiers beside him crowded over to look at the still-smoking little hole. Someone let out a whistle. The mechanical dogs jumped down from the trucks, all four legs landing steadily on the ground. The laser turrets on their backs automatically rotated. Several soldiers crouched down to inspect them. Some touched their metal heads. Some studied their joints, and some examined the track wheels underneath. When the news reached the western and southern fronts, those sides erupted as well. Chun Deli hugged a crate of laser rifles and refused to let go. Lu Guodong let a mechanical dog run through the ruins for a lap. It climbed slopes and crossed obstacles as easily as walking on flat ground. The soldiers who had lacked confidence in this battle before were now holding the silver-white new rifles and touching those four-legged mechanical dogs. Their mouths stretched wide in grins they couldn't close. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and watched the scenes on the screen, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting as well. More than half of the 800,000 had been spent, but it was worth it. If they ran into that kind of bluish-gray monster again, his soldiers wouldn't have to fill the gap with their lives anymore. 2 hours later, Eastern Front battlefield. Sunlight leaked through gaps in the clouds and shone over this stretch of ruins that had been plowed over again and again. The charred walls were still smoking. An infantry squad advanced along the edge of the street, searching as they moved. 12 men, divided into 3 groups: forward scouts, central support, and rear cover. The squad leader's surname was Zhao, a man in his early 30s. The scar on his face had been left by his zombie-esque claws. He walked in the middle of the formation, holding the newly issued laser rifle in his hands. Every so often, he lowered his head to glance at the energy indicator bar on the gun body. Full charge. Someone in the group, at the front left, raised a hand, and the entire squad crouched down at the same time. The scout running in front jogged back in a crouch and said in a low voice that the biological drone had detected several zombies hiding in the bank ahead. Squad leader Zhao asked how many. For the man said, all in the lobby. The Haven team moved. Squad leader Zhao made a hand signal. The whole squad spread out. 2 groups moved to block the front, while 1 group circled around to the back door. The mechanical dog was moved to the front. Its 4 legs walked steadily over the broken stones. Most of the bank's storefront had been smashed apart. The sign hung crookedly to one side. The automatic doors had long since shattered, and nothing could be seen in the pitch-black entrance. Squad leader Zhao crouched by the corner of a wall in a shop across from it and looked inside through the sight. The lobby was dark as pitch, but the footage sent back by the drone was crystal clear. 4 red dots were curled up in different corners of the hall. 2 were behind the service counter. 1 was in a corner by the wall, and another was in the middle of the lobby. The mechanical dog rushed in first. The infrared aimer on the laser turret drew several thin lines through the darkness. At that same instant, the 4 zombies sensed the disturbance and lunged out from their hiding spots. They were speed-type zombies that had evolved further, much faster than ordinary zombies. But the mechanical dog reacted even faster. The laser turret on its back fired in quick succession, and the red beams flashed twice in the darkness. Finger-thick black holes appeared in the heads of the 2 zombies charging at the front. Their bodies still lurched forward 1 more step before collapsing at the mechanical dog's feet. The soldiers immediately poured in through the entrance. The red dot sights of their rifles swept across the lobby in crossing arcs. The zombie hiding behind the service counter sprang out and was pierced through simultaneously by several beams. The last one in the corner tried to escape through the back door. It had just turned around when the back door was kicked open. The metal door panel slammed into its face and knocked it back. An exoskeleton soldier stepped in from outside, grabbed the zombie by the neck, and lifted it into the air. He pressed the laser gun against its head and pulled the trigger. Half its head exploded, and the corpse was thrown into the corner. Squad leader Zhao walked over and gave it a kick, confirming it wasn't team moving. The lobby fell silent. Just as squad leader Zhao was about to order them to continue forward, a loud crash came from above. A hole burst open in the ceiling, and broken bricks, dust, and snapped steel bars all came crashing down together. A bluish-gray shadow dropped through the hole into the center of the lobby. The impact of its landing shattered several floor tiles. This thing was the same as the special mutant type the drone had photographed before. It was 2 sizes larger than an ordinary zombie. Its skin wasn't gray-white, but bluish-gray, as if coated in a layer of rust. Its eyes were pure black, with no pupils, only 2 bottomless abysses. It stood in the middle of the lobby. The split that ran across its face slowly opened, revealing jagged fangs, as if it were smiling or sizing up the humans who had intruded into its territory. Several soldiers instinctively raised their guns. But squad leader Zhao lifted a hand to stop them. He stared at the mutant, and the corner of his mouth slowly curved upward. Finally, something that could fight. Ordinary zombies weren't fun. Fighting this kind was what really felt good. Tiniu, squad leader Zhao roared. A burly man stepped out from the rear of the squad, wearing heavy exoskeleton armor. The hydraulic joints let out a low hum. The metal frame supported his body, and each step made the ground tremble faintly. He held up the laser rifle, and the muzzle was already locked onto the mutant. The mutant tilted its head. Its pitch-black eyes stared at the metal frame on TNU's body, and a low gurgling sound came from its throat. It didn't understand what this thing was, but it smelled a human scent. In its understanding, humans were prey, weak two-legged sheep, lumps of meat that only knew how to scream and run when they saw it. It took a step forward. TNU held the laser rifle steady. The crosshair firmly centered on its glabella, and he pulled the trigger. A thin red beam shot from the muzzle, striking the mutant squarely in the forehead. The beam pierced its skin, pierced its skull, and passed out through the back of its head, leaving a finger-thick black hole in the wall behind it. The mutant's body suddenly froze. The split across its face was still open. Its fangs were still exposed. In its pitch-black eyes remained that disdainful, superior gleam. Then that light dimmed, little by little. Its body swayed, then pitched forward and slammed onto the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. The edges of the finger-thick hole in its forehead were char-black. No blood flowed out. Its expression was still frozen in the final instant before death. Tenia lowered the gun. Heat was still rising from the red dot sight at the muzzle. This thing really works. His voice sounded somewhat muffled beneath the hum of the hydraulic joints. Squad leader Zhao stood up from a corner, patted the dust off his knees, and walked past the mutant's corpse. The red dot sights of the laser rifles swept back and forth through the darkness. The 12 men filed out one after another, disappearing at the end of the street. Only shattered bricks littered the bank lobby, along with the corpses of those 4 ordinary zombies and that blue-gray mutant. Its eyes still wide open, no one knowing how it had died. The Western Front battlefield was a field of ruins. Collapsed steel frames and shattered tiles lay scattered among the rubble. An infantry squad was sweeping through it piece by piece, 12 men spread out in a skirmish line. At the very front was not a soldier, but a silver-white mechanical dog. Its forelegs stepped over broken stone. The laser turret on its back rotated in a full circle, the red dot sight sweeping back and forth through the ruins. The soldiers followed behind it with laser rifles in hand. Some stared fixedly at the mechanical dog's back. Some aimed at the gaps in the ruins on the flanks. Some turned back now and then to make sure the rear was secure. The squad leader's surname was Wang. Everyone called him Old Wang. He walked not far behind the mechanical dog, laser rifle in hand, an unlit cigarette clenched between his lips. That was his habit. Old Wang, you think this hunk of metal is reliable? A young soldier edged over and asked in a very low voice, his eyes fixed on the mechanical dog. Old Wang shot him a sidelong glance and took the cigarette from his mouth. If it's not reliable, you going up instead? That thing can rip your skull open with one swipe. If its head gets blown off, it can just get another one. The young soldier immediately shrank his neck and fell silent. Suddenly, the mechanical dog stopped. The laser turret on its back whipped to the right and locked onto a collapsed pile of steel frames. Old Wang raised a hand, and everyone stopped at once. The mechanical dog took 2 steps forward. A rustling sound came from the gaps in the steel frame. It wasn't the wind. It sounded like something moving inside. Without the slightest hesitation, the mechanical dog darted in. The red dot sight on the laser turret flashed once in the darkness. A red beam shot deep into the steel frame. There was a short hiss and then silence. The mechanical dog backed out from the gap in the steel frame. A layer of dust stuck to its back. It turned in a circle, confirmed there were no other targets, and continued forward. The young soldier swallowed and muttered under his breath, "Damn, that's clean." After turning past a collapsed wall, an open stretch of concrete lay ahead. Several scrap cargo trucks leaned crookedly by the roadside, their compartments riddled with bullet holes. The mechanical dog did not continue forward. It turned once in place, the laser turret on its back sweeping back and forth. Then it stopped, facing one of the truck compartments. Old Wang looked at the compartment, then at the mechanical dog, and asked, "Hey, is there someone in there?" Naturally, the mechanical dog did not answer his pitifully stupid question. It simply kept the laser turret locked on the truck compartment in silence. Seeing that, Old Wang felt a little depressed. The young soldier at the side said speechlessly, "Squad leader, were you talking to a dog?" Old Wang also came to his senses and shot him a hard glare. "You're the one with too much to say." Then he gave a hand signal. 3 men flanked from the side, and 2 stayed behind to guard the rear. He advanced from the front with the mechanical dog. When he reached the truck compartment and glanced inside, he froze. Several zombies were curled up inside, huddled in the corner of the compartment, motionless. That was not normal zombie behavior. Old Wang stared at those zombies with suspicion and hesitated for a moment. "Robot. Oh no, Paw Patrol. Get your ass in there." The mechanical dog poked half its body out from behind the truck compartment, the laser turret on its back aimed inside. Those zombies finally moved, but strangely, instead of charging forward, they actually retreated several steps deeper into the compartment. Old Wang frowned. Something's off here. Before this, these bastards would have rushed right at you. Like they couldn't wait to kiss you twice. So what the hell's with today? Took the wrong medicine? Squad leader. Could it be these bastards got scared by the mechanical dog? Are they afraid? A soldier beside him said in a low voice. Old Wang thought about it. then nodded. Very possible, but scared or not, they still have to die. Paw Patrol, fire. At Old Wong's order, the mechanical dog's laser turret fired in rapid succession. Red beams flashed several times inside the compartment. Finger-thick black holes appeared in the heads of those zombies, and their bodies slumped limply to the floor. After that, the mechanical dog turned around and continued onward. The soldiers following behind exchanged looks. The same young soldier who had spoken earlier now held himself straighter than before. Damn it, with this hunk of metal clearing the way, what the hell is there to be afraid of? Old Wong took the cigarette from his mouth, flicked the ash, and put it back between his lips. Yeah, with these hunks of metal around, those bastards hiding in the dark won't be able to ambush our people anymore. His soldiers' lives were worth more than hunks of metal. If a hunk of metal broke, it could be replaced. If a man died, he was gone. But now the hunk of metal walked at the very front, while his men followed behind. That was a damn good deal. Move, brothers. On to the next run. Let these dog-fucking beasts see what crushing them looks like. Received, squad leader. Just kill the bastards. Avenge the brothers who died before. Just a few zombies? Your grandpa's here. With the support of the mechanical dogs and laser rifles, the Nirvana army's advance speed was like it had switched to a whole new set of gears. The zombies hiding in the ruins could no longer pose any threat. The mechanical dogs walked in front, their laser turrets' infrared sights sweeping over every patch of shadow. The instant a zombie lunged out from hiding, a red beam would pierce straight through its skull. Ordinary zombies died in one shot. Mutants also died in one shot. That blue-gray monster that had needed 2 rounds from a 30mm autocannon to bring down still could not withstand a single hit in front of a laser rifle. The soldiers' confidence soared to the peak. Back when they entered the ruins for clearing operations, their palms would sweat and their steps would go weak. Now, carrying laser rifles and following behind the mechanical dogs, it felt like taking a walk. Some of them even started competing over who had the better aim. One shot. One kill. The advance speed had more than doubled. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair. On the holographic map before him, that green area was expanding day by day. He opened the mission panel. There was still more than 1 day left on the deadline for the mission. Troops at the city gates. The currently occupied area had already exceeded 10 square kilometers. That number did not look large on the map, but every inch of it had been snatched from the jaws of zombies. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slowly curved up. At the current pace, by the time the mission ended, the occupied area would be at least 15 square kilometers, adding the base reward of 300,000 merit points. Plus 300,000 for every square kilometer, the area reward alone would be over 4 million, with the final reward on top of that. 5 million merit points was the bare minimum. By the time the mission ended, his assets would multiply several times over. Footsteps came from the far end of the corridor. Li Jing pushed open the door and walked in with a tablet in hand. When he reached the desk, he presented it with both hands. Leader, this is the list of survivors we've gathered recently. Please review it. Jiang Chun took the tablet. On the screen was a long string of names packed tightly together. Each entry marked with age, pre-apocalypse occupation, physical condition, and housing assignment. He swiped down several pages and flipped to the statistics section at the bottom. Total, 3,462 people. Jiang Chen's finger paused for a moment. 3,462. It was not a big number, but it was not small either. These people could contribute more than 3,400 merit points to him every day. It was not much, but the good thing was that it would keep coming steadily. 3,400 a day, 34,000 in 10 days. 340,000 in 100 days. Enough to exchange for 2 infantry platoons. He set the tablet down and tapped the armrest a few times with his fingers. More than 3,000 people was still too few. With a population of several million, Fengtian City definitely had more survivors than just this many. But those people were all hiding in every corner of the city, underground parking garages, subway stations, sealed shopping malls, too scared to come out. He couldn't exactly drag people out from cracks in the ground. He could only wait for them to come out and find them on their own. Too slow. Jiang Chun raised his head. Go call Zhou Zemin over. Li Jing acknowledged and turned to leave. The footsteps in the hallway gradually faded away. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and Zhou Zemin jogged in. He was dressed neatly in a Nirvana base uniform, his hair slicked back shiny with oil, his face piled with smiles. Chief, you were looking for me? Zhou Zemin asked with a bowing, obsequious posture. Jiang Chun pointed at the chair across from him, telling him to sit. How many survivors do we have now? Jiang Chun asked. Zhou Zemin answered without hesitation. More than 3,400. We just finished counting yesterday. Not a single one missed. Jiang Chun nodded. This guy was still fairly competent. He had a clear grasp of how many people were under his hand. Still too few. Fengtian City is huge, with a population of several million. The number who survived is definitely more than just these 3,000. We can't just sit around waiting for them to come to us on their own. We need to find a way to make them come seek refuge with us. Zhou Zemin blinked. Chief, you mean? Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. What do survivors need? Safety, food, medicine. Hope that they can keep living. We have all of that, but they don't know it. We need to get the news out. Let those hiding in the dark know that there's a fortress in the eastern outskirts of Fengtian. There's food, drink, shelter, and a powerful army protecting this place. If they come, they can live. Zhou Zimin nodded rapidly, like a pecking chicken. Then I'll send people out right away to post notices. Jiang Chun's mouth twitched. He waved a hand, somewhat speechless. Who are the notices for? The survivors outside are all hiding in the ruins. Have drones scatter flyers. Drop them from the direction of the city toward our side. Write the fortress's location, conditions, and treatment clearly on the flyers. Zhou Zimin's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "That's a great idea. I'll draft the flyer content myself. I guarantee anyone who reads will want to come." Jiang Chun gave a quiet grunt and told him to get it done as soon as possible. Zhou Zimin got up to leave, but Jiang Chun called him back again. Zhou Zimin turned around. "Chief, any other orders?" Jiang Chun pondered for a moment. "Have you counted the male-to-female ratio among the survivors?" Zhou Zimin flipped through his tablet. Less than 2,000 men, about 1,500 women. Roughly 6 to 4. Jiang Chun spoke again. "How many are of proper age?" Zhou Zimin flipped again. "Between 18 and 35, a little over 1,000. Jiang Chun nodded. "Count again. Separate the married and unmarried as well." Zhou Zimin froze for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask, but didn't dare. "I want to start a birth plan," Jiang Chun said flatly. "Our population base is too small. If we rely only on gathering survivors, it'll be too slow. We need to produce our own. Start young. Once they're born, they'll be Nirvana people. Raise them, and they'll become Nirvana soldiers." Zhou Zimin's mouth fell open, then closed again. Jiang Chun continued. "All right, go take care of the flyer matter first. I'll think more about the birth plan." "Yes, Chief." Zhou Zimin responded and turned to leave. The footsteps in the hallway gradually faded away. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Merit points could buy tanks and cannons, but they couldn't buy population. Survivors were his only source for now. But the people hiding in the dark didn't dare come out. He had to find a way to make them come seek refuge on their own. As for the birth plan, that could wait until the population base grew. Phoenix Mountain Base, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun had tilted westward. Light slanted down through the treetops, stretching the shadows of the barracks long. Zhao Tiansheng stood at the entrance to the command post, clutching that telegram in his hand, already crumpled from being needed so many times. Since the last contact, no further message had come from above. The telegrams they sent out vanished like stones sunk in the sea, and every time they called over the radio, all they got was the endless crackle of static. Every day felt like a year. Every day felt stretched several times longer. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou walked over from the other end of the barracks, carrying 2 cups of tea. He handed one of them to Zhao Tiansheng. Still no word from above? Zhao Tiansheng let out a sigh and shook his head. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou fell silent for a moment, then lowered his voice. Could something have happened? Zhao Tiansheng didn't answer. He didn't know how to answer either. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from overhead. Not the heavy roar of helicopter rotors, but something lighter, finer, like the hum of a swarm beating its wings. The two of them raised their heads at the same time, and people in the barracks began coming out one after another as well. First came several soldiers rushing into the open area with rifles in hand, heads tilted up as they looked around. Then came clerks, medics, and cooks from the kitchen squad. Some still had aprons tied around their waists, spatulas clenched in their hands. At the end, even the wounded hobbled out of the infirmary on crutches. Several drones emerged from beneath the clouds, their silver-white fuselages and rapidly spinning rotors flashing with specks of light under the sun. They formed into a single column and swept low over Phoenix Mountain Base. Something was falling from beneath their bellies. Not bombs. Paper. White dents drifting down like snowfall. A soldier reached out and caught one. He turned it over, took one look, and froze. The people around him also began catching the falling flyers. Some bent down to pick them up from the ground, while others jumped to grab the one still floating in midair. Zhao Tianxing caught one too. The flyer was printed on coated paper. It felt slick to the touch, exquisitely printed. Nothing like something that should exist in the apocalypse. On the front was a map, marked with the route from Phoenix Mountain to the eastern outskirts. At the end was a location circled in red, with several large words beside it. Nirvana Fortress. Below there were several smaller lines. Safety, food, medicine, shelter, army protection. Come, and you can live. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou finished reading the flyer too. He looked up at Zhao Tiansheng, his expression somewhat complicated. Nearby, several soldiers gathered together and started discussing it. Some asked what kind of place this Nirvana Fortress was. Some guessed it was a shelter built by the military. Some said the name sounded like a civilian organization. Others read the smaller words on the flyer aloud and asked if it was really true. Zhao Tiansheng folded the flyer and tucked it into his pocket, then slowly said, "Using drones to scatter flyers. That doesn't look like the military style. It looks more like someone doing propaganda." Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou said, "Could it be that mysterious unit?" "Possible." Zhao Tiansheng narrowed his eyes. With their strength, getting a few drones to scatter flyers wouldn't be difficult. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou asked again, "Hey, old Zhao, do you think what's written on there is true?" Zhao Tianqing was silent for a while. "I don't know. But with that unit's firepower, supporting a few thousand survivors shouldn't be a problem." Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou didn't ask any further. They both knew the situation Phoenix Mountain was in right now. Supplies were almost exhausted. They couldn't contact higher command. Rescue was nowhere in sight. Every day, the soldiers were counting how much rice and how many cans were left. Morale was already starting to fall apart. If there really was a place like that, safe with food, medicine, and military protection. Old Zhao, Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou, said softly, "Do you think we should?" Zhao Tianqing raised a hand to cut him off. He turned and looked at the soldiers still fighting to pass the flyers around. The discussion in the barracks was growing louder and louder. Some were already quietly talking about how far the eastern outskirts were from here and whether the road would be safe. He drew back his gaze, his voice quiet. "Let us wait and see." The flyers were still falling. The drone had already flown far away, and the buzz of its rotors gradually faded behind the clouds. The tiny silver white turned into a blurry shadow, then finally vanished completely. The white paper slips were still drifting down from the sky, landing on the barracks roofs, on the open ground, and on the faces of those staring upward. At the same time, on the other side, the worker-clothed zombie stood on the third floor of a collapsed mall, the shattered window facing north. On that charred stretch of land in the distance, the smoke had yet to fully clear. Its children were retreating, not routing, being beaten back. Those silver-white mechanical dogs were charging at the front, laser beams sweeping crisscross through the ruins. Its children leaped out from their hiding places, only to collapse halfway there, a scorched hole appearing in their foreheads. The humans in metal exoskeletons followed behind the mechanical dogs, holding guns that fired beams of death, harvesting the mutant species like crops. One evolution had made them faster, stronger, and tougher. It had thought this time it could turn the tables, but humanity's weapons had evolved even faster. Those silver-white mechanical dogs did not fear death. Those laser guns could pierce the mutant species' proud bodies. It could not even get close. The worker-clothes zombie stared into the distance. The still-burning ruins reflected in its pitch-black eyes. It did not understand. Why? Why was it that every time it grew a little stronger, humans would bring out even more terrifying weapons? Why was this dead city clearly its home ground? Yet those humans kept gathering in greater numbers like cockroaches that could not be driven away. The mutant species that had fled back from the north crouched in a corner. Its bluish-gray skin was covered in bullet holes, its left foreleg was crippled, and it kept its head lowered, not daring to look at it. Several others also withdrew from different directions, covered in wounds. Some had lost arms, and smoke was still rising from some of their bodies. The worker-clothes zombie turned and looked at these battered remnants. 1 month ago, this city had been their paradise. Millions of zombies had packed every street and every building. Humans had trembled in corners like rats. Even when they came out to scavenge, they had to do so in constant fear. And now, those humans drove tanks, set up artillery, and carried laser guns, sweeping away its children like trash. If this fight kept going, sooner or later its forces would be worn down completely. When that happened, what would it use to defend this city? What would it use to fight those humans? It cannot go on like this. The worker-clothes zombie paced back and forth before the broken window, the tattered hem of its work clothes swaying in the wind. It needed a new method, a new plan, a vicious move that could catch those humans off guard. It could not win in a direct clash. Trying to flank them would not work either. The humans' defenses were too tight, and not one force it sent out had been able to circle around to their rear. Those silver-white mechanical dogs had noses keener than actual dogs. No matter where it hit its children, those lumps of iron could always find them. If brute force would not work, then what about something softer? The worker-clothes zombie stopped pacing, its pitch-black eyes shifting slightly. It thought of the children the humans had captured. They were not dead. They had been taken and locked away in some corner of that black fortress. Why had those humans not killed them? What use was there in keeping them alive? Maybe they could be used. Maybe chaos could be created inside the fortress. It thought again of the children still scattered throughout every corner of the city. They slept underground, slept in subway tunnels, slept in the basements of collapsed malls. If it could awaken all of those sleeping children and gather them all together, then perhaps sheer numbers could overwhelm the humans. But that required time. A great deal of time. And time was exactly what it lacked the most right now. The worker-clothes zombie stood at the window for a long time. So long that the sky shifted from ashen white to dim yellow, then from dim yellow to dark blue. The distant cannon fire came only sparsely now, like someone beating drums far away. At last, it moved, turning toward the stairwell. From downstairs came the low hiss-like cries of the zombie horde, rising and falling one after another, as if asking what the next move would be. The worker-clothes zombie did not respond. It was still thinking of a new method, a new plan, a vicious move that could completely reverse the battle. Those humans might force it back once or twice, but there would not be a third time. It stood at the stairwell and cast one final glance at the silhouette of the black fortress to the north. This time, it was its turn to make a move. Night had deepened, yet the city center was more crowded than daytime. The streets were packed with zombies, stretching from the entrance of the collapsed mall all the way to beneath the overpass in the distance. Ordinary zombies stood at the outermost edge, their gray-white skin gleaming with a sickly sheen under the moonlight. Mutant species were scattered throughout the horde, their bluish-gray bodies a head taller than ordinary zombies, their pitch-black eyes glowing in the dark like fireflies. Deeper inside, several especially massive giant mutant species crouched in the shadows of the ruins. Their chests rose and fell slowly with each breath, and every rise and fall brought a low, rumbling growl. The worker-clothed zombie stood before the shattered window on the third floor of the mall, looking down at this black ocean forged by its own hand. A force of millions. Over the course of several months, it had awakened them from every corner of this dead city, gathered them, and driven them all here. Now it was going to use this army, but not to charge the walls of that black fortress. Not to smash head-on against those steel behemoths. It had already tried that, twice, and it had lost both times. This time, it was going to fight differently. It opened its mouth, and a short hiss burst from its throat. The sound was not loud, but in the silent city's center, it carried far. The zombie horde below raised their heads at the same time, pitch-black eyes turning in unison toward the shattered third-floor window. The hiss sounded again, longer this time, more complex, like a sentence. The zombie horde below began to move, not toward the north, but spreading out in every direction. They poured into every street, every alley, every building entrance. The ordinary zombies walked in front, the mutant species followed behind, and the giant mutant species stayed at the rear to hold the line. Their footsteps merged into a low thunder, and the entire urban district trembled. At the break of dawn, the first wave of zombies smashed open the main entrance of an apartment building in the southern district. The stairwell was so dark you could not see your hand in front of your face. The zombies climbed upward by scent. On the third floor, a security door was slammed open. A scream came from inside, very short, like something had cut off halfway. In the west of the city, in the basement of an abandoned mall, several mutant species crouched by a ventilation duct and sniffed. Then they extended their claws and tore through the iron grate in just a few strikes. They crawled inside, and soon the duct echoed with chaotic banging and broken sobbing. In the north of the city, at a subway station, the exit had been blocked with debris. The zombies pulled away sandbags, pushed aside wrecked cars, tore down wire fencing, and surged down the stairs. Deep on the platform, the faint glow of emergency lights barely illuminated a small patch of space. Dozens of survivors were huddled together, some covering their mouths, some closing their eyes, some trembling all over. They heard the footsteps, coming from the stairs, getting closer, denser and denser, like countless feet trampling the same patch of ground at once. The zombies dragged them out from their hiding places. The men were shoved to the front. The women clutching children were forced into the middle. The elderly, too slow on their feet, were lifted by the collars by mutant species. Some tried to resist and were knocked down with a single swipe. Some tried to run, only to be dragged back after just a few steps. Others collapsed on the ground, unable to walk, and were dragged across the floor by one leg. The line stretched longer and longer. Survivors driven out from every street, every building, and every underground bunker poured into this silent procession. By the time daylight fully broke, the open ground in the city center was already packed with people. Men and women, young and old, all ragged and gaunt. Some crouched, some stood, some collapsed on the ground. No one spoke. No one dared speak. The zombies had formed a huge ring, trapping them in the middle. The mutant types paced around the outside, their pitch-black eyes fixed on every prey inside the circle. The giant mutant crouched farther away, blocking every possible escape route. A young woman held a child close and shrank into the middle of the crowd. The child was still asleep. Tears streamed silently down her face, and she did not dare wipe them away, afraid of startling those things. An old man beside her knelt on the ground, palms pressed together, his lips trembling as he muttered something no one could hear. A middle-aged man crouched at the edge of the crowd, his eyes constantly darting around. He was looking for a chance to escape, but every time he found a possible route, he would discover a mutant already blocking it. His shoulders immediately slumped. Some had even pissed themselves, their pants soaked through. Urine ran down their pant legs and dripped onto the ground. The people nearby frowned at the smell, but no one said anything, because at a time like this, no one had the right to laugh at anyone else. They were just prey trapped inside a fence, waiting to be slaughtered or used as bargaining chips. On the third floor of the mall, the worker-clothed zombie stood by the window, looking down at the open ground packed with people. Those trembling figures reflected in its pitch-black eyes. Not enough. It still needed more. It opened its mouth and let out another screech from its throat, shorter and sharper than before. Below, the horde scattered again and surged toward farther areas. The search would not stop until not a single living human remained in the city. On the eastern front, the sun had already climbed high. The tank company had stopped on an abandoned main road, their barrels pointed toward the city. But there was nothing ahead. No zombies, no mutants, not even a ghost in sight. The infantry fighting vehicles circled the flank a few times before stopping as well. The soldiers jumped out of the vehicles. Some leaned against the tracks and smoked, some crouched by the roadside eating compressed biscuits, and some held binoculars while looking around. A young soldier held a laser rifle and squinted for long while before lowering it again. He turned to the veteran beside him, who was cleaning his gun, his face full of confusion. "Old Joe, doesn't this feel weird to you? Since this morning, we haven't run into a single zombie." He paused, then added, "Not even a hair of one." Old Joe finished wiping his gun, worked the bolt to make sure it had reset, and only then looked up. He glanced at the gray ruins ahead. There really was nothing there. At this time yesterday, they had already repelled several waves of zombie harassment. Today was too quiet. Quiet in a way that was not normal. A few other soldiers gathered around too. Some said, yeah, usually zombies would be shown up by now. Others said, maybe they got scared and don't dare come anymore. Someone refuted that. Zombies know fear. They're brainless things. All they do is rush forward. Another guessed, then that means the thing controlling them from behind ISNT ordering them to charge. Old Joe slung his gun over his shoulder, pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, bit it into his mouth, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep drag. Then he stared at the ruins ahead for a long while before saying flatly, "This kind of silence ISNT good. Those things don't know fear, but the thing behind them does." The others started talking all at once. One of the slightly older soldiers asked, "Then tell us, Old Joe, what kind of shit are they cooking up?" Old Joe took the cigarette from his mouth, flicked off the ash and put it back in. "No matter what shit they're cooking up, in front of our artillery truth, it all turns to ash." His words made the soldiers around him laugh together. "Yeah, what is there to be afraid of? Who cares what scheme it is? Just run them over with tanks." "Exactly. With my laser rifle in hand. As long as you're carbon-based, you die the moment you show up." Old Joe did not join in. He stared at the ruins ahead for a while longer, took a deep drag, and watched the smoke churn in front of him before saying slowly, "All right, enough talking. Tell the brothers to stay sharp. Don't let your guard down just because you haven't seen any zombies. Keep watch where you should keep watch. Patrol where you should patrol. If those things don't come out, then we push forward. Inch by inch. We'll keep pushing until they do." The soldiers nearby sobered up, answered, and dispersed. The message reached the command center. Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map, his brows tightly furrowed. The eastern, western, and southern fronts all sent back the same report. The zombies had disappeared. The entire city area was dead silent. Not even a scattered small horde in sight. This was too abnormal. Just 2 days ago, they had been throwing themselves at his defenses like mad. Today, they had suddenly retreated. Li Jing stood beside him, staring at the map as well. Could the mastermind be brewing some kind of scheme? Jiang Chun answered firmly, "Definitely. It suffered 2 losses before. It knows it can't beat us head on. This time it must be changing tactics, but we don't know what yet." Jiang Chun turned around and ordered, "Tell all fronts to keep advancing, but don't be reckless. Have the drones expand the search range and push reconnaissance radius to the maximum. Report immediately if anything is found." "Yes, Commander." Li Jing answered and turned to leave. Jiang Chun looked back at the holographic map. The green occupied area had expanded quite a bit, but the deeper parts of the city were still pitch black. That mastermind zombie was hiding in there. No matter what shit you're cooking up, as long as my troops keep pushing forward, you can't hide forever. Once I drag you out of your hole, let us see where you can run. The mission besieging the city has ended. The system prompt came suddenly. Jiang Chun was still staring blankly at the dark city area on the holographic map when the cold electronic voice exploded in his mind without warning. Ding! The mission besieging the city has ended. Beginning reward settlement. Mission duration, 15 days. Current occupied area, 18.6 square kilometers. Base reward, 300,000 merit points. Area reward, 300,000 merit points per square kilometer. 18.6 square kilometers total. 5,580,000 merit points. Overall mission rating, S rank. Extra reward, merit points doubled. Total merit points obtained this mission, 11,760,000. Jiang Chun's breathing caught hard. 11,760,000. He stared at the number, his pupils widening several times over. You don't know how shocking it is until you actually count it. One heavy combined battalion cost 1,500,000. This was enough to buy 7 or 8 of them. One heavy combined brigade cost 5 million. He could buy 2. The little savings he had scrimped together before were nothing compared to this. The corners of his mouth slowly spread, from the corners of his lips to the depths of his eyes, until it covered his whole face. He laughed out loud, laughing for a long while. Ding. Extra reward for S rank evaluation being issued. Received, blueprint for a city 3-dimensional defense system. Obtained, orbital weapons platform blueprint. Jiang Chun's laughter stopped abruptly. City, 3-dimensional defense system, orbital weapons platform. Those 2 names didn't sound like ordinary weapons or equipment. They sounded like something out of sci-fi novel. He opened the first blueprint, and a holographic model of a miniature city appeared on the virtual panel. City 3-dimensional defense system. Exchange price, 5 million merit points per set. Includes a 3-layer defense system. Outer layer, intelligent minefields, automated turret clusters, drone hives. Middle layer, laser interception array, electromagnetic pulse generators, fortress artillery group. Inner layer, Fortified buildings, underground tunnel network, core protective shield. Coverage area, 10 square kilometers. Features, fully automated operation, no manual control required, capable of resisting large-scale zombie hordes and aerial strikes. Jiang Chun stared at the holographic model for a long time. 5 million merit points for one set. He currently had more than 10 million. He could buy 2 sets. If he covered Nirvana Fortress and the surrounding occupied zones with them, then the next time a zombie tide came, he could just lie back in a chair and drink tea. He took a deep breath and opened the second blueprint. The outline of a satellite appeared on the virtual panel. Its solar sails were spread open, and beneath it was some kind of short, thick device. Orbital weapons platform. Exchange price, 10 million merit points per unit. Deployment method, rocket launch, low Earth orbit. Weapon loadout, space-based kinetic weapon, tungsten rod. Strike accuracy, circular error probability, less than 10 meters. Strike range, global. Features, strikes launched from space, impossible to intercept, impossible to detect in advance. A single strike can destroy all targets within a 500-meter radius. Charge time, 24 hours. Each platform can carry 3 tungsten rods. You could almost see a metal rod several meters long falling from space, smashing into the ground at over 10 times the speed of sound. No explosives needed. No nuclear warhead needed. Pure kinetic force alone could flatten an entire building. Global strike range. From Fengtian to the other side of the planet. He could hit wherever he wanted. 10 million merit points for one platform. He currently had a little over 11 million, enough to buy one. It could fire once. And after that, he'd have to wait a full day before it could fire again. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath as he stared at the ceiling. More than 10 million merit points. 2 city defense systems. 1 orbital weapons platform. He lowered his head and glanced at his hands. His fingers were still trembling slightly. I'm rich. I'm rich. He clenched his fists, and his knuckles crackled. After laughing enough, he slowly reined himself in, though the corners of his mouth were still raised. With these, he wouldn't even be afraid of things in the sky anymore. That mastermind was hiding in the city center, and he had still been thinking about how to deal with it. It probably had no idea that the one it was facing was no longer the same opponent as before. The kind who had to rely on tanks and artillery to force a defensive line forward. With more than 10 million merit points, he was going to make that beast so scared that even in its next life, it wouldn't dare come near his territory. He opened the system panel, his gaze landing on the number 11.76 million. Oh no, adding the few 100,000 he had left before, his merit points had reached 12.34 million. He already knew what to buy. The city three-dimensional defense system would be installed around the fortress and the surrounding occupied zones, and a space-based weapon would drag that mastermind out of its lair. Then he'd see where it could still run. More than 10 million looked like a lot, but it would disappear fast once he started spending. He had to budget carefully. He couldn't be as wasteful as before. He closed the panel, stood up in the chair, and walked to the window. In the distance, from the direction of the Eastern Front, scattered gunfire still drifted over, sparse and uneven, like raindrops hitting sheet metal. His soldiers were still pushing forward. Standing by the window, he looked out at the gray, hazy skyline, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Just wait. I'll be coming for you soon. Jiang Chun turned away from the window and sat back down in his chair. More than 12 million merit points in his pocket, hot enough to burn. But he hadn't let it go to his head. Fortress defense was the foundation of everything. As long as the fortress didn't fall, no matter how fierce the fighting outside became, he would always have a chance to turn things around. The first step was to solidify that foundation. System. Exchange for the city three-dimensional defense system. Ding. Consumed 5 million merit points. Obtained. City three-dimensional defense system. Load immediately? Jiang Chun took a deep breath and pressed confirm. Ding. Loading. Estimated completion time, 6 hours. During loading, the Fortress' original defensive functions can still operate normally. A progress bar appeared above the holographic map. 0%, 0.1%, 0.2%. The numbers moved slowly, like a snail climbing a tree, but Jiang Chun wasn't in a hurry. 6 hours was just enough time for him to make his next arrangements. He still had over 7 million merit points left. Over 7 million was neither a lot nor little. It was enough to do many things and enough to buy 1 or 2 major items. He opened the exchange interface for the orbital weapons platform. 1 unit cost 10 million merit points. The 7 million he had in hand wasn't even enough for the fraction. Although it could strengthen his decapitation capability, and dropping a tungsten rod right onto the layer of that worker uniform zombie would be far more convenient than sending tanks and infantry to encircle and suppress it. The limitations were obvious too. Charging took 24 hours. After 1 strike, he'd have to wait a full day, and each platform could only carry 3 tungsten rods. After firing all 3, it would just become space junk. Given how cunning that mastermind zombie was, even if he blasted its lair flat, it might not actually be inside. Besides, his current military strength was already sufficient. He wasn't lacking that 1 heavy hammer blow. Jiang Chun closed the orbital weapon interface and turned his gaze to the icon for the heavy combined brigade. 5 million merit points for one brigade, just enough to wipe out the rest of his family fortune. He leaned back in his chair and lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest. What could one combined brigade bring him? First, it would double his troop strength. Right now, he only had one combined brigade, plus several independent battalions, for a total force of less than 20,000. Add another brigade, and his troop strength would immediately double. He could open up more fronts at the same time, and his advance speed would more than double. Second, it would double his equipment. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, air defense systems, everything would double. Twice the firepower. If before he could hit 1 point, now he could hit 2. If before he had to split his troops for defense, now he could attack and defend at the same time. Its deterrent power would double too. With 2 brigades deployed on the front, would that mastermind still dare casually send troops to probe him like before? It would first have to think carefully about whether its own forces were enough to fill that hole. And space-based weapons were one-time decapitation tools. They had cooldowns. They had ammunition limits. If the strike landed, great. If it missed, it was a loss. A heavy combined brigade, on the other hand, was sustainable, reusable, and capable of long-term suppression. As long as the soldiers remained and the equipment remained, it could keep fighting without needing cooldowns or charging. A space-based weapon could only strike 1 point. A combined brigade could sweep across an entire area. That mastermind had dispersed its forces and hidden them in every corner of the city. He couldn't possibly use 1 tungsten rod per point. Even if he bombed until next year, he still wouldn't finish. But a combined brigade could split into multiple advancing routes and clear the city sector by sector. When a space-based weapon was used up, it was gone. But if the combined brigade soldiers took losses, they could be replenished. If equipment was damaged, it could be repaired in exchange for more. As long as he had merit points, his troops were a renewable resource. A space-based weapon became scrap metal after firing 3 shots. Which mattered more was obvious at a glance. Jiang Chun closed the panel, and his clenched fist slowly relaxed. No exchange. He would save it. Once he had saved up 20 million, he would buy 2 orbital platforms and have 6 tungsten rods slam down at the same time, wiping the entire city center off the map. For now, he needed to spend these 7+ million where it counted. Not on a one-time big toy, but on a steel army that could keep up sustained output, be used again and again, and make the one behind the scenes lose sleep at night. His finger hovered over the exchange button for the heavy combined brigade. 5 million merit points. Confirm. Ding. Consumed 6 million merit points. Obtained heavy combined brigade. Current number of heavy combined brigades, 2. Jiang Chun withdrew his hand, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. 2 brigades. More than 20,000 troops. 100 tanks. 100 infantry fighting vehicles. Several hundred artillery pieces. Dozens of helicopters. With that lineup, it was enough to fight a local war. What he needed most right now was time. The urban layered defense system was loading. In 6 hours, the fortress would become a true iron wall. The 2nd Combined Brigade was assembling. Once the troops were in position, the 2 fronts would advance together and press the battle line toward the urban district. Didn't that thing behind the scenes like hiding? Then he would drag it out of its hole. At the same time, on the other side, city center, the number of survivors in the square was still increasing. Driven out from every corner of the city, they gathered in this open space like fallen leaves swept in by a flood. Men and women, old and young. Some were wearing pajamas. Some were wrapped in tattered cotton coats. Some were barefoot, the soles of their feet rubbed raw, leaving streaks of blood across the concrete. They crowded together, squatting, standing, slumped on the ground, their faces blank. The worker zombie stood atop a high-rise at the edge of the square, looking down over this living hell it had created with its own hands. Not enough. It still needed more. It had to force those humans out of the fortress, onto its home ground, and into the trap it had laid. The corner of its mouth slowly split open. Its shrieks spread from the rooftop once more, drifting toward even farther places. The zombies still searching the depths of the city raised their heads and continued pushing deeper into the urban district. Nirvana Fortress. Jiang Chun stood on the city wall as the troops of the 2nd Heavy Combined Brigade poured out through the fortress gate. The tanks led the way, 3 abreast. The infantry fighting vehicles followed close behind. The self-propelled artillery brought up the rear at a slow pace. This torrent of steel would cut in from the eastern front and, together with the original 1st Brigade, form a pincer attack that would trap the zombie horde in the urban district between them. The commander of the 2nd Brigade was called Zhou Tian, early 40s, a man of few words, ruthless in war. He did not try to get close to Jiang Chun like Li Yunlong had. He only gave a salute, took the combat map, and turned to leave. Jiang Chun watched his back and said nothing. People like this were useful. Then he opened the system panel. He had a little over 2 million merit points left. Standing on the wall, Jiang Chun tapped rapidly across the system panel. Laser rifles. He directly exchanged for 5,000 of them, consuming 500,000 merit points. These rifles would be issued straight to the newly joined 2nd Brigade, with some also distributed to the 1st Brigade as reinforcement. In addition, he exchanged for another 100 mechanical dogs, consuming 500,000 merit points. Each mechanical dog came equipped with a laser gun turret and an infrared sight, and could autonomously follow infantry into battle. After that came the drone swarms. 10 control stations, each with 50 small drones, for a total cost of 150,000 merit points. These swarms would handle battlefield reconnaissance and precision hunting, specifically targeting those mutant variants hiding in the shadows. Most of the merit points were gone in an instant. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. If he spent all the money, he would just earn more. If he sent out the troops, he would just pull them back. As long as the fortress still stood, merit points would keep flowing in for him without end. The urban layer defense system was still loading, and the progress bar had already reached 60%. In a little over 2 hours, his fortress would become a true iron wall. From the distant eastern front came the roar of tank engines. The vanguard of the 2nd Brigade had already linked up with the 1st Brigade. Jiang Chen turned and walked down from the wall. He had too much to do. No time to stand here sighing. Inside the command center, the green area on the holographic map was extending eastward. The red light dots representing zombies had shrunk deep into the urban district like a pack of rats driven into a corner. He had reinforced the defensive line, doubled the troop strength, and upgraded the weapons. All that remained was to drag that beast out of its hole. Jiang Chen stared at the dark urban district on the map, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Chen was staring at the holographic map in a daze when the system prompt sounded in his mind right on time. Ding! Urban layer defense system loading complete. Please designate the territory coverage range. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, center it on Nirvana Fortress and cover the surrounding occupied area. Ding! Coverage range confirmed. Coverage area, 12 square kilometers. Loading! Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the window. He wanted to see this fortress become a true iron wall with his own eyes. The first changes appeared on the outer perimeter of the fortress. The ground split open in neat cracks, and silver-white alloy bases rose from underground. Mounted on top of them were twin Gatling autocannons, their barrels longer and thicker than the Thor turrets, with deeper and denser cooling vents. An automatic loading system extended from the side of each base. Mechanical arms holding ammunition belt boxes suspended beside the turrets. These turrets were placed one every 100 meters, lining the outer edge of the occupied area. Their muzzles pointed outward, reflecting a cold metallic gleam in the sunlight. Behind the turret group, the ground split open once more. This time, what rose were not turrets, but square launch silos. The silo covers slid open to both sides, revealing rows upon rows of missile warheads inside. Each launch silo was equipped with 12 smart interceptor missiles, specially meant to deal with any targets trying to break through from the air, if there were any. Drone hives were deployed in the gaps between the silos. Hexagonal metal boxes, their surfaces covered with hexagonal openings. Inside each opening was a small drone, ready to all launch into the air within seconds upon receiving an order. The defenses on the city wall were upgraded as well. The original Thor turrets were retained, but new firepower points have been added between them. Laser interception arrays were installed along the middle section of the wall, silver-white square bases topped with rotatable emitters. These lasers could burn through any incoming target within 1 kilometer. Electromagnetic pulse generators were deployed at the 4 corners of the wall, specifically to deal with electronic equipment. Zombies had no use for electronic equipment, but Jiang Chen was thinking farther into the future. Inside the fortress, the core protective shield had already been activated. A pale blue translucent light screen rose from the fortress dome, covering the entire fortress like an overturned bowl. Turret groups, missile launch silos, drone hives, laser interception arrays. The urban layer defense system had fully finished loading. If the enemy came from the ground, the turret groups and the Thor turrets would greet them. If they came from air, missiles and laser interception would deal with them. If they tried to infiltrate from underground, detectors and minefields would be waiting. The 3-tier defense system overlapped and covered every angle, leaving no blind spots. Jiang Chen stood on the city wall, looking at this fortress wrapped in steel and energy, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. 5 million merit points spent well. Even if those zombies came back in force, even if his troops were stretched thin, there was no need to worry about the fortress being breached. Just these automated turrets alone could turn them into sieves. No matter how many troops the mastermind had, it still wouldn't be enough to fill this hole. From far away, faint gunfire came from the eastern front, sparse and scattered like someone setting off firecrackers in the distance. His soldiers were still pushing forward. Leaflets had been scattered. Some survivors were gradually making their way out from every hidden corner and cranny. The more people there were, the more merit points there were. The more merit points there were, the stronger the fortress became. The stronger the fortress became, the more people it could protect. This was a positive cycle, and he was standing at the center of it. A crack split open in the clouds on the horizon. The setting sun leaked through the gap, gilding the entire fortress in gold. The barrels of the turret array glowed red in the sunset. The covers of the missile silos reflected dazzling patches of light. Jiang Chen turned and walked down from the city wall. There was still a lot to do. The survivors needed to be settled. Tomorrow's advance route needed to be planned. When he walked down the wall, his steps were much lighter than when he had come up. Night deepened. The fortress lights illuminated the city wall brightly. The infrared scanners on the automated turrets slowly rotated in the darkness. Beneath this city lay an unknown tunnel network, sewers, subway tunnels, civil air defense projects. They intertwined like a spiderweb under this land. The workwear zombie stood deep in some underground passage, its pure black eyes fixed on the fork ahead that led north. It had spent many days planning this route. The ground assault had failed, so had the flanking maneuver. The human defenses were too solid, their firepower too fierce. A head-on clash would only mean death, but there was still one place it had not tried: underground. Those humans were busy reinforcing their ground defenses, busy moving troops to the front lines, busy driving off its children. They would never guess that the real threat would emerge from beneath their feet. A short hiss came from its throat. The mutant species behind it, already impatient from waiting, all raised their heads at once. Their black eyes shimmered faintly in the dark. They filed into the fork, hunched low, stepping on the slick bottom of the pipe as they moved north. The sewer was so dark you could not see your hand in front of your face, and only the mutant species' own glowing eyes flickered in the darkness. Their footsteps were light, making almost no sound as they stepped through mud and standing water. The mutant species leading the way was slimmer than the others. Its nose kept twitching as it tracked the human scent. That scent drifted from the north, growing stronger and stronger. It sped up, and the dozens of mutant species behind it sped up as well. The passage grew narrower and narrower, water dripping from the pipe walls. The leading mutant species suddenly stopped, its nose twitching frantically. It had caught a foul smell. It did not know what it was, but instinctively it felt uneasy. The next moment, it seemed to step on something, very light, with almost no weight. The pressure switch of the smart mind completed identification within a fraction of a second. Non-friendly target. Weight exceeds threshold. Movement speed matches enemy characteristics. Detonate. Detonate. As the program voice fell, the explosion erupted in the narrow pipe. The shockwave spread to both sides, carrying shrapnel and broken bricks. The leading mutant species was blown away, slammed into the pipe wall, then bounced back. Several of those behind it were also affected. Some had half their heads ripped off by shrapnel. Others were shaken until blood poured from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. A crack was blasted open in the top of the pipe, and muddy water poured down through the gap. The explosion echoed far down the passage. The mutant species behind heard it and stopped. For the first time, hesitation appeared in their pure black eyes. But that hesitation lasted only an instant. A hiss came from behind, short and sharp. They were being urged on. With no choice, the mutant species continued forward, stepping over the still smoking corpse of their companion. Then the second mine exploded, then the third, then the fourth. The entire passage turned into a slaughterhouse. Every explosion took out several mutant species. Some were blown to death on the spot. Others had limbs shredded by shrapnel and fell to the ground hissing, only to be trampled by the ones behind them. The corpses blocked the passage, and the mutant species behind crawled over the pile of bodies and kept moving forward. They had no fear. They did not know how to retreat. They only knew to keep going. The minefield was finally all triggered. The number of mutant species was cut by more than half as well. Fewer than 10 remained, all badly wounded, dragging broken limbs as they kept crawling forward. Ahead, a metal door appeared, a faint light seeping through the crack in it. The leading mutant species extended its sharp claws and scratched at the door panel a few times. Sparks flew, and several white marks appeared on the panel. The door did not open. It scratched again, but the white marks were still just white marks. This door was harder than any metal it had ever seen, and the detectors had already found them. From a moment, they stepped into the underground sewer. Vibration sensors had captured their footsteps. Infrared detectors had locked onto their numbers, and sonar detectors had analyzed their movement speed. That data was transmitted in real time back to the command center, where it formed a clear red line on the screen. Li Jing stood in front of the screen, coffee in hand, watching that red line move forward inch by inch. The mines exploded one by one, and the light points on the red line went out one by one. He took a sip of coffee, his expression unchanged. Outside the door, the mutant species were still trying to break in. Their claws scraped sparks across the alloy door panel, but the panel did not move at all. The light seeping through the crack in the door shone on their distorted faces, and the pure black eyes reflected that light. Then, as if some mechanism had been activated, several pitch-black openings appeared in the alloy door panel. This sudden change made the mutant species stop. However, in that instant, blinding flashes of fire burst out from those openings. Streams of flame shot toward the mutant species. They had no time to react, and the mutant species caught in the flames were instantly incinerated. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. They wanted to run, but they could not escape. They could only be slowly swallowed by the heat, turning into a layer of white ash on the ground. On the command center screen, the last red that stopped behind the metal door. Li Jing set down his coffee cup and picked up the intercom. Your Excellency, all underground sewer intruders have been eliminated. Jiang Chun's voice came through the intercom. Casualties? None. 23 mines were used up. Replenish them. Yes. Half an hour later, the scene changed. A mutant species that had come back to report the news was curled up in a corner. It was covered in wounds, and one of its legs had even been broken. Several pieces of shrapnel were still embedded in its blue-gray skin. It had dragged its mangled body all the way back through the underground sewer. The workwear's zombie stared at it, its pure black eyes holding no pity, only rage. It opened its mouth, and a low roar came from its throat. The sound was not loud, but it made every zombie present lower their heads at once. It asked why. Why did it fail again? It couldn't win in a head-on clash. It couldn't win by circling around from the flanks. And now it couldn't even win with an underground sneak attack. What weaknesses did those humans still have? What flaws did that black fortress still have? The mutant that had come to deliver the report shrank even smaller, its body pressed flat against the ground. Its broken leg was still bleeding. It couldn't answer those questions. It only knew that the tunnels were full of iron lumps that exploded. Every step might land on one. Every time one was triggered, a whole batch would die. It only knew that at the end of the tunnel was a metal door that couldn't be opened, harder than anything it had ever seen. It only knew that those humans had already been waiting for them. At that moment, as if fury had clouded its mind, the work-clothes zombie strode forward, swung its right fist, and smashed it into the mutant's skull. Its bluish-gray fist sank into the creature's cranium. The sound of bones shattering was especially clear in the silent underground tunnel. The mutant didn't even have time to scream before its body flew out, slammed into the pipe wall, and slid down, leaving behind a dark red streak of blood. The work-clothes zombie stood in the middle of the tunnel, gasping for breath. Its tattered work clothes rose and fell with its chest. It couldn't understand it. It had clearly evolved. Its children had clearly evolved too. Yet those humans could always bring out even more powerful weapons. Why? This city was obviously its territory. It knew every street, every building, every underground tunnel here better than those humans did. So why was it that every move it made, those humans could block it and hit back even harder? It slammed a fist into the pipe wall. Chunks of concrete exploded outward, exposing the twisted steel bars underneath. A crack split open in the wall, and muddy water seeped out from the fissure. It pulled back its fist. The skin over its knuckles had split, revealing the dark red muscle tissue underneath. But it couldn't feel pain. There was only rage and unwillingness in its heart. This couldn't go on. If this dragged on any longer, all of its children would die. When that happened, what would it use to guard the city? What would it use to fight those humans? After a moment of silence, it slowly lifted its head, its face savage. Now, there was only one last method left. It wanted to see just what choice that group of humans would make when forced to choose between their own kind and killing them. Would they be cold and heartless, ignoring the fact that they were of the same race and killing them altogether? Or would they go soft-hearted and end up at its mercy? At the thought of that, its eyes filled with mockery. Then it turned around and walked deeper into the tunnel. Behind it, the mutants cowering in the corners slowly raised their heads and watched its back disappear into the darkness. The one that had brought the message was still lying in the corner. Its skull was shattered, and its body was still twitching faintly. But no one cared about it anymore. The tunnel fell quiet. Only the drip-drip of water seeping through the pipe wall remained, along with the work-clothes zombies' gradually fading footsteps. Night fell, and the clouds in the sky churned even more violently than they had during the day. Jiang was sitting in the command center, flipping through battle reports from every front, when a sudden peal of thunder exploded outside the window, making the glass buzz. He looked up, his gaze passing through the glass and toward the night sky. Lightning split a crack through the clouds, illuminating that bizarre crimson color behind them. Just then, Li Jing pushed open the door and came in, his steps quicker than usual. "Chief, something's wrong with the weather." Jiang Chun stood up and walked to the window. Thunder boomed, and lightning flashed across the sky. Every time a bolt tore through the clouds, that crimson glow deep within them could be seen. It wasn't just in one direction. It was across the entire sky. From east to west, from south to north, the clouds were glowing red, as if something were burning behind them. "How long has this been happening?" Li Jing replied, "Almost half an hour." Jiang Chen's brows twisted into a knot. Half an hour. Down in the underground villa, he hadn't felt a thing. "Chief, look, the moon's turning red." Suddenly, Li Jing pointed at the moon in the sky and cried out. Jiang Chun raised his head. The moon happened to be in a gap where the clouds had split apart. He had seen a red moon before. He had seen one before the apocalypse. During a total lunar eclipse, the moon would turn red. It only happened once every few years. Astronomers called it a blood moon. But today wasn't the day of a total lunar eclipse, and the way the moon was turning red was wrong too. The red of a lunar eclipse was a dark red, like rusted iron. The moon before his eyes was scarlet, as if it had been soaked in blood. That crimson color was spreading from one corner of the moon. Jiang Qin stared at it and felt a chill run down his back. This wasn't normal. He had never seen a celestial phenomenon like this before the apocalypse. What exactly was heaven trying to do? He couldn't figure out. Was this some kind of natural change, or a sign of something else? Jiang Chun clenched his fist, then slowly loosened it. He couldn't gamble, and he couldn't afford to. His troops were still advancing on the front lines. His soldiers were still exposed in the open wilderness. If this red moon was going to bring something bad, his men would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Pass the order to all frontline units. Stop advancing immediately. Jiang Chun turned around and ordered. Find concealed. Safe places and hide. Do not stay exposed in open areas. All units are to keep communications open and report the situation at all times. Yes, Chief. Li Jing snapped to attention, saluted, then turned and ran out. The sound of his footsteps in the hallway gradually faded away. Jiang Chun looked back out the window. The moon was still turning red. The crimson had already spread from one corner to half of it, like an eye slowly opening, coldly looking down upon this land that had already been ravaged countless times. Time passed second by second. 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock. 11:30. The crimson on the moon kept spreading from half to more than half, from more than half to almost the entire surface. Jiang Chun stood before the window, and his posture had hardly changed at all. 12 o'clock. The last trace of white was swallowed by crimson. The entire moon turned blood red, redder and brighter than ever before. Red light poured down from the sky, dyeing the entire fortress red. The city walls, the gun turrets, the missile silos, the soldiers' faces, all of them were covered in that bizarre red glow. Everyone lifted their heads and stared at the blood moon. No one spoke. No one knew what it meant. But in everyone's heart was an indescribable unease, like the silence before a storm. At the same time, somewhere in the deep mountains and old forests of Xian Nation, a bizarre scene appeared. The ground split open. Earth bulged upward. Tree roots snapped and rocks tumbled down. The crack grew wider and wider. And grayish-white mist billowed out from within. First, a tentacle stretched out from the crack. It grabbed the soil at the edge and pushed upward hard. A head emerged from underground. No hair, no eyes, no nose. All that could be seen was a ghastly pale gum line and jagged sharp teeth. It crawled out of the crack, landing on all fours and crouching on the ground like a beast. Grayish-white mist spread from its body, like frozen meat that had just crawled out of an ice cellar. More and more openings split across the ground, and the grayish-white mist grew thicker and thicker. Those things poured endlessly out of the cracks, like ants swarming from a nest, like locusts passing through. In just a few moments, the clearing in the forest was already filled with those grayish-white monsters. They tilted their heads, using the head that had nothing but teeth to look at this unfamiliar world. Then they moved, walking in the same direction. The same thing was happening all over the world. Abandoned cities, desolate fields, dense jungles, dry deserts. The ground split open, gray-white mist rose up, and those things crawled out from underground. No one knew what they were. No one knew where they came from. No one knew what they wanted to do. But one thing was certain. This world, already broken beyond repair, was about to welcome a new nightmare. Jiang Chun stood on the fortress wall. The light of the blood moon shone on him, dyeing his whole body red. His instincts told him this red moon was definitely more than just something pretty to look at. Chapter 241. The retaliation of the one behind the scenes. The first ray of morning sunlight slipped through a gap in the clouds and fell on the fortress wall. Jiang Chun stood by the window, watching the blood color fade from the red moon as it returned to its normal color. He had stood there the entire night, waiting for a change that might or might not come. Day broke, and nothing happened. Li Jing pushed the door open and walked in, carrying 2 cups of coffee. He set one of them by Jiang Chen's hand, his voice hoarse with the rasp of sleepless night. Yuan Shou, according to reports from all observation posts last night, no abnormalities were found. Everything around the fortress is normal, and none of the positions on any front came under attack. Jiang Chen picked up the coffee and took a sip. The nerves that had been tense all night finally relaxed. He set the cup on the windowsill, a trace of self-mockery in his voice. It's good that nothing happened. Looks like I was still too nervous. Li Jing said nothing and simply stood there quietly. Jiang Chun turned around and told Li Jing to pass down the order for the frontline troops to continue advancing. Li Jing acknowledged it, but did not leave right away. What is it? Is there something else? Jiang Chun raised his head and asked in confusion. Li Jing nodded and said, Yuan Shou, the frontline troops have been reporting the same thing these past 2 days. What thing? Li Jing paused, lowering his voice. Yuan Shou, commanders at every level on the front have been saying that the zombies have become noticeably fewer these past 2 days. Before, they'd run into a few every short distance while advancing. Now, sometimes they can push forward for a long time without seeing a single one. Huh, I thought it was something serious. Jiang Chun let out a light laugh. Isn't that a good thing? It means those zombies are scared. Scared our steel torrent will crush them to pieces. Li Jing shook his head and continued. At first, that was what they thought too. But the farther they push forward, the more uneasy they feel. It's like those zombies vanished into thin air. They can't even find many corpses. The brothers all feel like something is wrong. Like some huge conspiracy is brewing. Jiang Chen's smile froze on his face. He stared at Li Jing and fell silent for a moment. Even if there is some kind of conspiracy, under the iron cavalry of my Nirvana army, all demons and monsters will be ground to dust. I don't care whether it's an open scheme or a hidden scheme. As long as my troops keep pushing forward, your foxtail will show itself sooner or later. Seeing how confident Jiang Chun was, Li Jing found it hard to say anything more. He gave a salute, then turned and walked out. The footsteps in the hallway gradually faded into the distance. At the same time, elsewhere, downtown, the worker uniform zombie stood atop the tallest building on the edge of the square, looking down over the densely packed crowd below. After several days of hunting, more than 10,000 people had already been gathered in the square. Men and women, old and young, dressed in rags, sallow and emaciated, squeezed together. Outside them, layer upon layer of zombie hordes surrounded the area. Mutants were scattered throughout the horde. The ordinary zombies stood at the very outer edge, their gray-white skin reflecting a sickly sheen in the morning light. This was the biggest card in its hand. Weren't those humans always claiming to be righteous? Weren't they always flaunting how they protected civilians? They would send some civilians their way. Roar! A hiss-like shriek came from the worker uniform zombie's throat. The sound echoed above the empty square. The mutants crouched around the outer edge of the zombie horde all raised their heads at the same time, excitement flashing through their pitch-black eyes. Several mutants charged into the crowd and roughly grabbed a middle-aged man. His whole body was trembling. His legs had already gone weak, and he was dragged several steps across the ground. The mutants shoved him to the front of the crowd. A gray-white claw pointed north. Its meaning was obvious. Walk north. The middle-aged man collapsed on the ground, trembling like a leaf. A mutant shoved him again, letting out a low growl from its throat. He struggled to his feet. His legs were still weak, and after staggering 2 steps, he almost fell again. He turned back and glanced at his family in the crowd. His wife held their child and cowered deep in the mass of people, not daring to look at him. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked north. Behind him, the zombie horde automatically parted to make a passage. The middle-aged man walked out through the passage, looked back once, then turned his head forward again and continued north step by step. He did not turn back. He did not dare to. Another shriek from the worker uniform zombie rang out across the square. The mutants rushed into the crowd, dragging out survivor after survivor and driving them north. The passage wound through the crowd. The survivors forced out of the mass formed a long line and headed north. Ordinary zombies stood on both sides of the road, their gray-white eyes fixed on the living humans passing before them. Mutants paced back and forth along both sides of the line, making sure no one fell behind and no one escaped. The worker uniform zombie stood on the rooftop, watching this line stretch out from the square, through the zombie horde, through the ruins, all the way to the northern horizon. The corners of its mouth slowly split apart. This time, it was his turn to make a move. Elsewhere, morning at Phoenix Mountain Base was, as usual, shrouded in fog. Zhao Tiansheng stood at the entrance to the command post, holding that cup of tea that had long since gone cold. There was still no word at all from above. The telegrams they had sent out had vanished like stones sinking into the sea. He was beginning to suspect the radio set was broken, but the technical soldiers had checked it several times and said the equipment was completely normal. The other side simply was not responding. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou walked over from the barracks, also holding a teacup, with an expression like he wanted to speak but hesitated. Zhao Tiansheng glanced at him. "What is it?" Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou leaned in and lowered his voice. "Old Zhao, let me tell you something. Last night, one of the brothers wanted to take a dump, so he ran outside and found a place to squat. Guess what happened?" Zhao Tiansheng took a sip of tea, his tone calm. He didn't bring paper, looked around, saw there wasn't even any grass, and wiped with his hand. The corner of Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou's mouth twitched. "No." He suddenly lowered his voice even more. That brother was squatting there when he suddenly heard some weird cry coming from the dense forest. It scared him so bad, he pinched his crap off halfway and hurriedly wiped himself before running back. Zhao Tiansheng's hand paused. What kind of sound could scare a full-grown man that badly? A zombie or some animal? Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou said, "No, I asked him too." He said it was neither. He's never heard that sound before. It didn't sound like a zombie's hiss or a wild beast howl. It sounded like a newborn baby crying through a tightened throat, but rougher than a baby's voice coming from deep in the forest. Just hearing it made your scalp crawl. Zhao Tiansheng fell silent for a moment, then set his teacup on the windowsill. All right. You people really need to stop scaring yourselves all day. The more you talk, the more ridiculous it gets. Some baby cry? I think it was a cat in heat, and you heard it wrong." Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou opened his mouth. Still wanted to say something, but Zhao Tiansheng waved him off and told him to go arrange today's patrols. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou let out a sigh and turned to leave. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun over the eastern front was so vicious it felt like it could peel a layer of skin off a person. The sunlight poured down from overhead like molten iron, heating the tank armor plates until they were scorching hot enough to fry an egg on. The air was thick with the stench of rot mixed with blood. Baked by the sun, the smell became even more overpowering, drilling into the nose like something was boring straight into the brain. The soldiers wore masks, but they couldn't block it out. Some of them gagged a few times, then forced to back down. Li Yunlong squatted in the shadow of a Type 1990 turret, a crumpled cigarette hanging from his mouth as he smoked. He narrowed his small eyes and stared at the ruins ahead, warped by waves of heat. The more he looked, the more something felt off. They had already been advancing the whole morning. From 8 in the morning until now, 7 straight hours. The tank treads had crushed their way over more than a dozen kilometers of broken roads, through several stretches of ruins, and past countless alleys. In total, they had only run into a dozen or so zombies. The machine gunner on the lead vehicle had casually taken them out, and they hadn't even stopped once. Everything had gone too smoothly. Smooth enough to be abnormal. It was like those zombies had vanished into thin air. Li Yunlong pulled the cigarette from his mouth, flicked off the ash, and bit it between his teeth again. Company commander, something unusual has been spotted ahead. The drone operator's voice came through the earpiece, carrying a trace of barely suppressed tension. A massive number of zombies are surging toward our position. They're about 2 kilometers from the front line position. The number is too high. The drone feed can't even fit them all. Li Yunlong sprang to his feet, nearly smashing his head into the gun barrel. The weariness in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a blazing fire that had been burning for 3 days and nights without going out. Damn it, they're finally here after all these days. He knew those bastards wouldn't stay obedient forever. They had been hiding for so many days, and sure enough, they'd been brewing up something nasty. He grabbed the radio in one motion, his voice so loud even the tank engine couldn't drown it out. Monk, pass it down for me. The whole company gets ready for combat. Infantry fighting vehicles spread out, machine gun positions set up, anti-tank teams find their spots. However many come today, we leave however many behind. Wei Hashang's voice came through the radio, unable to hide his excitement. Yes, the tank company S-12 Type 99A tanks quickly spread into combat formation, their gun barrels all pointing toward the direction the zombie tide was coming from. The infantry fighting vehicles fanned out from both flanks, the autocannon turrets on top turning slowly. The infantry jumped down from the vehicles and set up machine gun positions in the roadside ruins. The anti-tank teams crouched behind cover with rocket launchers on their shoulders, the crosshairs of their scopes fixed on the open ground ahead. Everything was ready. On the far horizon, a black tide came pouring out. Li Yunlong raised his binoculars. That corpse tide was larger than any previous one. It poured out from the end of the streets, filling every gap. The ones running in front were speed-type zombies. Their gray-white skin gave off a sickly sheen under the sunlight, and they were unbelievably fast. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. Li Yunlong lowered the binoculars, grabbed the radio, and his voice dropped. Open fire. All 12 tanks fired at once, and the muzzle flashes linked together into a wall of light. High explosive shells slammed into the horde, and flames from the blast shot into the sky. The shockwaves sent those speed-type zombies flying, while shrapnel swept across the entire open ground. The zombies fell like wheat, layer after layer. The turrets kept turning, the gun barrels chasing deeper into the corpse tide. Every shell cleared out a small patch, but the zombies behind immediately surged in to fill the gap. The machine gun positions joined the fight. The thudding of heavy machine guns merged into one continuous roar. Bullets plowing bloody trenches across the field. The light machine gunners fired in controlled bursts, cleanly harvesting the ones that slipped through the gaps in the curtain of bullets. The zombies charging in front were blasted to pieces. The ones behind stepped over the remains of their companions and kept surging forward, only to be blasted to pieces as well. Li Yunlong crouched beside the tank, holding a laser rifle. The red dot sight moved rapidly across the horde. He pulled the trigger. A red beam shot out and struck the forehead of the leading zombie with perfect accuracy. The laser pierced its skull, blasting a charred black hole out the back of its head. He released the trigger and pulled it again. The beam swept through the horde, dropping them one after another. A laser rifle didn't need to worry about bullet drop. It didn't need to worry about wind drift. Wherever you aimed, that was where it hit. One shot, one kill. Come on, keep coming. Li Yunlong emptied one battery pack, roaring as he changed it. I'm killing my fill today. Not far away. Wei Hashang had a squad machine gun set up, shell casings jumping and clattering nonstop. He finished one belt, switched to another, and grinned when he heard Li Yunlong shouting. Gunfire, cannon fire, and explosions blended together across the battlefield. Yet the zombies kept pouring in, kept charging like they could never all be killed. Li Yunlong emptied a second battery pack, tossed away the drained one, and inserted a fresh one. He stared at the corpse tied ahead, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin. As many as come, that is how many I kill. One zombie broke through a gap in the barrage and charged right up beside the tank, but before it could get close, a nearby infantryman dropped it with a single shot. No one panicked. No one retreated, because this torrent of steel had already fought its way into confidence. But after a while, something strange happened. The corpse tide's assault suddenly stopped. Not a single zombie charged forward anymore. They only stood in the distance, baring their teeth at Li Yunlong and the others. On the other side, Li Yunlong was holding a laser rifle with a fresh battery pack, just about to continue harvesting them. His finger rested on the trigger, but he realized there were no standing targets left in front of him. The smashed corpses had piled up into little hills. The zombies that hadn't been blown apart had stopped several hundred meters away, standing motionless on the open ground that had been plowed over countless times by shells. That's it. They stopped. Li Yunlong lowered his rifle, still unsatisfied. I haven't even had my fill yet. How many did I kill? A few hundred? A few thousand? Not even enough to get between my teeth. Wei Hashang leaned his head over from the side and stared at the horde ahead. Something s off. These zombies don't look like they were beaten back. It looks more like they stopped on their own. The ones in back R&T surging forward, and the ones in front R&T retreating either. They're just standing there, all neat and orderly, like they're waiting for something. Li Yunlong noticed it too and raised his binoculars again. Something seemed to be moving deep within the horde. The gray-white mass of corpses automatically split apart to both sides, revealing a narrow passage in the middle. Several human figures staggered out from that passage. Some were barefoot. Some wore tattered slippers. Some had their pant legs rolled up to their knees. Their clothes were clean, or at least they hadn't been soaked in blood. At the front was a middle-aged man, his face covered in dust and his lips cracked dry. He walked very slowly, his legs trembling, not from exhaustion but from fear. Behind him followed a woman holding a child. The child was already asleep. No one knew whether it was from sleepiness or hunger. Behind them were several elderly people, their hair completely white, their backs bent over. There were also several young people, sallow and gaunt, their eyes empty. One after another, they walked out from the passage the corpse horde had opened up, forming a line as they moved toward the position. Ordinary zombies stood on both sides, their gray-white eyeballs fixed on these living humans passing before them. Mutants followed behind the survivors, their bluish-gray claws resting on the survivors' shoulders, driving them forward. When Li Yunlong saw this scene, he nearly dropped the binoculars in his hand. What had he just seen? Those zombies were using living humans as shields. They hid behind the survivors, inching forward step by step. The soldiers saw them too. Some lowered their guns, some froze, and some stood there with their mouths open, unable to say a word. One young soldier instinctively raised his rifle and aimed forward, his finger resting on the trigger, but he just couldn't pull it. What stood in front of him wasn't a zombie. It was a woman holding a child. The child was still asleep, life or death unknown. The woman's face was covered in tears, her eyes hollow. Her lips were moving, but no one could hear what she was saying. Very soon, those survivors got closer and closer. The mutants poked their heads out from behind the survivors, their pitch-black eyes fixed on the soldiers on the defensive line. They seemed to realize something too. So those humans weren't invincible after all. So they also had moments when they didn't dare to fire. And those survivors also saw the tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and soldiers on the defensive line. Their eyes lit up at once. Don't shoot. Please don't shoot. We're human, not zombies. The middle-aged man screamed himself hoarse. The woman holding the child also raised her head. Help! Please save my child. I'm begging you. The old man's voice was very faint, scattered by the wind. For a moment, the soldiers had no idea what to do and could only turn their eyes toward Li Yunlong. And right now, Li Yunlong's eyes were full of hesitation. At that moment, several mutants suddenly sprang out from behind the survivors and lunged toward the front of the defensive line. They thought those humans didn't dare to shoot anymore, so they planned to rush up and tear into the soldiers. However, what greeted them was a storm of bullets. The machine gunners pulled the triggers without the slightest hesitation. Laser beams and bullets struck those few mutants at the same time. The one in front was riddled like a sieve, half its head blown apart. The one behind it had several holes blasted through its body, smoke rising from its bluish-gray skin. The last one turned and ran, but it was cut down after only a few steps. The survivors screamed in terror at the gunfire. Some squatted down and covered their heads, some threw themselves to the ground, and some clutched their children tightly in their arms. The mutants that had still wanted to rush forward instantly behaved themselves, hiding behind the survivors and not daring to show their heads. Li Yunlong took a deep breath and pulled the cigarette from his mouth, crushing it in his palm. He grabbed the radio, his voice hoarse. All platoons, attention. The entire army will fall back. Retreat to a safe distance. Do not fire. Do not provoke those things. Maintain formation while withdrawing and stay alert. Wei Hashang moved closer, his expression tense. Company commander, what do we do? Those beasts are using hostages to threaten us. They'll be right in our faces soon. Li Yunlong said coldly. Fall back first. Open the distance and buy time. I'm already contacting the Yuan Show. We'll wait for the Yuan Show to decide. As soon as he finished speaking, the tanks began to back up, the infantry fighting vehicles covered the flanks, and the infantry withdrew in alternating formation. When the mutants hiding behind the survivors saw the humans retreating, they began growing restless again, shoving the survivors forward. The survivors staggered ahead under the pushing. Some fell and were dragged back up. Some cried and shouted, but no one paid them any attention. Li Yunlong stood in the command vehicle hatch, putting the cigarette back between his teeth and biting down on it hard. His finger rested on the trigger, but he never pulled it. After killing zombies for so long, this was the first time he had ever run into something like this. Those bastards couldn't talk, but this move of theirs was even crueler than people who could. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun listened to Li Yunlong's report and fell silent for a moment. The thing he had feared most had finally happened. That beast had gotten smarter. It knew it couldn't win head-on, so it had started using human lives to threaten him. He paced back and forth a few steps in front of the holographic map, then stopped and picked up the radio. Li Yunlong, hold steady. Don't act rashly. Give me a little time for the decision that comes next. Chapter 244, The Final Choice, Bombardment. The air in the command center felt stifling, as if it had been sucked dry. Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map, staring at the area on the eastern front marked as deadlocked. Between those red points of light and green points of light was a dense layer of gray markers. Those were the human survivors being driven in front of the defensive line. Li Yunlong's report hit his mind like a stone. More than 10,000. That beast had no idea from which corner of the city it had rounded up so many living people, shoving them, driving them, herding them to his front line like livestock. Li Jing stood to the side without speaking. He knew the Yuan Shou was weighing his options, and he also knew how difficult this decision was. Jiang Chun's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, one tap after another, like the second hand of clock. He had to know, what did his war territory need the most? Population. The territory's daily merit point settlement relied on headcount. Every single survivor contributed merit points to him every day. The more survivors there were, the more merit points he had. The more merit points he had, the stronger his troops became. This was the foundation of everything he stood on. And now, that beast had seized his lifeline. More than 10,000 hostages were placed in front of the defensive line, forcing him to withdraw his troops. If he retreated, then once that beast got a taste of success, it would use hostages to threaten him every time there was a battle in the future. He would never be able to push forward. He would never be able to retake the urban district. Those captured survivors would become an endless stream of bargaining chips in that beast's hands. If he didn't retreat, then those survivors would die between the two armies, killed by stray bullets, caught in explosions, torn apart by mutants. More than 10,000 lives weighed on his shoulders, pressing down so hard he could barely breathe. Jiang Chun stopped tapping. When a number was small, he could grit his teeth and call it collateral damage. A few dozens, even hundreds, he could still persuade himself that this was the price of war. But with more than 10,000 lives piled in front of him, could he really pretend not to see them? Those people weren't numbers. They were living, breathing human beings. There were old people, women, and mothers holding children. They had been driven onto the battlefield, made to stand in front of his artillery, waiting for him to decide. Jiang Chun clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. He thought of Bai Qi, who buried 400,000 Zhao soldiers alive in the Battle of Chongping. That man hadn't even blinked. He knew he wasn't Bai Qi. He wasn't that ruthless. But he wasn't a saint either. And he had never once claimed to be a good person. He had made it this far not through benevolence or morality, but through artillery shells, tanks, and the gun in his hand that could kill people. If today he was stopped by more than 10,000 hostages, then tomorrow that beast would drive even more people over. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. It would drive every living person left in the entire city to the front of his defensive line. When that time came, what would he do? Retreat or not? He took a deep breath, his voice incomparably cold as he said, "Pass the order to Li Yunlong. Bombard them." Li Jing's pupils contracted slightly. His mouth opened, then closed again. He snapped to attention, saluted, turned, and strode out of the command center. The footsteps in the corridor were hurried and heavy. By the time the order reached the eastern front battlefield, Li Yunlong was squatting inside the armored vehicle, staring at the deadlocked line ahead. When he heard the order coming through the radio, he fell silent for a moment. He took the cigarette from his mouth and crushed it in his palm, crumpling it badly. Bombardment. The Yuan Shou has ordered bombardment. He stood up and looked at the survivors trembling in front of the defensive line, then at the mutants peeking out from behind them. In the end, he took a deep breath and relayed Jiang Chun's words to the entire brigade. The entire brigade channel exploded, but not a single person said they would disobey the order. The artillery positions received the order to fire. The commander stood in the middle of the emplacement, holding that small red flag in his hand. He didn't wave it down right away. He stared at the area ahead in silence for several seconds. Then the little red flag slashed down. Fire. Muzzle flashes linked together into a wall of light. The shells arced over the survivors' heads and crashed deep into the zombie horde. Explosions erupted among the zombies, and the shockwaves swept through with shrapnel. Those mutants hiding behind the survivors were blasted into the air. Some had half their heads sliced off by fragments. Some were shaken until blood poured from all 7 orifices. Several mutants tried to charge forward, but the moment they showed themselves, they were blown apart by tank shells. The bombardment lasted for several minutes. Wails filled the field. Some came from human survivors. Some came from zombies. The survivors were scared out of their minds, screaming, crouching down, lying on the ground, crying and shouting. Some of the mutants died. Some were wounded. The rest shrank back behind the survivors, too afraid to show themselves and no longer daring to push forward. Li Yunlong grabbed the radio and ordered every platoon to maintain suppressive fire and force those mutants out from behind hostages. Tank guns took turns bombarding the depths of a horde, while the infantry fighting vehicles' autocannons chased after the mutants trying to flee. Little by little, the situation on the battlefield was turning around. Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map in the command center. He knew he had made a ruthless decision, but he didn't regret it. In this world, soft-hearted people didn't live long. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want his soldiers to die either. He couldn't save the survivors being driven at the front. The ones he could save were those still hiding in every corner of the city, waiting for rescue. Only by killing all those zombies would his city have any hope. He took a deep breath, and his clenched fist slowly loosened. Chapter 255. The bet paid off at the same time. Frontline battlefield. Li Yunlong leaned half his body out of an infantry fighting vehicle, clutching a loudspeaker in his hand. They had dug this speaker out of the ruins. Most of the red paint had peeled off, but the amplification still worked well enough. He drew in a deep breath, raised it to his mouth, and his voice exploded across the empty ruins. Everyone, listen up. Don't just freeze there. Run this way now. Once you get over here, you'll be safe. His voice echoed across the battlefield, cutting through gunfire, artillery, and explosions, reaching the ears of the trembling survivors lying on the ground. A young woman was the first to lift her head. She was still holding a child in her arms, her eyes full of tears. She looked at the soldiers ahead with their guns raised, at those pitch-black cannon barrels, at the golden phoenix flag snapping in the smoke. No one knew where she found the strength, but she climbed up from the ground, hugged the child, and ran toward the defensive line. Once someone took the lead, others followed. A middle-aged man struggled to his feet. His legs were shaking, and he couldn't run fast, but he still staggered forward. The elderly couldn't run, so the young grabbed their arms and dragged them along. A child fell, and his mother turned back, picked him up, and kept running. Several thousand people climbed up from the ground at the same time and surged toward the line. Their footsteps shook the earth. The mutants hiding behind the survivors saw their hostages running away and lunged forward with furious roars, trying to grab them back. The snipers had already had their fingers on the triggers for a long time. Their crosshairs had been fixed the whole time on those blue-gray heads poking around in the crowd. Bang! The mutant charging at the very front had half its head blown open. Its body stumbled forward 2 more steps before collapsing to the ground. Fuck your mother. A survivor nearby screamed in fright and instinctively blurted out the curse, but his feet didn't stop. He stepped over the still-twitching corpse and kept running. Bang, bang, bang. Sniper shots rose and fell one after another, every shot precisely taking down a mutant. The ones that lunged and fell. The ones that tried to chase were headshot. The ones that showed themselves were called out and killed. At last, the mutants were afraid. For the first time, panic appeared in their pure black eyes. They abandoned the survivors who were still running and turned to flee. The infantry fighting vehicles flanked in from both sides, their autocannons spraying after the mutants' retreating backs. When Li Yunlong saw this, his pupils suddenly widened. He snatched up the radio and roared, "Damn it, these bastards can't hold on anymore. Everyone, start the counterattack. Kill." The tank company slammed the gas pedals to the floor at the same time, and 12 Type 1998 tanks roared forward. The infantry fighting vehicles followed close behind, their autocannons blasting the slower mutants into pieces. The infantry advanced behind the armored vehicles, raising their laser rifles and chasing down the routing zombies. No matter how fast those mutants ran, they couldn't outrun the tracks. No matter how cleverly they hid, they couldn't escape the drones in the sky. One after another, they were caught, knocked down, and crushed. The zombie horde on the battlefield completely collapsed. Without command, the ordinary zombies ran around like headless flies. Some were crushed under the tanks. Some were swept down by the infantry fighting vehicles. The mutants only cared about saving themselves. The fast ones rushed at the front, while the slow ones were caught and killed. Li Yunlong stood on the infantry fighting vehicle, his gun barrel tracking the fleeing stragglers. Laser beams flashed through the ruins, and every shot took one down. He had fought many battles in his life, but he had never seen zombies rout before. So they were afraid too. They would run too, and when being hunted down, they would abandon their companions as well. The pursuit lasted for over an hour. The tank company chased them far out, only withdrawing after the mutants fled deep into the ruins. Zombie corpses were everywhere across the battlefield. None of the slow ones got away, under the soldiers' guidance. The survivors were transferred to the rear. The numbers were quickly compiled and sent to the command center. Fewer than 6,000 survivors had been rescued. 1/3 had died between the two armies. Some were killed by stray bullets. Some were caught in the explosions. Some were torn apart by mutants. Some had simply run too slowly and been shoved down and trampled by the people behind them. The corpses on the battlefield did not belong only to zombies. There were human bodies too. Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map. When he heard that number, he was silent for a moment, then suddenly swung his hand. "I fucking won the bet." His voice echoed through the empty command center, filled with excitement he could no longer suppress. Li Jing stood beside him, coming back to his senses from his shock, and gave a thumbs up. "Splendid move, Yuan Shou." Jiang Chun turned to look at him, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin. It was a move. It was a bet. He paused. "Since those zombies have intelligence and can think, then they can be afraid too. As long as I show them an attitude of I don't give a damn about anything. I'm going to kill you no matter what. They LL be afraid. They LL run. And they LL lose." The zombies had thought that using several thousand lives would be enough to stop him. They had thought he would hesitate, retreat, and, like the humans before him, be morally blackmailed. They were wrong. Li Jing looked at Jiang Chun's back. That young man, standing before the holographic map with his fists clenched for the first time, Li Jing felt he looked like a real commander. Ruthless enough, merciless enough, far-sighted enough. In peacetime, a person like this might be cursed as a devil. But in the apocalypse, only someone like this could lead everyone to survive. Jiang Chun turned back around and looked once more at the red dots on the map, still fleeing in disarray, his voice steady. Pass down the order to every line. Continue the pursuit. Kill as many as you can. Strike while they're weak. Finish them off. Yes, Yuan Shou. Li Jing snapped to attention, saluted, turned around, and strode out of the command center. His footsteps in the corridor were urgent and forceful. Jiang Chun stood before the map, and his clenched fist slowly loosened. He had won this round of betting. He would win the next one too. At the same time, on the other side, the work uniform zombie stood on the third floor of that collapsed mall, its pitch-black eyes fixed on the north. The news had already made it back. Its plan had completely failed. The children it had used as shields had scattered. Some were dead. Some had escaped. The mutants it had placed such high hopes on had fled back with their tails tucked like frightened wild dogs. It had spent days laying out this trap, only for it to be broken in a few short hours. Those humans hadn't even hesitated. Their artillery fire had directly blanketed the area. The shells flew over the children's heads and landed with precision right in the middle of its troops. Weren't those people afraid of killing? Weren't they afraid of being branded as murderers of their own kind? Weren't they afraid that even as ghosts, those children would never let them off? It simply couldn't understand. Back when it had still been human, it had seen too many people shackled by morality. Those people clearly had the ability to do something. Yet because they feared this and feared that, they hesitated, shrank back, missed their chance, and in the end accomplished nothing. It had thought those humans would be the same. It had thought they would lay down their weapons in front of hostages. It had thought they would hesitate, shrink back, and give it an opening to exploit. But they hadn't. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from overhead. Not artillery fire, but something heavier, duller, and far more scalp-numbing. The work uniform zombie raised its head. Through the collapsed ceiling, it saw several black dots emerge from beneath the clouds. Boombis, human bombers. These iron birds circled in the sky every day, hanging over the city like vultures, as if searching for something. Could they be here for it? The moment that thought appeared, its face was instantly flooded with fear. Run. It had to run, but where could it run to? It could say without the slightest hesitation that if it dared show itself, what awaited it would definitely be the merciless saturation bombardment of a bomber fleet. It couldn't escape. The work uniform zombie stood by the window, staring north. The outline of that black fortress flickered in and out of the dusk. Those humans' artillery fire came from there. Those tanks rolled out from there. Those bombers took off from there. It had once believed itself to be the ruler of this city, with millions upon millions of zombies obeying its command. It had thought that with a mere wave of its hand, it could flatten that fortress and tear those humans to pieces. But it had been wrong. Ridiculously wrong. Those humans were not prey. They were hunters. And it was the prey. It turned and looked at this ruined mall. The walls were full of cracks. The floor was covered in shattered bricks. Wind poured in through the broken windows, making its tattered work uniform flap loudly. This place had once been its command post. Here, it had planned attacks, deployed troops, and looked down on the Black Sea below. Now, there was nothing left there. Even its former confidants had scattered in total collapse, and it had no idea where they had fled. It had become utterly alone, huddled in this crumbling building on the verge of collapse, not even daring to show its head. The roar of engines came again from outside. The work uniform zombie shrank back instinctively. It could only cower here, cower in this ruined room, cower beneath this ceiling that could collapse at any moment, praying those humans wouldn't find it, praying those iron birds would hurry and leave, praying this nightmare would end soon. Outside, the sky had gone completely dark. The bombers were still circling overhead, and the roar of their engines echoed above its head like a funeral bell. The work uniform zombie huddled in a corner and wrapped its ragged work uniform tighter around itself. This dead city had once been its paradise. Now it had become its grave, on the ruins of the Eastern Front. The tank company was advancing forward in a fan-shaped formation. Tracks crushed broken bricks and rubble, crushed the zombies that hadn't managed to flee far enough, and crushed this land soaked in blood. The soldiers carried laser rifles and followed behind the tanks. Mechanical dogs were scattered throughout the formation, their forelegs steady as they moved across the rubble. The battle had already turned into a manhunt. Li Yunlong stood on the turret of the lead tank, and a laser rifle in his hands never lowered for even a moment. The red dot sight swept quickly across the ruins. Every time it locked onto a target, he pulled the trigger. A red beam shot out, precisely piercing the back of the heads of the fleeing zombies. In the distance, a mutant poked half its head out from behind a collapsed wall. The laser beam went in through its left ear and out through its right. Its body went limp and crumpled down. His mother, it used to be them chasing us down to bite us. Now it's my turn to chase them down and kill them. Li Yunlong swapped out a battery pack. A crumpled cigarette clenched in his mouth as he cursed through it. Monk Wei followed behind him, holding a laser rifle and shooting even more gleefully than he was. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. After emptying a burst, he even blew at the blue smoke at the muzzle. Afraid people wouldn't know he was trying to look cool. Suddenly, a mutant charged out from deep within the ruins, moving fast. It didn't T-charge toward the tanks. Instead, it lunged at the infantry on the flank. That mutant still hadn't T-adjusted its thinking. In its mind, humans were still the kind of weaklings who screamed and ran the moment they saw it. Unfortunately for it, it had picked the wrong target. Those were several burly men in exoskeleton armor. Tainyo rushed out, holding a laser gun. He pressed the muzzle against the mutant's forehead and pulled the trigger. The beam pierced its skull, blowing a charred black hole out the back of its head. Tainyo kicked aside the twitching corpse and spat. Still running? Run your mother-s leg. The soldiers nearby chuckled. Li Yunlong stood high above, overlooking the battlefield. Those zombies were no longer charging forward like they used to. Heedless of death, they were running, hiding, trying to survive under the crushing advance of a steel army. Back then, those zombies had no fear. They didn't know what it meant to be afraid. They only chased the living by instinct. Now, they had intelligence. Now, they knew fear. Now, they knew how to run. Li Yunlong killed, even more gleefully. When he saw zombies run, he chased them down and shot them. When he saw zombies hide, he sent drones to bomb them. When he saw zombies gather in groups, he had the tanks blast them. He was going to slaughter these beasts to extinction. Slaughter them until they never dared come near human territory again. Come on, why are you running? Weren't you charging pretty well just now? After emptying a burst, Li Yunlong cursed while changing battery packs. A zombie hiding in the ruins got yelled into bolting from its hiding place. The moment half its body emerged, a laser beam dropped it. Li Yunlong spat. His mother, still hiding? You think you can hide? You think your eyes are sharper than a drone's? The zombies realized they couldn't hide anymore. Some started burrowing deeper into buildings. Some started running toward underground parking garages. Some even started crawling into piles of their companions' corpses. But it was all useless. Biological drones could detect any living thing. Even if you hid underground, they could still drag you out. Not to mention the penetrating power of laser rifles. Hiding behind a wall was useless too. One shot would punch through both wall and body. At the same time, on the other side, Tainyo wore exoskeleton armor and walked at the very front with a rocket launcher on his shoulder. It was thicker than his arm, and one shot from it could blow down an entire wall. He stopped in front of a tottering residential building. The drone showed several mutants hiding inside. Tainyo raised the rocket launcher, aimed at the building, and pulled the trigger. A thick red beam shot out, piercing straight through the entire building. A huge hole was blasted through the structure. The mutants inside didn't even have time to cry out before they were reduced to ash. The soldiers nearby were dumbstruck. Tainyo put away the cannon and patted off dust that didn't exist on his hands. Efficient. Li Yunlong gave him a thumbs up. The pursuit lasted an entire day. The tank company pushed from the eastern line all the way to the edge of the urban district. The zombies had been beaten so badly they didn't dare show their heads. The ones that did were all killed. The ones that didn't were dragged out of hiding by drones and gunned down anyway. The battlefield was littered with zombie corpses everywhere, piled up like mountains. Blood flowing like rivers. Those things that had once been so arrogant now lay in the ruins like dead dogs, their eyes still wide open. Li Yunlong stood on top of a mound of corpses with a laser rifle in hand and a cigarette in his mouth. Looking down over this land he had slaughtered through countless times. Those beasts had learned how to run, but they couldn't escape. They would never escape. The only thing waiting for them was death. The work uniform zombie stood atop the tallest ruin in the city center, looking down over the territory it had ruled for so long. Reports came back one after another, and every single one was like a dull blade cutting into flesh. The children on the eastern line had been run over by tanks, their bodies spread all over the ground. The children on the western line had been picked off by laser rifles, without even a chance to fight back. The children on the southern line had been chased down and torn apart by mechanical dogs. They couldn't even run. Those humans were steadily closing in. It turned around, its pitch-black eyes sweeping over the mutated types huddled in the corners. Broken remnants of a defeated army. Some wounded, some crippled, all with vacant eyes. This was not the result it wanted. It had once commanded millions of troops, a tide that blotted out the sky. Enough to surround the entire fortress, so tightly not even water could pass through. And now, those children were being slaughtered, falling one after another. Those humans were getting closer and closer to its nest. It knew that if this continued, the only road left was death. The work uniform zombie stood at the edge of the rooftop, staring at the outline of that black fortress to the north. That fortress it had dreamed of flattening. That fortress that had made it fail again and again, lose troops again and again. That fortress where a human it hated down to the marrow lived. It didn't want to die, but it wanted even less to die in such a humiliating way, driven out of hiding by those humans like a stray dog, then shot dead and left in a filthy ditch with no one caring. If it had to die, then it would die on the road of the charge. A sharp screech burst from its throat, piercing the night sky and echoing across the entire urban district. The zombies crouching in the ruins all raised their heads at the same time. The zombies hiding in the underground passages all pricked up their ears at the same time. The mutated types hidden deep inside the malls all rose to their feet at the same time. They had heard the summons of their king. A massive assembly began in the city center. Ordinary zombies poured out from every street, every alley, every building, merging into that black ocean. Mutated types stepped out from the darkness, their bluish-gray skin gleaming with a rust-like sheen under the moonlight. Giant mutated types crawled up from underground parking lots, each step making the ground tremble faintly. A vast dark mass, dense and endless, with no boundary in sight. On the footage sent back by the reconnaissance drones, the red dots representing the zombies were gathering at an astonishing speed. Li Jing stared at the screen, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Supreme Leader, this is bad. Jiang Chun turned around, his gaze falling on the holographic map. Those red dots were gathering into a single mass in the city center. Like a huge drop of red ink spilled across the map, still spreading outward. He stared at that converging red zone, and a cold curve slowly lifted at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. So they know they can't beat us and are getting ready to go for broke? Fine. Saves me the trouble of dragging you out one by one. Rather than playing cat and mouse, I'll wipe you out in one shot. He turned around, his face imposing, his voice rising. Pass down the order. The entire 2nd Brigade is to reinforce the 3-line battlefield at top speed. Doesn't T want to fight? Then we'll fight. When the order reached the 2nd Brigade headquarters, Zhou Tian was still staring at the map and studying tomorrow's advance route. He fell silent for a moment after hearing it, then grabbed the radio, his voice steady. All units of the brigade, attention, full deployment. Target, city center. The torrent of steel surged out from 3 directions at once. The tanks led the way, infantry fighting vehicles close behind, while the self-propelled artillery followed, slowly in the rear. The soldiers sat inside the armored vehicles, checking their chambers, replacing battery packs, waiting for the decisive battle to come. On the eastern line, the tanks advanced along the main roads in 3 columns. On the western line, the infantry fighting vehicles spread out in a fan formation. On the southern line, the self-propelled artillery formed up in the open ground. 3 arrows, 3 directions, all pointing toward that black ocean gathering in the city center. The drone swarm circled low in the sky, like a flock of vultures hanging over a hunting ground. The mechanical dogs ran at the very front of the formation, their 4 legs moving fast over the rubble. The red dot sights of the laser rifles swept back and forth through the ruins. The tanks' gun barrels were aimed toward the city center, while the turrets of the infantry fighting vehicles turned slowly. Every rumble was a drumbeat of the charge. Jiang Chun stood on the fortress wall, looking toward the distant sky lit red by firelight. The 2nd Brigade's torrent of steel was charging magnificently toward the city center. The taillights of the tanks linking into a red line in the darkness that stretched beyond sight. His clenched fist slowly loosened. Either it died, or he did. Once this battle was over, there would no longer be any force left in Fengtian City capable of threatening him. Before dawn, the air in the city center was already stretched taut, like a string ready to snap at any moment. The zombies were still gathering, pouring out from every street, every building, every underground passage, merging into that black ocean that had already become too vast to see the edge of. Their numbers had reached a staggering 3 million. From a high vantage point, as far as the eye could see, there were only zombies. On the streets, in the plazas, at the entrances of collapsed malls, beneath abandoned overpasses, packed so densely they formed a mass without gaps. They were crammed together, shoving one another, yet not a single sound came out. That silence was even more scalp-numbing than roaring. The work-uniformed zombie stood atop the tallest ruin in the city center. Looking down at this great army it had assembled by throwing in everything it had. These 3 million troops were its final gamble. If it lost, it would lose everything. If it won, it didn't know what victory would even mean for it anymore. But it had no other choice. The vanguard of the Nirvana army arrived at the outskirts of the city center before dawn. Tanks rolled out first from the eastern line. Infantry fighting vehicles swept in from the western line, and self-propelled artillery formed up from the southern line. 3 directions, 3 torrents of steel. At the edge of the city center, they converged into a wall of iron. The tanks lined up side by side, their barrels aimed at the horde. The infantry fighting vehicles were distributed among the tanks, their turrets slowly turning. The self-propelled artillery formed up in the rear, their barrels raised high. Mechanical dogs crouched in front of the armored vehicles, the red lights on the laser turrets on their backs flashing. The drone swarm circled low overhead, the buzz of their rotors like a swarm of hornets about to dive at prey. Li Yunlong stuck half his body out from the turret, holding binoculars as he stared at the black mass of zombies ahead. He had served in the military for years, but he had never seen a scene like this. Millions of zombies packed together. At a glance, all he could see were heads. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the binoculars, then loosened. Nervous or not, the battle still had to be fought. Zhou Tian sat inside the command vehicle, his fingers slowly tracing across the map. He was not a commander like Li Yunlong, one who fought by instinct. Every step had to be calculated. The enemy outnumbered them, so a head-on clash gave them no advantage in manpower. But their equipment was a complete crush. A tank's armor-piercing shell could punch through several rows of zombies with one shot. The laser rifles had a much longer range than the zombies' charging distance. The drone swarm could precisely hunt down the mutants. As long as their formation didn't break and their ammunition held out, even 1,000,000 zombies were only a matter of time. Neither side made the first move. The tank's gun barrels were aimed at the zombie horde, and the zombies' claws were aimed at the tanks. The standoff continued in silence, with only the sound of the wind, the smell of gunpowder, and the low rumble of diesel engines. This stretch of ruins had become a massive arena, with 1,000,000 zombies on one side and a steel torrent on the other. On the eastern horizon, the sun finally emerged from behind the clouds. The first ray of sunlight fell on the tank's gun barrels, on the zombies' gray-white skin, and on this land that was about to be washed in blood. The workwear zombie stood on a rooftop, looking down at the steel defensive line to the north. It hated that fortress, hated those tanks, hated those humans carrying laser guns, hated that young leader sitting inside the fortress giving orders. It wished it could eat his flesh and sleep on his hide. But it was even more afraid of losing this battle, afraid that the intelligence that had finally evolved would vanish into nothing, afraid that after crawling out of the apocalypse, it still would not escape humanity's butcher's blade in the end. It took a deep breath and cast those distracting thoughts aside. The children were already prepared. Once the arrow was on the string, it had to be loosed. Jiang Chun stood on the fortress wall, looking toward the city center. His troops were already in position. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, robotic dogs, drones. Every weapon he could use had been thrown into this battle. He had bet everything he had on this fight. If he won this battle, Fengtian City would be in his pocket. If he lost this battle, he still had the fortress, still had the city's layer defense system, still had a chance to rise again. But this battle would not be lost. His soldiers would not lose. His steel torrent would not lose. The foundation he had built with tens of millions of merit points would not lose. Day had fully broken, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling over this land that was about to be swallowed by war. The standoff continued. Neither side had broken the silence first. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 258. The final battle begins as time passed. The tank company on the eastern line completed its final formation adjustments. 168 to 99 main battle tanks were split into 3 echelons and lined up across the main roads. Their gun barrels pointed toward the city center, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Tracks crushed over shattered pavement, and the steel bodies reflected blinding light. From the eastern line to the western line, from the southern line to the northern line, every main road on the outskirts of the city center was blocked so tightly that not a gap remained. Infantry fighting vehicles were scattered among the tanks, the autocannon turrets on their roofs slowly rotating. The infantry stood beside the vehicles, holding laser rifles in their hands. Muzzles pointed downward, red dot sights faintly visible in the sunlight. No one spoke. Everything that needed to be said had already been said in the pre-battle meeting. At the same time, more than a dozen Wuji-10 attack helicopters hovered in midair. The airflow from their rotors blew away the gunpowder smoke on the ground, and their short wings were loaded with missiles and rockets. The autocannons at the nose of each helicopter were aimed toward the city center, their barrels glowing with a cold light in the sun. Anyone who didn't know better would think some great power was holding a military parade. But this was not a parade. This was real war. At the rear artillery positions, hundreds of guns stood ready to fire. The barrels of the PL-05 self-propelled howitzers were raised high. PL-181 truck-mounted howitzers were spread across both flanks. PHL-191 long-range rocket artillery crouched at the very rear. The loaders stood beside their gun positions, and shells had already been rammed into the chambers. The commanders stood in the center of the position, gripping that little red flag that had been replaced who knew how many times, waiting only for a single order. Then hundreds of guns would roar at once and turn the entire urban district upside down. On the zombie side, an army of 3,500,000 had already finished assembling. From above, their gray-white skin looked like a gray-white ocean, spreading from the city center all the way to the outskirts. Ordinary zombies stood at the outermost layer. Mutants stood behind the ordinary zombies. Giant mutants crouched at the very rear like silent hills. The mutants held all kinds of weapons in their hands. Fire axes, spike clubs, steel pipes, kitchen knives, hammers, crowbars, iron rods, all scavenged from the city's ruins. Some of the weapons still had dry blood on them. No one knew which human had once used them to save his life, but now they had become murder weapons in the zombies' hands. Li Yunlong raised his binoculars and, at the sight of this, burst out laughing. Damn it, I thought they might pull out something impressive, but this is it? Fire axes, spike clubs, steel pipes, kitchen knives. Are they going to war or heading into a street brawl? Beside him, Wei Hashong leaned over for a look, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Company commander, that kitchen knife is chipped. Li Yunlong laughed even harder. A chipped kitchen knife against a tank? Can even cut? On our side, the tank gun barrels are thick enough to fit a kid's head inside, and one shot from a laser rifle can punch a hole through a steel plate. They're bringing that pile of scrap metal. How is that any different from poking an elephant with a toothpick? The artillery behind us, One volley, and they LLB blasted straight back to the Stone Age. After laughing enough, he put away the grin. It was time to fight. On the zombie side, there were still trickling reinforcements into the horde, pouring out from every street and every corner to merge into that gray-white ocean. Their troop strength was almost at its limit. 3,500,000. This was the full family fortune it had scraped together from the city. The workwear zombie was not standing on some high-rise. It understood one principle. The higher you stood, the worse you died. Those iron birds in the sky would never let it go. It hit on the third floor of a half-collapsed residential building, staring through a shattered window at the steel defensive line to the north. The tanks' gun barrels, the infantry fighting vehicles' autocannons, the Wuji-10S missiles, the laser guns in the soldiers' hands, they were all aimed at it. It clenched its fists, blue-gray nails digging into its palms. It could not lose. If it lost, everything would be gone. It took a deep breath and let out a low hiss from its throat. The order spread through the zombie horde. The ordinary zombies began to stir. The mutants tightened their grip on their weapons. The giant mutants rose from their crouches to stand. The final battle was finally about to begin. Sunlight leaked through gaps in the clouds, shining over this land that was about to be swallowed by war. 3,500,000 zombies against a steel torrent. Who lived and who died? There would soon be an answer. The next moment, the workwear zombie hiss came from the concealed floor, shrill and ear-piercing, piercing through the entire battlefield. The horde moved. The ordinary zombies in the front row were the first to step forward. Their gray-white skins surged in the sunlight like a rising tide, pouring out from every street and every gap. Those behind stepped into the footprints of those ahead. Those on the sides squeezed toward the middle. The sound of footsteps changed from scattered to dense, from low and muffled to thunderous, like rolling thunder at the horizon, drawing closer and louder. 3,500,000 zombies charged at the same time, and the dust they kicked up blotted out the sky. The mutants running at the very front waved those heaps of scrap metal in their hands. The fire axes flashed with rust-stained light in the sun. The spike clubs still had scraps of some human-ass flesh stuck to them. The kitchen knives were chipped, their edges curled. They bared their mouths, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and in their pitch-black eyes was reflected that steel defensive line ahead. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun stared at the rapidly surging red ocean on the holographic map, took a deep breath, and spoke in a voice as cold as hell itself. Kill. The instant his voice fell, the tank engines roared to life at the same moment. 1,500 horsepower unleashed in full. The thunder of burning diesel shook the earth itself. 168 ZIP-99 main battle tanks charged out from three directions at once, their tracks crushing the broken road and kicking up clouds of dust. Their gun barrels pointed at the horde. High explosive shells were already loaded. The mutant charging at the very front was less than 200 meters from the tanks. The gunner steadily locked onto its chest. Boom! The tank cannon's roar drowned out the zombie screeches. The muzzle flash flickered once under the sunlight. The high explosive shell slammed into the middle of the horde. A fireball exploded within the gray-white tide, and a shockwave swept outward with shrapnel in all directions. That mutant was torn to pieces before it could even let out a scream. The zombies around it were blown away as well. Some had half their heads sliced off by shrapnel. Some bled from all 7 orifices from the shockwave. Some were thrown into the air by the blast. A small blank space appeared around the shell's impact point, but the zombies behind immediately surged forward to fill the gap. The tank company gave them no chance. The first volley had barely ended before the second followed right after. More than 100 tanks split into 3 echelons. The front row fired, the middle row reloaded, and the rear row stood by. The muzzle flashes connected into a wall of light before the steel defensive line, and shells crashed into the zombie horde like a rainstorm. Those zombies fell like wheat, layer after layer. Mutants were blasted into the air. Giant mutants had their skulls pierced by armor-piercing rounds. Ordinary zombies were shredded into chunks of flesh by shrapnel. The helicopter group swept low overhead, the airflow from their rotors blowing away the gunpowder smoke spreading across the ground. The rocket pods mounted beneath their short wings opened fire at the same time. Dozens of rockets dragged white trails as they slammed into the depths of the horde. The firelight from the explosions merged into one, and the shockwaves tore open crack after crack within the sea of corpses. The Wuji-10's autocannon refused to be outdone. 30mm shells chased after the mutants, trying to flank from the sides, as if they had eyes of their own. The shells exploded bloody holes in those bluish-gray bodies. The hardened muscles they were so proud of were like paper in front of an airborne autocannon. At the rear artillery positions, hundreds of guns opened fire at once. The barrels of the PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzers were raised high. PLC-181 truck-mounted howitzers were spread across both flanks. PHL-191 long-range rocket launchers crouched at the very rear. The commander's little red flag slashed downward, and the muzzle flashes of hundreds of artillery pieces joined into a wall of light. The earth trembled. The air burned. The shells flew over the tanks, over the infantry fighting vehicles, over the Wuji-10's rotors, and smashed precisely into the middle section of the zombie tide. High explosive shells burst apart. White phosphorus rounds burned. Cluster munitions spread open above the horde. Dozens of submunitions fell among the zombies like flowers scattering from the sky, and each one cleared out a small patch. Wave after wave of shells crashed down, and the thunder of explosions rose and fell without end. Those zombies simply cannot push through. Every time they advanced, even a little, artillery fire covered them and blasted them back. Corpses piled into mountains, stacked layer upon layer. Blood flowed into rivers and poured into the sewers. Yet those zombies were still charging, stepping on their companions' corpses, trampling over shredded flesh all across the ground, waving those ragged weapons as they lunged toward that steel defensive line. No one retreated. No zombie stopped. On the battlefield, the deafening roar of steel and flesh colliding shook the ears. Even the sunlight was blocked by the smoke of gunpowder. Only the muzzle flashes flickered in the darkness, illuminating this living hell. Boom, boom, boom. The synchronized barrage of hundreds of artillery pieces made even the windows of the command center tremble. Jiang Chun stared at that still-churning red ocean on the holographic map, his brows knitted tight. The zombies had more troops than he had expected. By rough estimate, there were at least several million. If you want to kill them all, it would probably take quite a bit of time. Right then, the system notification exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the Supreme Leader is facing a large-scale, decisive battle. Main quest triggered. The final battle of Fengtian. Mission objective: wipe out all zombies within the Fengtian city region. Kill or repel the mastermind behind them. Mission time limit: 72 hours. Mission reward: Heavy Combined Group Army Blueprint, 5 million merit points, Special Building War Academy. Penalty for failure: deduct all merit points, reset troop scale. Jiang Chun's breathing suddenly caught. A heavy combined group army with a higher level formation than a combined brigade, with multiple combined brigades under its command and a total strength of 100,000 troops. 5 million merit points, plus what he still had left in reserve, was enough to buy a lot of things. War Academy. He opened the details and glanced at them. A special building. It could train special forces soldiers, commanders, and technical troops and unlock a special technology tree. He turned those 3 rewards over in his mind, closed the panel, and looked back at the holographic map. 72 hours. 3 days. 3,500,000 zombies. On average, he would have to kill more than 1 million a day. The mission was difficult, but he had no other choice. Pass the order to the artillery positions. Full firepower. Jiang Chun grabbed the radio and said in a deep voice, white phosphorus rounds. High explosive shells, cluster munitions. Rotate them. Don't stop. Blast those bastards to death for me. Hundreds of artillery pieces roared again. Shells streaked across the sky and smashed into the rear of the zombie army. The white phosphorus rounds exploded first. Orange-red flames surged upward like a volcanic eruption, and everything within 100 meters of the impact point was set ablaze. The zombies struggled within the sea of fire. Some charged forward a few steps while covered in flames before collapsing. Some rolled on the ground, trying to put out the fire, only for it to burn even fiercer. Some were burned to the point of dropping to their knees. The smell of charred flesh spread through the air, mixed with blood and gunpowder into a nauseating stench. The high explosive shells followed, right behind, and fireballs burst open amid the flames. Shrapnel sprayed in all directions, turning the zombies that had not burned to death into shredded flesh. Cluster munitions spread open above the horde, and dozens of submunitions scattered among the zombies. Every explosion cleared out a small patch. But while the rear ranks of the horde were blasted into chaos, the zombies in the front were still charging forward. The tank company had already pushed to the edge of the horde. More than 100 tanks formed 3 vertical columns, their gun barrels firing in turn. The front row fired, the middle row reloaded, and the rear row stood by, repeating the cycle over and over. The zombies charging up were blown apart by high explosive shells. Armor-piercing rounds punched through the heads of giant mutants. Machine guns cut down ordinary zombies trying to get close to the hulls. The scene shifted. One tank had been surrounded by zombies, with ordinary zombies crawling all over it like ants. Gray-white fingers scraped at the armor plates with ear-piercing screeches. They were trying to pry open the hatch and drag out the soldiers inside. The hatch was pounded with loud bangs, and the crew inside had their ears ringing from the vibrations. The driver yanked the wheel hard, trying to shake the zombies off, but there were too many of them. One group was thrown off, and another climbed back on. At that very moment, the infantry from the rear rushed up. They raised their laser rifles and pulled the triggers at that tank. Thin red beams shot through the zombie crowd, burning through the zombies covering the vehicle. Some had gaping holes burned through their chests. Some had half their heads sliced off. Some were cut clean in half when the laser beams swept across their bodies. The soldiers rushed up, grabbed the zombies still struggling on the tank one by one, and threw them off. Beside them, a mechanical dog pounced forward and bit into one zombie's throat. Laser riflemen were taking them out one by one, every shot landing precisely in a zombie's head. A roar of engines came from above as more than 10 Z-10 attack helicopters swept past at low altitude. Their rocket pods fired at the same time. Dozens of rockets trailing white smoke as they crashed deep into the zombie horde. The bomber squad had arrived too. 6K bombers emerged from beneath the clouds. Their bomb bays opened, and bombs fell like rain, slamming into the densest part of the horde. The blast fires merged into one another. Those zombies fell in waves under the bombing, disappearing in waves, being erased from the world in waves. Smoke filled the battlefield, blotting out the sky. The sunlight could not pierce the smoke. Only muzzle flashes and the fire from explosions flickered in the darkness. The zombies were still charging, throwing themselves at that steel defense line without regard for anything. And the steel defense line did not move an inch. Tanks roared, infantry fighting vehicles bellowed, helicopters howled, and artillery screeched. This defense line would not retreat, would not collapse, would not fall, until the last zombie breathed its last. At the same time, Jiang Qin stood in front of the holographic map for a long time. The situation on the Eastern Front had already stabilized. The tank company was crushing through the horde. The infantry fighting vehicles were moving along the flanks, and the infantry followed behind the armored vehicles to clear section after section. He withdrew his gaze, opened the system panel, and found the icons in the drop list already piled up like a mountain. His fingers swiped across the screen several pages, past the repeated ones, the useless ones, the ones he could not use for now, until he saw an icon that made his eyes light up. Miniature laser cannon. Exchange price, 200 merit points each. Compatible platforms. Heavy exoskeleton armor, fixed defense base. Weapon type, pulse laser emitter. Effective range, 1,200 meters. Power, one shot can penetrate 30 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate. Firing rate, 60 rounds per minute. Power supply, external nuclear battery pack. One battery can support 500 continuous shots. Features, small size, lightweight, negligible recoil, suitable for exoskeleton soldiers to carry individually. Can be mounted on the shoulder or arm. Does not take up both hands for weapon operation. Can form a high-low combination with laser rifles. Rifles for light targets. Laser cannons for heavy targets. Tactical use. When dealing with giant mutants, the laser cannon can pierce their exoskeletons. When dealing with dense zombie hordes, its high firing rate can create suppressive fire coverage. The corners of Jiang Chun's mouth slowly curled upward. 200 merit points each. Much cheaper than he had expected. Exoskeleton soldiers were already tough and strong. With this thing, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Before, dealing with giant mutants still required tank guns and anti-tank missiles. In the future, exoskeleton soldiers would be able to handle them on their own. He entered a few numbers with his finger, and 20 miniature laser cannons turned into faint light and disappeared from the warehouse. These cannons would be sent directly to the front-line exoskeleton soldiers. But that was not all. He kept scrolling down. Portable energy shield. Exchange price, 500 merit points each. Compatible platforms. Single soldier, exoskeleton armor. Working principle. Electromagnetic fields deflect incoming projectiles, ineffective against laser weapons. Effective range, front 120-degree fan-shaped area. Protection level. Can withstand rifle rounds, explosion fragments. Features, small size, lightweight. Can be mounted on the arm or backpack. Charging method, nuclear battery powered. One charge can operate continuously for 2 hours. Tactical use, in urban combat. It can effectively protect soldiers from snipers. It is not very useful against zombies, but the enemies they will face in the future may not be limited to zombies. Single soldier, jetpack. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points per set. Compatible platforms, single soldier. Power system, miniature turbojet engine. Maximum speed, 120 kilometers per hour. Endurance, 30 minutes. Effective payload, 100 kilograms. Features, allows soldiers to fly short distances, cross obstacles, conduct rapid assaults, and withdraw from the battlefield. Tactical use, in urban combat. It allows soldiers to drop directly from rooftops behind the enemy and launch attacks from unexpected angles. It can also be used to quickly disengage during retreat and reduce casualties. Jiang Chun closed the panel and leaned back in his chair, letting out a long breath. In the past, his wars had relied on tanks and artillery, on a steel torrent rolling straight through everything. No matter how many zombies there were, they could not withstand artillery coverage. But now, the things the system gave him were becoming more and more refined. Miniature laser cannons, single-soldier jetpacks, portable energy shields. These were not for the army as a whole. They were for individual soldiers, to make his troops stronger, more agile, and harder to kill. With these equipped, his soldiers would no longer be ordinary troops. They would be super soldiers. Jiang Chun clenched his fist, then slowly loosened it. He now had 2 million merit points, enough to fully equip them. Miniature laser cannons for the exoskeleton soldiers, energy shields for the assault teams, and the jetpacks could wait until they were needed later. First, equip what could be equipped, so his soldiers would die less on the battlefield. Jiang Chun closed the system panel and stood up from a chair. Rather than sit in the command center and wait, he might as well go out and move around. It was a good chance to test these new weapons anyway. The square was spacious and open. Sunlight leaking through the transparent part of the dome and shining on the silvery metal floor until it gleamed. A few survivors who passed by and saw him come out subconsciously stopped and watched from a distance. The commander usually rarely appeared in public. Even when he did show up, he would hurry past. This was the first time he had stood alone in the center of the square like this. Jiang Chun opened the system warehouse and tapped the exchange interface 3 times with his finger. A faint light flashed, and 3 things appeared out of nowhere on the ground in front of him. The miniature laser cannon appeared first. Its silver-white body even more delicate than a sci-fi weapon from a movie. The energy shield was square, about the size of a palm, with a metal casing and a dark translucent panel on the front. The single-soldier jetpack looked like a climbing backpack, its surface covered in tiny nozzles. The crowd around him grew larger and larger. A young guy holding a boxed meal, with rice still in his mouth, asked the person next to him vaguely, "Hey, what do you think the commander is doing?" A middle-aged man nearby was also watching, his eyes wide open. "No idea. Maybe he is testing new equipment?" Another person leaned over from behind, stretching his neck to look toward the center of the square. "If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. The thing looks kind of like the weapons in sci-fi movies." Jiang Chun ignored the whispered chatter. He bent down and started with the jetpack first. The backpack was lighter than he had expected, with a metal shell and thick nylon straps. He slipped his arms through the straps, fastened the buckle in front of his chest, and adjusted the tightness. Next was the energy shield, strapped to his left forearm. The metal casing felt a little cool against his skin, and the shield faced outward, just covering the outside of his arm. The last one was the miniature laser cannon, the largest of the 3. The silver-white body was a bit thicker than the fixed model, the kind a single soldier could carry. The grip and trigger were beneath the barrel. Jiang Chun bent down, grabbed the cannon with both hands, and then lifted it up easily. A wave of sharp gasps rose from the surroundings. One survivor almost dropped his boxed meal onto the ground. That thing looked like it weighed at least dozens of Gene, yet the chief lifted it like a toy. His body had been enhanced by the system. His strength was several times greater than that of an ordinary person. To him, this much weight really was no different from a toy. He hoisted the cannon onto his shoulder, barrel facing forward, his right hand gripping the handle underneath with his finger resting on the trigger guard, while his left hand supported the cannon body to keep it balanced. After fiddling around for a long while, the jetpack gave no response. The energy shield didn't light up, and when he pulled the trigger on the laser cannon, it didn't even make a sound. Jiang Chun frowned and turned them over again and again, checking every piece of equipment thoroughly. But he couldn't find a single switch or button. He cursed inwardly. This damn system didn't even give him a manual. Suddenly, he accidentally pressed the backpack buckle, and 2 slender blue flames instantly shot out from the nozzles. Jiang Chun only felt his body suddenly grow light, his feet leaving the ground as his whole body shot upward a bit. He lowered his head and saw that his feet were already half a meter off the ground. Instinctively, he tried to steady himself. He fumbled awkwardly to adjust his posture, but then the jetpack fired again. This time was even stronger, directly pushing him to a height of more than 10 meters. Holy shit! A wave of shocked cries broke out across the plaza. The young man holding a boxed meal dropped it completely, staring up at the slowly rising figure in the sky with his mouth wide open. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. The person behind him plopped straight onto the ground, craning his neck upward and muttering, "My God, the chief is flying." Jiang Chun swayed a few times in the air before finally getting the hang of his balance. He carefully adjusted the direction of the jets and discovered that he could move slowly through the air, looking down at the entire fortress from above, the silver-white walls, the orderly barracks, the busy survivors, and the battlefield in the distance where artillery fire filled the sky. The feeling was strange. He had stood on the walls countless times before, but this was his first time looking down from this height. He began trying to lower himself. The jet direction shifted downward, the thrust weakened, and his body slowly descended. The moment his feet touched the ground, he let out a long breath, turned off the jetpack, bent down, and gathered up the equipment from the ground. The people around him still hadn't recovered from their shock. But Jiang Chun was already carrying the laser cannon and walking back with the jetpack and energy shield in hand. 2 hours later, dozens of figures trailing blue flames appeared in the sky behind the eastern frontline battlefield. The miniature turbojet engines of the individual jetpacks let out sharp shrieks as they swept across the low sky, leaving streaks of pale blue trails under the sunlight. The infantry advancing on the ground all raised their heads at the same time. Some rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen wrong. Some shouted. Some forgot to lower the guns in their hands. It was a flying squad clad in heavy exoskeleton armor, carrying miniature laser cannons and wearing jetpacks. Holy shit, look, they're flying. A young soldier pointed at the sky and shouted. The people beside him also looked up, not even noticing when the compressed biscuits in their hands fell to the ground. Damn, what is that? Looks like individual jetpacks, right? Another veteran squinted for a while before recognizing the equipment. Several soldiers gathered together, all craning their necks as they talked at once. A machine gunner with soot still smeared across his face smacked the rookie next to him on the head and said, "See that? That's what real war looks like." The rookie's neck was sore from tilting it back so long. He muttered, "So jealous. When do we get to mess around with a full set like that?" The veteran chuckled. "Kill a few hundred zombies first, then we'll talk." Another soldier carrying a laser rifle had sharp eyes. He noticed that the things slung over the flying squad's shoulders were much thicker than the rifles in their own hands. Damn, look at what they got on their shoulders. That barrel way thicker than the rifles we're carrying. The person beside him picked up the conversation. Yeah, if that thing hits a mutant, wouldn't it blow a hole straight through it with one shot? Someone else jumped in. One shot, one hole. That is selling it way too short. Isn't it? That should be one cannon shot, one hole. Seriously, who wouldn't agree with that? Someone well-informed from the back of the group squeezed forward and lowered his voice. I just got word from a good buddy of mine. The things in their hands are called miniature laser cannons. One shot can punch through 30mm steel plate. Hiss! A chorus of sharp breaths sounded all around. Someone nudged the comrade beside him who was still standing there in a daze. Holy shit, now I can picture it. Just imagine that scene. Fly in the air with a laser cannon on your shoulder, and the moment you spot a mutant, boom, you blast it. How awesome would that be? The soldier who got nudged finally came back to himself and swallowed. Damn it, stop. I've said the word jealous hundreds of times already. The flying squad in the sky was still climbing. Then from a height of several hundred meters, they spread out and flew forward over the battlefield in a fan-shaped formation. The infantry on the ground watched those figures trailing blue flames disappear into the smoke of war, then pulled back their gazes and went back to whatever they had been doing. Jealousy was jealousy, but they still had to fight their own battle. Flying at low altitude was far more thrilling than advancing on the ground. The airflow roared past their ears, and the ruins and zombie hordes below spread out before their eyes like a miniature model. Dozens of blue trails flickered in and out through the smoke. The captain of the flying squad was called Sun Meng. He came from the ranks of the exoskeleton warriors, and he had fought more battles than everyone here had eaten salt. He controlled the jetpack with one hand while holding the miniature laser cannon with the other. His eyes fixed on the gray-white ocean below. All units, attention. Spread out and search. Find the mutants. Prioritize hunting giant targets. Leave the ordinary zombies to the ground forces. Sun Meng's voice exploded through the channel, mixed with the noise of the jetpack. Understood. A few brief and decisive replies came through the channel. The squad members scattered, spreading across the sky above the entire battlefield like a cast net. The zombies on the ground were still charging forward. They couldn't see the death god closing in above their heads. The flying squad dove down from high altitude, trailing blue flames as they slammed toward the ground like meteors. Sun Meng was the first to lock onto a target. A giant mutant was crouching behind the zombie horde, several times larger than an ordinary mutant. Its bluish-gray skin reflected a rust-like sheen under the sunlight, and its chest rose and fell with each breath. Its mouth was open, exposing rows of sharp teeth as it roared toward the steel defensive line ahead. Sun Meng pulled the trigger. A thick red beam shot from the muzzle of the miniature laser cannon, piercing straight through the giant mutant's skull with perfect accuracy. A charred black hole exploded open in its bluish-gray head. Its body swayed, then crashed down with a thunderous boom into the zombie horde beside it. The surrounding zombies were pinned underneath, struggling but unable to crawl free. Target number 1 eliminated. Sun Meng worked the cannon, ejecting the still-smoking waste heat, and the jetpack blasted out a streak of blue flame as his body shot upward again. The other squad members had also found their targets. Laser beams crisscrossed over the battlefield, from snipers thousands of meters away to the flying squad hunting mutants at low altitude. Every beam of light took down one mutant. Those bluish-gray monsters fled wildly across the ground, darting left and right as they tried to escape the death descending from the sky. But the lasers were far faster than they were. The moment they took a step, the beams had already pierced through their bodies. One mutant tried to burrow beneath a pile of ruins, but the laser beam chased after it and blew apart both the rubble and the creature together. Another mutant tried to disguise itself among the ordinary zombie horde, but the flying squad's infrared sights could precisely distinguish zombie body structures. No matter how well it hid, it was useless. On the ground, those zombies could only crane their necks and stare up at those flaunting figures in the sky in despair, letting out furious yet helpless roars before being picked off one by the ground troops' laser rifles. The Reapers in the air and the steel torn on the ground worked together flawlessly, beating those once arrogant monsters until they had no power to fight back at all. By the time Sun Meng finished his third battery pack, half the fuel in his jetpack had also been used up. He pulled higher, looking down over the battlefield below, soaked in gunpowder smoke and blood. The tanks were still crushing forward, the infantry fighting vehicles were still sweeping fire across the field, and the infantry were still in pursuit. Their flying squad was only the last straw that broke the camel's back. The true main force was those steel soldiers below who had fought from morning till night, from darkness till dawn. He took a deep breath, then dived down from high altitude, aiming at the fourth giant mutant still trying to flee. It was late at night. As usual, the patrol soldiers at Phoenix Mountain Camp circled along the inside of the barbed wire fence. 2 men, one in front and one behind, separated by a dozen or so steps. The beams of their flashlights swept back and forth through the darkness, passing over the withered yellow weeds, the slanted tree trunks, and the corpses that had been lying outside the fence for a long time. The one leading was called Wang Jun, a veteran. He had been guarding this place for several months already. The one following him was Lu Xiaowang, a new recruit who had barely seen any blood yet. Brother Jun, do you think the higher-ups are still coming to get us? Lu Xiaowang asked in a very low voice. Wang Jun did not turn around. His flashlight beam was still sweeping outside. If they come, they come. If they don't, wishing for it is useless. After a few more steps, Lu Xiaowang spoke again, saying that he felt like the movement outside had been off lately. Wang Jun stopped, turned his head slightly to look at him, and asked what kind of movement. Lu Xiaowang opened his mouth, but he couldn't explain it himself. He just felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say what exactly was wrong. Wang Jun was just about to curse at him for being jumpy and imagining things, but the words got stuck in his throat before they came out. He heard something. Not the wind, not the trees, not the occasional roars those zombies made. He had never heard that sound before. It was like a newborn baby, crying with its throat pinched, but much rougher than a baby-esque voice. It came faintly from deep within the dense forest beyond the barbed wire. Lu Xiaowang heard it too. His face turned pale, and he instinctively moved closer to Wang Jun. Brother Jun, what is that thing? Wang Jun did not answer. He pulled out his pistol from his waist, flashlight clenched in his other hand, and swept the beam back and forth across the edge of the forest. The sound was getting closer, from deep in the forest to the forest edge, and from the forest edge to outside the barbed wire. Something was moving in the darkness, very fast. It did not move like a zombie, lurching and swaying. It was much faster than a zombie. At last, Wang Jun's flashlight landed on the thing. Grayish-white skin, no hair. Its eye sockets were sunken deep, with no eyeballs inside, only two masses of grayish-white mist. Its nose was reduced to two black holes. Its lips were gone, exposing a ghastly white gum line and sharp fangs. It was on all fours, crouched like a beast. This was not a zombie. Zombies still retained a human outline. This thing looked like a skin mummy. But it could move, and it was fast. Wang Jun's finger settled on the trigger as he roared. What the hell are you? The thing tilted its head, staring at him with those two empty eye sockets that held no eyeballs. Then it pounced. Wang Jun pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the thing in the chest, bursting into a spray of blood. It paused for a moment, but did not stop. Its claws were already on the barbed wire. The steel wire snapped under those sharp claws like hemp rope. Wang Jun fired twice more. One shot hit the shoulder, and one hit in the face. The bullets sank into the grayish-white skin, the tips of the rounds still visible on the outside. They did not penetrate through. Beside him, Lu Xiaowang raised his rifle and emptied a burst. The bullets struck the thing and kicked up a string of blood blossoms. It finally stopped, not because it had been killed, but because they were out of ammo. Wang Jun's pistol was empty, and Lu Xiaowang's rifle was empty too. That thing was still crouched there, more than a dozen bullets embedded in its grayish-white skin, black blood seeping from the holes. It shook its head, then pounced again. Wang Jun threw away the empty pistol, pulled a grenade from his waist, and yanked out the pin. He pulled the ring, waited 2 seconds, and threw it. The grenade exploded beneath the thing. The shockwave flipped it over, and the fragments blasted several holes in its abdomen, black blood gushing out. It rolled several times on the ground, then climbed up again, dragging its spilled intestines as it crawled this way. Lu Xiaowang had already collapsed to the ground, his legs too weak to stand. Wang Jun grabbed him by the collar and dragged him backward. But what drove them into even greater despair was that more of the monsters had come. Not one, but several. They crawled out of the dense forest, their grayish-white skin flickering in and out of sight in the darkness as they charged toward the camp. The next moment, the camp alarm went off. Gunfire erupted from every direction at once. Zhao Tiancheng rushed out of the command post, a gun clenched in his hand. He ran to the inside of the barbed wire and saw those things clearly. His pupils suddenly contracted. Fuck, what the hell are these things? No one could answer him, because no one had ever seen them before. Bullets struck the grayish-white skin and kicked up strings of blood, but the rounds lodged in the flesh without punching through. Grenades could blow them off their feet, but as long as their spines were not severed, they could always crawl back up. Flamethrowers set the flesh on their bodies ablaze. They struggled and rolled in the fire, only dropping after being burned into charred black husks. Retreat. Everyone fall back now. Zhao Tiancheng fired as he retreated, snatching up a radio and ordering everyone to withdraw to the parking lot. Lu Xiaowang hugged his rifle and ran after him, his legs still shaking. Zhao Tiancheng looked back at the camp. Those grayish-white monsters had already broken through the barbed wire and were rampaging through the barracks. His soldiers were still resisting, but the casualties were heavy. Those things were not afraid of bullets. Grenades could not kill them. Only flamethrowers could burn them to death. But they did not have that many flamethrowers. He turned and ran toward the parking lot. They had to retreat toward the city. There were plenty of zombies there, but at least he knew how to deal with zombies. As for these grayish-white things, he knew absolutely nothing. Several armored vehicles in the parking lot were already started. Zhao Tiancheng jumped onto the first vehicle and grabbed the radio, ordering everyone get in the vehicles and drive toward the city. The vehicles charged out of the camp. The bumpy mountain road tossed the people inside the cabins from side to side. Gunshots and screams came from behind them, growing more and more distant. Zhao Tianqing looked at that dense forest outside the window, swallowed by darkness. Would those grayish-white things keep chasing them? He did not know. But right now, he only had one place to go. That black fortress. The armored vehicle jolted over the uneven mountain road. More than a dozen people were crammed into the cabin, and no one spoke. Zhao Tianqing sat at the very back, gripping his gun, his eyes fixed on that dense forest outside the window that had been swallowed by darkness. The roar of the engine echoed through the mountain valley. Lu Xiaowang was curled up in a corner, his face buried in his knees, his shoulders still trembling. The veteran beside him offered him a canteen of water, but he did not take it. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou leaned over from the front passenger seat. His voice kept very low. "Old Zhao, what exactly were those things?" Zhao Tianqing shook his head. He had never fought a battle like this. Zombies were terrifying, but at least bullets could kill them. Those grayish-white things. Rifle rounds hitting them felt like nothing more than scratching an itch. The bullets lodged in the flesh, and they still kept pouncing all the same. He remembered that monster whose guts had been blown out by a grenade, even dragging its intestines behind it. It had still been able to crawl forward, and it had crawled a long way before finally dying. I don't know, but they're definitely harder to deal with than zombies. Zhao Tianqing unscrewed his canteen and took a gulp. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy. A young soldier broke the silence. "Brigade Commander, where are we headed?" Without turning around, Zhao Tianqing answered in a low voice, "The city." The vehicle fell silent again. Someone muttered quietly, "The city is full of zombies. Isn't he going there to suicide?" Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou shot that man a glare. "If not the city, then where can you go? Back to camp to wait for death?" The man lowered his head and said nothing. The vehicle kept jolting forward. Zhao Tianqing looked out the window. The night was thick as ink. He had no idea how many of those gray-white monsters were still out there, but the camp probably couldn't be held anymore. The only place he could go now was that black fortress. The firepower there was 100 times stronger than his, and their weapons were far superior to his own. If even they couldn't stop those things, then this world was truly beyond saving. Lu Xiaowang raised his head, his voice still trembling. "Brigade Commander, will those people take us in?" Zhao Tianqing was silent for a moment. "I don't know, but we don't have anywhere else to go." The vehicles drove on for another half hour before the mountain road came to an end. Ahead, the outline of ruins appeared, shattered buildings, collapsed walls. Zhao Tianqing ordered the convoy to stop. Everyone got out and continued on foot. The engines of the armored vehicles were too loud. They would attract zombies. He didn't want to throw their lives away before even meeting that force. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou organized the group. A little over 20 people. A dozen or so guns. Not much ammunition. Zhao Tianqing walked at the very front, rifle raised. His flashlight beam sweeping back and forth through the ruins. In the distance came the low growls of zombies, and they weren't far. They were already very close to that fortress now. He could see the faint silver-white glow on the horizon. Lu Xiaowang followed, closely behind, his legs still a little weak. But he didn't fall behind. After climbing over a collapsed wall, an open area appeared ahead. Zhao Tianqing raised a hand, and everyone crouched down. At the far end of the open ground stood a silver-white city wall, towering in the night. The beams of searchlights moved slowly across the wall, illuminating those pitch-black cannon muzzles. Figures were moving on the wall, patrolling soldiers. Zhao Tianqing tightened his grip on his rifle until his fingers turned white. He had to gamble now. The scene shifted. Zhao Tianqing crouched behind the collapsed wall, staring at the distant silver-white city wall. A searchlight beam swept over from the wall. He lowered his head, and the beam skimmed over him, lighting up the ruins behind him. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou hunched over and came closer, his voice very low. "Old Zhao, are we really just going over like this? What if they mistake us for zombies and open fire?" Zhao Tianqing didn't turn around. His eyes were still fixed on the movement atop the wall. "That's why we can't all rush over at once. One person has to go first, identify himself, and explain why we're here." "Who is going?" Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou asked. Zhao Tianqing was silent for a few seconds, then handed the gun in his hand to Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou. "I'll go." Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou didn't take the gun. His brows twisted tightly together. "Old Zhao, you're the top commander. What if? There is no what if." Zhao Tianqing shoved the gun in his arms, stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and walked toward the open ground. The scene shifted. Zhao Tianqing raised both hands over his head, palms open, signaling that he had no weapon. The beam of the searchlight shone directly on him. The blinding white light was so harsh he could barely keep his eyes open. Squinting, he kept walking. "Stop!" A shout came from the wall. "Stop right there. One more step and we open fire." Zhao Tianqing stopped in the middle of the open ground. Wind rushed through the ruins, making his clothes flap loudly. "I am Zhao Tianqing, Brigade Commander of the remaining forces of the Fengtian Theater Command. My men were attacked in the mountains by unknown monsters. Our camp was breached, and I brought them here in retreat. I hope to meet your commander." His voice echoed across the empty open ground. The wall fell quiet for a moment. Someone was speaking into a radio, but the voice was too low to make out. Zhao Tiancheng stood below and waited, his hands still raised. His arms were starting to ache. A few minutes later, a small side door in the wall opened. Several fully armed soldiers walked out with rifles raised, the red dots of their sights moving over Zhao Tiancheng's body. The one in front was a bald man. Wei Hashang. He looked Zhao Tiancheng up and down, his voice cold. Search him. Two soldiers stepped forward and frisked him from the shoulders to the pant legs, from the chest to the ankles. After confirming he had no weapon, Wei Hashang tilted his head. Come in. Your men are behind you? Bring them in too. The Yuan show is waiting for you in the command center. Zhao Tiancheng turned and waved toward the ruins. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou led the others out from behind the wall, a little over 20 people. Some empty-handed, some carrying guns. Their faces were dirty, and their eyes held the relief of having survived disaster. Wei Hashang glanced at the guns and ordered them to leave the weapons by the door. They would be returned when they left. Deputy Brigade Commander Zhou hesitated, but Zhao Tiancheng nodded. One rifle after another was stacked by the entrance, forming a small pile. Wei Hashang led them through the side door and into the fortress. When Zhao Tiancheng stepped onto the silver-white metal ground, his stride paused for a moment before he kept going. The plaza was spacious and empty. A few survivors were pushing handcarts toward the warehouse, glancing curiously in their direction. In the distance, steam rose from the cafeteria chimney, and the smell of food drifted over. Someone in the group's stomach growled loudly. The command center was in the deepest part of the fortress. Zhao Tiancheng followed behind Wei Hashang, passing through corridors and several tightly shut metal doors. Armed soldiers stood guard at the entrances. When they saw them coming, their gazes swept cautiously over the group. At the end of the corridor, Wei Hashang pushed open the heavy alloy door. The door of the command center closed behind them. Standing at the entrance, Zhao Tiancheng swept his gaze across the spacious room. One entire wall was filled with surveillance screens. A holographic map floated above a long table. Several officers in black combat uniforms stood around it, discussing something in low voices. Documents were spread across the table, and ammunition crates were stacked by the wall. Everything here was in perfect order. A man stood by the window with his back to Zhao Tiancheng, dressed in a black combat uniform, shoulders and back straight. Wei Hashang stepped forward, his voice echoing through the spacious room. Yuan Shou, the man is here. The man turned around. Zhao Tiancheng's eyelid twitched. Too young, far younger than he had imagined. He had thought that someone capable of commanding the Steel Army would at least be a middle-aged man, maybe even a veteran general with graying hair. But the face before him looked like a student who had just graduated from military academy. Yet those eyes were nothing like a young man's should be. They were deep and heavy, like a pool of water with no visible bottom. I am Jiang Chun, Yuan Shou of the Nyepan Army. His tone was calm. Zhao Tiancheng, brigade commander of the remaining forces of the Fengtian Theater Command. Zhao Tiancheng gave a military salute. Jiang Chun gave a slight nod, motioning for him to sit, then took the main seat himself. Go on. What happened? Zhao Tiancheng recounted what had happened in the mountains. He started from the outbreak of the apocalypse, how the troops had been scattered, how they had retreated to Phoenix Mountain and established a temporary base while waiting for rescue from higher command. The helicopters lost contact, and the people they sent out never came back. Supplies are about to run out, and the rescue from higher up still hasn't arrived. At this point, he paused for a moment, and his voice turned heavier. Last night, the camp was attacked by unknown creatures. Bullets couldn't kill them. Grenades couldn't kill them. The only thing that worked was burning them with flamethrowers. The camp was overrun, so I led my men out and ran all the way here. Jiang Chun tapped his fingers twice on the armrest. Unknown creatures? Not zombies? No. Zhao Tiancheng was certain. This isn't our first time fighting zombies. We can tell a glance. Those things weren't zombies. They were much harder to deal with than zombies. At least zombies can be killed with bullets. Shoot them in the head with a rifle, and it's one shot, one kill. But those things, even when rifle rounds hit them, the bullets just lodged in their flesh with the tips still sticking out, and they still kept pouncing. And their movement speed was generally much faster than zombies. They ran on all fours like beasts. Compared to them, the crooked little trot of ordinary zombies looked like slow-motion playback. The command center fell silent for a few seconds. Jiang Chun stared at Zhao Tiancheng, his gaze lingering on his face for a moment. Why should I believe you? Zhao Tiancheng pulled a phone from his pocket. There was a crack across the screen, but still worked. He swiped a few times and handed it to Jiang Chun. It was footage taken at the camp last night. The image shook badly, with gunfire, explosions, and screams all mixed together. The only light came from tactical flashlights. The beams swept back and forth through the darkness, revealing those gray-white shadows charging in on all fours like beasts. One of them had been blown over by a grenade. Its intestines were dragging on the ground. It was still crawling forward. Lu Xiaoguang's scream came from the phone, sharp and trembling with tears. Zhao Tiancheng's voice was in it too, shouting for a retreat. The video was very short, less than 1 minute. After watching it, Jiang Chun fell silent for a moment, then handed the phone back to Zhao Tiancheng. He stood and walked to the window, staring at the section of city wall outside, lit up by the searchlights. The battle on the eastern line still wasn't over. Zombies were still surging toward the defensive positions, and that work uniform zombie was still hiding somewhere in the urban district planning a counterattack. And now, a new kind of monster had appeared. Bullets couldn't kill it. Grenades couldn't kill it. It was far harder to deal with than zombies. His soldiers were still fighting zombies with bayonets on the front line, and now a new threat had arrived in the rear. One wave hadn't settled before another rose. It was like this damned world wouldn't rest until it killed them all. He turned and looked at Zhao Tianqing. His gaze swept across the faces of the few dirt-covered soldiers. Some were old, some young. Some were still wearing pajamas, some were barefoot, and some had bandages wrapped around their bodies. To make it out alive after being surrounded by monsters like that was no easy feat. How many people did you bring? 23. Zhao Tianqing's voice was somewhat hoarse. There were still more than 100 people in the camp before, but by the time we discovered it, it was already too late. There was no way to evacuate them. I don't even know if they're still alive. Jiang Chun was silent for a while, then nodded. Then you can stay in the fortress for now. The wounded should go to the medical station. Everyone else can head to the cafeteria and get something to eat. Someone will arrange lodging for you later. I still need to verify your situation. For now, that's it. Zhao Tianqing stood up. He hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question. Have you seen those things before? Jiang Chun shook his head. He had never seen them, but what he saw in the video was already enough to put him on alert. A body bullets couldn't pierce. Vitality that grenades couldn't destroy. And a beast-like charging speed. Put together, those traits made them more dangerous than any mutant species he had ever seen. No matter how strong zombies were, they still had weaknesses. Ordinary zombies feared bullets. Mutant types feared laser guns. Giant mutant types feared tank shells. What were those gray-white things afraid of? He didn't know, but he would soon find out. When Zhao Tianqing walked out of the command center, the 20-odd soldiers behind him had already been taken to the medical station and the cafeteria. The corridor was quiet, with only his own footsteps echoing. He turned back and glanced at the closed metal door. Light was spilling through the crack beneath it. Inside the command center, Jiang Chun stood before the holographic map, staring at the still blinking red light markers on the eastern line. He pressed the comms key. Li Jing passed down the order. The fortress is entering first-level combat readiness. Activate all turrets on the walls. Launch the entire drone hive. Deploy the mechanical dogs to the perimeter. Expand reconnaissance range to 20 kilometers. The moment any unknown creature is found, report it immediately. Understood. Li Jing's voice came through from the other end of the radio. The story is over. Thank you for watching. See you in the next story.